Unlucky employee Su Chen got electrocuted and, on the eve of the global awakening of supernatural powers triggered by the meteor shower, unexpectedly received a task system. Attributes, skills, specializations. Completing tasks lets you level up and get stronger. Starting off by brutally beating up a dumb supervisor, the road to a comeback begins refreshingly. When you're unlucky, even drinking cold water gets stuck in your teeth. Su Chen was about to complain when he experienced it firsthand. In the office, while drinking water, he was startled by a sudden terrifying ghost face popping up on the computer screen, causing him to choke and spray water everywhere. With a sizzling sound, the old all-in-one computer was completely fried. My report. Su Chen hurriedly pressed the power button but was hit by an electric shock, his whole body convulsing. Luckily, a quick-thinking colleague knocked him down with a folder. Are you okay? I'm fine, Su Chen rubbed his head, surprised to find he was completely unharmed. Even his shocked hand was fine. Su Chen, what nonsense are you up to now? The harsh supervisor Lu came over, seeing the black screen and Su Chen on the floor, his face darkened. Did you break the computer? Not me. The computer suddenly popped up a ghost face. Shut up. The repair fee will be deducted from your salary. Redo the report before the end of the day, or don't even think about leaving, Supervisor Lu said without giving him a chance to argue and walked away. Lu the skinflint. Su Chen slammed the table in anger. This broken computer should have been replaced long ago, yet he was being blamed. After some inquiry, he found out that the female receptionist Wenqing Lu, whom Supervisor Lu was pursuing, secretly liked him, and he had become a thorn in Lu's side. This grudge is settled fast. I'm done with this. It's the end of the month, just endure it and finish the report first, a colleague advised. Ding. Side quest triggered, write the report, task requirement, complete before 6 p.m. Reward, experience 1, training 1, if no choice is made within 20 seconds, the task will be automatically accepted. Accepted, a mechanical voice rang in his head. Su Chen thought he was hallucinating. Who's playing a game? Where's the speaker? His colleague was puzzled. Su Chen suppressed his doubts and painfully redid the report on another computer. An hour later, the report was finished. Side quest completed. Reward, experience 1, training 1, ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 1, gained 4 attribute points to allocate. Again? Su Chen was stunned as a pale blue interface appeared before his eyes. Character, Su Chen, level 1, Constitution, 9 Strength, 10 Agility, 10 Spirit, 11, attribute points available, 4, average for normal people, 10, experience for next level, 10, is this really a system? Su Chen suppressed his excitement and calmly added 2 points to his slightly low Constitution. Instantly, the fatigue vanished, even his neck felt comfortable. The system is real. He clenched his fist, feeling his life was about to take off. What are you dazing for? The report? Supervisor Lu appeared again. Finished it. Su Chen packed up, planning how to use the system to get rich after going home. Stop right there. Supervisor Lu held out a stack of documents. Xiao Wang resigned from the project. You're close to him, so it's all yours. Why should it all go to me? Su Chen was furious. Because I'm your boss. If you don't like it, get lost now and don't expect your salary. Supervisor Lu arrogantly said. Colleagues wanted to intervene, but Supervisor Lu mocked even more viciously. Coward. Wimp. If you dare touch me, I'll make sure you can't survive here. What did you say? Su Chen's anger surged. Ding. Side quest triggered. Beat up Lu the skinflint. Requirement. Beat him as hard as possible within minor injury range. Reward, experience 15, training 13, ding. Main quest triggered, eve of the meteor shower, requirement. The world is about to change drastically. A wave of supernatural awakening is coming. Reach level 5 within 48 hours. Suggest quitting your job ASAP. Just what I wanted. Su Chen smirked, ignoring Supervisor Lu's shouting, stepped forward, and slammed a right hook hard onto his fat face. Bang! Supervisor Lu was stunned and fell to the ground. You dare hit me. So what if I hit you? I'm going to kick you too. Su Chen kicked fiercely, his fists targeting spots that hurt but wouldn't cause serious injury. Stop hitting me. Help! Supervisor Lu's nose bled profusely as he curled up, begging for mercy, while his colleagues tried to hold Su Chen back. Stop? Not a chance. Su Chen opened the interface and allocated the remaining 2 attribute points to Strength. A surge of greater power erupted. He suddenly shook off his restraining colleagues, lifted Supervisor Lu like a chick, and slapped him several times with both hands. Lu the skinflint, I'm done with you. This beating is just the interest. Su Chen snorted coldly and threw him back into his chair. Side quest completed. Reward, 5 XP, 3 experience. Hearing the notification, Su Chen strode away amid the shocked gazes of his co-workers. Passing the front desk, When Xinglu, who secretly liked him, shyly greeted, "Su Chen, off work? Want to eat together?" "I quit." Su Chen left without looking back. On the street, Su Chen felt refreshed. He was certain Lu the skinflint wouldn't dare make a fuss. As for the salary, with the system, that money was nothing. The main quest, Wave of Superpower Awakening, made his heart race even more. On the bus, Su Chen studied the main quest, guessing that leveling up was to prepare for an impending major event. Reaching level 5 would grant 20 attribute points, making him far stronger than ordinary people. His gaze sharpened. Still 5 XP short of LV2. As he thought this, he spotted a blonde thief using tweezers to steal a purse from a woman in a red dress nearby. Ding! Side quest triggered, Chivalry, Scold, 3 XP, 1 experience, Stop and report to police, 10 XP, 3 experience, Ignore, Sleepyhead, here's your pillow. Su Chen decisively chose, stepped forward, grabbed the blonde's wrist, and warned the woman, "Miss, your bag has a long hand." The blonde tried to break free but found Su Chen incredibly strong. The woman in the red dress, Xiao Miahan, thanked him, and Su Chen shouted to the driver, "Driver, caught a pickpocket, please head to the police station." The whole bus erupted in commotion. The blonde panicked and threatened, "Kid, let go. I'm a streetwise guy. Take it up at the station." Su Chen remained unmoved. Passengers voiced support, and the driver prepared to change course. The blonde, desperate, pulled out a folding knife. "Let me off, or the knife won't recognize anyone." The crowd stepped back. Su Chen's heart tightened. He hadn't learned combat yet, and facing a knife-wielding thug was dangerous. The driver quickly stopped and opened the door. "Young man, don't be impulsive, safety first." Taking advantage of Su Chen's hesitation, the blonde broke free and fled. Mission failed? Su Chen frowned. Side quest completed. Reward, 10 XP, 3 experience. Ding! Congratulations on level up. Current level, 2, 4 attribute points available. Done already? Su Chen realized the quest only required stopping and reporting, which he had done. Xiao Miaohan thanked him again, and they started chatting, discovering they lived in the same building. After exchanging contacts, they agreed to eat together another day. Back home, Su Chen studied the system. The XP needed for the next level had tripled. LV2-LV3 requires 30 XP. He noticed a new module in the upper left corner of the interface. Specialization module unlocked. Currently unlockable specializations: Combat, Uninitiated, Music, Uninitiated, Cooking, Beginner. Upgrading specialization consumes experience points. Current experience, 7. Can I learn skills too? Su Chen was delighted and clicked on Combat. Consume 3 experience points to upgrade combat to beginner level? Yes. Instantly, a flood of combat knowledge and experience poured into his mind. His body felt as if it had trained for years, forming muscle memory. He threw a set of punches, movements skillful and smooth. Awesome! Everything can be upgraded. The next level of Combat Penetration requires 10 experience points, 3 more than he currently had. Su Chen decided to go out and try his luck. Night fell as Su Chen wandered the streets. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Kid, found you." It was the blonde. He had brought 3 accomplices. Brothers, that's him. Drag them into the alley and beat them up. Ding! Side quest triggered, justifiable defense requirement, an eye for an eye, be the only one standing on the scene. Reward, 25 XP, 8 experience points, 1 against 4. Su Chen was not panicked but rather pleased. With the skill beginner level combat, he sidestepped the sneak attack and kicked one person down. Watch out, he's trained. Grab your weapons. The other 3 became alert, 2 of them pulling out batons and swinging them. Su Chen was barehanded, his arms took a few hits, causing pain. System, put all attribute points into agility. Agility, 10-14 instantly, Su Chen felt as light as a swallow, while his opponents moved as slow as snails. He stepped forward like a ghost and rushed to one person, grabbed the baton, and elbowed his chin. Ah! The thug screamed and fell to the ground. Su Chen didn't stop, smashing the seized baton at another baton wielder, and as he dodged, Su Chen punched him in the face. The last 2 were rushed and each was punched until they curled up on the ground. 3 seconds, all 4 were down. Side quest complete. Reward, 25 XP, 8 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 3, gained 4 attribute points to allocate. Pretty tough, huh? Su Chen squatted down and patted the blonde's face. Who wanted to beat me just now? Big brother, spare me. The blonde was scared out of his wits. Su Chen took the small knife and pretended to call the police. The blonde panicked completely, crying that this was his second time in trouble, begging for mercy and willing to pay. How much? 800. Really just 800. Su Chen pulled out 800 yuan, pocketed it, and released the blonde. Get lost. I'm keeping the baton and the knife as souvenirs. He knew this amount wasn't enough for extortion. The thugs, as if granted amnesty, helped each other and fled. Su Chen waved with a smile. Next time, bring more people. I'm always ready. He genuinely hoped they'd come again to give him more XP and experience. Experience points have reached 10. Spend 10 experience points to upgrade combat to proficient level? Yes. With more combat techniques integrated, Su Chen felt his boxing skills had become more refined, reaching the level of a professional fighter. The next level, Elite, requires 30 experience points. He looked at the 4 new attribute points and decided to put 2 into Constitution, 11-13, to ensure endurance. For the remaining 2 points, he looked at Spirit, 11, and wondered, what exactly is this Spirit attribute good for? Forget it, I probably won't be using the Spirit attribute for now, so I'll hold off on adding it and save the remaining 2 points for later. Su Chen took a glance at the experience points needed to reach level 4. 100 experience points. It's more than tripled. Looks like I'll be busy within these 48 hours. Su Chen smiled wryly. Reaching level 4 requires 100 experience points, so level 5 must need 2 or 300? The main quest requires him to reach level 5 within 48 hours. Although he doesn't know what the penalties or rewards are since the system hasn't given any hints, he doesn't intend to take a gamble. With so many tasks available, there's only this one main quest, and it's obvious it must be very important. Taking out his phone, he checked the time. It was getting late, and Su Chen decided to head home. He could always think of something tomorrow. After all, there were still nearly 2 days left. If he really couldn't find any tasks, he could always go looking for trouble, like picking a fight with a few punks. He got home and had a good sleep. The next morning, the doorbell rang at the entrance. Su Chen groggily got out of bed and opened the door, only to find a cute little girl in a white dress standing outside. She had a doll-like face, was petite, and her small head barely reached his chest, looking to be just around 13 or 14 years old. Good morning, Su Chen Gage. The little girl waved cheerfully and hopped inside, leaning back against the sofa. Oh, it's Xiaoyi. Is no one home again today? Su Chen was used to it and took a can of drink from the fridge to hand to the little girl. This little girl is the neighbor's child, named Yi Mengjun. Although she has a doll-like face of a middle school student and is only 1.5 meters tall, she is actually a second-year high school student on the verge of adulthood. My parents have something to do, so I came over to mooch some food. I'm counting on you for today's meal. For breakfast, we'll have fried eggs and bread, and for lunch, let's make fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Su Chen glanced at the ingredients in the fridge, took out eggs and asparagus, and prepared to cut them in the kitchen for later use. As a single guy living alone in a different city, cooking is an essential skill he can't do without. In the specialized modules, both his driving and cooking skills are at a beginner level. Although his dishes aren't particularly delicious, they are passable as home-cooked meals. The reason he didn't cook yesterday was simply because he was too lazy to move. Little Yi's parents seem to be quite busy with work and often travel for business. About 6 months ago, this little girl became familiar with him and started coming over to his house for meals on weekends. Making an extra portion of food isn't a big deal, so Su Chen didn't refuse. The neighbor also often sends him local specialties from other places, creating a mutually beneficial and harmonious relationship. He prepared 2 fried eggs and took out whole wheat bread and milk from the fridge. After they finished breakfast, the little girl occasionally glanced at the PS4 next to the TV and excitedly suggested, "Brother Su Chen, let's play King of Fighters. I can definitely beat you today." If it were any other day, Su Chen would usually agree, but today he hasn't completed his main quest, so he can't spend time playing games with her. No, today I. Just as Su Chen was about to refuse, he heard a system notification sound beside him. Ding! Side quest triggered. King of Fighters Expert. Task requirement: achieve victory with health above half. Within 30 rounds, the more victories, the higher the reward. Task reward: experience points 130, training points 110. Can playing games also trigger tasks? Su Chen was both surprised and delighted, quickly changing his words. Great, let's play King of Fighters. The loser of the first match has to wash the dishes at noon today. No problem. Little E was extremely happy, bouncing over to turn on the PS4, connecting the game controller, and handing one to Su Chen. Su Chen pulled up the King of Fighters game, entered the interface, casually selected a character, and calmly waited for the game to start. He wasn't worried at all about this task. After all, the two often played multiplayer games on the PS4, and at least in King of Fighters, this girl had never beaten him, always getting knocked out while still at full health. Brother Su Chen, don't underestimate me. I practiced for a long time at the game center last week, and this time I will definitely win against you. Little E sat on the sofa swinging her legs, selecting Iori Yagami. As the battle began, Su Chen noticed that the little girl was indeed much more skilled at manipulating her moves than before. It was a bit challenging to defeat her while keeping her health above half. But that was all there was to it. With his agility raised to 14 points, his reaction speed was nearly half faster than normal. Coupled with his extraordinary dynamic vision, he excelled at fighting games. He effortlessly countered all of the little girl's attacks and knocked her out with a combo. At first, Xiaoyi tried to attack, but later she focused solely on defense. Still, she couldn't withstand Su Chen's overwhelming offense, and nearly every round ended within 1 or 2 minutes. Watching her character lose again on the TV screen, Xiaoyi's eyes shimmered with tears and she was on the verge of crying. It's normal to lose 5 or 6 times, but being completely dominated for dozens of rounds is no longer just about winning or losing the game, it's a devastating blow to her spirit. Normally, Su Chen would occasionally let her win a few rounds to make her happy. But for the sake of the task reward, he could only let Xiaoyi endure for now, he would compensate her later. In less than an hour, the 30 matches were quickly completed, and as expected, Su Chen almost won each match with overwhelming dominance. Side quest completed. Quest rewards: 30 experience points, 10 practice points. As he saw the quest completion, Su Chen finally sighed in relief. He secretly glanced at the pouting Xiaoyi, having deliberately let her win by making a few mistakes, which allowed the little girl to seize the opportunity and knock him out. I win! Xiaoyi jumped up from the sofa excitedly. Seeing the little girl finally smile again, Su Chen patted her little head and said, "Let's not play this anymore, let's try something else." Okay. Xiaoyi nodded eagerly. She had finally won a game and didn't want to continue being dominated by Su Chen, so it was best to quit while she was ahead. Su Chen was thinking about whether playing another game would trigger a new quest. Just from this 1 hour of King of Fighters, he earned 30 experience points, which was quite a generous reward. If he could get 2 or 3 more quests with such high rewards, he could level up to level 4. Ideals are rich, but reality is harsh. He and Xiaoyi tried playing several PS4 games, including Sekiro, Zelda, Dark Souls series, and even 2-player Mario, but they couldn't trigger any system tasks again. Experience points really aren't that easy to earn, it's already good if you can trigger a gaming task once. Time flew by, and it was already noon. Looking at the death screen in Sekiro, Su Chen reluctantly handed the controller to Xiaoyi and got up to cook. "Brother Su Chen, please don't put carrots in my portion." "No, you can't be picky." Su Chen rejected the little girl's request. "The carrots were added just for you, it's for a balanced diet." "But carrots are really so hard to eat." Xiaoyi pouted. Although she didn't throw a tantrum about not wanting to eat, she angrily pressed the buttons, directing her dissatisfaction at the innocent monsters in the game. Ding! Side quest triggered. Hearty lunch. Quest requirements: prepare a lunch that will make the little girl rave, including carrots. Quest rewards: 15 experience points, 3 practice points. Making lunch counts as a quest? Su Chen was taken aback. The range for triggering system tasks was truly extensive. However, this task is a bit tricky. Little Lee never liked eating carrots, and with his cooking skills being just average, combining these two factors made it nearly impossible to prepare a lunch that would impress her. Wait, I almost forgot, I'm a man who can level up. A mere lunch is nothing to worry about. Su Chen slapped his forehead, summoned the system interface, and selected culinary specialization. Would you like to spend 2 experience points to upgrade cooking to the proficiency level? The cost to upgrade cooking is so low? If he remembered correctly, it took 3 experience points to level up combat to the beginner level yesterday, and 10 points to reach the proficiency level. But now, upgrading cooking to the proficiency level only required 2 experience points? Could it be? Su Chen had a guess in mind and immediately upgraded cooking to the proficiency level, then leveled up again. Would you like to spend 6 experience points to upgrade cooking to the elite level? Sure enough, the experience points required for upgrading different specializations are not fixed. For example, upgrading cooking costs much less than combat. To confirm his guess, Su Chen opened the cooking skill and found that it required even less experience points to upgrade to the mastery level, only 1 point. It seems that the simpler the specialization to upgrade, the fewer experience points it consumes. Since it only requires 6 experience points, I might as well go all in and upgrade my cooking to elite level. This time, that little girl will definitely be drooling. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile as he casually upgraded his cooking skill by 1 level, and a wealth of recipes and knowledge flooded into his mind. In the next moment, he snapped back to reality. With a gentle twist of the knife in his hand, it moved with a dexterity akin to an extension of his body, placing a carrot on the cutting board, and in mere seconds, it was sliced into pieces, then deftly shredded into strips. Steaming rice, heating the pan, and preparing the ingredients were all done in one go. Countless combinations of seasonings flashed through his mind. At this moment, he had at least dozens of techniques to completely eliminate the strange taste of the carrot with seasonings. Soon, a steaming plate of fish-flavored shredded pork was ready. Wow, today's dish smells so good. In the living room, Xiaoyi, who was playing games, caught a whiff of the aroma and couldn't help but put down the game controller, running to peek into the kitchen. Su Chen smiled without saying a word, dividing the cooked rice into 2 plates, scooping a few spoonfuls of vegetables from the pot to top it off. The aroma instantly spread, sweet and delicious, making one drool. He brought the rice bowl to the dining table and took 2 cans of cold drinks from the fridge. So delicious. The dishes today are amazing. Even the carrots taste so good, it's simply unbelievable. Xiaoyi buried her head in her meal, occasionally sipping her drink, her eyes curving into happy crescent shapes. Eat slowly, don't choke. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 15 experience points, 3 practice points. Su Chen also tried a bite of the dish he made, and it was indeed very delicious, with the perfect balance of color, aroma, and taste rivaling even the exquisite dishes cooked by top chefs in high-end restaurants, and he made it using the most ordinary ingredients and seasonings. Even without a chef's certificate, his stunning culinary skills alone would be enough for him to land a high-paying chef job in any grand restaurant. Brother Su-chen, did you secretly go to a cooking school for special training? Today's cooking is a world apart from before. It's absolutely delicious. Little Lee quickly finished her plate and looked at Su-chan with admiration. Is the difference really that big? I used to cook quite well too. Su-chan stubbornly defended himself, but he had to admit that compared to the dishes he made today, his past cooking skills were indeed lacking. Little Lee sipped her drink. Brother Su-chen, have you gotten a girlfriend? Is that why you're working so hard to improve your cooking skills? Girlfriend? What's that? Is it as fun as a PS4? Su-chen rolled his eyes. I haven't even started making money yet. Where would I find the time to date? I can't afford such a luxury. His previous monthly salary was just over 4,000, and after deducting daily expenses, rent, and utilities, he barely had any money left. If he were to date someone, he would really be eating dirt. However, now that he has the system, money would no longer be an issue, and maybe he could finally find a girlfriend? Yes, the beautiful woman in the red dress he met on the bus yesterday was quite nice, and she even invited him to dinner this afternoon. There might be a chance. While Su-chen was lost in thought, Xiaoyi smiled at him, obediently tidying up the 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, humming a tune as she went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. This was the bet from playing King of Fighters in the morning. You can play on the PS4 at home for now. I have some things to take care of outside. While Xiaoyi was washing the dishes, Su-chen got dressed and prepared to head out. There shouldn't be any new tasks triggered here. He couldn't continue to waste time at home. Xiaoyi blinked. Huh? Then I'll go with you, since I also plan to go out for a stroll. About that. Su-chen pondered for a moment. The things I need to do aren't really suitable for you to be present. He was going to seek out various tasks. If he couldn't find any, he might have to fight with some street thugs. Regardless of the danger, it was definitely not suitable for children, so he couldn't let Xiaoyi come along. What kind of things aren't suitable for me to be around? Xiaoyi asked suspiciously. It wouldn't be a date with a girl, would it? Impossible, it's just some not very important matters. Su-chen thought for a moment and added, but there is indeed a girl who wants to treat me to dinner this afternoon. Your girlfriend? I already said I don't have a girlfriend. That girl is just treating me to dinner as a thank you. Su-chen simply recounted what happened on the bus yesterday to Xiaoyi. I helped her chase away a pickpocket, so she plans to treat me to dinner. It's that simple. By the way, it seems that girl also lives in this building, on the 18th floor. Really? What a coincidence. After doing a good deed, you find out you live in the same building. Xiaoyi blinked, not knowing what she was thinking, and suddenly said, Can I come along for dinner this afternoon? Is that really appropriate? Su-chen hesitated. There's nothing inappropriate about it, it's just one more person for dinner. At most, I can share a dish with you. Xiaoyi leaned closer, blinking her big eyes and acting pitiful. Otherwise, it would be so sad for me to eat leftovers at home alone, right? Alright. In the end, Su-chen couldn't resist Xiaoyi's cute pleading. He thought of it as taking his little sister out for a meal, believing that Xiao Miaohan wouldn't mind. You're the best, brother Su-chen. Xiaoyi laughed and rushed over to hug him. Wait a minute, I'll go change my clothes and be right back. Hey, I only agreed to take you out for lunch this afternoon. I didn't agree to let you follow me. Seeing Xiaoyi dash back to her house, Su-chen helplessly covered his forehead. This little girl is becoming more and more difficult to handle. It's like having a clingy little sister. The plan to find street thugs to fight hadn't even been implemented before it was prematurely thwarted. Is there any task that aligns with the core socialist values for me to do? Su-chen felt his brain cells rapidly depleting, so he could only take it one step at a time. He decided to take a stroll around Qingfeng Park nearby. About a quarter of an hour later, Xiaoyi changed into a pink spaghetti strap dress and wore a brown felt hat, looking exceptionally pure and cute. Xiaoyi asked, Brother Su-chen, where are we going? To the park. Su-chen replied, Don't ask him why they're going to the park, he doesn't know either. The two took the bus to Qingfeng Park, bought 2 ice cream cones at the entrance, and strolled around while eating. The flowers were blooming in spring, and the scenery in the park was quite nice. The only downside was that there were a lot of visitors. In the center of the park is a large lake, where many middle-aged and elderly people are gathered by the shore fishing. Rental boats are sailing in the middle of the lake, and occasionally, 1 or 2 swans can be seen swimming across the surface. Wow, it's so peaceful here, not even a hint of any sudden incidents. Su-chen had no mood to enjoy the scenery. He was hoping for chaos. The more trouble the better. Hey, brother Su-chen, there's a child crying over there. Is he lost? Little Lee pointed towards the depths of the woods by the path, where indeed a boy about 6 or 7 years old was sitting on the grass crying. If you didn't look closely, you really wouldn't notice him. Su-chen, who was worried about finding a mission, was delighted and walked over to ask, Little friend, what's wrong? Did you get lost from your family? My daddy was taken by bad people. The little boy, with a runny nose and tears, said indistinctly through his sobs. Your daddy was taken by bad people? When did this happen? Su-chen frowned slightly. He originally thought it was just a simple case of a lost child, but it turned out there was more to the story. Could it be related to a gang? How audacious to abduct an adult in such a public place. The little boy wiped his tears and said, Just a few minutes ago. A few minutes ago? Su-chen looked around but found no signs of a struggle nearby. Which direction did they go? The little boy pointed in a direction, and Su-chen looked over, only to find a pair of adult male footprints on the ground, stretching nearly 10 meters before vanishing. Where the footprints disappeared, there was an extremely hidden hole about the size of a human head, dark and ominous, with no idea where it led. Why was there only one set of footprints? Why did the footprints vanish? Why was there a big hole there? Before Su-chen could think much more, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Side quest triggered, lost child. Quest requirement, leave the park as soon as possible and take the little boy to the police station. Quest reward, 20 experience points, 5 skill points. Friendly reminder, do not delve into any supernatural phenomena before level 5, cherish your life, and act within your means. Supernatural phenomena. Looking at the large hole not far away, Su-chen felt several pairs of eyes seemingly staring at him through the opening, sending a chill down his spine. He quickly pulled the little boy along and called for Xiaoyi to hurry back to the path, walking briskly towards the park's exit. Xiaoyi asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you, brother Su-chen? I just saw something over there." "You must have seen it wrong. Let's take the child to the police station first." Su-chen interrupted Xiaoyi, explaining, "If his dad was kidnapped, wouldn't it be dangerous for us to stay there? It's best to let the police handle this situation." Xiaoyi nodded, somewhat understanding, and followed Su-chen as they left the park, arriving at the nearest mobile police station to hand over the little boy to the police. The officers asked the little boy about his situation, but he only repeated a few phrases from before. The officers, looking incredulous, first used a radio to summon personnel to investigate the scene in the park and praised Su-chen and Xiaoyi for their actions, stating that they would handle the follow-up. With the system notification, Su-chen had no intention of getting involved in the subsequent matters and quickly took Xiaoyi away from there. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 20 experience points, 5 training points. Despite a bit of heart palpitations, at least one task has been completed, and I'm just 15 experience points away from leveling up to level 4. He temporarily doesn't dare to go to Qingfeng Park, so he can only hang around popular spots nearby with Xiaoyi. The two bought some candied hawthorn to eat while walking, almost like they were out just for fun. When Su-chen saw the ring toss stall set up on the street, an idea struck him. It's the kind of stall with many prizes on the ground, where people throw plastic rings to try to win them. Su-chen asked, "Xiaoyi, is there any prize you want from that stall over there?" Xiaoyi blinked and pointed at the largest stuffed bear in the prize area. "I want that one. Or, this one would be fine too." She hesitated for a moment and pointed at a slightly easier to win small toy. Ding! Side quest triggered, stuffed bear. Quest requirement, use no more than 3 rings to win the stuffed bear. Quest reward, 10 experience points, 3 practice points. No problem, just watch me. Sure enough, the quest was triggered. Su-chen smiled slightly and walked up to the stall to buy 3 rings from the owner. Although he rarely plays this type of attraction game, with his agility attribute boost, he is confident that his coordination is far superior to that of an average person, making his advantage in this game that tests strength control very significant. Standing behind the yellow line and adjusting his breathing, Su-chen tentatively threw out the first ring. The ring grazed the head of the plush bear but was slightly off target, bouncing back and landing on a metal spinning top in front of the bear's left side. Having roughly found the right feeling, Su-chen did not pause and immediately threw out the second ring. The ring traced an arc in the air and this time landed perfectly on the bear's ear, swaying a few times but just managing not to fall off. Seeing this scene, the onlooking tourists all gasped in surprise, and even the owner looked at Su-chen in disbelief. This plush bear is the most valuable and difficult prize at the stall, costing around 400 to 500 yuan just for the purchase. Price. The bear's head is larger than the plastic ring, and since it is also the farthest away, it is extremely difficult to ring. Since opening, very few people have managed to ring it, let alone someone like Su-chen who hit it with the second ring. "Brother Su-chen is amazing." Little E cheered, receiving a plush bear taller than herself from the boss, her big eyes squinting into a crescent moon of happiness. Side quest completed. Quest rewards, 10 experience points, 3 practice points. It's nothing much. Listening to the system notification sound in his ear, Su-chen smiled and touched his nose, casually throwing the remaining ring towards the little panda plush that Little E had pointed out. The ring spun through the air, tracing a perfect arc, and hit its target. Thus, another plush toy appeared in Little E's arms. Under the envious gazes of the onlookers, Su-chen intended to buy a few more rings to play with, but noticed that the stall owner was looking at him somewhat dumbfounded. He smiled awkwardly and led Little E away with the 3 prizes they had won. Playing games is just for fun, it's not easy for the boss to make a living either. We shouldn't make things difficult for others. Wow, it's already 4 o'clock. Time flies so fast when you're having fun outside. By the way, what exactly did you come out for, Su-chen brother? Holding the plush bear, Little E stole a glance at him with a sly smile. Well. Su-chen was momentarily speechless when his phone rang. "Hello? It's me, Xiao Miaohan." A clear female voice came from the other end of the line. "I've booked a table at the Donglai Hotpot restaurant near the community. Are you free at 5? "Yes, I'm free. I'll come over at 5. Su-chen added, "By the way, my sister wants to come along too. You don't mind, do you?" Xiao Miaohan giggled and said, "Of course I don't mind. I actually quite like kids." "Is she your biological sister?" "She's a little girl from the neighbor's house." Su-chen glanced at the Little E next to him, holding a toy, and teased, "This little girl usually comes to my house for meals on weekends. If I don't cook this afternoon, she'll have to go hungry." "You can cook?" Xiao Miaohan sounded a bit surprised. "I can only cook a little bit. Su Chen was being modest. With his current elite-level cooking skills, if he considered it just a little bit, then most restaurant chefs would probably be considered incompetent fools. Xiao Miahan joked, "Then next time I'll come to your house for a meal and taste your cooking. You're welcome anytime." After a bit of small talk, the call ended, and Su Chen noticed Little E pouting and staring at him. "Did you really just say I'm a freeloader?" Xiao Yi complained. "I was just joking, don't mind the details." Su Chen laughed it off and changed the subject. "Alright, let's head home first and get ready to go eat hot pot." Bringing such a large doll on the bus was troublesome, and since he wasn't short on money at the moment, he simply took a taxi back to the community, dropped off the 2 dolls at Xiao Yi's house, rested for a while, and then set off again for Donlai Hot Pot Restaurant. Donlai Hot Pot Restaurant is quite a nice place nearby. Su Chen had come here with colleagues before and was somewhat familiar with the environment. Upon entering the restaurant, Su Chen immediately saw Chiu Miaohan waving at him, and he walked over with Xiao Yi to take a seat at the table. "This child is so cute. Come here, sister. Are you in elementary school or middle school?" Xiao Miaohan's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Yi wearing a felt hat. She affectionately reached out to ruffle her hair, but Xiao Yi dodged. "Don't treat me like a child, I'm a high school student." Xiao Yi protested unhappily. "High school student?" Xiao Miaohan looked at Su Chen in surprise. "Is that true? The little girl in front of me has a cute, slightly chubby baby face under her brown felt hat, and her petite stature is less than 1 meter 50 tall. No matter how you look at it, she seems to be just over 12 or 13 years old, more childlike than most middle school students. Really, her name is Yi Mengjun, and she's a sophomore this year." Su Chen reached out and took off her felt hat, teasing, "But this girl is still stuck in the mindset of a middle schooler, so treating her like a child isn't really a problem." "Brother Su Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not like that." Little Yi puffed out her cheeks and lightly punched his arm, not really hurting him. Xiao Miaohan chuckled, covering her mouth. "I really envy you guys. When I was young, I really wanted a little sister, but unfortunately, my family wouldn't allow it." The waiter quickly brought the pot base and dishes, and after Xiao Miaohan thanked Su Chen again, the 3 of them chatted casually while eating. During their conversation, Su Chen learned that Xiao Miaohan had just graduated from university recently, 2 years younger than him, just turned 22, and was working as an accountant at a small company nearby. She was currently single. Cough, "This girl is quite pretty, and she lives nearby. Maybe I could try to develop something with her?" During the meal, he noticed that Xiao Miaohan genuinely liked Xiao Yi, enthusiastically serving her hot pot lamb. However, Xiao Yi seemed inexplicably cold towards Xiao Miaohan. Could it be because she felt offended by being treated like a child? Before they had finished half of the dishes on the table, a sudden commotion erupted behind them. Su Chen curiously glanced back and found that a man at the back table was drunk and causing a scene, standing on the restaurant table with a broken bottle in hand, flailing around and swaying dangerously. Several waitstaff and security personnel were frantically surrounding him, trying to get him down, but they were hesitant to approach because of the bottle in his hand. As restaurant service staff, they were well aware that a drunken person could act unpredictably. Some drunks can be as aggressive as those with mental health issues, and in the next moment, he might swing the beer bottle at someone. The drunken man seemed to have come alone to drown his sorrows, with no companions around. He was cursing and venting his emotions, and after finishing a bottle of beer, he casually threw the bottle to the ground, scattering shards everywhere. The 2 tables are very close together, and some crumbs even splattered onto the feet of the 3. Xiao Miaohan frowned and said, "Should we change to another place?" Su Chen was about to agree when he heard a crisp dinging sound. Ding! Side quest triggered, shameful drinking. Quest requirement, subdue the drunkard and hand him over to security. Quest reward, 15 experience points, 6 practice points. Another quest triggered? Cheers to you, drunk bro. Su Chen smiled and said, "No need to change seats, you all sit tight for a moment." Xiao Miaohan and Xiao Yi looked at him in surprise as he stood up and turned to walk towards the back table. Seeing Su Chen approach, the waiter thought he couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to change tables, so he hurriedly said, "I'm very sorry for disturbing your meal. We will arrange for the 3 of you to change positions right away, and we will handle this matter immediately. No need to change." Su Chen waved his hand and looked up at the drunken man, saying, "Come down, buddy, aren't you afraid of falling from that height?" "Fall? What's there to fall? I've already been stuck with my stocks hitting the limit down, so what else is there to be afraid of? Didn't expect this guy to be a stock trader? Looks like he lost quite a bit, no wonder he's out drinking to drown his sorrows. Who the hell are you?" The drunken man, red-faced and thick-necked, glanced at Su Chen and slurred, "So you're just a pretty boy. Get lost, don't disturb me while I'm drinking, or I'll smash you with a bottle." "Oh, then I'd like to see how you'll smash me." Su Chen smirked, stepping onto the table in one stride. Combat specialization activated. His right fist shot out like a released arrow, feinting a strike at the drunken man's face. As the man instinctively covered his face, Su Chen's left hand swiftly struck down on his wrist, knocking the broken beer bottle from his grip. Before the beer bottle even hit the ground, he suddenly changed his move, transforming his fist into a palm, grabbing the man's right shoulder while his left hand seized the right wrist, forcefully twisting it backward, pinning the drunken man's arm behind his back, rendering him immobile. The most basic joint lock move commonly seen in police dramas. Sometimes, the simplest moves are the most effective. Su Chen executed this series of moves in one fluid motion, completing it in almost a second, as quick as lightning. Not only did the drunken man fail to resist, but even the onlookers and security staff didn't react in time. When they came to their senses, Su-chen had already subdued the drunkard. "You little loser! How dare you sneak attack me? If you have the guts, let go of me, and let's fight fair." "Ouch, that hurts, don't squeeze so hard. Big brother, I give up, hurry up and let me go, okay?" The drunk man started off cursing, but with just a little pressure from Su-chen's grip on his arm, he was left begging for mercy. "Here, it's up to you guys now. Make sure this guy sobers up." He dragged the drunkard off the table and handed him over to the 2 security guards nearby. The security guards quickly thanked him and took the drunkard away, one on each side, towards the security room. The onlookers at the scene were all amazed by Su-chen's skills, and several diners even recorded the whole thing on their phones. Perhaps tomorrow, Su-chen would be the star of the headlines in viral videos. However, Su-chen wasn't concerned about any of that, he was fully focused on the system interface. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 15 experience points, 6 training points. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up. Current level 4, gained 4 attribute points to allocate. It takes 200 experience points to level up? Phew, luckily this time it's only doubled, which is a bit better than expected. Su-chen glanced at the interface and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought subsequent levels would require a tripling of experience, but it seemed not to be the case. The required experience for the next level must have a different calculation formula? Or is it completely variable? Excluding the extra 10 experience points from this task, he still needed 190 more. There are still a full 24 hours left before the task deadline, so it shouldn't be too difficult to complete. As he returned to his seat, Xiaoyi and Xiao Myohan looked at him in disbelief. Xiaoyi's big eyes were filled with admiration. "Brother Su-chen, you are amazing. You subdued that person with just one move. I never noticed before. Did you practice martial arts or something? Was it really that impressive?" Su-chen laughed heartily. "I just learned some fighting techniques on my own before, and I used them casually. It really is impressive. Don't be modest." Xiao Myohan said seriously, "The moves you used just now were so impressive that even I, an outsider, couldn't fully comprehend them. It happened so fast that I barely saw what occurred, and that drunkard was captured by you. This is simply beyond ordinary fighting skills. Let's not talk about that, let's continue eating." Su-chen chuckled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. He didn't want to discuss this topic further. His combat specialization was something he had upgraded through the system, unlike his inherent cooking skills. He always felt a bit guilty about boasting about it. Curiosity is a woman's nature. The 2 girls naturally wouldn't let this topic go, chattering away and asking him where he learned martial arts. Left with no choice, Su-chen had to randomly fabricate a story, saying that he loved martial arts as a child and often practiced moves from movies and fighting books, eventually becoming self-taught. This excuse, while a bit forced, was flawless in its lack of loopholes. If he claimed he learned martial arts at a specific dojo, it would eventually be exposed, but the realm of being self-taught is broad, leaving no room for further inquiry and almost impossible to debunk. Unassailable. Yes, that's right. After this little interlude, the 3 continued to enjoy the hot pot. Before long, the manager of the hot pot restaurant hurried over, likely considering that this matter could have significant repercussions. He respectfully thanked Su-chen and stated that their meal would be on the house. Something's not right. Xiao Myohan suddenly realized something and said in confusion, "I was supposed to treat, so how did it end up that you treated me?" The 3 looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Su-chen smiled and said, "Then this meal doesn't count. How about you treat next time?" "Sure, what do you all want to eat? How about a seafood buffet? I heard a new one open nearby," Xiaoyi suggested tentatively. Su-chen shrugged and said, "I don't have any particular favorite dishes, you decide." Then it's settled, seafood buffet it is. Just as the 3 were discussing where to eat next, a young man in a white t-shirt walked up to Su-chen. "Is there something you need?" Su-chen keenly noticed that this young man's gaze had been fixed on him for quite some time. This person is about 1.9 meters tall, nearly half a head taller than Su-chen, with a clean and tidy buzz cut. His face has sharp features, and through his t-shirt one can vaguely see a strong physique. He exudes a powerful presence that feels quite intimidating. Of course, Su-chen is not intimidated by him. So what if he's muscular? He still has 6 points of attribute to allocate. If he puts them all into strength, he'll transform into a little Superman in no time. The young man locked eyes with Su-chen, pondering for a moment, seemingly choosing his words carefully. "Hello, I am a disciple of the Hongfeng Martial Arts School. May I ask which martial arts school you are from? Could you share some insights?" "Martial arts school?" Su-chen raised an eyebrow. "I haven't trained at such a place. I just practice fighting techniques for fun." "You've got the wrong person. You practiced it yourself?" The young man's face was filled with surprise. "How is that possible? The fluidity of your movements just now clearly shows a level that can only be achieved through mastering techniques. To change moves multiple times in a second, not even most elite martial artists can manage that." There was something he didn't say out loud. He had a feeling that the level displayed just now was merely the tip of the iceberg of this young man's true strength. Could it be? The young man filled in the gaps with his own imagination and confidently said, "This friend probably doesn't want to reveal his martial arts school, right? Many sects have this rule. I can understand. Let's not talk about this." "Well, you think what you think." Su Chen shrugged, unimpressed. If there's nothing else, we should continue eating, no need to see you off.
Wait a minute. The young man straightforwardly said, let's get to the point, can we have a sparring match? A spar? You mean you want to fight me? Su Chen looked at him with a caring expression. In a harmonious society, why resort to fighting?
As the saying goes, a gentleman uses words, not fists.
Can you give me a reason to hit you first? Ding.
Side quest triggered. Yang Hongwu's challenge. Quest requirements: defeat him, pin him to the ground, and show him your strength. Quest rewards: 60 experience points, 20 training points. Well, before the young man could even speak, the system already provided the reason. Such generous rewards were a first.
Now, even if he wanted to avoid a beating, Su Chen wouldn't agree. 60 experience points. If I could compete a couple more times, wouldn't he level up to 5?
Plus 20 training points, along with the points he has saved up, he could even elevate his combat specialization to elite level. A fierce fighting spirit ignited deep within his eyes. For experience, for training.
What do I need to do for you to agree to compete with me?
Youth Yang Hongwu was still pondering how to provoke Su Chen's fighting spirit, unaware that Su Chen's determination had already reached its peak. Just as Su Chen was about to agree, the young man suddenly had a bright idea. How about this? If you beat me, I will give you 10,000 yuan as a reward, but if you lose, you don't owe me anything. What do you say? Are you willing to compete with me now?
Oh, you're quite the clever one. Hearing this, Su Chen was overjoyed, thinking that this naive young man was becoming more and more likable, getting both experience and money. What a good person.
He's even more lovable than that yellow-haired guy from last time.
So that means you agree?
The young man was also very happy.
Yes, I'm willing to compete, but I have one more request.
Su Chen raised a finger and shook it. If I lose, I will also give you 10,000 yuan.
I don't like to take advantage of others. Alright, it's a deal.
The young man looked at Su Chen with a hint of admiration. My name is Yang Hongwu, a disciple of the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School.
What's your name, brother?
He had no idea that Su Chen dared to say this purely because losing was not an option in his mindset. Su Chen said, my name is Su Chen. Su is in Su Sure and Chen is in Vast.
So it's brother Su, nice to meet you.
Yang Hongwu smiled and extended his hand. Out of politeness, Su Chen also reached out to shake his hand, but just as he was about to pull his hand back, he realized Yang Hongwu was tightly gripping his hand and gradually increasing his strength. He looked up at Yang Hongwu and found the strong man giving him a meaningful smile.
What the hell? I'm not into that. Let go of me.
Su Chen shivered, suppressing the chill in his heart. He certainly understood what Yang Hongwu meant, which was simply to test his grip strength in advance.
Are you kidding? Do you think I'm playing around with my strength of 12?
Su Chen was also unwilling to back down and slowly increased his grip strength in response. From Qiu Miaohan and Xiao Yi's perspective, the two smiled as they held hands, silently gazing at each other, harmonious and calm. In reality, the two were secretly competing, squeezing each other's wrists painfully, neither willing to be the first to show weakness and let go. This guy's arm strength is really impressive, probably more than 12 points. As the grip strength gradually increased, Su Chen started to struggle a bit. He thought that having strength 20% above average was already quite high, but it seemed that there were many fitness enthusiasts in the world whose strength was still formidable, and this guy in front of him was one of them. Perhaps sensing that Su Chen's grip strength was no longer increasing, Yang Hongwu showed a slight smile, increased his grip again, and shot him a smug glance as if victory was assured.
TSK, this guy is getting cocky? Alright, I'll admit, your grip strength is indeed considerable, but if you think you can make me lose? Not a chance. Summoning the system interface, Su Chen simply added 2 more points to his strength. A surge of power erupted from deep within his body, and he flashed a brilliant smile at his opponent, suddenly increasing his grip strength dramatically. Yang Hongwu's smile instantly froze on his face.
Originally, there wasn't much difference in strength between him and Su Chen, but once Su Chen's power surged to 16 points, the situation instantly became a one-sided crushing. I lost. Yang Hongwu quickly withdrew his hand, glancing at the bruised grip marks, his expression slightly unpleasant. Thank you, brother Su, for holding back.
I was too greedy.
He had thought that Su Chen was just going easy on him before, and now he showed a look of shame in his eyes, sincerely apologizing. Beside them, Qiu Miaohan and Xiao Yi looked puzzled, not understanding why he suddenly declared he lost after just shaking hands with Su Chen.
What happened?
Su Chen said, let's put the competition on hold for a bit after we finish our meal.
Okay, no problem.
Yang Hongwu nodded, pointing to the private dining area behind him. Actually, I came here for hot pot with friends from the martial arts school.
I happened to see brother
Su in action earlier, and feeling a bit eager, I impulsively thought to challenge you.
After you finish eating, you can find me in room 103. With that, he turned and left.
Xiao Miaohan said, that person is so strange. The way he started off sounded just like a kung fu movie, talking about lineage and competitions.
But he didn't seem to be joking. Are there any martial arts schools around here? It seems like there is.
When you hear the words martial arts school, it inevitably brings to mind ancient costume dramas or kung fu films. Perhaps in the last century, many places had martial arts schools. But in modern times, this trade has basically fallen into decline, gradually replaced by foreign cultures such as taekwondo, karate, sanda, and gyms. Even if there are training classes in the city that hang the name of a martial arts school, most of them can't teach any real skills, they are merely selling a facade, and to put it bluntly, it's just popularized fighting techniques. Little E worriedly said, Brother Su Chen, are you really going to compete with him? Of course, I promise to do this. Su Chen took a sip of his drink and smiled nonchalantly. It's 10,000 yuan just handed to me, why not take it? Are you really that confident, Brother Su Chen? Little E still felt a bit anxious. She knew Su Chen was great at fighting games, but when it came to real combat, she had never seen him fight anyone. He usually appeared gentle and refined, not at all the type to be good at fighting. Moreover, that reckless, muscular young man looked quite intimidating and claimed to be a disciple of some martial arts school, making it hard not to worry. Xiao Myohan looked at Su Chen with curiosity, saying nothing. After all, she was different from Xiaoyi and didn't know Su Chen well. Today was only their second meeting, so she didn't feel comfortable advising him. Don't worry. Su Chen reached out and ruffled Xiaoyi's hair. It's just a competition, not a street fight. Both sides will hold back, there's nothing to worry about. Once I earn that 10,000, I'll treat you to a big tub of Häagen-Dazs. Okay. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi stopped worrying, grinning as she said, I want strawberry flavor. Xiao Myohan smiled and asked, can I also come to watch? Of course. After more than 10 minutes, this hot pot meal finally came to an end after some ups and downs. Su Chen wiped his mouth and stood up, heading towards the private room 103 that Yang Hangwu had pointed out earlier. He pushed open the door of the private room, where more than 10 burly men were sitting, bare-chested and sweating profusely, enjoying hot pot and drinking beer, creating a lively atmosphere. Most of the people in the private room were young men in their 20s and 30s, with a few teenagers in their early teens. But whether they are young or in their prime, their physiques are very robust, with well-defined muscles. A dozen burly men gathered in such a small room look like a scene from a muscular bro party. Hard to look at. Sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn. Without saying a word, Su Chen closed the door and left. Hey! Brother Su, wait! Yang Hangwu, with keen eyes, spotted Su Chen and quickly stood up. I'm here, you didn't take a wrong turn. Alright. Su Chen clicked his tongue, he really didn't want to go in. Standing outside the door, he said, are you free now? How about we go to the dojo and spar? Sure. Yang Hongwu's eyes lit up at the mention of a spar, looking like a martial arts fanatic. Let's go, we'll head to the dojo right now. Hearing the two talk, the group of muscular men at the table also turned their attention to Su Chen, whispering among themselves. Is this the expert that Brother Wu mentioned earlier? He doesn't look that impressive. I don't know what Brother Wu is thinking. This guy's physique is stronger than an average person's, but he's still far behind us. One shouldn't speak too definitively. Didn't Brother Wu say it? That person's skills have reached a level of mastery, at least on par with Brother Wu. So what if the skills are exquisite? The most important thing in martial arts is to build a solid foundation. The master said, without strength, no matter how many techniques you have, they are useless. That's right, techniques without a foundation are just for show, like those martial arts films on TV where it looks like women are dancing. This group of muscle men were all disciples of the 8 Extreme Martial Arts School, and Yang Hongwu's status among them was akin to that of a senior brother. In terms of martial arts combat, no one could rival him. In their eyes, he was the strongest existence apart from the master. Thus, when Yang Hangwu suddenly mentioned encountering a master who might be stronger than him, everyone's first reaction was surprise and doubt. Especially when they saw Su Chen's appearance, their disbelief grew even stronger. Seeing the group of muscle-bound men scrutinizing him with probing eyes and occasionally bursting into incomprehensible laughter, Su Chen couldn't help but feel uneasy. He simply turned around and left the door of the private room, heading back to where Chiu Miaohan and the others were. Who would want to stand there for a bunch of big guys to observe when they could be enjoying laughter with beautiful women? As for what those people were saying to each other, he couldn't be bothered to listen. Be quiet for a moment. In the private room, discussions were lively. Yang Hangwu raised his hand to calm everyone down and said, don't judge by appearances. Brother Su's strength is not any less than mine. At least in terms of grip strength, we've competed before and I truly lost. How is that possible? The disciples of the martial arts school were astonished. Although Yang Hongwu's grip strength wasn't the highest among them, it was at least in the top 3. He could even crush an unopened can of soda, so how could he possibly be weaker than that seemingly unfit guy? You all eat first. Brother Su and I are going to the martial arts school for a bit. Yang Hangwu stepped out of the private room, and the group behind exchanged glances, forgetting about the hot pot, and hurriedly followed, eager to witness the match between the two. Su Chen and the others were waiting outside the hot pot restaurant when they suddenly saw a large group of muscular men with fierce expressions following behind Yang Hangwu, looking strange. Xiao Miaohan whispered, why did so many people suddenly appear? Is it dangerous? Should we call the police first? Brother Su Chen, this group of people is so scary. Xiaoyi shrank back behind Su Chen. It's okay, I'm here. Su Chen remained calm and asked Yang Hangwu, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that I take you all on by myself? Yang Hangwu glanced behind him, feeling a bit awkward, and scratched his head. Brother Su is joking. These brothers are disciples of our martial arts school. They probably just want to watch the match between me and Brother Su, so there's no need to mind them. Oh, I see. Su Chen nodded and said to Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan, why don't you two head back first? The two girls exchanged glances, hesitating, but ultimately shook their heads.
Our martial arts school is just across the street. Yang Hongwu pointed to the building across the road, which indeed had a retro sign for the Bajiquan Martial Arts School. The whole building was quite large, about 3 or 4 stories high, and certainly bigger than most training centers or gyms, indicating it was a legitimate business. With the system at his side, Su Chen wasn't worried about anything. He still had 4 points of attributes to allocate. If any danger arose, he could easily raise his agility to 18 points and grab any weapon. Even a dozen strong men together might not be able to handle him. A group of people marched across the street in a grand manner. Upon entering the building, Su Chen found the decor of the martial arts school even more exquisite than he had imagined. The floor was covered in marble, the elevator facilities were fully equipped, and there were even small playgrounds and archery ranges on the floors. The gym had everything, and he could see quite a few traditional martial arts equipment such as wooden posts, plum blossom posts, stone locks, and so on. Upon reaching the second floor, the first thing that caught his eye was a spacious hall. The hall was about 100 square meters, with nothing but a rack of cold weapons placed beside it. The floor was covered with tatami similar to that of Japan, and the surrounding walls were padded with rubber. In front, there hung a grand and powerful calligraphy of a single character, Martial. Is this the competition area? Su Chen glanced at the tatami on the ground and asked, do we need to take off our shoes to enter? No need, the mats at the martial arts school are changed weekly, so it doesn't matter if they get dirty. Yang Hongwu made a gesture of invitation and said, Brother Su, are you ready? Yes, let's begin. Su Chen nodded and stepped into the center of the area. Noticing Yang Hongwu cupping his fist and bowing, he reciprocated with a similar gesture. In the shadows, he summoned the system interface and silently allocated the remaining 4 attribute points, putting 2 points into physique and the other 2 into agility. He immediately felt a lightness throughout his body, as if floating like an immortal, with his 3 attributes reaching an astonishing physique 13, strength 16, agility 16. In terms of strength and agility alone, he was significantly above the average person. Su Chen was confident that he could at least suppress Yang Hongwu in physical quality, not needing to worry about losing in basics. In the center of the martial arts hall, the two were about 2 meters apart. Seeing Su Chen standing still, Yang Hongwu took the initiative, stepping forward and throwing a probing right straight punch at Su Chen's chest, while keeping his left hand up in front to guard against any potential counterattack from Su Chen. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The straight punch is the simplest in combat, almost everyone knows how to throw one. However, it is often the fastest and most effective choice, whether for a fierce attack or a probe. Su Chen was already on guard, his exceptionally keen dynamic vision instantly capturing the punch, realizing it was just a probing strike. His combat specialization kicked in, and dozens of countermeasures flashed through his mind. His body instinctively sidestepped a step to avoid the punch. Just 1 second before Yang Hongwu attempted to retract his fist, he stepped forward, his right hand forming a knife hand posture, striking the inside of the opponent's elbow, instantly neutralizing the force of his entire arm. Almost simultaneously, his left hand seized the opponent's wrist. Immediately after, Su Chen's right arm transformed into an elbow strike as he stepped forward, channeling all his strength into a collision with Yang Hongwu's chest. A series of movements flowed seamlessly, as swift as lightning. Jeet Kune Do? Yang Hongwu was taken aback and hurriedly used his left hand to block. But caught off guard, how could he possibly block Su Chen's full-force elbow strike with just his left hand? Although he managed to grab Su Chen's right elbow, he couldn't dissipate much of the force. The impact of the elbow strike still slammed against his left hand and into his chest. With a thud, a muffled sound echoed. Yang Hongwu felt a tightness in his chest, suddenly exhaling sharply, his vision darkening as he clutched his chest and struggled to breathe. Seeing this scene, the onlookers around erupted in excitement. No way. Just one exchange? Brother Wu couldn't have been intentionally holding back, right? No, Brother Wu's punches are already fast enough, but I didn't expect that person's reaction to be even faster. To be able to easily catch a straight punch from this close, that reaction speed is simply not something a human should possess. His fighting experience is terrifying too. That elbow just now cut off all escape routes, there was simply no way to avoid it. If it were me, I probably wouldn't even be able to block it. The disciples of the martial arts school were shocked and whispered about the strike just now. Their gazes towards Su Chen changed from initial suspicion to astonishment and respect, deeply realizing that this person was superior to any of them in both physical fitness and combat skills. In fact, he might not be inferior to their master. In contrast to those muscular brothers, Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan didn't think much of it, they just felt inexplicably impressed, sensing that Su Chen was really amazing, having stunned that muscular guy who was much bigger than him in an instant. Are you okay? Seeing Yang Hongwu looking like he was about to cough up blood, Su Chen released his left hand, not intending to press the attack further, but instead took a step back, silently waiting for him to adjust his breath. It's just a match, there's no deep hatred. If you come on too strong, you might end up losing. Even if you win, it will only be a victory in name but not in heart. Everything cannot be rushed, it should be done slowly. Only those at the same level will compete fiercely. We must first create an air of calm sophistication. Then, with a peaceful mindset, we can truly win their hearts and minds. By giving the opponent a few more chances and inflicting a few more moves, they will understand what true despair is. Thank you. Yang Hanwoo took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Seeing that Su Chen did not take advantage of the earlier moment to beat him down and left him enough face, he couldn't help but feel a bit of gratitude and respect inside. In just an instant, Su Chen not only intercepted his punch and easily neutralized its force, but he also elbowed toward his chest, leaving him breathless and powerless. If this were a real fight, he would have already turned into a human punching bag for others to hit. Is Brother Su a major in Jeet Kune Do? Yang Hanwoo did not rush to attack again but curiously asked. Jeet Kune Do? Su Chen glanced at the onlookers Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan and shook his head, saying, I practiced randomly, learning whatever techniques I found in books. I can only say I've dabbled in Jeet Kune Do. I know a little about other styles as well. Yang Hongwoo's eyes twitched twice, clearly not believing Su Chen's nonsense. If you practiced randomly, then what does that make us, who have trained in martial arts for over 10 years? Just flailing around? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. How about I demonstrate some other fighting techniques against you? With that, Su Chen assumed a taekwondo starting stance, nodding slightly to signal Yang Hanwoo to come at him. Yang Hanwoo slowly exhaled. Although he didn't believe Su Chen had such a wide range of skills, he also didn't dare underestimate him. Learning from his last lesson, he refrained from recklessly throwing punches to test him and instead took the starting stance of their martial arts school's Baji Quan, stepping forward with slow, steady movements toward Su Chen. Baji Quan, meaning the 8 extremes, originates from the Han Dynasty text Huinanzi on the collapse of forms, which states, between heaven and earth the 9 regions and 8 extremes, with the meaning that the power can reach far and wide in all directions. It is the traditional martial art of their school. This martial art belongs to short-range combat techniques characterized by powerful, unpretentious movements and rapid strikes. The core of his techniques revolves around 6 key elements: push, pull, squeeze, lean, crash, and shake. With every step Yang Hanwoo takes, his heel touches the ground first, his body tense, showcasing the explosive power he is ready to unleash. When he got within a meter of Su Chen, he stopped advancing, instead watching him as he subtly shifted his position, waiting for the right moment. Tisk, afraid to come at me? Su Chen glanced around and noticed Yang Hanwoo was looking for his weaknesses, like a tiger waiting to pounce, ready to attack from any direction. Very well, then I'll make the first move. Su Chen pivoted on his foot, raised his leg, and delivered a horizontal kick toward Yang Hanwoo's waist. This kick was incredibly swift, even someone skilled like Yang Hanwoo would likely find it hard to stand again if hit. Seeing the kick coming, Yang Hanwoo was not startled but instead delighted. He pushed off with his heel, swiftly dodging to the side, and reached out to grab Su Chen's kicking ankle, a look of intense joy on his face. He must think he finally found an opening, right? Su Chen smiled as well. He pushed off with his left foot on the ground, his whole body leaping into the air, executing a kick powered by the rotation of his waist aimed at Yang Hanwoo's face. Before Yang Hanwoo could launch an attack, he saw another foot coming at his face with even greater speed. Startled, he quickly released Su Chen's right ankle, crossing his arms in front of him to block the spinning side kick. There was a dull thud. His arms took a violent impact, and Yang Hanwoo leaned back, staggering a few steps before losing his balance and sitting down hard on the ground. He hurriedly got up from the ground, only to find his arms tingling and trembling uncontrollably. Though he could still move them, he couldn't exert much strength. It would probably take at least an hour or two of rest to recover. Thank you. Su Chen sprang up like a carp leaping from the water. Just moments ago, his legs were in the air, and after kicking Yang Hanwoo back, he inevitably fell down himself. This was the price of executing the spinning two-part kick. If he hadn't managed to push the enemy back, he would have certainly found himself at a disadvantage. I've learned a lot. Yang Hanwoo cupped his hands, acknowledging defeat. Brother Su's moves are truly extraordinary, and you have held back multiple times during the match. I'm not someone who doesn't know my place. I lost this match. He realized that, under Su Chen's ever-changing techniques and incredible reaction speed, he had no chance of winning. He might not even be able to execute the 8 extremes fist techniques. Once they got close, defeat was certain. The two were simply not on the same level. Side quest completed. Quest rewards: 60 experience points, 20 practice points. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Su Chen knew that Yang Hanwoo had truly accepted him this time. Well, your martial skills aren't bad either. Facing Yang Hanwoo's unreserved praise, Su Chen naturally had to be humble. Actually, I only know a few moves. If I had reacted a moment too late, I might not have made it. Brother Su was too modest. Yang Hanwoo chuckled, then shifted the tone of the conversation, seriously and respectfully saying, I wonder if Brother Su would be willing to take on the role of a coach at our martial arts school? I am willing to pay a handsome sum. You can set the terms, we only hope you can teach us a move or two. You want to hire me as a coach? Su Chen was taken aback and quickly shook his head. No, I'm just a jack of all trades. How could I teach anyone? Besides, don't you already have a master? You're practicing the traditional Chinese martial art of Baji Quan. What do you need me for? Most of his fighting expertise consists of modern combat techniques, with only a small portion involving basic Chinese martial arts, such as Jeet Kune Do, which incorporates Wing Chun techniques. If we talk about the true intricacies of techniques, Baji Quan is definitely stronger, but Yang Hanwoo hadn't mastered the boxing techniques, and coupled with the difference in reaction speed, he was easily defeated.
In the traditional martial arts community in China, there is a saying, in literature, Taiji Quan brings peace to the world. In martial arts, Baji Quan stabilizes the universe, which shows the significant status of Baji Quan in the martial world. If given the chance, Su Chen would prefer to learn Baji Quan over combat expertise. It would be great if there were an upgrade option for martial skills in the specialization module, but perhaps because he hasn't been exposed to it, there isn't such a specialization in the system. No, martial arts are also very important. Yang Hongwu shook his head and said, I have to admit, it's incredibly difficult to master Baji Quan. It takes at least 10 years of hard work to make any progress. In contrast, most modern fighting techniques are much easier to learn quickly, and studying other combat styles can also enhance one's boxing experience. That's true, Su Chen nodded. Yang Hongwu said seriously, I see that Brother Su has a wide range of knowledge. It would be great if you could become a coach at our martial arts school. The monthly salary is at least 50,000, with full benefits, including meals and accommodation. If you feel the compensation is too low, we can discuss it further. His gaze was filled with sincerity. Monthly salary of 50,000? Meals and accommodation included? Su Chen was instantly attracted. He was just a struggling salesperson at his previous company. Even with bonuses, he barely made 4,000 to 5,000 a month, hardly saving any money. His bank account had remained stable in the 4-digit range. However, Su Chen hesitated for a moment and still chose to decline. I really can't take on the role of a coach. Su Chen shook his head and said, but if you don't mind, I can occasionally come to the martial arts school to spar with everyone and offer some pointers. Honestly, I'm quite interested in the Baji Quan you practice. As for being a coach, Su Chen really hadn't thought about it. Although his combat specialization had instilled a lot of fighting knowledge and experience in him, he felt a bit hesitant at the thought of teaching others how to fight. As for the latter part, it's true that Su Chen is very interested in the boxing techniques of the Baji martial arts school. He was pondering whether he could try to learn a move or two and see if the system would grant him a specialization in Baji Quan. Although Yang Hongwu felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't recruit Su Chen as a coach, he perked up upon hearing the latter part. Why would we ever dislike it? Our martial arts school always welcomes Brother Su. Come by whenever you have time. Sure, no problem. Su Chen nodded slowly. Let's exchange contact information. I have some matters to attend to and need to leave first. As he spoke, he opened WeChat and displayed the QR code. Yang Hongwu took out his phone and scanned it, puzzled. Huh? Brother Su, is that a payment code? Oh, look at my memory. He tapped a few times on his phone and the next moment, Su Chen's phone showed a notification of 10,000 yuan received. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button just now. Su Chen smiled knowingly and then leisurely switched to the business card code, adding Yang Hongwu as a friend. After adding each other as friends, he bid farewell to Yang Hongwu and left the martial arts school with Chiu Miaohan and Xiaoyi. As the sky grew darker outside, Su Chen decided to take a taxi to bring the two back to the community. Normally, he wouldn't be so extravagant, but today he easily made 10,000, so spending a few dozen bucks was nothing. Back at the community, Su Chen and Xiaoyi took the elevator down to the 5th floor and said goodbye to Chiu Miaohan. Brother Su Chen, you were so cool just now. You defeated him with just one move, like a legendary master in a TV drama. Once home, Xiaoyi couldn't hold back her excitement, waving her little fists and mimicking Su Chen's moves when he pushed back Yang Hongwu. What do you mean like? I am a legendary master. He. In front of familiar faces, Su Chen naturally wouldn't pretend to be modest anymore. Laughing heartily, he picked up the petite Xiaoyi and spun her around, feeling great. I made 10,000 today. It's simply amazing. Don't you think so, Xiaoyi? This 10,000 was just the beginning. As long as he continued to complete tasks, level up, and strengthen himself, there would definitely be a continuous stream of income in the future. This was what excited Su Chen the most. Wow! Suddenly lifted high, Xiaoyi was startled, her face turning red. Put me down. Don't spin me around, I'm afraid I'll get dizzy. Su Chen calmed his excitement and set her down, awkwardly smiling. Sorry, I was just too happy. I'll buy you strawberry Haagen-Dazs tomorrow. Xiaoyi, it's getting late, why don't you head home first? Currently, he had over 40 experience points and needed to carefully consider how to allocate them for the best specialization. Xiaoyi blinked and said, it's only a bit past 9, let's play some more PS4. Oh, did you finish your homework? Today is Sunday, Su Chen had no choice but to pull out his trump card. Xiaoyi immediately lost her temper and sulkily ran home to do her homework. She had played all day long without touching her homework at all. Originally, she planned to sneak by and catch up during tomorrow's early class, but since Su Chen mentioned it, she couldn't lie. After seeing Xiaoyi off, Su Chen returned to bed, lazily lying down in a starfish position. So much has happened today. From morning to night, he completed about 7 or 8 system tasks. The fast pace left him no time to relax at all, making him quite exhausted. How can one see the rainbow without experiencing the storm? Hold on. He took a deep breath and sprang up from bed like a carp leaping, summoning the system interface. Character, Su Chen, level 4. Physique, 13 points. Strength, 16 points. Agility, 16 points. Mentality, 11 points. Distributable attributes, 0 points. Experience value, 41. Experience value required for next level, 130 points. Still 130 experience points short? That's just a few tasks. Su Chen felt much more relaxed.
He was only one final step away from completing the main quest, and the time limit was still generous, with a full 20 hours remaining. He turned his attention to the specialization interface. Su-chen hesitated. Raising my combat skill to elite level requires 30 experience points. I have enough experience now, should I upgrade? If he hadn't encountered that group from the martial arts school, he might have straightforwardly upgraded his combat specialization to mastery level. After coming into contact with the 8 Extremes martial arts school, he suddenly realized that fighting was merely a popular specialization. Although the initial moves were simple and effective, in the long run, it probably lacked any potential for appreciation. If he could learn the 8 Extremes fist and unlock some kind of martial arts specialization, wouldn't it be wonderful to use this experience value to upgrade that specialization? Besides the fighting specialization, there are many other specializations that also seem valuable. Su-chen's gaze shifted towards music, language, calligraphy, computer operations, and so on. Leaving aside the pure arts of music, language, and calligraphy for now, the computer operations specialization is somewhat interesting. His computer skills were at a beginner level, which was normal. As a modern person, he would know a bit about computers. Besides, he was a salesperson who wrote reports on the computer every day, so how could he not understand some computer operations? If daily internet browsing and creating a report were considered beginner-level operations, then what kind of operations could be classified as intermediate or even elite level in this specialization? Coding? Decrypting? Hacking into networks? What computer operations? This should clearly be called hacking specialization. Su-chen realized the true value of this specialization and immediately became interested, tentatively upgrading this specialization. Do you want to spend 25 experience points to upgrade your computer skills to mastery level? So expensive? That's more than double the cost of combat specialization. Su-chen was astonished. Could it be that upgrading this specialization requires mastering too much knowledge? That seems possible. Just the basics of coding require a lot of foundational knowledge, like C language and so on. It's highly likely that the consumption of experience points is related to the strength of the specialization. Remembering this speculation, Su-chen closed the interface and decided not to use these experience points for now, saving them for when they are needed. One night passed in the blink of an eye. On Monday morning, Su-chen got up early, washed up, dressed, and went out to look for tasks. At the entrance of the community, he happened to run into Chiu Miaohan, who seemed to be heading to work as well, standing beside a Vios with a bag slung over her shoulder, awkwardly talking to someone. When Su-chen saw her, she also noticed him, her eyes lighting up as if she had seen a savior, and she quickly walked over. "Manager Feng, you can go ahead. My boyfriend has come to take me to work." Chiu Miaohan linked her arms with Su-chen's, looking like a charming little bird seeking comfort. Su-chen looked completely confused. What is happening? Chiu Miaohan leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Do me a favor, pretend to be my boyfriend." "Oh, okay." Su-chen realized that Chiu Miaohan was trying to avoid Manager Feng, so he stayed silent and quietly waited for the Weiqi to drive away. The window of the Weiqi rolled down, and a slightly overweight man in his 30s poked his head out. He frowned at Su-chen, his gaze mixed with hostility. When he discovered that Su-chen was just a poor kid, a hint of mockery appeared in his smile. Manager Feng said with amusement, "Xiao Chou, I'm not saying this to be mean, but your taste in boyfriends is really poor. Look at his clothes, all from street stalls, and he doesn't even have a car. Are you going to take the bus to work? Or just ride with me?" "Manager Feng, what do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, Chiu Miaohan was also very angry and cast an apologetic glance at Su-chen. Su-chen didn't mind, his self-esteem wouldn't be hurt by something like this. After all, being poor is a fact. He didn't pursue a girlfriend before because he was well aware of this, and with the system in place he was destined not to remain poor. However, he and Manager Feng will have no future interactions, so he isn't interested in competing for her affections. Seeing Su-chen silent, Manager Feng smirked and continued his verbal attack. "Young man, if you have any self-awareness, you should leave Xiao Qiu as soon as possible. How can you make her happy when you're so poor? Can you afford the things she wants? What's it to you?" Su-chen shot a sideways glance at Manager Feng. Manager Feng's expression stiffened, angrily retorting, "How can you insult me? I'm just giving you good advice. What's it to me?" Su-chen was too lazy to waste words with this guy. "Aren't you supposed to be leaving soon?" As he spoke, he took a step forward and casually punched the nearby phoenix tree. A loud thud echoed as the nearly half-meter thick trunk shook violently, and several pieces of bark even flew off. Manager Feng was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he no longer dared to push his luck, hastily running back to his car. Sitting in the driver's seat, this guy seemed to regain his courage, poking his head out and saying, "Xiao Qiu, why don't you just get in my car? It's already 8:30, and I'm worried you might be late taking the bus." Chiu Miaohan awkwardly refused, thinking to herself that if it weren't for your persistent nagging, I would have taken the bus and left long ago. "No need for you to worry, I'll call a taxi to take her." Su-chen shrugged, he could still afford to pay for a taxi. Just as he reached the roadside to hail a cab, he couldn't get a taxi, but a Land Rover inexplicably stopped right in front of him. The three were puzzled, and when the window rolled down, they saw that it was Yang Hongwu sitting in the driver's seat. "Why are you here?" Su-chen was confused. "Brother Su, I need to ask you for a favor." Yang Hongwu scratched his head awkwardly. "I originally wanted to tell you this over WeChat, but after thinking it through, I felt it wasn't Sincere enough, so I came all the way to your house to find you. What are you guys doing? He looked at Su Chen and Xiao Miaohan by the roadside. Su Chen asked in confusion, you need me to do something? What is it? It's a long story.
Yang Hongwu sighed. This morning, a few martial artists from neighboring cities came to the dojo claiming to seek guidance but actually
trying to challenge us. My master has been away recently and I'm usually in charge of the dojo, so I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. So you want to ask me to help? Yes.
Yang Hongwu got straight to the point, respectfully saying, although this is a bit abrupt, I would like to ask Brother Su to temporarily be the martial arts instructor for a day to help deal with those challengers.
The remuneration is negotiable. I wonder if Brother Su is available now. Ding. Side quest triggered, beat up the challengers. Quest requirements, with such little skill, you dare to challenge? Come at me all together. I want 1 against 5. Quest rewards, 200 experience points, 50 practice points. Hearing the quest prompt in his ear, Su Chen was stunned. What the heck? Beat up the challengers, but I have to take on 5? Does that mean they want to gang up on me alone? But the rewards are indeed generous, a full 200 experience points. Completing this quest would definitely level me up by 5 levels, it's worth the risk. Alright, I accept this. Su Chen glanced at Manager Feng and Xiao Miaohan, but I still need to take a taxi to send my girlfriend to the company, so I can only go to the martial arts school later. Don't worry about the taxi, I'll take care of this little matter. Yang Hongwu heartily patted his chest and opened the car door. Sister-in-law, get in the car, I guarantee to get you to the company at the fastest speed. Hearing the word sister-in-law, Xiao Miaohan's face turned slightly red. She hesitated and glanced at Su Chen, only to find him already seated in the passenger seat, signaling her to get in. Manager Feng, sitting in the way too, was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? This poor kid actually knows such a rich friend and that person is respectfully asking him for a favor? What kind of world is this? After Xiao Miaohan got in the car, Yang Hongwu returned to the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and the Land Rover sped away. Su Chen didn't even glance at Manager Feng, leaving him alone in the way too, confused. Where is your sister-in-law's company? Yang Hongwu asked. At the intersection of Beishao Street. With a flushed face, Xiao Miaohan thanked Su Chen. I'm really sorry about pretending to be your girlfriend earlier. Manager Feng from our company has been pestering me and even followed me to the community entrance today, so I had to resort to this tactic. I really appreciate your help. It's nothing, just a small favor. Su Chen replied calmly, that kind of person is indeed very annoying, I can understand. Seeing Manager Feng reminded Su Chen of that Lupa Pipi from their company and a feeling of disgust arose, making him not want to even look at that guy again. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yang Hongwu in the driver's seat turned to look at Su Chen in surprise. His small eyes seemed to say, so, Su brother, you haven't won over your sister-in-law yet? Su Chen glanced at Yang Hongwu. We only met the day before yesterday, no matter how fast things progress, it can't be that quick. First, tell me specifically what you need help with. Well, here's the situation. Yang Hongwu's expression became serious. This morning, a master of Tongbei boxing from a neighboring city came with his apprentice to our martial arts school. He said he plans to open a martial arts school nearby and wanted to visit a fellow practitioner and learn about our school's baji boxing. Although he said it was a courtesy visit, in reality, they clearly want to challenge us. The rules in the industry are like this: a new martial arts school wanting to make a name for itself in a city has to first challenge an established school. If it were just a casual encounter, that would be one thing, but I can see they clearly want to take advantage of the master's absence to establish their authority over us. I see. Su Chen roughly understood the meaning behind Yang Hongwu's words. Someone wants to kick up a reputation for the baji martial arts school, and it's likely they are targeting during a week period when their master is not around. Yang Hongwu feels he can't handle it alone, so he seeks his help to maintain order. Su Chen knowingly asks, how many of them are there in total? The system task mentioned he has to face 5 alone, and it's highly likely that the opposing side consists of 5 people. Yang Hongwu replies, 1 master and 5 disciples, a total of 6. Oh, 6 people? Su Chen is slightly surprised but quickly comes to terms with it. It seems the system's challenge of facing 5 is just against a few of the challenger's disciples. Their master likely won't intervene, perhaps out of a sense of pride to avoid bullying the weak. Yang Hongwu scratches his head. Our martial arts school hasn't been established for long. Although we have quite a few disciples, they have only trained for about 2 to 3 years at most, so they probably aren't a match for the opponents. That's why I had to seek your help, Brother Su. I apologize for the trouble. It's fine. Su Chen sincerely says, if there's anything going on at the martial arts school in the future, feel free to come to me. I'd be happy to spar with someone. What he said is pure gold, 24K heartfelt truth. With the system backing him, he's not afraid of trouble. Every challenge is a stepping stone for his upgrades. Besides, this kind of troublesome matter that can earn money and experience, the more, the better. Brother Su, I acknowledge this brother of yours. Yang Hongwu felt a surge of gratitude. The Land Rover sped down the road, covering a journey that would take the bus nearly half an hour in less than 10 minutes. After dropping Qiu Miaohan off at the company entrance, the Land Rover revved its engine again, and the two quickly arrived at the martial arts school. As soon as they arrived at the martial arts school, a disciple ran up. Brother Wu, where did you just go? The old man brought a few guys, and we've already fought 7 or 8 rounds. They hit too hard, targeting the vital spots. The brothers really can't handle it. Hey, isn't this the guy from yesterday? Young Hangwoo said. I asked Brother Su to be our temporary coach. With the two of us here, even if they do a wheel battle, we won't be afraid, right Brother Su? It's not too bad. Su Chen spoke vaguely. Where are those challenging us? The disciple led the two to the elevator and took them to the 3rd floor of the martial arts school, in front of a traditional wooden tea pavilion. 5 men wearing Tongbei t-shirts are sitting at the 8 immortals table, the oldest in his 30s, and there are also teenagers around 16 or 17. In the center is an old man dressed in a tang suit with white hair, probably around 70. When the old man saw Yang Hangwu enter, he took a sip of tea and said, "The decor of your place is indeed impressive. My disciples have warmed up with your disciples. I wonder when we can start the competition?" "We can start now," Yang Hangwu replied. "However, my master is currently out of town and might not return in time." "Hee hee, that's fine." The old man chuckled and said, "I came this time just to let my disciples see the scene. You young people can exchange ideas? By the way, this young brother looks unfamiliar. Haven't seen him before?" The old man looked at Su Chen. "Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is our martial arts school's newly hired coach, Su Chen." Yang Hangwu said, "Brother Su, this is the esteemed Lu Wanman, a master of Tongbei boxing." Su Chen greeted him. "I've heard of Master Lu. I'm not really a master, just call me Lu Laosher." Master Lu smiled and waved his hand. Coach Su is so young yet has become a coach at the martial arts school, teaching the students here. His skills in martial arts must be quite impressive, right? "Not really," Su Chen replied vaguely. What he knows isn't actually martial arts, his fighting techniques are quite diverse. Although there are many punches and kicks, they don't really relate to traditional martial arts techniques. If anything, they can only be considered combat skills. Coach Su is really humble, haha. Master Lu stroked his beard and said meaningfully, "How about you spar with my eldest disciple later? I'd really like to see the level of your school's coach, it shouldn't be too disappointing." "Sure," Su Chen chuckled. This old man has ulterior motives. First, he praised Su Chen's martial skills, then tied him to the standards of this martial arts school, and finally suggested a match with his eldest disciple. Clearly, he wants to build his reputation by defeating Su Chen and further suppress the 8 Extremes martial arts school. If Su Chen wins, it would be normal for a coach to win against a student, they wouldn't suffer any loss. If the two sides end in a draw, they can say, "Your coach is at the same level as our disciples," taking a huge advantage. If Su Chen loses, then the other side will be even more smug, saying, "Your martial arts school's coach can't even beat our disciples." It's a win-win for them. That old guy is really cunning. Su Chen smiled coldly, daring to set their sights on me. "Don't worry, I won't disappoint you." In the tea pavilion, Yang Hangwu and Master Lu exchanged pleasantries for a long time, and finally, they got to the main topic, as a group made their way to the practice area on the 2nd floor. As per the old rules, it's still 5 rounds, best of 3. Is your school planning to let that esteemed disciple fight first? At the front of the venue, Master Lu sat confidently in a chair, looking towards Yang Hangwu. "I'll take the first round." Just as Yang Hangwu was about to step up, Su Chen stepped forward first. "I'll do it." The two exchanged glances, and Yang Hangwu returned to his original position, believing in Su Chen's skills without a doubt. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Chen leisurely walked to the center of the hall, scanning the entire venue before finally resting his gaze on Master Lu and his group. "Since Coach Su is so interested, let my eldest disciple take the stage first to show his skills." As he spoke, Master Lu smiled and glanced at the oldest middle-aged man beside him, signaling him to go up. "No need." But Su Chen spoke up. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he looked down at his watch and said, "Tisk, it's already past 11. Master Lu, let your disciples go up together to finish quickly, we might still catch a meal." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. In the next moment, it erupted. "What?" shouted one of the challengers. "What did this guy just say? Does he look down on us?" The young man scoffed. "He actually wants us to go up together? Has he lost his mind?" The eldest disciple snorted coldly. "Perhaps he knows he has no skills, so he wants to lose gracefully? After all, losing 5 against 1 isn't really something to be ashamed of." Hearing this, the disciples of the 8 Extremes martial arts school couldn't hold back any longer. Although they didn't understand Su Chen's intentions, they had to stand their ground. "What nonsense are you all talking? Brother Su's fighting skills are impressive. He said you could all come at him together, so come at him." "Exactly. If you have the guts, then come at us. Why all the talk? Are you feeling guilty? Let's see the real skill in action. There's no need for all this nonsense." In an instant, both sides were at each other's throats, and the entire martial arts hall was as noisy as a market, hurling insults non-stop. "Quiet down." Yang Hangwu pressed his hand down, signaling the disciples of the Baji martial arts school to be silent. "You all be quiet too." Master Lu quietly admonished his disciples, his expression calm, looking toward Su Chen in the center of the hall. "Coach Su is really joking. Let's stop the fuss and start the competition as soon as possible." Su Chen shook his head. "No, I want to fight 5 at once. Competitions are supposed to be one-on-one. How could you possibly face multiple opponents? That would be against the rules." Master Lu remained composed. "If Coach Su really wants to, then it wouldn't be too late to have a match with my top disciple first." "Oh, that works too. It won't take much time anyway." Su Chen had an indifferent expression, as if he didn't take these challengers seriously at all. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? I want to see where your confidence comes from. The burly first disciple couldn't hold back, striding forward with a fierce expression, raising a leg and an arm, assuming the starting stance of the Tongbei fist. Lu Chunghua, please give me your guidance. My name is Su Chen. Su Chen nodded in return as a gesture of respect. In fact, he had secretly summoned the system interface before his appearance, spending 30 points of experience to elevate his combat specialization to the elite level. His indifferent expression was not due to looking down on Master Lu's disciples, but rather because he was working hard to absorb a sudden influx of combat experience in his mind. A calm demeanor was a normal sign of deep thinking. After exchanging martial arts etiquette, the first disciple named Lu Chunghua eagerly rushed forward. The 20 key principles of the Tongbei fist: cold, explosive, crisp and hard, heavy, long, alive, flexible and skillful, heavy and fierce, light and agile, shaking, encompassing, virtual, sticky, and following. Suddenly, the strong man raised both fists and legs, aligning his hands and feet, feinting with his legs to disrupt Su Chen's line of sight, and then his fist attacked Su Chen's waist from an unexpected angle. The movement was swift and the techniques dazzling. This speed, this technique, is indeed far superior to Yan Hangwu. However, in front of the proficient fighter Su Chen, it is as simple as a child flailing their fists. Facing Lu Chenghua's feint with his legs, Su Chen remained unshaken, striking out with a straightforward left palm that met Lu's punch aimed at his waist, firmly grasping it with strength against strength, without any hesitation. Lu Chenghua's eyes flashed with surprise as he hurriedly tried to retract his fist, only to find it firmly held by Su Chen, unable to move at all. What immense strength! Knowing he was at a disadvantage, he quickly retracted his leg and changed his move, kicking towards Su Chen's lower body again. To his surprise, Su Chen was even faster, kicking his leg away, and at the moment he lost his balance, Su Chen's right fist struck forward, magnifying before his eyes. You've lost. Just as Lu Chunghua closed his eyes, preparing to take the hit, Su Chen's punch effortlessly stopped right in front of him. I lost. Lu Chunghua sighed, his entire body relaxing. With a single move defeat, the gap in strength was obvious even to an outsider, and besides, Su Chen had held back. Struggling further would be too embarrassing. The disciples of the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School couldn't help but cheer as they watched Su Chen win so decisively, shouting that Coach Su is amazing. The challengers were filled with doubt, unable to believe that Lu Chunghua had lost so easily. Master Lu's face darkened. He clearly hadn't expected that his best disciple would not even manage to land a single blow against Su Chen. Now can I take on 5 at once? Su Chen looked at Master Lu, saying the most arrogant words in the calmest tone. Is Coach Su serious? Fists and feet have no eyes, so don't get hurt. Hearing Su Chen say that again, Master Lu was furious. This young man was being too arrogant. Absolutely. Su Chen urged, hurry up and come at me. At worst, I won't hold back this time to make it fair. Fine, then I'll help Coach Su out. Go for it. Master Lu snorted coldly and gave a glance to a few disciples behind him, signaling them to teach this guy a harsh lesson. The 4 disciples were already unable to contain their anger due to Su Chen's mocking. Seeing their master agree, they surrounded him from all directions, glaring at Su Chen with ill intentions. The disciples of the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School felt dissatisfied upon seeing this and turned their gaze to Yan Hangwu, implying whether they should go help. No need, since Brother Su dares to say this, he must have some confidence. We should trust him. Yang Hangwu was initially hesitant, but seeing Su Chen give him a confident look, he immediately felt reassured. In the hall, Lu Chunghua, standing in front of Su Chen, frowned and said, although you are indeed impressive, 5 against 1 is rather arrogant. Hurry up and take it back, don't seek your own suffering. I don't want to bully the few with the many. If I say you can come, then just come. Why so much nonsense? Su Chen shrugged, glanced at the 5 people present, and while they hadn't completely surrounded him yet, he stepped forward, heading straight for the youngest one. The first one. In the moment when everyone was caught off guard, he struck the left side of the boy's neck with a palm strike, knocking him unconscious. The 4 were taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Chen's speed to be astonishingly fast. They rushed forward, even forgetting to adopt the starting stance of the Tongbei fist. One person closest to Su Chen even attempted to tackle him. Trying to grab me? You're joking. Do you think my agility at 16 points is just for fun? Second one. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Su Chen lifted his foot and delivered a side kick to the ribs of the person trying to grab him before he could be caught. The violent impact instantly caused that person to lose balance, falling to the ground and howling in pain. At that moment, another person swung a punch at Su Chen's head from behind, but Su Chen seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Just before the punch landed, he bent down to dodge and quickly rose, elbowing the opponent in the abdomen. The person hit by the elbow clutched his stomach in pain, curling up like a shrimp and rolling on the ground. Third one. Seeing 3 companions taken down in an instant, the remaining person was so shocked that he froze, even forgetting to attack. Fourth one. Su Chen had no intention of letting him go, charging forward quickly, feinting a move that knocked out the already panicked disciple. In just a few seconds, the 4 disciples of Tongbei Quan who had just entered with aggressive intentions to gang up on Su Chen were all lying on the ground, either groaning or unconscious, leaving only 2 still standing. Lu Chunghua, the senior disciple, didn't have time to speak before a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward his face, forcing him to awkwardly dodge. What do you mean you? We're still in a match.
Su Chen remained calm and composed. After a feint, he delivered a spinning kick that knocked Lu Chunghua off balance, and then followed up with a punch that Lu couldn't evade, sending him crashing to the ground. Now, there was only one person left standing in the hall. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned. They didn't even realize what had happened. The 1-against-5 match ended in the blink of an eye. What is overwhelming power? This is overwhelming power. Brother Su is mighty. Someone started the cheer, and the whole martial arts hall erupted with applause like an explosion. Master Lu, sitting in the chair, could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His old face was so dark it seemed ready to drip water, gripping the armrests tightly and glaring angrily at Su Chen in the center of the hall. Su Chen, who had just achieved a pentakill, didn't have time to pay attention to this group of people at all. He was listening to the wonderful system notification sounds. Side quest completed. Task rewards: 200 experience points, 50 training points. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up. Current level, level 5, gain 4 attribute points to allocate. Congratulations on completing the main quest ahead of time. Ability module unlocked. Gained 1 ability point. Ability module? Su Chen was overjoyed. Could it be those dazzling abilities from the game? This system indeed continues to expand its functions as it levels up. Awesome! If only I could have a skill like 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Before Su Chen could study the ability module, Master Lu stood up from his chair and walked step by step towards his unconscious disciples, slapping them hard on the forehead, instantly waking the 2 unconscious ones, while the remaining 3 quickly endured the pain and stood up. Master Lu squinted and said, "Coach Su truly has great skills. I've disturbed you today, and it's time for this old man to leave with my apprentice. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come to seek your guidance again." After saying that, he clasped his hands behind his back, turned around, and walked towards the elevator with his disciples. Su Chen asked curiously, "Aren't you going to have a match with me?" Master Lu stumbled slightly, almost falling, and coughed twice, saying, "I'm already old, my strength has waned. How could I possibly compare with the young? If I were 20 years younger, perhaps I could still put up a fight. If it were someone else, Master Lu could still spar with them a bit." But he could tell that Su Chen had a solid foundation and could not be defeated just by techniques. As the saying goes, one strength can conquer 10 skills. Even if he entered the ring, he would only end up taking a beating. "Oh, take care, no need to see me off." Su Chen waved his hand, feeling a bit regretful. If he could just give Master Lu a good beating, who knows how much experience points he would earn. After the group waiting to challenge left in defeat, the disciples of the Baji martial arts school could no longer contain their excitement and surrounded Su Chen, eagerly asking how he had managed to do it, or whether he had really become the school's coach, showering him with unreserved praise to express their exhilaration. Surrounded by a group of muscular men, Su Chen felt a bit awkward. "Come on, you guys aren't cute girls. Why are you all excitedly shouting? Su Gu is amazing with flushed faces. Can you back off a bit? To celebrate Brother Su's feat of taking on 5 opponents, I'm treating everyone to a meal at the Honghu restaurant today." Yang Hangu was also extremely excited, raising his arms and calling out, which caused dozens of martial arts disciples to cheer joyfully. "Ha? A meal? No, thanks, I have something to do." Su Chen originally planned to go home and study the ability module, but he was surrounded by a crowd as he left the martial arts school, insisting that he was the main character of this celebration banquet, and they all urged him to stay, leaving him no chance to escape. Since it was lunchtime anyway, going out for a meal wouldn't hurt, so he had no choice but to agree. Yang Hangwu was hosting the gathering at a prestigious 3-star hotel nearby, not just any ordinary restaurant. A meal here casually costs tens of thousands, with a wide variety of delicacies from land and sea. At the banquet, a group of people raised their glasses to toast Su Chen. Perhaps due to his higher-than-average physical constitution, after downing a dozen glasses of liquor and beer, Su Chen managed to outdrink a crowd of people to the point of them being incapacitated, while he himself was only slightly tipsy. The meal lasted a solid 2 to 3 hours. "Brother Su, we owe it all to you this time." Yang Hanwu was slurring his words from drinking. That contest earlier was simply exhilarating. 5 against 1. And the opponents were all skilled fighters. "In my life, besides seeing it in dramas, you're the only one who could pull that off, Brother Su." Su Chen replied calmly, "I just caught them off guard. If they really surrounded me, I would definitely be the one losing." "A win is a win, why be so modest, Brother Su? Come on, let's drink." Yang Hangwu poured 2 more glasses of liquor, feeling happy yet somewhat anxious. "Yesterday, I competed with Brother Su, and I didn't even manage to bring out half of your true abilities. I'm really ashamed. It seems I still have a long way to go in my martial arts." What he didn't know was that Su Chen not only specialized in combat but also had attributes that far exceeded those of ordinary people, making him not a suitable reference point at all. "Martial arts?" Su Chen took the opportunity to ask, "I wonder if I can learn some of your martial arts techniques?" "Of course you can." Yang Hangwu appeared very pleased. "If Brother Su wants to practice, I can teach you some basic techniques and footwork anytime, but some of the essence will have to wait until the master returns before I can teach you." He already had the intention to win Su Chen over, and seeing that Su Chen wanted to learn their martial arts, he naturally had a welcoming attitude. "Then thank you very much. I will definitely come to the martial arts center to learn boxing when I have time in a few days." Su Chen smiled and downed another glass, calculating in his mind that he needed to accumulate more experience points during this time. to completely intoxicate the group at the martial arts center. After leaving the hotel, Suchen glanced at his fitness tracker. It was already 4 p.m. and there were only about 2 hours left until the meteor shower mentioned in the main quest would arrive. What exactly will happen with the great changes mentioned in the task? As Suchen was pondering, a notification suddenly chimed from WeChat. He opened his phone and saw that Young Hangwu had transferred in 50,000, leaving a message that the total reward was 100,000, but the daily limit for transfers was only 50,000, with another 50,000 to come tomorrow. If you add yesterday's 10,000, that makes a total of 110,000 incoming. This amount is neither too big nor too small, but for Su Chen, who usually has little savings, it's equivalent to a fortune. As expected, with the system, money comes quickly, there's really no worry about earning it. Feeling happy, Su Chen casually scrolled through other messages sent to him. He hadn't checked WeChat much in the past few days and had accumulated quite a few unread messages. Scrolling down, he saw a message from Wenqing Lu, the receptionist who liked him, and there were dozens of unread messages. From the night before last, I'm really sorry. I learned about the situation from your colleague. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been forced to resign. I'm really sorry for causing you so much trouble. From yesterday morning, Su Chen, are you there? Hello? I really didn't mean to. How about I resign too? Yesterday at noon, can I invite you to a meal? Can you not be angry anymore? Similar messages continued until this morning. What should I say to that? Looking at dozens of messages, Su Chen was at a loss for words. How should he respond? Scrolling to the latest messages, his eyes flickered as he noticed one of Wenqing Liu's messages reminding him to be careful of Lu Pap's revenge. Rumor has it that Lu Pap has a cousin in the underworld who threatened to teach Su Chen a harsh lesson. Teach me a lesson? TSK, I couldn't ask for more. If it were a few days ago, Su Chen might have found it troublesome, but now he could just laugh it off. A few small thugs think they can teach him a lesson? Even if they gathered a dozen people with weapons to surround him, with his current fighting skills and physical condition, he was confident he could take them all down. Su Chen was even more looking forward to how much experience points the task would reward him with. He typed a message on his phone, thanking Wenqing Lu for the reminder, assuring her not to worry, and explaining that he wasn't angry, he just hadn't logged into WeChat these past few days. There was no need for a meal invitation. That should be about it. Anyway, I've quit my job at the company, and I probably won't have any more interactions with that girl in the future. Su Chen had no intention of furthering his relationship with Wenqing Lu, even though that girl was indeed quite adorable and soft. Unexpectedly, just as he sent the message, he received an instant reply. I heard there's a meteor shower around 8 tonight. Are you free? Let's go watch it together. Meteor shower. Su Chen was instantly stunned, recalling the main quest the eve of the meteor shower. Could it be that he wasn't the only one aware of the meteor shower? Meteor shower? What do you mean? He sent a message to ask Wenqing Lu. Wenqing Lu replied, haven't you seen the news? It's all over the trending topics about the meteor shower. Then she sent another message. It was reported that this morning the space agency observed it. A small meteorite group is expected to pass through the atmosphere around 8 this evening. Those meteorites are very small and pose no danger, and they are widely dispersed. It's said that half the Earth will be able to see a brilliant meteor shower. It's a rare occurrence, especially romantic. Meteorite belt? Su Chen pondered for a moment, opened the browser, and indeed, a whole bunch of web pages were about the evening meteor shower. However, everyone's focus was on how romantic this meteor shower was. Just like the previous blue moon spectacle, no one thought this little astronomical phenomenon would have any impact on life, merely a fleeting hot topic. But Su Chen, who had learned from the system about the great changes in the world, knew that those meteors were anything but ordinary. Ding dong! Wenqing Lu sent another message, asking if he was free to watch the meteor shower together. Su Chen thought that since he was idle alone, why not go accompany the girl to witness the meteor shower? Just as he hesitated, he noticed another contact had sent a message. Upon opening it, he found it was Xiaoyi. Brother Su Chen, there's a meteor shower tonight. I happened to sneakily make a key for the rooftop railing door while the property management wasn't paying attention. Let's go to the rooftop to watch the meteor shower together? The rooftop of their community had always been locked, and residents were not allowed to access it privately. He didn't expect that Xiaoyi, this quirky little girl, had secretly made a key for the rooftop. TSK, well done. Watching the meteor shower from over 30 stories up would definitely be beautiful. Su Chen smiled knowingly. It's obvious who to choose between the neighbor girl he has known for over a year and the not-so-familiar receptionist. He sent a cat emoji with an okay to Xiaoyi and told Wenqing Lu that he had things to do. After finishing his tasks on WeChat, Su Chen put away his phone, hailed a taxi by the street, and headed home. Of course, on the way, he didn't forget to stop by the supermarket to buy a tub of Haagen-Dazs for Xiaoyi. Back home, he put the Haagen-Dazs in the fridge, took out a cold drink and gulped it down, then collapsed onto his comfortable bed, opening the system interface to study the newly unlocked ability module. At the top of the system interface, there are 3 small boxes labeled Status, Specialization, and Abilities. Su Chen clicked on the ability box and a tree diagram interface popped up, intricately labeled with countless ability icons from top to bottom. At the top layer are elemental abilities like wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. On the right side are special abilities like X-ray vision. Sword control, illusions, and clones on the left side are passive abilities like absolute balance, insight into weaknesses, and limb regeneration. A plethora of abilities dazzled Su Chen, filling him with excitement. Did I see that right? Elemental abilities. There are also clones and sword control. Even the legendary immortal technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect is here. Su Chen was so excited that he couldn't help but jump up from the bed, tightly gripping his arms. He could even envision himself in the future, wielding the 5 elemental powers, soaring through the sky on a sword, with thousands of flying swords hovering behind him, shouting "Sword, come!" The scene was simply amazing. Calm down, calm down. Su Chen forcibly suppressed his excitement. That kind of scene is still far from me. I should think carefully about where to allocate this one ability point. Although there are many abilities shown on the tree diagram interface, most are in a locked gray state and require either mastering the next level ability or meeting unknown conditions to unlock. Some special abilities are also extremely expensive. For example, the clone ability is in an unlocked state but requires a full 10 ability points to learn, and Su Chen didn't know how long it would take to accumulate that many ability points. After all this, there are only a mere 9 abilities I can allocate points to. Su Chen looked at the few initial abilities at the top of the tree diagram. 2 special abilities, X-ray vision and invisibility. Basic control of the 5 elements, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. 2 passive abilities, absolute balance and near-death desperation. These 9 abilities only require a few ability points to activate, and they all seem quite impressive. Which one should I prioritize lighting up? This has Su Chen in a dilemma. The 5 major elements, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, go without saying. Once a point is added, you can control the corresponding elemental power, wielding a small fireball or commanding thunder. It's as cool as it gets, and the power should be no joke. X-ray vision and invisibility are 2 special abilities that are also quite powerful. In The Gambling God, having X-ray vision makes you practically invincible at the casino. Money just comes pouring in. And normally, you can also use it to check out girls' underwear colors, cough cough. Invisibility allows you to come and go without a trace, making it excellent for both escaping and fighting. Moreover, if I can be invisible, I could sneak back to the company and give Lou the scavenger another good beating, and this time, I can hit him even harder. Absolute balance may not sound impressive, but in reality, it allows me to maintain a perfect sense of balance at all times. Even if my body becomes unsteady, I can quickly readjust. This ability pairs perfectly with martial arts, and it has many special uses. Near-death experience is an ability that must be added. It lets me remain in a near-death state for 3 minutes when I suffer a fatal injury. 4. Instance, if my heart is pierced or half my body is obliterated, as long as my head isn't gone, I can hang on for 3 more minutes without dying. Su Chen carefully reviewed all 9 abilities. He was a bit puzzled about the ability, near-death hanging life. After the effect wears off, what will happen to him? Will he still die? After all, if his heart is gone, going to the hospital would be useless, right? He suddenly recalled the limb regeneration ability he had seen before and realized that perhaps near-death hanging life needed to be paired with other abilities or treasures to maximize its effect, mainly to protect himself from being killed instantly. In the short term, the most valuable ones are still the 5 elemental abilities. Thinking about the various flashy abilities in the game made Su Chen feel excited, and he decided to choose one elemental ability from wind, fire, water, earth, or lightning. Which of the 5 elements has the most powerful ability? Without a doubt, lightning. In a modern city, what is the most indispensable? Without question, electricity. Therefore, without hesitation, Su Chen chose the basic control of the lightning element. His body twitched as if electrocuted, as if a current flowed from his head, circulating through his limbs and meridians. The entire process lasted over 10 minutes, leaving his body both numb and tingly, with a discomfort mixed with a bit of pleasure as the current finally settled in his chest cavity. Ha! Su Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air and found that it was actually smoking. He hurried to the mirror, and when he looked, he resembled someone struck by lightning, with his hair standing on end and his body covered in black. Is this for real? Adding a superpower causes such a commotion? If I learned fire element powers, wouldn't I be roasted alive? Su Chen muttered to himself and simply went to the bathroom for a shower, washing off the blackened skin. After the shower, he found that his skin had inexplicably improved a lot, becoming a few shades lighter and incredibly smooth. It was like newly grown tender white skin. His already slightly handsome face looked even more dashing. Is there such a benefit to being electrocuted? Su Chen touched his face and clicked his tongue. It's like I've been whitened and smoothed out. Having skin too pale isn't good either, or people might call me a pretty boy. I'm someone who relies on real skills to make a living. So, where is the lightning element? He raised his hands, and a different sensation floated in his mind. He opened his palm in a grasping position, exerting a bit of force. Suddenly, crackling sounds erupted as strands of deep blue electricity flickered between his fingers, illuminating the dim room like a flash of lightning. It really can unleash thunder. Su Chen was incredibly excited, once again gathering all his strength. His muscles tensed up. He could see strands of lightning appearing on his body surface. Although each bolt was very weak, thinner than a hair, it still had a powerful visual impact. Accompanied by crackling sounds, he radiated a faint glow. This feeling is amazing. Looking at himself covered in lightning in the mirror, Su Chen grew even more excited, unable to resist the urge to cheer loudly. Having mysterious powers is a completely different concept from simply enhancing physical abilities. Everyone has fantasized about awakening special abilities one day, being capable of anything under heaven and earth, and now, this path was laid out right in front of him. This feeling of joy is something outsiders cannot comprehend. Unfortunately, the good times were short-lived. The lightning on his body had only appeared for less than 10 seconds when a strong sense of weakness suddenly surged from deep within his body. As the brilliance faded, Su Chen's legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. He barely steadied himself by grabbing the washstand, feeling as if he had just run over 10 kilometers, utterly exhausted. Releasing thunder is too exhausting. It's only been a few seconds, and I already feel like I'm about to collapse. Leaning against the wall, Su Chen walked back to the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily like a dog. It turns out that releasing thunder consumes physical strength. Overdoing it can lead to exhaustion. Is there really no high-level stuff like spiritual energy or magic? With a thought, Su Chen opened the ability tree diagram and carefully searched through it. Sure enough, he found an ability called Source of Magic Power that required 3 ability points to condense the first elemental vortex within his body. 3 ability points, huh? I don't even know how to obtain ability points. For now, I'll just remember this and prioritize adding it when I have the points later. Since using abilities consumes physical strength, to avoid the awkward situation of suddenly collapsing during a battle, I should add a few points to my constitution first. Su Chen allocated all 4 attribute points gained from leveling up to his constitution. His constitution attribute instantly jumped to 17 points. The control over lightning attributes surpasses even that of an average person by a large margin. The weakness quickly faded, and soon his physical condition was restored to its peak, filled with an endless vitality. Aside from a slight feeling of hunger, he had never felt this good since birth. Taking out breakfast bread from the cabinet, Su Chen ate 10 slices in one go before feeling full, and his stomach's digestive power was also enhanced. Feeling revitalized, Su Chen couldn't help but start attempting to control the lightning element again. This time, he dared not unleash lightning all over his body again. Instead, he spread his right hand open, trying to condense a lightning palm in his palm. A lightning glow about the thickness of a hair danced between his fingers, like the arcs of electricity jumping at the poles of an electric rod, crackling and intertwining, weaving into a net, with a bright blue sheen reflecting on Su Chen's face. Looks good, but I wonder how powerful it actually is. Su Chen glanced around, his gaze fixed on the kitchen. It's decided, you will be the one cutting board. Walking into the kitchen, he raised his right hand, flickering with lightning, palm facing down, and shouted playfully, Raisingan, slamming his palm down forcefully onto the innocent cutting board. Bang! The chopping board made a crisp sound, and a wisp of burnt smoke rose from between his fingers. When Su Chen raised his hand and took a closer look, he found that the wooden board was only slightly charred in a small circle, and the burn was very shallow, suggesting it didn't seem to have much destructive power. Could it be that I'm using it wrong? Su Chen scratched his head in confusion, and an arc of electricity sparked between his thumb and index finger as he tried to give himself a little zap on the arm. Suddenly, his whole body jolted as if he had touched a live wire, almost causing him to collapse again. Wow, this power is really something. The lethality of the lightning element to living beings is terrifying, but its destructive power against non-conductive objects is not strong, at least not at this stage. Su Chen tested the lightning on himself and arrived at this conclusion. Though he was quite shocked, he remained undeterred, eagerly studying the mastery of the lightning element like a child who just received a new toy. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. After Su Chen's repeated research, he obtained the following data. With my current physical condition of 17 points, I can probably unleash lightning that causes ordinary people to faint about 9 times. As for lethal effects, I'm not sure how many times that would take, maybe 3 or 4? Additionally, releasing thunder from the arms is the easiest, followed by the legs. If I try to release it from other parts, the difficulty increases significantly, not to mention the high consumption and lack of precision. The released thunder can only be limited to the surface of the body, and it's only as thin as a hair. There's no way to make the thunder pierce through the air or throw it out like in games. Maybe it's due to my lack of ability? Summarizing the above 3 points, Su Chen opened the ability tree diagram again. He discovered that the control of the thunder element could indeed be upgraded further. It would cost 3 ability points to advance to intermediate control, gaining enhancements like increased power, reduced consumption, and improved precision. Moreover, there are many thunder element skills waiting to be unlocked in the branches, such as Thunder Spear, Thunder Thorn, Elementalization, Thunder Teleportation, and a whole bunch of derivative skills, each requiring a different number of ability points. The skill of Elementalization not only requires 10 skill points but also needs to have the control of the thunder element upgraded to advanced level to unlock. It seems to be a very powerful thunder-type skill. Su Chen had seen the ability of elementalization in anime before, where one could turn their entire body into elemental power, making them almost immune to fatal injuries. The attack power and mobility are astonishing, and one can even absorb similar elements to enhance their strength and heal injuries. The road ahead is long and winding. Turning off the ability tree diagram, Su Chen continued to practice the use of the lightning element. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 in the evening. The doorbell rang, and Su Chen walked over to open the door, knowing without guessing that it was Xiaoyi returning from school. Xiaoyi, you're back quite early today.
Ha, Xiao Miaohan?
Upon opening the door, he found Xiao Miaohan standing outside.
Xiao Miaohan was holding a large covered plate and blinked, saying, "What, not welcome?" "No, of course you're welcome." Su Chen invited her in and curiously asked, "What brings you here all of a sudden? Is there something going on? Thanks for helping me out this morning.
I happen to be learning to make desserts lately, so I baked some egg tarts to bring over as a thank you. Xiao Miaohan chuckled, placing the plate on the coffee table, lifted the lid, revealing 10 fragrant little egg tarts inside.
It was just a small effort.
Su Chen picked up an egg tart and took a bite. Tastes good.
It's my first time at your house, just thought I'd drop by.
Xiao Miaohan looked around the living room and said, I've heard that the homes of single guys are usually messy, but I didn't expect yours to be surprisingly tidy. It looks cleaner than my room, hee hee. Su Chen replied helplessly, there's no choice, the little girl next door sometimes comes over, so I have to keep my room a bit cleaner. Xiao Miaohan blinked and said, by the way, I heard there's going to be a meteor shower later.
Do you want to go watch it together? Another meteor shower? Su Chen was taken aback. Could it be that he was having a lucky day? Why were girls inviting him one after another? Is that not okay? Seeing Su Chen's unusual expression, Xiao Miaohan looked a bit disappointed. It's not that.
Just as Su Chen was about to explain, a crisp knocking sound came from the entrance, and this time, it was indeed Xiaoyi in her school uniform outside the door.
What smells so good? Su Chen Gij, what delicious food did you make again? Xiaoyi peeked in and saw Xiao Miaohan in the living room, frowning slightly. Huh? Why is she here too? I baked some egg tarts and brought them over for you to try.
Xiao Miaohan walked over with a plate, delicately picking up an egg tart and handing it to Xiaoyi's mouth.
Oh, Xiaoyi didn't hold back either, finishing it in a few bites. It's just a so-so.
After finishing the egg tart, Xiaoyi tugged at Su Chen's shirt. Brother Su Chen, let's go to the rooftop. We don't know when the meteor shower will start, so how about we go up there and wait for a bit? Xiao Miaohan heard this and her gaze fell on Su Chen.
Su Chen said, Xiao Miaohan wants to see the meteor shower too. Why don't we take her to the rooftop? Ha? She wants to come too? Xiaoyi nodded reluctantly. Fine, I guess that's okay. Are you guys going to the rooftop? Xiao Miaohan asked in confusion. Isn't the gate to our community's rooftop locked? I have the key. Xiaoyi proudly pulled a key out of her pocket.
The three first went downstairs to buy some snacks and drinks at the convenience store, packing them into bags, then took the elevator to the 33rd floor, arriving at the locked gate to the rooftop, where Xiaoyi skipped up and unlocked the door. The gentle breeze on the rooftop brushes against the face, and the faint glow of the setting sun can be seen, creating a serene atmosphere.
The scenery is unexpectedly nice. Su Chen stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the distance.
With his enhanced vision, he could even see the bustling street outside the community. Under the dimming sunset, the small part of the city was laid out before him. Spreading the prepared tablecloth on the ground, the three of them arranged snacks and drinks, sitting together like a picnic, feeling incredibly comfortable.
Su Chen, how did things go with the martial arts school in the end?
Xiao Miaohan asked curiously. She had clearly heard the conversation between Yang Hongwu and Su Chun from the back seat that morning. It was nothing major, I easily drove all those challengers away.
Su Chen spoke casually, as if recounting a trivial matter.
He took out a tub of ice cream from the bag and handed it to Xiaoyi. Here, the promised strawberry Haagen-Dazs. Xiaoyi happily took the ice cream, gratefully saying, Brother Su Chen is the best.
She peeled off the lid and took a big spoonful with a satisfied expression.
Rubbing Xiaoyi's head, Su Chen said to Xiao Miaohan, if that manager phone bothers you again, just tell me.
I have plenty of ways to make him behave. For example, I could invite a dozen muscular guys from martial arts schools to discuss philosophy with him. Thank you. Xiao Miaohan chuckled. Xiaoyi, eating ice cream, asked curiously, what are you guys talking about? Time passed by minute in their casual conversation.
The sky gradually darkened, and as the sun completely disappeared, a faint arc of light quietly streaked across the horizon.
Look, a shooting star. Xiaoyi excitedly pointed to the north.
The three looked up at the night sky and indeed saw shooting stars falling from the horizon, like God casually dotting a painting with a brush, stunning in an instant, dreamlike, and making one feel dazed. This was just the appetizer. The main event was yet to come. At first, only a few shooting stars streaked across the sky, but after a few seconds, it was as if a heavy rain had suddenly fallen, with countless meteors descending at once, like stars falling from the sky, filling the entire canvas known as the night. Su Chen's eyes widened, reflecting countless flashes of light, yet he still couldn't take in the entire magnificent meteor shower. In awe, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Is this the meteor shower mentioned in the main quest? Indeed, it is a breathtaking sight before the great change in the world. People around the globe will probably never forget this night. After tonight, the world will a wave of abilities awakening. After being stunned for a few seconds, the three of them quickly took out their phones to record this astronomical wonder that might not appear again for millions of years. This meteor shower lasted only a few seconds. With Su Chen's near-eagle-like dynamic vision, he noticed that these meteors did not disappear due to friction with the atmosphere. As experts said, instead, a large portion of the meteors were still very much on course and could potentially strike the ground. What exactly are these meteors? Why can they trigger a wave of abilities? Since they might fall to the ground, perhaps I could try to collect a piece of meteorite. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Su Chen's mind. At that moment, he happened to see one of the meteors growing increasingly bright, his pupils contracted and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. "Get down!" Suchen shouted, pulling Xiaoyi and Xiao Myohan into his arms and lying down on the ground. Sure enough, the next second, the meteor came rushing towards them, the scorching shockwave sweeping over the three of them, crashing down about 10 meters away. Boom! The entire building shook violently, a large hole was smashed into the rooftop, and debris flew everywhere, with several pieces nearly hitting the three. What happened? Shaken by the loud noise, Xiaoyi and Xiao Myohan were too scared to move, huddling in Su Chen's embrace. A meteor just flew over our heads. TSK, what luck! Su Chen released the two and fixed his gaze on the hole created by the meteor. You two stay put for a moment, I'll go check it out. With that, he shot off like an arrow, too fast for the two girls to call out to him. The meteorite crater was not large, only about 1 meter in diameter. Through the swirling dust, it was easy to see that the meteor had fallen into a house on the 33rd floor. Fortunately, it was an unfinished building and unoccupied. Seeing the situation in the room clearly, Su Chen jumped into the meteorite pit without hesitation. In the dim light, a silver-white orb the size of a ping-pong ball could be faintly seen, looking as crystal clear as glass embedded in the pit and the floor, continuously emitting silver light spots, and it seemed to be gradually dissipating, getting smaller. Is this the true appearance of the meteor shower? Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, noticing that the orb was dissipating at a visible speed, likely to completely disappear within 10 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to grab the orb. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a micro-ability orb. This ability orb can provide 10 ability points. Do you wish to absorb it? Ability orb? Su Chen was both surprised and delighted. I can actually get 10 ability points? That's so much. Quickly absorb it. The silver-white orb in his palm melted into his skin, beginning to absorb the ability orb. Absorbing. Detected that your physical quality is too low to absorb the orb's energy quickly. System automatically converting to slow absorption. Ding. After detection, it will take 1 month to fully absorb, and you can gain 1 ability point every 3 days. What? It takes a month to finish absorbing? A series of prompt sounds echoed in his ears, and Su Chen was bewildered. Is my physical quality still low? Is there a mistake? Do I need to have a superhuman physique to absorb quickly? He felt a bit disappointed, but overall it was still good. After all, he had gained 10 ability points for free. Brother Su Chen, are you down there? Are you hurt? At the edge of the crater, Xiao Myohan and Xiaoyi called out. I'm fine. Su Chen leaped up, grabbed the edge of the pit, and easily climbed back onto the rooftop. Let's hurry downstairs, someone will probably come to check things out soon. It would be troublesome if the property management finds out we selfishly went up to the roof. They quickly tidied up the tablecloth and snacks, holding a large pile of things, and took the elevator back to the 5th floor of Su Chen's home. Sitting on the sofa, the three of them all breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I didn't expect the meteor to actually fall. If it weren't for Su Chen knocking me and Xiaoyi down in time, we might have made tomorrow's headlines. Feeling scared yet still joking, Xiao Myohan quickly regained her composure. Yeah, thanks to brother Su Chen. Xiaoyi, still shaken, said, I never imagined I would almost get hit by a meteor. I probably won't dare to go to the rooftop again. In contrast to the two girls' lingering fear, Su Chen was in a great mood as he took 2 cans of cold drinks from the fridge and handed them to them. Surviving a great disaster brings good fortune. Here, have a drink to calm your nerves. Xiaoyi took a sip of her drink and curiously asked, By the way, brother Su Chen, why did you suddenly run into the meteor pit? Well, I was actually worried that the meteor might have injured someone else since there are residents downstairs. Luckily, that apartment was empty. Su Chen quickly thought of this perfect excuse. After hearing this explanation, the two girls didn't suspect anything and curiously asked if he had seen what the meteor looked like. Su Chen certainly couldn't casually talk about the matter of the ability orb. He simply said he hadn't seen the meteorite at all and made up a story that the meteorite might have exploded with the crater or fallen to a lower layer. To divert the attention of the two girls, Su Chen turned on the TV and switched to the news channel where they were indeed broadcasting news about the meteor shower. We interrupt with the latest news. Multiple meteorite falling incidents have occurred across various regions. Experts say that these meteorites may be dangerously radioactive. If you find a meteorite crater, please stay away and promptly report it to the relevant authorities. The first person to report will receive a reward of 1,000 yuan. A reward of 1,000 yuan. Little excitedly said, Brother Su Chen, should we call the police quickly? I'm afraid it's already too late. Su Chen shrugged and smiled, looked downstairs. He could already hear the sound of police cars coming closer. Little leaned by the window and indeed saw a police car driving into the community, feeling a bit disappointed that the 1,000 yuan reward had just flown away. Due to the meteorite falling on the rooftop, the entire community was bustling with excitement. Many people in the building believed the news reports, thinking that the meteorite's radioactivity is very dangerous, and they all ran out of their homes, afraid to approach the building where Su Chen and the others are, waiting for the police to handle the scene. Xiaoyi and the others also wanted to go downstairs, but Su Chen stopped them, saying it wasn't necessary. He knew very well that the meteorite was definitely not dangerous. After all, it was a good treasure that could increase one's ability points.
Moreover, even if it really had radioactivity, he had absorbed all of it, so there was no need to stay away from the meteorite pit. Stay at home and wait for the police car to finish investigating the meteorite pit and leave. The three chatted for a while in Su-chen's home, then bid farewell and returned to their own homes. Radioactive meteorites. Could these meteorites be the catalyst for awakening abilities? Combining the existing information, Su-chen felt that this possibility was very high. He hadn't thought about going out to search for other meteorites, as the probability of 2 meteorites falling in the same city during a meteor shower was still too low. Furthermore, Su-chen also noticed that the fallen meteorites would automatically dissipate. Even if no one touched them, they would completely dissolve within a few seconds. Even if he did find a meteorite pit, he probably wouldn't get a second ability crystal. Could it be that someone else has also obtained a superpower crystal? The possibility is very small. Unless someone, like him, runs to the meteorite pit at the fastest speed the moment the meteorite falls and grabs it without hesitation before it disappears, there's simply no chance to obtain a superpower crystal. Let me ask, how many people would actively approach a dangerous meteorite pit? Even if some thrill seekers get close to the meteorite pit, how likely are they to touch that potentially radioactive meteorite? Anyone would hesitate, and the superpower crystal would completely dissolve in those few seconds of hesitation. The probability of others obtaining a whole superpower crystal is extremely low. In contrast, he is indeed 1 in a million lucky. With subtle lightning flowing through his fingers, Su-chen snapped his fingers, producing crackling electric sparks. Even if everyone in the world starts awakening their powers one after another, he will never be trampled underfoot by anyone. With the lightning element power and the upgrade system, he will undoubtedly stand at the forefront of this era. Turn off the TV, wash my face, and get ready for bed. Night falls deeper. Su-chen was sleeping soundly when he was awakened by the loud knocking at the entrance. Who is it? He frowned and walked to the front door. Such a rude knocking couldn't possibly be from Chiu Miaohan or Xiaoyi. Peeking through the peephole in the security door, he saw an unfamiliar man outside, smoking a cigarette, looking rough, and impatiently banging on the door. Who's out there? Su-chen asked. I'm from the Public Security Bureau, the man urged. Open the door for an inspection, or I'll report you for obstructing law enforcement. Public Security Bureau? Don't make me laugh. Su-chen was amused. It's the middle of the night, and you aren't even wearing a police uniform, yet you dare to smoke and impersonate a cop? I think you just escaped from some mental hospital. You little brat looking for trouble? How dare you call me insane? The rough-looking man widened his eyes and suddenly slammed his fist against the security door. Next to the man, someone laughed mockingly. TSK, Luga, I told you this method wouldn't work. Why don't we just break down the door? Wait, making too much noise at the door? Isn't the monkey good at picking locks? It's time for his performance. TCH, now you remember me? I already said let me open the door, you all step aside. Hurry up, be careful, that guy might take the chance to call the police. What are you afraid of? If he dares to call the police, we just retreat and come back next time to deal with him. The chaotic conversation suggests there are probably more than 3 or 4 people outside. Click click. The door lock emitted strange sounds, being pried open by something. Are those guys outside deliberately looking for trouble? Su-chen still hadn't figured out what was happening when he heard the system notification sound. Ding! Side quest triggered, midnight attack. Quest requirement, beat up Lou Poppy's cousin and his gang and send them all to the police station. Quest reward, 100 experience points, 20 training points. I see, this group of punks was sent by Lou Poppy to take revenge on me. TSK, really, sitting at home and a quest just falls from the sky. Su-chan's lips curled into a smile. Why wouldn't I accept this free experience points gift package that's delivered to my door? Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a scream echoed. It turned out that a small thug trying to pick the lock had his head hit by the door edge and fell over backward. This kid opened the door. A thug shouted, and 7 or 8 people outside rushed in like locusts, surrounding Su-chen. A brash man held a machete in his hand and spat on the ground. Brothers, hold this kid down and beat him up hard, just don't kill him. Su-chen glanced around at the group of thugs. There were a total of 8 people. Apart from the leading brash man with the machete, 3 of the other 7 had batons, while the remaining 4 were empty-handed, seemingly just there to make up the numbers. Generally speaking, having more numbers than weapons doesn't really matter. After all, ordinary people would have already cowered at the sight of so many and wouldn't dare to resist, letting themselves be slaughtered. However, Su-chen was not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. As the group of thugs moved to grab him, he also struck back, delivering a straightforward punch that landed on the face of the first thug to charge at him, instantly knocking him out. This kid dares to fight back. Quickly subdue him. The nearby thugs quickly rushed in to join the fray. You think you can subdue me? What a joke. Su-chen scoffed dismissively. In this cramped space, his reflexes were maximized. He used both fists and feet, targeting the joints and vital points of the group, and in just a few moves, he took down several thugs, all of whom cried out in pain, unable to continue fighting. To be honest, this group of thugs was really weak. Their attacks were chaotic and lacked any force. They could bully ordinary people by banding together, but they were no match for someone trained. Seeing his subordinates fall like rotten fruit, the cocky man realized something was wrong and started to panic. He raised his machete and shouted, "Stop! The knife in my hand doesn't have eyes. Do you believe I'll chop you to death?" Oh, Then I'd like to see how you chop me. Suchin took down the last thug who tried to escape and stepped closer to the cocky man. The cocky man was also getting anxious and truly swung his knife at Suchin, but with such a vast difference in strength, how could Suchin possibly be hit? He sidestepped and swiftly snatched the machete from the man's hand, flipping it around to press against his neck. You want to kill me? Ha! Suchin squinted his eyes. The sharp blade grazed the neck of the thug, drawing a line of blood, which made the man turn pale with fear, shrinking his neck and staring at Suchin, completely frozen and unable to move. The man immediately deflated. No, no. Let's talk it out. Put the knife down. In the foyer, a young man in pajamas held a machete against the neck of a man in a black jacket. Behind him, in the less than 20 square meters living room, a group of small-time thugs lay scattered on the floor, some groaning in agony, others completely unconscious, creating a very strange atmosphere. Are you Lou Boppy's cousin? Yeah. The man replied weakly. Without saying a word, Suchin slapped him twice, causing the man to see stars and become dazed. You. The man was about to lose his temper but felt the chill on his neck, swallowing back the curse at his lips. Today, I'll back down. I won't interfere in your matter with Liu Chang. Let's leave a way out for each other, brother. Let us go. What do you think this place is? You come and go as you please? Whatever you have to say, explain it to the police. Suchin maintained his grip on the knife and took out his phone, dialing the police station with one hand. Don't call the police. The man panicked upon seeing this. If you dare to call the cops on me today, my big brother will have dozens of guys come and kill you tomorrow. Oh, who's your big brother? Suchin became interested. He wasn't familiar with the local underground gangs before. If he could gather intelligence on this underground gang, he wouldn't have to worry about task channels in the future. Causing trouble for that gang, whether it was for something or nothing, would definitely be effective. My big brother is Long-gu, who oversees this area. The man grew more confident as he spoke. Long-gu has an even bigger brother above him. Do you know the Ba-ji martial arts school? My direct superior is the head of that school, known in the underworld as Wu-gu. He has a group of martial artists under him. Even though you're strong, Wu-gu could take you down with one hand. What did you say, Brother Wu? Suchin looked confused. Is his name Young Han Wu? You've heard of Brother Wu too? The man arrogantly said. If you know Brother Wu's reputation, why not quickly put the knife down? It's not too late to let us go now. Suchin looked at him oddly and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Alright, I'll call your Brother Wu right now. As he spoke, under the man's bewildered gaze, Suchin casually dialed a number and put it on speaker. On the other end of the line, Young Hongwu's voice came through. What's up, Brother Su? It's the middle of the night. Suchin asked directly. Does your martial arts school oversee any gangs? Well, I guess that would be the case. Yang Hongwu hesitated. Running a martial arts school is expensive. I've made connections with quite a few people. Do you know Long-gu, who is in charge of this area? Oh, you mean Xiao Long? He used to train at our martial arts school for a few years. The rough-looking man clearly recognized Young Hongwu's voice, looking at Suchin in terror, unable to believe that Suchin knew the big brother he was talking about. Moreover, Yang Hongwu was very respectful towards him. Suchin glanced at the nearly scared silly man. Someone under him is causing me trouble, and I'm planning to send this group of guys to the police station. Got it? Who has the guts to cause trouble for you, Brother Su? Yang Hongwu's tone was surprised. In his eyes, Suchin's martial arts skills were no less than his master's. Taking on 10 opponents was a common occurrence. How could that kid be so blind as to provoke this big shot? You tell me, what's your name? Suchin held the phone out in front of the rough-looking man, who was so scared he couldn't even speak properly. Yang Hongwu simply said, Brother Su, do whatever you want. I'll inform Xiao Long to let his men behave themselves in the future. After hanging up the phone, Suchin looked at the man again. Is there anything else you want to say? Bro, I was wrong. Please call the police. The tough guy deeply resented his cousin for dragging him into trouble with such a big shot. He had completely ruined himself by offending someone who must be treated with respect, like Brother Wu. Long-gu would definitely no longer protect him. Once he got out of the police station, he was going to give his unfortunate cousin a good beating. Ding! Side quest completed. Quest rewards: 100 experience points, 20 training points. After this little episode, several police cars drove into the community and 2 officers gathered the details from Suchin before escorting him upstairs to round up the gangsters sprawled messily in the room, loading them one by one into the police cars. Dude, you're incredible. Did you take down all these guys by yourself? Downstairs, a young police officer exclaimed in amazement. I've only seen this kind of thing in action movies. I never thought someone could take on so many people in real life. Just lucky, that's all. Suchin casually replied. How long do you think these guys will get sentenced? Another police officer shrugged and said, probably 15 days of detention? At most, a fine of 1,000 yuan for each. Although they committed the crime of illegal entry, you weren't hurt, right? Cases like this are usually downplayed. While the two were chatting, there was suddenly a loud bang from the police car behind them, and the car door was kicked off. What the hell? What happened? The young officer exclaimed. Suddenly, a small thug's body swelled up like the Hulk, muscles bulging, and he shot up to nearly 3 meters tall. He knocked over several officers trying to grab him and turned to flee, sprinting out of the community. What kind of monster is that? All the police officers present were stunned, watching the giant escape the community, intimidated by its overwhelming size, and didn't even dare to chase after it.
Domestic police officers generally don't carry guns. At most, they have batons and electric rods for self-defense. With a little common sense, they know they definitely can't handle that incredibly strong rampaging giant. A well-known officer came to his senses and quickly pulled out his radio to call for backup. Headquarters. Requesting support. There's a monster in the UK community. What? I'm not joking. There really is a monster. It kicked the police car door off. Hurry and send armed SWAT for support. A police officer was reporting the situation to headquarters while several other officers rushed to check on their injured colleague, creating a scene of chaos. Su Chen, who witnessed this scene firsthand, was also shocked. Unlike others who were completely unaware, he at least understood some of the underlying issues. The wave of supernatural abilities has probably already begun. That thug from earlier likely awakened some kind of supernatural ability, which is why he transformed like that. Kicking the car door off. How much strength does that take? Not to mention, this person's power after transformation definitely exceeds 20 points. No, it might even exceed 30 points. Ding! Side quest triggered. Rampaging superhuman. Quest requirement: subdue the rampaging strength-type superhuman before police support arrives, rendering them unconscious or incapacitated. Quest reward: 300 experience points, 70 training points. That person really has awakened a supernatural ability. A strength type? This looks very difficult to deal with. Su Chen squinted his eyes, closely chasing the giant, running towards the community entrance. Hey, what are you doing? The young police officer exclaimed, "Don't go that way, it's dangerous." He tried to grab Su Chen but missed, and before he could finish his sentence, he saw that the person had already dashed away without a trace. That speed was so fast, it was almost swifter than a cheetah in the animal kingdom. It made one wonder, could this guy also be a monster? As Su Chen burst out of the community gate, he immediately spotted the giant running north. However, due to its massive size, its strides were heavy, thudding on the ground and making loud banging sounds. This frantic run was even slower than an ordinary person's jog. Fortunately, it was late at night and there were almost no pedestrians on the street, otherwise this rampaging giant would surely cause a riot. Strong but slow? What a cliché setting. Su Chen muttered, feeling a bit calmer amidst the tension. This strength-type supernatural being is certainly terrifying. If he gets hit by a punch, even with his physique, he would probably drop dead on the spot. But having brute strength alone is useless if he can't hit anyone. That's why fighting skills exist. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the giant's back. From up close, the nearly 3-meter-tall giant looked just like a high wall. Due to his massive size, his shirt had ripped apart, and his bulging muscles were clustered together, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure just by standing in front of him. Taking advantage of the giant's momentary surprise, Su Chen cautiously threw a powerful punch at the pressure point on the giant's spine. The punch struck the giant's muscular back with a dull thud. So hard. Su Chen was shocked. The sensation of his fist didn't feel like it was hitting flesh, but rather like striking tough leather, sending a slight numbness through his palm. What hit me? The giant howled in pain, turned to Su Chen, and with a fierce glare, said, "It's you. I'm going to smash you to death." This little thug, although his mind has become somewhat dull and foolish due to his awakened abilities, still has a clear memory and hasn't forgotten the grudge of being beaten up by Su Chen earlier. So instead of running away, he charges at Su Chen with a raised fist. "You want to beat me to death? You have to hit me first." Su Chen skillfully retreats, dodging the punch, and then turns to deliver a kick to his abdomen. Bang! It still sounded like a dull thud, as if he had kicked a rubber tire, not causing any real impact. Ah! The giant's face twisted in rage, wildly swinging his fists but not even managing to touch the hem of Su Chen's clothes. Though this guy's fists contained enough terrifying power to smash someone's skull, his excessive muscle mass made his punching speed slower than an ordinary person's, making him seem like a moving leather punching bag to Su Chen. Skillfully dodging the giant's attacks, Su Chen's fists and feet continuously struck him, producing a drumming sound of thuds. The police officers who rushed out of the neighborhood were all stunned by the scene before them. They saw the towering giant going berserk in the street, swinging his fists everywhere. In front of him, a young man darted around under his attacks, moving with incredible speed. It was like dancing on steel beams, occasionally countering with a few strikes, making the giant spin in circles. A police officer stared in disbelief. "I can't help but wonder if I fell asleep in the duty room and am actually dreaming right now? Isn't that the guy who took on 8 opponents before? Damn, he really knows martial arts?" The young police officer widened his eyes in shock. He can actually handle that kind of monster so effortlessly. It's unbelievable. Another police officer commented, "Monsters again, and here comes the badass taking on monsters. Why does it feel like we're in a movie? Isn't this the typical plot from American superhero films? What do you guys think, should we go help?" The young officer, holding a police baton, hesitantly asked his colleague beside him. "Help with what? Your small frame isn't enough to withstand even one punch from that monster. Be careful not to lose your life." The police officer holding the radio patted him on the shoulder and said, "I've already requested support from headquarters. The armed police will arrive in at most 10 minutes. Until then, let's see if this superhero can hold on." A group of police officers gathered to watch, and someone even took out their phone to record a video. Tisk, these guys really have some nerve. Not only do they not come to help, but can't they see I'm unarmed?
Can't they at least throw over a stun baton or even a regular nightstick? Su-chen shook his head helplessly. Well, he never expected this group to be of any help anyway. In just over 10 seconds, he had fought the giant at least 10 rounds. This strength-type ability user not only had immense power, but his muscular build was also tough enough to withstand blows. Punches and kicks were ineffective. Even with Su-chen's strength far exceeding that of an ordinary person, he could only make the opponent feel pain for a while without causing any real damage. The giant's massive size also prevented Su-chen from utilizing many of his combat techniques. Relying solely on hand-to-hand combat, neither side could gain the upper hand in a short time. Is it time to use that move? Su-chen frowned. His control over the lightning element was still too rough, and he was reluctant to use it on a person. But right now, there's no other way. Time is running out. He must subdue the power-type ability user before the armed police arrive on the scene, or the mission will be deemed a failure. Damn you, you little brat. All you do is dodge like an eel. If you have the guts, take a punch from me. The giant roared in frustration. Once I catch you, I'll definitely break your damn legs first, and then let's see how you run. Take a punch from you? Fine, as you wish. Su-chen smiled instead of getting angry. This time, he no longer dodged and charged towards the giant's incoming fist. Just barely avoiding the incoming punch, Su-chen wrapped his arms around the giant's thick arm, and a flash of lightning element passed through his palm. Instantly, the giant's arm twitched and lost control, becoming completely powerless. What did you do? His mind dazed from the shock, the giant looked terrified as he realized Su-chen had placed his palm on his stomach again. In the next moment, lightning flashed. The giant curled up, clutching his stomach, and collapsed to the ground, his limbs convulsing in pain. Is this it? The lethality of the lightning element against living beings is indeed astonishing. Su-chen was also surprised by the results. He had only used 50% of his strength to unleash the lightning element, yet the giant couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, he didn't use his full strength, otherwise he might have electrocuted the person to death. With the control of the lightning element, he seemed like a moving high-voltage power line, even more effective than the most powerful electric baton. Placing his hand on the nape of the giant's neck, who was foaming at the mouth, his palm shimmered with tiny arcs of electricity. In almost an instant, the previously arrogant power-type ability user completely lost consciousness, collapsing as his body gradually shrank back to normal human size. Ding! Side quest completed. Quest reward 300 experience points, 70 training points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 6, gained 4 attribute points to allocate. 1 ability point. Ha! I leveled up? Su-chen was taken aback. He hadn't paid much attention to his experience points after reaching level 5, and he didn't expect to level up again without realizing it. Plus, leveling up granted him ability points? He summoned the system interface and took a glance, discovering that he needed 730 experience points to reach level 7, which was much less than he expected. Just 2 or 3 more tasks of subduing ability users would be enough. It seemed that the path to future upgrades wouldn't be particularly difficult. As the giant shrank back to a normal human size, the surrounding police officers cautiously approached, tentatively poking him a few times. Gathering their courage, they pulled out handcuffs to put on the delinquent. One police officer hesitated and asked Su-chen, "Is this guy dead?" "No, he just fainted." Su-chen reminded, "You'd better give this guy a sedative and have a tranquilizer gun ready, in case he wakes up and goes crazy again." "Oh, right. Several officers nodded repeatedly as they dragged the delinquent back to the police car. Having witnessed the intense battle earlier, the police looked at Su-chen with awe and amazement, but this wasn't the time for questions. The commotion caused by the giant had woken many residents, and they still needed to calm the public. To be honest, Su-chen was also quite troubled. If it weren't for the system's task, he wouldn't want to steal the spotlight. Next, he expected to face thorough questioning from the police, as reality isn't like the movies, and being a superhero isn't that easy. So many people witnessed him taking down a strength-type superhuman. This isn't something that can be brushed off as merely knowing a bit of martial arts. He might even be recognized as a superhuman by the authorities, making it impossible for him to hide in the shadows and develop his abilities. Aside from feeling a bit troubled, he wasn't worried about being sliced up. If he were the only superhuman, there might be a risk of being treated as a guinea pig, but the superhuman phenomenon is global. Just in this city, in this neighborhood, a strength-type superhuman appeared tonight, indicating that superhumans won't be rare in the future. Dude, you were incredible just now. We didn't even see how you took that guy down. The young police officer who had previously struck up a conversation with Su-chen approached, his face filled with excitement and admiration. Su-chen casually replied, "I just elbowed his neck hard, that's how I managed to knock him out." It seems the lightning element wasn't exposed, as the arcs of electricity he released were hardly noticeable, and the group of officers were too far away to see it clearly. Since he wasn't discovered, Su-chen decided to play along, keeping the lightning element as a trump card. In life, it's always wise to have a backup plan, especially since the world is likely to descend into chaos soon. I didn't expect there really to be mutated criminals in the world. The young police officer admired. "Big brother, you dared to charge at such a monster and actually brought it down. You must be a legendary martial arts master living in seclusion, right? Have you watched too many movies?" "I'm just an ordinary person who knows a bit of martial arts." Su-chen couldn't help but laugh, shrugging as he said, "That mutated giant is just all muscle, its punching speed isn't fast at all." It's actually not as hard to deal with as it seems. A slightly knowledgeable fighter could easily remain undefeated.
Staying undefeated is true, but winning is almost impossible.
Not only do power-type supernatural beings possess immense strength, but they also have tough skin and flesh. Not only can fists not break through,
but Su Chen even doubts whether a not-so-sharp knife could pierce its skin. The texture feels as thick as cowhide.
With nothing else to do, Su Chen chatted a bit with the young police officer.
During the conversation, he learned that this young officer was indeed very young, 2 years younger than him, named Shin Jiahao. He was a rookie who just graduated from the police academy last week, and this was his first day on duty. On my first day on duty, I encountered such a supernatural event. I don't know if I should call this luck good or bad. A few police riot vehicles sped in from the other end of the street. A team of fully equipped armed police officers jumped out of the vehicles, and after cautiously scanning the area with their guns, they were bewildered to find that they had arrived too late. The monster had already been dealt with. This group of armed police quickly took control of the situation and approached the veteran officer who had requested assistance to understand what had happened. The next steps were simple. The unconscious superhuman with physical powers was taken onto a riot vehicle, and no one knew where he was being taken. Su Chen was respectfully invited into a police car by the officers to give a statement at the police station. First, it was about the testimony regarding the illegal entry into a private residence. Not wanting to miss such a great opportunity, Su Chen naturally aimed to deal with Lu the Skinner. He stated that those people were sent by Supervisor Lu because he had previously had a dispute with him, and thus the responsibility should fall on the mastermind behind it. The officer responsible for recording the testimony had also witnessed Su Chen's fight with the giant and held him in high regard. Without hesitation, he included Lu the Skinner in the list of criminals, ensuring at least 15 days of detention. After giving his statement, Su Chen should have logically been free to go. But the police officer asked him to wait a moment in the interrogation room, saying that someone from the higher-ups at the police station wanted to personally commend his bravery. So the battle with the strength-type ability user really caught the attention of the national agencies? Su Chen secretly clicked his tongue. What commendation? It was clearly the government sending someone to investigate him. Actually, this is quite normal. Whenever a major event occurs in the world, the ones with first-hand information are certainly the national agencies. It's possible that the government had already learned about the existence of the ability surge but just hadn't disclosed it. Feeling a bit anxious, he wondered what the government's attitude towards ability users was. His displayed strength shouldn't be considered strong. After all, he had struggled for a long time to deal with the strength-type ability user. To others, he seemed only slightly stronger than that giant, so the national agencies probably wouldn't pay much attention to him. In reality, if he weren't bare-handed, even without using his lightning element ability, he could completely dominate strength-type ability users. Of course, Su Chen also didn't want to be in the spotlight. Although being noticed might bring him fame and fortune, the price would be strict surveillance and a complete loss of freedom. Su Chen thought to himself, with the system in hand, becoming powerful is just a matter of time. Until then, I need to stay low-key. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, a middle-aged man in a high-ranking police uniform entered the courtroom, holding a form in his hand. "Are you Mr. Su?" "Yes," Su Chen nodded, examining the officer. The officer's uniform had 2 stripes and 3 four-pointed stars on the shoulder, indicating he was a level 1 police inspector, likely the head of the county public security bureau. Su Chen was a bit taken aback to see even the district police chief involved. He had expected that the investigation would be handled by at most a special police officer, or at best, a deputy director. "Mr. Su, first of all, we appreciate your bravery in assisting law enforcement in capturing the fugitive." The police chief began with a lot of formalities, mentioning that they would present him with a banner and a reward of 500 yuan, and just when Su Chen was getting a bit impatient, the conversation took a sharp turn. "Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Su. Have you awakened any special abilities?" "Special abilities?" Su Chen's face showed a hint of caution. "What do you mean? For example, suddenly possessing some extraordinary ability? Or perhaps your physical condition has drastically improved beyond that of an average person?" The director of the Public Security Bureau crossed his arms and said with a calm smile, "Mr. Su need not worry. Although it is rare for someone to awaken special abilities, it has happened before. The government refers to such individuals as superhumans. As long as you do not misuse this power, the government generally holds a friendly attitude towards superhumans." With the director saying this, it seems he has already concluded that Su Chen is most likely a superhuman. "Well, my physical fitness has indeed improved a lot recently." Su Chen had no intention of hiding it. After learning the government's stance from the director, he simply opened up. The director's expression became a bit more serious. "Physical fitness? In what specific areas? Strength or speed?" "Both, I suppose." Su Chen replied vaguely, "My strength has increased by nearly half compared to before, and I can run much faster too. My reaction speed and stamina have also improved. Although I haven't measured it precisely, I should be able to outpace top athletes by a large margin." "So, your physical fitness has improved in all aspects?" The director pondered and wrote a few notes on the form. "Do you have any other special abilities?" "Probably not." Su Chen yawned. "Officer, when can I go back to sleep? I just had a tough fight with that giant. I'm so tired. By the way, is that punk who turned into a giant also an ability user?" He pretended to know nothing, asking knowingly, trying to extract information.
Yes, that's correct.
The director nodded, and since Su-chan was also an ability user, he didn't conceal anything. Based on the current intelligence, we speculate that he should be a mutated power ability user, significantly enhancing his strength by altering his body size.
A mutated power ability user? Su-chan frowned slightly, puzzled. Are there many types of ability users? Mutated? So, there are also ordinary types? Of course there are.
The director explained, ordinary power ability users enhance their bodies directly, while mutated ones are different. Their inherent strength isn't great, but they can strengthen their bodies by changing their size, and their transformed physique is generally much larger than that of ordinary power ability users.
So, does that mean mutated types are stronger than ordinary types?
No, it should be said that each has its pros and cons. After all, the mutated type has the additional transformation aspect, and having a weak base is a big disadvantage.
Su-chan asked, what type of ability user do I count as?
According to what you said, your body has been fully enhanced. You should be considered a fully formed ordinary ability user. The director replied uncertainly, we need to find time for a test to confirm. For now, we don't know how much stronger your physique is compared to an average person.
Su-chan asked again, what will happen to that special type of power ability user?
Imprisonment, re-education, and turning them into the backbone of the nation. The director expressionlessly stated these 3 words.
All right. Su-chan's mouth twitched, fully aware of the country's attitude towards ability users.
As he imagined, the country must be strictly controlling this unstable factor, with the best expectation being to incorporate them into the system for its use. After chatting for a while, in response to Su-chan's questions, the director was quite forthcoming, telling him a lot about ability users and even subtly mentioning that within the government system, the welfare and treatment of ability users are excellent. With the previous groundwork laid, it was no surprise that the director finally extended an olive branch to Su-chan.
A government position? Just when I'm currently unemployed, what position? Su-chan appeared very interested.
If I can work at the police station, I'll have the opportunity to encounter more cases, which would significantly increase the chances of triggering system tasks and level up faster. The specific position hasn't been arranged yet, but it will at least be at the deputy division level, and I can also receive extra allowances. The director paused and said, however, to join the special abilities personnel, you may need to undergo a period of training and assessment. Not everyone can qualify.
Training and assessment? Su-chan frowned. What exactly does that entail?
The director handed over a document that had been prepared earlier. The document roughly stated that special abilities personnel need to undergo ability evaluations, participate in specialized training to effectively use their abilities, and take written assessments of various regulations, among other things. A series of training and assessments that would take at least 2 to 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks? That's too long. It definitely won't work.
The whole world is on the brink of a special abilities wave. If I go for training for 2 to 3 weeks now, I'll be out of touch with the outside world.
Who knows what the world will be like when I come out? Is it possible to skip the training? Can I join directly?
Su-chan tentatively asked, after all, my ability enhances my body in all aspects, so there's no need for training.
As for the regulations, I can memorize them at home. How about we get on board first and settle the payment later?
I can't make that decision. I need to report to my superiors.
You should go home and wait for a notification.
Someone will contact you by tomorrow at the latest, so please keep your phone available. The director, seeing that he didn't agree immediately, didn't seem to care much and simply ended the topic. After reminding Su-chan not to disclose anything about his special abilities to ordinary people, he called over a police officer to register Su-chan's personal information for records, then indicated that he could go home.
As he left the police station, dawn was breaking. Su-chan looked up at the sky. Although the director showed some intention to recruit me, it seems he doesn't take my abilities too seriously.
That's fine. If I'm not taken seriously, it means the surveillance won't be too strict, which is good for me. He learned from the director that special abilities are generally divided into 4 categories: elemental, special, mysterious, and ordinary. Ordinary abilities are the simplest, they merely involve enhancing some aspect of the body. The subcategories include strength type, agility type, comprehensive type, and so on. The strength Su-chan displayed was mistakenly regarded by the director as a comprehensive type. Ordinary abilities? That sounds just so ordinary, merely making the body stronger. In this age dominated by firearms, increasing strength by a little is practically useless. No wonder they aren't taken seriously.
Su-chan clenched his fist. Even without using lightning element skills, the attribute points from leveling up are enough to rival most ordinary ability users. That said, anyone who dares to treat him as an ordinary ability user will definitely regret it. Let's not forget he also has system specialization, and his combat skills are elite among elites, plus he can continue to level up. When the power difference between both sides is not significant, Su-chan can crush his opponents with his exquisite techniques. As for elemental abilities, there's not much to introduce. The lightning element that Su-chan currently masters belongs to one type of elemental ability. Special types encompass a very broad range, somewhat similar to the special abilities and passive abilities in the system ability module. For example, invisibility, duplication, finger regeneration, absolute balance, and so on all belong to special type abilities.
As long as he works hard to level up and finds ways to gain more ability points, he will eventually unlock all the abilities in the ability module. By then, he will be nearly comparable to the legendary celestial beings, capable of anything under heaven and earth. The problem is, where can I obtain ability points? Aside from leveling up, he currently only knows one way to obtain them, which is through ability crystals. The meteors that fell from the sky before were all made of ability crystals, and it's very likely that these crystals triggered the so-called ability wave. Su-chen was puzzled, wondering if the appearance of these crystals was a coincidence or if someone had deliberately thrown them to Earth. Puzzled as he was, he didn't want to think too much about such a complicated matter. The main issue was that those ability crystals evaporated too quickly. By the time the meteor shower came down, they had probably all evaporated. He had no other way to obtain them, and he found himself at an impasse again. Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'll find a way to look for them later. Since he had no leads, Su-chen didn't dwell on it too much. He returned home, ate something, and fell into a deep sleep. 2 hours ago, he had just fallen asleep in the middle of the night when he was awakened by some punks. He had a fight with a power-type ability user and spent a long time giving a statement at the police station. Now he was both exhausted and hungry. Before he unlocked the passive ability source of magic, using lightning elements consumed a lot of physical energy, and the most obvious signs of energy depletion were fatigue and hunger. Su-chen had once tested his limits and found that he could release the lightning element to knock someone unconscious about 9 times. However, this time he used nearly half of his energy to barely knock out the strength-type ability user with lightning elements, which shows that the stronger the opponent's physique, the more lightning energy is required to deal with them. He woke up from a nap and it was already noon. When Su-chen woke up, he opened his phone and saw that Yang Hangwu had transferred him another 50,000. He now had over 110,000 in his WeChat wallet. With money in hand, wouldn't it be a waste not to treat myself? Thus, Su-chen happily opened the food delivery app and ordered a family bucket and a pizza set. His personality was not one to indulge excessively. Instead of going to a fancy restaurant, he preferred to relax at home, watching movies while munching on a bucket of chicken legs and wings. How delightful. After reaching level 5, the main storyline task had not refreshed for a long time, so Su-chen wasn't in a hurry to level up and decided to take a break. After finishing his grooming, the delivery arrived just in time. He lazily reclined on the sofa, munching on chicken legs and sipping cold drinks, casually turning on the TV and tuning into the news channel. The news is reporting on the damage caused by last night's meteorite fall. According to statistics, at least half of the cities nationwide experienced meteorite impacts, and even Shanghai's TV tower was destroyed by a meteorite, resulting in losses of at least several billion yuan. In addition to domestic areas, many foreign regions also suffered from the bombardment of meteor showers. Experts say that the frequent meteorite falls may be due to the hard and highly heat-resistant materials of these meteorites, allowing them to break through the atmosphere and fall to the ground. This meteor shower has been hailed by news media around the world as a global disaster rarely seen in hundreds of thousands of years. What is most surprising is that despite the numerous meteorite impacts, there were miraculously no casualties reported worldwide, aside from property damage. So, if it weren't for my quick reaction last night, the 3 of us might have become the only unfortunate souls in the world to die under a meteorite? Hee, if that really happened, we might even end up in the history books? Su-chen chuckled at his own joke, not feeling particularly unlucky at all. As the saying goes, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for the meteorite passing by, he wouldn't have obtained the ability crystal, which is worth a full 10 ability points. Although it will take a month to absorb it all, he is already very satisfied. He finished the cold drink in one gulp and switched to several satellite news channels, almost all of which were reporting on the meteorite. Su-chen was quite surprised. There's actually no news about abilities on TV? It seems the government is tightly controlling the information. The wave of abilities won't cause a major change in the world anytime soon? Even though it's a wave of abilities, it's estimated that only a small portion of people will awaken. It's impossible for all billions of people in the world to have abilities. After watching the news for a while, he turned off the TV, summoned the system interface, and fell into deep thought. How should he use the ability points gained from leveling up? I won't consider elemental abilities for now. I haven't even grasped a lightning element yet, so it's better not to dabble in other elements for the time being to avoid being scattered and unfocused. Su-chen stroked his chin. The remaining abilities that can be upgraded are only X-ray vision, invisibility, absolute balance, and life-saving at death's door. The first 2 are quite appealing to me. Should I learn invisibility first? He smiled slightly, a hint of playful intrigue on his face. I'm afraid most people have fantasized about what they would do if they could become invisible. Since no one can see them, they could do whatever they want, things they usually wouldn't dare to do but really want to, for example, sneaking into a bank to take a large sum of cash or secretly spying on a women's bathhouse. The basic invisibility ability probably isn't that overpowered, otherwise it wouldn't only need a little bit of ability points to upgrade. Su-chen cleared his mind of the chaotic thoughts and opened the introduction to the invisibility ability. Basic invisibility achieves a visual effect of invisibility through light refraction, unable to conceal presence, sound, body temperature, and other details. Maintaining the invisibility state consumes 1 point of mana per second. If there is no mana, it consumes stamina instead, at 3 points of stamina per second. Damn!
Consuming 3 points of stamina per second is way too much. Su Chen's eyes widened as he couldn't help but complain. I only have 17 points of physique right now, which means I can barely maintain invisibility for a little over 5 seconds? That's such a short time, it's not even enough to take off my pants. Ahem, the topic went off track. In any case, 5 seconds of invisibility is simply too short. There are many things that can't be accomplished, whether serious or not. Su Chen sighed. It seems that the early stage of invisibility can at most be used as a trump card for surprise attacks in battle. To maintain the invisibility for a long time, one must at least wait until they learn the source of mana. To be honest, 5 seconds of invisibility isn't weak at all. In battle, this move could very well lead to victory. Just think about it, if you're fighting someone and suddenly they disappear, you'd definitely be stunned, wondering whether the enemy has fled or is hiding somewhere. And just then, a knife silently pierces your vital spot. The way of the assassin is to kill with a single strike. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Although the invisibility ability consumes a lot of energy, it allows for both retreat and surprise attacks. Should I invest some points in it? Su Chen thought for a while but ultimately decided not to spend any ability points. Almost all abilities require a significant amount of stamina. If he uses the invisibility ability, he won't have enough stamina left to use the lightning element ability. The saying "you can't eat too much at once" applies here. It seems like he gained an additional ability, but in reality, it doesn't significantly enhance his combat power. Since the invisibility ability isn't needed for now, it would be better to save up 3 ability points to unlock the source of mana first. As long as I reach level 7 plus the feedback from the ability crystal tomorrow, I'll have enough points to upgrade the magic source. Su Chen glanced at the 4 points of assignable attributes, pondered for a moment, and simply allocated them all to his constitution, instantly doubling it to that of an ordinary person. 21 points. His reasoning was very simple. With more stamina, he could unleash the lightning element ability more times, significantly boosting his combat power in the short term. As for strength and agility, he had already surpassed ordinary people by more than half, so there was no need to add more for now. The phone rang. Su Chen picked up the phone and saw an unknown number. He answered, "Hello? Who is this? May I ask if this is Mr. Su Chen?" A strange, crisp female voice replied, official in tone and meticulous. "Yes, this is I. Please proceed to the number 3 training building at the provincial stadium for ability assessment within 2 hours. After arriving, please call this number to contact the relevant personnel. Regarding the organization, we can discuss it after the assessment." Assessment? Alright, I'll head over right now. Su Chen hung up the phone, thinking that the national efficiency in this regard was indeed fast. He had only learned this morning that he was an ability user, and by noon, they had already arranged the ability assessment for him. Ding! Main quest triggered. Ability assessment. Task requirement: obtain a rating of E level or above in the ability assessment. Task reward: an additional reward of 4 distributable attribute points. The main quest has been updated? Su Chen was taken aback. This time the main quest actually had a reward, and it was attribute points. He wondered what an E-level rating actually meant. He needed to understand the situation once he arrived at the assessment location so as to avoid failing the task by mistake. The value of those 4 distributable attribute points was not insignificant. He got dressed and prepared to head to the provincial stadium. The community was less than 5 stops away from the provincial stadium. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of training building. Number 3, only to find the entire building sealed off, with a notice and barricade at the entrance prohibiting unauthorized personnel from entering. He took out his phone to contact the woman from before, and shortly after, a young woman in a police uniform walked out from the side door of the training building. "Mr. Su, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. Please come in." The young policewoman assessed Su Chen and gestured for him to follow her. Su Chen followed behind and noticed that the young policewoman had 2 stripes and 2 4-pointed stars on her shoulder, slightly surprised that this woman, who was only a few years older than him, was actually a second-level police inspector, at least at the deputy section level. Generally speaking, it takes ordinary officers at least 10 years to possibly reach the rank of second-level police chief, unless they have connections or extremely high qualifications, or are they superpowered individuals. Su Chen recalled the director's words: joining the superpowered personnel ranks requires at least a deputy section chief level. Could it be that this female officer in front of him is also a superpowered individual? Lost in thought, Su Chen followed the female officer into the training building. This building is usually used for gymnastics training, and the interior is quite spacious, at least several thousand square meters. The training equipment has been moved aside, replaced by some testing machines. There are speed testing tracks, machines to measure punching power, high jump bars, and even he noticed equipment for blood sampling and doctors nearby. Such a grand setup, it can't be just for me, right? Su Chen quietly asked the female officer, "Beautiful lady, can you reveal what the standards are for joining? Something like 9 seconds for the 100 meters? There are other superpowered individuals besides you who will also undergo evaluation." The female officer was well prepared and took out a sheet from her folder to hand over. "As for the standards, you can take a look for yourself. Su Chen took the folder, read it carefully, and noted that the rating standards for ability users are typically divided into 7 levels, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with the minimum standard for joining the organization being an E-level rating. There are 3 main scoring criteria for abilities. The first is type, the second is characteristics, and the third is strength. For example, if you have an elemental ability, you can directly earn a rating of B or higher, and you will also be heavily protected. It is said that elemental ability users are as rare as giant pandas. The uniqueness depends on the type of ability. Abilities like X-ray vision or invisibility are naturally rated C or above, but if it's just about absolute balance or being on the brink of death, it might only be rated F. As for ordinary abilities like Su Chen's, they usually range between C and F depending on the strength of the ability. As long as one physical quality reaches 3 times that of an average person, or 2 qualities reach twice that, can it reach an E-level rating? After reading the descriptions on the list, Su Chen pondered, so, the mutated power ability user I took down yesterday must be at least E-level, right? His strength is definitely over 3 times that of an average person, and his physique isn't low either. That's about right, but mutated ability users often lose their rationality, so we won't consider recruiting them for now. The female officer looked at Su Chen and blinked, suddenly smiling. You really don't need to worry too much. I watched the footage from yesterday's scene too. With your skills, it's definitely not a problem to get an E-level rating for suppressing a mutated ability user in such a short time. You might even get a D-level. Su Chen asked in confusion. Footage? What footage? You don't know? The female officer took out her phone and opened a short video app. Just take a look yourself. Su Chen took the phone, and the screen was playing footage of him fighting the giant in the middle of the street. Not only that, but the battle footage was also accompanied by exhilarating background music. If the person filming hadn't stood too far away and the streetlights weren't so dim, people might have mistaken it for a promotional video for a big production. From a third-party perspective, he was skillfully dodging and maneuvering under the giant's attacks, ultimately seizing the opportunity for a fatal strike, turning the tide and bringing the massive giant down to the ground, with the exhilarating background music reaching its peak. It was simply exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. What the heck? Someone really posted the video online? Su Chen was dumbfounded. Upon closer inspection, he found that the video had over 100,000 shares. The number of likes exceeded 1 million, and he couldn't help but click on the 999 plus comments to see what was going on. A martial arts master battles the Hulk? Wow! What movie is this? I want to watch it. What movie? Can't you see this was filmed on a phone? This is real life. Hey, isn't this our community? No wonder it was so noisy last night. Oh my god. Are there martial arts masters hidden in our neighborhood? In the world of martial arts, speed is unbeatable. So exciting. I want to be your disciple, master. Coach, I want to learn martial arts. Coach, go away, you want to learn everything. As he scrolled through a series of bizarre comments, Su Chen's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but ask, isn't it against the law to disclose information about superpowered individuals? Shouldn't the authorities do something about this video? It's revealing too much. News censorship is up to the higher-ups. What good does it do to ask me? The female police officer shrugged innocently. Didn't you see that this video has been shared over 100,000 times? Even if we delete it now, it won't help. It will spread privately, which only indirectly confirms that it's real. It's too late to contain it. Su Chen helplessly complained, so just because it's too late, we won't do anything? The female officer said, actually, it's not a big deal. It hasn't revealed anything special. Ordinary people might just think it's 2 people fighting. Plus, your face is very blurry in the video, so no one can recognize you. Indeed, since it was night and the distance was far, the phone footage wasn't clear. Moreover, Su Chen's movements in the video were very fast, making it nearly impossible to see his facial features, but based on his build, clothing, and the community, acquaintances could still likely recognize him. Su Chen checked his phone and found that his WeChat messages were indeed overflowing. Many acquaintances had forwarded the video to him, asking if the person in it was him. The biggest problem doesn't lie here. Opening the video, Su Chen squinted his eyes, watching the moment he knocked down the giant. Although ordinary people couldn't see anything unusual with his vision, he could vaguely see a blue light flashing between his palm and the giant's abdomen. Trouble. Perhaps it's hard for an ordinary person to notice, but if someone with ulterior motives observes it, combined with the testimony that the elemental power user might record, like being electrocuted, the fact that he controls the lightning element will still be exposed. Should I continue to hide it, or simply expose it to gain better and higher position benefits? Su Chen frowned, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Isn't it unnecessary to be so confused? The female police officer noticed Su Chen's bad complexion and comforted him. Being famous isn't a bad thing. Maybe the higher-ups will use you as an example to promote. Like me, I haven't had a chance to get famous yet. Promote? What do you mean? Su Chen asked in confusion. Will information about abilities be made public in the future? Hey, let's not talk about that for now. Hurry up and go test. Don't keep everyone waiting too long. The next tester could come back at any moment. The female police officer realized she had let something slip. Her expression stiffened, and she urged Su Chen to proceed with the ability assessment. Seeing that the female officer was unwilling to say more, Su Chen had no choice but to end the topic and go on stage first. The ability assessment consisted of many complicated and comprehensive items. It started with explosive tests like a 100-meter sprint, punch strength, grip strength, weightlifting, and jumping. With his mastery of martial arts, Suchin demonstrated extraordinary control over his body, achieving nearly twice the average test score despite having only a base of 16 in strength and agility. The subsequent tests included endurance activities such as long-distance running, weight-bearing, and diving. In this round, Suchin leveraged his advantage of 21 points in physique, easily surpassing the double standard. After completing the blood draw for the activity test, he was indeed rated as an E-level superhuman, with a plus sign indicating that his true combat power could reach D level. Main quest completed. Quest reward: additional 4 points to allocate to attributes. The tests are done. Returning to the female officer, Suchin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Can we discuss the staffing issue now? I feel that training is meaningless for me since my powers have enhanced my reaction speed as well, so there's no risk of losing control over my strength. The female officer nodded. Let's go, follow me to meet the team leader. After saying that, the female officer walked towards the training building's corridor. Suchin followed closely behind and arrived in front of an office where 3 men and 1 woman were seated inside. Sitting behind the desk is a middle-aged man, wearing the insignia of a wheat ear and a flower, a third-level police supervisor, at least a departmental-level official. This departmental-level official is explaining something to 2 men and a woman, mentioning terms like special abilities team, benefits, regulations, 5 insurances and 1 fund, contract confidentiality, and so on. The female police officer said, Team Leader Shing, this is the person I mentioned yesterday, as she handed over Suchen's evaluation form. Team Leader Shing looked up at Suchen, glanced at the evaluation form, and asked, Are you Suchen? Yes, I am, Suchen nodded. Before he could carefully observe the people in the office, suddenly, a fist came flying at him from the side with incredible speed. Suchin slightly turned to the side to dodge the punch, and with his arm, he swiftly trapped the attacker's wrist while his other hand pressed against the attacker's neck, executing the whole motion in less than half a second. Looking at the buzzcut young man whose throat he was gripping, Suchin frowned and asked, What do you mean? The buzzcut young man said nothing and struggled vigorously. Surprisingly, he was quite strong and nearly broke free. Suchin didn't go easy on him, twisting his arm back forcefully, causing the joint to crack loudly. Ouch! That hurts. Man, let go. The crew-cut young man's expression changed instantly, and he shouted anxiously, Don't get excited, I didn't mean to fight you. Team Leader Shing asked me to test you. There's a reason for everything, man. Suchin released the crew-cut young man's arm and turned his gaze to Team Leader Shing at the desk. Team Leader Shing had a satisfied smile on his face, clapping his hands. That was an excellent fighting technique, crisp and clean, rivaling that of Special Forces professionals. Truly worthy of someone who can subdue a mutated power user without injury in just 2 minutes. Suchin shrugged. Officer, that test wasn't very friendly. I've looked at your file, there are no negative records, and you meet the basic conditions for joining the official organization. Team Leader Shing seemed to ignore Suchen's complaint and continued, As for your request, I've also heard from Director Hu. Joining without training is naturally not a problem given your skills. Oh? Suchen's expression shifted slightly. However, but what? Training is not necessary, but you still need to undergo an assessment. Suchen asked, What kind of assessment? Before the assessment, we first need to confirm that you truly wish to join the national organization. With a change in tone, Team Leader Shing flipped through the documents on the table and handed a contract to Suchen. Think carefully, the contents of this contract are classified. After reading what's on it, you must join the Ability Users Organization, otherwise the state has the right to detain you until the secrecy is lifted. Suddenly bringing up something so grand as state secrets? It really makes one a bit nervous. Suchen couldn't help but mutter quietly, quickly scanning through every word of the contract. After reading the contract, Suchen learned that this so-called Ability Users Organization is a special independent military agency under the state, officially named the Special Operations Group for Ability Users, abbreviated as the Ability Group. The Ability Group does nothing else but handle supernatural crimes and major cases involving supernatural events around the world. During operations, their authority even surpasses that of local judicial institutions, taking orders only from superiors within the Ability Group. At first, there were very few people in the Ability Group, as ability users are rare. However, due to the increasing number of awakened ability users and the frequent occurrence of supernatural phenomena, the higher-ups have decided to expand the size of the Ability Group. I can understand supernatural crimes. When ability users use their special powers to cause trouble, it falls under that category. But what exactly does a supernatural event refer to? Speaking of supernatural events, Suchen couldn't help but recall the strange occurrences he encountered a few days ago when he took Xiaoyi to Qingfeng Park. At that time, the system had warned him to leave quickly and not to investigate any supernatural events before reaching level 5. What exactly is in that deep hole in the woods? Just thinking about the creepy feeling of being watched by something back then sends chills down his spine. He wonders how that park is doing now. Back to the point, aside from a few brief points, there isn't much valuable information in the contract. Essentially, it states that after joining the organization, one must accept assignments from national agencies and obey higher management, along with some related benefits. I finished reading. Su-chen signed directly and handed the contract back. I agree to join the ability group. Team Leader Xing, what assessments do you have for me? Very good, straightforward. Team Leader Xing glanced at Su-chen and the others. There is only one assessment that requires you newcomers to complete together. This assessment is also your first mission in the ability team, which is to investigate the supernatural phenomena in Qingfeng Park. Qingfeng Park? Su-chen's eyes flashed with surprise. It really is as they say. He was just thinking about the supernatural phenomena he encountered in the park that day. He didn't expect that the first assessment after joining the ability team would be to investigate that matter. A coincidence on the surface, but inevitable in reality? Ding! Triggered main quest, park disappearance case. Quest requirement: investigate the supernatural phenomena in Qingfeng Park and personally resolve the root cause. Quest reward: 1 ability point. Me and those three together? Su-chen's gaze turned to the 2 men and 1 woman beside him. The crew-cut young man was grimacing in pain while moving his arms. The other man, who wore black-framed glasses, looked to be about 27 or 28, and the last woman appeared to be in her early 30s, with an ordinary appearance. These 3 should also be new recruits, right? I wonder what their abilities are. To be precise, it's all 5 of you. Team Leader Xing directed her gaze to the female officer at the door. Xiaoying, you are responsible for taking these newcomers to gain some experience. Ha? The female officer named Xiaoying was taken aback and hesitantly asked, is this appropriate? Letting untrained newcomers directly encounter supernatural phenomena is too dangerous, right? Aren't the regular assessments usually? According to the intelligence, the supernatural phenomenon in that park is only Class E. Merely investigating it shouldn't be too dangerous. Team Leader Xing changed her tone and ominously said to Su-chen and the others, however, if you let your guard down, you could still end up dead. The 3 people, excluding Su-chen, changed their expressions upon hearing this. They didn't expect that just a regular assessment could be life-threatening. It seemed that being an ability user was not an easy job. The buzzcut young man awkwardly said, Boss, are we really going to investigate empty-handed? Don't we have any equipment or anything? Of course there is equipment, but it will only be provided after the assessment is over. Until you pass the assessment, you aren't considered official personnel. Xiaoying, make sure to explain the rules of the ability team to them on the way. Team Leader Xing lowered her head and continued to review the documents, waving her hand to signal that they could leave. Su-chen and the others exited the office. What exactly are supernatural phenomena? The only woman among the newcomers looked at the female officer, her expression somewhat anxious. Will there really be a risk to life? There might be. The female officer hesitated and said, but Team Leader Xing only asked you to investigate, just observing from the side should be fine. As long as you don't get too involved, there shouldn't be any issues, especially since everyone here is not an ordinary person. The 4 exchanged glances, then followed the female officer out of the training building and got into a police car heading to Qingfeng Park. In the car, Su-chen sat in the passenger seat. By the way, I still don't know how to address you, senior. My name is Miao Yueying. The female officer reported her name while driving. I joined the Special Abilities team 3 months ago, not much earlier than you. My ability is also E-level ordinary type, with an explosive speed about 3 times that of an ordinary person. I'm Zhang Chenghui. My ability is also E-level ordinary type, with explosive strength 3 times. The crew-cut young man leaned in to introduce himself, looking at Su-chen. Dude, your ability must be strong, right? I tried to sneak attack just now and you pinned me down in 1 move. I didn't even have a chance to fight back. Just a bit of fighting skill, nothing special. My name is Su-chen, rated E+. My physique, speed, and strength are all twice that of ordinary people. Su-chen quietly stated his name and looked around at the others. Is everyone here an ordinary type of ability user? I am a special type of ability user. A woman in her 30s said, my name is Lu Yuan. My ability is sensory enhancement. My hearing, smell, and vision are all more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Although I am a special type, my ability rating is not high. Like everyone else, I am E-level. Abilities related to the senses? Su-chen couldn't help but glance at the woman a few more times. It was the first time he had seen a support-type ability user. A man with glasses briefly said, my name is Gao Sibo, E-level rating, my strength and speed are twice that of an ordinary person. After he finished speaking, he fell silent, gazing out the window, lost in thought. He seemed to be the type that was hard to approach. After everyone in the car introduced themselves, they were somewhat acquainted with each other. Su-chen wasn't particularly interested in the other 3 newcomers and didn't intend to build a good relationship with them. Anyway, after the assessment, these 3 would go for training, and he wouldn't have any further interactions with them in the short term. He turned to Miao Yueying in the driver's seat and asked, what exactly are these supernatural phenomena? How should we investigate them? This is a bit complicated to explain. Miao Yueying showed a troubled expression. Originally, you should have received training before the assessment. I don't know what Team Leader Xing was thinking this time, allowing you to directly encounter supernatural phenomena. Anyway, let me say a few words. Supernatural phenomena are divided into many categories. Generally speaking, the most common are ghostly or demon-like entities. The supernatural phenomena in Qingfeng Park belong to the latter, possibly caused by some kind of spirit. The 3 newcomers in the back seat exclaimed, demon-like entities? Ghosts? Is it really possible for things like monsters and spirits to exist in this world? Even though Su Chen was mentally prepared, hearing Miao Yueying say these things still felt shocking. After all, the worldview he had built over a long time wasn't easy to change. Was the eerie gaze he felt in that pit some unknown spirit watching him? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Su Chen couldn't help but shiver. He recalled the crying little boy in the woods whose father had been dragged into a dark cave by a spirit. There was an 80% chance he had already met his end. If he hadn't arrived in time, the little boy might have been in grave danger as well. Supernatural phenomena are indeed not something ordinary people can deal with. Miao Yueying continued, supernatural phenomena, like ability users, are classified into 7 danger levels, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Level F represents a non-dangerous situation that generally does not require handling. Our regional ability team mainly deals with situations rated E and above. Su Chen asked, how is the danger level determined? Human lives. Miao Yueying calmly said, supernatural phenomena that have never caused human fatalities belong to level F. Once there is a death, it will immediately be classified as level E or higher. The other 3 newcomers couldn't sit still and began nervously discussing among themselves. However, Su Chen had already anticipated this. How many people died in Qingfeng Park? So far, only one is known. Miao Yueying said this as she drove the police car into the cordoned-off Qingfeng Park, stopping in front of a small path by the woods. We're here. Let's go to the scene and remember to stay together. No matter what you see, do not act on your own. Several people got out of the car and a few officers patrolling the perimeter came over to ask for identification. Miao Yueying took out an ID from her uniform pocket and after the officers glanced at it, they saluted and let them pass, watching as the 5 entered the woods. Walking along the sparse forest path, the other 3 were tense and on edge, fearing that a monster might suddenly jump out from behind a tree, except for Miao Yueying and Su Chen. Su Chen remained calm. Even if he did encounter so-called monsters, he wasn't afraid with his lightning elemental powers by his side. Not far along, they arrived at a dimly lit area of the forest where a deep pit the size of a human head was surrounded by horizontal bars, with a large cross sign next to it warning not to approach. Stopping in front of the bars, Miao Yueying pointed at the pit and said, 2 days ago, a middle-aged man went missing in this forest. The on-duty police officer came in to search but saw a shadow that looked like a monkey darting into this pit. One officer recklessly reached into the pit to grab it, and then, his hand was gone. The 4 of them breathed a little unevenly, staring at the pit of moderate size, their eyes filled with complex emotions of fear, curiosity, and tension. According to the current intelligence, the organization speculates that the creature in the cave may be some kind of spirit. Miao Yueying glanced at the cave behind her and picked up a stone from the ground to throw into it. The stone flew into the cave entrance and was instantly knocked away by something, hitting the tree trunk with a muffled thud, causing the small branches to shake violently. The impact was surprisingly strong. The strength and speed of these little creatures are beyond that of ordinary people, and most of them are naturally cautious. They won't leave their caves unless they are certain, and it's also difficult to hit them with firearms at close range. Su Chen asked, since it's so dangerous, why not just use explosives to blow up whatever is in the cave? It's useless. Miao Yueying shook her head and said, unless we bomb the entire park, it's hard to kill the creatures hiding in the ground. They aren't stupid, they would have run away long before you set up the explosives. Even grenades won't work. That stone earlier is a prime example. The crew-cut young man, Zhang Chenghui, couldn't help but ask, then how are we supposed to investigate? Is there a way to lure it out? I would rather ask, what exactly are we investigating? Gao Sibo adjusted his glasses and said, according to what you said, the murder occurred 2 days ago, and it's already speculated to be the work of a creature. The cave is in a conspicuous location, so what do we newbies need to investigate? Indeed, there isn't much to investigate. As he said, all you need to do is find a way to draw out the things from the hole and take a couple of photos, and the assessment will be considered complete. Miao Yueying took out her phone from her pocket, aimed it at the 4, turned on the camera, and stood aside. You can call for police assistance from the park, but you must not disclose information about supernatural phenomena. From now on, I will report your performance truthfully, and the assessment officially begins. The 4 stood still, looking at each other. Zhang Chenghui leaned over and said, guys, why don't we get a stick or something? Let's see if we can poke whatever's inside out. A stick probably won't be very useful, at least we need something made of iron, right? Su Chen stared at the pit. The creature inside could easily tear a human apart, let alone a mere stick. It would probably be shredded the moment it was poked. Besides, I don't think poking with a stick will force it out. This is a creature, not a wild animal. Using water is the most practical approach. The bespectacled man, Gao Sibo, said, since we can mobilize the station police, why not use a hose to fill the hole with water? There are actually many ways to force it out, but the question is, if we do force it out, will there be any danger? Once this was said, Su Chen and the others fell silent. According to Miao Yueying, even firearms are hard to hit at close range with those creatures. How fast must they be? Moreover, with team leader Xing's warning about potential life-threatening dangers, it makes one extremely anxious. It seems like there's a sound coming from inside the cave. The middle-aged woman, Lu Yuan, whispered, the cave entrance is too dark. I can't see what's inside, but I can hear something digging. Do you think that creature might be trying to escape? Stop dragging this out. If the creature comes out, I'll handle it. Su Chen was too lazy to keep hesitating, so he decisively directed the others. Kuntu, go find some iron rods and bring back some weapons if possible. Jingzi, go get a water pipe from the police. Special type, keep monitoring the movements inside the cave, and it would be best if you can figure out how far this cave extends. Zheng Chenghui, got it. I'll be back right away. Gao Sibo, I'll go borrow a water pipe from them now. Lu Yuan, understood, I'll give it a try. The three of them had no strong leader to rely on, and with Su Chen being the strongest present, no one resisted his orders. They all complied and busied themselves accordingly. Taking advantage of the three being busy with their tasks, he walked over to Miao Yueying, who was filming. Can I ask how strong the little monsters are? Besides their speed, are there any other dangers? The danger level of the little monsters is probably similar to that of a trained E-level ability user. Their weapons are claws and teeth, and their attack methods are similar to beasts. So far, many forms of little monsters have been discovered, most of which do not possess special abilities. Miao Yueying answered truthfully and added, however, it is only a guess that there are little monsters in the cave, and we can't be 100% sure. You all should be prepared to escape at any moment. Okay, sure. Su Chen glanced at the holster at her waist. Can you lend me the gun for a bit? Miao Yueying looked at Su Chen suspiciously. What do you need the gun for? Of course, for self-defense. Su Chen said confidently, the ability team does such dangerous work, they wouldn't just not provide us with guns, right? According to the regulations, it's not impossible to lend it to you. Miao Yueying hesitated for a moment, but can you use a gun? You didn't graduate from a police academy. I know a little. Su Chen looked up at the sky, feeling guilty, and said, I was fortunate enough to fire real bullets during military training at university, although I only shot 5 rounds. The military training at school involved rifles, which are different from handguns. The female officer couldn't help but retort. Don't worry about the details. Su Chen shrugged, handguns aren't that difficult, it's just 4 steps, loading, disengaging the safety, aiming, and shooting. After watching so many action movies, who wouldn't know how? With my reaction speed, accuracy won't be a problem. Well, you have a point. Miao Yueying, looking defeated, pulled out her police-issued Type 92 pistol from her waist and handed it to Su Chen. The creature moves quickly, and you might not have the chance to aim at close range. Be careful not to get bitten on the neck, it could be fatal. Thanks for the warning. Su Chen took the pistol, maintaining a calm expression, but inside he was incredibly excited. This was the first time in his life he had touched a handgun. Which man doesn't like firearms? The cold metallic texture, the heavy weight, the powerful lethality, all of it was so thrilling. Although he had shot at targets with a rifle during military training in college, he had only fired a few shots, and his memory was quite hazy. The only thing he remembered was that his arms felt sore from the recoil, and not much else. Once this assessment is over, he will join the ability group and will rightfully receive a sidearm of his own. New specialization, firearms. A system notification sounded in his ears, and Su Chen was overjoyed as he opened the system interface to find the firearms specialization. Do you want to consume 3 training points to upgrade firearms control to beginner level? Do you want to consume 10 training points to upgrade firearms control to intermediate level? Do you want to consume 30 training points to upgrade firearms control to elite level? He upgraded firearms control to elite level in one go, as he had accumulated enough training points after completing a few tasks. He could spare 30 or 50 points. To ensure his speed could keep up with the creatures, Su Chen allocated all 4 attribute points he received from the main quest to agility. His body felt suddenly lighter, and his agility attribute broke through 20 points. Still have 108 training points left. Su Chen glanced at the remaining training points and immediately decided to upgrade his combat specialization by 1 level. Do you want to consume 100 practice points to upgrade your fighting skill to master level? Wow, it actually requires so many practice points to reach master level? That's more than 3 times. While Su Chen was shocked, he also felt some anticipation for the master level fighting skill. He originally planned to save his practice points to learn the boxing techniques from the Bajiquan school, but after thinking it over, he realized that specializing in fighting wasn't weak either. Upgrading it to master level before learning other techniques might allow him to draw parallels. Upgrade. A surge of knowledge and experience flooded into his mind. When Su Chen opened his eyes again, it felt as if a long time had passed, though in reality, he had only been dazed for a few seconds. Before long, the trio of beginners had gathered their equipment, connected plastic pipes to a nearby faucet, and started filling the pit with water. Hey, I got a few batons and a riot shield from the police. What do you think? Zhang Chenghui ran back with a pile of police gear and, upon seeing the gun in Su Chen's hand, widened his eyes. Whoa, where did you get that gun? Su Chen pointed at Miao Yueying. I got it from her. Sis, can you get me one too? Zhang Chenghui threw away what he was holding and approached Miao Yueying with a flattering expression. You're late. Miao Yueying shrugged and said, I only have 1 sidearm. No way. Zhang Chenghui let out a wail, having no choice but to pick up the police baton and riot shield from the ground, occasionally casting envious glances at the gun in Su Chen's hand, regretting why he didn't borrow a handgun from Miao Yueying earlier. Su Chen ignored him and picked up a riot shield, weighing it in his hands. This is a type of police riot shield commonly seen in police stations or security rooms, made of transparent polycarbonate material that is lightweight yet sturdy, with impact resistance comparable to steel. With this shield, safety is better assured.
Suchen handed the remaining 2 riot shields to the other 2 people and said, Lu Yuan, your ability isn't suited for combat, stay further away from the cave to avoid being targeted by any escaping creatures. Lu Yuan nodded and ran back a short distance behind the others, saying, besides the sound of water in the cave, there are some strange low growls. However, the sound of digging has temporarily stopped. Low growls? Are they coming from the creatures? Suchen subconsciously glanced at Miao Yueying, who was also holding her phone and moving towards the back row, clearly not willing to help them easily. Can you tell where this hole leads by listening to the sound of the water? Suchen asked Lu Yuan, as he could vaguely hear the water flowing through the cave and even felt the sound of water flowing beneath his feet. Be wary of things in the cave escaping from elsewhere. Lu Yuan closed her eyes to listen carefully, extending her finger as it began to glide in the direction of the pit. The others knew she was indicating the direction of the water flow, gripping their riot shields tightly as they looked in the direction her fingertip pointed. A muffled sound erupted from beneath their feet, and before Suchen could react, he saw a creature that looked like a hairless monkey burrowing out of the ground, covered in mud, lunging towards him with claws bared. Startled, he reflexively raised the riot shield in front of him. Bang! The monster collided with the shield, letting out a painful howl as it was bounced back and fell to the ground, while Suchen was also jolted by the violent impact, nearly losing his balance. The small creature before me is less than a meter tall, with an entire body covered in ugly, wrinkled skin. Its eyes are as small as green beans, its limbs resemble those of a beast, and the corners of its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, even have shocking remnants of flesh and blood, making it look extremely horrifying. Ah! Lu Yuan, who was carefully listening to the sound of the flowing water, opened her eyes and saw the creature lying not far in front of her, letting out a piercing scream. Although the creature looks quite terrifying, this woman's psychological quality is really lacking. Not to mention Lu Yuan, she isn't a combat-type ability user, and the other 2 young men were also frightened by the monster's appearance. They clearly held batons and riot shields in their hands, yet they stood frozen in place, not rushing to help Suchen. Suchen didn't expect these people to help him anyway. He steadied himself and quickly aimed the already loaded pistol at the creature in front of him. With elite-level gun control, the pistol seemed to become an extension of his body at that moment. This feeling of being connected by flesh and blood, while he couldn't say it was effortless, at least within a dozen meters, hitting the target would definitely not be a problem. In almost an instant, Suchen aimed at the small creature's diminutive body and pulled the trigger. The deafening gunfire echoed. The little creature, however, had already kicked off the ground a second before the gun was aimed at it, darting several meters away with astonishing speed, disappearing into the depths of the forest. The bullet embedded itself in the ground, sending a spray of dirt flying. Tisk, missed. Suchen clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and fired several shots at the fleeing creature, but as expected, it was still futile. What a pity! Just now the distance between the gun and the target was less than 2 meters, which was an excellent opportunity, yet it managed to escape even at such a close range. As Miao Weiying said, firearms are really ineffective against such monsters. Their speed is simply too fast, and their small size makes it a headache to hit them at close range, like trying to shoot a fly with a bullet. Phew, it got away. Does that mean the assessment is over? Seeing the little creature escape, everyone except Suchen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the content of the assessment was merely an investigation, otherwise, it's hard to imagine how they would deal with a monster that even firearms couldn't handle. I can take care of it, just give me a few minutes. Suchen threw away the riot shield and, without saying a word, chased into the forest alone. He hasn't forgotten the main quest, which requires him to personally eliminate the root cause, not just conduct a simple investigation. Hey, don't act on your own. Miao Yueying, who was responsible for supervision, quickly caught up, turning back to remind the other 3, you all wait here. The 3 newcomers exchanged glances, feeling like they were just bystanders. In the forest, the small and agile creature moved quickly, running on all 4s like a beast, darting between the trees. With this speed, it must be at least twice that of an ordinary person, right? Luckily, I allocated my 4 attribute points to agility in advance, otherwise, I might not even be able to keep up. Suchen looked around, searching for the best route to chase the creature. What are you doing? The assessment has already ended, and you don't need to handle the follow-up. Behind him, Miao Yueying quickly caught up. Her ability allowed her to move at 3 times the speed of an ordinary person, making it easy for her to catch up to Suchen, who was moving at double speed. I'm confident I can take it down. Suchen casually made up a reason. If we eliminate the supernatural phenomenon during the assessment, our evaluation will be higher, right? Isn't the ability group allowed to kill this little creature? Miao Yueying pondered. It's permissible to kill. Then that's settled. Suchen tentatively asked, Miss Miao, could you do me a favor? Miao Yueying shot him a glance. Didn't you say you were confident in handling it? Suchen chuckled awkwardly. With your help, I'll be even more confident. Just say it. Miao Yueying implicitly agreed to help. Perhaps it was because she had seen the short video of Suchen suppressing a mutated ability user, which made her particularly trust his strength. Suchen whispered a few words to Miao Yueying, who hesitated for a moment before speeding ahead to chase the little creature. The little creature sensed someone trying to block its path and, without any hesitation, turned around and lunged at Miao Yueying, displaying a fierce fighting stance, showing its savage nature. Miao Yueying quickly changed direction and fled backwards. Though her speed was fast, she couldn't match the strength of the little creature. If it got too close, she would be doomed. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Taking advantage of the small creature lunging at Miao Yueying, Su Chen anticipated the shot and hit one of the creature's front limbs.
The small creature, hurt and in pain, decisively abandoned Miao Yueying and continued to flee. However, with one leg broken, its speed was greatly reduced and it was quickly caught up by Su Chen. Su Chen fired again, this time the bullet pierced through the small creature's chest. Blood flowed and the monkey-like small creature collapsed to the ground, motionless. Is it over? Su Chen approached slowly but suddenly realized that the system hadn't indicated the mission was complete.
A chill ran through him and he stopped, firing a few more shots. The small creature on the ground indeed let out a howl of anguish, twitching and rolling on the ground. It was actually playing dead. If he had gone over to check just now, he might have been ambushed by this thing. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Although he has a physique that rivals the little monsters and possesses lightning elemental powers, life and death battles often
come down to a split second.
If that creature suddenly lunges at close range and bites his throat, it would be absolutely unbearable.
This monster is really resilient. It took several shots and can still move. A normal person would be dead by now.
Just as he was thinking about firing a couple more shots, he pulled the trigger and realized he was out of bullets. The magazine of a Type 92 pistol holds up to 15 rounds. This means that Su Chen, with his elite-level firearms specialization, fired a full 15 shots just to barely injure the little monster.
Did you succeed?
Miao Yueying, who had caught up, saw the little monster lying on the ground and spoke with surprise. Having been part of the ability group for 3 months and participated in similar missions, she knew well the dangers of the little
monsters.
Typically, at least 3 E-level ability users are needed to encircle and block off the routes in order to barely take one down. But Su Chen managed to do it all by himself. Even though she assisted him during the fight, his strength cannot be overlooked.
I was lucky, I fired a few random shots and didn't expect to hit anything. Su Chen returned the handgun to Miao Yueying. The magazine is empty. Do you have any spare bullets?
Miao Yueying took the handgun, pulled out a new magazine from her belt, and skillfully replaced it, saying, "It's best to catch the little
creature alive. You keep an eye on it while I go find some rope to tie it up. The organization will reward us after we hand it in. Can this thing even stay alive?" Su Chen glanced at the little creature struggling not far away.
He had shot it several times. Even if it hadn't died on the spot, it shouldn't last long. But Miao Yueying said, "It's just a few holes." The vitality of these creatures is far beyond that of ordinary beings.
As long as the head and heart are intact, it's hard for them to die. Keep an eye on it and don't let it escape.
After saying that, she ran off to borrow some rope from outside the woods. Su Chen approached the little creature, maintaining a safe distance of a few meters, and observed it cautiously. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the creature's blood was actually a purplish-red color, and the wounds from the gunshots were automatically closing, with blood gradually stopping its flow.
Its self-healing ability was simply beyond imagination.
In just a few minutes, Miao Yueying returned with a rope, throwing it to Su Chen and signaling him to bind the creature. Su Chen approached with the rope, while the small creature bared its teeth fiercely in an attempt to intimidate him. He grabbed the small creature's claws and bound its limbs together with the rope, tying it up in a way similar to how one would bind a crab. Holding the tightly bound small creature, Su Chen and Miao Yueying returned along the same path.
Oh my gosh! You really caught that monster!
The 3 onlookers, waiting in place, were utterly shocked to see Su Chen carrying the limp small creature.
As fellow new ability users, how could the gap be so vast? They couldn't help at all, yet he managed to independently deal with the monster in under 5 minutes. Miao Yueying waved her hand and said, "The assessment is over.
You all should head back and wait for further notice. The police will come to handle the scene soon. Mr. Su and I still need to report to the ability group." After saying that, she signaled for Su Chen to follow, and the two returned to the police car, with Su Chen sitting in the back to restrain the small creature.
Ding! Main quest completed. Quest reward, 1 ability point. He wrapped the bound little creature in a cloth bag and asked, "Where are we going? To the branch of the supernatural ability group?" "That's right." Miao Yueying drove away from the park, saying, "To be honest, I didn't expect you to actually catch the little creature. Originally, Captain Xing decided to send someone to handle this in the afternoon, but now it's unnecessary." Su Chen asked curiously, "Why does the supernatural ability group want to capture it alive?" "There's research value." Miao Yueying explained, "The little creatures are actually mutated lifeforms resulting from genetic mutations. They were originally ordinary animals, and the country has yet to determine the cause of their mutations, just like the reason why supernatural beings can awaken their abilities is still a mystery. To put it simply, these little creatures are like animals that have awakened supernatural abilities?" Su Chen pondered, "From a certain perspective, supernatural beings are also mutated lifeforms resulting from genetic mutations." Glancing at the grotesque little creature, Su Chen said disdainfully, "By the way, what exactly is the true form of this thing? It's really ugly." Miao Yueying responded jokingly, "Maybe it's stray cats and dogs? Animals mutate more freely than humans, so it's normal for their appearance to change drastically. Last time on a mission, we even encountered a monster that looked like an alien facehugger." Su Chen laughed, "Is that true? If something like that really exists, I'd love to see it. You'll have the chance in the future." Miao Yueying lowered her voice. "I heard Team Leader Xing complaining privately yesterday that the workload for the ability group is likely to increase. I didn't expect that this morning so many ability users would suddenly appear. You know, normally, we might not even get new members all year. Oh, what happened? Su Chen pretended not to understand. I'm not sure either, the higher-ups haven't released any information. Miao Yueying shook her head, but I suspect it has something to do with that meteor shower yesterday. It really resembled a large-scale supernatural phenomenon, don't you think? It does seem a bit like that, Su Chen nodded. A large-scale meteor shower covering the entire country is quite strange. Not just the country. Miao Yueying corrected him, this meteor shower actually spanned the whole world. No way? Su Chen was taken aback. He had only been paying attention to reports about major cities in the country being hit by meteorites and hadn't really followed international news. A global meteor shower, wow, just thinking about it feels bizarre. This can't be explained as a mere astronomical phenomenon, right? I'd even believe there's an alien civilization manipulating it. Miao Yueying asked, according to your information, a meteorite fell on the roof of your house yesterday, right? Did you go to see the meteorite crater? That did happen. When Su Chen replied, he looked a bit guilty out the window. See it? Didn't the news say there was radiation? I didn't go. The meteorite didn't just hit the roof of his house, it was so close it could have hit him on the head. As for going to see the meteorite crater, the meteorite had already been completely consumed by his home system, so what was there to see? I heard team leader Xing say that the radioactivity of meteorites is actually beneficial for those with special abilities. According to higher-ups research, it can slightly enhance their powers? Miao Yueying glanced at Su Chen in the rearview mirror. It seems like the meteorite only fell in your community. After work, I'm planning to visit the meteorite crater in your area. You want to come to our community? You're welcome. Su Chen had long known that the meteorite was actually a power crystal, but to avoid exposure, he had to pretend to be surprised. But isn't it a bit too miraculous that the meteorite crater can enhance abilities? Did they manage to capture the falling meteorite? I'm not sure about that, but with the country's strong capabilities, capturing a meteorite shouldn't be a problem, right? After finishing this topic, the atmosphere in the car became somewhat cold. The tightly bound little creature continued to howl, so Su Chen simply stuffed part of the rope into its mouth to gag it. Unexpectedly, a disgusting red saliva oozed from the corners of its mouth, filling the air with a foul odor. Su Chen said, "Can we put this thing in the trunk?" Of course not. Miao Yueying glanced at the rearview mirror. What if it breaks free from the ropes? Just hold on a little longer, we're almost at the station. Helpless, Su Chen could only put a sack over the little creature's head and rolled down the windows on both sides to let the air circulate. Looking at the saliva mixed with blood on the car seat, he couldn't help but recall the lost child he had sent to the police station a few days ago. Did the person who was dragged into the hole really get eaten by it? Yes. Miao Yueying's expression was slightly serious. Most little creatures, when hungry, are actually not much different from wild carnivores. They are extremely aggressive. In big cities, humans are undoubtedly the most common prey. Then, how do we explain this to the families of the deceased? Su Chen was silent for a moment. The father of the missing little boy was destined not to return. Handling the aftermath is the job of the local police station. They usually announce that someone is missing or has been harmed, and the government will provide appropriate compensation to the victims' families. As the conversation progressed, it inexplicably became a bit heavy. Let's not talk about this for now. Su Chen patted the sack containing the little creature and asked, "What's the reward for turning this in?" 20 points, and you'll also earn a third-class merit. Miao Yueying explained, within the Special Abilities Group, there is a points contribution system. Points can be used for promotions and transfers, and they can also be exchanged for certain special items, like additional paid vacation. Oh, is there such a thing? 1 point can be exchanged for 1 day of vacation. Miao Yueying smiled and said, "I'm really envious. You just joined the Special Abilities Group and already have 20 days of paid leave. Normally, capturing small creatures like this requires 3 or 4 people to earn 20 points. During their conversation, the car drove to a semi-closed special police station in the suburbs. They got out of the car, and Su Chen followed Miao Yueying into the hall, along the corridor, to a place resembling a confinement room, separated by dense iron bars, in a cramped space of less than 10 square meters. At Miao Yueying's gesture, Su Chen threw the small creature inside and locked the cell. At the latest by tomorrow, the Research Institute will send someone to take this thing away. You need to come with me to register your contribution points. After saying that, Miao Yueying led him toward the other end of the building. Su Chen glanced at his phone. It was 3 in the afternoon. Having been busy since morning without eating, he couldn't help but sigh, wondering how much longer the process of joining the Special Abilities Group would take. A man with yellow fur hair approached them from across the corridor and greeted, "Hey, Xiaoying is back. Is this the new guy?" Miao Yueying smiled and said, "Yes, this is the martial arts expert who has been trending online today." Facing the playful teasing from the girl, Su Chen shrugged and introduced himself to the man in the yellow shirt. "My name is Su Chen. I just joined the Ability Group today, and I hope to get your guidance in the future." The man in the yellow shirt was burly, standing taller than Su Chen, who was over 1.8 meters, by half a head. His face had a rugged look, probably in his early 30s. "So you're the amazing person everyone is talking about online. Impressive." The man in the yellow shirt smiled back, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. "My name is Ji Qingjun. From now on, we're colleagues. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Chengmin." "Okay, sure." Suchin didn't mind. This man in the yellow shirt was nearly 10 years older than him, so calling him brother didn't feel like a disadvantage. Miao Yueying joked, Suchin, this guy is a senior in our group. Besides having physical abilities twice as strong as an average person, he also has a special ability that can incapacitate living beings, although it only lasts for a mere 10 seconds. Everyone in the group calls him Ji Wu. Hey, Xiaoying, what are you saying? Don't ruin my impressive image in front of the newcomer. Ji Changmin quickly interrupted, and it looked like they had a good relationship. Suchin wondered, biological immobilization? What does that mean? Oh, it means literally that I can render any living being powerless just by touching them. Ji Changmin pointed at the hand he had resting on Suchen's shoulder. I'm not well read, so explaining the principle can be quite troublesome. Little brother, do you mind if I demonstrate? Are there any side effects? Don't worry, absolutely none. Then go ahead and demonstrate. Suchin was actually quite curious about special abilities, and since there were no side effects, it wouldn't hurt to experience it. Ji Changmin applied a bit of pressure with his hand on Suchen's shoulder, and a tingling sensation like an electric current rapidly spread from his shoulder, leaving Suchen frozen in place, unable to even blink. The feeling was hard to put into words, both numb and uncomfortable, like accidentally hitting a funny bone, rendering him completely immobile, even slowing down his blood flow. After Ji Changmin finished, he quickly lifted his hand, and it took a few seconds for Suchen's body to gradually regain feeling. So, what do you think? Impressive, right? Ji Changmin laughed. It truly is a terrifying ability. Suchen nodded in agreement, saying, that feeling of complete numbness was like my brain losing all control over my body. If I were to engage in close combat with an enemy, this ability would definitely determine the outcome in an instant. This incapacitating ability is even more formidable than my lightning element powers. If I had this special power back then, I could have subdued a mutated ability user in one move. That's impressive too, little brother. A normal person touched by my ability would take at least 10 seconds to speak again, but you recovered in just 3 or 4 seconds. Seeing Suchen recover so quickly, Ji Changmin looked surprised and turned to ask Miao Yueying, how long did it take you to recover back then? Was it 7 or 8 seconds? What's the point of asking that? Miao Yueying rolled her eyes, mercilessly revealing the flaw. Suchen, his ability isn't that powerful. It requires physical contact, and the stronger the individual, the shorter the duration of incapacitation. In fact, living beings will gradually develop resistance to his abilities, and by the 3rd time, it won't work at all. Oh, there are so many flaws? Suchen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the limitations of Ji Changmin's special ability to be quite significant. Little brother, what is your ability? Suchen replied, my ability is just an ordinary type, with physical fitness twice that of an average person. You're being too modest. Miao Yueying said, I feel your ability is more than just ordinary. The data doesn't show you have undergone any training, yet your skills are comparable to those of a rigorously trained special forces soldier. The first time you held a gun, you even managed to hit a little monster, which other ordinary ability users can't do. Ji Changmin was astonished. You hit a little monster with a gun? What were you all doing? Old Ji, we had nothing to do this afternoon. Miao Yueying spread her hands and said, Team Leader Xing told me to take this batch of newcomers to investigate Qingfeng Park as a test project, but unexpectedly this young man directly caught the little monster. Yes, he caught it all by himself. Suchen calmly said, not at all, it's all thanks to Miss Miao's assistance. Ji Changmin was speechless with astonishment, patting Suchen on the shoulder and praising him with remarks about the young man's unlimited potential. How many ability users are there in our city? Suchen asked. 9. Miao Yueying said, if we count the few new additions, there are now 13. That's really few. Are the others all working in this building? Suchen was slightly surprised. Only 9 ability users in the organization of a big city. It's conceivable that the entire national organization of ability users might not exceed 200. The ability group has flexible working hours. They only gather when there are tasks. Usually, aside from the internal staff, there are only a few ability users on duty in the building. Miao Yueying continued, the number in our city isn't actually small, the neighboring city only has 6. Recently, the ability group is expanding its recruitment. I heard that they want to establish a standard of at least 100 per city. I really don't know where they will find so many ability users. 100-person standard? That's more than a 10-fold expansion? Suchen understood the implications. The wave of ability users has arrived. In the future, they will spring up like mushrooms after rain. But I wonder how the government got this information. Have they already deduced that the meteor shower is the root of all this? After chatting for a while, Miao Yueying took Suchen to register his points, while Ji Changmin left due to other matters. Inputting the file information in front of the computer. From this moment on, he became a civil servant with a formal government position. The titles within the ability group are divided into 9 levels. Suchen is currently the lowest level member, a level 1, while his surface identity is a level 2 police superintendent, which is a civil servant position at the deputy section level. Getting an official title right upon joining is quite good. Looking at the points on the computer, Suchen asked, how many points are needed to advance to level 2 member? According to the rule that each level up corresponds to an increase in police rank, a level 2 member is equivalent to a level 1 police superintendent, which is a formal position of a section chief. 50 points. A level 3 member requires 100 points, level 4 is 300 points. Miao Yueying said helplessly, there aren't many tasks in the ability group. I've only accumulated 30 points after 3 months. I'm afraid it'll take another year and a half to reach level 3. That's not necessarily true. Suchen smiled and said, isn't it said that supernatural phenomena will increase in the future? Maybe I can reach level 3 next month. Miao Yueying chuckled helplessly, just spare me, too many tasks would wear a person out. That's true. Suchen also laughed a couple of times. This female police officer named Miao Yueying appears gentle and refined, but in reality, her personality is quite carefree. That's not a bad thing, at least it's easy to get along with her, and having such a colleague is nice. After completing the file work, the two went to the warehouse to collect their standard equipment. A standard police-issued Type 92 pistol, a satellite phone, and a National Special Operations identification. The of the ability group is indeed high. First-level members can carry guns with them, and the 1-month training requirement was skipped by Su Chen. However, the regulations still need to be memorized, otherwise he could face penalties if something goes wrong. Miao Yueying sent Su Chen a document with the rules and regulations in electronic format. Su Chen looked through the long list of rules and felt overwhelmed. Memorizing all this would not be easy. Should he just upgrade his mental capacity? It would be good to see if that attribute is related to intelligence. Miao Yueying glanced at her phone and said, originally, after passing the assessment, we were supposed to meet with team leader Xing, but it seems he has other matters to attend to right now, so let's leave first. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the matters of the ability group were wrapped up. Miao Yueying blinked and said, let's go, we're heading to your neighborhood. Oh. Su Chen then remembered that Miao Yueying had mentioned wanting to check out the meteorite crater. Before we head home, let's go have a meal first, it's on me. He hadn't had a chance to eat since morning, and his stomach was about to growl from hunger. So I won't hold back then? Miao Yueying smiled and said, there's a great rice bowl restaurant nearby, I'll take you there. After the two had finished eating at the restaurant, they took a taxi back to Su Chen's neighborhood. The rooftop fence gate of the neighborhood was open, but there was a sign in front that said no entry. Su Chen crossed the barrier and noticed two police officers guarding near the meteorite crater, and there were some strange noises coming from below the crater. One of the police officers shouted, what are you doing? Didn't you see the sign outside? Get out of here immediately. Miao Yueying skillfully pulled out her Special Abilities Group credentials. We're from the National Special Operations Department, here to inspect the meteorite crater. The two police officers glanced at the credentials and allowed Su Chen and Miao Yueying to enter. One of the officers even muttered quietly, which Special Operations Department is this? People come here every day, this is already the fourth group. It seemed that besides the two of them, other members of the Special Abilities Group had also come. This crater is so small, if I hadn't known in advance, I really wouldn't believe this is a meteorite crater. Miao Yueying leaned closer to the 1-meter-wide meteorite crater and peered inside. There are people down there, are they residents of this building? Su Chen said, I remember this unit is unoccupied. He also leaned over to look into the crater and found several staff members in isolation suits digging into the floor of the building, seemingly planning to excavate the entire crater. Wow, digging 3 feet deep, they won't even spare the leftover ashes of the ability crystal. So it's the researchers from the institute. Miao Yueying recognized the staff's uniforms, pointed at the Big Dipper emblem on the back of the isolation suits, and explained to Su Chen. This is the emblem of the North Science Research Institute. Many supernatural items our ability group obtained, aside from being submitted to the Kyoto Research Institute, are mostly handled by the North Science Research Institute. For instance, the little creature you caught today also needs to be sent to the institute's headquarters. I see. Su Chen joked, good thing we arrived early, otherwise there would be nothing left to see of the meteorite crater. The Research Institute is always quick to act. Miao Yueying chuckled as well, but after circling the meteorite crater again, a look of confusion gradually appeared on her face. Other ability teams in other cities say that they feel warm all over in front of the meteorite crater and their abilities are slightly enhanced. But why don't I feel anything special? Could it be that I came too late? Su Chen, do you feel anything? No. Su Chen told the truth. He suddenly had a guess. Could it be because he had taken the still dissipating ability crystal, which was why Miao Yueying couldn't feel the enhancement of her abilities? He really felt sorry about that. Having found the answer in his heart, Su Chen maintained a calm expression. Since it has no effect, shall we head back? Would you like to come over to my place? Oh, so enthusiastic, are you trying to hit on me? Miao Yueying looked at Su Chen in surprise and threw him a flirtatious glance. Little brother, although you're a nice guy, I'm not planning to date for now. I was just being polite. Su Chen shrugged helplessly. As long as you're happy. Miao Yueying said unhappily, hey, you're being too straightforward, that really hurts. Okay, my fault. After chatting for a while, Miao Yueying finally went to Su Chen's house to introduce herself, left her contact information, and reminded him to carry a satellite phone before saying goodbye. After seeing Miao Yueying off, Su Chen sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. The ability group, Not bad at all. Aside from the time spent on missions, the rest is free, and I can exchange points for vacation. For someone with a system like mine, it's simply an ideal perfect job.
Su Chen speculated that the attendance tasks for the ability group would likely become part of the system tasks, just like today's main assessment line.
The main task line, huh?
Generally speaking, the main tasks in games are used to guide the core storyline. But for his system, aside from the first main task that guided him to level up to 5 before the meteor shower, the subsequent main tasks had to be triggered by him, and now, the main task line had been cut off.
This system seems a bit unreliable. Ding! Main task issued, promotion in the ability group. Task requirements, promote to a level 3 member within a month. Task reward, all attributes increase by 2 points. It really is true that what you say will come true. Su Chen heard a notification sound by his ear and frowned slightly. So I need to be promoted to level 3 within a month, which means I need to earn 150 points? This main quest seems quite challenging. Miao Yueying has been in the ability group for 3 months and hasn't even reached level 2.
Indeed, since the wave of abilities began, earning points has become much easier than before, but reaching level 3 in just 1 month is still a bit too tight. 150 points means he has to catch nearly 8 little creatures by himself. Not to mention whether he can actually catch them in just 1 month. Where would he find that many little creatures to catch?
Even
encountering 1 or 2 more would be good. As for the other attendance tasks, it all depends on luck, with no clear direction for effort. What a hassle. Su Chen opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Although the system tasks officially have no punishment mechanism, and there won't be a situation where failing to complete a task leads to annihilation, which is great, but this main quest is just too arbitrary, with no patterns at all, making it really frustrating.
Is the system intentionally trying to make him a high-ranking official in the ability group? Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Is that little E back from school? Su Chen walked to the entrance and opened the door, only to find a familiar yet unfamiliar figure standing outside. Wen Qinglu? Why are you at my house?
Yes, the person standing outside was indeed the receptionist from his previous company.
WL, are you okay?
I heard this morning that a lot happened in your neighborhood last night. I was going to call you at noon, but no one answered, so I took the liberty of coming to see you. When Qinglu timidly lowered her head, holding a fruit basket in her hand.
Of course I'm fine.
I just went out at noon to take care of some things and had my phone on silent. At noon, he was busy catching little spirits in Qingfeng Park, so it was normal not to answer the phone.
That's good to hear.
When Qinglu placed her small hand on her chest and sighed in relief, I saw Supervisor Lu being taken away by the police today and thought something had happened to you.
Let's talk inside.
Su Chen naturally wouldn't turn her away and invited her to sit in the living room. The two sat on the sofa, and Su Chen opened the fridge to hand her a can of drink. Thank you for the reminder on your phone yesterday.
It's nothing. When Qinglu secretly smiled, then worriedly asked, what on earth happened yesterday? Did those people give you trouble?
Well, kind of. Su Chen replied calmly, those guys came to disturb my sleep in the middle of the night, so I had to teach them a lesson and call the police to send them to the station.
You fought back against the people Supervisor Lu sent? When Qinglu blinked in disbelief and said, really? You're amazing. How many were there? 9.
Su Chen shrugged, actually, I practiced martial arts before, beating up a bunch of punks is like child's play.
I'm glad you're okay.
When Qinglu was half convinced by Su Chen's words, after all, she had never heard of him practicing any combat skills during the more than a year they worked together. To be honest, they didn't interact much normally, at most just exchanging greetings after work.
Su Chen only learned from a colleague.
That when Qinglu liked him, if it weren't for Supervisor Lu targeting him for the past few months, he really wouldn't have believed it.
Is there anything else? When Qinglu nervously took a sip of her drink, her gaze wandering as if she was conflicted about something.
Finally, she mustered the courage and raised her delicate hand, saying, there's something I want to tell you.
Can you hold my hand first? Hold hands? Why? Su Chen was taken aback. Wait, could it be a confession?
I need to prepare myself. His heart raced slightly, and before he could speak, when Qingliu's delicate hand was already resting on the back of his hand. Warm, soft, cold.
Wait, cold? Why is your hand so cold?
Su Chen showed a look of surprise as he grasped her delicate hand. He realized that when Qinglu felt as cold as a lifeless object without any body temperature.
I don't know what's wrong.
My colleague said my hands were very cold when I got off work, and that's when I noticed it. When Qinglu put down her drink can, feeling uneasy, and said, I don't feel anything wrong with my body, but I just have no body temperature, and everything I touch feels so cold.
Do you think I should go to the hospital?
Su Chen noticed that the drink can she had just put down was covered in a layer of frost, emanating a chilling white mist even colder than when it was taken out of the fridge. The icy sensation enveloping her could also cool anything it touched.
This girl couldn't have awakened some kind of special ability, could she? Wen Qinglu, can you play a little game with me?
Su Chen's expression was serious as he held Wen Qingliu's small hand and said, close your eyes, try to concentrate all your attention on this hand, and exert force all over your body.
Okay.
With her hand held by Su Chen, feeling the warmth from his palm, Wen Qingliu's cheeks flushed red as she nervously closed her eyes. As expected, the temperature of her palm grew increasingly cold, dropping from a chilly 10 degrees all the way to freezing point, and even her originally delicate and warm skin became as solid and smooth as ice. Su Chen felt as if he was holding a chunk of ice that had just been taken out of the freezer, the cold seeping into his bones, and the temperature continued to drop.
It really is a special ability. Ice element? Or is it some kind of unique special ability? After a few seconds, even Su Chen's physique couldn't withstand the low temperature. He released when Xinglu moved his hands a bit to warm the freezing red palms, thinking that if it were an ordinary person, their whole hand might have turned to ice. Don't worry, your low body temperature isn't due to any illness. Su Chen pondered, unsure how to explain his abilities to Wen Xinglu. Do you believe in supernatural phenomena? Why do you ask that? Wen Xinglu was puzzled why Su Chen suddenly brought up this topic. After a moment, she vaguely replied, I guess I'm somewhat skeptical. It's hard to say if I believe or not. Her perspective actually reflects the attitude most people have towards supernatural phenomena. Even if they claim not to believe, they surely care at least a little bit deep down. What if I said that your current state is a type of supernatural phenomenon? Would you believe it? Su Chen smiled, knowing that since Wen Xinglu wasn't a staunch materialist, it would be much easier to explain. What are you talking about? Wen Xingliu's mouth slightly opened, looking at Su Chen with a confused expression, struggling to understand the meaning behind his words. Just take a look for yourself. Su Chen poured a drop of water from the beverage can onto Wen Xingliu's wrist. The chill on her wrist had not completely dissipated, and under their gaze, that drop of beverage surprisingly froze quickly into ice. No way! It actually froze? How is that possible? Is my hand that cold? Wen Xingliu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the ice bead on her wrist. She felt no change in temperature and had no idea that her hands had even dropped below freezing point. I suspect you might have awakened ice-type abilities, though it's also possible it's a special type. Su Chen spoke with certainty. When he awakened, no, it should be said when he upgraded his lightning elemental abilities, he felt as if he was being electrocuted, his skin scorched black, almost as if he had shed a layer of skin. Wen Xingliu's current condition might also be some kind of phenomenon caused by awakening elemental abilities? Being electrified by lightning elements and being cold all over from ice elements seems reasonable, right? Su Chen, you aren't just messing with me on purpose, are you? Where did you buy this magic prop? Wen Xinglu certainly couldn't easily believe in supernatural abilities. She blinked her eyes, thinking Su Chen was performing a magic trick. When have I ever performed magic? Su Chen was at a loss for words. He actually wanted to show off his control over the lightning element, but considering that elemental abilities should be kept as a trump card, he suppressed the urge to boast. If you don't believe it, then go to the kitchen and get some water yourself. Close your eyes and try it the way I just said, and see if the water will freeze. Wen Xinglu, half convinced, walked to the kitchen, scooped some water in her palm, closed her eyes, and concentrated. After a moment, the water gradually froze. In just a few seconds, it transformed into a solid block of ice from the bottom up. When Wen Xinglu opened her eyes and saw this scene, she was stunned. It really froze? She stared wide-eyed at the ice block in her hand, her face filled with disbelief. She threw the ice back into the sink, scooped up another handful of water, and unsurprisingly, this water quickly turned into a block of ice again. So, do you still think it's magic? Su Chen smiled and said, if we're talking about magic tricks, then you're the one performing them. But where did I get any special abilities? This is too sudden. When Xinglu was at a loss, her mind in chaos, feeling as though her long-held worldview had been shockingly overturned. This is a long story, but let me put it this way, there are a very small number of people in the world who suddenly awaken special abilities such as incredible strength, or the ability to control ice, fire, wind, thunder, or even things like invisibility and X-ray vision like in the movies. The country refers to these individuals as ability users. Su Chen spoke eloquently while Wen Xinglu blinked and listened quietly. The country? She asked in confusion. Yes, the country has an organization specifically responsible for managing this aspect. But how do you know all this, Su Chen? Su Chen smiled slightly. Actually, I am also an ability user. He casually took a pot from the wall, turned it upside down on the cutting board, and with one punch, struck it down. There was a loud bang, and the hard pot dented deeply, with several cracks forming along the edges, hinting at signs of breaking. This is a cast iron wok for cooking. It would take several blows from an ordinary hammer to barely break it, but Su Chen? He only used his fists. Compared to this, breaking bricks in taekwondo or karate seems like child's play. When Xinglu was also taken aback, her beautiful eyes staring at the broken pot, looking left and right, then at Su Chen's unscathed fists, opening her mouth but not knowing what to say. Su Chen shrugged, of course, I'm different from you, I've just enhanced my physical abilities a bit, far inferior to your awakened powers. He certainly wouldn't casually expose his lightning element abilities. When Xinglu quickly shook her head, what are you talking about? I think you're amazing. You can break a cast iron pot with just one punch. Meanwhile, I'm just a little colder than usual and can't do anything. Su Chen chuckled in disbelief. Your powers have just awakened, so of course, you can't see much yet. But once you fully master that ability, you'll be incredibly powerful. Much stronger than ordinary abilities. Really? When Xinglu blinked, her face showing some excitement. I suspect that your awakened ability might be related to ice elements. Even if it's not, it should at least be a special ability related to temperature. Su Chen provided an example. Although you can only freeze water into ice cubes now, once you get more skilled and lower the temperature further, wouldn't you be able to instantly freeze someone into an ice block? Is it really that powerful? When Xinglu stared blankly at her own hands. Su Chen pondered for a moment. Now that we know you've awakened your ability, there's something I have to ask. Do you have any thoughts about joining a national organization? National organization? Yes, this organization is called the Ability Group. When Xinglu asked curiously, are you also part of this organization? Su Chen nodded and didn't hide it from her. That's right, I just joined recently. How recent is recent? Actually, it was just this morning. Then it's settled, I want to join too. When Xinglu giggled, and Su Chen knew her little thoughts well. She just wanted to work with him. Speaking of which, this girl has an inexplicably high regard for him. Su Chen questioned himself, thinking he wasn't particularly handsome, just a little bit charming perhaps. He had little interaction with Wen Qinglu before, so why did this girl happen to like him? He was confused. The Ability Group isn't as simple as you think. You should understand more before making a decision. Don't worry, we know each other, and if you don't want to join, I won't say anything about your abilities. With good intentions, he explained his understanding of the Ability Group to Wen Qinglu. The process of capturing the little creature at noon was enough to show that the Ability Group is definitely not a welcoming place for just anyone. This kind of organization may offer good benefits, but the danger is high. They face all sorts of unknown and terrifying supernatural phenomena, which might be even more dangerous than being a soldier during wartime, especially with the recent turmoil caused by the surge in abilities. Su Chen said earnestly, the work in the Ability Group is too dangerous. You should think it over more carefully. After hearing Su Chen's description, Wen Xingliu's expression showed a hint of fear. After all, she was just a girl from an ordinary family, how brave could she be? The thought of possibly having to fight monsters naturally made her hesitant. So, Su Chen, why do you want to join that kind of organization? Aren't you afraid of monsters? Wen Qinglu asked curiously. Me? Su Chen smiled helplessly, I lost my job, and there's such a good government position in front of me. What reason do I have not to take it? Besides, my ability enhances my physical fitness in all aspects, I can at least protect myself. I'm sorry. Wen Qinglu lowered her head slightly, feeling guilty since it was because of her that Su Chen lost his job. Su Chen nonchalantly said, it's not your fault. I've never liked that Lu Boppy guy anyway, I even beat him up before leaving. No loss there. When Qinglu couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth, her profile looking quite cute. I've made up my mind. I want to join that national organization. Even if there's danger, you're in it too, right? We can help each other. Su Chen was slightly surprised. Are you sure? The monsters the Ability Group deals with are no less scary than those in horror movies. As a girl, aren't you really afraid? I'm definitely going to be scared. When Qinglu raised her eyebrows and smiled lightly, saying, but I don't want to always be at the front desk. As you said, with such a great opportunity in front of me in this national system, why wouldn't I take it? She only has an associate degree. To be honest, in this era where master's degrees are everywhere and bachelor's degrees are undervalued, having a low education level offers very little room for development in society. Joining the national system might be a life-changing opportunity. All right. Su Chen nodded and didn't persuade Wen Qinglu any further. Her awakened ability is not weak, even if it's not elemental, it should be a powerful special type of ability. After joining the Ability Group, her initial rating will definitely not be low. It's possible her official position will be much higher than his. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Miao Yueying, are you home? On the other end of the line, there was the sound of water and a lazy voice saying, I got home early and I'm taking a shower. What's up? I have a friend who has awakened their ability. Is our Ability Group still accepting new members? Oh, about that. Hey, did you say someone has awakened their ability? There was a surprised shout from the other end of the phone. Su Chen rubbed his ears and said helplessly, why are you shouting so loud? Nonsense. Superpowered individuals aren't cabbages. Of course, I'm surprised that another one suddenly appeared. What is their ability? I'm not quite sure. She feels ice cold, as if she has no body temperature, and she can lower the temperature of anything she touches to below zero. I suspect it's an ice element ability, but it could also be a special type ability. Su Chen glanced at Wen Qinglu beside him and briefly explained her symptoms to Miao Yueying. So she is an elemental or special type superpowered individual? Miao Yueying's voice was slightly excited. Wait a moment, I'll report this to Team Leader Xing right away, and I'll call you back. By the way, congratulations! Discovering a new superpowered individual comes with a lot of points. Introducing them to the organization will earn you even more. You can earn points for that? Su Chen was pleasantly surprised and shook his head. Let's not talk about that for now. Is her ability currently showing to be elemental? I'm not sure about that either. Miao Yueying said, there aren't many historical records about elemental superpowered individuals. We low-level superpowered individuals don't have access to all the archival materials, and since awakened abilities are so diverse, it's hard to distinguish. We will have to wait for Team Leader Xing to review her abilities. Su Chen seemed to be deep in thought. Oh, alright then. The person on the other end of the phone hung up. Su Chen said to Wen Qinglu, I've already told them over there, and I think they'll take you to the bureau to meet Team Leader Xing soon, and also to test your ability type. Wen Qinglu said uncertainly, will they really accept me? The ability team is currently expanding their staff, so they will definitely accept you. Su Chen smiled and said, your ability should be elemental or special type, which is much stronger than my ordinary ability. Once you join the ability team, you might even hold a higher position than me. When Qinglu asked curiously, are there different types of abilities? Yes, there are three main categories of abilities. Since he had some free time, Suchin took the opportunity to explain the basic information he had heard today to Wen Qinglu. This cute and silly girl listened in a daze, not knowing how much she would remember in the end. Anyway, Suchin only had a partial understanding of this information, and it wasn't particularly complete. She just needed to get the gist of it. Before long, the phone rang. Hello? Miao Yueying laughed and said, Team Leader Xing is very happy to hear the news. He wants you to take someone to the bureau. You know the way, right? I just finished taking a shower, so I won't go with you. You're really lucky to be involved in all the good things today. Remember to treat me to a meal tomorrow. He. Okay, no problem. I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow. Suchin also smiled, hung up the phone, and said to Wen Qinglu, let's go to the ability team. He casually tossed the drink can into a trash bin a few meters away, stood up, and led Miao Yueying towards the door. Just as they stepped outside, they happened to bump into Xiaoyi, who was coming home after evening study. Oh, Suchen, are you going out? Xiaoyi, with her backpack, tilted her head curiously towards Miao Yueying behind Suchen, frowning slightly. Who is this? This is my colleague, Wen Qinglu. Suchen ruffled Xiaoyi's hair and smiled as he introduced. This little girl is the daughter of my neighbor. I usually call her Xiaoyi. What a cute little girl. Wen Qingliu's eyes lit up, and she leaned in to pinch little Yi's chubby cheeks, smiling gently. Little sister, how old are you this year? Come over here to your sister. Little Yi, however, was not pleased and dodged Wen Qingliu's hand, saying, don't call me little sister, you're not much older than me. Feeling neglected, Wen Qinglu looked awkward and retracted her outstretched hand. Ha ha. Suchen couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be fooled by her short stature that looks like a primary school student. She's actually almost a senior in high school and hates being treated like a child. Little Yi pouted. Suchen Gij, do you believe I'll bite you? I was just joking. Suchen laughed and said, I still have some work to handle with this sister, so you should head home and do your homework. Suchen Gij, didn't you already resign? Little Yi was puzzled. She had heard a bit about Suchen's resignation. I found a new job, and it's a formal position in the government. He, isn't that impressive? Suchen wore a smug smile. A government position? Little Yi took out her pink phone and looked at it in surprise, saying, hey, isn't today April Fool's Day? Suchen frowned and said, what do you mean? You don't believe I can find a government job? Little Yi dodged back and giggled. Of course not, I was joking. Brother Suchen is so capable, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he finds a good government job. Really, not surprised at all. Hey, you little girl. Suchen grabbed Little Yi and tickled her under the arms, making her laugh so hard she could hardly breathe. After a little punishment, he let her go. Little Yi curiously asked, what kind of job? A civil servant? Pretty much, and the position is not bad. Suchen nodded, but because he couldn't reveal too much about the special abilities team, he didn't say much more. Before leaving, he looked at Little Yi and hesitated for a moment, saying, if anything special happens in the next few days, make sure to tell me right away. Special things? Little Yi tilted her head in confusion, not quite understanding what he meant, then replied, I'll remember that, and used her key to open the door and go home. Suchen's reminder to Little Yi was also based on his own considerations. Yesterday, he was closest to the meteorite along with Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan, almost brushing past it, and as far as he knows, the meteor shower made up of those ability crystals is the source of the ability wave. So, logically speaking, the probability of Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan awakening their abilities after a close encounter with the meteorite is quite high, worth noting. After watching Xiaoyi obediently go home, Suchen and the others took the elevator down, hailed a taxi outside the community, and headed to the suburban location of the Ability Group branch. It was about a half-hour drive. The Special Police Bureau where the Ability Group is located is a semi-closed area, and no one is allowed to approach without a permit. The taxi dropped Suchen and the others off about a mile away, and they had to walk the remaining short distance themselves. After paying the fare, Suchen clicked his tongue and said, looks like I need to buy a car soon. Otherwise, each trip to the bureau will cost a fortune in taxi fares. I wonder if the bureau can reimburse it with public funds. He had gotten his driver's license in college, but he had always been too broke to buy a car. Now that he has money, getting a necessary means of transportation is naturally on his agenda. What kind of car should I buy? Mercedes? BMW? It seems I can't afford any of those. He currently only has 110,000 transferred from Yang Hangwu, which is neither too much nor too little. It's definitely not enough to buy a good car, so he needs to think of some quick ways to make money. While Suchen was pondering how to make money, he led Wen Qinglu towards the Ability Group. Wen Qinglu, who was following behind, looked uneasy, her delicate hands twisting the corner of her clothes, which even showed signs of frost at the edges. Relax, there's nothing to be nervous about. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Suchen smiled and said, actually, that place is nothing special, it's just a group of ordinary people with a bit of special abilities, no different from you and me. Upon hearing this, Wen Qinglu nodded slightly, quickened her pace, and walked alongside Suchen. Curiously, she asked, Suchen, how did you join the Ability Group? Well, that requires starting from yesterday. Suchen scratched his nose and handed over his phone with a short video app open. Yesterday, I helped the police catch a mutated power ability user, and then the people from the Ability Group approached me. You can see for yourself. The app was playing a blurry video of him battling the mutated ability user. This short video had only 100,000 shares in the morning, and just after one day, it skyrocketed to 1 million shares. It's become incredibly popular.
The officials haven't intervened at all, and the comment section is bustling with over 1 million messages. Is that you? Wen Qinglu stared at the screen, looking at Su Chen in surprise. That's amazing. It's just SOSO. Su Chen laughed it off, but he was actually quite pleased. After all, who wouldn't want to stand out in this world? If it weren't for keeping a low profile, he might even want to show off his lightning elemental ability. Rationality told him that it's best to stay low-key until he understands the situation. He walked along the road to the police station. Although the special abilities team is small in number and scale, the precinct itself is quite spacious, not inferior in decoration to the city's public security bureau, but it's located in the suburbs, far from any villages or shops. The sky was dim, and the 2-meter-high iron gate was tightly locked. Su Chen looked around but couldn't find the guardhouse. When he reached the gate, he discovered it was a high-tech access control system with iris and fingerprint recognition. No wonder Miao Yueying had him record all physiological markers like iris and fingerprints at noon. After scanning the iris and fingerprints, the small door on the left side of the iron gate opened in response. Su Chen led Wen Qinglu into the bureau, following the floor and room directions he remembered Miao Yueying mentioning, heading to office 302. Although the large building was brightly lit, it was eerily quiet, as if no one was there. Only a couple of duty personnel in black uniforms passed quietly through the corridor, their gazes hurriedly sweeping over Su Chen and Wen Qinglu. Upon arriving in front of the office, he knocked on the door. "Come in," came Team Leader Xing's voice from inside. Su Chen pushed the door open with Wen Qinglu. "Team Leader Xing, I've brought someone to report in." Team Leader Xing was looking at several file documents. He snapped the files shut and smiled at the two who entered. "Well done, Xiaosu. You've already achieved 2 significant accomplishments on your very first day in the ability team." "Oh, it's nothing, just luck." Su Chen certainly knew what Team Leader Xing was referring to. Laughing it off, he introduced, "This is my former colleague from the company, Wen Qinglu. She has just awakened a power similar to ice elements, able to rapidly cool objects." "Is she really an elemental type ability user?" Team Leader Xing's eyes couldn't hide his excitement as he stood up and walked in front of the two, sizing up Wen Qinglu from head to toe. Wen Qinglu felt uncomfortable under his gaze and inched closer to Su Chen. Realizing his rudeness, Team Leader Xing cleared his throat twice and asked, "Could you demonstrate your ability for me?" Wen Qinglu glanced at Su Chen, who nodded at her. "Leader, could we borrow some water?" "Sure." Team Leader Xing picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water from the desk and handed it to Wen Qinglu. Wen Qinglu took the bottle, closed her eyes, and gripped it tightly with both hands. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a visible chill emanated from her fair hands, causing frost to form on the plastic bottle while the water inside gradually froze. Team Leader Xing watched from the side, nodding repeatedly with admiration in his eyes. This is a rare ability. Even if it's not elemental, it's enough to qualify for a C-level or higher special ability rating. After speaking, he turned and walked back to the desk, pressing a button underneath it. With a crisp sound, a small hidden drawer popped out from the side of the table, containing a transparent diamond-shaped crystal. This crystal is about the size of a thumb, with a smooth surface, sparkling and translucent like a diamond. Team Leader Xing picked up the diamond-shaped crystal. This elemental crystal can detect elemental abilities. Hold it and activate your ability to see if the crystal changes color. That will prove your ability is indeed elemental. Okay. Wen Qinglu carefully took the crystal, placed it in her palm, and activated her ability again. Her palm quickly cooled down again, a faint chill seeping through, but after a few seconds, the diamond crystal showed no change. Team Leader Xing appeared slightly disappointed. Is it not elemental? As mentioned before, elemental abilities are incredibly powerful and much rarer than the other two types, making them the pandas among ability users. There are hardly a few in the entire country. If they could recruit an elemental ability user, it wouldn't be long before their ability team would have a new ace. Upon learning that Wen Qinglu was not an ice elemental ability user, Su Chen felt a bit disappointed but was not too surprised, as he had already anticipated this possibility. Sorry. Wen Qinglu opened her eyes, looking innocently at the two, as if she wasn't the one with the elemental abilities. Su Chen chuckled in disbelief. What are you apologizing for? Wen Qinglu said, it seems I'm not the ice elemental ability you mentioned? If you're not, then you're not. Powerful special abilities are no less than elemental ones. Su Chen comforted Wen Qinglu and took the elemental crystal from her palm, preparing to return it to Team Leader Xing. Unexpectedly, the elemental crystal in his hand suddenly sparked with a faint blue current. What the hell? Su Chen was taken aback, realizing something was wrong. He trembled, and the crystal-emitting blue light slipped from his hand. The elemental crystal that fell to the ground quickly returned to a transparent color, bouncing a few times on the floor before landing at Team Leader Xing's feet. Just now, did the elemental crystal light up? Team Leader Xing didn't bother to pick up the crystal and stared at Su Chen in shock. It seems like it did light up. Su Chen was at a loss for words and tentatively asked, could it be the crystal was mistaken? I'm clearly just an ordinary ability user. No, Group Leader Xing shook his head and said, there has never been a precedent for elemental crystals to make mistakes. Hearing Group Leader Xing's affirmative tone, Su Chen helplessly chose not to speak further. He never expected that it would light up just from being touched. He hadn't even activated his lightning elemental ability. When Qinglu asked in confusion, is Su Chen an elemental ability user?
I am not. But that crystal lit up. Suchin looked up at the sky. I'm just as confused. He was feeling completely chaotic inside. He had barely hidden his lightning elemental ability for a day, and now it had inexplicably been exposed? What is going on? Now he could only pretend to be confused while accepting whatever happens. Try it again. Group leader Xing picked up the elemental crystal and handed it back to Su Chen. As the crystal was held, it emitted a brilliant blue light like an electric current, beautiful like a flickering sapphire. The elemental crystal is reacting. Group leader Xing furrowed his brow slightly, stroking his chin beard. There are phenomena similar to electric arcs within the crystal? Could it be a lightning-type ability? This kind of ability is a rare gem among elemental types. Suchin awkwardly said, well, team leader, although I don't know why the crystal reacted, I haven't noticed any elemental special abilities besides my physical enhancement. And isn't it necessary to activate one's powers to identify the elemental crystal? As long as an elemental ability user comes into contact with the elemental crystal, there is a chance of a phenomenon occurring. Asking her to activate her powers during identification is just to ensure success. After explaining, Team Leader Xing looked Su Chen up and down and pondered, are you really sure you haven't awakened any elemental abilities? Nope, Su Chen shrugged. That shouldn't be the case. Team Leader Xing muttered in confusion, could it be that you haven't awakened yet? Did the crystal just identify your ability potential? Su Chen pretended not to understand and asked, I already have a regular ability that enhances my physical quality. Is it still possible for me to awaken an elemental ability? There is a chance. Team Leader Xing nodded and said, ability users don't necessarily have only one ability. A very small number of people can awaken 2 or more special abilities known as super ability users. Among them, the combination of a regular type and the other 2 types is the most common and not rare. Oh, so you're saying I really have a chance to awaken an elemental ability? Suchin pretended to be happy, secretly thinking that there really are people in this world with multiple extraordinary abilities. This could serve as a cover for upgrading ability modules in the future. As his ability points increase, he will inevitably learn more abilities. If others find out, he can simply claim to be an extraordinary person who has awakened multiple powers. It should be probabilistic. Team Leader Xing took the crystal stone back from Su Chen and patted his shoulder. If you awaken elemental abilities, remember to report to me immediately. At that time, your salary will be raised by at least 2 levels, and you might even have the opportunity to study at the headquarters. Keep it up. The team leader's attitude towards him was obviously much warmer than before. After responding with a few laughs, Su Chen asked, what exactly is my friend's ability? There are so many types of special abilities that there are almost no examples. It's hard to identify for now. Team Leader Xing looked at Wen Qinglu. However, I suspect her ability might be related to temperature. For example, she could lower her body temperature below freezing at will? That makes sense. Su Chen felt that this possibility was quite likely. When Xingliu's body temperature has been maintained at around 10 degrees, and when using her abilities, her body becomes even colder, causing water to freeze. The assessment of special abilities is quite complicated. If it truly is a temperature-lowering ability, we also need to evaluate the minimum temperature it can reach, as well as the duration, coverage area, and so on. Team Leader Xing shifted the topic. However, based on the ability you just demonstrated, you will at least have a rating of D or above, so you are exempt from the evaluation for joining the abilities group. You can join the training with the 3 people who joined this morning. Did I pass? Wen Qinglu was delighted. Training? What kind of training? Team Leader Xing said, training you to control your abilities and some tactics for executing missions. When Xinglu looked at Su Chen, are you going to train too? Me? I don't need to. Su Chen shrugged. When Xinglu was confused, huh? Didn't you just join the abilities group today? Why don't you need training? My abilities have enhanced my reaction speed as well, so I don't need training to control my abilities. Su Chen touched his nose. Good luck, the training will only last about half a month. Upon hearing this, Wen Qinglu clearly looked disappointed and lowered her head. Don't celebrate too early, Team Leader Xing interjected. You still need to come for training once you awaken your elemental abilities. Su Chen shrugged, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Next, Team Leader Xing introduced Wen Qinglu to the salary and benefits of the abilities team and signed a few paper contracts. Su Chen glanced over with peripheral vision and found that the salary and benefits were indeed much higher than the one he signed, and she would start as a level 3 member. The disparity between special and ordinary ability users was evident. Discovering an ability user earns 5 contribution points, and introducing them to join the abilities team grants an additional 5 points. After signing the contract, Team Leader Xing glanced at Su Chen and smiled. You did well, Xiao Su. With the 20 points from catching that little creature at noon, you're not far from becoming a level 2 member on your first day. Just lucky, that's all. Su Chen looked out at the sky. Team Leader, can we head back now? We just wait for the notification, right? Yes. Team Leader Xing continued to work on his documents without looking up. Remember to come for training at 9 tomorrow. As for you, Xiao Su, if you have any questions, just ask Xiao Miao. According to the rules of the ability group, apart from the days each month when members need to be stationed at the bureau, the rest of the time is quite free. In Miao Yueying's words, ignoring the dangers of missions, the ability group is actually quite relaxed.
The two bid farewell to team leader Xing and left the ability group to return to the highway, taking a taxi back. Suchen first dropped when Xing Lu off at her home and, after some delays, returned to his own house just before 10 at night.
Why does it feel like things are getting more chaotic? Reclining on the bed, Suchen stared at the ceiling and suddenly questioned whether joining the ability group was the right choice.
While being part of an organization has its benefits, being monitored and mobilized by the state is inevitable.
In a sense, one's freedom would be greatly reduced.
Well, it doesn't matter, it's already a predetermined fate, so there's no use in overthinking it. He opened the system interface to browse for a moment, and feeling drowsy, he fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, Suchen woke up naturally. After hastily preparing a breakfast, he ate while checking unread messages on WeChat on his phone. Clips of battles on the short video app attracted messages from many acquaintances, including a college classmate he hadn't contacted in a long time, some former colleagues, Yang Hangwu, Chiu Miaohan, and others. However, aside from Yang Hangwu, most of the inquiries from others are filled with teasing. After all, acquaintances certainly wouldn't think Suchen is that impressive, they just noticed that the person in the video looks like him and seized the opportunity to joke around. Only Yang Hangwu and the people from the martial arts school truly understand the extent of Suchen's fighting skills. It's worth noting that during the challenge, Suchen single-handedly turned the tide against 5 opponents. And they weren't ordinary people, but real fighters. As for Xiaoyi and Chiu Miaohan, although they also witnessed the match between Suchen and Yang Hangwu, they were merely spectators and didn't realize how formidable Suchen really is. In response to these unread messages, Suchen replied one by one, either pretending not to know or joking to brush them off.
Only with Yang Hangwu did he not hide anything, replying with "Yes, it's me."
The moment he sent the message, the other side almost immediately returned a voice call.
"Brother Su, you're awesome. I saw that video yesterday, and my first thought was whether it was you, and sure enough. By the way, how did you end up fighting that big guy? Is he really nearly 3 meters tall?"
"That guy is indeed quite big, I estimate he's taller than Yao Ming." Suchen chuckled in disbelief. That night, the guy tried to violently escape police custody. It happened right at the entrance of our community, so I couldn't just stand by and watch, and ended up fighting him.
"Awesome!"
Yang Hangwu exclaimed excitedly. "I've never seen such a big guy in my life. Just by looking at his punches, I could tell he had a lot of strength."
"Su, how did you manage to subdue him with those last few moves?" Well, the sudden question gave Suchen a headache.
Those last few moves might work on an amateur, but as a martial artist, Yang Hangwu wouldn't miss the fact that even though the strikes hit the weak points cleverly, a mutant with that kind of build couldn't be subdued so easily. There must have been other external factors involved. Many sharp-eyed viewers on the short video app also noticed this, leading to doubts about the video's authenticity.
"Su, you didn't use the legendary hidden strength in those last few moves, did you?"
Just as Suchen was troubled about how to dodge the question, Yang Hangwu on the other end of the phone couldn't wait to ask. "I heard my father say that when martial arts reach the highest level, one can cultivate an invisible force called dark energy, which can explode in an instant.
And even split gold and shatter stone. I used to think he was just bragging. Could it be that you, Brother Su, used dark energy to subdue that person?" "What? Dark energy? What is that?"
Suchen was momentarily stunned, then, almost unconsciously, followed up with his words, "Oh, that's right, I did use a special power to subdue that guy. It might be what you refer to as dark energy."
Yang Hangwu was extremely excited. "Brother Su, can you teach me how to cultivate dark energy?" Suchen stammered, "That's something I can't teach."
"Sorry, I was too presumptuous." Yang Hangwu said apologetically, "I got too excited just now and forgot the rule that martial arts shouldn't be easily shared. I hope Brother Su can forgive me and just ignore what I said."
Suchen was speechless. "No, it's just a literal meaning. This thing really can't be taught." "Can't be taught?"
Yang Hangwu pondered. "Brother Su means that it can only be understood but not explained, that there are no shortcuts in martial arts, and dark energy must be cultivated to a profound level before one can comprehend it themselves?"
"Almost."
Suchen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Talking with Yang Hangwu, who was obsessed with martial arts, was really exhausting. His imagination was just too strong, and I couldn't keep up with his erratic thought process.
Yang Hangwu said, "Brother Su, do you have time to come to the martial arts school? What's the matter? Aren't you interested in learning Baji Quan, Brother Su?"
"I called my father yesterday, and he agreed to let me teach you some basic techniques.
He also wanted me to thank you on his behalf. If it weren't for your timely intervention to drive away the troublemaker, the reputation of the martial arts school would have taken a hit. It was just a small effort, no need to thank me. Just a moment, I'll come to the martial arts school now."
Suchen looked pleased. He had high hopes for traditional martial arts. Compared to specialized fighting, the martial arts styles that have been passed down for thousands of years in China are undoubtedly more profound. Moreover, modern combat techniques are mostly just self-defense skills, while true martial arts are lethal techniques.
The two simply cannot be compared.
The only drawback is that most traditional martial arts require a long time to achieve mastery. Modern combat can be mastered in just a few months, but traditional martial arts may take 2 to 3 years without significant progress. Some masters of national martial arts often spend decades honing their skills before truly understanding the techniques. In a fast-paced and restless modern society, the decline of traditional martial arts, which require long periods of training, is inevitable.
However, for Suchen, the drawbacks of traditional martial arts are not a concern. Don't forget, he is a man with a system by his side. As long as he learns some basics of martial arts, the system interface will derive corresponding specializations, allowing him to upgrade using experience points. Traditional martial arts like Baji Quan that take 3 years to get started and 10 years to achieve minor success? With enough experience points, he can easily upgrade it to a master level in no time. After hanging up the phone, Suchen hummed a little tune, cleaned up the dishes, and then went out to take a taxi to the Baji martial arts school. Upon arriving at the martial arts school, many apprentices greeted him with smiles. Suchen responded to each one. He hadn't forgotten that he held a temporary coach title at the school. Since the incident a few days ago, he has become quite famous in the martial arts school. Whether they were present at the time or not, all the students have heard about this temporary instructor's brave feat of taking on 5 opponents alone, and they naturally hold him in great respect. In the training area on the second floor, Yang Hongwu was teaching 7 or 8 students the proper punching stance when he hurriedly approached as Suchen exited the elevator. "Brother Su, you're finally here. Can you demonstrate that hidden strength technique? I've been so curious about it." Suchen's eye twitched, and he decisively refused. The hidden strength technique can't just be used casually, it takes a heavy toll on the body. My skills aren't deep enough, and I can't perform it again in just a few days. Ha? Is it that taxing? Yang Hongwu looked very disappointed and continued to discuss the topic of hidden strength, leaving Suchen feeling overwhelmed. What does he know about hidden strength? His understanding of traditional martial arts is still stuck in TV dramas and novels, so he can't relate to Yang Hongwu at all. A lie requires countless other lies to support it. This saying is indeed true. Let's not talk about that for now. Suchen changed the subject. Aren't you going to teach me the basics of Baji Quan? Let's get started. I can hardly wait. Yang Hongwu sighed. Brother Su is also a lover of martial arts. Alright, let's begin. First is the starting stance. Yang Hongwu dismissed the apprentices in the training ground and taught Suchen the foundational moves of Baji Quan one-on-one. Baji Quan is centered around 6 major openings and 8 major techniques, with forms including Baji small frame, Baji pairing, 6 elbows, hard strength Baji, Baji new frame, and Baji double soft, among others. Its power emphasizes bursting, shaking, thrusting, striking, pushing, poking, squeezing, leaning, as well as crashing and entangling force. The characteristics of the fist technique are simplicity in movements, a combination of long and short strikes, rapid release of power, emphasis on crashing and entangling throws, layered elbow techniques, and a stable lower body. Don't be fooled by the seemingly simple punch. There are many nuances involved, whether it's the method of generating power, footwork, stance, or weight shifting, all of which contain the unique secrets of the martial art. The Baji Quan at our martial arts school primarily includes top elbow strikes, left and right lifting strikes, blocking, window propping, turning palm, large entangling, small entangling, shoulder drops, kneeling strikes, face slapping palm, and stepping down strikes. As Yang Hongwu spoke, he demonstrated the techniques while standing in a horse stance. The footwork primarily consists of bow stances and horse stances, while the steps are a combination of stomping and lunging. The key points are to spring, twist, sweep, hang, collapse, kick, bite, fan, intercept, and push. Suchen perked up his ears and listened carefully, memorizing every detail of Yang Hongwu's movements. "Let me first teach you the most basic 8 styles of Vajra," he said. Yang Hongwu continued. The fist techniques are divided into supporting hammer, descending dragon, crouching tiger, mountain splitting palm, exploring horse palm, tiger hug, bear squat, and crane step push. As he spoke, he performed a set of grand and sweeping boxing techniques, his fists whirling with great force. Even an outsider like Suchen could easily see that each move perfectly showcased the power, engaging all the muscles of his body. After finishing the 8 techniques, Yang Hongwu wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Brother Su, did you remember it? Do you want me to demonstrate it again?" "I remember a little bit," Suchen replied. Suchen stroked his chin, recalling Yang Hongwu's earlier movements, and casually executed the first technique, the supporting hammer. He stepped forward, thrusting out his fist, muscles throughout his body exerting force. The sound of his fist wind howled like 1,000 pounds of force. Aside from a slight deviation in his footwork, his technique is very standard. Just by watching it once, he was able to accomplish this step, which is almost unbelievable. "Truly impressive, Brother Su," Yang Hongwu commented in admiration from the side. "I only remembered the general movements of the first form. My impression of the subsequent forms is rather vague." Suchen, however, was not surprised. After all, he had a solid foundation in master-level combat skills, so it was natural that he wouldn't struggle too much while learning Bagwazang for the first time. New specialty, Bagwazang. A system notification sound came to his ears. "It's finally here." He smirked slightly, revealing a faint smile. He brought up the system interface and clicked on the Bagwazang specialty to upgrade. "Do you want to consume 8 training points to upgrade Bagwazang to entry level?" The required training points were indeed quite substantial. While it only took 3 points for basic combat, Bagwazang required almost 3 times that. Suchen glanced at his remaining training points, which totaled 8. Yes, just enough for a level upgrade. He confirmed the upgrade without hesitation. In an instant, a vast array of boxing techniques and experiences flooded his mind. He tentatively took a step, his movement arching like the moon, aligning his fists, elbows, and nose in a straight line, his body slightly bent, lowering his center of gravity. It was the most standard starting posture of Baji Quan. Brother Su, let me demonstrate it for you again. Ha! Before Yang Hangwu finished speaking, he saw Suchen vigorously throwing punches. It was that set of Vajra 8 forms. If it were just a superficial imitation, it would be fine, but he was astonished to find that every punch Suchen threw, whether in footwork or power application, was extremely standard. There was not a single flaw to pick. The intensity of his punches was even more ferocious than the set he had just performed several times over. For a moment, Yang Hanwu questioned his life. Who the hell was the student of the Baji martial arts school here? After finishing the Vajra 8 forms, Suchen gathered his energy and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After this set of punches, even with his physique more than twice that of an ordinary person, he felt a hint of fatigue. The power application techniques of Baji Quan truly had some depth, as each punch engaged all the muscles in his body, unleashing nearly full strength. Su brother, you can't have just glanced at it and memorized everything, right? Yang Hanwu swallowed hard, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. It's pretty much like that. Su Chen acknowledged it, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The 8 Extremes fist is indeed as famous as its reputation suggests. It's quite exhausting to practice. Memorizing these complex movements and PowerPoints is really not easy. Is what you're saying even human language? Yang Hangwu was almost in tears. When I learned the Vajra 8 styles, my dad forced me to train for nearly 2 weeks before I finally got it down. But you just looked at it once and remembered everything. How can there be such a huge gap between people? I have some foundation, so it's normal to barely remember a few moves, right? Su Chen shrugged. By the way, are you interested in sparring a bit? I just want to try out these new moves from the 8 Extremes fist. I'm not going to fight you. Yang Hangwu decisively refused. Although I like to compete in martial arts, it doesn't mean I want to get beaten up. Su Chen laughed heartily. I'll try to hold back. Really? Yang Hangwu was somewhat tempted. He thought about how Su Chen had just started learning Baji Quan. Even if he remembered the techniques for generating power, integrating them into real combat in a short time wouldn't be easy, especially since Su Chen had promised to hold back. Perhaps it wouldn't be too humiliating to get beaten in a match? Really, I promised to only use 70% of my strength. Su Chen assumed the Baji Quan stance and urged, stop being wishy-washy, come on, let's fight. Okay. Yang Hangwu made up his mind, took the starting position, stepped forward, and threw a punch at Su Chen's chin. Su Chen remained unfazed, tracing a half-moon arc with his foot, his body shifting, and executed it splitting the mountain move to intercept Yang Hongwu's punch, then immediately struck downwards with his right fist towards Yang's chest. Yang Hongwu was startled and hurriedly used another technique to block Su Chen's punch. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, Su Chen suddenly changed his technique, feinting with his right fist to seal off Yang's hands and followed up with a left punch. Yang Hongwu shifted his stance to create distance, regained his posture, and continued to focus on offensive techniques, not giving Su Chen any time to find a flaw. The two fought fiercely, with martial arts apprentices surrounding them as spectators. In terms of technique, there's no doubt that Yang Hongwu was superior, but he lacks the quick reflexes of Su Chen, making it seem like he's at a disadvantage. In fact, if their physical qualities were the same, Su Chen would probably lose within a few moves. But Su Chen's physical prowess is undeniable. With agility and physique more than twice that of an ordinary person, even if he held back his strength a bit, he was still not something an ordinary person could contend with. By the 7th move, he could have easily taken down Yang Hongwu, but he chose not to and instead feigned a weakness to continue the fight. The outcome of this match isn't important, the key is to refine his application of Baji Quan. I can't go on, I'm exhausted. After exchanging dozens of moves, Yang Hongwu retreated rapidly, panting heavily with sweat pouring down. It's too taxing. I've never fought with Baji Quan for this long. Brother Su, don't you feel tired? Unlike ordinary fighting, every move in Baji Quan uses the strength of the whole body. An ordinary person would probably collapse after just 2 sets of the standard Jingang Baji forms, not to mention that in a real fight, one must constantly change moves and adjust their strength. I am a bit tired. Su Chen had some beads of sweat on his forehead, but they weren't very noticeable. After all, he had a constitution of 21 points, nearly twice that of an average person, so it wasn't that easy for him to exhaust himself. Just a bit? Yang Hongwu looked at him as if he were a monster inside deeply. I won't compare with you, beast. I thought I had an advantage in my application of Bagwazang, and maybe I could win this round, but I ended up losing. Come on, I just found my rhythm. Can we go again? Brother, I'm really out of energy. How about you practice with other students? Yang Hongwu fled like the wind, chugging an energy drink and tossing one to Su Chen from a distance. Su Chen caught the energy drink, took a few sips, and agreed with Yang Hongwu's suggestion. That's a good suggestion. Since I'm still a temporary coach, I might as well take this opportunity to spar with the students at the martial arts school and give them some guidance. Ha? Are you serious? Yang Hongwu was stunned, but the other trainees are too far behind you in strength. Won't that undermine the effectiveness of honing martial skills? Moreover, for the trainees, unidirectional abuse wouldn't provide any guidance, right? Of course, Yang Hongwu didn't dare to voice the latter part. He just muttered in his heart. I never said it had to be a one-on-one duel. Su Chen finished a can of energy drink in one go, wiped his mouth, and confidently said, let them come at me together. Together? That's right, bring as many as you can. Yang Hongwu's mouth twitched. Is this for real? That's too exaggerated. Su Chen said, don't worry, I'll try to hold back. Hold back? That's really crazy. Well, perhaps that's how true warriors should be. Yang Hangwu laughed heartily and turned to the surrounding disciples of the martial arts school, shouting, "Did you hear that? Coach Su wants us to take him on together. We have so many brothers, do we have the confidence to take him down?" Of course. There were more than 20 disciples of the martial arts school watching. When the two fought, they were already stirred up with excitement. Hearing Su Chen boldly declare that he would single-handedly take on all the students of the school, it was no surprise that their fighting spirit was ignited. Although they acknowledged that Su Chen was indeed very strong and deeply respected him in their hearts, anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't believe that someone could challenge over 20 strong men barehanded in such a confined space. Reality is not a movie. No matter how powerful Su Chen is, he isn't Superman. Wait a minute, I never said you could join in. Su Chen was taken aback. Yang Hangwu had just said he didn't want to fight, yet now he suddenly included himself. How shameless. Ha, it's a rare opportunity to defeat Brother Su. How could I possibly miss it? Yang Hangwu laughed heartily, stepping forward and launching a punch. Everyone, come with me. Let's show Coach Su our strength. In no time, the onlooking apprentices from the martial arts school surged from all directions, surrounding Su Chen completely. The spacious training grounds suddenly became chaotic and crowded, filled with a sea of people. Ding! Side quest triggered. One man stands against all. Quest requirement, go. Take down everyone present and be the last one laughing as the victor. Quest reward, 400 experience points, 80 training points. This is great. A long-awaited side quest. Su Chen was overjoyed, crushing the empty can in his hand and casually tossing it into the corner, his eyes burning with fierce determination. He assumed the stance of Bagwazang, adjusting his entire state to its best, ready to face the enemy. Of course, when necessary, he would consider using his master-level martial arts specialization. Bang! Bang! For the next 10 minutes or so, the entire martial arts building was enveloped in a chorus of wails. Passers-by on the street couldn't help but glance over, wondering if the martial arts school was secretly running a pig slaughtering business. Side quest completed. Task reward, 400 experience points, 80 training points. Tisk, there's not a single capable one here. Su Chen dusted off his hands, stood still, and looked down at the bodies of the apprentices sprawled across the floor of the martial arts school. The exhausted and fallen students silently shed tears. Although they were unwilling to accept this evaluation, they had no way to refute it. Who would have thought that this inhuman being could actually take them all down by himself? Don't be fooled by Su Chen's seemingly relaxed demeanor. In reality, his clothes were already soaked with sweat. If it weren't for his master-level fighting specialization allowing him to take down others with the least effort, he would have long since run out of stamina and collapsed. Sigh, if only there was a superpower for unlimited stamina. It seems there really is one in the superpower module, but such a powerful ability would definitely require an outrageous amount of points. Brother Su, you're cheating. Yang Hangwu, lying on the ground with his hands on his stomach, squeezed out this sentence through gritted teeth. You clearly said you would only use the 8 extremes fist, but from the second minute on, the punches you threw weren't even the Diamond 8 forms. Su Chen played dumb. Huh? Did I say that? Of course you did. Yang Hangwu said with grief and indignation. You said from the very beginning that you wanted someone to practice Baji Quan with you, that's why we agreed to spar with you. Brothers, am I right? The fallen students of the martial arts school began to cheer. Right. We all heard it. Coach Su is playing dirty. We agreed to only practice Baji Quan. It's unfair. Let's go again. Amidst the chaotic cheers, Su Chen looked around at the martial arts students. Did he go too easy on them just now? Alright, my fault. Su Chen said nonchalantly. How about we have another match? This time I promise to only use Baji Quan, no other techniques? Really? Yang Hanwu perked up instantly. He knew that Su Chen had just started learning Baji Quan not long ago, and he wasn't even as familiar with the Jin Gangbasher as he was. There's no way Su Chen could win against more than 20 of them using such an unfamiliar style. Of course it's true. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Take a half-hour break, then we'll do it again. Great. It's a deal. Yang Hanwu perked up. Everyone, quickly take a break. We must show Coach Su our strength in half an hour. This is our only chance for victory. If we lose again, I'll lead everyone to run around the playground 100 laps. No problem. Ding. Side quest triggered. The 8 extremes of the 9 provinces. Quest requirements. Second round of battle. Use the 8 extremes fist to take down everyone present and become the last victor. Quest rewards, 400 experience points, 80 training points. Another side quest? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. He felt he was gradually discovering the trick to triggering side quests. As long as he deliberately challenged some difficult events, he was likely to trigger corresponding tasks. Especially combat events are the easiest to trigger system tasks. Completing this task will allow me to level up to level 7. Su Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Leveling up to level 7 meant he had accumulated enough points to unlock the mana source in the ability module. Once he possesses the source of magical power, he won't have to worry about stamina when using lightning elemental abilities in the future, significantly boosting his strength. If he gets into close combat with the little sprite, he's not afraid he'll unleash 100,000 volts. One shock for each.
Su Chen felt delighted as he imagined upgrading his abilities, while the martial arts academy apprentices centered around young Hangwu were excitedly discussing their strategies for the upcoming siege. To this, he simply smiled indifferently, not caring at all, sitting back in his chair leisurely sipping on an energy drink.
Lose? That's not possible. With his personality, how could he possibly engage in a fight without confidence?
His confidence comes from two aspects. First, they had just finished a fight, exhausting all their stamina, and the agreed half-hour rest time is certainly not enough for ordinary people to fully recover. For the martial arts apprentices, recovering more than half of their condition would be quite good.
But he is different.
His 21-point physique means not only long-lasting strength but also that his recovery speed is more than twice that of ordinary people. Half an hour is enough for him to recover to nearly peak condition. With this advantage, his odds of winning are naturally greatly increased.
Moreover, who says his Bagwazang is necessarily weak?
A playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Summoning the system interface, Su Chen made a subtle swipe with his fingers, and the interface switched to the specialization module.
Do you want to spend 50 training points to upgrade 8 Extremes Fist to the mastery level? Ha! 50 training points? Su Chen was stunned. It only took 8 points to reach the beginner level. Why did it jump to 50 points for the mastery level?
That's a 6-fold increase. In the past, that many training points would have been enough to upgrade his combat specialization to elite level. Indeed, traditional martial arts become increasingly difficult to master as one progresses, and correspondingly, the training points required for specialization upgrades also increase significantly.
You drive a hard bargain, I accept.
I hope this fist technique is strong enough. Sigh, I still don't know how many training points are needed to reach elite and master levels. Just thinking about it makes my heart feel heavy. With a firm bite of his teeth, Su Chen confirmed the upgrade. As the training points were deducted, streams of knowledge appeared in the depths of his mind, revealing various fist techniques and adaptive skills.
So this is how to channel power in a fist technique. There are so many vital points in the human body.
So martial arts really are lethal techniques that can secure victory in an instant. Su Chen's eyes grew increasingly bright, as if he had received divine enlightenment, suddenly understanding everything. The deeper he delved, the clearer he became about the differences between modern combat and ancient martial arts. Lost in the intricate knowledge of martial arts in his mind, Su Chen appeared to others as if he were just dazed, sitting in a chair.
Coach Su isn't really giving up on himself, is he?
The apprentices at the martial arts school discussing tactics noticed Su Chen in a daze. It's no wonder, although Coach Su is amazing at combat techniques, he might not be as proficient in Baji Quan. He just learned the Vajra 8 styles from Wu Gu today, and no matter how talented he is, he can't master it deeply right away.
Isn't it a bit shameless to have over 20 of us attacking someone using a beginner's technique? Hey, which side are you on? Do you still want to take revenge?
Revenge is still necessary, just take it easy on me later. Yang Hangwu said seriously, enough with the nonsense. We can't consider ourselves guaranteed to win yet.
Let's continue discussing tactics.
Later, I'll hold off Coach Su, and you all rush in from other angles to grab his limbs.
Wu Gu, isn't this a bit too insidious?
Yang Hongwu's old face flushed, and he said sternly, in warfare, deception is key.
How can it be called insidious?
A group of people were discussing tactics in a lively manner, their voices neither too loud nor too soft, and they weren't deliberately avoiding Su Chen, so he could vaguely hear a bit.
Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye.
Su Chen stood in the center of the training ground, hands behind his back, facing over 20 strong men who looked fierce and eager. Cough, cough, their imposing presence was overwhelming.
Brother Su, please give us your guidance.
Yang Hangwu shouted loudly, adopting the stance of the 8 Extremes Fist and closing in on Su Chen. The other 20 or so martial arts students also rushed in from all directions, their eyes fixed on Su Chen's limbs, clearly looking for an opportunity to lock his arms and legs. These guys really have no shame in trying to win a round. Since you're not going to fight properly, don't blame me for using heavy moves.
Su Chen lowered his stance and quickly took the form of the 8 Extremes Fist.
At this moment, he no longer exhibits the clumsiness and stiffness of a beginner. Instead, he performs exquisite techniques with seamless execution.
Every punch and step is skillfully applied, perfectly timed, demonstrating mastery.
One step forward, one punch strikes. The apparent feint against Yang Hangwu actually conceals a leg kick aimed at a nearby apprentice, hitting the pressure point in the back, causing that person to collapse weak and powerless.
Su Chen steps lightly on the core footwork of Bajiquan, dodging left and right, leveraging his agility to deliberately avoid entanglement with Yang Hangwu, each move knocking down 1 or 2 martial school students attempting to approach.
In terms of physical fitness, the martial school students are already at a disadvantage compared to Su Chen, and with their poor condition, no one can truly challenge him. Su Chen moves through the crowd effortlessly, like a fish in water, becoming more and more comfortable, growing more vigorous with each strike, as if he were mowing down opponents with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Yang Hangwu and the martial school students watch as their comrades fall one by one, struggling harder and growing more desperate. Yet they find themselves utterly powerless against Su Chen. They can't catch him, can't hit him, and are so anxious that they spit blood. To everyone's surprise, this time the brawl ended even faster. In less than 5 minutes, not a single martial arts student was left standing except for Yang Hangwu.
What the hell? Brother Su, are you even human? You're like a beast. Isolated and helpless, Yang Hangwu wanted to cry but had no tears.
I taught you the Vajra 8 forms less than an hour ago, right?
How come you're pulling it off better than me? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that just the Vajra 8 forms could let you take on 20. Maybe it's just related knowledge after all. I do have a background in combat skills. Suchin shrugged and urged, whatever you have to say it after the fight. If you won't make a move, I'll go first. I won't fight anymore, I admit defeat. He was ready to give it his all to deal with Yang Hangwu, but unexpectedly, this guy unhesitatingly admitted defeat first. Side quest completed. Quest reward 500 experience points, 100 practice points. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. Current level 7, gained 4 attribute points to allocate. 1 ability point. As the level up notification sounded in his ears, Suchin felt a bit dazed. The surge of adrenaline he had just felt vanished without a trace. What the hell? You're the senior brother of this martial arts school, can't you have some backbone? At this critical moment, you just say you won't fight? Yang Hangwu said nervously, having backbone depends on the situation, okay? With such a clear gap in strength, only a fool would rush in to let you beat them up. If I can't provoke you, I can at least avoid you. Su Chen was speechless and didn't bother to argue with him. He chuckled, suit yourself, but I think I just heard someone say that the loser has to run 100 laps around the playground? At least let us take a break. Yang Hangwu forced a smile. As he remembered the vow he had just made, even the martial arts students lying on the ground looked gloomy as if they had suffered a mute loss. He no longer paid attention to the people from the martial arts school. Su Chen sat aside drinking an energy drink, recovering his strength while checking the system interface. At the bottom of the ability tree diagram, there were suddenly 3 ability points listed. Finally saved enough, let's see what that source of magic is all about. Sliding the tree diagram to the passive abilities section, Su Chen happily activated the source of magic ability. In the next moment, a scorching and burning current suddenly surged in his abdomen. The excruciating pain felt like a knife stirring through his very being. Su Chen's body stiffened, instinctively clutching his stomach in pain, beads of sweat the size of peas trickling down his forehead. The agony was heart-wrenching, as if something was churning violently within his organs. Damn! What kind of joke is this? Upgrading a mere passive ability is this painful? The pain made Su Chen unable to hold back his curses. Not even when he had acute appendicitis in middle school had he felt such pain. Su Chen's face turned pale as he gulped down the remaining energy drink in one go. Whether it was psychological or not, the cold drink entering his abdomen seemed to slightly alleviate the burning sensation. He could clearly feel the current swirling at a certain spot in his abdomen, with each rotation bringing waves of burning pain. What else can he do? Just grit his teeth and endure. You have to walk the path you chose, even if you cry. I remember a great person once said that pain can stretch time infinitely. At this moment, Su Chen stated that he could testify that this is true. Although only a few seconds had passed, it felt to him like several hours had gone by. It hurt so much that he was almost in tears. The burning cramp slowly faded away, replaced by a warm and comfortable flow. How to describe that feeling? Everyone has experienced diarrhea, right? When you can't hold it in any longer and suddenly find a toilet, it's a rush. That's exactly how Su Chen felt at this moment. In an instant, he had risen from hell to heaven. Su Chen sighed happily, as if he had been redeemed. The warm flow stabilized in his lower abdomen, swirling slowly like a vortex, sending countless streams spreading throughout his body. Surprisingly, the spreading warmth quickly replenished his weakness. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the fatigue from fighting with the martial arts school members was swept away. He felt revitalized. Is this the wonder of the source of all methods? It can even restore energy. It feels a bit like the inner strength in martial arts novels. Su Chen contemplated thoughtfully. He closed his eyes to carefully feel the warm flow in his abdomen. This warm current is about the size of a fist, residing 3 inches below the navel, which is commonly referred to as the dantian. Qi flow? Dantian? Could this really be the legendary inner strength? Su Chen's mouth twitched a couple of times. Could the intense pain just now be caused by the inner strength opening up the dantian? Putting other things aside, he was eager to test how strong the lightning elemental abilities he could unleash would be now that he possessed the source of all methods. I won't disturb your rest, I'll head back first. I'll come by to guide you in a couple of days. Su Chen walked to the elevator and waved to the disciples of the martial arts school lying on the floor. You carry on with your work, we'll practice on our own. The martial arts disciples spoke in unison. How can I do that? Su Chen chuckled and scratched his head. After all, I'm a temporary coach at the martial arts school. How can I just take a salary? Without doing any work? I'm not that shameless. Well, let's set it for tomorrow, and we can have a few more matches like today. No, please. The martial arts disciples were on the verge of tears. Even Yang Hangwu, who was usually obsessed with martial arts, looked as dispirited as a wilted eggplant. Ignoring the wails of this bunch, Su Chen hummed a little tune and stepped into the elevator, leaving in style. He had a box meal at a fast food restaurant and took the bus back home. I wonder how Wen Qinglu is doing. She should have gone to the ability group for training by now, right? Sitting on the sofa, Su Chen casually called Wen Qinglu. There was a busy tone on the other end, indicating the phone was temporarily unreachable. Most likely, training doesn't allow phones to be on. Putting Wen Qingliu's matter aside for now, let's try the effect of the magic source. Su Chen raised his hand, palm facing up, as strands of crackling electricity danced.
Maintaining a moderate level of current, he could clearly feel that as the electricity was released, the airflow in his abdomen was gradually decreasing, about 10% less every 3 seconds. How about this? Suchin squinted slightly, walked to the kitchen, and slapped the back of the cutting board, leaving a slightly charred mark. This was enough to knock out an ordinary person with its electrical intensity. Based on his measurements at a physique level of 17, he could roughly unleash about 9 attacks. Now at a physique level of 21, the number should be adjusted to around 11 or 12 attacks. He left 10 charred handprints on the chopping board in succession, and the energy consumed by the abdominal cyclone was barely half. This means that Suchin can unleash his lightning elemental abilities at least 20 times without affecting his stamina. The number of uses has nearly doubled all at once. How significant is the improvement in hard power? Indeed, it truly deserves to be a passive ability worth 3 ability points. The effect is outstanding. Although the awakening process was a bit painful, the value of this source of mana is undeniable. Stopping the use of lightning elemental abilities, the abdominal cyclone naturally began to spin, slowly and steadily drawing power from the air. At this recovery rate, even if the source of mana were completely depleted, it would take about 1 or 2 days to replenish. Speaking of which, the last mental attribute shouldn't be linked to this, right? For example, the stronger the mental power, the more mana there is, and the faster the recovery speed? For the 4 attributes, I have already improved the other 3 quite a bit, but the mental attribute is still at the level of an ordinary person. Looking at the system interface in front of him, Suchin pondered for a moment, thinking carefully. The mental attributes in the game are generally related to skill intensity. Perhaps my system has a similar principle? Adding to mental attributes can enhance abilities? Well, let's give it a try. Even if I'm wrong, it won't be a loss. After all, I don't like leaving weaknesses for myself, and the mental attribute will need to be increased sooner or later. With a swipe of his finger, he allocated all 4 points earned from leveling up to mental attributes. In the next moment, it felt as if his brain had been washed with holy water. He became exceptionally clear-headed and calm. Not only did his mental state reach a new height, but even his thinking speed improved significantly. What a remarkable effect! Suchin was utterly astonished, clearly not expecting the effect of the mental attribute to be so extraordinary. He could distinctly feel his thoughts becoming active, and some knowledge and memories he had long forgotten were dredged up from the depths of his mind, putting him in an unprecedentedly comfortable state. It felt even more exhilarating than being on stimulants. He took out his phone and opened the ability group rules that Miao Yueying had sent him. Suchin's gaze swiftly scanned the text word by word, and after a minute, he closed his eyes, astonished to find that he had actually memorized an entire page of rules and regulations just by glancing at it. This speed, even if it's not as impressive as the legendary hyperthymesia, is at least much better than those memory prodigies advertised online. By the way, just to mention, hyperthymesia is a medical phenomenon that exists in reality. People with this condition have no ability to forget. They can remember their personal experiences in vivid detail, down to every single detail. This is a real ability that exists in the real world, known to the public. Suchin had also seen the hyperthymesia ability in the ability tree chart. Although it wasn't particularly powerful, it likely required a considerable number of ability points because it involves the brain, just like the mana spring, which also requires 3 ability points. TSK, adding mental points to 15 makes the thinking process unexpectedly quick. Suchin shook his head, wondering why he suddenly shifted his thoughts to hyperthymesia. Right now, researching system abilities is the top priority. He raised his hand, and with a gentle flick of his fingertip, a blue arc of electricity sprang forth, as if a lively sprite was dancing at his fingertip. In the past, Suchin had to concentrate hard to release lightning elements, but now, he has become much more skilled and can even confine the electric arc to the range of a single finger. Fine control and increased power. Suchin suddenly had a bold idea. He played with the lightning between his fingers for a while, with both hands suspended in midair, fingers curled like claws, and suddenly, a current burst from his palms, piercing through the air, colliding at the center of his hands with a loud crackling sound. Gradually increasing the current output, the electric arc between his palms widened even more, from the initial thickness of chopsticks to nearly the thickness of a thumb. With his arms extended, a beautiful yet violent electric arc stretched between his palms. The flickering electric light illuminated the dim room. If it can even pierce through the air, wouldn't this current instantly electrocute someone if fired at them? Suchin was astonished. Before he could test the power of the electric arc, the source of his magical energy in his abdomen was nearly depleted, and the electric arc in his palm began to drain his physical strength, a wave of weakness quickly spreading from his arms to the rest of his body. Incredible power, but is the consumption equally astonishing? He stopped releasing it without hesitation, and the current disappeared abruptly as if the power plug had been pulled out. As expected, enhancing the spiritual attribute really makes it easier to control the abilities. Suchin glanced at the system interface. The experience points required to level up to the next level, unsurprisingly, had exceeded 1,000. He still needed 1,330 points. Although the required experience points were high, he was no longer surprised. After all, the experience points gained from side quests were also substantial, so the difficulty of leveling up hadn't actually increased much. Ding! Side quest released. Capture the ability criminal. A system notification sound faintly echoed in his ears. Side quest? Su-chen was taken aback. This was the first time the system had actively released a side quest. Mission requirements. There is a criminal using invisibility to commit theft on the street outside the community, and he has not yet been discovered. Find him and capture him. Mission rewards: 500 experience points, 100 practice points. Invisibility ability? Which guy is actually using this ability to steal? Normally, shouldn't he be going to the women's bathhouse for a day trip first? Su-chen couldn't help but laugh and cry as he walked out towards the community entrance. At the entrance of the community, he stood by the street looking around. After a long time, he didn't spot any suspicious individuals. Instead, he himself seemed quite suspicious. The security guard at the entrance was curiously staring at him, and if it weren't for his familiar face, they would have probably come over to question him. Su-chen scratched his head and simply sat down on the stone bench. This side mission is a bit puzzling. Since that guy can become invisible, where should I even start looking? I don't have any infrared equipment specialized for detecting invisibility. Just when he was at a loss, a gentle breeze blew by, and he felt a subtle oddity in his pocket. Ordinary people might not notice it, but Su-chen was different. With his master-level fighting experience and agility far beyond the norm, how could he ignore what was happening to him? Something was reaching into his pocket for his wallet. It's a stroke of luck to find something that's been so hard to seek. Did it come right to my doorstep? Su-chen's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile as he quietly focused his attention, trying to determine from which direction the hand was coming from in his pocket. Suddenly, he sprang up, grabbing the transparent arm behind him. The thief, fully focused on executing the theft, never expected to be discovered. Startled, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" and hurriedly tried to retract his arm to escape, only to find it trapped as if caught in a tiger's claw, unable to break free. Su-chen listened and quickly identified the position, throwing a punch straight at the face of the invisible thief without a second thought. With a loud bang, the solid impact was felt, and the invisible thief let out a cry of pain, immediately breaking his stealth mode from the punch. "What the hell? How is it you?" Seeing the invisible thief clutching his nose and in tears, Su-chen was astonished. This guy was none other than the blonde who had attempted to steal on the bus and whom he had taught a lesson. This world is really small. It's true that enemies are bound to meet. The blonde, seeing Su-chen looking at him, forced a smile that was more painful than crying. "Brother, if I say I just wanted to greet you, would you believe me? Come on, do you greet people by reaching into their wallets?" Su-chen was so angry that he found it amusing. Side quest completed. Task reward: 500 experience points, 100 training points. I didn't expect that the supernatural criminal referred to by the system would actually be this yellow-haired guy. What a coincidence, it's almost laughable. A pickpocket just happens to gain the ability of invisibility. What do you call that? Like a fish in water. If left unchecked, who knows what kind of trouble he might cause. No wonder the system suddenly issued this side quest. It's likely to nip the trouble in the bud. Haven't seen you in a few days, and your courage has grown. You even stole from me? Su-chen stared at the yellow-haired guy with a half-smile, making him feel extremely uneasy. The yellow-haired guy's legs went weak. "Big brother, let me explain. Can you loosen your grip first?" Su-chen rolled his eyes at him. "Loosen my grip? Do you think I'm an idiot? What if you run away? How could I dare to run?" The yellow-haired guy flattered. "With your skills, even if I grew 2 more legs, I wouldn't be able to escape, right?" This guy still thinks Su-chen doesn't know about his ability to become invisible, believing he was caught simply because Su-chen noticed someone was rummaging through his pocket, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. As soon as the trickster Su-chen lets go, he'll immediately go invisible. No matter how powerful this kid is, if he can't be seen, he'll be at a loss. While the blonde was feeling smug, unexpectedly, Su-chen slapped him on the back of the head. "Nonsense! Do you really think I don't know you can go invisible?" Su-chen was so amused he couldn't help but laugh. "Be honest, or I won't hesitate to knock you out and take you away." "Ha?" The blonde was confused and pretended to be clueless. "Invisible? Brother, what are you talking about? What invisibility? Are you still playing dumb with me?" Without further ado, Su-chen slapped him on the back of the head again, leaving the blonde dazed and seeing stars. The blonde knew he couldn't hide it anymore. "How did you know I could go invisible? Isn't it obvious? Do you think I'm blind? Just now, when my fist was right in front of your face, you were completely transparent. How do you think I knew you could go invisible?" Su-chen, annoyed, raised his hand again, and the blonde quickly covered the back of his head with his hands. To his surprise, Su-chen simply took out his phone from his pocket without hitting him, and with a half-smile said, "I'm curious, what were you thinking? How did you come up with the clever idea of stealing my wallet?" This time, the yellow-haired guy didn't dare to lie and confessed honestly. It turned out he had been wandering around the neighborhood looking for a big target to prey on, and happened to see Su-chen sitting by the flower bed. He had a malicious thought and wanted to sneak up and beat Su-chen up, but after careful consideration, he chickened out and decided to steal his wallet instead as a form of revenge. Su-chen laughed. "Aren't you glad you didn't act? Otherwise, it wouldn't just be about punching you once." The yellow-haired guy had a sorrowful expression, nodding in agreement, feeling as bitter as if he had eaten a bitter herb. What was wrong with him? Why would he come and provoke this mighty figure for no reason? He had just awakened his invisibility ability, free as a bird in the sky and a fish in the sea, and now he was completely done for.
He secretly vowed that from now on, whenever he saw Su Chen, he would hide as far away as possible. Unfortunately, his vow was destined to be unfulfilled. Su Chen grabbed the yellow-haired guy with one hand and dialed a number with the other. "Hello? Team Leader Xing? I found another ability user." Yes, it was that quick. I ran into him on the street. He tried to steal a wallet while being invisible, and I caught him. "Oh, okay, I'll bring him over to you right now." Huang Mao was stunned, feeling uneasy. "Where are you taking me?" "Don't worry." Su Chen flashed a bright smile. "It's definitely not the police station." "Oh, as long as it's not the police station, that's fine." Huang Mao instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. He had a criminal record, but he quickly became alert and stared at Su Chen. "Wait, where exactly are you taking me? Who were you just on the phone with?" As a modern ability user, most people have fantasized about being discovered by some organization and whether they would be captured and used as a lab rat or subjected to dissection experiments. No wonder Huang Mao was so on edge. Anyone suddenly being taken to an unknown place would be alarmed. "Cut the nonsense and just follow me." Su Chen was too lazy to explain further to Huang Mao, twisting both of his arms behind his back and holding one of them down. Huang Mao panicked and struggled. "Let me go, or I'll scream." Su Chen's expression darkened. "What the hell? Don't use such vulgar language, you big man. You're ruining this serious atmosphere. If someone didn't know better, they might think there's something wrong with my sexual orientation. If you don't want me to call, then let go of me already," Huang Mao shouted. Facing Huang Mao's resistance, Su Chen remained indifferent. "Let me make it clear, I'm not afraid of your shouting, even if you scream your throat raw." "Ah, help, murder, kidnapping." This Huang Mao really yelled without holding back, showing no shame at all. Passers-by on the street heard Huang Mao shouting and stopped to watch. Some took out their phones to record, while others actually pulled out their phones to call the police. "Everyone, step aside. The police are handling a case. No filming over there. Otherwise, you'll be arrested for obstructing justice." Su Chen calmly took out his special abilities group ID from his pocket and showed the black booklet to everyone. Huang Mao was dumbfounded when he saw the black booklet in Su Chen's hand. He had been in and out of the police station enough times to be very familiar with police credentials, and for a moment he didn't know whether to continue resisting. When passers-by saw that Su Chen was actually a national officer handling a case, they hesitantly put down their phones and stopped calling the police. Those who had secretly filmed were also ordered by Su Chen to delete the videos. He waved to hail a taxi, showed his credentials to the driver, and then Su Chen pushed the yellow-haired guy into the car and left the scene. "Big brother, where exactly are you taking me? Just give me a clear answer, or I really won't feel secure." The yellow-haired guy finally gave up, struggling in despair. Su Chen shrugged. "You'll know when we get there. It's a legitimate national agency anyway." Along the way, the taxi driver occasionally glanced at the two through the rearview mirror, and whenever he asked something, Su Chen would dismiss him with no comment. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Su Chen handed the driver 50 yuan for the fare and led the yellow-haired guy along the road towards the Special Abilities Police Bureau. Seeing the desolate surroundings in the suburbs, the yellow-haired guy's legs trembled, and he chuckled nervously. "Big brother, you didn't bring me here to kill me and silence me, did you? Your imagination is quite rich." Su Chen glanced at the yellow-haired guy. "What's your name?" The yellow-haired guy replied, "Shen Sishui." "The name sounds quite elegant, I wouldn't have guessed." Su Chen teased, "My name is Su Chen, nice to meet you." "You're too polite, big brother." Huang Mao nervously forced a smile. Su Chen shrugged, "No need to be so formal. As the saying goes, you don't become acquainted without a fight. We are both special ability users, we might have a chance to work together in the future." "What? Special ability users? Chance to work together?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Huang Mao's mind went blank. After all, the information contained in that statement was overwhelming. Since he had some time to kill, Su Chen explained, "Special ability users is a term used by the country for people with unique abilities. Your ability to become invisible is a special type, while mine is enhanced physical capabilities. As for the chance to work together, you'll find out soon enough." After saying that, Su Chen didn't say much more to Huang Mao and signaled for him to hurry up and follow. Entering the Special Ability Group building, Su Chen led Huang Mao to the door of Team Leader Xing's office, knocking before entering. "I've brought the person." Su Chen pointed to Huang Mao behind him, who was Shen Sishui. Captain Xing was savoring tea and put down his cup with a smile, saying, "Xiao Su, your efficiency is simply astonishing. Just yesterday, you brought in a special talent with abilities, and today you've caught another ability criminal. It's hard to believe. It's just good luck. Luck is also a part of strength." Captain Xing nodded in approval, his gaze shifting to the yellow-haired man with his arms bound, his expression returning to seriousness. "What's your name?" I am Shen Sishui." The yellow-haired man noticed Captain Xing's white police uniform and felt completely deflated. He knew that ordinary officers in the police station wore light blue uniforms, and only those in leadership positions wore white uniforms. This person in front of him was at least a senior officer. Since the yellow-haired man had a criminal record for theft and had used his abilities to commit multiple thefts, Captain Xing conducted a strict interrogation for a while, asking about when he awakened his abilities and their intensity, among other things. Su Chen listened intently from the side. It turns out that Huang Mao awakened his invisibility ability on the night of the meteor shower just 2 days ago and can maintain his concealment for up to 6 minutes. Don't underestimate those 6 minutes. A pickpocket can accomplish a lot in that time. Of course, sneaking into a women's bathhouse is probably out of the question, as 6 minutes is still relatively short, cough cough. Although he can currently only be invisible for about 6 minutes, according to Su Chen, with long-term training, an ability user can make their powers stronger and more enduring, potentially extending invisibility to over an hour. After learning about Huang Mao's abilities, Captain Xing immediately ordered an investigation into all his records for verification. Quite a few offenses, huh? He was sent to a juvenile detention center for theft in middle school, and after becoming an adult, he has been detained almost every year for theft. Seems like he treats pickpocketing as a craft? Captain Xing browsed through Shin Sishua's records, frowning slightly. Generally speaking, we in the ability group wouldn't easily accept someone with such a criminal record. However, invisibility powers hold some value for the organization. I'll give you a chance. Do you want it? Yes. Of course. Although Shin Sishua didn't know what joining the ability group really meant, in such an atmosphere, he dared not say no. Alright, there's a task I need you to handle. Team leader Xing nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Su Chen. Xiao Su, you come over too. The task I'm about to discuss is likely to be carried out by you and Xiao Miao together with him. What task? Su Chen became interested. This was his first official task after joining the Special Abilities team, apart from the assessment yesterday. Team leader Xing had a serious expression and solemnly stated 2 words, catch a dog. Ha? Catch a dog? Su Chen was initially quite nervous, but upon hearing those 2 words, he almost collapsed on the spot. Even Huang Mao and Sishua beside him looked confused, staring wide-eyed at the 2 of them in disbelief. The dog you need to catch is certainly not an ordinary one. Team leader Xing explained nonchalantly, what you need to catch is a mutated dog that escaped from the research institute. Although its size is small, it possesses extremely dangerous mutated abilities. Most importantly, the higher-ups require it to be captured alive. Su Chen asked, what special abilities? The Research Institute refers to the abilities of that mutated dog as beastly intimidation. Team leader Xing said, any creature that is observed by it will suffer severe psychological pressure, involuntarily experiencing fear and unable to confront. It's ordinary people who are watched for more than 3 seconds will enter a weakened state, and after 10 seconds, they may face a mental breakdown. So it takes 10 seconds to produce substantial harm? That doesn't sound too dangerous. Su Chen was puzzled. Although this so-called beastly intimidation takes effect just by being watched, wouldn't it be enough to catch the mutated dog within 10 seconds? Beastly intimidation is not as simple as you think. Team leader Xing shook his head and said, moreover, the physical strength of the mutated dog is over 3 times that of an average person, especially its speed, which even Xiao Miao can't catch up to. Additionally, its smaller size makes it extremely difficult to capture in the city center. After all, such a confidential operation must be conducted discreetly. We can't block off the streets or mobilize the military in a grand manner. Its physical strength is higher than that of the little creature? Su Chen's expression changed slightly. I don't think it will be possible for just me and Miao Yueying. The little creature's strength attribute is estimated to be below 20 points, with its speed possibly close to 30 points, making it already difficult to deal with. Not to mention this mutated dog with a strength attribute exceeding 30 points, firearms would probably struggle to threaten it. Don't worry, that mutated dog doesn't have a tendency to attack proactively. As long as you avoid its gaze, the danger is quite low. Team leader Xing took a document out of the drawer and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at the document he received. It had a photo of a small, grayish puppy, probably only 3 or 4 months old, wearing a high-tech metallic collar. Although it wasn't exactly cute, it certainly didn't fit any descriptions of being fierce or dangerous. Do you see the collar around its neck? Team leader Xing explained, originally, this collar was equipped with a remote-controlled tranquilizer system, but for some unknown reason, it has malfunctioned, which is why capturing the mutated dog has been unsuccessful. Your task is to manually press the red button on the collar, which will automatically inject a powerful sedative into its veins, putting it to sleep. I see. Su Chen looked at Huang Mao and thought, we just need to find the mutated dog and have him sneak over to press the button? That definitely makes the task much simpler. About that. Shin Sishui hesitated and said, dogs have very sensitive noses, right? What if it smells me before I even get close? Team leader Xing said, there's no need to worry about this. The Research Institute has sent powder to mask the scent, along with the equipment for the tracking collars. When Xiaomiao arrives, let her take you to the warehouse to get them. Team leader? I'm here. As if summoned by name, Miao Yueying's voice came from outside the door. Oh, Su Chen, you arrived even earlier than I did. Did you know about this mission in advance? Miao Yueying was surprised to see Su Chen, and her gaze shifted to the bound Huang Mao, asking curiously, who is this? Why is he tied up? Su Chen introduced, this guy is Shin Sishua, an invisibility ability user. I caught him stealing my wallet on the street. Invisibility ability? Miao Yueying exclaimed in surprise, I remember you just introduced another ability user to the organization yesterday. How come in your case, rare ability users are popping up like cabbages? Just a coincidence. Su Chen shrugged and pointed at Huang Mao. By the way, Team leader Xing said he would also participate in this mission. The invisibility ability should be useful for capturing the mutant dogs. No way, are they letting a newbie participate in the mission? Miao Yueying raised an eyebrow slightly. Team leader, isn't this a bit hasty? I've heard that mutated dog is several times stronger than the little spirits. And this blonde guy clearly has the psychological resilience of an ordinary person. Even if he has invisibility abilities, it's still very dangerous. It's fine. Team leader Xing waved his hand. According to the intelligence provided by the research institute, that mutated dog does not have a strong tendency to attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only sent the two of you. Alright, hurry up and prepare. Don't let that mutated dog roam around the city center for too long. Ding. Side quest triggered. Catch the dog. Quest requirements: a mutated dog that escaped from the research institute, agile and possessing dangerous special abilities. Your goal for this mission is simple: capture it alive. Quest rewards: 800 experience points, 150 training points. Su Chen, Shen Xixue, and Miao Yueying walked out of the office, exchanging glances. In the office, Shen Xixue, who hadn't had a chance to speak, couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, what is that mutated dog? Is it very dangerous? Here, take a look for yourself." Su Chen handed the file about the mutated dog to Shen Xixue and said to Miao Yueying, "Sister Miao, why do I feel like our ability team isn't very serious? We're just the three of us handling this sudden task? The process feels quite casual. The ability team doesn't have many members to begin with. There's no choice. It seems the others have all been dispatched recently." Miao Yueying replied nonchalantly, "As for the casual atmosphere, the circle of ability users is small. Team leader Xing faces only about 10 of us all day long. After a while, we all become familiar with each other, and it's hard to stay serious." That's not the kind of seriousness I meant. Never mind. Su Chen shook his head, feeling that the vibe of the ability team was subtly different from what he had imagined. Miao Yueying asked Su Chen, "Did you finish reading the ability team guidelines I sent you earlier?" "Ha?" Su Chen paused for a moment, feeling guilty, and said, "I read some, but I haven't finished it." It had barely been a day. He hadn't had the chance to look at that document after returning, only glancing at a few lines while testing his mental attributes. However, with his current memory, he should be able to finish it roughly on the way. Miao Yueying nodded. "As long as you read it, I won't have to explain again what you can't do. Come on, let's go get our gear." Miao Yueying quickly walked towards the building's warehouse, and Su Chen called on Shen Xixue to follow along. The warehouse for the ability group is divided into 3 levels. The first level contains commonly used equipment like handguns and walkie-talkies that ordinary members can access freely. The second and third levels, however, are not easily accessible. Even senior members must submit a request. The tracking collar device is a square display similar to a handheld console, made entirely of metal, featuring only red and blue buttons and a rotating adjuster. Red is for tracking direction, and blue is for the malfunctioning tranquilizer, right? Su Chen fiddled with the metallic tracker, and the display showed a radar-like pattern with concentric circles and an arrow pointing northeast. Miao Yueying said, "The researchers mentioned that if you are too far away, the tracker can only roughly indicate the direction. The specific location will only be displayed once the mutant dog appears within 10 miles. Additionally, the Research Institute sent a large bag of tranquilizing powder, a light-colored powder that emitted a faint fragrance, weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds, enough for the 3 of them to cover themselves thoroughly. They scattered the powder on themselves and didn't need much more preparation before the 3 set off. Since this operation should not attract attention, Miao Yueying neither wore a police uniform nor drove a police car. Instead, she chose an ordinary Volkswagen from the parking lot and headed to the city center with the 3 others following the locator's direction. "Big brother, what exactly do you guys do? What is the abilities group? I've never heard of it before." Huang Mao Shen Xixue cautiously asked Su Chen. With nothing else to do, Su Chen introduced the basic information about the abilities group to him, watching as the kid became increasingly stunned, his eyes wide open, his expression shifting from initial fear to growing excitement. "What the hell? A state-established abilities organization? That's so freaking awesome!" Shen Xixue said with great enthusiasm. "Big brother, does that mean if I join the abilities group, I'll also be a state employee? I never dreamed I'd have the chance to be an officer one day." "What officer? Watch your mouth." Su Chen glanced at him. "Don't get too excited too soon. Whether you can join the abilities group is still uncertain. It all depends on your performance. Don't worry, I'll make sure to perform well." Learning about the benefits of joining the special abilities group, Shen Xixue immediately became enthusiastic, shaking his tight hands and awkwardly saying, "Bro, can we loosen the ropes first?" Su Chen didn't hesitate and casually untied the ropes, saying, "Don't do anything stupid." Shen Xixue forced a smile. "Bro, with such a great opportunity to become a civil servant, how could I possibly run away?" No one worried that Shen Xixue would escape, unless he wanted to have no place to hide in the entire country. Don't underestimate the power of national institutions. If they really wanted to find someone, it would be incredibly easy with enough manpower and resources. Su Chen looked out the car window and sighed. "Honestly, I never expected that my first official task in the special abilities group would be such a low-level job as catching a dog." Miao Yueying, who was driving, said, "Come on, when I first joined the special abilities group, I had almost nothing to do for nearly half a month. Compared to that, you're lucky to have a big task on your very first day." "Is that really considered good luck?" Su Chen asked with a smile. Although having a task to do is indeed considered good luck for him, wouldn't it be easier for an average person if there were fewer troubles? Of course it counts as good luck. Every task completed comes with a bonus, and you can also earn points. Miao Yueying paused for a moment, suddenly realizing something. Oh right, your points seem to be even more than mine now, right? 20 points for the little sprite, 10 points for recommending the ability user last night, and adding another one today, you already have 40 points. You're almost at level 2 member. As she calculated, her tone shifted from initial confusion to increasing surprise. Not knowing is one thing, but once you calculate it, it's shocking. It's only the first day on the job for Su Chen, and his points are skyrocketing like a rocket, almost reaching level 2 member. It's truly hard to believe. Miao Yueying, feeling frustrated, slapped the steering wheel. The points I've earned in 3 months are still less than what you've earned in just a day or two. It's just luck, nothing more. Su Chen responded with a laugh. He didn't expect to accumulate points so quickly. If he could earn another 10 points from the task of capturing the mutated dog, he might be promoted to level 2 member of the ability group today. The main task is to reach level 3 member within a month. Su Chen originally thought this task would be difficult, but at the current rate, it might not even take a month. He might reach level 3 member in less than a week. Feeling happy, Su Chen boldly said, after this mission is over, I'll treat you. Sister Miao, what do you want to eat? Sure, I won't be hard on you. Just a seafood buffet will do. Miao Yueying said with a smile, I've heard that a new high-end seafood buffet called Heart of the Sea opened on Donghua Street, and I've been wanting to try it, but I haven't had the chance. So, I'll count on you to treat me. Heart of the Sea? I've heard my colleagues mention it before. Alright, once the mission is completed, we'll go eat there. Su Chen remembered that Heart of the Sea seemed to be a high-end buffet restaurant, costing around 200 to 300 per person, with abalone and lobster among other delicacies. For Su Chen in the past, this price range for a seafood buffet might have been a bit extravagant, but to him now, it was nothing, just a few hundred yuan. With the system's assistance, he would soon be able to earn big money. Arriving at the city center. After driving around the streets for about 10 minutes, the locator finally showed a faint light point. Su Chen adjusted the distance on the display and opened the map on his phone for reference. The target is to the west, about 4,000 meters away, roughly located in the Xiqing Street area. Miao Yueying turned the steering wheel and drove towards Xiqing Street. Although the light dot on the locator is also moving, it's not moving fast. As the car drives into West City Street, the distance on the display gets closer and closer, eventually arriving at a bustling little alley. At the entrance of the alley hangs a sign, Golden Sprinkle Alley. It's hidden in the urban village, the car can't drive in. Miao Yueying frowned as she looked at the narrow alley ahead. The already narrow road was occupied by street vendors, and the pedestrian traffic was considerable. Even if the car could get in, it would probably be slower than walking. Let's walk, it's not too far anyway. Su Chen held the locator, which showed that the light dot was less than 500 meters away. Wait a moment, let me check if there's a parking lot nearby. No need for a parking lot. Miao Yueying was unambiguous. She turned the steering wheel sharply, making the car turn and stop steadily by the side of the alley, turned off the engine, and got out. Su Chen was taken aback. Isn't this place not allowed to park? We might get a ticket. Miao Yueying said nonchalantly, so what if we get a ticket? This is a government vehicle, the traffic police's fine won't be sent to the ability team, right? Su Chen felt embarrassed. Okay, I guess I haven't adjusted my mindset yet. The Special Abilities team has higher authority in handling cases than the local police. They have many more rights within the allowed scope. What does a mere parking violation count for? With a locator in hand, the three of them headed deeper into the urban village. In recent years, most of the urban villages in the city center have been demolished, leaving only a few that haven't been taken over by real estate companies. Shaojin Alley is one of the few remaining urban villages, and it won't be long before it is demolished and rebuilt into high-rise buildings. Is the mutated dog in this courtyard? Glancing at the locator showing a distance of less than 20 meters, Su Chen looked up at the courtyard in front of him. The courtyard before him was a typical duplex building in the urban village, about 3 stories high and covering several hundred square meters. The 2 black wooden doors were half open, and an old lady was sitting by the entrance, basking in the sun and cracking seeds. Shen Sishue murmured, could it be that the mutated dog was adopted by this family? It's possible, Su Chen agreed wholeheartedly. The appearance of the mutated dog on the document was not much different from that of an ordinary juvenile Chinese rural dog, with gray fur that looked quite adorable, and it didn't seem to have any aggressive tendencies. It was not impossible for an unaware resident of the urban village to pick it up and take it home. Miao Yueying said, I don't think there's much possibility. According to the people from the research institute, that mutated dog is very timid and cautious, and it only escaped during transportation this morning. It's unlikely that an ordinary person could have picked it up in such a short time, right? The three muttered a few words. In fact, it doesn't matter whether the mutated dog was adopted or is hiding in the small courtyard. Su Chen stepped forward and asked the old lady who was cracking melon seeds at the door, excuse me, are you a resident of this area? The old lady looked up at Su Chen while cracking seeds and said, I am the owner of this courtyard. Young man, what do you need? Are you looking to rent a house? No, I want to ask if any residents of this courtyard found a small local dog today? As he spoke, Su Chen took out the document and showed her the page with the photo of the mutated dog. My pet dog went missing in this area this morning. It's the one in the photo. Small local dog? The old lady furrowed her brows. I'm not sure about that, but we don't allow dogs in our courtyard. Suchen felt a bit regretful. If the mutated dog had been adopted by someone, they would know its exact floor and location. The locator can only show a general area and is difficult to pinpoint within a few meters, plus it can't indicate levels. Shinsiju's invisibility can only last for 1 minute, and searching for the dog on the 3rd floor one by one might not give him enough time. Miao Yueying leaned over and said, "Old lady, could you let us in to take a look? I heard from people nearby that they saw a local dog run into the yard." The old woman glanced at the three of them, her gaze fixed on Shinsiju's yellow hair. "No, our yard doesn't allow outsiders to enter freely." Su Chen and Miao Yueying followed the old woman's gaze towards Shinsiju, who looked completely confused, not understanding why everyone was suddenly looking at him. Shinsiju, being a street thug, looked quite disreputable just standing there, and with his non-mainstream yellow hair, he was as eye-catching as could be. At first glance, he didn't seem like a good person, so it's no wonder the old lady wouldn't let the three of them into the yard to look for the dog. Su Chen glared at him. "Once the mission is over, you better dye that yellow hair back quickly." "Alright," Shinsiju said innocently as he touched his hair. The old lady insisted on not letting them into the yard. Left with no choice, Miao Yueying had to take out her police credentials to prove they were not bad people, and only then did the old lady reluctantly accompany them inside to look for the dog. Originally, Su Chen and Miao Yueying did not want to reveal their identities, as capturing mutated dogs was a secret operation not suitable for public knowledge. The three of them roughly searched the yard from the 1st floor to the rooftop, but unexpectedly, they didn't see a single strand of dog fur. Strange, the locator shows that the position is definitely here. Su Chen frowned, staring at the flashing dot on the display screen, right in the center of the crosshair. Could it be gone? Just when the three were at a loss, an 11 or 12-year-old girl bounced out of a room, seemingly holding something in her hand. With keen eyes, Su Chen immediately recognized that it was the collar of a mutated dog. The metallic collar was torn in half, and the locator device in the lower right corner was still flashing, resonating with the dot on the locator. Startled, Su Chen quickly walked over and asked, "Little friend, where did you find that?" The little girl saw a stranger suddenly approaching and timidly hugged the collar, taking a few steps back. "I found this at the gate of the courtyard when I got out of school at noon." "Is it yours, big brother?" "Noon?" Su Chen frowned slightly and took out his phone to check the time. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. This meant the mutated dog had broken free of the collar at least 4 hours ago. Without a target to locate, where could they search for the mutated dog in this chaotic urban village? With a full 4-hour gap, it was uncertain whether the mutated dog was still in the urban village. After offering 20 yuan as a reward to retrieve the collar from the little girl, the three left the courtyard in a gloomy mood. "What should we do? That dog even broke the collar. Where can we find it now?" Walking in the bustling alley, Shinsushue looked troubled. "What if this mission gets called off? Will I still have a chance to join the special abilities team? It's not easy to finally have a chance to become a civil servant." "Miao Yueying, why don't you call Team Leader Xing to report the situation?" Su Chen glanced at the broken collar and locator in his hand, sighed helplessly. "Things have gotten complicated. I didn't expect the first mission to be so difficult. I hope the Research Institute has a backup plan." Miao Yueying nodded, took out her phone, and reported the collar's breakage to Team Leader Xing. A few minutes later, she hung up the phone. "Well, it seems we won't be getting any rest today." Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. "That mutated dog seems to be very important to a research project at the institute, and it must be captured before tomorrow. The team leader wants us to continue searching around the urban village, and he's sending more people from the institute to help us." "Are we really going to search?" Su Chen glanced at the intricate winding paths of the urban village. "In a place like this, finding a dog would be difficult, let alone finding a person." Miao Yueying blinked. "Since we have no leads, why don't we go have a meal first? I rushed over as soon as I got the call from the team leader about the mission, and I haven't had lunch yet." "Sounds good." Su Chen was a bit hungry too. His gaze turned to a rice bowl restaurant by the street. "Do you want to eat rice bowls? Are you treating?" Su Chen chuckled silently. "I'll treat." "Hee, then I won't hold back." Since Miao Yueying had no objections, it was settled. As for Shinsishue, he had no right to complain. It was already good enough for Su Chen to treat him to a meal. They entered the restaurant and each ordered a few bowls of rice. The three sat at the table, chatting while waiting. Su Chen asked, "Sister Miao, what do you think they research at the institute all day?" "Not too sure, I don't know many people over there." Miao Yueying pondered for a moment. "But my old friend Ji said that the institute seems to be focusing on how to help ordinary people awaken their abilities, trying to develop something similar to the super soldier serum in Marvel movies." Su Chen contemplated. "That mutated dog couldn't be an experimental subject, could it?" "Most likely." Miao Yueying nodded in agreement. "Based on experience, if that local dog puppy is a natural mutation, it will more or less have aggressive tendencies, and generally, its appearance will also undergo changes. I've mentioned before, most little spirits are formed from mutated stray cats and dogs. However, the mutated dog in the data shows no changes in appearance, nor has it exhibited any brutal instincts due to mutation, which is completely different from other naturally mutated animals. Let's make a hypothesis. If the Research Institute is indeed developing a super soldier serum, there are at least 2 prerequisite conditions. First, it must not cause any changes in a person's appearance, which would be unethical. Second, it must not make a person's personality become brutal to facilitate control.
The mutated dog, having no aggressive tendencies and a normal appearance, perfectly meets these two conditions. According to this logic, that mutated dog is indeed an experimental product created by the research institute.
Suchen stroked his chin. So, could it be that the research institute is close to developing a finished product?
A serum that can give a local dog puppy 3 times the
physical capabilities of an ordinary person, along with a dangerous ability for wild intimidation?
Wow, that's even more impressive than the super soldier serum in movies. If they really develop such a thing, it might bring about a major transformation for the entire world. However, the wave of supernatural abilities has already arrived like a tsunami, and this transformation is destined to be nothing more than the ashes after the flames. What he is truly interested in is whether the serum developed by the research institute can enhance his attributes or grant him new supernatural abilities. The lightning element's supernatural ability he currently possesses was not awakened by himself, but rather bestowed by the system. Strictly speaking, he is not a supernatural being and has never awakened his own power.
Of course, if the system is considered his awakened supernatural ability, then that's a different story. A finished product? I find that unlikely. That mutated dog might just be an accidental byproduct, right?
Miao Weiying propped her face up with her hand, her fingertips lightly tapping the table. Just think about it, if they really developed such an impressive serum, why would the government still recruit us civilian supernatural
beings with high welfare? Wouldn't it be more convenient to inject the serum directly into specially trained soldiers for better management?
Besides, even if the serum can be developed, it probably won't be mass-produced for years.
The manufacturing cost is high, and there might be risks of failure. I guess only the wealthy elites can afford it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us ordinary folks.
Miao Weiying spoke confidently. Actually, it doesn't make much sense to think about all that. If the research institute really comes up with something good, our ability group will definitely get first-hand news. After all, we've been collaborating with them for so many years.
That's true. Suchen stared blankly at Miao Weiying, feeling he understood this colleague a bit better.
Regardless of her abilities, her series of analyses were impressive enough to earn respect.
A conversation between gods, incomprehensibly impressive.
Shin Sishue, completely unable to join the conversation, muttered to himself, reached into his pants pocket, but remembered that his phone had long been confiscated, so he could only helplessly look out at the scenery.
As he looked outside, he suddenly froze. Hey, that dog looks a bit familiar?
Hearing Shin Sishue's mumbling, both of them turned their gazes in the direction he was looking.
Outside the window, next to a fast food restaurant across the street,
a few middle school kids were surrounding a gray little mutt, feeding it pork ribs. One bold girl even reached out to try and pet the dog's head, but the mutt expertly dodged her every attempt, snatching up a large piece of leftover meat and darting into the alley with astonishing speed.
That's it. Quick, chase.
Suchen slammed the table, stood up, and ran out of the shop, followed closely by Shin Sishue and Miao Weiying.
Hey, customers, the dishes are ready. Where are you going?
The waiter had just brought 3 servings of rice dishes when he saw the 3 of them hurrying outside and quickly called after them. It's urgent, no need to look for us. Without looking back, Suchen tossed out 50 yuan and rushed into the alley after the dog. The mutated dog's speed was incredibly fast, and tracking such a nimble and cautious dog through the intricate and narrow alleys was no small feat. Fortunately, as an agile special ability user, Miao Weiying barely managed to keep up. She snatched the iron collar from Suchen's hand and rushed ahead. Suchen instantly understood the meaning. There was a locator locking onto the collar's position. Even if they were shaken off by the mutated dog, as long as Miao Weiying didn't lose track, they could follow from behind. In a few seconds, the figures of the mutated dog and Miao Weiying disappeared from the two's sight, one in front and the other behind. Brother, I can barely breathe. The gap in agility among the 3 gradually became apparent. Shin Sishue was striving to catch up, but he still fell behind Suchen by a large margin, and the exhausting sprint had drained all his stamina, leaving him unable to chase any longer. Suchen furrowed his brows but could understand the physical disparity between the two, so he didn't push it.
You stay put for now. We'll come back to find you once we've confirmed the mutated dog's whereabouts.
After saying that, Suchen continued to chase in the direction of the locator without stopping. After running along the narrow path for about 10 more seconds, twisting and turning, Suchen finally spotted Miao Weiying. She was crouched by the edge of a wall in a small alley. When she saw Suchen, she shushed him and pointed inside. Suchen quietly approached. The small gray dog was lying on a patch of open ground, gnawing on a piece of rib meat. Its sharp teeth easily crushed the hard bones, swallowing the meat whole. Within just a few bites, it devoured a sizable rib. Other puppy breeds would definitely struggle to do that. After finishing the meat, the gray little dog seemed full and crawled into the abandoned concrete cylinder in the clearing to rest. The two exchanged glances, took a few steps back, and spoke softly. Suchen said, "You keep an eye on it here, I'll go get Shinsiju. The collar should still be usable, right?" He looked at the shiny iron collar in Miao Weiying's hand. Besides the broken chain, there were no other damages.
Miao Weiying paused for a moment. Are you planning to put the collar back on it and then use a strong anesthetic? Exactly. Suchen nodded. If we go head to head, we definitely can't catch this dog alive. We can only rely on the strong anesthetic in the collar. The collar should still be usable. Miao Weiying expressed her doubts. But can that guy's invisibility work on objects? Suchen shot her a glance. Nonsense, if it can't affect objects, wouldn't he have to run around naked to be invisible? His clothes could also turn invisible, adding a powerful anesthetic shouldn't be a problem. That's true. Miao Yueying was at a loss for words. He turned back after a long detour and brought Shin Sishue, who had been waiting by the street, over in about 1 or 2 minutes. Go ahead, it's up to you now. Confirming that the mutated dog was still in the concrete cylinder, Suchen solemnly handed the collar to Shin Sishue, patting his shoulder and entrusting him with an important task. Shin Sishue's hand trembled a bit. Bro, I'm a little nervous. Suchen reassured him. Don't be nervous, think of something positive. Once this mission is successfully completed, you can become a civil servant and at least be a deputy-level cadre or higher. Miao Yueying interjected, if you fail, the state will take care of your body, and maybe you'll even have a spot on the wall of martyrs for the ability group. Shin Sishue's hand trembled even more. Don't joke with him at a critical moment. Suchen glanced at Miao Yueying and said, that mutated dog has no aggressive tendencies. As long as you don't do anything foolish to provoke it, your life won't be in danger. Now hurry up, we don't want to waste time and risk unforeseen events. Alright, I'm going. Shin Sihua gritted his teeth, putting on an expression as if he were a warrior going to his death. His entire body gradually became transparent, eventually vanishing completely into the air, leaving only the faint sound of footsteps gradually fading away. The two people hiding in the shadows also became alert, pulling out special bags provided by the Research Institute specifically for capturing mutated dogs, ready to rush in for the capture at any moment. Miao Yueying whispered, do you think there's a way to avoid that sound? What if the mutated dog hears it? Probably not. In theory, invisibility is just a cover through optical refraction. It can't completely eliminate all traces. Invisibility may seem powerful, but it actually has many flaws. Not to mention the unavoidable things like footsteps, breathing, heartbeat, and scent. There's even the elusive concept of presence itself. For example, even if you can't see or hear someone behind you, you can still feel that someone is standing there. This is intuition sensing the presence of a living being. Scientifically, this may be explained by the influence of biological magnetic fields. Suchen has only roughly read about it in books and doesn't know much about this area. Using invisibility to bully ordinary people who rely solely on sight and have weak intuition isn't too bad, but if you want to use it against martial arts experts or other beings, it might not be very effective. Suchen initially considered these factors, which is why he didn't rush to activate this ability, but chose to first activate the source of magical power. Closer. From the faint footprints in the dust on the ground, Suchen could determine that Shin Sishue was less than 3 meters away from the mutated dog, and his steps became smaller and slower. Fortunately, the mutated dog had just finished eating ribs and was dozing off with its eyes closed. A gentle breeze was blowing through the air. Otherwise, any sound of breathing or the unusual dust on the ground could have easily revealed Shin Sishue's presence. Just as he was about to successfully put the collar on the mutated dog, a few playful children ran into the open space, and the mutated dog, hearing the commotion, suddenly stood up alert. Shin Sishue, who was not far from it, froze in place, maintaining his invisible state, not daring to breathe. Oh no, what terrible luck! Suchen rubbed his face in frustration. I should have sealed off this area beforehand. Now things have become troublesome. What do we do now? Miao Yueying blinked and asked. Originally, she was supposed to lead the two newcomers, but somehow it turned into Suchen taking command, and it felt completely natural. There's no choice, we just have to go for it. Suchen's expression was serious as he took a few deep breaths. Since the hard-earned opportunity has been interrupted, let's create our own opportunity. You go left, I go right, try to draw its attention. Suchen made a gesture towards the open space, pretending to walk past it. Miao Yueying also walked in another direction, and the two perfectly blocked the exit. Having just found a place of peace, the sudden appearance of so many humans caused the mutated dog to bare its teeth in vigilance, but it noticed that these people seemed oblivious to it, so it simply crawled into a concrete cylinder to hide. Walking slowly towards the sycamore tree by the open space, beads of anxious sweat were already forming on Suchen's forehead. Shin Sishue didn't seem to understand the meaning of the gesture. Why wasn't he making a move? They were just waiting for him to put the collar on. Whoa! The mutated dog suddenly started barking loudly. Is it done? Suchen hurriedly turned to check the situation, only to find that Shin Sishue had actually exited the invisibility state, running towards them in a panic, while the mutated dog also angrily lunged out, its blood-red eyes fixed on Shin Sishue. Although it was somewhat unexpected that the mutated dog wasn't anesthetized on the spot, Suchen felt slightly reassured to see that it indeed had a half-hanging iron collar around its neck. Shin Sishue shouted in tears, "Help! Big brother, please save me! Can you have some backbone? Is it really that terrifying?" Suchen was at a loss, pulling out a folded special capturing cloth from his pocket and charging towards the mutated dog. The anesthetic should have taken effect by now. The little stray dog looked obviously weak, and Suchen was confident in handling a mutated dog in this state. Just as he rushed within 5 meters of the mutated dog, ready to bag it, the dog suddenly turned its head, its blood-red gaze fixed on him. In an instant, uncontrollable fear surged from the depths of his heart. Panic, helplessness, fear, and other negative emotions exploded in his mind. It felt like being targeted by a natural enemy, with a prickling sensation on his back, his heart stopping, and even his movements becoming stiff and slow. So terrifying. No, I can't go over. I'll be killed. I must escape. I need to get away from this dog. His mind was filled with thoughts of terror and retreat.
Even though reason told him that the mutated dog was no longer a significant threat, the fear still lingered, constantly eroding his dwindling rationality.
Is this the deterrent of beastly instinct? Completely different from what I expected.
Just the basic feeling of fear has such a deep impact on actions, it's hard to imagine what a mental breakdown would be like after being watched for 10 seconds. Fortunately, I had boosted my mental attributes in advance, otherwise, I might have turned and fled like Shin Sishue. Suchen held his head, forcing down the fear, and took a big step forward, using both hands to open the special capture bag to ensnare the cornered mutated dog, tightly tying the rope at the bag's opening. Without the intimidating gaze of the beast, the feeling of fear quickly vanished without a trace.
Side quest completed. Quest rewards 800 experience points, 150 proficiency points. Finally, it's over.
Suchen let out a long sigh and collapsed onto the ground. Enduring the fear brought on by the mutated dog's intimidation took quite a toll on his mental state. Simply put, it was exhausting. To be honest, this kind of mental attack ability cannot be avoided or defended against. From a certain perspective, it's nearly unsolvable.
I wonder how many ability users like this exist.
Anyway, he was thinking that he needed to quickly boost his mental attributes, and he also needed to develop a mental type ability on his own when he had time.
Did you catch it? Miao Yueying rushed over, looking excitedly at the bulging bag, then noticed that Suchen's expression wasn't good. Are you okay?
I'm fine, just a bit scattered in my head.
Suchen shook his head and couldn't help but complain. That dog's ability is just too terrifying. What kind of monster did the research institute create? Even as a pup, it's so dangerous. If it escapes back to the wild, it would definitely have no natural enemies. Is it really that scary?
Miao Yueying had never felt the intimidation of beastly instincts, so she was skeptical. I'll notify the team leader first, telling him that we've caught the mutated dog, so he doesn't need to send anyone over.
Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Suchen stood up holding the bag.
The mutated dog inside was completely still. The strong anesthetic must have taken effect. This bag is made of special material, so there's no need to worry about ventilation. Even if the mutated dog wakes up from the anesthesia, it won't be able to tear this sturdy bag apart anytime soon. It's very safe.
Are you okay?
Suchen turned his gaze to Shin Sishue. He knew the taste of being intimidated by beastly instincts was unpleasant.
I am fine.
Shin Sishue hurriedly wiped the snot and tears from his face. He couldn't hold his composure, having cried so pitifully in public. Carrying the bag containing the mutated dog, the three of them left the urban village and drove back to the ability group to report their mission. After placing the limp mutated dog into the pre-prepared reinforced cage, a team of specialists sent by the research institute took custody of it, marking the official conclusion of this task. Due to their outstanding performance during the mission and their proactive handling of unexpected situations, in reality, they went to eat. Each of them was rewarded with 10 points and an immediate bonus of 10,000 yuan.
Let's set aside the 10,000 yuan bonus for now.
10 points may not seem like much to Suchen, but in fact, it is quite substantial. Points in the ability group are not easy to earn. Usually, the tasks for capturing small creatures are executed by 4 people, and capturing a small creature alive only grants 20 points, which means each person only gets 5 points.
None of this is the main point.
The main point is that he had accumulated 50 points. Congratulations, from today on you are a level 2 member of the ability group, with authority elevated to a departmental level.
Team leader Xing joked, Xiao Miao, you better work hard.
You've only been here a short while, and now you've already been surpassed. Currently, you're the only level 1 member left in the entire ability group, aside from those in training. Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. If I could encounter an ability user every day, I would have been level 2 a long time ago. Out of his 50 points, 20 were earned by introducing ability users to the organization. Previously, ability users were quite rare. Even in a vast country like China, there might not be hundreds of them, which is why the ability group had this reward system. However, in reality, it was generally harder to earn points this way than by completing tasks. After all, ability users are not as common as cabbages. Where would one find a wild one? But Suchen knew that after the meteor shower, ability users would no longer be scarce. Perhaps I can use this to earn points? This thought floated through his mind. At least before the rules change, he could try his best to find newly awakened ability users to join the organization. Each ability user would grant him 10 points. If he could recruit 10 more people, he could easily be promoted to level 3 member. The only problem was how to find ability users in a short amount of time. Suchen contemplated opening the ability module, searching through the complex tree diagram. Hard work pays off. In just a few minutes, he found a perfectly suitable ability. Scouting. Observe the target for 3 seconds to obtain basic attribute information. By touching the target, more detailed information can be acquired. This ability requires 2 ability points to unlock. This is undoubtedly a very practical auxiliary ability, which can help him locate ability users to earn points and also gather enemy information during combat. In online games, scouting skills are almost essential, allowing players to understand the differences between both sides in advance, avoiding unnecessary injuries, and even exploiting the enemy's weaknesses to secure victory. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy ensures victory in every battle. It's decided, this next ability will be yours. After completing the mission, Miao Yueying and Suchen both received bonuses and points, while Shin Sishua successfully joined the ability group. Team leader Xing sent someone to drive Shin Sishui to the military district for specialized training for ability users.
After saying goodbye to the two, he left in the car. Their next meeting would probably be in a few weeks. After leaving the office, Suchen asked Miao Yueying, "Sister Miao, what benefits do level 2 members have?"
Miao Yueying thought for a moment. The monthly salary increased from 8,000 to 10,000, and the rank was elevated to level 1 police supervisor, which is a formal
departmental level.
Actually, there's not much difference between level 1 and level 2, only by reaching level 3 and above can one have higher authority.
Suchen pondered. After the promotion, can I still use my 50 points to redeem time off? Of course you can.
Miao Yueying said, the rank promotion in the ability group uses a cumulative system. The system will calculate all the points you've earned since joining, and it doesn't matter if you've used some along the way, as they are recorded in your file.
I see, that's quite convenient.
Suchen walked toward the door, smiling. Since we didn't get to eat the rice bowl earlier, according to our previous agreement, let's go eat at that high GXAN buffet restaurant.
Miao Yueying chuckled, then I won't be polite. The two drove the ability group's car straight to the high GXAN restaurant on Donghua Street. This newly opened upscale buffet restaurant is well decorated and has an elegant atmosphere.
After Suchen bought the tickets at the counter, the two found a spot in the restaurant and then split up to raid the seafood at the counter. Miao Yueying truly lives up to the name of a tough girl, piling a large plate of lobster, salmon, and other seafood that filled more than half the table, even more than what Suchen had taken, making one wonder if she could finish it all. It turned out that his doubts were completely unnecessary. Miao Yueying was devouring the seafood on her plate at an astonishing speed, showing no signs of restraint typically expected from a girl. Her manner was hardly better than a glutton. Seeing her enjoy her meal so much, Suchen felt hungry too, sipping on a soda while tackling the barbecue on his plate. After eating about 80% full, he wiped his mouth and said, the food at this restaurant is indeed pretty good. Mainly, the portions are large and filling.
Miao Yueying chuckled and ran back to the buffet area to grab more seafood.
Suchen was surprised to find that the huge pile of seafood on her plate was already gone. Her speed and appetite were simply comparable to those big eating streamers online. Before long, Miao Yueying returned to her seat, proudly holding another large plate of barbecue, and Suchen exclaimed, Sister Miao, you have such a good appetite?
It's quite normal, right?
Generally, people with abilities have a large appetite to balance their consumption.
In the organization, my food intake is considered small. Miao Yueying didn't think much of it, but instead looked at Suchen with confusion. Why are you eating so little? Aren't you hungry?
I'm not that hungry, Suchen replied with an awkward smile. Before he had the source of magical power in his body, he indeed needed to eat a lot to satisfy his hunger every time he used his abilities.
But now it was different.
As long as he didn't exert himself too much, his food intake was not much different from an ordinary person. To be honest, Suchen couldn't figure out where the energy of the magical power source came from.
As long as he left it alone, the cyclone would automatically recover, almost like the automatic mana regeneration in games.
He could only roughly guess that the cyclone might be drawing energy from the air. After eating his fill, Suchen sat aside playing on his phone, occasionally glancing at Miao Yueying, who was still eating. This police girl, while not exceptionally beautiful, probably scoring around 6 out of 10 for looks, was a bit more attractive than the average person, falling into the category of being easy on the eyes. However, her straightforward personality paired with her short, stylish hair gave her an indescribable charm. Suchen has only known this girl for less than 2 days, so he can't really say what he likes or dislikes. He just has a slight fondness for her from their interactions and experiences over these 2 days.
Why are you staring at me? I can't even eat. Miao Yueying noticed Suchen's gaze and teased, oh, little brother, you can't actually be trying to flirt with me, can you? Well, just for today's meal, I might just give you a chance. She even blew a kiss to Suchen. I just haven't seen a girl eat this fast, so I couldn't help but take a few more looks. If you want me to stop looking, then I will.
Suchen shrugged and continued to eat the seafood on his plate.
Ha, it's just that you're uncultured. Miao Yueying shot him a glance, looked to the left, and frowned. Speaking of which, did you hear that it's quite noisy over there? Oh. Suchen looked in the direction Miao Yueying pointed, but his view was blocked by a Japanese screen. However, upon listening closely, there was indeed a commotion coming from behind, seemingly a conflict. Occasionally, the sound of things breaking could be heard. It seems like a fight has broken out. If you're concerned, should we go take a look? Suchen suggested.
Miao Yueying shook her head. Forget it, it's better not to get involved in this kind of commotion.
Let's just continue eating our food.
After saying that, she continued to focus on battling the food on her plate. Most people would usually ignore such matters. After all, watching the chaos isn't a good habit, and meddling only invites trouble, potentially bringing unnecessary issues upon themselves.
But Suchen was different.
One of his sources of experience points was meddling in others' affairs. After completing the dog-catching task, I only need 30 more experience points to level up to level 8.
Just one more task and I can level up immediately.
Suchen browsed the system interface and looked towards the source of the noise, unable to contain himself.
I'm going to the restroom.
After saying that, he quickly walked towards the screen. After passing the obstructing screen and taking a closer look, it turned out to be a couple arguing, seemingly due to a relationship dispute. The man had overturned the table while the woman was cursing at him, and several waiters were trying to mediate.
Cough. As expected, the system task had no reaction whatsoever. It's hard for a fair official to intervene in family matters. It's really a pity that this outsider can't step in when the young couple is quarreling. Just as Su Chen was regretfully about to turn away, he inadvertently noticed the scattered pieces of tableware on the ground were shaking irregularly. What the hell? Is there an earthquake? Su Chen's nerves instantly tensed up as he looked around. His heightened attention, due to enhancements, allowed him to notice these subtle abnormalities that others missed. Only the shattered pieces near the overturned dining table were trembling. There was no other unusual activity in the area. Could it be? He looked up in shock at the young couple, realizing that the man was clenching his fists, desperately trying to suppress his anger. His face had become twisted and contorted, and with his body's suppressed tremors, surrounding small objects were shaking continuously. Ding! Side quest triggered. Stop the awakening. Quest requirements. The ability being awakened by this ability user has a high danger level. The long-suppressed energy could potentially destroy the current building. For public safety, please interrupt the awakening for now. Quest rewards: 8,000 experience points, 150 training points. Another person awakened? And their ability is so dangerous. Su Chen's expression was serious. He couldn't care about his surprise. He slowly approached, with secretive currents of electricity brewing in his palm, and placed his hand on the back of the man's neck. Seeing Su Chen step forward, the woman who was cursing at her boyfriend was taken aback. Who are you? Lu Yuanming's friend? Oh, something like that. Su Chen replied casually, his mind focused entirely on the thunder element brewing in his palm, releasing a current strong enough to stun an ordinary person. Stimulated by the electric currents surging in from his neck, the man, who was suppressing his anger, began to convulse, letting out meaningless cries of agony, and then the accumulated suddenly erupted. A thunderous boom echoed. An invisible shockwave erupted from his body. The light bulb overhead exploded, and a large hole appeared in the tatami ceiling. The surrounding spectators within several meters were pushed back a few steps by an invisible force, and even distant guests couldn't help but cover their ears, turning their eyes towards the source of the sound. What was that loud noise just now? You scared me. My ears feel like they're going deaf. What's going on in the restaurant? Could it be a gas explosion? Should we call 119? If it really was a gas explosion, it might even cause a fire. We should find a safe place first, right? Customers in the restaurant were in an uproar. The buffet area was in chaos, and many people even put down their utensils and hurriedly left. The culprit behind it all, after releasing the shockwave, fainted with his eyes rolling back. Similarly, Su Chen was not feeling well. Being closest to the source, he undoubtedly felt the greatest impact, suffering as if he had been hit by a car, his stomach churning violently, unable to hold back the seafood he had just eaten. Along with the vomit at the corner of his mouth, there was also a hint of blood, suggesting that his organs might have been injured by the shock. He took out a napkin to wipe his mouth, grabbed a cup of juice from the nearby table to rinse his mouth, and took a few deep breaths before he finally calmed down. Hey, seriously? I knocked this guy out, and he still hasn't stopped releasing his powers? And the force is way too brutal. What kind of incredible ability has this guy awakened? Looking at the chaos around him, he couldn't help but complain. His physique is more than double that of an average person, yet he almost couldn't withstand it. If this guy had charged longer, it wouldn't be impossible for him to blow up the whole restaurant. It's hard to say whether it's lucky or unlucky. Except for Su Chen, the only witnesses to the man's shockwave, the two waiters and his girlfriend, were knocked out. At this close range, only someone with Su Chen's tough physique could withstand it. Sir, are you alright? We are very sorry. There seems to have been an accident at the restaurant. We will call an ambulance right away. The restaurant manager rushed over upon hearing the explosion. When he saw the several people lying unconscious on the ground and Su Chen with blood at the corner of his mouth, his mind immediately went blank. Having been open for less than half a month, their restaurant faced such an accident. The impact would undoubtedly be severe. If they don't handle this privately and keep it under wraps, it's uncertain whether they could continue operating smoothly. No need. Su Chen waved his hand, refusing the restaurant manager's assistance, and took out his special abilities group identification. This is a police investigation, please cooperate. Ha! The manager was almost stunned upon seeing the first-level police supervisor title on the ID. What's going on? Did a public security officer get caught in the explosion at their restaurant? This is really a disaster. There's no way to downplay this. This matter has nothing to do with your restaurant. As for the specific cause, I am not authorized to disclose it. Seeing the manager's distressed expression, Su Chen explained, however, you need to publicly announce it was a gas leak. Of course, this is just a formality. The news won't report on this incident, and no one will investigate. There will also be relevant agencies to compensate your restaurant for the losses. Ha! The manager nodded in confusion. Alright, our restaurant will fully cooperate. After receiving a positive response, Su Chen threw the unconscious man over his shoulder and left a special business card from the abilities group for the manager. I'll take this person with me first. When the police come to investigate later, just give them this card. With that, Su Chen carried the man to find Miao Yueying. What was that sound just now? Did the gas really explode? Miao Yueying was still focused on eating the crayfish, completely unfazed by the explosion sound earlier. She looked up and saw him carrying someone on his shoulder, her expression filled with surprise. What the heck? Where have you been? How did you bring a guy back after just going to the bathroom? You can't possibly be into that, right? Stop joking, I have something serious to discuss. Suchen had a black line on his forehead. This guy is an ability user. The noise just now was caused by him awakening his powers. Another ability user? Miao Yueying's eyes widened, her tone filled with disbelief and surprise. How did you do that? You just casually grabbed an ability user? Actually, I went to check out the commotion. This guy was one of the people arguing. Suchen scratched his head awkwardly. I saw the fragments shaking under his feet when he got angry, and I instinctively felt that his powers might be dangerous. To prevent any trouble, I knocked him out first. Unfortunately, before he passed out, the suppressed power still exploded, stunning several people over there. I guess we'll need to organize logistics to clean up the mess. I really have no words. Miao Yueying slapped her forehead. Being with you always gives me a sense of defeat stemming from luck. Ha ha. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly. Looks like I need to make another trip to the ability group. You can head back first. No need, I'll stay with you. Miao Yueying crossed her arms. You invited me to dinner, so it wouldn't be very loyal of me to leave you behind and run home, right? By the way, is your injury okay? You're bleeding from the corner of your mouth. Over here. She pointed to the left side of her lips, indicating that Su Chen had some blood that wasn't wiped clean. True, after all, he had only casually wiped his mouth earlier, and the blood wasn't that easy to clean up. Su Chen wiped away the bloodstains with his finger. I'm fine, just a bit uncomfortable from the internal injuries. Miao Yueying said with concern. I heard that the shockwave from an explosion can rupture internal organs, and if left untreated, it can easily cause internal bleeding. Shouldn't we go to the hospital for a checkup? Su Chen pondered for a moment. I personally feel my injuries aren't too severe. Let's first take the people to the ability group, and we can go to the hospital later. Alright. So, the two of them called team leader Xing and drove back to the ability group together. Side quest completed. Quest rewards 800 experience points, 150 proficiency points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 3. Gained 4 attribute points to distribute. Gained 1 ability point. In the office. Team leader Xing, after listening to Su Chen's description of discovering the ability user and his speculation about the ability, cleared his throat twice, glanced at the unconscious man, then at Su Chen, unsure of what to say. 1 or 2 times could be luck, but the third time is a bit hard to believe. Is it an ability related to shockwaves? The longer the suppression time, the greater the power. Indeed, a very dangerous ability, almost like a human-shaped bomb, cannot be ignored. Team leader Xing pondered for a moment. Very good, Xiao Su, you have done a great job again this time. If you hadn't knocked him out midway, there might have been even greater casualties. This time, in addition to the 10 points for discovering the ability user, I will give you an extra 10 points and a bonus of 10,000. Thank you, team leader. Su Chen smiled, having accumulated another 20 points, feeling great. There's no need to thank me. Team leader Xing waved his hand. I heard from Xiao Miao that you have internal injuries from the shock. This isn't a minor injury. Don't delay. Hurry to the hospital for an examination. The medical expenses will be reimbursed with public funds. After saying goodbye to team leader Xing, Miao Yueying drove Su Chen to the hospital for a checkup. After taking the X-rays and undergoing a series of comprehensive examinations, the diagnosis results were out. His internal organs had some minor injuries, but it wasn't serious enough to require surgery. The main issue was some bleeding in the stomach, which had already started to heal on its own, but the doctor still recommended hospitalization for observation and rest. Su Chen naturally did not want to be hospitalized. Are you kidding? His time is extremely valuable. Lying in a hospital bed for a few days could have been enough for him to level up. To be honest, that guy's awakened ability is a bit too strong, right? Just a hit from a shockwave that wasn't fully charged nearly ruptured his internal organs. If he had fully charged it, wouldn't it have turned someone into an idiot? Su Chen held his stomach, looking very gloomy. This could be said to be the heaviest injury he had suffered since acquiring the system. Does he not understand the seriousness of internal organ rupture? Once there is massive internal bleeding, he must be rushed to the operating room, otherwise, his life is at risk. If I had known this guy would release shockwaves before falling unconscious, I would have kept my distance and hit him with a brick. Aren't you going to stay in the hospital for observation for a while? Miao Yueying couldn't help but say, since it's public healthcare, why worry about staying in the hospital for a few days? Internal bleeding is no joke. You know my constitution, right? Since the hospital has diagnosed that my internal organs have healed themselves, there's definitely nothing serious. Su Chen shrugged. Besides, I've hated hospitals since I was a kid. Unless it's a major injury that requires stitches or bones to be set, I generally don't come here, let alone stay overnight. Miao Yueying was puzzled. Why not? Su Chen suddenly looked serious. If I told you I could see ghosts when I was a child, would you believe me? I would. Miao Yueying nodded. Ha! Su Chen was taken aback, scratching his head. That's not how the script goes. You're supposed to say you don't believe me at this point. Miao Yueying shot him a glance. Nonsense. Even though I've never seen a ghost, our special abilities team specifically deals with supernatural phenomena, including ghosts and spirits. Do you think I would believe you? Alright, I actually forgot about that. Su Chen shrugged helplessly. But I really did see a ghost when I was a child. To be honest, I'm not sure if it really was one. They were just some childhood nightmares and hazy experiences.
Anyway, I've never liked staying in hospitals since I was little.
What hazy experiences? Tell me about them.
Miao Yueying became interested. Perhaps every woman is born with a curious heart, even a tough girl like her couldn't escape it.
Su Chen glanced at his phone. It's past 9? I didn't realize we had been at it for so long. Should we head back? We can talk about this topic next time. Are you teasing me?
Miao Yueying looked dissatisfied. Forget it, I'll let it slide since you're the injured one.
Let's get in the car and go. Remember to tell me next time you go on a mission. Definitely, definitely. Su Chen laughed heartily.
In fact, avoiding this topic is simply because he doesn't want to chat in the middle of the night. Some memories, when dug deep, can be too intriguing. After all, they are personal experiences, and it's inevitable to overthink them. He still wants to get a good night's sleep when he gets home. His childhood experience with supernatural events is not a fabrication. I believe most people have experienced some indescribable events in their childhood, but they naturally forget them as they grow up.
Taking a ride back to the community.
After bidding farewell to Miao Yueying, Su Chen returned to his room. Phew, after a busy day,
nothing beats the comfort of my own bed.
Su Chen lay down on the soft bed, planning to have a good sleep. However, at that moment, his stomach suddenly grumbled. Only then did he remember that everything he ate in the afternoon had been thrown up, leaving his stomach empty. Damn it, I finally had a fancy seafood buffet, and it was gone before I even digested it. Looks like I still have to rely on takeout to survive. With a face full of helplessness, Su Chen opened the app, casually found a restaurant, and ordered a few light meals. He lay flat on the bed like a salted fish, silently staring at the ceiling, feeling hungry while waiting for the delivery.
Today has been really exhausting.
First, I wandered around the urban village catching mutated dogs, which took a toll on my spirit. Then, I had a buffet meal and encountered an awakened ability user, which further drained my body.
The term physically and mentally exhausted couldn't be more fitting. Only by reaping rewards can I heal my wounded soul. However, just thinking about how I finally leveled up after today's efforts made all of Su Chen's displeasure vanish, and he happily opened the system interface. His current attribute interface is as follows. Character, Su Chen, level 8. Constitution, 21 points. Strength, 16 points. Agility, 20 points. Spirit, 11 points. Distributable attributes, 4 points. Experience points, 530.
Experience points required for next level, 2,230 points.
Have I really accumulated over 500 experience points?
Seeing the astonishing number of experience points, Su Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect that the accumulation from each task would be so much. With these experience points, he could even upgrade all his specialization modules again. The sharp increase in experience points needed for the next level to 3,000 was also within his expectations. There was nothing surprising about it.
The required experience
points for leveling up generally increase as one progresses, which is a rule of all upgrade systems. It's just that he was unsure if the growth rate had a fixed multiplier.
Open the specialization module.
After thinking for a moment, Su Chen decided to upgrade his 8 Extremes Fist first. He was also curious about the kind of power that deepening his practice of ancient martial arts could bring.
Do you want to spend 500 experience points to upgrade 8 Extremes Fist to elite level? What the hell? This is highway robbery.
Even though Su Chen had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel a jolt when he saw this shocking number of experience points. The total experience points required to upgrade all his specializations probably wouldn't even reach this number. Even upgrading his combat skill to master level only cost him 100 experience points.
But for 8 Extremes Fist?
It costs 500 experience points just to reach elite level.
Oh my! To level this thing up to master level, won't it take thousands of practice points? And to reach grandmaster level, won't it be over 10,000?
Holding his forehead, Su Chen went through a tough mental struggle but ultimately gritted his teeth and pressed the confirm button, consuming a large amount of practice points to upgrade 8 Extremes Fist to elite level. Not for any other reason, he just wanted to see what was so extraordinary about such an expensive 8 Extremes Fist. The practice points dropped back to double digits, and suddenly, a surge of knowledge and experience flooded into the depths of his mind. This transfer of knowledge was a bit complex. Su Chen lay stiffly on the bed, his body twitching and shaking involuntarily. He could even clearly feel subtle changes in certain joints and muscles, aligning with the power points of 8 Extremes Fist. He didn't know how long it had been, but he felt as if he had subconsciously experienced years of boxing training. In reality, only a few breaths had passed. His body regained control. Su Chen tentatively stood up, practiced a few boxing moves, and discovered that with every punch he threw, it felt instinctive to unleash all his strength, with his muscles perfectly aligning with the power points of the technique, unleashing 12 times the power.
Is this the essence of elite Baji Quan?
The value of ancient boxing lies not only in each move but also in the long-term training that toughens the body, integrating martial arts into one's flesh and blood.
No wonder so much training value is required. The 500 training points spent are worth it. Su Chen exclaimed in admiration.
He now has confidence. Even without relying on physical fitness, he can easily defeat dozens of people in the martial arts school with the finesse and proficiency of his techniques. And it would be a complete dominance without any injuries.
He absolutely won't be hit by even a single punch.
I might as well improve my physique a bit and treat my internal injuries so that I can enjoy my meal later.
He casually added 2 points to his physique, thought for a moment, and then added 2 points to his strength. He hadn't added to his strength attribute in a long time. It had been around 16 points for quite a while. Now, adding 2 points brings it to 18 points. Next time he levels up, he needs to exceed twice that of an average person to satisfy his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. A warm current surged through his body. Under the healing of the warm current, all the pain from his internal injuries vanished without a trace. System upgrades really are a cure-all. Next time, I should save a few attribute points and see if this warm current can even save someone on the brink of death. Suchen mumbled. Just as he was about to close the system interface, another system notification sounded. Ding! Successfully digested 1/10 of the ability crystal, gained 1 ability point. Has 3 days passed? Suchen was taken aback. He almost forgot that the system was still absorbing the ability crystal. Every 3 days within a month, it would add 1 ability point to him. What does this mean? He had saved up 2 ability points. Here I come, reconnaissance ability. Hee. Ecstatic, Suchen had a mischievous grin as he eagerly clicked on the ability tree diagram and lit up the reconnaissance ability without hesitation. A strange warmth surged in his eyes, and he saw a fleeting glimmer of faint golden light flash between his pupils. This light blossomed from the surface of his eyes and then quickly hid deep within the pupils, only a hint of brilliance flickering faintly visible. Rubbing his eyes, Suchen turned his gaze to the smartphone closest to him, silently chanting reconnaissance. Smartphone, Rice brand smartphone, owner Suchen, market value approximately 3,000 renminbi. That's right. The investigative ability can be applied not only to people but also to objects. Just a casual glance yielded this basic information from the phone. What would happen if I touched it for a deeper investigation? Suchen picked up the phone and activated the investigative ability in front of his eyes. Smartphone, Rice brand smartphone, 8GB RAM, 128GB storage, core is owner Suchen, contains numerous private information such as bank cards, social accounts, photos, and documents. Unlock password is market value approximately 3,000 renminbi. Not only the specs, but it can even investigate the unlock password. No way? Is this real? Suchen was dumbfounded and somewhat incredulous. It was probably because this was originally his phone that he could investigate the unlock password. Otherwise, this investigative ability would be too overpowered. If it can identify the phone password, could it also uncover bank card passwords? He could simply quit his job and start stealing accounts to get rich, starting with the penguin account of the Twisted Vine. I'll try someone else's phone tomorrow to find out. The consumption of reconnaissance isn't that great. After using it twice, the cyclone of the mana spring only weakened slightly, even less than the consumption of casually releasing a lightning element. After confirming that this ability was both practical and convenient, Suchen felt at ease, closed the system interface, and fell into a deep sleep. A night of sweet dreams. At 8 in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Suchen groggily wanted to sleep a little longer, but there was a knocking sound outside the door, forcing him to get out of bed to open it. However, he didn't recognize the person outside. It was a young man dressed in black, which made Suchen immediately alert, shaking off his drowsiness. Without waiting for the man to speak, he was the first to use his newly acquired ability to scout. Zhou Chuliang, an upright primate, estimated height 178 centimeters, in good health, with a certain degree of aggression, ability unknown. For more information, please contact the target's body. Another ability user? What's going on? Even if the meteor shower triggered a wave of abilities, there's no need for ability users to swarm to his doorstep like cabbages every day, right? What do you want? Suchen raised an eyebrow, unable to discern the intentions of the ability user visiting him. The reconnaissance information even indicated an aggressive tendency? Could it be that the visitor is not here with good intentions? Are you Suchen? The man in black spoke condescendingly, his attitude dismissive. Nonsense. Suchen snorted coldly. Before you ask for someone else's name, you should introduce yourself first. The man in black raised an eyebrow, not even bothering with a greeting, and threw a punch straight at Suchen's face. This man's punching speed was extremely fast, and the angle was tricky. Suchen couldn't gauge the exact force behind it, but he was certain that this punch was not something an ordinary person could deliver. The man in black was a skilled fighter. Ding! Side quest triggered. Defeat the man in black. Quest requirement. Since someone has come to fight, how could one not retaliate? Quest reward 800 experience points, 150 training points. The system's notification sounded briefly in his ear. Even without a quest, he would never be careless when it came to fighting back. Suchen's expression turned cold as he caught the man's punch with his palm, firmly gripping his elbow, and then used the power technique of Bajiquan to counterattack with a punch aimed at his face. Not bad. The man in black frowned, tilting his head to the side, narrowly avoiding Suchen's punch in an extremely dangerous position. An unexpected scene unfolded. His head quickly turned back, using his cheek and shoulder to clamp Suchen's wrist. Then, feigning an attack with his feet, he threw a powerful left punch to Suchen's side. If it hit, it would likely cause organ rupture. A dilemma. If Suchen blocks the punch with his leg, the feigned attack from the opposite side could turn into a real attack, likely knocking him down. Even if he releases his grip on the opponent's right punch, the disadvantage would still remain, achieving nothing. If it were an ordinary person, this would be a certain death situation. However, Suchen's lips curled into a cold smile. You think this can stump me? You're joking, I'm not that easy to deal with. Faced with such a life-and-death predicament, he suddenly stomped the ground, unleashing the Bajiquan, with every muscle power point vibrating simultaneously to produce immense force. Stamp your feet and sway your hips, twist your waist and shoulder, turn your shoulder and arm, strike with your arm and punch. With 5 steps of power, it all comes together. This punch has the force of 1,000 pounds. This is the essence of elite-level Bajiquan. Using the momentum of his entire body, Suchen managed to pull out his trapped hand. Taking this opportunity, he dodged the punch, moved in close, and hooked his arm towards the neck of the man in black. As long as you hook the neck, the enemy can easily be subdued. What terrifying power! Stunned by Suchen's punch, the man in black was caught off guard and rushed to respond to Suchen's relentless follow-up attack. After these few exchanges, it was clear that the speed and strength of the man in black were inferior to Suchen's. At this moment, Suchen held the initiative and was unstoppable. Just as he was about to hook the man's neck, the man in black remained calm, stamping his foot and leaning to the right, avoiding Suchen's arm in a way that seemed impossible for an ordinary person. How is this guy so slippery, like an eel? Suchen frowned and attacked with a few punches, but each time he was about to hit, the man in black narrowly avoided it with subtle movements. Each time it was just a hair's breadth away. It was really frustrating. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Clearly his physical condition and techniques are inferior to mine, yet he manages to evade my strikes at the most unbelievable angles every time? Suchen was baffled. He could only speculate that it might have something to do with the enemy's special abilities. If he didn't cut off all the opponent's escape routes, it would be very difficult to catch this slippery eel. Countering each move, after a dozen exchanges, although Suchen was overwhelming the man in black, neither side managed to land a punch. You really have some skill. I guess I underestimated you. I need to take this a bit more seriously. The man in black was clearly not as physically fit as Suchen and was starting to pant, but he still didn't back down and was throwing threats. What is the source of your confidence? Can you share a few carrots with me? Suchen was speechless. Aside from the initial ambush, this guy has been in a beaten state the whole time. Where does he get the confidence to think about a counterattack? Does he think he's Ultraman, able to unleash a powerful move when he's low on health to defeat the little monsters? However, considering this idiot is at least an ability user, it's better to be a bit cautious to avoid a mishap. It's not a big deal to lose to others, but losing to this guy would be somewhat embarrassing. Take this. The man in black raised his fists, striking a ridiculous pose while maintaining a serious expression, charging towards Suchen as if it were a mutually destructive attack. What is this? A self-destruct attack? Suchen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, not avoiding the attack and instead adopting a defensive stance like the Golden 8 form. The gap in strength was too great, he didn't really consider this a fight anymore. Instead, he was curious to see what this fool could come up with. Even if something went wrong, he had his lightning element ability as a safety net. Losing? That's not going to happen. In an instant, the man in black was right in front of him. I have to mention this guy's stance, both fists raised in front of him. I don't know whether to say he looks like a zombie dancing or Superman flying. In any case, it's just ridiculous. Even kids wouldn't use such a silly move in a fight. He has weaknesses all over his body. Suchen originally intended to grab this guy's fists and kick him away. But just as he raised his fists, the left fist of his opponent dropped down, perfectly blocking his attack. Suchen frowned and had to change his strategy, but as soon as he did, the opponent seemed to predict his move, adjusting the left fist's position to block again. He was restricted at every turn, which was incredibly frustrating. Just as Suchen was considering another change, the man in black seized the opportunity to attack his chest with a right fist at an awkward angle. If you looked closely, you'd notice that the guy's left leg was also coiling to aim for Suchen's lower body. If he dodged the fist, he would definitely fall victim to a deadly low blow. What the hell? Is this guy really that shameless? He's even using such underhanded tactics as a low kick? Suchen couldn't hold back any longer. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone's face when you fight, and you don't kick someone in the groin. Since you don't play by the rules, I won't hold back either. With no turning back, he took the punch from the man in black head on, without even a grunt, and swiftly grabbed his neck, unleashing a jolt of electricity that knocked the guy out cold. You want to go toe-to-toe with me? You're still too green for that. Suchen patted his chest. With his over 20 physique, a punch only left him slightly winded. By the way, where did this fool come from? He looks like he has a grudge against me, and not only is he an ability user, but also a martial artist. Have I offended someone recently? Glancing at the man in black convulsing on the ground, Suchen tilted his head and pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He had been busy with the ability group lately and couldn't recall provoking any martial artist. Forget it, let's tie this guy up first, and when he wakes up, there will be plenty of time for interrogation. Side quest completed. Quest reward 800 experience points, 150 practice points. Dragging the man in black into the living room, Suchen couldn't find any rope at home, so he had to use a belt to tie his hands and feet, just tossing him on the floor. Before sending this guy to the special abilities team, he first needed to figure out where this person came from. Why did he know his address, and why did he seem to hold a grudge against him? Currently, he only knew through scouting that the man in black was named Zhou Chuliang, possessed special abilities, but he knew nothing else.
After the earlier fight, he had a rough understanding of the man's strength and, after thinking for a moment, used his scouting ability on him again. Zhou Chuliang, upright primate, height 178 centimeters, weight 145 kilograms, unconscious state, ability unknown. Target attribute information acquired. Physique 13 points, strength 14 points, agility 16 points, spirit 10 points. This guy's agility is quite high? But it's still strange, even with 20 points in agility, I might not be able to perform those extreme dodges he just did.
Su Chen frowned as he examined the man in black.
This guy's physical fitness is clearly much stronger than that of an average person, and his agility is even better than most martial artists.
If it weren't
for encountering someone like Su Chen, who not only excels in martial arts but also possesses dual abilities, he wouldn't have been so thoroughly defeated. Besides, he wasn't completely defenseless. Before losing consciousness, he even managed to strike Su Chen's chest once, although it was quite embarrassing that it didn't break through Su Chen's defense.
A little punch to your chest?
Su Chen shivered with disgust, filled a cup of water from the bathroom, and splashed it on the black-clad man's face to wake him up.
The black-clad man was initially a bit dazed, but upon seeing Su Chen, he instantly snapped to attention, struggling to get up, only to find that his hands and feet were tightly bound. The belt was not easy to break free from. Damn it! Get me out of this! Are you stupid? Do you even see the situation? You still dare to give me orders?
Su Chen glanced at him, ignored him, leisurely went to the fridge to grab a cold drink, and sat on the sofa, watching the black-clad man squirm on the floor like a maggot. After a few minutes, it seemed this guy was tired from struggling, lying on the ground like a dead dog, glaring fiercely at Su Chen.
Only then did Su Chen speak, still not going to struggle?
The man in black said nothing, just glared at Su Chen, but unfortunately, his gaze couldn't kill.
Confess for leniency, resist for harshness. Su Chen coughed twice. Honestly, who are you? Who sent you? I don't recall offending anyone recently. It wouldn't be that son of a B***tch Lu Bapi, would it? Though I find it hard to believe he could hire someone like you. The man in black snorted coldly. You beat up my senior brothers and you still dare to act innocent? I'm here to settle the score. As he spoke, he fell silent again, probably feeling that making threats while lying on the ground was a bit embarrassing. He talked about settling the score, yet here he was, all tied up, like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Beat your senior brothers? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. I have no recollection of that. I've been too busy these days, might not remember some minor details. Why don't you remind me?
The man in black angrily said, You are going too far. He probably thought Su Chen was pretending to forget, and that secretly mocking his senior brothers was just a trivial matter.
Su Chen expressed his innocence. He really couldn't remember.
He had been so busy these days, juggling numerous system tasks, and besides, he didn't even know this man in black.
He had never even heard of the name Zhou Chuliang. Stop pretending.
My master brought my senior brothers to your martial arts school for an exchange, and you, disregarding your role as a coach, insisted on fighting with my senior brothers.
The man in black said indignantly, You are really breaking the rules. Exchanges should be between apprentices. What business do you, a coach, have interfering?
You made my senior brothers feel upset for several days.
Are you one of those practicing Tongbei Quan? Su Chen finally remembered. He indeed helped Yang Hanwu drive away a group of challengers a few days ago. Could it be that those people couldn't save face and came back for revenge? He glanced at the man in black and asked, Are you that Master Lu's disciple?
The man in black proudly raised his head. Exactly.
I am the fourth disciple of Lu's Tongbei Quan, Zhou Chuliang.
The words sound impressive, but this guy is lying on the ground with his head held high, looking like a turtle stretching its neck. Oh, so it's the fourth disciple. Su Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. I don't think I'm being unreasonable. It was your master who suggested I spar with your senior brother.
I made enough of a concession by going 1 against 5. Is that still bullying your senior brother?
The man in black, Zhou Chuliang, was speechless. Indeed, it was their master who proposed that Su Chen spar with the senior brother. Plus, going 1 against 5 could hardly be considered bullying. There were no flaws to be found in that. In fact, he had come looking for a fight, not intending to reason with Su Chen, so upon a deeper inquiry, he had no grounds to stand on. A few days ago, he awakened his special ability and discovered a significant improvement in his strength. He planned to take this opportunity to beat up Su Chen and regain face for his master and senior brothers. As for reasoning, winning was all that mattered. Proving their martial arts school was stronger was enough. However, what he didn't expect was that this martial arts coach was even stronger than what his master described.
And astonishingly strong. He doesn't even know how he was knocked out just now.
He clearly remembers using all his strength to land a punch on the chest, so why was he the one who passed out the next moment? Why are you silent? Speak up. Seeing Zhou Chuliang not saying a word, Su Chen chuckled twice. You came to my doorstep early in the morning to deliberately pick a fight. According to the rules, no one can blame me for giving you a good beating. Zhou Chuliang closed his eyes and said defiantly, Do whatever you want, kill or maim.
In a society governed by law, where does all this violence come from?
Su Chen shrugged. Beating you up wouldn't benefit me either.
Let's not dwell on that for now. Let's discuss something else. Discuss what?
Zhou Chuliang replied warily. I came to find you on my own accord. It has nothing to do with my master or senior brothers.
Look at what you're saying. I have no intention of causing trouble for them. Su-chen leaned forward, his gaze fixed on him, devoid of any emotion. What is your special ability? Zhou Chuliang was startled, feigning calmness. He played dumb. What special ability? You can understand it as a special power. Su-chen spoke confidently. Your ability must have awakened recently, right? Playing dumb won't help. I already know you have powers. I'm just curious what your specific ability is. With his secret exposed by Su-chen, Zhou Chuliang fell silent. Who exactly are you? To be honest, I also have abilities. Su-chen shrugged. You've seen my physical condition. If it weren't for the fact that you slip away like a loach every time I'm about to hit you. With just your little skills, not to mention challenging me one-on-one, even if 7 or 8 of you came at me, I could easily take you all down. You're just talking nonsense. Zhou Chuliang retorted. Is boasting tax-free? Enough with the nonsense, just tell me what your ability is. If you don't blame me for using harsh measures. Su-chen was too lazy to beat around the bush with this guy. He looked around and simply grabbed a toilet plunger from the restroom, brandishing it in front of Zhou Chuliang's face, instantly scaring him into hunching his neck and shutting his mouth tightly. My ability is to briefly accelerate my thinking. Unable to withstand Su-chen's intimidating coercion, Zhou Chuliang honestly confessed. I only discovered this ability when I practiced boxing with my senior brother the day before yesterday. As long as I concentrate, I can accelerate my thinking by about 10 times, giving me more time to analyze the situation and consider how to dodge or counterattack during a fight. Accelerated thinking? Su-chen was taken aback and found it difficult to determine whether this ability was strong or weak. If it's strong, it only accelerates thinking without any practical combat power. If faced with an unavoidable situation like a bullet aimed at the face, no matter how fast the thinking is, if the body can't move quickly enough to dodge, it would be useless. If it's weak, then accelerating one's thinking from a certain perspective is equivalent to slowing down the actions of the entire world. The extreme dodges Zhou Chuliang performed earlier were precisely thanks to this supernatural ability. Originally, with his skills, he wouldn't even last 3 moves against Su-chen, but relying on the ability to accelerate thinking, he managed to exchange dozens of moves, ultimately forcing Su-chen to take a punch to knock him out. Su-chen couldn't help but ask, how long can you maintain the accelerated thinking state? Zhou Chuliang reluctantly answered, under normal circumstances, it lasts about a second. If I grit my teeth and hold on, it can last around 3 seconds. After each acceleration, it takes a few seconds to regain focus. No wonder the duration is very short. Su-chen understood. Each instance of accelerated thinking can last only a few seconds at most, and it's difficult to use it continuously. The limitations are significant. Since his ability was already exposed, Zhou Chuliang simply shouted, Do you have anything to eat? I've used mental acceleration too many times just now, and I'm starving. Even prisoners of war have human rights, so could you give me something to eat? Su-chen was amused and didn't refuse the request. He loosened the ropes binding Zhou Chuliang's hands and threw him a pack of whole grain bread from the fridge. He wasn't afraid that Zhou Chuliang would break free and attack him. His strength was enough to give him confidence. Zhou Chuliang honestly curled up in the corner, drinking water and eating bread, not making any rash moves. He occasionally stole glances at the belt tied around his feet, seemingly plotting how to escape. Su-chen took out his phone and called Team Leader Xing. Hello, Team Leader, I found another ability user. On the other end of the phone, they were confused. Xiao Su, don't joke around so early in the morning. Su-chen calmly replied, due to some personal reasons, a superpowered person just came to my house to cause trouble, and I subdued him. He said his ability is thought acceleration, and he is a special type of superpowered individual. There was silence on the other end for several seconds. Alright, bring him to the superpower group. Team leader Xing was almost numb to it, but Su-chen's continued discovery of superpowered individuals was a good thing, especially since the superpower group was expanding and could accommodate as many superpowered individuals as they brought. After hanging up the phone, Su-chen took out his police identification and waved it in front of Zhou Chuliang. Come with me, your superpower needs to be registered with the national agency. Ha? Zhou Chuliang was baffled. Aren't you a coach at the Baji martial arts school? How did you suddenly become a police officer? Temporary coach. Su-chen corrected him. Also, I'm not a police officer, I'm a member of the Special Operations Bureau. Despite showing his identification, Zhou Chuliang couldn't help but ask questions, but Su-chen ignored him and pressed him to walk towards the community's entrance, calling a taxi to the superpower group. Zhou Chuliang complained, aren't you a government official? Why are you taking a taxi? Just shut up. Su-chen shot Zhou Chuliang an annoyed glare. Feeling frustrated himself, it seemed he needed to prioritize the plan to buy a car. Or maybe it wouldn't be bad to secretly use a car from the bureau for covert outings? Didn't Miao Yueying do just that? Arrived at the abilities group. As before, they followed the same process, bringing Zhou Chuliang to the office to introduce him to Team Leader Xing. Team Leader Xing was very interested in Zhou Chuliang's background as a martial artist. Ordinary people with accelerated thinking abilities find it hard to become formidable without training, but martial artists are different. Their control over their bodies surpasses that of trained special forces. The accelerated thinking seems to give them wings, and Zhou Chuliang's abilities have also enhanced his physical qualities, making his combat power quite impressive.
Accelerated thinking is effective not only in combat but also makes firearms usage exceptional. With a bit of practice, one can perform skills similar to bullet time in video games, becoming a sharpshooter with perfect accuracy. The abilities groups appeal to ordinary people, combined with Zhou Chuliang's clean record. Not long after, both parties signed the contract, which, like Su Chen's, did not require training for the time being. The ability group generally won't interfere with your matters at the martial arts school, as long as you complete your tasks on time.
I'll have someone take you to the
shooting range for firearms practice later. From now on, Xiaosu will be your senior, and since you two already know each other, feel free to ask him any questions. Team leader Xing organized the documents while looking at the two with a smile.
Ask him for advice? Zhou Chuliang said with disdain. Can the leader switch me to someone else? Team leader Xing immediately rejected. We're all comrades in the same organization. Don't be so exclusionary. Spend more time together and you'll get along. With no other choice, Zhou Chuliang had to agree. Su Chen, on the other hand, didn't mind. He was only concerned about how many points he had gained. Leader, are there any tasks recently? Team leader Xing looked surprised. Huh? No. Su Chen couldn't help but feel disappointed. If there are tasks, make sure to call me right away.
For others, receiving tasks can be a troublesome and exhausting matter, but for him, it was completely different.
He not only
needed points to advance to a level 3 member but also required a large number of side missions to level up and gain experience. Xiaosu, your work attitude is very positive.
Not bad. If there's an opportunity, I will apply for a bonus for you.
Team leader Xing nodded in approval, recalling that Su Chen had only joined the ability group for a few days and had already made so many contributions.
Which leader wouldn't appreciate that?
Su Chen took the opportunity to climb higher. Team leader, I've taken at least 10 taxis recently just to commute to the ability group.
Do you think the bureau could lend me a work vehicle to use?
Team leader Xing thought for a moment. Alright, there are a few work vehicles in the garage that are still available.
It's fine to lend you one temporarily.
You can go to the garage later and choose a vehicle from the administrator. As he spoke, the team leader tore off a note from the side, wrote an approval on it, and handed it to Su Chen.
Thank you, team leader. Su Chen happily accepted the approval.
The vehicles in the bureau's garage weren't particularly good. They were mostly basic models, none costing over 100,000.
Given his current financial situation, buying one wouldn't be too difficult.
However, according to Su Chen's thoughts, if he were to buy a car, he would save up for a luxury car worth several million. For now, he could just make do with the bureau's vehicles. Zhou Chuliang was taken away to pick up equipment and record files, leaving only Su Chen and the team leader in the office.
Su Chen asked, Team leader, how was that ability user dealt with yesterday?
Oh, he was taken to the military district for isolation. Just as you guessed, that person's ability releases shockwaves through bodily resonance, which is extremely destructive and can easily lead to emotional outbursts, making it hard to control. Team leader Xing took a sip of tea. Such ability users who pose a threat to public safety need to be isolated and monitored. The ability group will not assign him to a position until he can skillfully control his ability.
Emotional outbursts? Su Chen pondered.
Yesterday afternoon, that man erupted with shockwaves precisely because he was suppressing his anger. It seems this is not a coincidence. As long as his emotions are too heightened, he will involuntarily accumulate shockwaves.
By the way, let's not talk about this for now.
Team leader Xing looked at Su Chen, puzzled, and asked, Little Su, how did you manage to find so many ability users in such a short time? Can you reveal a bit of your secret to satisfy my curiosity?
I'm not sure either.
Su Chen forced a smile. Team leader, you see, when Xing Lu was a colleague of mine who reached out to me, Shen Sixue tried to steal my wallet on the street and I caught him, and
that guy yesterday almost blew up the restaurant.
Even just now, that guy came looking for a fight. I completely found out they were ability users by chance. What secret is there? Team leader Xing was left speechless after hearing this. Indeed, upon reflection, Su Chen's encounters with those ability users were almost all coincidences, and they were all the ones who approached him.
Su Chen suddenly thought of something. By the way, team leader, do our ability group members have any loan privileges? Team leader Xing was puzzled. What do you need a loan for? Are you short on money? I was just asking, how much can I borrow?
Su Chen was calculating that if he could borrow hundreds of thousands, he might as well buy a car directly. He had never considered buying a car when he was struggling to make ends meet, but now with the system, he was bound to become successful, and he started to think about getting a nice car. As for a house, he would consider that later. What one desires in life is nothing more than food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and entertainment. Su Chen does not consider himself a selfless saint. Once he has the ability, he naturally wants to elevate his life to a higher level. Team leader Xing thought, if you're in urgent need of money, with your second level member status, you might be approved for around 200,000 yuan interest-free for a quarter. I'll try to negotiate a bit more. The limit might increase.
200,000 interest-free? Su Chen immediately perked up. Then I'll trouble you to file the application.
Team leader.
Thank you.
Although 200,000 isn't particularly a lot, the key point is that it's interest-free within 3 months. It's a freebie.
What do you need that much money for? Team leader Xing was puzzled. Didn't I just give you 20,000 yuan as a bonus yesterday? Isn't that enough for you?
I'm planning to buy a car.
Su Chen was straightforward and did not beat around the bush.
Team leader Xing looked surprised and sighed. It seems I'm really getting old. I can't understand the young people nowadays.
Alright, I'll file the application. The loan will be approved in 3 days at the latest. Thank you, team leader. Su Chen felt delighted. With a 200,000 loan plus the 20,000 bonus from yesterday and the 110,000 yuan reward from Yang Hangwu, he now had over 300,000 yuan. This is the first time since I started working that I hold such a large sum of money. Actually, if he really wanted money, he could just ask Yang Hangwu for a loan and he would definitely lend him several 100,000 without hesitation. But Su Chen is a person with strong self-esteem, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily ask others for money, especially for something like buying a car. He feels he should rely on his own financial means. However, team leader Xing said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. There is indeed something I need you to do." "What is it? A mission?" "That's right, you could say it's a mission, a solo operation." Team leader Xing paused and then asked, "Xiaosu, I just heard Zhou Chuliang say that you're a coach at a martial arts school. Do you know martial arts?" Su Chen was taken aback and nodded, "I know a little." "That's all that matters." Team leader Xing slightly nodded, took out a few documents from the drawer and handed them over. "This afternoon, there will be a privately held business ball in the villa area on Yongquan Road, attended by business elites. The upper management needs us to protect someone. This task may end this afternoon, or it could last a few days." "A business ball?" Su Chen was surprised as he took the documents. At first glance, he saw a beautiful young girl, elegant and graceful, seemingly under 20 years old, dressed in a light white gown, with a slight smile on her lips and a striking purple-red jade bead hanging around her fair neck. "Is she the one we need to protect?" "That's right, this girl is the granddaughter of the richest man in Shanxi province. There's reliable news from the upper echelons that a superhuman criminal gang seems to be targeting her." Team leader Xing waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry about that, the focus is on ensuring her safety. Originally, I planned to send Xiao Mingcheng since his abilities can block bullets, but he ran into some trouble on a mission out of town and probably won't be back for a while." "What? The granddaughter of the richest man in Shanxi province? A superhuman criminal gang?" Su Chen was left dumbfounded. "What do you mean not to worry? There are too many details in that statement that cannot be ignored." Setting aside the fact that she's the granddaughter of the richest man in Shanxi province, he had long anticipated that being a part of the superhuman group would involve numerous tasks related to the upper class, so protecting someone is quite normal. But who can tell him what the heck a superhuman criminal gang is? Are there not only the state-controlled ability groups but also numerous criminal organizations made up of ability users? "Oh, I forgot you might not know." Team leader Xing then realized and explained. Ability crime gangs are organizations illegally formed by civilian ability users. Their actions are erratic, and they have a presence in many gray areas. Some larger ability crime gangs have a history that even predates the ability groups, with records dating back to the late Ming dynasty. Su Chen looked surprised. "The late Ming dynasty? Doesn't that mean they are like ancestral sects now?" "But don't worry, the group you need to be wary of this time is just a small ability crime gang, at most 4 or 5 people. The ability groups in various provinces have already been keeping an eye on them." Team leader Xing stood up, patted Su Chen's shoulder, and said, "Although these ability crime gangs haven't undergone formal training, their abilities are unpredictable. You need to be mentally prepared for a tough fight." Su Chen was puzzled. "Am I the only bodyguard?" "Yes, to avoid alarming the enemy, the fewer peripheral personnel involved in the commercial ball, the better." Team leader Xing said, "Xiaosu, you understand martial arts, and your practical skills are among the best in the special abilities team. I heard from Xiao Miao that your marksmanship is also quite good, so this bodyguard mission is meant for you." Su Chen forced a smile. "Team leader, you think too highly of me. I don't even think I can handle 3 special ability criminals. The mission is just to protect the safety of the billionaire's granddaughter. You don't have to confront the special ability criminals head-on." Xing took out a secret button the size of a fingernail from the drawer and handed it over. "Don't feel too much psychological pressure. As soon as the special ability criminal group shows up, just press this button and the members of the special abilities team hiding nearby will immediately respond." "Oh, so there are others too." Su Chen understood and pointed to himself. "Am I the vanguard in this mission?" "You could say that." Xing spoke earnestly. "This mission is a bit challenging, Comrade Xiaosu. If you really feel you can't handle it, I can replace you. But if you successfully complete this task, the reward will definitely not disappoint you." "What reward?" "A bonus of 240 points. Team leader Xing smiled and said, "This is just the basic reward. If there are outstanding performances during the task, the bonus will be adjusted upwards. For example, capturing a supernatural criminal ahead of time will earn an extra reward of 300,000. "Wow, what a lucrative deal." Su Chen was stunned. The base salary for the task was actually 200,000, and capturing a supernatural criminal earns an additional 300,000. His motivation instantly skyrocketed. Yesterday, the bonus for capturing a mutated dog was only 10,000. Although everyone receives 10,000, I have to say the research institute is quite stingy. Moreover, the one he was responsible for protecting was not some brutish man but a graceful and beautiful young lady. With both wealth and beauty, how could he refuse such a great task? "Leader, how could I possibly not take on this task? Do I need to prepare anything in advance for the dance this afternoon?" Su Chen eagerly accepted the task. "Look towards wealth. Aim to earn big.
Not to mention, just the 200,000 bonus is absolutely not something to be missed. As for those supernatural crime groups, if they dare to show up, he will definitely not let them off easily. Even if it means exposing his lightning element abilities, he must capture them. Anyway, after the incident with the elemental crystals, team leader Xing already knows he has lightning element qualifications. At worst, he can just say that he suddenly awakened while fighting the supernatural criminals. His current trump cards are not limited to just this one. As time goes on, there will be more. It's just a lightning element ability. If it gets exposed, so be it, it doesn't matter. Don't worry, everything you need for the ball has been prepared by the organization. Team leader Xing chuckled, picked up the phone on his desk, called in a staff member, and instructed him to take Su Chen to the preparation room to pick up a suit and shoes for the ball. After a dozen minutes, Su Chen changed into an expensive suit, moved his arms and legs around, and felt quite uncomfortable. He asked in confusion, "Team leader, didn't I come to be a bodyguard? Why am I wearing a suit and dress shoes? When did I say your identity was a bodyguard?" Team leader Xing countered, "Your identity is the general manager of a medium-sized company. At the ball, you should try to find opportunities to get close to the billionaire's granddaughter, staying by her side to protect her, and she doesn't know your identity." Su Chen complained, "You want me to get close to her without her knowing my identity? How am I supposed to do that? Do you really think I have that much charm, team leader? I have to say, clothes make the man. Xiao Su, you look quite sharp in that outfit." Team leader Xing joked, "There's no need to worry too much. At a ball, how hard is it for a man to approach a woman? No one is asking you to invite her to dance, just stay close enough to ensure her safety." "All right." Su Chen reluctantly agreed, "But how do I handle the weapons? How am I supposed to bring a gun into the ball?" Team leader Xing replied, "That's something the higher-ups will negotiate. You just need to tuck the handgun into your waistband. Your invitation will have a special mark, and the security personnel will let you in when they see it." That's quite thorough. There wasn't much else to say. Team leader Xing had Su Chen go to the armory to swap for a special tranquilizer gun. Su Chen curiously played with the tranquilizer gun. In appearance, this handgun resembles a scaled-down version of the Type 92, with a ratio of about 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. The barrel is slightly smaller, and the magazine has been modified for tranquilizer rounds, making it much lighter than a standard handgun. It is said that this custom handgun is a new model developed by the Research Institute, capable of holding over 10 tranquilizer rounds. A single shot can put someone to sleep for an entire day, with effects kicking in within 3 seconds. Stuffing the small handgun into the waist holster, it looks completely inconspicuous from the outside. Team leader Xing glanced at his watch. "There are 3 hours until the ball. You should take some time to adjust in your room. If you want to go to the shooting range to practice with the tranquilizer gun, that's fine. There are plenty of rounds in the ammunition depot. But once we get to the ball, you'll only have the 15 rounds in the magazine to use." "Alright, I'll go practice at the shooting range." Su Chen replied and walked towards the internal shooting range of the building with the handgun in hand. Inside the shooting range, the deafening sound of gunfire erupted. Su Chen was puzzled about who would be practicing shooting at the range so early in the morning. As he approached, he discovered it was Zhou Chuliang who had finished registering and had come to practice shooting as well. After all, ordinary people in the country rarely have the chance to handle guns, so this guy was quite excited to get his hands on one. He glanced at the target. The last 3 shots were all on target, though 2 of them barely hit the board. However, 1 shot hit the bullseye. It's highly likely that this guy used mental acceleration to aim for a long time. "Are you here to practice shooting too?" Zhou Chuliang had already seen Su Chen. That last shot was just to save face, intentionally using mental acceleration to hit the bullseye. He provocatively blew the smoke from the gun muzzle. "What? Do you dare to compete with me in marksmanship? 10 shots to decide the winner. Let's see who has more hits." Su Chen was speechless. Why was this guy acting like a little brat, so competitive? He felt that if he agreed to the duel, it would lower his own standards. It's just practicing shooting, what's the big deal? Ding! Side quest triggered. Shooting range competition. Quest requirement: hit the bullseye at least 8 times within 10 shots. Quest reward: 500 experience points, 100 training points. Alright, let's compete. Su Chen, who was about to refuse, suddenly changed his tone, spinning the tranquilizer gun in his palm, full of fighting spirit, leaving Zhou Chuliang stunned. In the face of the temptation of experience and practice, what does style matter? Can it be eaten? That being said, there should be some stakes in the competition. What are you planning to bet? Since we're going to compete, it's best if both sides can profit. Su Chen suggested increasing the stakes. Zhou Chulian pondered. How about the loser gives the winner $3,000? This bet is just right, not too big or too small. Alright, it's a deal. $3,000 isn't much for him now, but even a small amount is still money. It could cover a few months' rent. Standing at the shooting platform, Su Chen flipped the safety on the practice gun, loaded the bullets, and chambered around, seemingly casually tracing his fingers in front of him. Do you want to consume 100 experience points to upgrade your firearms mastery to master level? Confirm. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Since I promised to compete, I must ensure that I won't lose. Anyway, upgrading firearms mastery is inevitable. Once the targets were set up, both took their positions and prepared. Then the sound of gunfire echoed through the shooting range room. With the mastery of firearms, Su Chen's shooting action was as fluid as flowing water. 10 bullets spewed forth like tongues of fire, fired in quick succession with a distinct rhythm. In just a few seconds, all the targets on his side had fallen. On the other side, Zhou Chuliang had just fired 2 shots. It seemed he took ages to aim each shot with mental acceleration, which was why he shot so slowly.
What's the point of shooting fast? Shooting accurately is what matters.
Hearing Su Chen's gunfire stop, Zhou Chuliang scoffed disdainfully without even looking, continuing to shoot at his targets. He had heard that Su Chen had only joined the Special Abilities group for less than 3 days, so what if he had touched a gun a few days earlier? His special ability gave him a significant advantage in shooting, and being trained meant he had much better control over his body than an ordinary person. There was no reason for him to lose. About half a minute later, Zhou Chuliang finished his last shot, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and felt very satisfied with his performance. Out of 10 targets, he hit the bullseye on 5, and none of the others scored below 7.
The total score added up to an impressive 89.
This score is not bad even for someone who has been practicing shooting for years. He confidently turned his gaze to the other side, wanting to see how poorly Su Chen shot. After all, this guy had fired all his bullets in just a few seconds, and he even doubted whether Su Chen aimed properly. Not seeing is one thing, but seeing it is shocking. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What the hell?
How can it all be in the 10 ring?"
On Su Chen's target range, every target had a black dot perfectly centered in the bullseye. Hitting the bullseye is one thing, but hitting it right in the center is another. Zhou Chuliang could hit the bullseye because he could only hit within the 10 ring area, while Su Chen could hit the bullseye because the bullseye was only the 10 ring. Even if the bullseye were halved, he could still easily hit it. Master-level control of firearms, within the effective range of a pistol at 50 meters, he hits exactly where he points.
Side quest completed. Quest reward, 500 experience points, 100 practice points. Damn it, I was fooled. How could you have just joined the ability group a few days ago? You weren't a police officer before, were you? Your shooting is so accurate. Zhou Chuliang looked unwilling. What do you mean by being tricked? That's a harsh thing to say. Did you suggest a better shooting skill?
Su Chen shrugged. I've never been a cop, my shooting relies entirely on instinct. After all, everyone knows some marksmen are born with it.
Zhou Chuliang was rendered speechless.
Indeed, some people have an innate feel for it, and with just a little training, they can match the level of others who have practiced for 3 to 5 years. In the end, Zhou Chuliang had no choice but to accept his loss and transferred 3,000 yuan to Su Chen, leaving the shooting range in frustration.
Next time, let's compete in something else. Su Chen happily watched him leave.
Hearing that last remark, Zhou Chuliang almost tripped over the threshold as he rushed out, likely cursing under his breath. After practicing with the tranquilizer gun for a while, he lost interest and went back to the prep room to lie down. With a master-level control of firearms, he handled the small pistol like a toy, hitting his targets effortlessly without needing practice.
Sometimes, upgrading specialization modules can also mean losing something, like worries.
Su Chen pulled out his phone and, feeling bored, played a game. 2 hours quickly passed by. The Special Abilities team had someone drive a luxury car to take him to the villa area for the ball. Su Chen sat in the back seat, carefully examining the car's interior. It looked like an Audi A series. He didn't know much about luxury cars, but he could infer that this one cost at least $1 million. Yeah, once we finish this job, let's buy a luxury car worth $1 million.
Why does that sound strange?
It doesn't feel like we're on a mission. It sounds more like a bandit leader going down the mountain to rob a convoy. The driver quickly took him to the Yongquan Road Villa area, a place where wealthy and powerful people lived. Villas here aren't sold by the square meter but rather for tens of millions as entire buildings. The commercial ball was held in the grand auditorium at the center of the villa area. Looking out the car window, it was easy to see a bunch of dazzling luxury sports cars lined up in the parking lot like cabbages, with all sorts of rare business elites stepping out of them, even though Su Chen didn't recognize any of them. Sir, we've arrived. The car stopped in front of the red carpet. Just as Su Chen was about to open the door, the driver got out first and opened the door for him. Cough, the habits of the rich are truly hard to imitate. Wearing a tight black tuxedo, Su Chen walked along the carpet towards the hall's entrance, handing the invitation to the security guard at the door. The security guard carefully looked at the contents of the invitation and then at Su Chen, and indeed did not check his belongings. He nodded and let him in directly. As he stepped through the entrance of the hall, Su Chen instinctively touched the anesthetic gun at his waist, feeling somewhat like he was heading into a perilous dungeon with just a small whiteboard knife. Walking into the hall, everything resembled the grand ballroom scene seen in movies, splendid and magnificent. To be honest, as an ordinary person, it was Su Chen's first time attending such a high society gathering, and it felt quite surreal. He had hardly attended any banquets throughout his life, let alone a commercial ball. Moreover, his title as a general manager was merely a disguise. In such a setting, he naturally didn't know anyone. Watching the business elites chatting in small groups, he felt out of place and didn't know what to do for a moment. Sir, do you need any assistance? A waiter, noticing Su Chen standing there in a daze with a tray of drinks, politely approached and asked.
Ahem, just bring me a glass of red wine.
Su Chen took a glass of red wine from the tray, sipping it while walking into the ballroom, his eyes scanning around, searching for the target of his mission. According to the information, the granddaughter of the richest man in Shanxi province is named Imo Lishuan, and she is 18 years old.
This commercial ball is actually held in celebration of her coming-of-age ceremony. The richest man in Shanxi province is named Mo Xingmin, who made his fortune in real estate and a few years ago shifted his investments to the field of biological research. His net worth exceeds 10 billion, and he has considerable influence in both business and political circles, attracting many high-ranking officials and business leaders to this grand banquet. The deeper you go, the more you can feel that the poor and the rich are like people from different worlds. Many TV dramas or novels depict high society as if it's easily accessible, where the protagonist effortlessly mingles with wealthy people almost like a game, fooling the audience who haven't experienced high society. In reality, class barriers are almost insurmountable to some extent. If it weren't for Su Chen's identity as part of the Special Abilities Group, he would never have been able to attend the ball as a guest. There's a saying online that aptly describes it: sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. However, with the system by his side, Su Chen believes that one day he will stand in such an occasion with his true identity. For him, it's just a matter of time. Walking through the luxurious and spacious hall, he quickly found his target. In the side hall of the ball, Mo Lishuan was surrounded by young men and women like stars around the moon. From a distance, she was wearing a light purple chiffon gown, standing in the center of the crowd, occasionally pursing her lips to smile. Under the lights, her profile was stunningly beautiful, even more so than in photos. It must be said, in terms of appearance, this Mo Lishuan is undoubtedly the #1 beauty Su Chen has ever seen. Ding! Side quest triggered, bodyguard in the shadows. Quest requirements: protect Mo Lishuan's personal safety, prevent her from being kidnapped, avoid serious harm to her, and prevent her necklace from being stolen. Quest rewards: 2,000 experience points, 400 practical experience points. As Su Chen clearly saw Mo Lishuan's face, the system prompt untimely rang, waking him from his daze. The system finally had some action. After such a long time without triggering a side quest, he was almost beginning to think this bodyguard task wouldn't activate. 2,000 experience points? This number surprised Su Chen a bit. This is his first time receiving a task with experience points exceeding 1,000, and it didn't just break 1,000, it doubled in one go. From the rewards alone, it's not hard to deduce that this task is likely more difficult than expected. I understand the need to protect her from serious injury and abduction, but why is there an additional requirement to prevent her necklace from being stolen? Su Chen was puzzled. Was that necklace as important as her life? Never mind, just follow the system's requirements. The pressing issue isn't that. The problem is, how do I approach her? Su Chen gloomily held his wineglass. His skills in flirting with girls weren't great, and besides, he knew nothing about high society topics, making it nearly impossible to join the conversations of those rich second-generation kids. There's a saying, with different values, how can you communicate? Right, I remember there should be related specialties in the system, right? He had a sudden inspiration and opened the specialty module, and indeed found rhetoric specialty inside. He was only at the entry level for this specialty. Do you want to spend 8 experience points to upgrade rhetoric to proficient level? Do you want to consume 30 experience points to upgrade your eloquence to elite level? Do you want to consume 100 experience points to upgrade your eloquence to master level? Since the experience points consumed are not much, he could easily make it back with a task or two, so Su Chen simply upgraded this specialization to master level in one go. Suddenly, a plethora of conversation skills flooded his mind, and endless topics emerged in his thoughts. With topics in hand, he felt more confident. Su Chen walked straight towards the group of young men and women. Using the fake personal information provided by the ability group, Su Chen casually picked a topic and awkwardly blended into their conversation. At first, it was manageable, but soon the conversation among these rich kids became quite broad. They discussed everything from the entertainment industry to luxury cars and travel, occasionally touching on the current economic situation. Su Chen felt overwhelmed. He didn't have much knowledge about all these random topics, let alone traveling abroad. He hadn't even been to the beach in his whole life. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. No matter how high his conversation skills were, lacking knowledge and perspective was still a problem. Su Chen simply pretended to be taciturn, responding only occasionally while silently cursing team leader Xing's ancestors. That guy even said that it's not difficult for a gentleman to approach a lady at a dance. Isn't that difficult? Right now, let alone difficult, even hellish difficulty has probably been reached. He even started praying for the superpowered criminal gang to arrive quickly. He would rather fight to the death with superpowered criminals than awkwardly chat with this group of rich second-generation kids. Excuse me for a moment. After a few minutes, finally, Mo Lishuan seemed to have something to attend to and led a group of rich kids to walk towards the other side of the hall. Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer having to mingle with this group of rich kids. He placed his already emptied wineglass aside and followed behind Mo Lishuan towards the aisle on the other side of the hall. Who are you? Is there something you need? Mo Lishuan noticed Su Chen following him and politely asked. Being caught by a colleague, Su Chen felt a bit awkward. I was just planning to go to the restroom. Oh, my apologies. Mo Lishuan's cheeks turned slightly red. She mistakenly thought Su Chen was deliberately following her. Was she really being too sensitive? It's nothing. Su Chen waved his hand generously. The reason he said he was going to the restroom wasn't solely to cover up his tracking. He had long obtained the entire architectural structure of the ballroom from team leader Xing and had roughly memorized it. From Emo Lishwan's initial reaction and the direction she moved, it was easy to deduce that she was going to the restroom. As expected, after their conversation, Emo Lishwan continued walking towards the restroom. Miss Emo, your necklace is beautiful. Where did you buy it? With the earlier small incident, Su Chen's approach didn't seem abrupt, and he genuinely found the purplish-red jade bead dazzling. It was perfect to use this as a conversation starter. I'm afraid there's no place to buy it. Emo Lishwan truthfully replied, this jade bead was a coming-of-age gift from my grandfather. He used to wear it all the time. I've heard it was given to our ancestors by a wandering Taoist priest during the late Qing dynasty, and wearing it is said to promote health and longevity, ward off evil, and avert disasters. As she spoke, she instinctively raised her hand to lightly touch the jade bead on her snowy white neck. This jade bead is about the size of an eyeball, and inside it, one can vaguely see a star map formed by what looks like bubbles. Its color is crystal clear and translucent, refracting a stunning purplish-red hue under the light, more dazzling than gemstones and purer than crystals. Most importantly, this bead seems to possess an indescribable allure that irresistibly draws one's gaze. Is it from the late Qing dynasty? Su Chen was slightly surprised, not realizing that this brilliant jade bead was actually hundreds of years old. No wonder the side quest required not to let the necklace be stolen. This jade bead is not only a family heirloom but also worth a fortune. Just based on its antique age and quality, it would probably cost tens of millions and perhaps even reach a value of over 100 million? Your grandfather gave you this jade bead, which shows how much he values you. Su Chen feigned a sigh. It's quite a pity, really. If only there were a place to buy such a beautiful jade bead, even if it were just a replica. In fact, even if there were a place to sell it, he couldn't afford it. Emo Lishwan smiled. It seems like I haven't seen you before? Su Chen hasn't forgotten his identity. I am the newly appointed general manager of XX Company. It's normal for Miss Emo not to recognize me since I haven't developed in this area of Shanxi before. After chatting about other topics briefly, the two parted ways at the restroom door. Su Chen stood at the restroom door, feeling a bit conflicted. Team leader Xing instructed him to follow Emo Lishwan closely, but he couldn't possibly go into the women's restroom, could he? If he did, not only would he fail to protect her, but he would probably be kicked out of the dance as a pervert on the spot. In desperation, he could only go into the men's restroom first, straining his ears to listen to the outside noise, waiting for Emo Lishwan to come out so he could leave the restroom behind her. The enhancements in agility and physique at 20 points made his senses much sharper than an average person's, especially in hearing and vision. Distinguishing the sound of high heels outside was quite easy for him. Just as Su Chen was straining his ears to wait, he heard someone in a restroom stall making a phone call. Hello, I've already come in. Are you all in position? The person on the phone had a slightly hoarse voice, and the constant sound of water in the restroom drowned out his quiet speech. If it weren't for Su Chen's exceptionally sharp hearing, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to hear what this guy was saying at all. Upon hearing the phone conversation, Su Chen immediately became alert. What's going on? Did he just happen to run into the supernatural crime gang while using the restroom? Don't worry, this operation is very discreet. The target has entered the women's restroom. Okay, you all get ready over there, and I'll bring people out as soon as possible. As he spoke, the voice from the stall disappeared, and the sound of running water ceased. Su Chen's expression became serious, his palm secretly gathering a high-voltage electric arc strong enough to knock someone unconscious. As soon as the door of the adjacent stall opened, he would rush in and use his lightning powers to stun the man. But to his surprise, several seconds passed, and there was no reaction from the stall. He couldn't even hear a breath. Not good. Startled, Su Chen kicked open the stall door, only to find it was already empty. Without thinking, he dashed out and ran towards the women's restroom. He wasn't sure what the enemy's powers were, but he was certain that Emo Lishwan was in danger. He couldn't be more clear about that. A few women in the ladies' restroom were touching up their makeup. When they saw Su Chen burst in, they were all taken aback, but out of decorum, they didn't scream. Instead, they quickly packed up their small makeup kits and hurriedly left, probably to call security. Su Chen didn't have time to explain anything to them. He didn't hesitate and forcefully pulled open the door of each stall one by one. As expected, when he opened the second stall, he found a middle-aged man covering Emo Lishwan's mouth and nose with a cloth soaked in ether, trying to knock her out. Emo Lishwan's eyes were already somewhat dazed. The middle-aged man looked at Su Chen, who had suddenly opened the stall door, with an expression of disbelief. Damn it, you bastard. Now I have to run to the ladies' room. Eat shit. Su Chen was furious and, gathering his strength, threw a punch infused with lightning elements straight at the middle-aged man's face. A straight punch is known for its speed, accuracy, and power, especially when fueled by anger. Before the middle-aged man could react, Su Chen's fist made intimate contact with his face, dislocating his jaw with a single blow. At the same time, an electric arc surged into his body, knocking him unconscious. So weak. Su Chen looked at the middle-aged man who had fainted, frowned, and said, "How did this guy suddenly move from the men's restroom to the women's restroom? It seems like he's got a lot of water on his clothes. Could it be related to the water?" He scanned the man with a reconnaissance glance. Tang Gaiyang, upright primate, height 173 centimeters, weight 140 pounds, unconscious state, ability unknown. Target attribute information acquired. Physique 11 points, strength 10 points, agility 11 points, spirit 10 points. The attribute panel is just like an ordinary person, no wonder he's so weak. Since reconnaissance couldn't provide more information, Su Chen had to set aside the matter of the middle-aged man and go to support Mo Lishuan, who was groggy from inhaling ether. Miss Mo, are you alright? I feel so dizzy. What on earth happened? Mo Lishuan covered her head, regained her senses, and her face showed a hint of panic. Why is this man in the women's restroom? He came to kidnap you. Su Chen didn't bother with beating around the bush and said directly, and I am here to protect you. Kidnap? Protect? Mo Lishuan looked confused. Who exactly are you? Su Chen was considering whether to explain when he heard a sound coming from the middle-aged man's pocket. He fumbled around and discovered it was a walkie-talkie. Old Tang. What's going on over there? Damn it. Boss, it seems something has happened on Old Tang's side. A muffled voice came from the walkie-talkie, followed by a crackling sound as the signal cut out. Trouble, we've been discovered over there. Su Chen frowned, tucked the walkie-talkie into his pocket, and said to Mo Lishuan, you should get dressed first. She had just been to the restroom, so her skirt was not properly arranged. After Su Chen's reminder, Mo Lishuan realized her disheveled appearance, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurriedly turned around to fix her clothes. Su Chen took out the small button that Captain Xing had given him, hesitated for a moment, and pressed it. He had already dealt with one ability user criminal, and whether the remaining criminal group intended to continue with their kidnapping plan or retreat, he alone might not be able to handle it. Support from the ability group was very necessary. Less than half a minute later, the support from the ability group had not arrived, but the commotion from Su Chen entering the women's restroom attracted a few security guards. A group of security guards received reports from several ladies and rushed into the women's restroom, only to see Su Chen and the disheveled Mo Lishuan in the stall, leaving them stunned. They quickly tried to grab Su Chen. If something were to happen to Miss Mo, the star of tonight's ball, who could imagine how furious old man Mo would be? Within their security area, these guards cannot escape responsibility. At the very least, they would be guilty of negligence. Faced with the several burly security guards charging at him, Su Chen frowned, not even moving his feet. With a blend of soft and hard techniques, a few moves of Bagwazang effortlessly pushed the guards back. For the time being, these guards couldn't even get close to Su Chen. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't make things difficult for these guards. Worst case, he would just explain himself slowly after being caught. But at this critical moment, he couldn't afford to be careless. What if an ability criminal was mixed in among the guards? If he were captured, his life would be in danger, and Mo Lishuan's safety would also be at risk. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. You all stop. Mo Lishuan adjusted her skirt, turned around, and quickly stopped the security guard. This gentleman is not a bad person, he just saved me. Several security guards exchanged confused glances, looking bewildered. What's going on? How did this pervert who barged into the women's restroom turn into a hero? What happened? Here, see for yourselves. Su Chen pointed to the unconscious middle-aged man on the bathroom floor, who was still holding a white cloth stained with ether. I saw this guy sneak into the women's restroom with bad intentions, so I chased in to protect Miss Mo. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Mo. He spoke without blinking, but a large part of it was indeed the truth. Yes, what this gentleman said is true. Mo Lishuan, still shaken, said, although I didn't see how this man sneaked into the women's restroom, he did have ill intentions towards me just now. If it weren't for this gentleman, I might have been in serious trouble. Since even Miss Mo said so, the security guards had nothing to argue about. They apologized to Su Chen, took out handcuffs, and handcuffed the unconscious middle-aged man, preparing to drag him to the security office. Su Chen said, remember to tie this guy up tightly and have more people keep an eye on him. Don't let him get too close to the water source. He still doesn't understand how this man can teleport, but his abilities are likely related to water in some way. Before the security took the man away, Su Chen discreetly pulled out a tranquilizer dart from his pocket and injected it into the wrist under the man's sleeve to ensure he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Honestly, if it weren't for protecting Mo Lishuan, Su Chen wouldn't want the security to take this guy away. This is a live 30,000 reward. What if something goes wrong and he escapes? Seeing that Mo Lishuan was still swaying a bit, likely still affected by the ether, Su Chen reached out a hand to support her. He suggested, let's go to the hall first, it's safer where there are more people. Thank you. Mo Lishuan also felt a bit weak and didn't refuse Su Chen's support, just modestly thanked him. Accompanied by several security guards, the two returned to the auditorium hall. At that moment, the lights in the entire auditorium suddenly went out, plunging the closed venue into pitch blackness where one could not see their own hand. What's going on? Why did the lights go out? Is there some kind of performance happening? Could it be a power outage? This ball is hosted by Old Master Mo. How could there possibly be a power failure from the Power Supply Bureau? Even if something unexpected happened, the venue should have backup power. It can't be a power outage. It must be some kind of entertainment program prepared by the organizers. At first, the people in the venue were a bit noisy and flustered, but soon they quieted down, speculating that this was an atmosphere created intentionally by the organizers, standing quietly in place while some even chatted and laughed. In contrast, the staff responsible for the venue's logistics were in complete disarray, each one as anxious as ants on a hot stove. The auditorium manager shouted angrily, "Where's the person in charge of the lighting? What's going on? If there's a mistake in such an occasion, do you still want to keep your jobs?" It has nothing to do with us, it seems to be a power issue, there was a blackout. Then hurry up and switch to the backup power. You bunch of idiots. Do I have to teach you this? The backup power source won't connect for some reason. The power department said it seems to be due to aging lines and it will take over 10 minutes to fix. A bunch of useless fools. What were they doing during the venue inspection yesterday? Tell them it must be fixed within 5 minutes. If the organizers hold them accountable, none of those guys in the power department will be able to work here anymore. The logistics team was extremely busy and the auditorium was in complete darkness, with no one noticing a few unexpected guests sneaking in through the skylight. The perspective shifts back to Su Chen. These guys are actually daring enough to cut the power like this? How outrageous. Su Chen's expression was serious as he turned on the flashlight on his phone, holding it in his mouth, and picked up the weak Emolishwan in his arms. Ah, what are you doing? Emolishwan exclaimed in surprise. Su Chen said, "Shoo, keep your voice down. There are kidnappers planning to take you in the chaos. This power outage was most likely caused by them. I'll take you to a safer place with more people." But why does it feel like you are the kidnapper right now? Emolishwan hesitated for a moment, not finishing her sentence or shouting for security, allowing Su Chen to carry her towards the center of the auditorium. After all, Su Chen had just saved her life, she should at least trust him a little. Besides, if Su Chen really wanted to kidnap her, he could have knocked her out and taken her away long ago. How could she still be awake now? He had just picked up Emolishwan and hadn't taken a few steps yet. Suddenly, the earth shook. In the already tense and ambiguous dark environment, the sudden incident caused nearly everyone in the venue to scream like crazy, rushing towards the exit. The entire auditorium creaked with dangerous sounds as it shook, chandeliers swayed and fell, and the sounds of things breaking, pushing, shouting, screaming, and wailing filled the air. At least at this moment, the value of human life was equal, regardless of social status. The ground shook, and Su Chen, holding Emolishwan, almost lost his balance. Luckily, he reacted quickly, steadied himself, and grounded his stance, managing not to fall. Is it an earthquake? No, it can't be that coincidental. The city where Su Chen lives is located in a stable inland area, where earthquakes are extremely rare. The shaking of the buildings is noticeably stronger than the tremors felt on the ground, which doesn't seem like it's from an earthquake, but rather resembles shaking from above. Considering all factors, this so-called earthquake is likely a method created by a supernatural crime gang. Is there even a supernatural ability that can imitate an earthquake? The world really is full of wonders. There was no time for such reflections. Su Chen looked around and did not rush towards the auditorium's main entrance with the crowd. Instead, he held Emolishwan and headed back towards the restroom. What are you doing? It's an earthquake. Why aren't you running? Why are we going back this way? Emolishwan was anxious. She twisted her body, trying to jump out of Su Chen's arms, but he held her tightly, unable to break free. Su Chen said, "This isn't a real earthquake, it's one of the tactics used by those kidnappers to create chaos. Don't worry, the auditorium won't collapse. It's safer to stay in a less crowded place than to be with that chaotic crowd over there." Really? Emolishwan was half convinced, clearly not fully believing Su Chen's words. Could an earthquake really be artificially created? Su Chen simply took out his ID. "I'm actually someone sent by the higher-ups to protect you. Please trust my judgment for now. Reinforcements will arrive soon, and you'll be safe then." Emolishwan glanced at the ID. "But my grandfather never mentioned this to me. It's classified," Su Chen said helplessly. Emolishwan bit her lip. "Alright, I believe you." At this moment, she had no other choice but to trust Su Chen. Everyone in the venue, whether staff or guests, was rushing to escape. As Su Chen said, in such chaotic circumstances, even if she were kidnapped, no one would know. Holding Emolishwan to avoid the crowd, Su Chen's sharp peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow passing by the skylight of the auditorium dome. "They're here." Turning to hide in the restroom, he set Emolishwan down and pulled out a small tranquilizer gun from his waist, reminding her, "No matter what you see later, don't run around. If someone grabs you, shout my name loudly. Do you understand?" Emolishwan curled up in the corner, obediently nodding. "But I still don't know your name? My name is Su." Bang! Bang! The sound of a silenced gunshot echoed, creating 2 dents in the wall beside him. Su Chen quickly turned sideways, ducking into the restroom, turning off the flashlight on his phone, and peeking out from behind the wall, searching for the exact location of the shooter. In the pitch-black auditorium, it was not easy for Su Chen to find the shooter, and for the shooter, hitting Su Chen was also quite a challenge. As expected, the shooter fired a few more shots without hitting anyone and then gave up. A shadow rushed down the corridor at a speed almost impossible to see with the naked eye. An agile ability user? Su Chen frowned, his gaze catching the figure holding a dagger-like object, quietly alert. Sure enough, the shadow rushed to the restroom, saw Su Chen, and thrust the small knife towards his stomach. "Your speed is quite fast, but trying to play close combat with me? You're still too inexperienced." Su Chen squinted his eyes, assumed a stance of bagwazang, stepped to the left, and intercepted the man's wrist with both fists, quickly twisting and snatching the small knife from his hand. Throwing away the small knife, Su Chen aimed the tranquilizer gun at the shadow. The man seemed to have anticipated this, turning and escaping from the restroom, moving like the wind and not giving Su Chen a chance to shoot. Tisk, he's quite fast at running. He hadn't forgotten to use reconnaissance on that shadow just now.
Kongping, upright primate, height 157 centimeters, weight 89 kilograms, in good health, explosive agility ability. Agility increases by 1/3 within 3 seconds.
Target attribute information acquired.
Physique 11 points, strength 13 points, agility 28 points, explosive 37 points, spirit 10 points.
Nearly 30 points of agility?
Just slightly lower than Miao Yueying's agility, but with an added explosive ability, and her strength attribute isn't low either.
Given this ability, the criminal's name should be a woman?
Having a general understanding of the opponent's basic attributes, Su Chen tucked the tranquilizer gun back into his holster. It's useless to deal with agile-type superpowered individuals. Not only are they quick in movement, but their reaction speed is extremely fast. By the time you raise your gun to shoot them, they might have already disappeared from sight. We have to take her down in close combat. Su Chen glanced at the nervous Mo Lishuan behind him, adjusted his mindset, pressed his body against the wall, and gathered electric arcs in his palm, waiting for the agile superpowered individual's second attack.
Did you knock out old Tang?
A rough male voice came from outside the restroom.
This voice isn't from the agile superpowered individual earlier. Is another enemy coming? It's me. What? Do you have a problem?
Su Chen replied irritably, a pervert sneaking into the women's restroom to kidnap women deserves to be knocked out. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall and wearing a black t-shirt, walked in, glaring at Su Chen with an unfriendly expression. Behind him stood a short woman in a black jumpsuit. Her face was obscured, but it was easy to deduce that she was the agile superpowered individual who attacked Su Chen earlier. The burly man coldly snorted, "Kid, do you have the guts?
Can't you see your current situation? Hand that woman over to me, and I'll spare your life, otherwise, heh. You talk too much." Su Chen didn't waste any words with him and pulled out a tranquilizer gun to shoot. This strong man is so big, he can't possibly be an agile mutant, right? At less than 2 or 3 meters away, he didn't believe the opponent could dodge.
You asked for it. Hit in the stomach by the tranquilizer gun, the burly man remained unfazed and instead became enraged. Kongping, leave this kid to me.
You take that woman out first.
As he spoke, the burly man's already large body began to swell. His height shot up significantly, his arms and chest broadened, and even more incredibly, his skin became rough and hard, resembling a mass of rocks from a distance.
Scouting. Shi Changyang, bipedal primate, current state mutated. Height 210 centimeters, weight 280 kilograms.
Mutated special ability petrification, skin turns to stone for a short time, increasing physical attributes and strength by 1/3.
Target's current attribute information acquired. Physique 32 points, strength 28 points, agility 9 points, spirit 10 points. Petrification ability? Su Chen was astonished. No wonder the tranquilizer gun had no effect on the muscular man. The needle probably couldn't even penetrate his petrified skin. Die! The muscular man, covered in rocks, roared and swung his rocky fist toward Su Chen. This punch was powerful and heavy. If it hit, it could smash a person's head like a tomato. Faced with such a boss-like character, Su Chen naturally wouldn't confront him head-on. He dodged the punch and grabbed his rocky wrist, unleashing the thunder he had been gathering from his palm. Crackling! The electric arcs crackled loudly. However, it did not achieve the expected effect. Su Chen was startled. Oh no!
The electric arcs were completely blocked by the rocks. This guy's ability naturally countered the lightning element.
Your attack is useless. Ha ha ha.
The stone giant laughed heartily as he retracted his right fist, nearly lifting Su Chen, who was holding onto his arm, off the ground, and without any pause, he swung another heavy punch. Su Chen hurriedly dodged, just managing to avoid the second punch in the narrow space. The stone giant's fist slammed down onto the floor, shattering the tiles. It's easy to imagine that if it hit a person, the result would be the same. This is troublesome. This petrification ability is too tricky. Not only do bullets not penetrate, but even lightning elemental abilities are ineffective. It's nearly impossible to fight. If I had known there was such a foe, I shouldn't have brought Mo Lishuan into this cramped area. While the battle raged on, the agile woman in black tried to maneuver around Su Chen to grab Mo Lishuan.
Do you think I don't exist?
Gritting his teeth, Su Chen took advantage of the stone giant's moment of hesitation and raised his gun, firing several shots at the woman in black. The woman in black was already on guard. Her speed suddenly increased as she dodged the trajectory of the tranquilizer darts and instantly rushed to Mo Lishuan's side.
Witnessing this mind-blowing battle scene, Mo Lishuan was almost petrified with fear.
When she saw the woman in black rushing towards her, she closed her eyes in fright and tightly clutched the jade bead necklace at her chest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Chen fired several more tranquilizer darts in quick succession, each shot precisely immobilizing her movements, forcing the woman in black to abandon her attempt to grab
Mo Lishuan and retreat, nearly getting hit.
If she were to hold onto someone, her speed would inevitably be affected, making her unable to dodge the tranquilizer dart. Mastery of firearms is no easy feat. Even if you can evade the bullets, I can still use the trajectory to seal your movements. However, a lone hero is hard to defeat against 4 hands. Distracted, Su Chen barely managed to dodge the next punch from the stone giant, getting grazed on his left shoulder by the rocky fist. Instantly, a bone-crushing pain shot through his entire left shoulder, leaving it limp and numb. Hiss!
Su Chen let out a pained grunt, his features contorting in agony.
He swore that he had never felt such intense pain in all his life. It was excruciating to the bone.
This was completely beyond what sheer willpower could endure. How long has it been? Why hasn't the support from the ability group arrived yet? If this goes on, he really might die here. No, we have to get out of here.
The pain stimulated his nerves, making Su Chen's brain even more alert. He picked up the tranquilizer gun with his right hand and fired several shots at the woman in black, forcing her back. He rushed forward and grabbed the stunned Mo Lishuan, dodging the slow-moving stone giant, and fled towards the exit of the bathroom. Bang! The gunfire rang out, a tearing pain shot through his lower back, and blood spurted out. Without thinking, Su Chen knew what had happened. That woman in black must have shot him in the back. Fortunately, it only hit his side, and it shouldn't have injured his spine, otherwise it would really be over. Are you okay? There's so much blood coming from your back. Mo Lishuan, held in Su Chen's arms, trembled in fear at the sound of gunfire. She could see the wound on Su Chen's side bleeding profusely just by looking down. Of course not. Who gets shot and is fine? Su Chen replied through clenched teeth. Hold on tight to me. If you fall off, no one will be able to save you. MHM. Mo Lishuan hurriedly hugged Su Chen tightly. Her delicate arms wrapped tightly around him, and he could faintly feel her warm and soft body. Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Chen couldn't afford to focus on those sensations. Stumbling, he gritted his teeth to endure the excruciating pain coming from all over his body. In the face of life and death, all his potential was forced out. Not only did he not slow down, but he actually picked up speed, charging with Mo Lishuan towards the dimly chaotic hall. Women rely on charm, men rely on perseverance. Our beautiful life has just begun. How can we die in such a wretched place? Charge! Roaring in his heart, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but Su Chen felt that the pain in his back and left shoulder seemed to lessen considerably. Moreover, he was moving with remarkable speed, even faster than usual. Ding! Conditions met. Triggered hidden passive desperate fight. Desperate Battle consumes the remaining mana in the Dantian Cyclone and overdraws physical vitality, increasing all attributes by 30% for 3 minutes. Blocks pain. Blocks some negative statuses. Once this state ends, it will lead to a weakness period lasting 1 day, reducing all attributes by 50%. Hidden passive? Upon hearing the system notification, Su Chen was overjoyed. As expected, a warm current surged from the mana source in his abdominal cyclone, flowing around the wounds on his left shoulder and side, instantly relieving the pain, even stopping the bleeding from the gunshot wound temporarily. He had long suspected that the mana source ability couldn't be just a simple energy reserve. It truly has miraculous effects. With the nourishment of the cyclone, Su Chen's severely injured body temporarily returned to a normal state, even generating a continuous sense of power within, as if he had inexhaustible stamina. But Su Chen knew that all of this was just an illusion. The desperate battle state was based on consuming mana and overextending his physical condition, and could only be maintained for 3 minutes at most. Attributes under Desperate Battle: Constitution 31 points, Strength 24 points, Agility 27 points, Spirit 20 points. 3 minutes, either breakout or counterattack. A hint of bloody killing intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. This was the first time he had been pushed to the brink, a desperate struggle where it was either you die or I die. Leave the person behind. The woman in black caught up. After all, she was agile and her speed was a notch faster than Su Chen's, reaching out to grab Mo Lishuan in his arms. But how could Su Chen let her succeed? Although he wasn't as fast as this woman in close combat, 10 women in black wouldn't be his match. Not to mention he was currently in a desperate state, ready to explode. His agility wasn't necessarily much lower than hers. Stepping back, his body swayed and he drove his elbow straight towards the woman's face. The woman in black thought that since Su Chen had been shot and had injured an arm, he was at his limit. She never expected he still had the strength to counterattack, and his movements were even faster than before. Faced with this elbow, she couldn't even dodge, let alone see what had happened. In the dim environment, the collision of his elbow and her sprinting speed happened in an instant. Bang! The dull sound alone was enough to make one wince in pain. The elbow collided with the woman's face. The woman in black lost her balance completely, her petite body rolling on the ground due to inertia, knocking over a banquet table along the way. She lay on the ground, convulsing a few times, and then fell completely still. Her neck twisted at a strange angle, her eyes wide open, breath ceased, dead beyond any doubt. A simple elbow strike, a single move to defeat. Agile psychics may be hard to deal with, but their bodies are surprisingly fragile. A hit means death. The earlier elbow strike was already quite powerful, and combined with the inertia from the woman in black's own charge, the collision likely delivered a force of at least 50 points, which explains why her neck broke. Only after Su Chen used his scouting ability to confirm that the woman in black was truly dead did he feel a bit relieved. Although the other stone giant was invincible, this agile woman was actually the most dangerous. After all, Su Chen's main task was to protect Mo Lishuan from being kidnapped. With her around, he had to be cautious in a fight. With the woman in black dead, the remaining stone giant posed little threat to his safety. The situation turned around very suddenly. I have to say, this is all thanks to the power of the last-ditch effort buff. If not for his physical condition being temporarily restored to normal and his attributes being fully enhanced, he really wouldn't have had a chance to hit that woman in black. I wonder if there's still a reward for killing the ability criminal. Su Chen took a deep breath and instinctively muttered to himself. This was his first time killing someone, and it was impossible not to feel some impact. but perhaps the anger, hatred, or simply the shielding of negative emotions. From fighting with his back against the wall masked that thrill, unexpectedly he felt no guilt at all and was even a bit preoccupied with that 300,000 reward. Is that person dead? Emolishwan was different. She was just an ordinary girl who had just come of age, and her tone was filled with terror. Well, putting aside her family background, she really was just an ordinary person. Seeing the thug knocked back over 10 meters with a single elbow, completely motionless, made her very scared. She huddled in Su Chen's arms and didn't dare to move. I don't know if she's dead, but at least she won't be getting up to grab you again. Su Chen reassured Emolishwan a few times. Let's go, we should leave the auditorium first. Okay. In the dim light, Emolishwan's eyes were filled with tears, her face panicked like a helpless little deer, unexpectedly somewhat adorable. Just as he was about to go out, he heard a commotion coming from outside the auditorium doors. It's too dangerous inside the auditorium, you can't go in. Everyone, stop them. Yeah, there was an earthquake, what do you want to go in for? Public security? No, even public security isn't allowed in. We are the security here. Even if you are from public security, you can't enter the venue without permission from above. This is the rule. Do you know what kind of place this is? The chaotic shouts were clearly heard by Su Chen. He felt that something was off outside. Who were those security guards stopping? Wait, damn, could it be that the rescue team from the abilities group is being stopped? I thought pressing the button would get someone here, but it seems they are all blocked outside? This is a bit unreliable, isn't it? He held Emolishwan and planned to rush out to check the situation, but unexpectedly, the auditorium doors creaked shut, clearly intending to seal it off. Su Chen felt somewhat frantic. What kind of joke is this? What on earth is happening outside? They even have to lock the doors? Kong Ping, what's wrong with you? Damn it! The petrified ability user rushed out from the restroom. Seeing the black-clad woman who had come out earlier lying nearby, breathless, he instantly flew into a rage, his anger causing his rocky body to swell even larger. Su Chen wouldn't confront this indestructible guy head-on. He picked up Emolishwan and sprinted towards the skylight of the nearby hall. Since the front door was locked, he decided to jump down through the skylight. A height of 7 or 8 meters was nothing for him, he could still escape this building. As for whether the stone giant would catch up, who cares? He was just bullying this guy for being slow and clumsy. If he couldn't beat me, he couldn't catch me either. Boom! The sound of the wind howling. What was that heavy thing crashing down from behind? Su Chen turned his head and saw that the stone giant was actually throwing tables and chairs at him. It even took rocks the size of fists from its body and shot them at him like cannonballs. What the heck, there's even this kind of ranged attack. Holding Emolishwan, Su Chen couldn't move very swiftly, but fortunately, the desperate state increased his attributes by 1/3, and with 27 points in agility, he was able to dodge most of the thrown objects. A few objects occasionally struck his back, causing Su Chen to stagger, but thankfully, the pain shield allowed him to hold on. The stone giant saw that his actions were not having much effect on Su Chen, so he threw objects to restrict Su Chen's movements while pulling out a walkie-talkie from his pocket, holding it to his mouth with 2 rocky fingers. He spoke heavily to the other side. Boss, Kong Ping is dead. That kid is unexpectedly difficult to deal with. I can't catch him. Why don't you handle it yourself? What? Dead? How did that happen? The voice on the other end was not surprised, just slightly irritated. Is the opponent also an agile ability user? Or some kind of restrictive special ability? I'm not sure. That kid can release electric currents, it seems to be an elemental ability. I don't know how he killed Kong Ping. His speed is nowhere near Kong Ping's, and he should have been heavily injured not long ago, yet somehow he recovered and turned the tables on Kong Ping. The stone giant reported everything in detail, suppressing his anger, clearly showing a sense of respect towards the so-called boss. Elemental ability user? Electric current? On the other end of the phone, someone suddenly exclaimed, it's actually an elemental type? And it's the rare lightning elemental user? Why didn't you report this sooner? Quick! Stop him. Don't let him get away. I'll bring the third brother over personally to catch that kid. Remember, he must be captured alive. Ha! The stone giant was taken aback. Aren't we going to kill that kid? What about Kong Ping's revenge? Revenge my foot. What's Kong Ping's life worth compared to an elemental ability user? On the other end of the phone, they urged, I know of an international ability organization that buys elemental ability users at high prices. Do you know how much they offer? 3 billion. Plus an ability crystal. Not to mention, that 3 billion is enough for us to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Just that ability crystal is a rare and priceless treasure in the world. Carrying it with you can even permanently enhance your abilities significantly. For now, don't bother with that girl. Focus all efforts on cutting off that kid's escape route. I'll be there with people in half a minute at the latest. The stone giant replied honestly, Boss, that kid is too fast. I'm afraid I can't stop him. Then inject him with that vial of serum. Stop him at all costs. After shouting into the intercom, the other side hung up. The stone giant's expression fluctuated, his gaze darkly fixed on Su Chen, who was approaching the skylight. For some reason, he had released his petrified state, shrinking from nearly 3 meters tall back to about 1 meter 90. Su Chen also glanced curiously at the petrified ability user, wondering if this guy's power had reached its limit.
He pondered that without the invulnerable rocky skin, this strong man would almost certainly be unable to fight back against him. Should he take the chance to eliminate him before the desperate situation was resolved? After all, to him, that was like walking around with a bounty of 300,000. He might as well take it. He pulled out the tranquilizer gun and cautiously fired a few shots in the direction of the strong man. To his surprise, the guy didn't just stand there frozen, he quickly darted behind the nearby marble counter. While the gun could penetrate a wooden table, it couldn't shoot through marble. This guy is indeed cornered. I need to quickly take him down while he's weak. I can't let him have the chance to turn back into that stone giant. Su-chen was even more convinced of his guess, turning around with the intention of eliminating the threat posed by the strong man first. This situation would lead a normal person to make the above judgment. After all, Su-chen did not know about the previous conversation, nor did he know that this group of superpowered criminals had wickedly shifted the target of capture onto him. The muscular man hiding behind the marble cabinet pulled out a small bottle of purple-red injectable medication from his pocket, hesitated for a moment, closed his eyes, and forcefully injected it into his arm's vein. In just a few seconds, the purple-red liquid from the medication completely entered his bloodstream. The muscular man's heartbeat accelerated as if he had taken a stimulant, his nostrils flared as he breathed heavily, and even his skin turned a deep red and felt hot, as if he had been boiled in scalding water. As soon as Su-chen rushed to the other side of the marble cabinet, he saw the muscular man, completely red, and his heart skipped a beat, prompting him to fire several shots in quick succession. Roar! The muscular man let out a meaningless roar from his throat and astonishingly dodged the tranquilizer dart with incredible speed. He ran towards Su-chen in a bizarre manner, using both hands and feet, resembling a monster from a horror game. What the hell is going on? Does this guy have dual abilities? Su-chen was both surprised and frustrated, quickly dodging and using his reconnaissance ability to observe the muscular man again. Sure, Cheng Yang, upright primate, exceptionally agile explosive state, obtained by injecting low-quality agility serum, lasts for 10 minutes, height 192 centimeters, current weight 180 kilograms. Target's current attribute information has been obtained. Agility explosive state, temporarily gains speed comparable to that of an agile ability user with serum materials. Physique, 17 points, strength, 21 points, agility, 28 points, spirit, 10 points. Agility serum? There's such a thing? Su-chen frowned. Moreover, judging by the serum's description, it seems to be made from some material extracted from an agile ability user. This vial's raw material was likely extracted from that woman in black earlier, right? This is troublesome. In a desperate situation, his agility isn't as high as a true agile ability user, and on top of that, he has to protect Emolishwan. If he hesitates, it will be very difficult to break out of this building. The silver lining is that the muscular man can't maintain his sanity after injecting the serum, otherwise, if he randomly fires a gun at Su-chen, he might end up dead on the spot. The worst problem right now is that there's only a little over a minute left in this desperate situation. The enemy's reinforcements are almost here, but the support from the ability team hasn't arrived yet. Trying to dodge the attacks of the rampaging strongman, every time Su-chen attempted to break through the skylight, he would be desperately blocked, leaving him with a headache. And why does it feel like the equipment given to him by the ability team is not as advanced as that of the ability crime gang? What is this agility serum? Has modern technology developed a serum that grants superpowers? However, since those people didn't use the serum from the start, it can at least be inferred that the serum either has significant side effects or is extremely rare and precious, or perhaps both. I can still hold on during this extreme escape, but this rich young lady in my arms seems to be in a bit of trouble. Su-chen's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Emolishwan in his arms. Her face was pale, and although she was holding on without crying out, anyone with keen eyes could see she was nearing her limit. Being carried by Su-chen at 3 times the normal speed, with a frenzied thug chasing behind like a wild beast, the inertia of the constant twists and turns made it far more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. How good can the health of a pampered young lady be? She might not even measure up to an ordinary person's level, making it impressive that she has lasted this long. How about I stop that guy and let Emolishwan escape through the skylight first? As soon as this thought popped up in Su-chen's mind, it was quickly dismissed. The ability crime gang isn't just down to this one person. It's too dangerous for Emolishwan to go alone. What if she happens to get caught by someone else? All his efforts would be in vain. No way. Just as Su-chen was pondering, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit appeared in the corner of the auditorium, followed by several black-clad bodyguards wearing sunglasses, lurking in the shadows. This person did not join the fray but hid in the corner, holding a copper pocket watch and secretly swaying it in Su-chen's direction. The pocket watch swung back and forth like a pendulum, and an invisible force emanated from this rhythmic motion, affecting Su-chen, who was several meters away. Dizzy, nauseous, uncomfortable. Su-chen felt as if he was being affected by an invisible wave. A momentary flash of discomfort crossed his mind, but it was quickly suppressed. Besides the fact that fighting back could shield him from some negative states, his own mental strength also played a significant role. He directed his gaze towards the source of the disturbance and saw a suited man along with 7 or 8 bodyguards in black behind him. Is this guy also an ability criminal? A mental type? Su-chen's thoughts flashed by, and he frowned. Forget it, let's knock him out first. The suited man was equally surprised. My mental interference has no effect? How is that possible?
Before he could try again, he saw Su Chen take advantage of the distracted muscular man and charge towards him, causing his expression to change dramatically as he ordered several black-clad bodyguards to stop Su Chen. Although he was puzzled as to why these bodyguards were serving an ability criminal, Su Chen wouldn't hold back. The physique of the black-clad bodyguards was much stronger than that of ordinary people, but compared to ability users, they fell far short, especially when facing the enhanced Su Chen.
One punch sent one flying without any hesitation. Su Chen initially thought that after he knocked out the first few bodyguards, the remaining ones would realize the gap and scatter. Unexpectedly, this group of bodyguards not only did not flee but instead charged forward fearlessly, each trying to grab Su Chen's limbs, using their bodies to obstruct him. A couple even attempted to bite him. What the hell? Are these guys insane?
Su Chen hurriedly swung his arms and legs, throwing off the black-clad bodyguards that were clinging to him.
Uncle Lu. Mo Lishuan, who had been silently gritting her teeth, seemed to recognize one of the bodyguards. Ha! You know this bodyguard who's colluding with the kidnappers? Su Chen was puzzled. Mo Lishuan couldn't believe it and said, Uncle Lu has been our family's bodyguard for over 10 years. He practically watched me grow up. He couldn't possibly be in cahoots with the kidnappers. Oh?
Su Chen frowned and reached out to remove the sunglasses from one bodyguard, discovering that his eyes were half open, his pupils vacant and unfocused, as if he were in a semi-conscious state. These bodyguards probably weren't acting on their own but were controlled by some means used by the ability criminal. As Su Chen observed the bodyguard, the man in the suit retreated while shaking the pocket watch in his hand, the frequency of the shaking different from before, muttering some words that faintly entered Su Chen's mind. You will sleep here, you are very tired, sleep, now sink into slumber. A sense of dizziness, confusion, and drowsiness washed over him. This strange feeling, accompanied by the words piercing into his mind, surfaced in Su Chen's heart. He couldn't help but gaze at the pocket watch, his sight following its movement. The pain of his wounds, the fatigue of his body, and the exhaustion of his spirit overwhelmed him in that moment, trying to drag him into a deep sleep.
Is this hypnosis? Su Chen was shocked, his body swaying almost to the point of falling.
He hurriedly summoned all his willpower to resist the drowsiness. Although his mental strength was half above that of an ordinary person, he was still within the range of normality. Faced with a genuine mental-type ability user, he couldn't possibly resist, merely able to struggle briefly before succumbing to sleep.
What's wrong with you? Mo Lishuan fell from his arms, noticing Su Chen's pale face, and hurried to support him. Did your injury reopen? Are you okay? Su Chen did not respond, secretly activating his system specialization, urgently searching for methods to break or resist hypnosis. New specialization, anti-hypnosis. As expected, after encountering the hypnosis technique, a new unlearned specialization appeared in the system module. Do you want to spend 10 practice points to upgrade anti-hypnosis to beginner level? 10 practice points just for the beginner level? TSK, that's even higher than Baji Quan. Fortunately, he still had some practice points left, although not many. It was definitely enough to upgrade anti-hypnosis to intermediate level. Do you want to spend 40 practice points to upgrade anti-hypnosis to intermediate level? Confirm. In an instant, a wealth of information about anti-hypnosis flooded into his mind, expanding his knowledge base once again. Hypnosis is a form of psychological suggestion that stimulates the visual, auditory, or tactile senses of a person or animal to induce a sleep state. Generally, the subject must cooperate for it to be effective, but evidently, mental-type superhumans can force hypnosis. The suited man directly projected his words into Su Chen's mind using mental power. Vision and hearing were merely auxiliary, while the true hypnosis technique was a mental influence. This forced hypnosis is difficult to break, it can only be suppressed, and there are several crucial psychological steps involved. Su Chen quickly built a psychological defense according to the steps of counter-hypnosis, and after a second, he barely regained some mobility. He remained calm and secretly drew out a tranquilizer gun, holding his breath and focusing, firing several shots at the suited man. The suited man clearly did not expect Su Chen, influenced by hypnosis, to still be able to draw a gun and shoot. An ordinary person in this state would have been unable to even lift a hand, let alone perform a shooting action that requires intense concentration. He hurried to evade, but Su Chen's shots had sealed off all his escape routes, and the tranquilizer dart inevitably hit his right leg. Sure too. Come help me. With a bullet wound in his leg, the suited man's face twisted in pain as he urgently called for the strong man to come help. He also realized that this bullet was not an ordinary one. A strong paralyzing sensation was creeping up his veins, and soon it would cause him to fall into a powerless faint. The petrification ability user was already closely pursuing Su Chen and lunged at him before the bullet hit, attempting to subdue Su Chen with a bear hug. You want to play close combat with me? Su Chen gathered all his strength, using a defensive stance to counterattack, throwing the charging burly man over his shoulder. Get out! As he threw the burly man away, he didn't forget to take the opportunity to fire 2 shots. Although the burly man was quite agile, he couldn't use his strength in mid-air. Even if he could see the trajectory of the bullets, how could he dodge them? Thud! Both tranquilizer darts hit the target's back. This dosage was enough to take down a lion. It's over. Su Chen let out a long breath, counting down the final seconds of his desperate fight in his mind. Once the desperate fight was over, he would immediately fall into a state of double weakness, a depletion of both physical vitality and magical energy, and he might even faint on the spot.
He hoped no new superpowered criminals would emerge or he would truly be at the end of his rope. Ouch, that really hurts. He never expected that the burly man hit by the tranquilizer darts would still remain conscious. He rubbed his back and stood up, glaring at Su-Chen with a fierce expression. If one looked closely, they could faintly see several chunks of rock debris mixed with tranquilizer ammunition scattered on the floor behind him, and not a drop of blood had even flowed from his waist. Rock petrification ability? Su-Chen was almost dumbfounded. What a joke! His ability has recovered so quickly? If this guy can still turn into a stone giant while maintaining his agility, what's the point of even fighting back? He might as well just surrender. A stone giant with immense strength, invulnerable to blades and bullets, and incredibly swift, just the thought of it is despairing. Despairing as it may be, one must not lose their momentum. With only a few seconds left in this desperate battle, Su-Chen forced himself to stand up, straightened his back, and said coldly, "If this won't solve your problem, fine, let's keep grinding. I want to see whether you kill me first or if our support from the ability group arrives first." As he spoke, a brilliant blue light erupted from his palm, crackling with arcs of electricity surrounding his entire hand. The flickering blue light illuminated his blood-stained, resolute profile, creating an indescribable aura of impending death. Beside him, Mo was stunned, staring blankly at Su-Chen's profile, lost in thought. In fact, Su-Chen's heart was also racing wildly. Who isn't afraid of death? He said this not only to put on a brave front in front of the girl before facing death but also with the intention of buying some time. His expression was calm, but inside, he had already cursed team leader Xing's ancestors multiple times. Wasn't it said that pressing the button would quickly bring reinforcements? It's been almost 5 or 6 minutes. If they come any later, I'm afraid the grass on my grave will be 2 meters high. Sure to retreat. Just as Su-Chen was feeling anxious, the man in the suit weakly called out to the burly man who was ready to fight alongside Su-Chen. The burly man asked in confusion, "Retreat? Why, boss? My abilities are almost restored, and with the remaining effects of the serum, it won't take long to take this kid down." "I said retreat." The man in the suit said firmly, "The anesthetics effect is too strong, I can hardly hold on. Those guys outside have already captured the third one. Once I pass out and lose control over that group, the ability team will rush in within 10 seconds. Do you think you can catch this kid in 10 seconds? 10 seconds, this." The burly man hesitated, glancing at the crackling thunder in Su-Chen's palm, feeling a sense of retreat rising in his heart. Hesitation due to fear of consequences. After fighting for so long, he understood Su-Chen's true strength very well. Let alone 10 seconds, it was nearly impossible to determine a winner even within a few minutes. Moreover, his petrification ability had not fully recovered, so he couldn't cover his entire body. Facing this kid's lightning element ability would likely not be easy. After all, he had heard about the lethality of elemental ability users. However, he didn't know that Su-Chen had long since exhausted his strength to unleash any real lightning elements. The sparks in his palm were merely superficial. Despite looking impressive, if they actually made contact, they would probably be less powerful than an electric fly swatter. The man in the suit's eyelids were heavy. His mental strength was strong, so it shouldn't be easy for him to fall asleep. However, against the physical paralysis of anesthetics, he couldn't resist. The resistance to such things mainly depended on one's constitution. After a slight hesitation, the burly man glared fiercely at Su-Chen and said, "You wait and see, kid." With that, he hoisted the almost unconscious man in the suit onto his shoulder and burst into the fastest speed, deliberately avoiding Su-Chen, and jumped out of the nearest skylight. "Don't let him go." Seeing that his bluster had actually intimidated the opponent, Su-Chen almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. But to avoid revealing his true feelings, he pretended to be angry and tried to stop them, taking a few steps forward and firing several shots at the burly man's back. "Don't chase. You're injured like this. If they want to leave, let them go. As long as you stay alive, that's better than anything else." Seeing Su-Chen covered in blood, ready to chase after them, Mo hurriedly blocked him, wrapping her slender arms around him from behind, looking determined not to let go unless he agreed. Su-Chen frowned and said, "Let go. I won't let go. Don't go. I didn't say I wanted to chase after you." Su-Chen sighed, "You pressed on my wound, it hurts so much." "Ah, I'm sorry." Mo then noticed that she had accidentally touched Su-Chen's gunshot wound on his side, and blood was continuously oozing out, staining her clothes. She looked like a startled deer, hurriedly letting go with an apologetic expression, her head slightly lowered in embarrassment. "Are you okay? You're bleeding a lot." "Wait, I'll call an ambulance right away. You have to hold on." "I'm fine, I won't die from it." Su-Chen shrugged, trying to lean against the wall. The battle of desperation has ended, and the overdraft state of the source of all laws is expected to recover in 3 days. During the recovery period, magical power is halved, and the battle of desperation state cannot be triggered. The system prompt flashed by, followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness and pain flooding in. Thud. Su-Chen's legs went weak, and he fell straight to the ground. Without the pain barrier, he instantly curled up like a shrimp. Excruciating pain surged from all over his body. Gunshot wound to the lower back, fractured left arm, muscle strain, brain operating under overload, and countless other injuries. In short, there is hardly a place on his body that doesn't hurt. The most troublesome part is that without the pressure of a fight to the death state, the penetrating wound on his lower back has started to bleed profusely, gushing out like a spring, and it won't stop. The feeling of weakness deepens with every second, and if this continues, he might bleed to death. If an ordinary person suffered such severe injuries, they would either be dead or long unconscious. Yet, Su Chen's physical and mental attributes are both high, barely allowing him to maintain a life-threatening level of consciousness, with waves of pain tormenting him. Damn! It would be better to just pass out. Seeing Su Chen writhing in pain on the ground, his clothes soaked in blood, Mo Lishuan was almost in tears, rushing over to support him. You have to hold on. I'll take you to the hospital right now. You absolutely won't be in any danger. I'll find the best doctors in the world to save you. As she spoke, she struggled to lift Su Chen's shoulder and dragged him toward the door of the auditorium. At that moment, the auditorium doors, which had been inexplicably closed, were opened from the outside. Several armed individuals rushed in from outside the auditorium, 3 of whom moved extremely quickly, scanning the interior warily. The building's vibrations had long since stopped, but Su Chen was too caught up in the battle to notice. Su Chen? A graceful figure noticed the bloodied Su Chen being supported by Mo Lishuan, gasping in surprise, and rushed over like a gust of wind. Su Chen looked up and saw that it was indeed Miao Yueying. Su Chen weakly lifted his head and said irritably, "You guys arrived just in time. If you were any later, I would have needed a body bag." Seeing that he still had the energy to joke, Miao Yueying smiled helplessly, knowing that he was at least temporarily out of life-threatening danger. "Sorry, a lot happened outside, and our people got tied up, so we came in a bit late." Su Chen didn't have the strength to ask what had happened. Now that he saw the ability team had taken over, the tension he had been holding onto finally eased. He closed his eyes and fainted peacefully. Side quest completed. Quest rewards: 500 experience points, 100 training points. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. Current level 9, gain 4 attribute points to allocate. 1 ability point. The pleasant system prompt sound signifies the end of the task. He has done his best in his part, and what happens next is none of his concern. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear Mo Lishuan's urgent shout. "TSK, does this little girl think I'm about to die? Is it necessary to shout like she's calling for a spirit? Forget it. Anyway, this is probably the last time I'll hear her call. For a long time to come, a regular person like me and this rich young lady probably won't have any more interactions." Everything turned dark, and he completely lost consciousness. "Fu Chuan, come save him quickly!" Miao Yueying shouted behind her. A young man in a white shirt, around 25 or 6 years old, hurried over. He didn't look like a doctor, as he carried nothing but a simple first aid kit. After briefly assessing Su Chen's injuries, he took out bandages and hemostatic powder from the kit and began to work on the wounds. This newbie is seriously injured, but he's in pretty good shape. If it were an ordinary person, they would have probably been dead by now, right? Fu Chuan clicked his tongue in amazement, using tweezers to extract the bullet lodged inside. After applying iodine to clean the bloodstains, he sprinkled on some hemostatic powder and wrapped the gory wound on the side of the waist in circles, temporarily preventing excessive blood loss before sending him to the hospital. After the bandaging was complete, this guy's handling technique was hardly different from that of an amateur. The bandage barely covered the wound. Immediately after, the young man pulled out a small knife and cut his own wrist, pressing the spurting blood onto the bandage. The blood did not seep down the bandage, instead, it miraculously merged into the wound. In the next moment, the shocking gunshot wound began to heal at a visible speed, the original gap of nearly 3 to 4 centimeters shrinking to just a small cut. This scene left Mo Lishuan, who was standing by, dumbfounded, while Miao Yueying and the others appeared unfazed. All done. After a few seconds, Fu Chuan remained expressionless, raising his arm to apply pressure with the hemostatic gauze, saying, "I can only help the flesh heal. I can't deal with fractures or excessive blood loss. We should get him to the hospital as soon as possible." Okay. Zhao nodded at Fu Chuan, while Miao Yueying pressed her finger against the radio communication device by her ear. "Team leader, there are no superpowered criminals visible at the scene. They likely escaped. Su Chen is injured and in a severe coma, having been shot in the side and losing a lot of blood, which may be life-threatening. Shouldn't we prioritize getting him to the hospital for treatment? As long as he's alive, that's good. Quickly send someone to take him to the hospital." Team leader Xing, commanding from afar, also sighed in relief. It really was tough for Xiao Su this time. We originally planned to rush over for support within 10 seconds, but that group of superpowered criminals somehow brainwashed a bunch of ordinary people in the venue. Plus, that guy who caused the earthquake held us up for several minutes, preventing our team from entering the auditorium. As he spoke, team leader Xing added, "Miss Mo wasn't injured, right?" "No." Miao Yueying glanced at the nervous Mo Lishuan, who was protecting Su Chen. "Aside from some bloodstains on her, she has no injuries at all, but it seems she was quite scared. As long as she's not injured, that's good. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to explain it to the higher-ups." Team leader Xing let out a sigh of relief. "Alright, you can clean up the battlefield. If there's a chance to pursue the escaped ability criminals, do so. If not, it's fine, at least we caught one person, so it's not a total loss." The person he referred to as having been caught was the ability criminal who caused the earthquake on the building's rooftop. The members of the ability team had put in a lot of effort to capture him alive. There's more than one team leader. Miao Yueying's gaze swept over the chaotic venue, landing on the dead woman in black. "According to our search, there was a fierce battle here. There's a black-clad female corpse, which should be the ability criminal that Su Chen killed on the spot. Team Leader Xing said, although we couldn't capture her alive, Xiaosu's task was originally just to protect Miss Mo. It's quite impressive that he managed to kill an ability criminal under such circumstances. Miao Yueying added, not only that, but there's also a fainted man in wet clothes in the security room. According to the security guards, this guy attempted to attack Miss Mo with ether in the women's restroom and was caught by Su Chen in time. We suspect he might also be an ability criminal. He caught too? Team Leader Xing's tone was surprised. The special abilities team he sent over may not be numerous, only 3 people, but they had to go through a lot of effort to capture one ability user who could cause earthquakes. Meanwhile, Su Chen knocked out and killed 2 ability criminals in the same time. This gap. Another man responsible for examining the scene interjected, based on the details and bloodstains at the scene, aside from the perverted man who was knocked out from the start, there were probably at least 3 others fighting him. Only 2 of them escaped through the skylight. The other end of the phone was silent. Could Miss Mo please recount the events for us? After a round of questioning, the special abilities team and others roughly learned about the thrilling events in the auditorium over the past few minutes, and their gazes towards Su Chen carried an extra hint of admiration. Not to mention his astonishing combat power in fighting against more than 2 ability users alone. Just the fact that he did not give up on protecting Mo Lishuan in this dire situation shows his high moral character. He is definitely a trustworthy companion. The ambulance arrived at the scene shortly, carrying Su Chen on a stretcher to the hospital for blood transfusions and rescue. Mo Lishuan hesitated and said, can I go with him? After all, he is my lifesaver. Mo Lishuan's bodyguards were all subdued by the suited man. They had just been knocked out one by Su Chen, so the Mo family currently had no bodyguards to look after her. Miao Yueying comforted, you should go back and see old Master Mo first. He is worried about your safety after hearing about the earthquake in the auditorium. As for Su Chen, you can rest assured. That guy has a tough life, he's not in any danger. They persuaded Mo Lishuan to get into the supernatural team's vehicle to take her to a safe location, while the remaining personnel continued to secure the scene, with some outside the auditorium explaining the situation to the social elite. The supernatural criminal kidnapping incident ended up not being perfectly resolved. In the hospital ward, Su Chen slowly regained consciousness. Did I pass out? Is this a hospital? He looked around and found himself lying on a pristine white hospital bed, with all the medical equipment in the room looking brand new. It seemed to be a VIP single patient room. Just as he wanted to move, he realized that his entire left arm was in a cast fixed to the side of the bed with a splint, and his waist was also wrapped in bandages. Any slight movement brought sharp pain. Su Chen frowned. These injuries are not life-threatening, but it seems unlikely he'll be discharged in a few weeks. Putting aside the gunshot wound on his side, the broken left arm is a big problem. Healing from such injuries takes at least 100 days. It's no joke. Even if his physique is twice that of an average person, it will still take at least more than half a month to recover. For Su Chen, who is pressed for time, this task is a huge loss. Mr. Su, you're awake? A young nurse walked in from outside the ward and asked with concern, do you need something to eat? Would you like a nutritional meal? Yes, please. Su Chen didn't hesitate, he was indeed a bit hungry. Before long, the nurse brought in a portion of hospital nutritional meal, set up a small bedside table, and thoughtfully asked Su Chen if he needed help eating. Su Chen naturally felt embarrassed and declined. Although his left arm was broken, his right arm could still move, just a little strained, so he didn't need someone to feed him. He took a few bites of the nutritional meal, glanced out the window, and noticed it was dusk, frowning slightly. How long have I been unconscious? The young nurse replied, almost 2 days. Today is Saturday. Saturday? Su Chen was taken aback. He was in a coma from Thursday night until Saturday evening? That's a full 2 days wasted. Feeling a bit depressed, normally in these 2 days he could have leveled up by 1 or 2 ranks. Now, after getting injured, he probably won't be able to complete any tasks to level up for a while and can only lie on the hospital bed to recover. Fortunately, he captured a few superpowered criminals and earned at least hundreds of thousands in rewards, otherwise he would really be at a loss. After finishing his nutritious meal, Su Chen said to the nurse who was cleaning the trays, could you pass me my phone? I want to make a call. The nurse replied, Mr. Su, your phone has already been broken, and your previous clothes are also unwearable. Please use my phone to make the call. With that, she took out a pink phone from her pocket and handed it over. Thanks. Su Chen was taken aback for a moment. But the nurse waved her hand and said, no need to be polite. You are a VIP patient at our hospital. If you need anything, please let me know at any time. VIP patient? Su Chen glanced around. This room was not only a single room, but it also had a very nice and quiet atmosphere, even with dedicated nurse service. It must cost at least 1,000 yuan a day, right? He didn't expect the organization to spend money so generously. Take the phone and call Team Leader Xing. Hello, Team Leader, this is Su Chen. Oh, Xiaosu, you're awake? The voice on the other end sounded a bit surprised. How's your health? Are you okay? I'm fine. Su Chen asked, have that group of ability criminals been caught? Is Miss Mo safely sent back? Don't worry, Miss Mo is very safe. As for that group of ability criminals, most have been captured, only 2 are still unaccounted for at the moment. Team Leader Xing laughed heartily. Let's not talk about that for now. Xiaosu has made a great contribution this time. Not only did you protect Miss Mo without any harm, but out of the 3 ability criminals captured by the organization,
you personally dealt with 2 of them.
The higher-ups decided to award you a bonus of 600,000.
And that 200,000 interest-free loan has also been approved, though I think you might not need it right now. That's really great.
Su-Chen smiled knowingly. 600,000, it was worth all the effort he put in.
It's a pity he didn't catch that burly man and the man in the suit as well, otherwise, he could have earned another 60,000 in bonuses. The 2 people team leader Xing mentioned as still unaccounted for are probably those 2? Not only that, team leader Xing mysteriously said, there's another surprise, can you guess what it is? Leader, have you also learned to keep us in suspense? Su-Chen was in a great mood and guessed, could it be that I've been promoted to a level 3 member? Not yet, but you're close.
You've earned 60 points from this mission alone, just 10 points away from being promoted to level 3. Team leader Xing bluntly said, the surprise I'm about to tell you, you probably wouldn't guess.
Old Master Mo is very grateful for you saving his
granddaughter and has decided to donate 100 million to support our special abilities team, plus an additional 5 million as a thank you gift for you.
5 million?
Su-Chen was so shocked he almost jumped out of the hospital bed.
Wow.
I was just thinking that earning $1 million from this mission would be great, but I didn't expect to suddenly get over 5 million.
Ha ha ha. It's just a little injury and a few days without being able to take on missions? Not a loss. Not a loss at all.
Su-Chen laughed foolishly, already starting to plan how to spend this huge sum of money. If he were still working at the company, he might never earn this much in his lifetime.
However, he knew very well that 5 million is actually nothing. In the future, he would earn much more. Team leader Xing added, Xiao Su, you focus on recovering first.
I'm busy tracking the whereabouts of the other 2 ability criminals, so I won't be able to visit you, but Xiao Miao and the others will come by later.
Wait, don't hang up yet.
Su-Chen suddenly remembered something and said irritably, we need to have a serious talk about something. We agreed that if I pressed the button,
help from the team would arrive quickly. Why has it been 7 or 8 minutes and no one has shown up? Do you know I almost died in there? About that.
Team leader Xing stammered, there were some unexpected incidents at the scene, you can ask Xiao Miao and the others for the specifics.
Actually, this task originally had only 40 points. The organization decided to give you an extra 20 points to compensate for you. Unexpected incidents?
Su-Chen had some guesses about what happened outside, but he still wanted to fight for his interests. Leader, just 20 points isn't really enough.
To settle this,
I'm not greedy, how about you just give me an extra 10 points to make it an even number and promote me to a level 3 member? Team leader Xing felt guilty as well. Well, I'll apply for that with the higher-ups after some time.
Alright, then I'll leave it to you, team leader.
After hanging up, Su-Chen handed the phone back to the nurse.
He thought for a moment and asked, can I ask when I can be discharged?
The nurse replied, Mr. Su, although the wound on your side didn't damage any internal organs, the hospital recommends that you stay for observation for at least
half a month for safety reasons.
Also, considering the severity of your shoulder fracture, it will take at least several months before the cast can be removed.
Oh, so it's not a serious injury then. Su-Chen pondered, his recovery ability was not something an average person could compare to.
As long as the gunshot wound didn't affect any internal organs, there shouldn't be any major issues. I plan to be discharged tomorrow.
Is that possible? Tomorrow? Are you joking?
The nurse handed over an examination report to dissuade Su-Chen from his discharge idea. You probably haven't fully understood the severity of your injuries. In any case, the hospital does not recommend that you be discharged within half a month. He received the medical report. General muscle strain, severe fracture of the left shoulder, adrenal insufficiency, excessive blood loss, rib injuries. A long string of medical terminology, just picking out a few is enough to baffle an ordinary person, let alone having so many injuries categorized under one person. Not dying is truly a miracle granted by the heavens.
Do I really have such serious injuries?
Su-Chen scratched his head, guessing that this examination might have been done when he was at his weakest. The side effects after a desperate battle, with injuries worsening for a day and all attributes reduced by 50%, made his injuries appear more severe, but in reality, they were not life-threatening.
Alright, then I'll stay a few more days.
Su-Chen glanced at the plaster and bandages on his body. In this condition, he wouldn't be able to take on any tasks anyway. The nurse went out to call the doctor responsible for his injuries.
The doctor asked him about his physical condition and gave him a rough diagnosis.
Next was the process of checking the healing progress of his wounds, which quickly concluded.
Back in the ward, Su-Chen lay alone on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. He brought up the system panel. I've leveled up to level 9?
That makes sense. The task of protecting Mo Lishwan brought him a whopping 2,000 experience points, so leveling up was not surprising. Let me see how much experience is needed to reach level 10.
6,000?
It doubled again, just as I expected.
Su-Chen pondered that when he reached level 5, he unlocked the ability module. What new things would be unlocked at this critical point of level 10?
He always felt that the system was more complex than what he currently saw.
Then there's the issue of allocating those 4 attribute points. If he added all of them to his constitution, maybe it would allow his injuries to heal instantly? As for how to explain it, does he really need to explain that an ability user heals quickly? He even displayed lightning elemental abilities. Would he really care about a minor detail like rapid wound healing? However, I prefer to allocate these 4 points to my mental attribute. The mental attribute is currently his only weakness, and its value is evident. Not only would it make his thinking more active, but it would also strengthen his mental power, allowing him to easily manipulate various abilities. Without hesitation, he allocated all 4 points to his mental attribute. His mind was clear, and his mental attribute surged to 19 points. As for the issue of healing injuries, I can't always rely on boosting my constitution. I should see if there are corresponding abilities. Otherwise, I can't just keep adding to my constitution every time I get hurt, right? Where would I get that many attribute points? Suchen opened the ability tree diagram. It displayed a dense array of various abilities, and in the bottom right corner, he was surprised to find that his ability points were not just 1, but 2. Alright, I almost forgot about the ability crystal. This is 1 ability point absorbed every 3 days. Having 2 ability points makes things much easier. After all, only 1 point is needed to activate an ability, and that's too few. He continued searching the ability tree diagram for abilities that could accelerate healing, and as expected, there were indeed many types, but most of them were too expensive. Limb regeneration. Severed limbs or unimportant body parts automatically regenerate within a day at the latest. If stimulated by a source of magic, it can consume a large amount of magic and physical strength to regenerate a limb within a minute. Costs 2 ability points. Active flesh. Flesh that regenerates infinitely like cancer cells. As long as the brain and heart are undamaged, even the most severe injuries can heal themselves, consuming a large amount of magic and physical strength depending on the severity and recovery time. Costs 5 ability points. Blood of Titanus, a curse from Zeus, the blood of one adored by the goddess of dawn. Those who obtain this blood cannot be killed by any harm. Even if turned to ashes, they will eventually be reborn from the dust. Costs 10 ability points. The blood of Tithonus? Are you sure this is a power and not a curse? Seeing this ability, Suchen couldn't help but be surprised. He had read some of the Olympian myths during his university years. As mentioned in the introduction, Tithonus was a mortal loved by the goddess of dawn, but they all knew that gods and humans are different. Human lifespans last only a few decades, far from comparable to gods, and no matter how much they loved each other, death would ultimately separate them. Thus, the goddess of dawn went to Zeus to ask for an immortal life for Tithonus. What kind of character is Zeus? Anyone who has read the Olympian myths basically knows that beneath the exterior of the king of the gods, he is a pervert with extremely poor interests and sexual inclinations. After the goddess of dawn's repeated pleas, Zeus eventually agreed to grant her wish. But in fact, this king of the gods exploited a loophole in language and maliciously granted Tithonus immortality without ensuring that he would remain youthful forever. The outcome is obvious. Tithonus ultimately continues to age, and for thousands of years, the goddess of dawn can only helplessly watch her beloved grow from youth to old age, eventually aging into a cricket, forgetting even the speech of a human, yet still living in pain. People often pursue immortality, but neglect that eternal life can also be a punishment. Forget it, I can't afford this ability for now. As long as I don't touch it, I'm fine. Suchen shrugged, preparing to continue searching for abilities that accelerate injury recovery, when he noticed the ability tree diagram fluctuating slightly, and the blood of Tithonus unexpectedly spread out an additional branch. Incomplete blood of Tithonus, originating from Zeus's curse, the incomplete blood of the beloved of the goddess of dawn. Those who obtain this blood will gain a weakened form of physical regeneration, which can be accelerated by using mana and physical strength, costing 1 ability point. 1 ability point? Weakened physical regeneration? Suchen was intrigued. Proper physical regeneration requires a full 5 ability points, which he can't afford, but the incomplete blood of Tithonus only requires 1 point. Although the effect is somewhat inferior, the cost effectiveness is high. It's even cheaper than finger regeneration. Moreover, on the branch of the incomplete blood of Titanos, there are also branches of murky Titanos blood, pure Titanos blood, and so on, ultimately leading to the true blood of Titanos. Is it a step-by-step evolution? It takes 2 ability points to upgrade from incomplete to murky, 3 points from murky to pure, and 4 points from pure to complete. A total of 10 ability points. Suchen thought carefully, paying in installments doesn't sound bad at all. Upon reflection, the immortal curse in mythology isn't that significant, it's just that Titanos lacked the gift of eternal youth, which led to that appearance. But Suchen is different, he has a system. In fact, the ability to maintain eternal youth is also in the ability system. He had seen it long ago, but it requires 5 ability points to activate. At that time, he didn't think much of it. After all, he was still young, not a woman, and had no interest in vanity issues like youth. But combining the ability of eternal youth with the blood of Titanos means complete immortality. 15 ability points can grant him the eternal life that countless people desire. It's simply too cost-effective. It's decided, it's you. With a cheerful demeanor, the incomplete blood of Titanos was ignited, and a wave of intense warmth appeared in every inch of his blood vessels, gradually heating from warm to scalding, causing Suchen to frown in pain. Fortunately, this burning sensation lasted only for a moment. Immediately afterward, his whole body began to itch, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at his muscles, an uncomfortable tingling sensation, with the most intense discomfort at the wounds on his waist and shoulder, making Suchen unable to resist scratching the wounds.
Carefully unwrapping the bandage on his waist, he found that, as expected, the sutured wounds were healing at a visibly rapid pace. The scars that had still been seeping blood not long ago were now completely healed on the surface, the scabs falling off automatically, and the internal penetrating injuries were also healing continuously, though it would likely take much longer. The fractured left arm also felt a tingling sensation between the bones, but injuries to the bones were clearly harder to heal. Let me calculate how long it will take for this incomplete blood of Titanos to completely heal penetrating injuries and serious fractures in a passive state without using mana or physical strength. Suchen glanced at the nearby hourglass, confirmed the time, and closed his eyes, waiting for the itching sensation from the wound to completely end. 10 minutes passed. The itching sensation all over his body completely stopped. Does such a severe injury only take 10 minutes? Suchen opened his eyes in surprise. An injury that would normally take at least half a month to heal had miraculously healed in just 10 minutes under the incomplete Titanus blood. It was countless times faster. This speed may not compare to the ability to heal all non-fatal wounds in mere seconds through flesh rebirth, but as a post-battle recovery ability, it is undoubtedly the best value for its effectiveness. If I could use a large amount of magical power and stamina to activate it, this ability might also be very useful in battle. I don't expect it to heal as quickly as flesh rebirth in seconds, but if it can heal most injuries within 10 or 20 seconds, that would be sufficient. Just think about it, both you and your enemy are on the brink of collapse, ready to take each other down with you. At that moment, if you suddenly healed rapidly and regained near peak condition within 10 seconds, can you imagine how desperate your enemy would feel? Wow, just thinking about it is interesting. In the future, even if I fall into danger again, it won't be too easy to face life and death crises. The broken blood of Titanus does not possess the full power of the complete version. If the injuries are too severe, there is still a possibility of death, such as fatal wounds to the head or heart, or excessive blood loss, internal organs completely shattered, or half of the body being turned into minced meat. For a power unlocked by a single ability point, you can't expect too much, can you? There's still one more ability point. Suchen looked at the ability tree diagram. Deep in thought, he initially collected that there were only 9 abilities worth 1 point. Aside from the 5 elements, there are only 4 options left: invisibility, X-ray vision, absolute balance, and near-death resurrection. In terms of compatibility with the blood of Titanus, near-death resurrection is the best option. As long as he holds his breath for 3 minutes, he can activate the blood of Titanus to restore the injured area, achieving a form of immortality. However, once the blood of Titanus is leveled up to the maximum, the near-death resurrection ability will become useless. After all, if you can't die, how can you be near death? Forget it, I'll keep it for now and activate it when needed. For the sake of efficiency, Suchen didn't directly unlock the near-death ability but decided to take a pause first. He fiddled with the ability tree for half an hour in bed, and out of boredom, he simply reviewed most of the abilities. The ward door was pushed open, and 2 familiar figures walked in, Miao Yueying and Ji Changmin, whom he had met once. Suchen, how's the injury healing? Miao Yueying, holding a gift of consolation, saw Suchen lying in bed in a daze, and flicked his forehead with her finger. You've been out for so long, and now you're just staring into space? The hospital's diagnosis didn't say you had a brain injury, did it? Suchen was speechless. Is this how you visit the injured? I want to change visitors. Alright, our great hero, it was my mistake. Miao Yueying laughed and pulled out a can of hot coffee from her pocket, handing it to Suchen. This time you really stole the spotlight, taking down 2 alone and driving off. Another 2, while protecting that rich young lady from getting hurt, and we couldn't even get through the door outside. How can there be such a big difference between people? Suchen shrugged. People are pushed to their limits. Oh, Miao Yueying made a face of disgust. You're so dirty-minded. Don't misinterpret others' meanings. I wasn't being ambiguous. Suchen, looking frustrated, turned to Miao Yueying and Ji Changmin. Aren't you going to explain to me why I fought alone in the auditorium for 7 or 8 minutes without any backup? It's strange that we didn't consider this thoroughly. Ji Changmin explained helplessly. Originally, when we received your signal, we rushed from our hidden base to the auditorium, but as soon as we arrived, the building started shaking. We thought it was an earthquake and couldn't get in due to the crowd that surged out. Oh, that really was unavoidable. Originally, Xiao Chen and Xiao Miao planned to enter the auditorium through the skylight to support you, but they happened to encounter the ability criminal who was causing the tremors, so they prioritized capturing that guy. No wonder the shaking stopped so soon. Prioritizing the capture of that dangerous individual was indeed the right choice. Once the tremors stopped, the crowd calmed down, and the remaining members of our ability team were about to enter the auditorium to support you, but for some reason, we were blocked by a group of people outside who wouldn't let us in and even closed the main door to block us. The people trying to stop us are prominent figures in the business world, and we can't afford to act aggressively against them. We can only find ways to circumvent them, but wherever we go, they surround us like crazy, preventing us from finding an opportunity to rush into the hall. Later we found out that those people were actually hypnotized by an ability user. Hypnotized? Suchen's mouth twitched, so it was that suited man behind this. No wonder support arrived immediately after we knocked him out. Is the suited man's ability really that powerful? He managed to hypnotize so many people for his use. Suchen initially thought that the group of black-clad bodyguards in the hall was the limit of how many he could hypnotize, but it turned out to be far from it. Suited man?
Ji Changmin said, "You must be talking about that psychic ability user named Jiang Mingzhi, right? He is indeed very dangerous and can easily hypnotize those with lower mental strength than him." 2 years ago, there was a bounty of nearly 3 million for his capture in the country, but he is very cunning and never appears in public. Yesterday was probably the closest we've been to catching him. A bounty of 3 million? Su Chen's eyes widened. Had he known that the man in the suit was so valuable, he would have fought to delay them for a few seconds yesterday. After all, once the man in the suit fainted, help would have arrived immediately. Unfortunately, you can't buy foresight with money. Miao Yueying moved a small stool and whispered, "Su Chen, is it true that you've awakened your lightning element ability?" Su Chen nodded. "Yes, I awakened my lightning element ability while fighting the petrification ability user in the auditorium. Unfortunately, that guy's petrification ability counters my lightning element, otherwise I wouldn't have been beaten so badly. The ability team must have learned about his awakening of the lightning element ability from Mo Lishuan. The arcs of electricity in his palm made it obvious that it was lightning." Miao Yueying said with great interest, "Can you show me? I've never seen an elemental ability user before." "Little Miao," Ji Changmin glared at her, "Su Xiao brother is still an injured person." Miao Yueying shrugged, "Then forget it. You can perform when you're healed, but it's a pity, I guess there's no hope in half a month." "That's not necessarily true." Su Chen smiled knowingly, raised his right hand with his palm in a grasping position, and 5 fingers emitted brilliant blue arcs of electricity, crackling like a stun gun, piercing through the air and dancing like lively spirits between his fingers. After raising his mental power to 19 points, his control over his abilities became increasingly skilled. "It's indeed quite magical." Miao Yueying blinked, staring intently at the arcs of electricity dancing between his fingers, instinctively reaching out to touch it, but quickly stopped herself from this reckless action. Ji Changmin was taken aback. "Little brother, don't use your abilities recklessly while hospitalized. I heard that elemental abilities are very taxing on the body." "It's fine." Su Chen remained calm, leaped off the bed, casually removed the plaster fixed to his left shoulder, and moved his shoulder. "My injury is already healed." Miao Yueying and Ji Changmin looked at him in disbelief, their eyes wide, unable to speak for a while. Ji Changmin held back for a long time before blurting out a few words. "Didn't the hospital diagnose you with serious injuries? How did you recover so quickly?" Miao Yueying also wondered. "The day before yesterday, I saw you almost step into the gates of hell. How could your injuries heal in just 2 days? The hospital can't have such technology. Did you eat some elixir?" Su Chen nonchalantly lied. "I don't know what happened. Anyway, when I woke up, I found that my injuries were miraculously healed." "Maybe it's due to some special ability?" "A special ability?" Miao Yueying stroked her chin. "It can't be that you've awakened another type of special ability, can it?" Ji Changmin hesitated. "That can't be possible, right? Su Xiao brother has already awakened the rare ordinary and elemental abilities. I've never heard of anyone awakening 3 different types of abilities. Has anyone ever awakened 3 abilities in history?" In that case, Su Chen didn't plan to reveal his Titanos bloodline. "The reason my injuries healed so quickly might be due to the additional effects of awakening. Elemental abilities. Think about it, when abilities awaken, there are often manifestations throughout the body, so recovering from injuries isn't that strange." "That's true." Miao Yueying agreed. "Before I awakened my abilities, I had an injury on my knee during my student years. It would hurt whenever I ran fast, but after awakening, the leg injury completely healed." It is indeed possible that awakening abilities can restore injuries. With no better explanation available, Ji Changmin could only reluctantly accept this answer. Su Chen placed the removed bandages and plaster on the hospital bed, saying, "So, can I be discharged now?" He couldn't casually tell the hospital about his rapid recovery. It had to be resolved through the abilities team. "If you insist, I can call the team leader later and have the hospital process your discharge paperwork." Ji Changmin added, "However, I personally recommend that you stay in the hospital a little longer to avoid any lingering issues." Su Chen waved his hand. "No need, I feel great." Team leader Xing was also surprised for a long time upon learning that Su Chen's injuries had healed, just like Miao Yueying and the others. After a lengthy discussion, he finally agreed to let Su Chen leave the hospital. After that, the 3 chatted for a while in the ward. Once the discharge procedures were completed, Su Chen swaggered out of the hospital, said goodbye to Ji Changmin and Miao Yueying, stopped by a store to buy a new phone, and took a taxi home. Where in the hospital can you feel as comfortable as at home? Even if you need to recuperate, you should come back to recover. Comfortably nestled on the sofa, Su Chen turned on the air conditioning, took a can of cold drink from the fridge, took a satisfying sip, and felt great. He pulled out his phone and looked at the string of numbers in his banking app, feeling even more elated. Over 5 million. How should this money be spent? First, I'll go to the forest shop and buy a car tomorrow. What kind of car should I buy? Su Chen hadn't considered this question yet. He originally thought it would be nice to buy a car worth 2 to 300,000, but now that over 5 million suddenly appeared, sticking to the original plan felt a bit too cheap. For him, the main value of the car was to commute between the ability group and home, making it more convenient for future missions. Plus, driving a luxury car around daily would boost his image and allow him to show off to his neighbors and parents back home. If he were to use this car for missions, he had to think carefully. Buying a bulletproof car would be more cost-effective. Regular cars are too fragile. If they get damaged, the repair costs can be significant and they aren't safe. For someone like him who often handles dangerous tasks, a bulletproof car is much safer and more cost-effective. As for which type to buy, let's go to the dealership tomorrow and see. 5 million is definitely enough for a regular luxury car, but for a bulletproof car, we need to think carefully about whether the money is enough. After finishing his drink, Su Chen turned off the lights and prepared to sleep. Just as he snuggled into bed, the doorbell rang in the hallway. He couldn't help but wonder, it was already past 11, even his neighbor Xiaoyi was likely asleep. Who would come knocking at his door? When he opened the door, the figure outside left Su Chen in disbelief. Mo Le Xuan. Why you, how did you get here? Su Chen was shocked. He never imagined that it would be Mo Le Xuan knocking on his door in the middle of the night. What was this rich young lady doing here? I came here to thank you. Mo Le Xuan was wearing a black t-shirt and a small felt hat, creating a hazy beauty under the dim light. She blinked her big eyes while looking at Su Chen. I heard you woke up. I originally wanted to visit you in the hospital, but when I got there, I heard you were discharged. Are your injuries really okay? I've already recovered. Su Chen casually replied, peeking out and looking around. Where's your bodyguard? Wait, you didn't come here alone, did you? Yeah, my parents wouldn't let me go to the hospital to see you, so I sneaked out. Mo Le Xuan said this as if it were a matter of course, tilting her head to look into the room. I put in quite a bit of effort to find your house. Aren't you going to invite me in for a while? You actually sneaked out. Fine, come in then. Su Chen felt a headache coming on, inviting her inside and closing the door, then took out his phone to call team leader Xing. Mo Le Xuan rushed to grab the phone. Hey, who are you calling? Our team leader, of course, to get him to hurry and send you back. Su Chen turned around and dodged Mo Le Xuan's sneak attack, saying irritably, don't you know that 2 kidnappers escaped that day? They might still be watching you, ready to act at any moment. Do you dare to sneak out at this critical time? Are you looking for trouble? Mo Le Xuan blinked and said, but I heard that the kidnappers have already left the city. The police searched the entire city thoroughly and couldn't find any trace of them. They can't just brazenly come back to kidnap me, right? What you hear may not be true. What if they haven't given up? Don't joke about your own safety. Su Chen didn't know that if those 2 escaped ability criminals were still lurking in the city, it wasn't necessarily Mo Le Xuan they hadn't given up on, it was more likely that they hadn't given up on capturing him. The value of an elemental ability user is far more than that of a rich young lady. Hey. Mo Le Xuan sat on the sofa tapping her shoes and had to compromise. It's not urgent to take me back right now. Can you give me 10 minutes? I have some questions I want to ask you. Su Chen stopped dialing and said, what is it? Go ahead. He found that the wealthy young lady was completely different from her demeanor in the hall. At first, she seemed like a beautiful and elegant heiress, but now, she resembled a rebellious child, willful, naive, and even a bit silly. By the way, is your injury really healed? You were clearly hurt so badly, and it's only been less than 2 days. Mo Le Xuan leaned in, wanting to lift the side of Su Chen's shirt to take a look. My recovery ability is quite strong, that little injury is nothing. Su Chen dodged Mo Le Xuan's hand and proactively lifted the side of his shirt, revealing his fair lower back. Not only was there no sign of injury, but even scars had left no trace. This is the power of Titano's blood. Even in its incomplete form, it still possesses unparalleled regenerative abilities. So amazing. Mo Le Xuan's eyes sparkled, like a child discovering something new. How many superpowers do you have? You recovered from such a severe injury so quickly. By the way, can you show me that ability of generating electricity from your palm again? No way, Su Chen refused. Are you kidding? His lightning element ability is just for fun? Although he often plays with it when he's alone, if you ask me to show you, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me? Besides, he has no feelings for Mo Le Xuan. Although this rich young lady is beautiful and comes from a good family, precisely because of that, Su Chen isn't interested in trying to please her. As for the reason, maybe it's his pride getting in the way? Why not? Mo Le Xuan asked curiously, is it because that electric ability consumes a lot of energy? Su Chen casually made up an excuse. Yeah, it consumes a lot. I need to take a lot of supplements and rest for many days to recover. I can't use it carelessly. I see. Mo Le Xuan probed. Then how about I give you $1 million to buy supplements, and you perform for me? No. Just as Su Chen was about to refuse, he keenly heard a number from inside. Wait, what did you say? Can you say that again? Mo Le Xuan said matter-of-factly. I said I would give you $1 million to buy supplements. That's all the pocket money I have these days, and I'm giving it all to you. It's also a small token of gratitude for saving me that day. Just a mere $1 million. Do they really think that little temptation could make me take back what I said before? Su Chen curled his lip in disdain, then raised his hand, his palm crackling with energy, instantly brewing a thunderous glow. Mo Le Xuan stared in amazement at the flickering arcs of electricity in Su Chen's palm, her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, her fair cheeks illuminated by the lightning, giving her an unexpectedly cute and silly look. Mo Le Xuan asked, can you launch it like in the game? Like a lightning ball or a lightning chain? I haven't tried, but maybe I can. Su Chen replied, somewhat uncertain. Previously, he had only attempted to gather the lightning element between his palms, which did produce a powerful arc, but he had never tried to launch it. After all, the electrodes were at both ends of his hands, and physically speaking, once they were separated, the arc would likely vanish. Right now, his mental power was at 19 points, which sparked an idea. You should stand back, preferably by the entrance. I'm going to conduct an experiment and I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Suchen picked up an iron pot from the kitchen and placed it on the stool. He stepped back a few paces, brought his palms together, rubbed them a couple of times, and the electric arc emitted an increasingly intense crackling sound. Then, with his wrist in a Kamehameha pose, he aimed at the iron pot in front of the kitchen door from several meters away, increasing the thunderous output. Crackle! With a loud bang, a lightning-like electric arc shot out from Suchen's palm, twisting in the air and accurately hitting the iron pot as if guided by a tracker. In an instant, the pot glowed red-hot from the immense energy. If an ordinary person were hit, they would either die or be severely injured. Even Suchen was surprised by the power of this thunder. Within a few meters, the thunder would automatically seek out the next conductive target, and humans could indeed be considered good conductors. If he increased the output, he could probably hit a target over 10 meters away. However, there is a fatal flaw: he currently cannot choose his target. Once the thunder is unleashed, it will prioritize the nearest target. Even if that target is standing right behind him, the thunder could curve and hit. Fortunately, he had let Mo Lishuan stay away in advance. If he accidentally injured this rich young lady, it would be a huge problem. Physical, 25 points, strength, 20 points, agility, 20 points, spirit, 19 points. So powerful. Witnessing the power of lightning like a thunderclap, Mo Lishuan had no idea she had brushed with death and excitedly clapped her little hands. Can we do it again? No. Suchen shook his head, glancing at the scalding hot iron pot. Afraid the stool would be burnt, he hesitated and poured a basin of water he fetched from the bathroom over it. Splosh! Scalding steam rose up, the iron pot cooled down slightly, but the entire room became hot and humid like a sauna, and the air conditioner couldn't disperse this heat wave for a while. In the middle of summer, who could stay in such a hot and humid house? Suchen hurried to turn on the kitchen's exhaust fan, called Mo Lishuan into the bedroom, closed the door, and waited for the steam in the living room to dissipate. What a compact little boy's bedroom. Mo Lishuan looked around. Compact. Suchen was speechless. Although his bedroom was less than 10 square meters, it shouldn't be considered too small, right? The thoughts of a rich young lady were hard to comprehend. I've finished the performance you wanted to see, now it's time for someone to take you home, right? Don't rush, Mo Lishuan blinked and said. I haven't finished asking my questions yet. What else can I do? Suchen sighed. Alright, go ahead. Would you be willing to be my personal bodyguard? Mo Lishuan grinned and said, I'll pay whatever salary you want, but the annual salary is guaranteed to be no less than 10 million. How about that? 10 million annual salary. Suchen couldn't help but swallow. This temptation was a bit too great. Did this girl figure out my weakness? Is she deliberately using money, that evil thing, to tempt me? If it weren't for the position in the ability group, he might have said yes without a second thought. A personal bodyguard job pays well, requires little work, and allows him to enjoy the view of beautiful women every day. It might even give him a chance to connect with high society, and the job would only get busy during emergencies, but it's definitely much easier and safer than working in the ability group. However, compared to the benefits of the ability group position, the money from being a personal bodyguard pales in comparison. It might make him rich in the short term, but in the long run, the downsides are numerous. With him following Mo Lishuan every day, when would he have time to complete missions and level up? In the ability group, every mission brings in a ton of experience points, and leveling up is as fast as a rocket. Plus, I could establish a connection with the Research Institute, not only getting my hands on a few vials of serum used by petrified ability users, but there might even be a chance to see ability crystals. It's important to know that the National Research Institute is always at the forefront of scientific research. If there's any treasure worth studying, it will definitely be sent there first. Sorry, I'm not interested in being a personal bodyguard. After careful consideration, Suchen decisively refused, but if you encounter danger again in the future, you can still issue a mission through the ability group, and I can come protect you for a few days without any problem. Mo Lishuan looked shocked, clearly not expecting Suchen to refuse so straightforwardly. She had just heard him change his attitude so quickly when a million was mentioned. Didn't he need money? Little did she know, for Suchen, earning extra money was nice, but his long-term goal was still focused on leveling up. Compared to an invincible system, what is money? Just a material possession. After comforting himself a bit, Suchen finally suppressed the temptation of a 10 million salary. There's no denying it, they say money is a bastard, but it really does look damn good. Is there anything else? Suchen picked up his phone again. If there's nothing else, I'll have Team Leader Xing take you home. It's late at night, and it's not good for a girl like you to be wandering around my house. Mo Lishuan seemed indifferent, sitting on the edge of the bed. What are you afraid of? You're a police officer, so you wouldn't do anything to me, right? Isn't that right, Uncle Police? I'm not a police officer, and definitely not an uncle. Suchen rubbed his forehead. Do I look that old? I shouldn't, I'm only 5 or 6 years older than you. No, I was just joking. Mo Lishuan giggled. This time, Suchen didn't hesitate and quickly dialed Team Leader Xing's number. Xiao Su, what's up so late? I'm busy here. Suchen replied calmly. I think you should come to my house and take a look. Ha? Miss Mo is in my room. Oh, is that all? I know. Ha? This time it was Suchen's turn to be surprised. What do you mean? Do you really think that young lady could just sneak out of her house? That was Mr. Mo's tacit approval, and there were 2 team members and a bunch of bodyguards secretly protecting her along the way. Besides fulfilling her wishes, we were also hoping to lure out the remaining 2 ability criminals. Su-chen was speechless. Upon reflection, it made sense. How could a regular girl like Mo Lishwan easily slip out of a heavily guarded mansion? Did they really think the bodyguards and security were just idling around? However, he really didn't expect the ability group to use Mo Lishwan as bait. Su-chen said, "Alright, it's been a while and there hasn't been any movement from the ability criminals. Can you take her back now?" Well, team leader Xing hesitated. Mr. Mo said she could return whenever she wanted. It's inconvenient for us to intervene here. Xiaosu, why don't you casually chat with her a bit more? See if you can get her to leave on her own? Mr. Mo is currently one of the major investors in their ability division, not only donating that 1 billion, but it seems he also acquired some shares through higher-ups. Anyway, his influence is significant and cannot be refused. Money really does allow one to act with impunity. Anyway, they couldn't rely on team leader Xing for help. Su-chen could only hang up the phone, his gaze mixed with helplessness as he looked at Mo Lishwan, who was staring at him from the edge of the bed. "My lady, just tell me, what will it take for you to go back? I just recovered from my injuries and need to rest. Otherwise, I might just let you sleep here." Mo Lishwan was instead puzzled. "Didn't you call the team leader? Didn't they send someone to pick me up? They told you to go back by yourself. Do you believe that? Was someone secretly following me when I came out?" Mo Lishwan guessed correctly, probably having been secretly protected many times before. "Yes." Su-chen said, "You can now swagger home. Take your time, no need for me to see you off." Mo Lishwan pretended to be pitiful. "Are you really heartless enough to let a beautiful girl walk home alone? Won't you see me home?" "Heartless, not seeing you off." Su-chen knew full well that she wasn't alone. There would definitely be a bunch of bodyguards watching her on the way. Mo Lishwan revealed a clever smile. "Then I won't leave." Well, this girl probably guessed that the ability group hopes she stays longer to lure out the remaining 2 ability criminals, as long as it's not dangerous. "Alright, I'll give you a ride." Su-chen could only compromise. He just wanted to quickly send this goddess away. Although he didn't understand why this young lady was so interested in him, it might be because of his abilities, or perhaps because he saved her. Regardless, Su-chen wasn't interested in getting too involved with her, for a simple reason: their identities were different. Mo Lishwan shook her phone. "Let's add each other on WeChat." "Why do we need to add WeChat? How can I transfer money to you if we don't add each other? Most of my pocket money is in WeChat wallet." "Fine, as you say." After adding each other on WeChat, Mo Lishwan asked for his bank card number, and in the end, she transferred the money using the card number. The WeChat transfer was indeed just a pretense. Su-chen knew that there was a daily limit for WeChat transfers. After dropping Mo Lishwan off at the community entrance, Su-chen looked around. With his keen insight, it was easy to notice that there were indeed people watching from the shadows, and quite a few of them. Seeing Su-chen waiting by the street for a taxi, Mo Lishwan was surprised and asked, "Aren't you driving me?" "No car." Su-chen shrugged. "I was just planning to buy one recently." "Oh." Standing by the street for quite a while, perhaps because it was late at night, they waited nearly 10 minutes without a single taxi passing by this intersection. So troublesome. Su-chen occasionally glanced at the shadowy figures in the dark, wondering if these guys couldn't just drive a car over and take this rich girl back directly? Why make things difficult for a newly awakened injured person? Mo Lishwan suggested, "How about we walk a bit further ahead? Your neighborhood is too remote, there are hardly any taxis passing by here at night." She also expressed a bit of disdain. "That works. It's the only option now, otherwise who knows how long it would take to find a taxi." The streets at midnight were particularly quiet, with few people wandering outside, and vehicles were sparse. Only occasionally would 1 or 2 cars rush past on the main road, breaking the silence. At first, neither of them spoke. Su-chen simply didn't want to talk, while Mo Lishwan seemed to be struggling to find a topic. This little girl is full of curiosity about him and his abilities, and curiosity can often be a troublesome thing, especially for Su-chen, who is full of secrets. His mission system cannot withstand deep scrutiny. In the dim night, Su-chen noticed the white jade bead that occasionally revealed itself on Mo Lishwan's snowy neck, emitting an imperceptible soft glow. The purplish-red color is eye-catching. "Do you usually wear this bead?" With thoughts racing, Su-chen, unusually interested, asked, "Can I take a look?" He recalled the protection mission in the auditorium, which included the task of safeguarding the bead from being stolen. Initially, Su-chen thought it was just because this antique bead was extremely valuable, possibly worth tens of millions, and hard to replace, which warranted such a task. But then he thought carefully, to a billionaire, what's a million worth? The system must have added the requirement of not allowing the bead to be lost for a special reason. Given the system's nature, it would never casually add meaningless task requirements. Moreover, the unusual soft glow emitted by the bead at this moment in the night makes it hard not to suspect that this item might be a valuable supernatural object. "Here, take it." Perhaps because she had just saved her not long ago, Mo Lishwan trusted Su-chen very much. Without any hesitation, she took the necklace off her neck and handed it to him. Holding the jade bead the size of an eyeball in his palm, Su-chen felt a warmth, unsure whether it was Mo Lishwan's body temperature or the temperature emitted by the jade itself. In his hand, the bead's faint glow became even brighter, and even Mo Lishwan noticed that the bead was glowing. What is this? Emolishwan exclaimed in surprise.
It had been nearly half a week since her grandfather gave her the speed, and she had no idea that it could actually glow.
Investigation.
Low-quality spirit jade bead, a bead crafted from a damaged spirit jade once enhanced by Taoist spells. Due to the passage of time, it has lost most of its spiritual energy but still retains some essence, capable of protecting the wearer from illness and evil, promoting longevity, curing diseases, and improving health.
Ding! Discovered residual energy inside that can be absorbed and converted into 3 ability points. Do you wish to absorb it?
Ha! Although it was anticipated that this bead had special functions, Suchin did not expect that the energy within the bead could also be absorbed by the system. 3 ability points, quite an enticing temptation. After glancing at Emolishwan, Suchin shook his head and did not absorb the energy from the bead without permission. Instead, he returned it to her. A gentleman values wealth but takes it through proper means.
While Suchen cannot be considered a paragon of virtue, he does have principles.
The ability crystal that fell from the sky is an unclaimed object. Whoever picks it up first owns it.
If he absorbs it, that's just how it is.
However, this bead is different. It belongs to someone, and he knows the owner, so it wouldn't be right to secretly take it. Moreover, once the bead loses its luster from his hands, it would be hard to conceal the fact that he absorbed the energy, which might lead to a lot of trouble. This kind of treasure is priceless. For some wealthy individuals, it is even more valuable than billions in assets.
If that happens, it's likely that Old Mo's favor would drop from friendly to negative in an instant. It wouldn't be worth stirring up such a huge problem for just 3 ability points. Let's not think about this bead for now.
If there's a chance, finding a way to trade for this jade bead would be a good option.
Suchen reminded,
this bead is quite special, you'd better keep it close and not lose it.
Emolishwan blinked and fastened the necklace around her neck. Is it really like my grandfather said, that it can bring health, longevity, and ward off evil? Pretty much, this bead is indeed a spiritual bead. Suchen nodded. In the future, don't show this necklace around casually.
If someone discovers the value of this jade bead, they
will definitely resort to any means to seize it. You wouldn't want to attract attention from ability criminals again, would you? Emolishwan's face turned slightly pale, clearly recalling some bad memories.
Suchin said, don't be too nervous, I just mentioned it casually. As long as you behave and don't jump around too much, there aren't that many ability criminals out there who would be bored enough to kidnap you.
Emolishwan stubbornly replied, I'm not afraid of those ability criminals.
In a few days, I'll have my grandfather call you over to specifically protect me.
Suchin said helplessly, why do you keep fixating on me? I'm not the strongest in the ability group. How about I recommend someone? What about old G?
His ability can instantly render people unable to fight. He's really powerful.
Emolishwan chuckled. No way, I've set my sights on you.
Walking down the street, ever since Yuju brought up the topic, the two have been chatting casually.
Emolishwan learned a lot about supernatural powers and paranormal phenomena from Su Chen, occasionally showing a surprised expression.
She clearly couldn't believe that dangerous supernatural events often occurred in the city around her.
Common tasks include dealing with little creatures and missing mutated specimens from research labs. Su Chen hasn't encountered events
like ghostly disturbances yet. He has only heard about them from Miao Yueying, and it seems they could happen once or twice a year.
At the same time, Su Chen also learned some insider information from Emolishwan. For example, which project the old man Mo has invested in through higher-ups at the National Research Institute. The gene serum. After walking a few streets, they finally encountered a taxi on night duty. Su Chen took a taxi to send Emolishwan home and then took a cab back home himself. He learned from Emolishwan that the main investment of the old man Mo's company was a project being developed by the Research Institute, the gene serum. Emolishwan actually knows very little about the gene serum.
She rarely pays attention to what her company invests in, and the only reason she knows about the gene serum is that she came across it while collecting information about Su Chen and the Supernatural Abilities Group. Just like what he and Miao Yueying and Shin Sishue speculated during the capture of the mutant dogs, the Research Institute is attempting to develop a super serum like in superhero movies. The serum project is expected to significantly enhance human physical fitness without side effects, and it boasts miraculous effects such as reversing aging and extending lifespan, with even a chance of awakening latent abilities. Setting aside the enhancement of physical fitness and awakened abilities, just the prospect of extending lifespan is enough to make countless wealthy individuals flock to it. Investment in such matters has nothing to do with me, but I'm quite interested in whether the serum project can enhance my own strength. Sitting on the bedroom sofa, Suchin played with the crackling electric arcs between his fingers, pondering how he could get the chance to approach the Research Institute and establish good relations with the internal personnel, as relying solely on the tasks from the abilities group wasn't a good plan. After thinking for a while, he had no clues. He knew too little about the Research Institute, aside from seeing some grassroots researchers during inspections at the meteorite crater on the rooftop. He had hardly encountered the real core research team, and he didn't even know where the institute was located. He yawned. After being disturbed by Emolishwan for so long, he was a bit tired and decided to take a nap first. The long night passed quickly, and the next morning, the doorbell rang with a rhythmic knocking that sounded like a drum.
Su Chen lazily got out of bed with messy hair to open the door. Without even thinking, he knew who it was.
It was the weekend, and yes, it was time for the weekly food raid by Xiaoyi. As expected, standing outside the door was a short and cute girl wearing a clean white shirt and a blue and white sun hat. When she saw Suchin open the door, she made a peace sign, as if she had specially dressed up to pose for him. Xiaoyi jumped up to hug his neck. Brother Suchin, where have you been these past few days? You didn't reply to my WeChat. Where did you go to have fun? Where else could I go? I was working, just on a business trip. My phone broke during the trip and I only bought a new one last night. Suchin shrugged, swayed a bit and set Xiaoyi down from his neck. You shouldn't casually talk about the abilities of the special team with ordinary people, and besides, he didn't plan to tell this little girl. Some things are better left unknown to those who haven't come into contact with this field. Little Lee feigned surprise. Hey, you were serious about that civil servant job you mentioned before? Of course, do you think I'm joking? Suchin said irritably, lightly flicking her forehead. Brother Suchin, don't be so serious. Little Lee covered her reddened forehead, pouting. Your flick was a bit too strong this time. Are you not afraid of making me silly? Suchin awkwardly apologized a couple of times and took out a can of cold drink from the fridge to put on her forehead. His strength was now twice that of an ordinary person. Although he had held back quite a bit earlier, it seemed he still hadn't controlled it to the minimum. This reminded him that while his physical condition had improved, he needed to be more careful in daily life. The two sat on the sofa, and Suchin opened his phone. Shall we order takeout today? Do you want a bucket of chicken or pizza? Only kids make choices. As an adult, I want them all. Little Lee, with her doll-like face, tried to maintain a serious expression, but she was just too cute and funny, which piqued Suchin's interest. He reached out and playfully squeezed her chubby little face. I have to say, it's quite enjoyable to squeeze Little Lee's doll-like face. It's chubby and makes her look like a little girl who hasn't grown up, especially with that expression of wanting to resist but unable to do so, which is very delightful. It wasn't until Little Lee was about to explode in anger, ready to bite him, that Suchin wisely stopped and fulfilled her every wish, leaving Little Lee frustrated without a chance for revenge, staring at him with a wronged expression. 2 takeout meals are just a small matter. He is now a man with a 7-figure bank account. Not to mention 2 meals, even 200 would be just a drop in the bucket. Originally, fast food like pizza or family buckets is best enjoyed at specialized restaurants, but both Suchin and Little Lee prefer to eat at home whenever possible. So, as long as they don't have to cook, ordering takeout became the norm. The takeout arrived quickly. The two of them ate while watching TV. Although his injuries have healed, the ability team still granted Suchin an additional week of paid leave, allowing him to rest and enjoy himself without worrying about being called for a mission. With a chicken leg in his mouth, Suchin suddenly thought of something and said to Xiaoyi, I'm going to buy a car later. Do you want to come with me? Buy a car? Xiaoyi blinked her big eyes and gave him a knowing look. A second-hand one? Suchin raised an eyebrow. I'm going to buy a car from a forest dealership. Oh. Xiaoyi nodded knowingly. I heard that second-hand cars from forest dealerships are of good quality, just a bit expensive. If we don't talk about second-hand cars, we're still good friends. Suchin shot a glare at the little girl, who said I was going to buy a second-hand car. Xiaoyi looked innocent, chewing on a pizza, and mumbled, but Suchin Gij, can you afford a new car? You wouldn't be buying a Wuling Hung one, right? Honestly, I doubt your savings can even buy a second-hand car. Since Suchin moved here, he has known the neighbor's family for almost a year, and Xiaoyi's understanding of him is quite deep. Since Suchin started working, he has never compromised on his personal life. With a salary just over 4,000, he rents a 1-bedroom apartment by himself, bought a gaming console, occasionally spends on game discs, and sometimes buys ingredients to cook for himself. His little life is quite comfortable. It's a bit exaggerated to say he's living paycheck to paycheck, but he really doesn't save much each month. Rough estimates show that in nearly a year, he could save around 5 or 6,000 at most. After Xiaoyi said that, Suchin found himself unable to refute. Well, would you believe me if I said I'm actually a hidden millionaire? I don't believe it. Xiaoyi shook her head like a rattle drum. You can't be serious. Suchin sighed. You've killed the conversation. Xiaoyi blinked. Alright, then I believe you. Forget it, I won't argue with a little girl like you. I'll take you out later to broaden your horizons. Suchin hummed a tune and continued to happily chew on his chicken leg. When he buys that luxury car in full later, this little girl won't have a choice but to believe him. After finishing the pizza and family bucket, Suchin took Xiaoyi straight to the nearest forest dealership. Seeing customers enter the store, a female attendant approached. Sir, what price range of cars are you interested in? Suchin glanced at the exhibits in the showroom and saw a large array of brands, including Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Volkswagen, Audi, and so on. There were hardly any cars priced under 100,000, and he was a bit dazzled. With so many luxury brands, which one should he choose? After hesitating for a moment, Suchin simply asked the female attendant, do you have any bulletproof cars? Ha? Bulletproof cars? The female attendant was taken aback. Are you really looking to buy a bulletproof car? The female attendant's gaze was slightly puzzled, unsure if she doubted Suchin's ability to afford one or was curious why he would want to buy a bulletproof car that ordinary people hardly ever use. Looking at his attire, he didn't seem like someone particularly wealthy. Bulletproof cars are generally purchased by high-ranking officials, business tycoons, professional military and police, or agents. At first glance, Suchin was wearing a cheap t-shirt that probably cost around 10 yuan, and the total value of his clothes was likely not more than 200.
He didn't seem to fit into any of those categories. The female attendant thought Su Chen was just asking casually. Following her professional principles, she took out a small notebook and flipped through a few pages. We have several models of civilian bulletproof cars, but the prices are mostly above 4 million, with the highest reaching 10 million. The models around 100,000 aren't available here. In the end, the female attendant flipped back to the page for the armored vehicles, signaling Su Chen if he wanted to take a look at a certain model she recommended. No need. Could you show me the list of armored vehicles? I want to pick one. Su Chen refused. He was determined to buy an armored vehicle, as there would be dangers in future missions. The female attendant looked at Su Chen with a mix of surprise and doubt. She didn't say anything and handed him the sales brochure. If this young man really wanted to buy an armored vehicle, she would make a big profit. If not, it wouldn't be a loss, and it wouldn't take much time. Little E curiously asked, Brother Su Chen, when did you become so interested in armored vehicles? Those cars usually start at several million, and hardly anyone asks about them. Su Chen smiled mysteriously. I have my own decisions. All right. Outside, Little E didn't say much more, leaning her little head next to Su Chen to look at the models in the brochure together. Su Chen scanned several armored vehicle models, and the prices were indeed incredibly high, with some even over 10 million. The amount he had was only enough for a down payment. Although there were a few models priced reasonably, they looked too ugly and weren't suitable for showing off. In the end, weighing the price and the show-off factor, he chose the BMW X5 armored vehicle. A pure black car body, steady and elegant. The price is under 5 million. After all the processes, it's expected to be just over 5 million. He has nearly 7 million in hand, enough to afford this car and also buy a parking space nearby. He asked the previous waitress, how much for this car? Can I see a sample? The waitress thought Su Chen had made a choice and walked over with a smile, but when she saw he was still choosing a bulletproof car, her smile froze a bit. Sir, we don't have this car in stock, and the full payment would be at least over 5 million. If you really want to buy a similar model, I recommend you first check out the regular BMW X5. It looks almost the same and is around 800,000. Okay, sure, take me to see the regular model first. Su Chen nodded. Looking at the regular model first without the bulletproof option was also fine since both models were quite similar. The waitress couldn't help but ask, Sir, are you really not considering this model that's around 100,000? I really won't consider it. Su Chen knew his outfit didn't look like he could afford a luxury car, so he explained helplessly, rest assured, I can afford the bulletproof car. More communication between people means fewer troubles. Although the saleswoman was still half in doubt after hearing Su Chen's words, she became noticeably more enthusiastic, taking him to see the regular BMW X5 and even letting him sit in it for a test drive. She mentioned that the interior of the bulletproof version would be even more luxurious. Su Chen wasn't knowledgeable about luxury cars, he was just an outsider. He casually bargained for a discount and simply signed the contract to buy it in full. Once he paid the deposit, the saleswoman couldn't stop smiling. The commission from selling a luxury car was definitely not low, especially since it was a full payment. The saleswoman sincerely said, Mr. Su, rest assured, although we don't have the stock in our store and need to source it from elsewhere, it won't take long. You will be notified to pick up the car within 2 days at the latest. Okay, as soon as possible. Su Chen nodded, tucked the receipt into his pocket, and led the astonished Xiaoyi out of the 4S store. Xiaoyi stared at him in disbelief. Brother Su Chen. So what? I told you I'm a hidden rich man, now do you believe it? Su Chen said with a smug smile, waiting for Xiaoyi's reaction. Xiaoyi hesitated and said, You wouldn't have gone to rob someone, right? A couple of days ago, I saw on the news that our city seems to be offering a huge reward for someone. It wouldn't be you, would it? Nonsense. Su Chen's face darkened. My money is from legitimate sources, and part of it is even a bonus awarded by the state. Oh, Xiaoyi was half convinced. Su Chen couldn't say that this was the reward for saving a wealthy young lady, so he could only reach out and pinch Xiaoyi's cheek hard, leaving it at that. He could probably guess who the news was offering a huge reward for. It was most likely those two ability criminals who hadn't escaped yet. The police were determined to catch these two remaining fugitives, casting a wide net across the city, even deploying a large number of personnel at the airport, subway, and train stations. To be honest, those two guys would have a hard time escaping the city unless they could sprout wings and fly over or dig a tunnel like rats to cross the Wei River. If I encounter those two again, I need to find a way to restrain their abilities. One is a psychic, and the other is petrification. Neither is easy to deal with. Just thinking about their abilities gave Su Chen a headache. They were too troublesome. After leaving the 4S store, with 1 or 2 hours until lunchtime, Su Chen decided to take a taxi with Xiaoyi to Qingfeng Park, as he wanted to see how the small forest in the park was being handled. Walking along the park path, the area that was once a lush forest had been completely cleared, surrounded by iron walls for construction. Is it sealed off? Indeed, this forest has had fatalities, and with the little creatures probably having dug numerous holes underground, for whatever reason, the small forest is no longer suitable to continue existing. Brother Su Chen, it seems like someone over there has been staring at you. Xiaoyi tugged at his sleeve, pointing towards the direction of the park's fitness facilities. Su Chen looked over and indeed found a young woman curiously staring at him, who quickly averted her gaze when he met her eyes. Xiaoyi asked curiously, Do you know her? No, I don't.
Suchin shook his head. He really had no impression of that woman. With his memory at 19, he would definitely remember if he had seen her before.
Then that's strange. Why was she staring at you just now? Could it be that I'm attracting attention with my good looks?
Little Yi disdainfully said, Brother Suchen, you're so thick-skinned. Suchen shrugged, not taking Little Yi's words to heart. He knew well that while he was somewhat good-looking, he wasn't at the level to turn heads. Scout. He hadn't planned to get involved much, but out of caution, Suchen used his scouting ability on the young woman by the fitness equipment. Dongli, female upright primate, height 162 centimeters, weight 98 kilograms, in good health, ability unknown.
Target attribute information acquired.
Physique, 11 points, strength, 10 points, agility, 10 points, spirit, 18 points.
Suchen looked surprised and muttered, another ability user?
Other attributes are average, but the spirit is quite high.
Could she be another psychic ability user? Hearing Suchen mumble, Little Yi curiously asked, What are you mumbling about, Brother Suchen? It's nothing. I need to talk to that sister over there. You go to the store and buy 2 ice creams, okay? I want chocolate flavor. After sending Little Yi to the store, Suchen walked straight towards the young woman.
The young woman showed a hint of inexplicable panic when she saw Suchen approaching, stood up from the bench, and hurriedly prepared to leave. But how could Suchen let her slip away so easily? An ability user was worth 10 points. Stepping forward, Suchen grabbed the woman's wrist and pulled out his police badge from his pocket. Police investigation, please cooperate. Police, the young woman exclaimed in surprise. Suchen nodded. Upon seeing the police badge, most people would first assume he was a police officer. He couldn't be bothered to explain anyway, since the ability group was technically a special law enforcement agency, just with a more unique nature.
Suchen got straight to the point. You seem to be staring at us just now?
If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't be much of a concern, but since the other party was an ability user, the nature of the situation was
entirely different.
This could involve their ability. Perhaps staring at him earlier was a form of reconnaissance, mind reading, or mental control. And no, I was just casually looking at the scenery, she stammered.
The young woman averted her gaze. Can you let go of my hand? Officer, I shouldn't have done anything wrong, right? It didn't matter if the woman denied it. Suchen straightforwardly asked, What is your ability? Ability? What do you mean?
The woman was taken aback, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. I don't understand what you're talking about. For someone who refuses to acknowledge their supernatural abilities, Suchen usually used strong measures to make them confess, like with that man in black before. But this approach clearly couldn't be used on this woman. She hadn't committed any crimes and had not revealed any powers.
He couldn't just use suspicion to act violently against a stranger girl.
Suchen decided to bluff her. Stop pretending, I'm also a supernatural being, and I can see that you possess special abilities.
The woman looked surprised and suspicious. You can see the aura too? Aura? Suchen looked at her in confusion. What do you mean by the aura you see?
Realizing she had slipped up, the woman's expression turned frustrated, and she ultimately resigned herself to confess everything. It turned out that this woman's ability was to see a halo around people, similar to an aura, which she had just awakened yesterday. The halos she saw seemed to relate to a person's fortune, life strength, mental power, and condition. She could even roughly infer a person's fortune, strength, and condition from the intensity, brightness, and shape of their halo, and she could slightly alter a part of the halo with her hands.
So, you were staring at me to look at my aura? Suchen had a somewhat strange expression.
This so-called aura is a bit mysterious. While it's not unusual to discern a person's strength, being able to perceive their fortune and even make slight changes to it with one's will is quite puzzling.
Yes, that's right.
The woman felt a bit shy. The aura around you is quite astonishing. Not only is the brightness and size of your aura several times greater than that of an ordinary person, but its shape is also jagged, with many peculiar aspects. I've never seen someone with such a powerful aura before, so I couldn't help but look a few more times.
Peculiar aspects? What do you mean?
Suchen was puzzled. He wasn't surprised that his aura was stronger than that of an ordinary person. After all, his basic attributes were already twice as high as those of an average person. Ordinary people's auras are pale white, but yours contains other elements. According to the woman, an ordinary person's aura is only a faint halo, about the thickness of a few sheets of paper, but Suchen's aura is as thick as a ping-pong paddle. What's strange is that his aura seems to contain faint blue currents and bizarre red veins.
After hearing the woman's description, Suchen felt relieved instead.
He didn't expect that this woman could even see other people's abilities. Aside from lacking detail, it was much stronger than reconnaissance abilities.
What is your name, student?
Suchen noticed that the woman was quite young, looking like she was not yet 20. If she was still studying, she should be a college student. My name is Dongli, the woman said weakly. I'm from a normal university.
Do you have your ID? Let me see it.
Suchen reached out to take the woman's ID, quickly memorizing her ID number, and pulled out his phone to call team leader Shing, asking how to handle this college student who had awakened special abilities. This student named Dongli was still in school, so it was obviously impossible for her to join the team. For this type of ability user, the special abilities group should have corresponding placement measures such as registration and supervision. Hey, team leader, it's me. Oh, I'm fine, just found another ability user. I don't even know how I discovered it, just happened to bump into her in the park. I can't bring her over, she's a college student, but I do have her ID number. Could you send someone to handle this? As expected, team leader Xing was almost stunned upon learning he had found another ability user, repeatedly asking if he had some kind of trick. Su Chen remained calm. After all, he would rely on investigations to find more ability users during this time. He was surprised by team leader Xing, as once the ability wave became widely known, this channel for earning points would probably be gone. Dongli listened curiously and nervously from the side, and when Su Chen finished his call with team leader Xing, she leaned in as if wanting to ask something. Su Chen preemptively replied, "Someone will come to find you soon, don't worry. We are a legitimate national organization, and there will be no slicing experiments or anything like you might imagine. Alright, that's it, goodbye." Just then, Xiaoyi returned with ice cream. Su Chen left the bewildered Dongli behind and quickly walked over to the little girl. He had finally managed to take a day off, and he didn't want to waste his time answering questions. Doing this explanation once or twice was fine, but doing it too often became a bit tiresome. "What did you guys talk about? Why does she look so strange?" Little E handed an ice cream to Su Chen, tilting her head and looking at Dongli, who seemed hesitant to say something. "Just some work-related matters." Su Chen shrugged, waved goodbye to Dongli, and turned to leave the park with Little E. Although the ability related to the light circle was somewhat interesting, it didn't pique his interest much. Plus, this girl was still in college, and was unlikely to become his colleague in the future. He didn't like to waste time on people with whom he was destined to have little interaction. Leading Little E out of Qingfeng Park. On the way, Su Chen glanced at his bank savings on his phone. Even after deducting the over 5 million he would spend on buying a car, he still had about 1.5 million left, a sum that would significantly improve his life. After a moment's thought, he transferred 20,000 to his parents' account back home and left a message on WeChat saying that earning big money also meant he should show some respect to his parents, even though they weren't really short on money. "Brother Su Chen, where are we going to play?" Little E, eating ice cream, suggested excitedly, "How about we go to the amusement park? I haven't been since middle school, and I heard there's a newly opened haunted house nearby that's really scary. Let's go have some fun together." Su Chen chuckled in disbelief. "I just came to the forest store to buy a car. I never said I would take you out to play. That amusement park isn't far, it won't take much time to go there." Little E's eyes lit up with an idea. "Brother Su Chen, how about we make a bet? Let's bet on whether you will get scared in that haunted house." "How could a haunted house at an amusement park scare me? The scenes are all fake, and the ghosts are just people in costumes. It might scare a little girl like you, but I bet I won't be scared at all." Knowing this was Little E's way of goading him, Su Chen smiled but didn't call her out on it. Instead, he went along with it and agreed to accompany her to the haunted house. Since he didn't know what else to do during the holidays and his main quest was almost complete, there was no rush for leveling up. Staying home playing games seemed a bit too reclusive, so who would refuse to take a cute little girl to the amusement park? The amusement park is not far from Qingfeng Park, located in the suburban area, only 2 or 3 stops away. The two of them didn't take a taxi and simply walked over. Upon arriving at the amusement park, they had originally planned to just visit the haunted house, but Xiaoyi was bouncing around, dragging Su Chen to try out the roller coaster, pirate ship, and other rides first. However, these sensory thrills were too mild for Su Chen. He felt nothing at all. His physical and mental resilience was double that of an average person, making it hard for him to be stimulated by the weightlessness and speed of the roller coaster. His heart rate never exceeded 100 throughout the ride. After going around, the finale attraction at the back of the amusement park was indeed the haunted house. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen realized that this haunted house was quite extraordinary. It had taken over a row of storefronts in a plaza, including the second and third floors and the basement, all belonging to this horror house, with the bloody, thrilling words "horror house" printed above. At the entrance, there were dozens of people lined up. It was incredibly popular, almost extending outside the plaza's ticket booth. Is this haunted house really doing so well? Su Chen looked around in amazement. The people waiting in line didn't seem like actors. Why don't I remember this amusement park having such a popular haunted house? Hee, Su Chen, you don't know this, but this horror house just opened 3 days ago. It made a name for itself on the first day of business, and I've heard the ghosts inside are particularly realistic. Plus, the staff dressed as ghosts are really good at acting. It's almost become a popular spot online. Little E hugged Su Chen's arm excitedly, saying, "Originally, my classmates wanted to drag me here yesterday, but I still wanted to come with you, Su Chen. How about that? Isn't that thoughtful?" "Oh," Su Chen said with a playful smile, "I might just scare you together with the staff inside." "You dare," Little E said, making a fierce face with her claws out. "If you scare me, I'll bite you." Standing at the end of the line and looking at the long queue ahead, Su Chen said, "There are way too many people waiting for this horror house. At this rate, how long will we have to wait?" In order to enhance the experience, the horror house only allows one group of visitors in at a time, and it usually takes nearly 10 minutes to come out. With so many people, it's hard to believe how many hours it will take to get to them. It might be dark by the time we do. "It's okay, it will be quick," Little E said. "This haunted house is really terrifying. Many people can't even last a minute before being scared out by a ghost. Generally, each round ends in about 2 or 3 minutes, so we can expect to wait around half an hour at most." "Is it really that scary?" Su Chen was somewhat skeptical. How scary could the staff in the haunted house be to scare someone out with just one glance? Just as he was wondering, a commotion erupted ahead. A man rushed out from the entrance of the Mountain Village Corpse Project in a panic, followed closely by a girl who screamed as she crawled out. Both were a mess, crying and snotting. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were scared out of their wits. Some people were amazed at the couple's disarray, itching to experience it themselves as soon as it was their turn. Others seemed unfazed and instead discussed how this couple might break up since the man actually left the girl behind and ran out first. Tourists were buzzing with chatter. Those two just went in for a minute. Did they see the old corpse right away and get so scared they peed themselves? What terrible luck. They must have foolishly run over to the urn stand, not knowing they need to avoid it to escape the old corpse's pursuit. I managed to last 10 minutes just by doing that last time. Why hide from the urn? If it were me, I'd just grab it and throw it. Wow, you're bold, man. Aren't you afraid the boss will make you pay for it? What's there to be afraid of? How much can an urn be worth? If we clear the game, there's a reward of 10,000. Are you still thinking about that 10,000? It's been 3 days and I haven't heard of anyone clearing it. Those guides online are useless. I've played so many times and I've already spent over 1,000. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Suchen's expression became increasingly strange and he grew curious about the haunted house. The tourists were almost unanimously praising the haunted house for its realistic props, dedicated actors, terrifying atmosphere, and thrilling experience. If there weren't so many of them, Suchen would really think they were all hired. The pace of each round ahead was indeed fast. Within a few minutes, the tourists were all scared and ran out from the entrance. In less than 20 minutes, it was Suchen and his companion's turn. The tickets they bought were also for the old corpse of the mountain village. There were also 2 other attractions, Juan and the Ring, next to it, but Suchen thought the old corpse, which was a shadow from his childhood, might be more interesting and could better stimulate his senses. This haunted house project in the mountain village is quite large. As soon as you enter, you find yourself in a retro, dilapidated room. According to the introduction on the ticket, all scenes from the 3 parts are here, with the horror level gradually increasing from the 3rd part to the 1st. The earlier visitors discussing the urns are probably referring to the 3rd part scene. Suchen watched the Old Corpse trilogy when he was a child. To be honest, the 1st part is indeed scary. The Old Corpse and is a childhood nightmare. The 2nd part is just okay, but the 3rd part is practically a comedy. It's hard to imagine what could be frightening about a project based on that. After passing through a dark corridor and taking about 7 or 8 steps, pushing open a large door reveals the haunted house scene. A gloomy and dilapidated hall comes into view, with a few black wooden tables set with worn teacups and the walls adorned with several black and white memorial photos. The most eye-catching is the urn placed on the round table in the center. It doesn't seem that scary at all. Little E, who was originally huddled behind Suchen, looked around and realized there wasn't even a ghostly shadow in the room. It was no different from an ordinary countryside house. I'm quite curious about what kind of ghosts the staff in this haunted house will portray. It seems like there weren't any ghostly entities in Rural Old Corpse 3 at all, right? In domestic horror films, ghosts rarely appear directly on screen. Most of the time, characters are killed off in mysterious ways, pushing the story forward through suspicion, despair, and thrills. It's more akin to suspense than supernatural phenomena. Suchen walked directly to the urn and simply picked it up in his hands. The urn was quite large, with a white base and blue edges, adorned with patterns that made it look like something sold at a street market. Very insincere. Upon lifting the lid, he found some grayish-white powder inside. He wasn't sure what it was. Could it be chalk dust? Or perhaps flour? In any case, it definitely couldn't be real ashes. Suchen Gij. It seems like there's something over there? Hearing strange noises from the side room, Xiaoi quickly darted behind him to hide. It should be the ghost making its entrance. Suchen smiled calmly, set the urn down, and walked toward the source of the noise, mainly curious about what kind of ghost the staff would be playing. As they pushed the door open, the side room was a small bedroom. No one paid much attention to the decor, as both of their gazes were immediately drawn to a small boy curled up in the corner of the bed. The boy appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, his head buried between his legs, trembling, and occasional sobs could be heard, as if he were crying. Should we go take a look? Suchen said with a smile to Xiaoi. Xiaoi pouted. I'm not going over there. He probably has a really scary makeup on, and when someone approaches, he'll suddenly look up. It's such an old trick, it's boring. While they came to the haunted house for excitement, knowing they would get scared yet intentionally triggering the scare was a bit dull. After joking with each other, they ignored the sobbing child in the corner and prepared to continue exploring other rooms in search of the exit to the next scene. They pushed open another door, revealing a bathroom. The bathroom walls were covered in bloody handprints and stains, and in the bathtub lay a bloodied boy, eyes wide open and lifeless, staring blankly at the ceiling. Little E was startled and took a step back, quickly regaining her composure. Huh? This child looks a bit familiar? Suchen said. This child is dressed exactly like the one in the bedroom earlier. Look at the scars on his wrist. It's a suicide. Yes, he should be the Bozai from The Village of the Dead 3. Oh, I don't understand. Little E hasn't seen The Village of the Dead series. Suchen glanced at the boy in the bathtub, confirming he was real and only about 8 or 9 years old. By the way, doesn't this count as employing child labor by the haunted house owner? Maybe this child is a relative of the owner? Little E blinked and tentatively pulled at the bloody hand of the boy, exclaiming, his hand is so cold. And he's completely still. Oh my god, could he really be a corpse?
Su Chen was taken aback. No way? Just as he was about to check on the boy, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the door, causing them both to instinctively turn to look towards the hall. A pale face with rolling white eyes suddenly appeared behind them. Turning around, they were nearly face to face. A zero-distance encounter. Ah! Little E screamed in fright and couldn't help but hug Su Chen's arm, shrinking behind him. Little E? Su Chen wasn't scared by the ghostly face. Instead, he was startled by Little E's sudden scream, which was piercingly loud. Glancing at the disheveled blue-dressed ghost, he immediately recognized her as Mei E from the old corpse in the Mountain Village 1. Even though he was puzzled as to why a ghost from Part 1 would appear in the scene of Part 3, Little E's terrified scream made him prioritize avoiding the staff member first, otherwise he wouldn't be able to calm her down. Ahem, excuse me. Su Chen protected Little E with one hand and calmly walked past the ghost, closing the bathroom door behind him and inadvertently trapping the staff member who was dressed as a ghost inside, continuing to push open other doors in search of an exit. Once out of the ghost's sight, Little E finally calmed down, but she still clung tightly to the hem of Su Chen's shirt. Was it really that scary? Su Chen teased. Didn't you say you usually have a lot of courage? So why did this scare you? Little E stubbornly said, that guy walks as silently as a ghost, suddenly appearing behind me. Anyone would be scared. Then why wasn't I scared? Little E fell silent for a moment before saying, usually, I wouldn't react so strongly in this kind of situation, but that female ghost felt particularly terrifying. The moment I saw her, my heart skipped a beat and I was completely dazed. I actually think it wasn't that scary. The makeup on that female ghost wasn't terrifying, right? It looked like she just applied too much foundation. Su Chen shrugged. Perhaps due to his mental fortitude at 19, he wasn't easily frightened, even had the leisure to observe her makeup. The only thing that puzzled him was how that female ghost had approached him unnoticed. With his current physical condition, he should have sensed someone getting close immediately, but that ghost seemed to truly approach silently. Back in the hall, the two found that the urn had shattered, scattering ashes all over the floor. The loud noise they heard in the bathroom earlier must have been the urn breaking. We don't have to compensate for this urn, do we? This was the first thought that crossed Su Chen's mind. The second thought is that there should be other staff members in costume. Speaking of which, we've been exploring for about 3 or 4 minutes, right? Besides the Aunt May we just encountered, this scene doesn't seem to have anything else scary. How did they scare other visitors away in just 1 or 2 minutes? Little E complained, I think if it weren't for how calm you were, Brother Su Chen, that female ghost would have scared me away. Was it really that terrifying? It really was. Su Chen and Little E were searching for an exit in the haunted house. In the monitoring room of the haunted house, a young man was sitting with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette while watching the two on the monitor screen. Strange, this guy isn't afraid of Aunt May? He's quite bold. Looks like I need to let Aunt May release a bit more of her resentment. The young man seemed to be the owner of the haunted house, muttering to himself a few sentences when a terrifying figure appeared behind him. It was the blue-clothed woman who had previously scared Su Chen and Little E. Strangely, wasn't this woman supposed to be locked in the bathroom by Su Chen? How did she suddenly appear in the monitoring room? The young man pointed at the blue-clad woman's forehead and said, unlock another 10% of the resentment. A total of 30% should be enough to scare that person away. Go ahead. As he spoke, the young man waved his hand, and the blue-clad woman retreated into the shadows and disappeared. If Su Chen had seen this scene, he would have instantly realized that this was no joke, but a real ghost. And this young boss, using some unknown method, could easily control the ghost. The focus shifted back to the other side. Su Chen and Xiaoyi had already found the path to the second scene and quickly bypassed the area, heading straight for the dilapidated old house in the first scene to look for an exit. During this time, Su Chen was nearly startled by some strange things. For example, there was a blood-soaked ceiling, and suddenly he felt a chill on his face. Looking closer, he found his face smeared with thick blood. When he looked up, he saw a distorted human-shaped corpse hanging above, grinning at them. Anyone would feel creeped out. This haunted house, while not as terrifying as advertised outside, does have quite professional actors, and the boss has a wild imagination, using all sorts of bizarre scare tactics. After a series of terrifying scenes, Su Chen was doing alright. Since he got the system, he has been particularly bold, while Xiaoyi was completely cowering behind him like a quail, trembling and too scared to look outside. Xiaoyi buried her head and asked, Brother Su Chen, have we reached the exit yet? Not yet, the owner has hidden the exit quite well. I knew this 10,000 yuan reward wouldn't be easy to get. The ticket for this haunted house costs over 100 yuan, which is quite expensive. However, the promotional flyer claims a reward of 10,000 yuan for clearing the game. It's the first time I've seen a haunted house dare to do such a promotion, and it has attracted quite a few people because of the hype. Just as Su Chen was pushing the door to look for the exit, a sinister figure floated behind him, raising its pale hands and reaching for his neck. Feeling a chill on his neck, Su Chen thought it was Xiaoyi playing a prank on him. Xiaoyi, stop messing around, I'm busy right now. Ha? I didn't do anything, Xiaoyi replied in confusion. In the dim light, Su Chen took a closer look and realized there were a pair of pale arms around his neck, pretending to strangle him. In an instant, he became alert and instinctively tried to grab the arms to throw them over his shoulder. Fortunately, he held back. Beating up the haunted house staff would probably cost a lot.
When he turned around, sure enough, that disheveled, pale face reappeared before him, her mouth wide open, eerily stopping not far from Su Chen's face, and the chilling aura unexpectedly froze him in place. She walks as silently as if there's no sound at all. I was so focused, yet I didn't even notice someone approaching. Su Chen came to his senses, glanced at the ghostly figure, and couldn't help but laugh. Sister, you're really too dedicated. With your mouth open so wide, aren't you afraid of dislocating it? Next time, don't grab my neck. I almost reflexively hit back. The ghost stood in front of him, her arms still gripping his neck on both sides, but she didn't actually make contact, nor did she remove her hands, just holding them there, her pale eyes staring intently at him. Seeing the ghost not moving, Su Chen simply took the initiative to move her arms away. As his hand touched the ghost, he found her body temperature strange, as cold as when Xinglu, as if she had no warmth at all, and somewhat damp, resembling a real corpse. Before the surveillance, the young man noticed that Su Chen was still unafraid of Aunt May and frowned, saying, "Forget it, I'll unleash 60% of the resentment at once and scare him to death. I refuse to believe that there are truly people in this world who aren't afraid of ghosts." Aunt May, standing in front of Su Chen, suddenly moved, her arms twisted into a strange posture as she reached for Su Chen's face, making eerie threatening sounds, her mouth widening more and more, with blood gradually seeping from the sides, exuding an even more sinister aura. Su Chen was indeed stunned for a moment by this sudden scene. It felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, causing him to shiver all over, as an unknown fear rose from his heart. But this paralyzing terror didn't last long. He quickly regained his clarity and, inexplicably, reached out his hand to support the ghost woman's chin, forcefully closing her mouth with a snap. At that moment, Aunt May was stunned. The young man in front of the surveillance was also stunned. Wow, this guy is really something. The young man couldn't help but slap his thigh. I underestimated these brave ones. There really are people in this world who aren't afraid of ghosts. If this guy were in a horror movie, he would definitely be a master of self-destruction. The resentment he keeps feeling is a kind of aura and mental suggestion released by the ghost. He has personally tested this. An ordinary person can be scared to the point of wetting themselves with just 20% of that resentment. If he prepared himself mentally, he could barely handle 30 to 40% before breaking down. That deep-seated feeling of terror, he believes no one in this world could withstand it completely. Giving Su Chen a 60% increase in that resentment is already a significant consideration. He thinks it's rare to find someone so carefree. Unexpectedly, not only did the other party not fear it, but they also closed Aunt May's jaw. To be honest, Su Chen didn't even know how he was compelled to reach out and close her mouth. Perhaps he was worried that this dedicated staff member might accidentally dislocate her jaw. The key point isn't this. After wandering in the haunted house for so long, he gradually began to feel a sense of incongruity. The staff members dressed as ghosts are oddly dedicated. At least from his observation, he couldn't find a single flaw, and even when he looked closely at this female ghost, he couldn't see any rise and fall of her chest while breathing. Could it be that I've encountered a real ghost? Combining the cold touch from earlier, Su Chen's expression changed slightly as he cautiously threw a probe at the female ghost. Beautiful aunt, a powerful ghost, height 168 centimeters, weight 0, special abilities, teleportation, soul intimidation, telekinesis. For more information, please engage further with the target. What the hell? Seeing the system's pop-up notification, Su Chen widened his eyes in shock and quickly retreated several steps while holding Xiaoyi. No way, did I really encounter a ghost? The system's probe couldn't possibly deceive him. It said powerful ghost, so it definitely couldn't be anything else. Calm down, calm down. First, observe carefully. Su Chen held his breath and scrutinized the female ghost in the blue dress. She looked almost exactly like the ghostly images from the movies he remembered: pale face, white eyes, completely still nostrils, and a chilling aura surrounding her. Hiss, no, I need to take it slow. His expression became a bit stiff as he protected Xiaoyi in his arms and stepped back cautiously. It was better not to know before, but suddenly realizing that this thing in front of me is truly a ghost, anyone would freak out upon encountering it. It's no longer just a matter of courage. Did we accidentally run into a ghost, or are the staff in this haunted house real ghosts? Su Chen had this question pop up in his mind. Fortunately, this fierce ghost hadn't attacked them before, and for some reason now, it can only scare them but won't truly harm them. Otherwise, that pair of ghostly claws on his neck could easily take his life. Seeing Su Chen retreat, Aunt May also glared at him with malice, slowly closing the distance. Although the blue robe covered her feet, it was clear from her floating movement that this guy was advancing while hovering. Xiaoyi, there's nothing fun about this haunted house, and we probably won't find the exit anytime soon. How about we go eat first? Su Chen tried not to look at the female ghost in front of him, suggesting to Xiaoyi that they leave. It wasn't that he was scared of the female ghost, but he was worried that if something unexpected happened, Xiaoyi, being an ordinary person, could easily get hurt. Ha! Weren't we exploring just fine? Why suddenly want to quit? Although Xiaoyi still dared not lift her head, she protested, let's look for a bit longer, the exit might be nearby. We might even become the first tourists to pass through this haunted house. Whether we pass through or not doesn't matter, the key is how to avoid this deity in front of us. As he watched the ghostly woman gradually approaching, Su Chen forced a bitter smile. Perhaps because he showed signs of retreat, the ghostly woman seized the opportunity to reveal an even more terrifying expression, her ghostly claws raised, and he could faintly see her sharp nails. Just based on appearance, the ghostly woman undoubtedly couldn't instill fear in him. However, the air around the ghostly woman subtly exuded a chilling aura, and once in contact with this aura, an uncontrollable sense of terror would flood his mind.
There are many forms of fear in this world.
Some people will cry and scream, some will run away, and some will be frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. But Suchin clearly did not belong to any of those three categories. Stimulated by fear, his first thought was actually to punch the ghostly woman. Don't ask him why, he just felt that impulse. After struggling to suppress the urge to act, Suchen simply ignored the female ghost like before and continued to search for an exit with Xiaoyi.
He was gambling that this female ghost wouldn't dare to act aside from scaring him. Without a doubt, he won the gamble.
After trying various intimidation tactics without success, the female ghost in blue seemed to give up, standing there staring at him until Su Chen and Xiaoyi found the exit hidden beneath the large water tank and left the haunted house. Outside the haunted house, the tourists in line were peeking in curiously.
Why has that pair of siblings been inside for so long? It's been almost 20 minutes.
The previous record-holding tourists only stayed inside for about 10 minutes. They barely explored the last room before being scared out by the sudden appearance of the vengeful spirit of Aunt May behind them. When someone saw Su Chen and Xiaoyi emerge from the exit, the crowd waiting in line erupted in excitement.
Wow! Someone completed it! Is that for real? That's impressive. How did those two manage to avoid the ghostly Aunt May? I really want to know where the exit of the last room is. Last time we rushed to the final stage and searched for ages without finding it. The owner is hiding it too well. The tourists looked at Su Chen and the others in amazement, discussing among themselves, with some even wanting to approach and ask for tips. Su Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside he felt speechless. What a joke, there are no tips. If it weren't for our high attributes, we probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the shock from the negative energy and would have been scared silly. If this group of people outside knew that the beautiful ant inside was actually a real ghost, would they still be so eager to rush in for the thrill? Congratulations! You two are the first customers to successfully complete our escape room since we opened. The owner of the haunted house walked out from a small room on the other side. It was the same young man who had been watching the surveillance. He wasn't very old, looking at most around 26 or 27, wearing a t-shirt with a horror house logo, and he didn't look like a wealthy person. I wonder how he managed to gather enough money to rent such a large haunted house. He was holding a stack of cash, which should be the 10,000 yuan reward for the first successful completion mentioned on the ticket. Little Lee happily took the 10,000 yuan and presented it to Suchen like a treasure. Hee, I didn't expect that we really could clear the level. We got this 10,000 yuan so easily. I feel like this haunted house isn't as scary as my classmates said. You kept your eyes closed the whole time. Of course it's not scary. Su Chen couldn't help but retort. This little girl had been closing her eyes most of the time since she got scared by Aunt May in the bathroom, and whenever she felt cold from the eerie atmosphere, she would shrink into his arms. How could she possibly be scared? Little Lee looked at him as if it was obvious. I'm a girl, it's normal to be timid. This just highlights Su Chen Ji's bravery, right? What you said makes so much sense that I have no words to respond. Su Chen shrugged, glancing at the young owner of the shop, and cautiously said, Where did you hire your staff from? They must be professional actors, right? Their acting skills are on par with Hollywood. If I didn't know this was a haunted house, I would almost think they were real ghosts. The young man's expression stiffened slightly, and he chuckled awkwardly. Customer, you flatter us. Those staff members who played the ghosts are just relatives of mine who came to help out when they had some free time. It's just that the makeup artist is quite skilled. Oh. Su Chen gave him a meaningful glance, making the young boss feel uneasy. In the end, Su Chen didn't ask much more, just patted his shoulder, took the bonus, and left the amusement park with the happily playing Xiaoyi. Watching the two leave, the haunted house owner let out a long breath, as if he had sent away a plague, feeling relieved. He turned and went back into the monitoring room next door. After this little incident, the haunted house returned to normal operations, and the number of visitors actually increased. Once they exited the amusement park, it was noon, so he took Xiaoyi to a restaurant across the street for lunch. At the table, Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to give 5,000 of the 10,000 to the little girl, reminding her not to spend it recklessly. This made her incredibly happy. If they weren't in the restaurant, she might have jumped up to kiss him twice. For him now, this small bonus really wasn't much. If he wasn't worried about Xiaoyi spending too much money recklessly, he could have given her the whole amount without any problem. Ghosts, huh? Interesting. Su Chen absent-mindedly ate his meal, occasionally glancing towards the amusement park. In fact, before leaving, he had used a scouting skill on the young boss with that glance. Fong Xiangyu, male primate, height 175 centimeters, weight 134 kilograms, abnormal status, vengeful spirit curse, ability unknown. Target attribute information acquired. Physique, 11 points, strength, 10 points, agility, 11 points, spirit, 26 points. With a spirit score of 26 points, almost 3 times that of an ordinary person, the ability might be related to the female ghost in the haunted house. Could he be a medium? After learning that the haunted house owner is an ability user, Su Chen firmly believes that the female ghost in the scene must be connected to this young owner. During the meal, Su Chen excuses himself to go to the bathroom, leaving Xiaoyi to eat alone while he steps outside to call team leader Xing. Hello, team leader, what are you busy with over there?
There was some noise on the other end. A new batch of civilian ability users has come recently, and they are being tested and selected at the stadium. For some reason, the frequency of ability users appearing seems to have increased a lot lately. Don't keep calling me while you're on leave, we're busy over here. Oh, I've discovered another ability user here. Ha? Team leader Xing is confused.
Didn't you just discover a supernatural being this morning? It's only been a few hours and there's another one? Although the frequency
of supernatural beings appearing has increased recently, it shouldn't be this exaggerated.
Do you think supernatural beings are like weeds by the roadside everywhere?
Here's the thing, my friend and I went to the haunted house at the amusement park and we found out that the staff in the haunted house were actually real ghosts, those that don't breathe, emit a cold aura, and walk without lifting their feet.
A supernatural event? Team leader Xing's tone became much more serious. Are you sure?
Among the tricky cases handled by the supernatural team, the most dangerous tasks are not confronting supernatural criminals but rather dealing with supernatural events. Often, when a serious supernatural event occurs, it is accompanied by bloodshed, and resolving a supernatural event is also quite difficult. It is said that nearly half of the casualties in the supernatural team over the years have died in supernatural events.
I can confirm that there is at least one ghost in that haunted house.
It would be best if the higher-up sends someone to investigate secretly. Although Su-chen only discovered that Aunt May was a ghost, upon careful reflection, the crying little boy encountered in the first bedroom was also very likely to be a ghost. Since the staff in the mountain village old corpse scene are real ghosts, then in the adjacent scenes of Juan and the Ring, the actors are most likely the real deal as well.
Team leader Xing pondered. What did you mean by discovering superhumans?
I suspect the owner of that haunted house might be a superhuman. Su-chen said firmly. After I came out of the haunted house, I asked him where he found the employees dressed as ghosts, and he told me those people were his relatives. Even if this haunted house owner isn't a superhuman, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Team leader Xing mused. I'll send a few people to investigate that haunted house right away.
Xiaosu, you're still nearby, right? I'm just across the street from the amusement park having a meal.
That's perfect. While they investigate, you can help keep an eye outside. If anything goes wrong inside the haunted house, your lightning elemental powers will have an advantage against spirits.
Alright, I'll just be responsible for keeping watch. I won't get involved in anything else. Just keeping an eye outside isn't a big deal.
I can let Xiaoyi play on other rides by herself. After all, it's broad daylight.
Would ghosts dare to come running out of the haunted house in the sun?
After hanging up, Su-chen returned to the dining table to continue eating.
20 minutes later, he brought Xiaoyi back to the amusement park.
Just as he was about to find a ride to settle the little girl, he received a call from team leader Xing saying that the investigation team they sent had arrived and asked him to come over to assist. Su-chen said, I have a few friends who are also here to play, let's go say hello.
Friends? Are they colleagues?
Xiaoyi tilted her head, recalling that Su-chen didn't seem to have many people he interacted with, and guessed that the friends he mentioned were actually colleagues.
Sort of.
Su-chen smiled awkwardly. From a certain perspective, Xiaoyi's guess was quite accurate. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the amusement park, he saw a familiar figure.
Old Ji, over here. Su-chen waved to Ji Changmin. Having acquaintances in the investigation team made things much easier. Su Xiao brother.
Ji Changmin also saw Su-chen and walked over with a smile. I didn't expect you just got discharged yesterday and are already running into trouble today.
Hee, I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky.
Su-chen quickly interrupted Ji Changmin, saying, my neighbor's child is still here, let's not talk about work.
Little Li asked in confusion, what do you mean by being discharged? Su-chen, were you sick?
Oh, I had a severe cold a couple of days ago and was on N4 for 2 days in the hospital.
Su-chen casually made up a story and glanced at the two people behind Ji Changmin. So it's just the four of you out having fun?
Besides Ji Changmin, there were 3 others, 2 men and a woman.
Su-chen looked closely and realized he actually recognized them.
They were the 3 people who had undergone assessments with him last week, though he couldn't remember their names clearly.
Ji Changmin nodded. Yes, these 3 are our juniors, still in their internship period.
I'm in charge of mentoring them this time. The implication was that these 3 had not yet completed their training, and this investigation was similar to an internship for them.
How good, you're here too.
The buzzcut young man enthusiastically approached, and the other 2 greeted him as well, clearly remembering Su-chen.
Long time no see. Su-chen nodded in response and said to Ji Changmin, the haunted house is just ahead.
I suggest you try the scene with the old corpse in the mountain village.
Apart from
the staff dressed as ghosts, the corpse props inside are also very realistic, so I recommend you take a good look.
Oh, by the way, the exit is under the water tank. Okay, I'll remember that. Ji Changmin nodded and said in a lowered voice, is it dangerous inside? We only brought a few stun guns temporarily and their power is limited.
I'm not sure if it's dangerous, but so many tourists have gone in and out of the haunted house without incident. I guess the ghosts inside might be under some restriction and won't attack people casually.
These ghosts are indeed dangerous, but they don't show an inclination to attack.
At that time, he even reached out to close Aunt May's chin, and he didn't see the fierce ghost react inappropriately.
However, danger is still very dangerous.
That thing is elusive, it could reach its claws to his neck without him noticing.
Once it has the intent to kill, with its ability to move instantly, I doubt anyone could control it. Suchin suddenly remembered, by the way, does your ability work on ghosts? He remembers that Ji Changmin's ability can incapacitate people through contact, which is even more powerful than instantaneous paralysis. Although theoretically, it can only paralyze the target for 10 seconds. If he releases and then quickly grabs again, he can re-incapacitate the target, making the actual duration longer than 10 seconds. I don't know, I've never tried it before. Ji Changmin smiled wryly. Besides, even if it works, I still have to be able to grab them. Most ghosts don't even have a physical form. That's true. The two were whispering to each other, and Xiaoyi curiously asked from the side, what are you two talking about secretly? I was just telling him about the strategy for that haunted house. After finishing the conversation with Ji Changmin, Suchen ruffled Xiaoyi's hair. You two go to the haunted house first. Come on, I'll take you to play other attractions. Xiaoyi blinked and said, why don't we go to the haunted house too? Suchen frowned, haven't we already been there? Why go again? That haunted house has 3 scenes. We only played the one with the village corpse, we haven't tried Juan and the ring yet. Little Lee said seriously, I haven't seen the horror movie Village Old Corpse, but I'm very familiar with the other 2 horror films and can roughly guess where the exit is. I heard that no one has ever achieved the first completion in these 2 scenes. If we go, we might earn another 20,000. Don't you think? Suchen was speechless. So you're eyeing those 20,000 from the first completion, huh? Aha. Little Lee hummed, but to be honest, that haunted house is actually pretty fun, much more interesting than other attractions. Let's not play the haunted house today. If we want to, we can talk about it tomorrow. Suchen rejected her very decisively. He didn't want Little E to get involved in supernatural events, especially unknown paranormal incidents. Even though nothing dangerous had happened yet, he had the ability to protect himself, but whether he could protect others was uncertain. Little Lee puffed her cheeks. Why? Are you scared? Yeah, a little scared. Suchen admitted bluntly. It's a normal emotional reaction for an ordinary person to be afraid of unknown entities like ghosts. Even many supernatural beings feel powerless in the face of paranormal events. This was his first encounter with such an incident. How could he not be afraid? With Suchen being so single, what can Xiaoyi do? She can only run off to play at other attractions, and if she's left alone to go to the haunted house, she's definitely too scared to do that. After sending Xiaoyi away, Suchen watched as Ji Changmin and the others headed to the haunted house to buy tickets. The phone rang. It was team leader Xing calling. Hello, Xiaosu, we've checked on our end. The owner of that haunted house is Feng Xiangyu. He was an employee at an old haunted house facility in the amusement park a week ago. Just 4 days ago, he suddenly got a large sum of money from somewhere and took over the original haunted house area, remodeling it into the current haunted house. He didn't recruit any actors to play ghosts among his staff, and all his relatives are in other provinces. Suchen responded, as expected, this guy has a lot of suspicious points. Team leader Xing said sternly, you all be careful over there. If anything happens, remember to report to me immediately. If necessary, I will request to seal off this area from above. No problem. After ending the call, Suchen turned his gaze towards the monitoring room of the haunted house. If the owner of this shop is indeed a supernatural being manipulating ghosts, then capturing the mastermind first might be a good choice. After about 10 minutes, Ji Changmin and the others finally entered the haunted house, while Suchen accompanied Xiaoyi to play on 1 or 2 nearby rides. During this time, he kept his attention focused on the haunted house, ready to rush over at the first sign of commotion in the crowd to control the situation. It was unclear what happened inside the haunted house, but within 3 to 4 minutes, Ji Changmin and his group hurriedly escaped from the entrance. For the visitors in line, it was quite common for a haunted house to scare people away, so it was nothing unusual. However, Suchen knew that Ji Changmin and the others were not ordinary people. Not to mention that supernatural beings generally have a slightly higher mental strength than normal people. Ji Changmin, as an experienced member of the supernatural group, had encountered numerous supernatural events. Moreover, the military district must have also trained their willpower, so they wouldn't be easily frightened. Letting Xiaoyi go play alone, Suchen met up with Ji Changmin and the others at the entrance of a snack shop. He noticed that the faces of the 4 were not looking too good. Ji Changmin was okay, but the other 3 appeared quite nervous, especially the middle-aged woman with sensory abilities, whose face was pale as if she had been severely frightened. How do you feel? Suchen smiled and said, I thought you guys could last until you cleared the level. Why did you come out in less than 4 minutes? Did you gather enough evidence? Ji Changmin trembled as he lit a cigarette. The things in there are too eerie, it's full of ghosts. That child in the bedroom didn't even have a face. And a female ghost suddenly appeared from behind, scaring me half to death. Who could stay there? Yeah, that place is definitely not meant for humans. The young man with a buzz cut shivered. My calves are still weak, I almost thought I would die in there. The other 2 nodded in deep agreement. Was it really that scary? Suchen was puzzled. Although that female ghost's sudden appearances were a bit frightening, it shouldn't have scared you all this much, right? I cleared the level with Xiaoyi all by myself. You cleared the level? The 4 looked at Suchen in disbelief. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? I am. Suchen shrugged, but if I know the other side won't attack me easily, there's really nothing to be afraid of. At most, I might get startled occasionally, it's just a natural instinctive reaction. Upon careful reflection, the female ghost wasn't actually that scary, it's just that when she appeared, I couldn't help but feel afraid.
Ji Changmin calmly analyzed, I suspect she might have a form of mental oppression ability where just seeing her instinctively induces fear, similar to the beastly intimidation of mutated dogs.
It's a very tricky ability.
His guess coincided with Su Chen's thoughts. The reconnaissance panel showed that the female ghost indeed had an ability called Evil Spirit Intimidation, which is most likely the source of involuntary fear, particularly effective on ordinary people with weaker mental strength. His mental attribute was nearly twice that of an ordinary person, not much lower than the female ghosts, and with his specialization in anti-hypnosis, the feeling of fear was significantly less intense.
Should we seal off the scene?
Su Chen glanced at the crowd waiting outside the haunted house. The number of visitors across the 3 scenes probably exceeded 50, making this haunted house the busiest area in the entire amusement park. If we seal off the scene now, it would be difficult to clear out the ticket-buying guests.
Sealing off is definitely necessary.
I'll call the team leader first to communicate with the local police.
Ji Changmin took a deep puff of his cigarette, threw the butt on the ground, and stomped on it twice.
You all keep an eye on that boss outside the monitoring room. If he tries to run when we lock down this haunted house, just grab him first.
The investigation process is complete.
Ji Changmin went to contact the local police, while Su Chen and the 3 interns waited outside the monitoring room to prevent the young boss from escaping. During this time, he casually asked for the names of the 3 again. The buzzcut youth is named Zhang Chenghui, the one with glasses is named Gao Sibo, and the woman in her 30s is named Lu Yuan. The 3 of them have 2 ordinary abilities and 1 enhanced sensory ability. This investigation mainly focuses on Lu Yuan, who has the enhanced sensory ability. She can easily identify various characteristics of a person through breath, sight, and footsteps, and distinguishing between the living and the dead is incredibly simple for her. However, because her perception is stronger than that of ordinary people, Lu Yuan is also more frightened than the others. Even now, she is still shaken, nervously fearing that ghostly hands might suddenly appear behind her.
Where's that little girl, Xiaoyi? Didn't she go to ride the bumper cars? Why is she taking so long?
Su Chen frowned and looked towards the bumper car area, but couldn't find Xiaoyi anywhere.
Lu Yuan asked, are you looking for that little girl who was following you earlier?
Yeah,
have you seen her?
Lu Yuan pointed towards the haunted house and said, when we came out, I noticed she was in line with a few other girls at the Juon scene.
They seem to be classmates. There aren't many people in line over there, so she probably has already gone in.
Ha! Su Chen was taken aback, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly ran towards the haunted house.
This little girl is really worrisome, sneaking off to the haunted house alone?
Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the things
inside this haunted house are the real deal. It's better to be safe than sorry. If something happens, it could be a huge problem.
The other 3 exchanged glances and hurriedly followed Su Chen. Arriving outside the Juon scene, Su Chen scanned the crowd in line but didn't see Xiaoyi. After asking the staff outside the scene, he learned that they had just gone in less than a minute ago. Just as Su Chen was about to enter the room to pull Xiaoyi out, Zhang Chenghui stopped him and whispered, How go, what are you doing? In a few minutes, the police will probably start sealing off the scene. Causing a disturbance ahead of time wouldn't be good, right? The little girl who came out with me is inside. I'm afraid something will happen to her. He easily bypassed Zhang Chenghui, and the staff maintaining order outside wanted to step in and stop him, but how could they possibly stop Su Chen, who was skilled in Bajiquan steps?
I'm looking for someone inside.
Leaving this sentence behind, he quickly slipped into the cursed scene, and the staff hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't dare to follow him in. The interior of the room was exactly the same as the cursed room from the movie. Su Chen had no time to pay attention to these details. He called out Xiaoyi's name and headed up the stairs to the 2nd floor, trying to pull her out of the haunted house first.
Meow.
A black cat jumped out from the wardrobe, and a startled Su Chen nearly kicked it.
A black cat?
Su Chen frowned. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be quite a few scenes involving black cats in The Grudge, and every time someone saw a black cat, they would usually see Kayako or Toshio the next moment. The black cat let out a chilling cry and quickly disappeared after a few leaps down the stairs. Su Chen looked up and saw a gap in the tatami ceiling, where a sinister-looking child was peering down at him. Tisk, Juon is indeed much scarier than the eye. Just this scene alone could probably make a lot of people weak in the knees. Su Chen paused for a moment before continuing towards the rooftop. Ah! Screams from girls echoed from the rooftop, and unsurprisingly, Xiaoyi's familiar voice was among them. Su Chen rushed up to the rooftop, pushed open the door, and the first thing he saw was the twisted figure of Kayako crawling on the ground, lifting her blood-soaked face as she slowly approached the 4 terrified girls huddled together. He quickly spotted Xiaoyi. After all, among the 4 girls, she was the shortest. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen stepped in front of the grotesque Kayako and the 4 girls. As expected, Kayako stopped and fixed him with a cold, vengeful glare but made no further move. According to the movie's setting, Kayako should have started her killing spree by now, but in the haunted house, she hasn't. In the monitoring room, the young boss is eating a boxed meal while watching the surveillance, enjoying the sight of 4 girls huddled together in fear. Unexpectedly, before he could instruct Kayako to proceed with the next scare, he sees a familiar figure. What the hell? Why is this guy here again? The young boss is stunned. His first reaction is that this guy must be addicted to earning the bonus for the first encounter and is planning to clear the Juon scene as well. But upon closer thought, something feels off. This person doesn't seem to have entered with those 4 girls, and besides, the haunted house has a rule that no more than 4 people can enter a scene at a time. Before the young boss could react, he sees Su Chen grab Xiaoyi and run out of the room, which raises his suspicion and alertness. Could it be that they've been discovered? The young boss's expression darkens. With a wave of his hand, Kayako, who was about to chase after them in the surveillance, stops in place, allowing Su Chen and the others to leave through the entrance. Almost all the figures of Kayako and other spirits like Ju and Xiong in the surveillance blend into the shadows and slowly disappear. He stared at the surveillance screen, his brow furrowed. No, I need to have a good talk with that man. If he really discovers the truth about the haunted house, we'll have to use some special means to keep him quiet. As he spoke, the young boss walked out of the surveillance room, heading straight towards Su Chen, who had just pulled Xiaoyi out of the cursed scene. Brother Su Chen, why did you come in? Xiaoyi asked in confusion, looking at Su Chen. Don't pull me out. My classmates and I were just trying to see if we could clear the level. They're still inside. Su Chen said irritably, did we not agree not to play the haunted house today? You ran in without paying attention. If you keep this up, I won't take you out to play next time. About that. Xiaoyi knew she was in the wrong, so she immediately kept quiet as Su Chen led her out of the room. This guest. The young boss approached with a professional smile on his face. Why did you enter the scene while other guests were experiencing it? Is there something about our establishment that you are dissatisfied with? Su Chen cautiously took a step back and shook his head, saying, no, it's just that I suddenly have urgent matters to take her home. I apologize if this affects your business. At that moment, Zhang Changhui and the other 2 also came over, scrutinizing the young boss. It's fine, no trouble. The young boss glanced at Su Chen and the others. My surname is Feng. May I ask how to address this friend? Could we talk privately for a moment? He gestured towards the monitoring room. Seeing the young boss's demeanor, Su Chen and the others realized that he had most likely guessed they had discovered the secret of the haunted houses. Ghost. However, he probably wasn't aware of the abilities team's matters, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm in approaching them for a conversation. Is there something you need? Su Chen pretended to be confused while knowing what was going on. The young boss tried to show a friendly smile. I have a few small questions I'd like to ask you. Consider it a user survey. Afterwards, we'll give you some unique souvenirs from our store. Oh, a survey? Sure. To keep the young boss calm, Su Chen agreed to his request and signaled Zhang Chenghui and the others to leave with Xiaoyi first. After all, it wouldn't be long before the police sealed off the area, so there wasn't much danger. The young boss originally thought it would take some effort to get Su Chen to agree, since user surveys didn't necessarily require a separate place for discussion, but he was surprised by how readily Su Chen agreed. The 2 walked to the monitoring room. Stepping out of the public eye, the young boss seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed, no longer maintaining that refined demeanor. With a helpless expression, he said, dude, did you see through it? See through what? Su Chen remained calm, continuing to play dumb. He wasn't as afraid of ghosts as others, aside from having a mental attribute strong enough to resist the intimidation of spirits. According to the documents from the superpower group, thunder was also sufficient to suppress spectral entities from various angles. In other words, his existing abilities were a natural counter to ghosts. Seeing that Su Chen still refused to admit it, the young boss twitched his lips and simply waved his hand. From the shadow in the corner emerged a disheveled ghostly figure, dripping with blood. It was Kayako. She fixed her resentful and eerie gaze on the 2, yet stood motionless in the corner. Hey, when did this big sister arrive? Su Chen was startled by the sudden appearance of Kayako. A flicker of caution flashed in his eyes, but he pretended to be completely unaware. He knew his acting skills might not be convincing enough, but buying time with Tai Chi was adequate. This young boss's ability is quite sinister. He can summon ghosts effortlessly, and they just happen to be the famous vengeful spirits from movies. Just looking at Kayako's appearance can stir up deep childhood fears. Hey man, stop pretending. Let's be straightforward. The young boss remained calm, as if he had experienced this kind of thing before. Casually, he took out a soft cigarette from his pocket and lit it, offering one to Su Chen, who waved his hand to decline. He then tucked the cigarette back into his pocket. I'm Feng Xiangyu. What's your name? Su Chen. Oh, Su brother, I guess we know each other now. Feng Xiangyu took a puff of his cigarette and gestured towards Kayako. The female ghost flickered and merged into the corner, then emerged from the shadow beneath his feet, moving almost instantaneously. Seeing this scene made Su Chen's heart tremble. He secretly estimated that if he were to confront a ghost that could teleport, aside from using his lightning elemental powers, what other means could he use to restrain her? The answer seemed to be none. Moreover, even if he uses lightning elemental powers, he can only defend and may not be able to hit the opponent. After all, teleportation is just too overpowered. To be honest, he doesn't really believe that the female ghost controlled by Feng Xiangyu is as strong as it appears. Even if there are some special abilities that are very powerful in this world, the wave of abilities has only just begun, so how could such an almost invincible power suddenly emerge? Once night falls, wouldn't Feng Xiangyu's control over these female ghosts make him invincible? Then why would he need to open a haunted house? Seeing the shock on Su Chen's face, Feng Xiangyu revealed a smug expression and flicked the ash from his cigarette. To be honest, the employees of my haunted house are indeed genuine ghosts, and I hope you, Brother Su, won't casually spread this matter. Otherwise, With a glance, Kayako suddenly appeared in front of Suchen as if teleporting, almost nose to nose, her cold and vengeful eyes locking onto his, while a chilling and eerie aura rushed towards him. What the hell? Suchen's heart nearly stopped from the fright, almost causing him to unleash a lightning punch. Fortunately, he held back and quickly retreated a few steps to create distance from the female ghost, but his complexion still looked bad, as if the blood in his body had dropped a few degrees. This was a residual effect of the shock, and it would probably take a few minutes to subside. He was actually doing quite well. If it were someone with a weaker constitution standing here, they might have fainted outright from the scare. Finally scared this guy.
Fong Xiangyu was very pleased with Suchen's reaction.
He waved to call Kayako back and walked up to pat him on the shoulder. Buddy, you're a smart guy, you know what I mean, right? Suchen pretended to be stunned from the fright, completely ignoring him, and turned to run out of the monitoring room. He controlled his escape speed to that of an ordinary person, and his actions were a normal reaction of someone who had just been frightened, so he wasn't worried about Fong Xiangyu noticing something was off. The reason he chose this aggressive reaction was mainly to see what methods this ability user who could control the female ghost would use to stop him from escaping the monitoring room.
Would it be to have the female ghost teleport to block him, or some other method?
It never hurts to test the waters in advance. Unexpectedly, Fong Xiangyu panicked when he saw Suchen running out the door. Instead of calling the female ghost to catch him or using any special means, he hurriedly chased after him, trying to grab Suchen.
Even if he controlled his speed to that of an ordinary person, how could Suchen, skilled in combat and Bajiquan, be easily caught by an ordinary person?
In a flash, he opened the door and dashed out of the surveillance room, the process going much smoother than expected.
This guy didn't even call the female ghost to catch me? Did he forget out of nervousness, or is there another reason?
Basking in the blazing noon sun, Suchen murmured in confusion. A glance around revealed that the tourists around the haunted house had been evacuated by the authorities, indicating that the police were in position.
The capture operation could also begin. Suchen took out his phone, preparing to call Lao Ji and the others to help catch the young boss.
After all, in the dimly lit room, without sunlight, those female ghosts seemed to move freely, posing a high danger.
He didn't think he could subdue this person alone.
At that moment, something unexpected happened again. The young boss in the surveillance room, Fong Xiangyu, actually came out without any defenses, looking dazed.
Suchen was dumbfounded, but he didn't miss this good opportunity.
He quickly grabbed the person and executed a takedown, knocking him to the ground and struck the back of his head with a palm knife, rendering him unconscious before he could react.
It took less than a second.
The paranormal ability user, originally considered extremely dangerous, was dealt with just like that. Pushing open the door to the monitoring room, he found that Kayako, who had been standing there, had vanished. Turning around to look at the young boss sprawled on the ground, Suchen didn't know how to express his frustrating feelings.
All show and no substance.
If I had known this guy was so weak, I wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. I could have just found a reason to lure him out and knocked him out with one strike. Seeing Suchen's fluid series of moves knock the young boss out, the group, including Ji Changmin, who had been lurking in the shadows waiting to charge in, were also stunned.
They exchanged glances, and Ji Changmin stepped forward first. He passed out? Looks like it. He doesn't seem to be faking it.
Suchen glanced at the monitoring room. Fong Xiangyu was dazed. Not only had the originally standing Kayako disappeared, but even the ghostly figures had vanished from the more than 10 screens in the haunted house on the wall. It was evident that this person was indeed the mastermind controlling those ghosts.
We should add another layer of insurance.
Without saying a word, Ji Changmin pulled out a syringe of anesthetic from his pocket and injected it into Fong Xiangyu's arm.
This anesthetic was of the same model as the
small anesthetic gun Suchen had used earlier, with no antidote to counteract it, and the dosage was enough to put an ordinary person into a deep sleep for several days. When dealing with ability users who lack intelligence control, it's best not to let your guard down, regardless of the advantage. This is a lesson learned over the years by the ability group in their covert struggle against ability criminals.
With the anesthetic administered, they were now completely assured of success. Calling over the 3 interns to help carry the limp Fong Xiangyu, Ji Changmin seemed in good spirits. Is this really all done? Ha, this is truly the easiest task I've ever had. He had originally prepared himself for a tough battle, having heard that it was a supernatural task, but who would have thought it would end so abruptly and confusingly, with such a huge gap between reality and expectation? Suchen shrugged and said, Old Ji, where do you plan to transport this guy? The military district? This person is just using his ability to make money from a haunted house. He hasn't committed any crimes or caused any major impact, so there's no need to escort him to the military district. Ji Changmin signaled and said, First, we need to take him to the ability group for interrogation. Use a lie detector to find out what his ability is and whether he has committed any crimes, and then decide whether to monitor, recruit, or detain him. Oh, so there's such a process. Suchen seemed to be deep in thought.
The previous people he brought to the ability group were mostly those who had just awakened their abilities for a short time.
Except
for the one with a minor theft record, the others had very clean backgrounds, so there was no need for extensive investigation. But the owner of this haunted house was different. It was unclear how long his ability had been awakened, what he had done with it during that time was also unknown, and his funding for taking over the haunted house was suspicious. Coupled with the strangeness and danger of his ability, the ability group had to treat this matter with caution.
Are you coming to the interrogation later? Ji Changmin smiled and said, it's a good opportunity for me to familiarize you with the process and let you see the high-tech equipment we have in the ability group. Can I go too? Su Chen was somewhat tempted. He was already curious about what Fong Xiangyu's special ability was, and he was also quite interested in the high-tech equipment mentioned by Ji Changmin. The special abilities team was equipped with more than just what he had seen, but many advanced devices were beyond his access at his level. However, Su Chen did not immediately agree. Instead, he scanned the surroundings and asked, where's Xiao Erin? Are you talking about the little girl who was with you earlier? Ji Changmin pointed to the pavilion outside the cordon. I bought 4 ice creams for them and asked her to wait for you over there. Su Chen nodded. Thanks, I'll go greet her first and then we can head back to the special abilities team together. On the other side, 4 girls are sitting in a row on stone benches in the pavilion. One of the tall girls with a ponytail eating ice cream said with a teasing smile, Xiaoyi, the one who just dragged you out of the haunted house is that older brother from the neighbor's house you always talk about, right? So what if he is? Xiaoyi was focused on eating her ice cream, although her tone was strong, her ears were slightly flushed. I've been hearing you talk about him for almost a year now, and finally, I get to see the real person. The short-haired girl twirled the ends of her hair with her fingers, smirking, although I didn't look closely, that guy's not bad-looking, and his aura is decent too. I'd say he scores about a 7 or 8. TSK, who would have thought he's into Lolas? Or maybe he's just being controlled by one? What are you talking about? Watch out. Little E, flustered and angry, stopped eating her ice cream and reached out to scratch the armpit of the girl with short hair, the 2 girls giggling and rolling together. By the way, Little E, why was your neighbor brother so anxious to pull you out just now? Another girl wearing glasses quietly ate her ice cream, not joining in their playful tussle, occasionally casting a puzzled glance towards the barricade. What exactly happened over there? Why is the police so urgently evacuating all the tourists? Don't you find it strange? The other 3 girls also temporarily turned their attention to the restricted area, but didn't pay much attention to it. Xiaoyi said, I just asked Su Chen's colleague. He mentioned that someone reported a wanted criminal hiding in the amusement park area, and that's why the police responded and sealed off the haunted house area. As an old member of the ability group, Ji Changmin was quite skilled at fabricating excuses, casually throwing out a plausible falsehood. However, the girl with glasses said, but your Su Chen brother seems to have known there was a problem with this haunted house in advance. Isn't that strange? Not strange at all. Xiaoyi blinked and said, he seems to have found a job with the national organization recently. I haven't asked him in detail, but he could be an undercover police officer. Before the girls could continue their conversation, footsteps were heard from the small path. What are you all talking about? Can I join? From a distance, Su Chen heard the girls chatting and walked over, ruffling Xiaoyi's hair forcefully. You little girl, why are you so disobedient? I told you not to go to the haunted house today, yet you sneaked over. Do you know how dangerous that is? What if a criminal happens to be hiding inside, and he takes you as a hostage? Since old Ji has already created a reliable smokescreen setup, Xiaoyi and the others have also adapted to this setup. Su Chen smoothly follows this lead to teach Xiaoyi a lesson, hoping to give the girl some valuable experience. Are you really an undercover cop? Xiaoyi's eyes widened, guessing is one thing, but hearing the truth firsthand is another. Pretty much. Su Chen didn't deny it. Undercover cop? If ranked by police title, even though he is still a first-level police supervisor as a third-level member, his authority is actually half a level higher than that of a county police chief, granting him the power to mobilize local police forces. He glanced at the 3 high school girls around him, knowing they were all classmates of Xiaoyi, and nodded to greet them. You guys go play elsewhere for now, I have some matters to handle. I might not return this afternoon, so you'll have to sort out dinner by yourself. The first part of the sentence was directed at the 4 of them, while the latter part was specifically for Xiaoyi. He had previously given half of the bonus from clearing the level to this girl, which was 5,000 yuan. With that money, she could either dine out or order takeout, and even treat her classmates to a big meal without any issue. With her classmates around, Xiaoyi's safety factor has greatly increased, allowing Su Chen to confidently head to the ability group. Seeing off Xiaoyi and her classmates, Su Chen returned to the haunted house, where Ji Changmin and others had already loaded the anesthetized Fong Xianyu onto the transport vehicle. Zhang Chenghui and the others did not return to the ability group with them, as they were still in the internship phase and needed to continue their ability training in the military district after this mission. The content of ability training is quite broad, including various regulations, combat techniques, and procedures and precautions for dealing with common supernatural occurrences. Su Chen has reviewed this knowledge through phone documents. After completing this training, these ability users will be assigned to various provincial ability groups. Su Chen heard that during the military district training phase, if one's performance is outstanding, they might come out as a level 2 member or even a level 3 or 4 member. The military district training is both a test and an opportunity. If he didn't have the task system, he might have been willing to undergo military district training for a while before coming out. After bidding farewell to the internship trio, Su Chen sat in the passenger seat of the transport vehicle, driving back to the ability group with Ji Changmin. I heard that the young lady from the Mo family came looking for you last night? Ji Changmin was driving while chatting with Su Chen. He laughed and said, the classic routine of a hero saving a damsel in distress, huh? Is the young lady smitten with you? Ha ha. She's just curious about the powers group. Suchin shrugged, looking out at the scenery through the car window. Is it really okay to casually share information about the powers with those people? His implication was not just about Mo Lishwan and the old man Mo. Confidentiality agreements vary depending on who you're dealing with.
Ji Changmin replied calmly, the upper echelons of society inevitably have access to more information. The country never intended to conceal it, nor
can it.
The suppression of information regarding abilities is merely to avoid causing public panic, and I've heard it might be made public soon.
Made public? Putting the ability users in the spotlight? Su Chen's expression changed slightly.
He had already heard some concerning information from Miao Yueying last week when testing his abilities, mentioning that they might showcase some well-known ability users as examples for publicity. Pretty much, you're almost at level 3 now, so you qualify to know some internal news.
Ji Changmin thought for a moment and said, it is said that in recent years, the number of people with abilities has been increasing, especially recently, where many have awakened to their powers. In just 7 days, there
have been 500 to 600 registered ability users across the country, and what we've discovered in our ability group is just the tip of the iceberg.
Who knows how many more are out there waiting to be discovered? 500 to 600 people. Even if he had known about the global surge of ability users, Su Chen couldn't help but be shocked. After all, this is just the number of ability users found by the state on the surface. It might not even account for more than 1/5 of the actual total.
But upon further reflection, with a population of 1.4 billion, it's not surprising to have thousands of ability users emerge. To say it's a 1 in 10,000 chance is not an exaggeration. There's only one awakened ability user among nearly a million people. However, this number is gradually increasing over time, and there may be even more potential ability users in the crowd.
It's hard to imagine what it would be like when ability users are fully integrated into society.
Thinking about the possibility of a large number of ability users emerging in the future, Su Chen couldn't help but fantasize about how the entire world would change.
Perhaps in the future, we could even see ability users showcasing their special powers on variety shows? Or could abilities become a standard in the job market?
The whole world will add a new element of diversity, and no one can predict what kind of chemical reactions will occur. There may be both good and bad sides, which reminds him of the X-Men movie series.
However, in reality, it seems unlikely that there would be phenomena of exclusion and discrimination.
On the contrary, people might be more curious and envious towards those with abilities.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine.
Ji Changmin also echoed with a tone of sighing sentiment. Compared to Su Chen, who had just joined the ability group not long ago, he had been part of the organization for almost 2 years, having executed dozens of missions, making him more sensitive to the phenomenon of abilities being made public.
After driving for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the bureau.
2 staff members were waiting at the entrance. As soon as the car stopped, they approached with a stretcher to carry the unconscious Fang Xiangyu into the building's interrogation room.
This was Su Chen's first time entering the ability group's interrogation room.
The room was about a dozen square meters, with metallic-colored walls. When he touched them, they were
not steel but some other alloy material.
He couldn't tell if it was a layer of metal plating or if the entire wall was made of metal.
The metallic room looked extremely futuristic.
The interrogation room is simply furnished, with a table, several chairs, and a double-sided mirror separating the interrogator from the subject.
On the subject's
side, there is a highly technological metal seat, resembling an electric chair from films, and somewhat like the chair used to imprison major villains in movies. The staff secured Fang Xiangyu to the metal seat, fastening metal rings around his limbs and neck, and placing electrodes on his cervical
spine.
If he struggled or made any dangerous moves, the electrodes would release a voltage strong enough to render him unconscious. Nearly foolproof confinement measures.
Glancing at the still unconscious Fang Xiangyu, Su Chen asked, when will he wake up? Not long now, Ji Changmin replied.
The staff in the interrogation room were busy setting up the polygraph equipment, placing a monitor on his forehead.
Once all the
instruments were functioning properly, they administered an intravenous injection of an antidote to neutralize the anesthesia.
In less than 3 minutes, Fang Xiangyu, bound to the electric chair, slowly regained consciousness.
At first, he was a bit disoriented, but upon realizing his limbs were restrained, he suddenly woke up, exclaiming, "Where is this?
What's going on?"
He struggled forcefully, but the metal ring remained unmoved. It is said that this chair is made of aerospace alloy, solid as a rock. Even a superhuman with a power level of 40 or more cannot break free. Su Chen and Ji Changmin stood behind the two-way mirror, observing Fang Xiangyu's actions without rushing to communicate with him. Due to the nature of the two-way mirror, Fang Xiangyu only knew he was trapped in a dim room with a large mirror, unaware that someone was
watching him from behind.
After unsuccessful attempts to break free from the metal ring, he naturally tried to use his abilities to escape. A ghostly figure emerged from the corner shadows. It was not a female ghost from a haunted house, but rather a dark, shadowy mass.
Fang Xiangyu commanded, "Go check what this place is and if there are any people nearby."
The ghostly figure drifted toward the door of the room, slipping out through the crack. It moved like a shadow, incredibly fast, and within seconds, it discovered Su Chen and Ji Changmin behind the two-way mirror.
"What the hell is that? A ghost?"
Ji Changmin was startled by the sudden appearance of the ghostly figure, seemingly still haunted by the female ghost in the haunted house. Suchen picked up a stick from the table and tentatively poked it towards the ghostly figure.
The stick passed through the shadow as if it were penetrating
smoke, and without lingering in place, it swiftly disappeared into the ground's shadow, returning to Fong Xiangyu on the other side of the two-sided mirror.
Is there someone behind the mirror? Fong Xiangyu was equally perplexed about how he had obtained this information from the shadow, staring at the large mirror before him in shock and panic. A two-sided mirror?
Having worked at the amusement park for several years, he was very familiar with all sorts of strange props and instantly deduced the uniqueness of this cell. What terrified him was not the fact that there was someone behind the mirror, but that the process of summoning the shadow just now was likely seen by the person behind the mirror. With his hidden secrets exposed, his personal freedom restricted, and no idea who had kidnapped him, Fong Xiangyu felt both anxious and afraid, and without hesitation, he immediately dispelled the shadow in front of him.
Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? Could it be you, Brother Su?
He still remembers that before he fell unconscious, he was chasing a tourist who had discovered the secrets of his haunted house. As soon as he stepped out of the monitoring room, he was taken down before he even had a chance to react. When he regained consciousness, he found himself imprisoned in this secret room. The two behind the mirror ignored Fong Xiangyu's shouting and calmly exchanged their views on the shadow they had just seen. He can communicate with that shadow in ways other than language.
Su Chen took a document and quickly noted the peculiarities of this person's abilities, then quietly asked Ji Changmin, "What do you think?"
Ji Changmin frowned. He didn't even try to use the ghostly figure to break free from the shackles.
Perhaps those spirits aren't very strong? Or maybe they can't touch the physical world?
No, when I was in the haunted house, I reached out and touched the female ghost. She was tangible, and her skin was as cold as a corpse. As for her strength, I have no idea. Su Chen frowned. Honestly, I'm increasingly confused about what this guy's abilities actually are.
That shadow just now didn't resemble any
of the female ghosts in the haunted house, yet its teleportation skills were exactly like those of Kayako that I saw in the monitoring room.
Really? It's the first time I've heard of tangible ghosts.
Ji Changmin smirked. Since we can't guess, let's stop trying.
It's time to start the interrogation.
Alright, you go first.
Su Chen pushed the microphone in front of Ji Changmin.
He wasn't very familiar with the interrogation process and wanted to see how the senior handled it. However, Ji Changmin said, "It's okay, just give it a try.
Improvise if you need to."
The upcoming interrogation process isn't difficult. With a lie detector, it's hard for the person being interrogated to lie.
Well, okay then. Since he said that, Su Chen didn't hesitate.
He placed the microphone in front of him, took a moment to gather his thoughts, and spoke in a low, serious voice. "Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict.
Now, state your name and where you're from."
Not only Fong Xiangyu, but even Ji Changmin next to him looked a bit confused.
"Hey, your interrogation script seems a bit of a mix of Chinese and Western styles? The first half was fine, but why did the second half suddenly sound like a county magistrate in session?" Su Chen gave an innocent look.
He couldn't help it. He hadn't studied anything about interrogations, and in a moment of inspiration, he blurted out lines from a TV show.
"Improvise, as you said." On the metal seat, Fong Xiangyu was momentarily stunned, recognized Su Chen's voice, and hurriedly said, "Is it really you? We have no grudges. Why are you kidnapping me? Let's talk things over calmly. First, answer my question." Su Chen didn't waste time with him, getting straight to the point. "Furthermore, we are not kidnapping you. This is a matter of official duty.
This is the interrogation room of the National Special Operations Bureau, and everything you say will be monitored by a lie detector and recorded."
"And National Special Operations Bureau?" Fong Xiangyu was bewildered, his expression shifting unpredictably, unsure of what he was thinking.
Su Chen could actually understand his feelings. Most people who awaken their abilities are initially anxious about keeping secrets,
fearing that the government might find out and they could be taken away for experiments.
Honestly, he had similar thoughts before. With the backing of the government and the intimidation of the lie detector, it took hardly any effort for this young boss of the haunted house to confess everything. After inquiring about this person's abilities, both Su Chen and Ji Changmin were left utterly bewildered. No one expected that this guy's ability had little to do with supernatural events. It's not what they guessed about controlling ghosts, rather, it's a power similar to the materialization of mental energy. That's right, the prototype of materialized mental energy is that shapeless shadow from before. In simple terms, he can project his mind into reality and make it mimic various forms, for example, those female ghosts in the haunted house scene. Currently, he can project up to 3 shadows, each of which functions as an independent entity, with low intelligence, capable of receiving only simple commands, but they also possess some special abilities such as mental oppression, teleportation, and telekinesis. These special abilities are all based on the materialization of the mental entity. Mental intimidation can only scare ordinary people with lower mental strength than him. Teleportation is possible because the mental entity can freely enter and exit shadows in a small area. Telekinesis consumes a lot of mental energy. To be honest, the shadows currently struggle to move even the weight of a few chopsticks. In terms of physical foundation, the shadows don't have much lethality. If a fight breaks out, 3 shadows combined probably couldn't even defeat an ordinary person. Even if they can transform into a female ghost, they will reveal their true form with just a slight attack. Though they lack lethality, this guy's supernatural ability is not weak. A small shadow's abilities include mental attacks, transformation, splitting into independent entities, teleportation, telekinesis, and more. The number of these composite special ability users is even rarer than elemental ability users. Since Fong Xiangyu used to work in a haunted house at an amusement park, when he discovered he had this ability, his first thought was to open a unique haunted house to make a legal profit. With such an amazing ability, you actually use it to scare people. Suchen found it hard to believe, staring at Fong Xiangyu in the mirror. So, the female ghosts in the 3 scenes of the haunted house are all you transforming into shadows? You control their movements through the monitors? Not entirely. Fong Xiangyu said dejectedly, although the shadows aren't very intelligent, they can still scare the visitors on their own. I'm mainly in the control room to prevent accidents, like if someone doesn't follow the script. The last sentence was emphasized, seemingly implying something. Suchen coughed twice and handed the microphone to Ji Changmin, as he had basically asked all his questions. Taking the microphone, Ji Changmin bluntly asked, last question, where did the funds to lease the horror house building come from? Well, Fong Xiangyu hesitated, his eyes wandering, clearly hiding something he was reluctant to admit. Ji Changmin calmly said, the flow of funds is not hard to investigate. If you come clean now, you might avoid punishment, but if we find out about any criminal behavior on our own, then it will be dealt with according to the law. A sweet date followed by a big stick. This tactic is indeed effective in interrogations. Fong Xiangyu helplessly glanced at the lie detector nearby. Alright, I'll talk. According to the individual's confession, he transformed into a ghost a week ago to intimidate the amusement park owner into temporarily leasing him the building that was to be redeveloped for a new project, paying only a symbolic few thousand yuan as a rental fee. He originally considered using this trick to scare people and extort money, but due to his long-standing legal principles, he ultimately didn't dare to go that far. Overall, this person hasn't committed many illegal acts with their abilities, which simplified the interrogation process significantly. Ji Changmin asked some additional questions to ensure that this person did not have any aggressive tendencies. Within half an hour, the interrogation was over, and the staff opened the door to the interrogation room, releasing Fong Xiangyu, who had been secured to a metal chair. Since this person has no criminal record, the subsequent process became much simpler. As usual, Su Chen and Ji Changmin took this person to Team Leader Xing's office to finalize the contract for joining the ability team. This person's special type of ability is very valuable, and the higher-ups will surely do their utmost to recruit them into the organization. Sitting on the sofa beside the office, Su Chen wasn't in the mood to listen to the conversation between Team Leader Xing and Fong Xiangyu. He was browsing the system interface, puzzled as to why no system tasks had popped up today. Under normal circumstances, a side mission should have been triggered long before the investigation of the haunted house. Ding! System is upgrading, task module temporarily disabled, upgrade duration 48 hours, time remaining until system upgrade completion 40 hours. System upgrade? Seeing the 2 lines of large text floating in the center of the system interface, Suchen was slightly taken aback. Looking at the remaining time, the upgrade started 8 hours ago, which would be around the time he just got up this morning. He hasn't actively opened the system interface today, so he doesn't know about the system upgrade. Although he isn't sure how the system will upgrade, it should be for the better. Perhaps more new features will be unlocked after the upgrade is complete? In the past, upgrades occurred when reaching a certain milestone, with the system actively opening new modules. This time, however, the entire system is halted for an upgrade, so there will likely be significant changes afterward. In thought, Su Chen closed the system interface. Although he can't do tasks during the system upgrade, it coincides perfectly with his vacation time. He has experienced too much in the past week, and it's time to relax properly. On the other side, Team Leader Xing and Fong Xiangyu have also signed the contract. This young boss, who just opened a haunted house a few days ago, has gloriously gone bankrupt and become a reserve member of the Special Abilities team. He will be sent to the military district for training, and it will be difficult for him to come out in less than a week or 2. After sending Fong Xiangyu off, Team Leader Xing said, Xiao Su, I happen to have some matters to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Su Chen was originally prepared to leave with Ji Changmin but was called back. Team Leader Xing took out a document and handed it over. The higher-ups have learned that you have awakened your elemental abilities and value you greatly. They believe that talent should not be wasted and have decided to give you an opportunity to train at the military district in the capital. There, you will have a higher platform, and you may even have the chance to obtain a significant military rank. The capital? Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, his gaze scanning the document in his hand. The document detailed the training at the military district in the capital and the positions available after the training. Not to mention that the base salary was nearly 5 times higher than what he currently had. The benefits in the capital were listed in a long string and were quite enticing. However, Su Chen was not particularly moved. He was quite content in Xiang'an, where all the people he knew were in this city. He didn't want to leave those relationships behind just for some so-called opportunities for development and head to the unfamiliar capital alone to struggle. Honestly, he had no great ambitions for status, wealth, or power. Perhaps it was because he still had the mindset of an ordinary person. At least the several million he had on hand was enough for him to enjoy life for a while. Moreover, with the system he possessed, he was not lacking in opportunities.
As long as he had tasks to complete and he rose to a high enough level with sufficient strength, wouldn't status, wealth, and power come knocking at his door in the future? Why would he need to exhaust himself running around? Putting down the document, Suchin said straightforwardly, "Can I not go? I feel pretty good staying here. There's no need to go to the capital for further training. Think this over carefully, and you can give me your answer after the vacation ends." Team leader Xing was slightly surprised by Suchen's decision, paused, and said, "Actually, our special abilities team doesn't really want talents like you to leave. But to be honest, there are indeed better development opportunities in the capital." As the nation's capital, many top officials gather there, and even the headquarters of the special abilities team is located there. Compared to the branch, the headquarters offers better salary and facilities. "Alright, then I'll think about it some more." Suchen didn't refuse too decisively and returned the document in his hand. Team leader Xing organized the documents and said, "By the way, yesterday the higher-ups approved an additional 10 points for you as a reward. Congratulations on being promoted to a level 3 member. Actually, even without those 10 points, the points you earned today from discovering those 2 ability users would be enough for your promotion." When saying the latter part, team leader Xing looked at Su Chen with some hesitation. "Little Su, would it be convenient for you to reveal how you discovered those ability users? 1 or 2 may be due to luck, but with at least 6, there must be something clever going on." For this, Su Chen had long prepared his explanation. He scratched his head and said, "Actually, I'm not quite sure, but every time I encounter an ability user, I feel there's something subtly special about them. It's a feeling that's hard to describe. In short, it's just different from ordinary people." Special perception? Team leader Xing was not surprised by this. Instead, he nodded, "I see. If you sense this again in the future, remember to report it to me at any time. Recently, there have been quite a few people awakening abilities in the community. If we let it go unchecked, it might cause a big mess." "Got it, I'll take care of it." With the discovery of ability users yielding points as a reward, Suchen originally planned to use his investigative abilities to rack up some points. In the ability group, points are quite significant. Not only can they be used to exchange for vacations, but according to casual chats with Ji Changmin members above, Level 3 can also exchange points for unique benefits from the ability group, such as new technologies from the Research Institute or some policy conveniences. Of course, the main purpose of points is still to upgrade permissions. The higher the level of authority in the ability group, the higher the corresponding salary, benefits, and rank. For example, Team Leader Xing is a level 6 member and serves as the leader of a branch of the ability group. The higher the authority level, the harder it is to advance. Level 3 requires only 100 points, while level 4 requires 300. Points in the ability group are hard to earn. For each ordinary task, if the individual's performance is not particularly outstanding, they only earn about 5 to 6 points. Only slightly more difficult tasks might yield over 10 points, while tasks that offer dozens of points come with life-threatening risks, such as the operation to protect Miss Mo a few days ago. Su Chen nearly risked his life to earn a reward of 70 points, perhaps thanks to old Master Mo's gratitude. Not everyone can risk their life for points, and moreover, such opportunities are not always available. In contrast, earning 5 or 10 points for each found ability user is incredibly easy to imagine. If one could advance to a level 4 member of the ability group this way, it would be simply perfect. However, Team Leader Xing's next words dashed his plans. Due to the recent surge in the number of awakened superpowers, the higher-ups have decided to change the reward system for discovering superpowered individuals from points to cash, offering 30,000 yuan for each discovered individual unless the individual is particularly dangerous, in which case points will still be awarded. They changed the system? Su Chen frowned. Is the reward 30,000 for each person discovered? That's not a very high reward. It was within his expectations that the higher-ups would cancel this regulation. After all, points serve as proof of promotion within the superpower group and are extremely valuable. Previously, superpowered individuals were quite rare, which is why such a reward system was established. But now that superpowered individuals are becoming more common, the higher-ups cannot allow points to be too easily obtained. Unfortunately, he had originally wanted to earn a few more points, but the policy changed faster than he imagined, leaving no loopholes to exploit. Suddenly, Su Chen thought of something and hurriedly asked, "By the way, when does the new system take effect? The people I brought today still count for points, right? This system was announced yesterday." Team Leader Xing paused and said, "However, the 2 individuals you recommended today are both special types of superpowers, and their abilities are of great value to the organization, so I will still apply to reward you with 20 points. Of great value? Su Chen was surprised. While the abilities of the person in the haunted house were indeed impressive, what was so remarkable about the previous female college student's aura ability? Upon further reflection, he suddenly understood. Although perception abilities lack combat power, their value can surpass that of combat abilities if used properly. That female college student sensed Su Chen's uniqueness with her ability this morning, indicating that her perception ability can distinguish ability users from a crowd. Moreover, her perception ability is not as complicated as Su Chen's reconnaissance. She only needs a quick glance to easily spot any anomalies in a person's aura within the crowd. Just by making her way to where the crowd gathers, her efficiency far surpasses Su Chen's. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt much more at ease.
The new system was mainly not aimed at him. Although there aren't many perception-type ability users in the country, there are still enough.
Finding ability users to earn points would be much easier than for him.
With the new system in place, everyone was unable to earn points, and this realization brought him a sense of balance.
Team leader, is there anything else? If not, I'm going to eat first.
After discussing what needed to be discussed, Suchin glanced at the sky, which was approaching dusk, and realized he was a bit hungry. There's nothing more to discuss on official matters. Team leader Xing hesitated for a moment. There's something I need to remind you of. Old Master Mo hopes you can go over and be a bodyguard for his granddaughter for a while. I refused on the grounds that you were still on sick leave, but I heard that Miss Mo plans to wait until your leave is over and have the higher-ups issue a bodyguard task.
No way, is that even possible? Su Chen was speechless. He originally thought Mo Lishwan was just joking last night, but it seems she wasn't kidding after all. Rich second-generation kids can really do whatever they want when they're being willful. Speaking of which, does this count as using power for personal gain? However, if you really don't want to, I can find a way to help you decline.
Team leader Xing still cares about Su Chen's personal wishes. He smiled meaningfully and said, but personally, I think, as a young person, there's nothing wrong with having more interactions.
Su Chen rubbed his forehead. Let's discuss this after my leave is over. Alright, then you can go ahead.
After saying goodbye to team leader Xing, Su Chen hailed a taxi on the side of the road to go home and order takeout on the way. When he reached the entrance of the community, he happened to run into Chiu Ruoyan, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. She looked slightly troubled, walking with her head down absent-mindedly, as if she was deep in thought. She didn't even notice Su Chen not far away until he came over to greet her, bringing her back to reality.
Oh, Su Chen? Chiu Ruoyan blinked. I haven't seen you for several days. Have you been out having fun? Yeah, something like that.
Su Chen shrugged. He had been on a public-funded trip to the hospital these past few days. He asked, did you run into some trouble? You looked really worried just now.
It's nothing. Chiu Ruoyan's gaze was somewhat evasive. I was just considering changing jobs.
I might leave my previous company soon, but I haven't found a new one yet.
Everything was fine before. Why the sudden job change? Su Chen was puzzled. He suddenly remembered Manager Feng, who had previously pestered Chiu Ruoyan, and frowned. Is that Manager Feng bothering you again? Just let me know if that's the case. I can make sure he won't dare to bother you again.
Chiu Ruoyan's eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude, but she still said, no need to trouble you.
I've actually thought it over, and the secretary position might not be suitable for me. Coincidentally, I can look for another job after resigning. Are you sure?
If Chiu Ruoyan insisted on resigning, he wouldn't interfere too much. At most, he could secretly teach that Manager Feng a lesson to vent her frustrations.
Chiu Ruoyan raised a lock of hair from her brow, seeming thoughtful. Su Chen, She seemed to want to say something but hesitated and ultimately didn't speak.
At that moment, the elevator reached the 5th floor, and it was time
for Su Chen to get off. She smiled and said, you can go back first. After I resign, I might come over often to mooch off meals, so don't refuse. Remember to tell me if you need anything.
After Su Chen finished speaking, he bid farewell to Chiu Ruoyan and got off the elevator. After all, he and Chiu Ruoyan had only known each other for about a week, and unless she wanted help, it wasn't really appropriate for him to get involved in her work and life. However, he made a note of this matter. This vacation week, he happened to be quite free, and staying at home playing games wasn't very interesting. Perhaps he could do something else. For example, visiting that esteemed and lovely Manager Feng at Kairuyan's company tomorrow might be a good choice. After returning home, Su Chen first greeted his neighbor and played PS4 games with Little E for a while before leisurely going back to eat takeout. Sitting at his computer desk, he ate while scrolling the mouse, browsing current news and gossip online. Some news on obscure websites always has a bunch of sensationalist headlines, even some that seem completely fake and mystical.
For instance, thousands gathered for this? Shock. Someone captured a dragon during a mudslide.
Live footage of a Hong Kong master smashing rocks with one punch.
Strange news. A human-shaped shadow captured above the thunderclouds. Who is crossing the tribulation?
Every time he glanced at these news articles while browsing, Su Chen almost felt like he was living in a fantasy world. However, in reality, he hadn't seen even a hint of these stories. In the past, he might have just laughed off such news, but now, he was starting to feel somewhat skeptical. The reason is simple: he has also become one of the protagonists in these bizarre news stories.
Kung Fu Master battles the Hulk. Live report. High energy all the way. That previous video is still trending?
Seeing the headline on the trending topics, Su Chen had a strange expression. After hesitating for a moment, he still clicked on the news. The news included the hottest video clips from a short video app, and it even had screenshots of some scenes attempting to restore the true appearance of the Kung Fu Master and the Hulk from the blurry figures. Fortunately, the video was blurry enough that the group couldn't restore Su Chen's appearance after tinkering for half a day. However, there are still a bunch of people in the comments section claiming they want to form a group to worship at the location in the video and find this Kung Fu Master to learn from. Although most netizens are just joking, there are indeed some who take it seriously. No wonder I felt there were a lot more people around the neighborhood a few days ago. It turns out the video has remained popular all this time.
Su Chen was somewhat speechless. What if someone really recognizes him? The government hasn't fully disclosed the existence of abilities yet. Are they actually going to let him appear as a Kung Fu Master? the ability group has been indifferent to this video, allowing it to circulate online. On one hand, they likely intend to use it as a promotional case of an ability user, and on the other hand, they are subtly improving public perception. When the existence of abilities is fully revealed, the impact on society will be somewhat lessened. It's really amusing how this group of people in the comments is comparing me to Master Honchwan. Looking through the comments, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Some people even cheered for him to have a duel with Master Honchwan, who had recently made headlines for breaking rocks with a single punch, to see whose skills were more profound. There were dozens of replies queued up in the comments sections of both news articles. Out of curiosity, he clicked on another news article titled "Real Footage of Master Honchwan Breaking Rocks with a Punch." At the top of the news article was also a short video. Inside a Taoist temple, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit assumed the starting stance of Honchwan, took a moment to gather his energy, and then with great force struck a rock the size of a basin with a single punch. With a loud bang, the rock shattered into several pieces, and fragments flew everywhere. The video was brief, lasting only 10 seconds, even shorter than Su Chen's video. However, it was shot very clearly, allowing viewers to see the cracks in the rock and the angles at which the fragments flew. It was extremely visually striking. Thus, this simple short video featuring just one punch can occupy a corner of the trending searches, captivating people's interest and garnering nearly 100,000 views. However, most comments in this section are teasing remarks like, "Master, your outfit is really cool. Where did you buy it? The special effects are amazing. Give X some credit. Could this be a promotional video for a kung fu movie?" and so on. Compared to Su Chen's blurry video, this clear short video is even less believable. Basically, all the netizens think this is made with special effects. After all, the rock in the video is not only 2 feet wide but also a foot thick. Even an adult man would struggle to move it, and swinging a heavy hammer might not even break it. Yet in the video, a simple punch shatters the rock effortlessly. No one believes that a single punch could truly break rock. After all, humans are made of flesh. Even if you had that much strength, is your fist made of iron? However, Su Chen doesn't think so. This video doesn't seem fake. As he repeatedly reviews the part where the middle-aged man shatters the rock, his expression becomes slightly serious. Amateurs watch the excitement, while experts look for the subtleties. From the man's starting posture in the video, it's clear that he is truly a skilled practitioner with deep abilities. His punches appear simple and unadorned, yet they conceal a substantial force, almost channeling all his strength into that one punch. Although it's unclear how the rock shattered from the inside, the signs of the rock's fracture show no signs of deception upon his careful observation. The middle-aged man in the video truly shattered that 1 foot thick rock with a single punch. To be honest, even Su Chen finds it somewhat unbelievable. With his current strength and skills, he could easily break a few bricks, but to think of shattering a rock with his fist is out of the question. If he really struck it, it might not just be the rock that breaks. According to Su Chen's calculations, to break the large rock in the video, at least 40 points of strength would be required. Moreover, breaking a rock with a punch involves more than just strength. He must not be relying solely on his fists to break the stone. This rock clearly fractured from the inside. Could it be some kind of offensive ability? Or does the hidden power of ancient martial arts really exist? Su Chen hasn't forgotten that he previously used lightning element attacks as a ruse to fool Young Hangwu, and Young Hangwu didn't suspect a thing. This indirectly proves that there might really be someone in the martial arts world who has practiced this dark energy technique. In terms of power, this thing is even more formidable than supernatural abilities. I wonder if reaching master level in Bagwazang can allow one to practice dark energy. Su Chen instinctively tried to swipe open the system interface but only swiped through the air. He forgot that the system was upgrading. Forget it, the experience points needed to level up Bagwazang are too much. Just reaching elite level cost 500 points, and to reach master level it's probably several thousand, right? I won't consider it for now. Besides, master level isn't even the highest, there's still the grandmaster level. God knows how many experience points that requires? If he had the chance, he would indeed like to meet the Hungar master from the video to learn about the power of dark energy. Although he gained knowledge and skills of Bagwazang through the system module, he still lacks practical experience to fully grasp it. Among the seemingly unbelievable fake news on the website, 2 of them are actually true. So, what about the other news articles? Su Chen cast a doubtful glance at several other news articles about the emergence of dragons and shadowy figures in thunderclouds. He clicked on them and skimmed through. The pictures inside were mostly blurry, making it hard to discern their authenticity. Ordinary people would almost instinctively think they are fake. But to Su Chen, nothing in this world seemed strange regardless of what appeared. The ability group deals with various supernatural phenomena, and based on this, many mythological stories from ancient times might have actually existed. It's just that we don't know if so-called dragons, divine beasts, Taoists, or witchcraft still exist today. As he browsed through the garbage news on a small website, Su Chen fell into deep thought. He recalled Mo Lishuan's Crimson Jade Bead, which contained 3 points of supernatural abilities said to have been given to Mo family ancestors by a Taoist during the late Qing dynasty. The deeper he thought, the more information it actually contained. Treasures like spiritual beads do exist. By the same token, exorcists who catch ghosts likely do exist as well. I suddenly feel motivated. Su Chen curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. He doesn't have much desire for money and status. Nowadays, earning a few million makes him feel quite content with life. With his current attributes and several special abilities, he can easily attain a decent position and salary within the national system, achieving his life goals basically. To be honest, if he keeps going at this pace, he might get lazy and stop doing tasks to level up. After all, the system's tasks are not mandatory, and there are almost no penalties, so it's not difficult to avoid them. Some tasks might be completed naturally, while others are purely busywork that just adds stress. However, upon learning that there might be higher, more mysterious realms in this world, he instantly gained a new goal. Martial arts masters, Taoists, dragon-like beings, divine beasts, spirits, who knows, there might even be mysterious cultivators? Perhaps the wave of special abilities represents a rise of the mysterious in another sense. Compared to toasting and scheming with the elites of high society, Su Chen finds those transcendent beings much more intriguing. Once the holiday is over, maybe I can find some time to check the archives for past task records to see what supernatural events have occurred. With my current level 3 member privileges, I should be able to access some non-confidential task records, right? Su Chen was talking to himself, absent-mindedly playing with the electric arc, practicing his control over the lightning element. It had only been a week since he joined the ability group, and he had only interacted with 2 official members, Miao Yueying and Ji Changmin. He was still unfamiliar with most of the facilities in the group, but he actually had access to quite a few places. For example, the archives, interrogation room, training room, and the storage cabinet. It is said that there is a batch of high-tech equipment in the storage cabinet specifically designed to handle dangerous supernatural phenomena, but it requires approval to use. Usually, it can only be used in the training room, and Su Chen had yet to see it. Although he had experienced quite a few events this week, the only supernatural task had been the initial capture of a little creature. People are always curious about new things, and Su Chen was very interested in supernatural phenomena and high technology. Ji Changmin mentioned that he had previously participated in paranormal missions, and the research institute provided them with a batch of high-tech equipment similar to pulse guns, which could inflict heavy damage on incorporeal ghosts using electromagnetic interference. When can we go check out the research institute? Old Ji seems to know some people there. How about we ask him in a few days? Su Chen's thoughts were a bit scattered. At first, he felt a bit idle during the system upgrade, but upon reflection, he realized there were countless things he wanted to do. He turned off the computer and went to bed without overthinking anything. The next morning, Su Chen slept until he woke up naturally. He glanced at his phone. It was not yet 8 o'clock. After about a year of working, his biological clock had become very regular. Even though he had been off work for a week, he still woke up around this time most days. At this hour, Xiao Ruoyan probably hasn't started work yet. Although she submitted her resignation letter, she hasn't officially left yet. After washing his face a bit, Su Chen pondered whether he should go to the 18th floor to say hello to Xiao Ruoyan. To console? To greet? To inquire? It all seemed a bit inappropriate. He was the type of person who preferred action and wasn't used to comforting others with words. Moreover, Xiao Ruoyan had already mentioned yesterday that she decided to resign and change jobs, and he really couldn't think of how he could help. Should he help her find a new good job? Although he had quite powerful abilities in modern society, connections and networks mattered. Indeed, he was still lacking in that regard. He currently has only 2 connections. One is the ability group, and the other is Yang Hongwu's Baji martial arts school. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I get. It would be more realistic to just eat up that manager phone. Su Chen scratched his head. Beating someone up isn't actually that simple. Although with his current attribute values, teaching a lesson to an ordinary person would be like child's play, going to beat up an ordinary person as a member of the ability group could lead to trouble if manager phone calls the police afterward. Of course, if he needs to beat someone up, he still has to do it, but it should be done without anyone noticing. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen decided to learn the invisibility ability first, that way he wouldn't have any concerns when beating someone up later. He opened the system interface and the main screen still showed that it was upgrading and the specialization module couldn't be accessed. Fortunately, the ability tree seemed to be independent of the system interface and was still usable. Finding the invisibility ability, Su Chen used his last remaining ability point to activate it. His whole body flickered with strange, distorted light, making him appear hazy and ghost-like, just like a translucent specter in a movie. The entire process lasted about 5 to 6 seconds before finally stabilizing. Is it over? Su Chen tentatively activated the source of his magical power, silently chanting the invisibility spell. Suddenly, the light around his entire body was distorted and refracted, and his figure completely vanished amidst a haze of flickering. Not only his body but even his clothes became transparent, leaving no trace at all. Not only could others not see him, but Su Chen himself couldn't see his own body either. He pinched his transparent arm. Although it was invisible, it was indeed there. It seems that the invisibility ability is not just a low-level skin color change like a chameleon, but a more magical optical refraction ability, which can also cover up the traces of clothing. Su Chen pondered thoughtfully. He took a few steps forward, trying to reach for the door. At first, he felt a bit uncomfortable not being able to see his own arm, but thanks to his fine control over martial arts and bodily senses, he quickly adapted.
An invisibility ability unlocked with a single ability point is the most basic level. Its effect is merely to distort light to deceive vision, and it consumes quite a lot, using up 1 point of magical power every second.
Su Chen had learned about the consumption of the invisibility ability when he first unlocked the ability tree. Initially, he didn't choose to activate this ability because its consumption was too high. However, as he increases his mental attributes, the mana spring now has over 100 points of mana, barely enough to support invisibility for 2 minutes. As for stamina, let's not even discuss it. The consumption of stamina for invisibility is astonishing compared to other abilities. Every 3 points of stamina can be converted into 1 point of mana consumption. With Su Chen's current 25 points of stamina, he can only sustain it for about 6 seconds. Don't underestimate those 2 minutes. There are plenty of things that can be done in 2 minutes of invisibility.
Ahem, for those with improper thoughts, 2 minutes definitely isn't enough for that kind of thing, but if it's just about beating someone up, not to mention 2 minutes, even just a few seconds would be enough for Su Chen to play around with. After releasing the invisibility, Su Chen went out and took a taxi to Chiu Ruoyan's company. Last time when Chiu Ruoyan was harassed by manager Feng, Su Chen had young Hongwu drive her to the company, so he knew the exact address. It seemed to be a pretty ordinary office building, but he wasn't clear about what they actually did there. He guessed it was just a small-scale family business. I really can't understand why a small company's manager would be so arrogant, relentlessly pursuing his own employee. Doesn't the company take care of such people? It's highly likely he's just another character like Lu Bapi. Just thinking about Lu Bapi made Su Chen feel irritable, and he secretly decided to kick manager Feng a few more times when he got the chance. Speaking of which, Lu Bapi had previously tried to teach him a lesson by sending a group of people to break in late at night last week. However, after Su Chen sent those guys to the police station, the police came to Lu Bapi to take a statement, and since then, Lu Bapi has been quiet. The only unfortunate thing is that he was reportedly released after just 3 days of detention, and that guy is still a manager at the company. Now that he has the ability to become invisible, should he take some time to visit him in the next few days? The taxi arrived at the destination. Before leaving, Su Chen deliberately wore a white anti-smog mask that covered half of his face, making it difficult for manager Feng, who had only seen him once, to recognize him. It was only around 8:30, and most employees were just starting to arrive for work and clock in. Su Chen patiently stood at the entrance of the office building, playing on his phone, waiting for manager Feng to arrive. About 10 minutes later, he saw Chiu Ruoyan's figure. Just before she entered, Su Chen activated his invisibility and watched her take the elevator upstairs before deactivating it. It's better not to let her know, it could cause trouble. He didn't confront manager Feng to gain Chiu Ruoyan's favor, he simply wanted to help her vent her frustrations as a friend. It didn't matter whether Chiu Ruoyan knew he was behind it, as long as she knew manager Feng was in trouble. Nearly half an hour later, close to 9 o'clock, a slightly plump figure finally arrived, carrying a briefcase. TSK, this guy is quite leisurely. Su Chen saw manager Feng walking calmly to the elevator and sneered, quietly following behind him, standing silently. Manager Feng was chatting with someone on WeChat, and with his sharp eyesight, Su Chen easily caught a glimpse of the text messages on his phone screen. Manager Feng, Lao Lu, have you approved that little Chiu's resignation request? On the other end, little Chiu? Oh, you mean the girl you've been pursuing recently? She just submitted her resignation yesterday. I haven't looked at it yet. Manager Feng, tell the HR department not to process her resignation. According to the resignation procedure, it can at least be delayed for another month. The person on the other side sent a smirking emoji. What's up? Haven't you closed the deal yet? Manager Feng, not yet. That little vixen is impossible to deal with. Last time she tricked me with some guy claiming he was her boyfriend, and now she wants to quit and run away? I've already spent so much time on her, I have to win her over. The other person asked, didn't I just introduce you to a girl from our department last time? Why so soon are you done with her? Manager Feng also sent a smirk. Hey, don't mention it. She's too easygoing. I want to play with someone a bit more challenging now. The chat log on the screen ended here. Su Chen frowned and glanced over, seeing manager Feng still grinning and typing away, which made him furious. He turned and walked towards the empty fire escape, activated stealth mode, and quickly returned. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Since it was past the clock-in time, there were hardly any people on the first floor of the building. Only manager Feng took the elevator. Heaven helps me. Su Chen curled his lips into a cold smile, stepped forward, and entered the elevator with him. The elevator doors slowly closed. Manager Feng was grinning while chatting and thinking about what tricks to play on Chiu Ruoyan. Little did he know, while he was focused on his chat, Su Chen was standing behind him, contemplating what tricks to play on him. As soon as the elevator started, without saying a word, Su Chen threw a punch straight at manager Feng's face, followed by a kick to his waist. He controlled the force to hurt him but not cause any serious injury, his fists and feet raining down like a storm. Manager Feng let out a miserable howl, instantly dazed from the blows. He hugged his head, trying to see who was attacking him, but was horrified to find the elevator was clearly empty. Oh my gosh! Is this a ghost? He hurriedly tried to reach for the elevator button, but how could Su Chen allow that? He grabbed his arm and expertly dislocated it. It had barely been a few seconds, and there was still plenty of time left. In combat techniques, there are plenty of moves that can cause unbearable pain without leading to permanent injury. Coupled with some clever and subtle forces from Baji Quan and pressure points, Su Chen had an abundance of tricks at his disposal. He beat Manager Feng to the point of unconsciousness, only to forcefully wake him up and continue the beating. After a full minute of beating, leaving Manager Feng dazed and confused, Su Chen finally pressed the elevator button to let him go. In a daze, when Manager Feng saw the elevator doors open, he bolted out as if he had seen the gates of heaven, crying and howling as he rushed out. "It's haunted! Help! A vicious ghost is killing people!" With a bruised face and drooping arms, he looked utterly miserable, hardly better than a homeless person on the street. He didn't even care to pull up one of his dress shoes as he rushed out, under the astonished gazes of a crowd outside the elevator, like an angry little bird flying into the sunset, never to return. Su Chen calmly walked out of the elevator, clapped his hands, and, with the invisibility still lasting for another half-minute, headed towards the stairway corridor. After the matter was settled, he left quietly, hiding his achievements and fame. "Don't ask me who I am Lei Feng. Phew, that guy really gets on my nerves. I was just planning to hit him for 10 seconds, but I ended up going for a full minute without realizing it." In the empty stairwell, Su Chen let out a breath. His punching speed was far from ordinary. Hitting Manager Feng for a minute was almost equivalent to an ordinary person beating him for half an hour. However, if he went to the hospital for an examination, they would only find minor bruises at most. Su Chen's skills were no joke. Having been invisible for a long time, the energy vortex in his dantian had decreased to about 2/5. Su Chen quietly sat on the stairs playing on his phone, waiting for his internal energy to recover. He still had something to do. With the increase in his mental attributes, the mana reservoir that used to take a whole day to fully recover from zero now only required less than 10 hours, recovering about 10% per hour. He was quite patient, sitting at the stairway playing on his phone while occasionally looking through the window to see if Manager Feng had gone downstairs to the hospital. About 10 minutes later, to Su Chen's surprise, he actually saw Manager Feng in the stairwell. He was being helped down the stairs, limping and occasionally groaning in pain. It seems he was so traumatized from being beaten that he didn't dare take the elevator, so he endured the pain to come down the stairs instead. This is better, at least it saves him from making another trip to the hospital. Su Chen smiled with a hint of amusement. "Hey, slow down, my back." In the stairwell, Manager Feng was being supported by a young employee, slowly moving down step by step, holding his waist and occasionally groaning in pain. The areas he was hit the hardest were not only his private parts but also his lower back. The young employee cautiously helped him. "Manager Feng, who hit you? Do you want to call the police?" To be honest, his injuries looked quite tragic. Anyone who didn't know would think he was about to become a second-class disabled person. "I've said it so many times. The elevator is haunted. What's the use of calling the police? Don't you all believe me?" Having been beaten, Manager Feng was already filled with a nameless anger that had no outlet. He immediately found someone to vent it on and scolded the young employee, getting angrier as he felt more pain, and the more he scolded, the more fired up he became. Due to the superior-subordinate relationship, the young employee appears obedient on the surface, but secretly despises and resents it. "I took the time and effort to take you to the hospital, and instead of being grateful, you just keep cursing? You really deserve to be beaten. If there were really ghosts, why didn't they just kill you directly?" Manager Feng was angrily scolding, gesturing wildly, when suddenly a breeze swept past the two of them. It was as if something tripped him, and he suddenly missed his step, losing his balance and falling backward. The young employee was already distracted by the scolding, and in the face of this sudden accident, whether intentionally or not, he reached out but failed to catch him, just watching Manager Feng tumble down the stairs like a dog. It wasn't over yet. Just as Manager Feng landed on the stair platform, crying out in pain and trying to get up, he was suddenly pushed by a force and rolled despairingly down to the next flight of stairs. What an unstoppable whirlwind! The young employee was stunned, staring blankly for a few seconds before hurriedly shouting for Manager Feng to catch up. But he realized he was running slower than Manager Feng was rolling. This guy rolls down the stairs like he's addicted to it. Every time he tumbles down a landing, he just turns and keeps rolling to the next floor. With that speed and precision, it's just like drifting on Mount Akina. Definitely a veteran. He rolled down several floors in a row until he finally stopped on the ground floor, lying sprawled on the floor, bruised and battered, with wide, terrified eyes staring at the ceiling, breathing heavily. "There's a ghost. There's a ghost." He kept mumbling, forcing himself to endure the pain as he tried to get up, wanting to escape this eerie staircase. At that moment, a piece of paper floated down from above his head, landing squarely over his face. Manager Feng grabbed the note in a panic, instinctively opened it, and was so scared that he lost his wits, quickly tossing it aside and limping frantically towards the staircase exit, not even bothering to let anyone help him, looking just like a fat dog with its tail between its legs fleeing for its life. The note only had 10 large blood-red characters written on it. "If you keep playing with women, watch out for your dog life." The discarded note danced in the air but did not fall to the ground. Instead, it mysteriously disappeared all of a sudden. Invisible, Su Chen grabbed the note and stuffed it into his pocket along with the red oil pen, glancing with a half-smile at the flustered Manager Feng as he revealed himself and turned to walk towards the restroom. He entered an empty stall, tore the note into pieces, and flushed it down the toilet, putting the matter to rest. The entire process took less than half a minute. With this, it should be much easier for Chiu Ruoyan to resign, right? Having completed what he wanted to do, Su-chen felt much more relaxed as he hummed a tune and left the company building, planning to find a place to eat first. The energy consumption of invisibility was greater than expected. The cyclone in his dantian was completely exhausted, leaving him with a strange sense of emptiness in his lower abdomen, not just simple hunger but an uncomfortable void. His body was quickly and actively absorbing energy from the air to reconstitute the cyclone. His stomach inevitably began to growl. When the source of magic is depleted to a certain extent, it can also cause feelings of hunger and weakness. I guess I'll need to pay attention to that in the future. Su-chen mumbled to himself and casually found a nearby restaurant, ordering several plates of meat dishes to indulge in. A cyclone not only absorbs energy from the air but can also convert physical strength and food into energy. To quickly alleviate the discomfort of an empty magic source, he simply started eating, bowl after bowl, with an appetite that rivaled that of internet celebrities known for their huge appetites. The empty plates piled up on the table, and several diners around him put down their chopsticks, occasionally glancing his way, with some even taking out their phones to record videos. Su-chen didn't want to attract too much attention, so he toned it down a bit. After restoring his magic source to about 20 to 30%, he settled the bill and left. He spent over 200 on this meal. After all, a typical dish at a regular restaurant costs around 20, and a full meat meal wouldn't exceed 50. Feeling full and satisfied, he headed back home. Just as he returned home and was about to enjoy some long-awaited gaming on his PS4, the phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Hee, guess who I am?" It was a lovely girl's voice. Ordinary people might find it hard to recognize someone's voice over the phone, but for Su-chen, whose agility exceeds 20 points, he can identify the characteristics of a stranger's voice after just one listen. The voice is somewhat youthful, around 18 years old, with a clear tone and a hint of playfulness in the tone. He only knows one girl that fits this description. "Miss M.O., where did you get my phone number?" Su-chen lazily leaned back on the sofa, helplessly rubbing his forehead. "Hey, you actually guessed it?" M.O. Lishwan said. "Isn't it easy for me to get your number? By the way, why haven't you replied to my WeChat messages? Are you pretending to be offline?" "No, I was busy just now." Su-chen's face didn't flush, and his heart didn't race. However, this wasn't really a lie. He had indeed been quite busy when he dealt with manager phone, but it only lasted a few minutes. While playing on his phone in the stairway, he also saw the messages Miss M.O. sent him. She added him as a friend during the transfer, but upon seeing that long string of curious questions, he simply couldn't be bothered to reply and chose to ignore them as if he were offline. To reiterate, he was genuinely unresponsive to this wealthy young lady. M.O. Lishwan was quite interested. Busy with what? Did some supernatural event occur? Do you think supernatural events are as common as cabbages? Besides, I'm on vacation, you know. Su-chen complained, realizing that this rich young lady had somehow learned about the work of the ability group and even knew about supernatural events. However, while he claimed he wasn't busy with any supernatural events, he had actually created a supernatural event himself. "Oh, by the way, do you want to come over to my house?" M.O. Lishwan suggested eagerly. "Because of the attack a few days ago, I haven't been able to go to school and have been stuck at home, getting bored to death. I initially thought about having my grandpa transfer you over to protect me once you were better, but then I heard you're on vacation." "No." Su-chen flatly rejected her. "Are you kidding? Why would I go to your place as a free bodyguard during my vacation? There's no organizational mission or system task. I'd only be going to fend off the remaining 2 supernatural criminals out of sheer boredom, and I definitely don't want to improve your favorability. The petrification ability user is not a concern. The real danger comes from the mind-controlling man in a suit. Psychic abilities are inherently strange and dangerous, and with the suit-wearing man's hypnosis affecting a lot of ordinary people, even if we don't know the extent of the hypnosis, perhaps just some subconscious guidance, it's already quite dangerous." M.O. Lishwan asked gloomily. "Why don't you want to? Do you have something important?" Let me think." Su-chen casually opened the PS4 box in front of the TV. "I'm stuck on the White Lady in Sekiro, planning to finish it today, so I'm sorry I can't come over to play." M.O. Lishwan looked confused. "Sekiro? White Lady? What are those?" This rich young lady seems to have never played a large single-player game. "It's a game you wouldn't understand." Su-chen calmly took out the controller. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Goodbye." "Hey, wait a minute. Hello? What did you say? The signal here is bad." Crackling. Before the person on the other end could finish speaking, Su-chen quickly hung up. Phew, finally some peace and quiet. He threw his phone into the corner of the sofa, let out a sigh, turned on the air conditioning, leisurely went to the fridge to grab a can of cold drink, and lazily leaned back on the sofa with the remote, sipping his drink and enjoying the air conditioning. It was just 2 words, so comfortable. That's how a day off should be spent. Only a fool would go out wandering aimlessly. His life motto is, all efforts are just adding bricks to a more comfortable life. By the way, does the ability tree include powers like telekinesis? Imagine lying on the sofa, just flicking a finger, and having the remote and cold drinks fly over automatically. Wouldn't that be great? Su-chen couldn't help but fantasize about a comfortable future life. Superpowers, creating a beautiful life. Just as he opened the main page of Sekiro, ready to enjoy his journey of being tortured, there was a loud explosion at the entrance. The whole room shook violently, startling Su-chen so much that he almost spilled his cold drink all over the sofa.
The security door was actually blown apart by something. Debris flew everywhere and a piece of metal struck the TV screen directly, instantly ruining the LCD screen that cost several $1,000s. What the hell? Su-chen was taken aback at first, filled with rage. What the hell? What does this mean? Can't I even have a proper vacation? Although he didn't know what happened, this was the third time he had been attacked at his doorstep this month. Even a clay statue has its anger. Whoever it is will have to pay the price. With a leap from the sofa, Su-chen reached for his backup gun from the coffee table and cautiously aimed it toward the smoke-filled entrance. The smoke didn't simply come from a door being blown open, it was thick and dense, as if someone had deployed a smoke bomb. Whoosh! A thin needle shot out from the smoke, heading straight for Su-chen's chest. Having been on guard, Su-chen tracked the needle's trajectory and executed a move impossible for an ordinary person, narrowly avoiding the needle while simultaneously returning fire toward the door. Since they started with a tranquilizer gun, it was clear they meant no good. He had no reason to hold back. Even though the pistol had a silencer, the gunfire was still loud, echoing through the hallway. Hearing the sound of bullets hitting the wall, Su-chen knew he had missed. Either the enemy had cautiously hidden behind the doorframe in advance, or they had the sharp intuition and extraordinary skills to predict the bullet's trajectory. No matter which it is, it's quite tricky. If it were yesterday, it might have been a bit difficult, but now. Su-chen's figure flickered and became uncertain, ultimately disappearing completely, changing direction and heading straight for the entrance. As he rushed through the thick smoke, he saw a short-haired man in casual clothes sneaking by the doorframe, extending a modified tranquilizer gun into the doorway, peeking out to search for Su-chen's figure inside. When he realized the target had vanished, he was momentarily stunned. "Who are you looking for?" Su-chen's cold voice sounded from behind him. The short-haired man's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly tried to aim the gun at his back. But before he had a chance to react, a swift and powerful chop struck the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. "Who is this? Blowing up the door right away? It's like a terrorist attack?" Su-chen kicked the short-haired man who had fainted on the ground in annoyance. Just now, something exploded at the door, completely wrecking his security door and even damaging the doorframe. He probably needs to call a repairman. Fixing everything might cost him several thousand yuan. On top of that, the TV and other furniture in the entrance that were affected also contributed to significant losses. Due to the explosion and gunfire, all the residents on the floor were alarmed, but no one foolishly opened their doors to check the situation. Most chose to stay inside and call the police. Even a fool knows that incidents involving firearms are serious matters. What if they inadvertently get caught in the crossfire? Feeling distressed, Su-chen glanced at the security door side and dragged the short-haired man into the room to begin searching him. Besides the modified tranquilizer gun, he actually found quite a few weapons on this guy. A large-caliber modified handgun tucked at his waist, 2 extremely sharp small daggers hidden in his leg straps, a few oval-shaped objects that look like miniature adhesive explosives, several smoke bombs, and some tear gas, along with various small items. Aside from that, there was nothing that could prove his identity. Nothing, no phone, no ID, no keys. A premeditated attack? Who is this guy and who sent him? Su-chen frowned and picked up his phone to call Team Leader Xing. After reporting the incident that just happened at home, Team Leader Xing took it very seriously and stated that he would immediately send someone to handle and investigate the matter. About 10 minutes later, the police who received the report arrived. Perhaps because the police had arrived, many onlookers felt emboldened and turned their curious gazes towards Su-chen's house. Fortunately, the police received a notification from the Ability Group and managed to downplay the incident, classifying it as a mentally ill person carrying flammable and explosive materials. They did not take any statements from Su-chen and immediately cuffed the unconscious short-haired man and took him to the police car for interrogation. After all the commotion, Su-chen still didn't understand why someone wanted to attack him. What a calamity. He helplessly glanced at the destroyed door, realizing that his vacation would have to be postponed. He needed to find someone to fix the door first. In theory, Su-chen should have gone with the attacker to the Ability Group to grasp the information from the interrogation immediately. After all, he was the main party involved in this incident. But he's a bit lazy to go to the Ability Group. In the past week, he probably went to the Ability Group no less than 10 times, averaging more than twice a day. He's practically more diligent than going home. So, Su-chen informed Team Leader Xing and said he would contact him again after the interrogation yielded some information, while he went out to find a worker who could repair the security door, hoping to get it fixed before dark. It's really surprising that guy dared to use micro-explosives to break the door. Isn't the usual method to pick the lock quietly? Su-chen was also frustrated, increasingly unable to figure out what kind of person that short-haired guy really was. With such a grand entrance, he turned out to be surprisingly weak, easily dealt with by a single chop. He didn't seem like an ability user at all. I completely forgot. Before taking that guy away, I should have thrown out a reconnaissance ability first. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about those chaotic thoughts, Su-chen quickly found a worker nearby who could fix the door and then rushed to a furniture store to buy an expensive high-end security door worth over 10,000, offering a high price for the worker to ideally repair the blown-up door frame within a few hours. For him now, money was not an issue. Even after buying a bulletproof car worth over 5 million, he still has about $1 million left, which is enough for him to splurge for quite a while. Just after finishing the door repair, Su-chen hadn't even had a chance to drink some water when the Ability Group called. Team leader Xing said seriously. Xiao Su, there's a very tricky matter I need to discuss with you. What is it? Su Chen frowned. Team leader Xing said solemnly, the person you just captured, according to the latest intelligence from the interrogation team, is very likely to have been hypnotized to attack you and did not act out of their own will. Hypnotized? Su Chen, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly sat up straight, his expression becoming much more serious. Is it those two escaped ability criminals? Very likely. Team leader Xing said uncertainly, there are very few ability users in the country who possess such hypnotic abilities, and the only possible culprit is that level ability criminal codenamed Hypnotist. He must be seeking revenge on you by hypnotizing that person to attack you. Hypnotist? It must be referring to the man in the suit. As for D-level superpower criminals, by the way, similar to superpower ratings, national agencies classify the danger levels of superpower criminals into 7 categories: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The higher the danger to society, the higher the rating. F-level criminals are mostly insignificant and don't require attention, while E-level criminals are worth the superpower teams intervening for regulation and rehabilitation. D-level criminals pose a threat to public safety and are involved in serious criminal activities, necessitating capture, imprisonment, and even allowing for on-the-spot execution. The black-clad woman and the petrified strongman from that banquet night are classified as D-level superpower criminals. As for C-level, these are superpower types that seriously endanger social order and public safety. There's no doubt that someone who can influence others' thoughts with mental power, like a hypnotist, could easily become a minor villain in a superhero movie. However, he also didn't expect that this guy's superpower was even more terrifying than he imagined. Su Chen took a deep breath. His superpower can even hypnotize ordinary people to carry out terrorist attacks? That's just too terrifying. Does that mean my personal safety is in serious danger? As long as he isn't caught, I won't even be able to sleep soundly in the future? And why would a terrorist attack use a tranquilizer gun? Can't those two superpowered criminals get their hands on real guns? That shouldn't be the case. It's not that exaggerated. Team leader Xing said, according to our intelligence team's investigation, the person who attacked you was a new member of a certain assassin organization. He claimed that a man in a suit approached him yesterday and offered him 1 million to assassinate you. After accepting the task, he confusingly took the deposit, and somehow the operation turned into using a tranquilizer gun to abduct you. It seems he was hypnotized by the hypnotist during this process. Wait, it's a bit confusing. Let me sort it out. Su Chen calmly analyzed. So, are you saying that the hypnotist didn't directly hypnotize an ordinary person to assassinate him, but pretended to hire an assassin? And then, after the other party accepted the task, induced a hypnotic suggestion to make them come to kill him without taking any money? It's equivalent to going in a roundabout way to recruit a free killer. I told you, how could hypnosis forcibly manipulate someone's thoughts and actions? In fact, hypnosis is more about guidance and suggestion making. Subtle changes based on the existing thoughts of others, using clever methods to bypass psychological defenses and ultimately achieve one's own goals. Wait, something's a bit off here. Su Chen wondered, if they want to take revenge on me, why send a hitman to knock me out with a tranquilizer gun? Wouldn't it be simpler to just kill me with a firearm? Could it be that they want to capture me and torture me first? It's not impossible. Not only did he thwart the hypnotist's kidnapping plan, but he also completely dismantled the criminal gang they had painstakingly assembled, capturing one and killing another. The third one, who could resonate with them, was also caught after a long period of hiding. Suddenly, their 5-member gang was reduced to less than half. The enmity runs deep. Even if they don't hate him to the bone, it's probably not far off. Team leader Xing was silent for a moment. I think they might be targeting your identity as an elemental ability user. What do you mean? Su Chen had a vague suspicion. Currently, there are only a dozen elemental ability users alive in the country. As for how many elemental ability users there are globally, we cannot know for sure, but it certainly won't exceed 3 digits. They are even rarer than giant pandas. After saying this, Team leader Xing asked, how much do you think a living elemental ability user is worth? What the hell? Not knowing is one thing, but thinking about it is shocking. My life is actually worth that much? Su Chen was stunned for a moment but quickly recovered. Do they want to kidnap me to sell? Ha, have they switched the target from Miss Mo to me because they think I'm easier to abduct? No, it might be that you're more valuable. Team leader Xing said, there are some independent organizations of supernatural beings outside of national agencies that reportedly pay high prices for elemental supernatural beings, starting at 10 billion. As for what they do with the elemental supernatural beings once they acquire them, it's unknown. Anyway, those who are absorbed into these organizations rarely live. Suddenly having a fortune of 10 billion, I can't be happy about it. Su Chen complained helplessly. What is going on here? Exposing my elemental powers comes with such a huge trap waiting for me, a 10 billion bounty. Is elemental ability really that valuable? If it weren't for Team leader Xing's latter statement, I might have even thought about selling myself. So, does this mean I now have to be on guard against being kidnapped and sold? When he said this, Su Chen felt it was quite absurd. Not long ago, he refused Mo Lishuan's invitation to lie back comfortably and play some games in order to avoid trouble, only to turn around and find himself in a big mess instead.
From a certain perspective, his refusal of Mo Lishwan's invitation was still not wrong. Team leader Xing said, I suggest you come to the team to avoid trouble.
Once we track down the hypnotist, we can discuss it.
Through that killer. We've confirmed that those two ability criminals are still hiding in the city, and it may not be long before we capture their whereabouts.
No need, I don't need protection. Su Chen shook his head in refusal.
As if. He's not some rich young lady like Mo Lishwan. He doesn't need anyone to protect him. It wouldn't be that easy for ability criminals to kidnap him. With mastery over invisibility and the blood of the broken Titanos, he was no longer the same. It's not an exaggeration to say that if they had sent a pawn to test the waters today instead of coming personally to capture Su Chen, they might have been caught on the spot.
Su Chen was confident he could single-handedly capture those two.
You don't have to come to the team, but it's best not to wander around during this time. We'll send some people to closely monitor your movements, and if you're attacked, we'll rush to support you immediately. Team leader Xing respects Su Chen's wishes, and he knows that Su Chen is not someone to be easily manipulated. If you discover the whereabouts of the ability criminal, contact the team immediately using your communication device.
Don't try to handle it alone. I guarantee the support won't be late this time. No problem. Su Chen replied with a smile.
The two didn't exchange pleasantries, hung up the phone, and their expressions were slightly strange.
Is the elemental ability worth 10 billion? That's indeed astonishing news.
Although he had heard before that elemental ability users are extremely rare and that the country places great emphasis on protecting them, he never expected the value of elemental abilities to be this precious.
10 billion, that might be equivalent to the total capital of a well-off medium-sized company, right?
From what Team Leader Xing said, aside from the state-controlled ability organizations, there are quite a few independent civilian organizations
in the world.
This means that even if we catch the hypnotist group today, there could still be new ability criminals targeting me. Knowing that he was worth over 10 billion, Su Chen couldn't truly feel happy. This 10 billion fortune was like a red-letter bounty, signifying endless troubles, and others could take it, but he could not. However, with the wave of awakened abilities approaching, new ability users will emerge globally, and there might be quite a few elemental types among them. At that time, they won't be as rare as they are now, and the prices shouldn't be so outrageous.
Scarcity increases value. This principle is universally present in capital markets.
Just like how the giant panda has become a protected animal due to its scarcity, if they were as common as weeds, and everyone in Sichuan had one as a pet, would people still invest so much money and effort to protect them? The same applies here. Once elemental ability users are no longer a rare few hundred, but rather in the thousands or even tens of thousands, then that exaggerated 100 billion fortune would at least be impacted to a 10 billion fortune or a few hundred million.
That still sounds pretty exaggerated.
In the eyes of Su Chen, who was once just a poor office worker, as soon as you add billion to a number, it becomes an unimaginable astronomical figure. Hundreds of billions and hundreds of millions are no different to him, a commoner with a salary of a few thousand, both are just very large. Speaking of which, since those ability organizations dare to quote such high prices, it shows they are not lacking in money. Being able to casually throw out 100 billion, some well-known listed companies might not even have that kind of courage. It seems that ability users really can make a lot of money. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit more hopeful about the future. He has more than one type of superpower, so he will definitely earn a lot in the future. The security door was repaired and installed in just a few hours, looking as good as new. After paying the renovation worker, Su Chen could finally lie back on the sofa and continue resting. During this time, he even went out to buy a larger television. Out with the old, in with the new, consider it an upgrade for his gaming equipment. Leaning back on the sofa, Su Chen glanced at the sky outside. The sun was setting in the west with fiery clouds, and dusk was approaching. Today, those superpowered criminals shouldn't dare to show their faces again, right? They've already alerted Su Chen by sending someone to test him. Now, who knows how many superpowered groups are lying in wait nearby? Would they dare to walk into a trap? If they attack Su Chen tonight, it would actually be a good thing. System, oh system, why are you upgrading so slowly? How many tasks have I missed in the last couple of days? You owe me experience points and training points. He mumbled in dissatisfaction. He could already predict that if the system hadn't upgraded in the past 2 days, at least 2 major tasks would have been released, one being the capture operation in the haunted house, and the other the attack that happened today. Hopefully, there will be some compensation after the system updates. Due to the recent attack, even with the new largest LCD screen, Su Chen lost interest in lying on the sofa playing PS4. Bored, he simply started scrolling through short videos on his phone to see if there were any strange news or events. Ding dong! The doorbell rang at the entrance. Having just experienced an attack, Su Chen instantly became alert. His first reaction was to grab the gun from his pillow, load it, and carefully approach the entrance. Peeking through the peephole, he found it was Cho Royan outside, and he felt relieved. Hiding the gun in the shoe cabinet, he opened the door and joked, "Here to mooch a meal? Welcome, welcome." Following up on the joke from yesterday evening, Cho Royan blinked and said, "Su Chen, did something happen? You look really tense." "Really?" Su Chen instinctively touched his face. He had already relaxed his expression to the most normal level. Could it be that he was so poor at controlling his facial expressions? "It's nothing, maybe it's just my illusion. Don't take it to heart."
Xiao Ruoyan glanced at him a few times and didn't pursue the topic further. She walked to the kitchen, took a look, and volunteered. "Oh, you haven't eaten yet? Then I might as well help with the cooking." "No need, it's your first time at my place for a meal. How can I let a guest cook? Just wait a moment and I'll let you taste the skills of this chef." Su Chen smiled confidently, settled Xiao Ruoyan on the sofa to watch TV, took ingredients out of the fridge, and turned to walk into the kitchen. His cooking skills, upgraded by the system, were certainly not to be underestimated. They were guaranteed to be as good as any star-rated restaurant chef. Usually, he ordered takeout or went out to eat, not because the food outside was better, but simply because he was too lazy to cook. He wasn't a foodie. If he could solve things with money, why bother exhausting his own hands? But it was different for those around him. Since acquiring advanced cooking skills, Su Chen realized a principle. Cooking for others is more valuable than cooking for oneself. With one hand holding the kitchen knife to chop ingredients, Su Chen used the other hand to gesture in the air, summoning the system's specialization panel. Do you want to spend 30 experience points to upgrade your cooking skills to master level? Confirm. What are 30 experience points to him now? He can't even spend the leftover change. Upgrading his cooking skills, as usual, knowledge and techniques flooded into his mind. With Su Chen's extraordinary mental strength, he grasped all the information in a second, instantly enhancing his cutting skills to an even more exquisite level. With the boost from strength and agility, the knife sliced through the ingredients swiftly, creating shadows on the cutting board without making a sound. In the blink of an eye, a potato was shredded into strips. His exceptional physical abilities resulted in knife skills and precision far beyond that of an ordinary chef. Su Chen was confident that even if a national-level chef challenged him, he might not lose. In a national culinary competition, even if he couldn't win a gold medal, he could certainly secure a silver or bronze. At a speed unimaginable to ordinary chefs, the raw ingredients transformed into dishes in an instant. Delicious meals sizzled in the iron wok, reduced and served, all done seamlessly and perfectly. At first, Xiao Ruoyan sneaked into the kitchen, wanting to see if she could help in any way. When she saw Su Chen's incredible knife skills and professional tossing technique, she was instantly stunned. She originally thought Su Chen was just modestly claiming to be good at cooking, simply able to make a few dishes. While there are quite a few guys who can cook, they usually only manage to make a few home-style dishes at best. After all, most of them haven't really studied cooking professionally. If the taste is decent, that's considered good enough. But the scene before her was far from ordinary people's level. Watching Su Chen's knife skills that were as fast as shadows, his incredibly skilled tossing, and each step of the process perfectly organized, even Xiao Ruoyan, who knew little about cooking, felt an unexplainable sense of awe. As the aroma of the dishes filled the air, Xiao Ruoyan couldn't help but ask, "Su Chen, you weren't a chef in a 5-star hotel before, were you?" Su Chen was both amused and helpless. "Cooking is just a hobby for me. I told you my skills are good. But this is a bit over the top, isn't it?" Xiao Ruoyan mumbled to herself. During her university years, she learned cooking while sharing a rented place with others, and she thought she understood it a bit. However, under Su Chen's guidance, she felt completely useless, almost questioning her life choices. 4 dishes and a soup were prepared in just over half an hour. As the dishes were served and the rice was almost done steaming, Su Chen intended to call Xiao Yi from next door to join them for dinner but found out that the little girl was still at her evening class and hadn't returned yet, so he decided to let it go and invite her next time to try his upgraded cooking skills. "Give it a try," Su Chen said with a smile, gesturing invitingly. Xiao Ruoyan tasted a piece of the soy sauce-flavored ribs, and after just a few bites, her face lit up with astonishment. "Delicious. The flavor is completely different from the soy sauce ribs I usually eat. The meat is so tender, and the sauce has a uniquely delightful taste." Xiao Ruoyan tried several dishes in a row and found each one surprisingly delicious, especially the combination of rice and soup, which was incredibly refreshing and greatly whetted her appetite, leading her to unknowingly finish a bowl of rice. She wasn't a gourmet, so she couldn't articulate exactly what made the dish so good, but she could tell that this deliciousness was far beyond what an ordinary restaurant could offer. As long as it tastes good. Seeing others praise the dishes he made, Su Chen felt a great sense of accomplishment. The joy of cooking for others is exactly this. It's much more interesting than cooking for oneself. Su Chen also picked up a piece of the dish to taste. Experiencing the rich flavors, he remained composed, yet was incredibly surprised inside. Indeed, master-level cooking is extraordinary. Using the simplest ingredients, he created the taste of a 5-star hotel. This enjoyment of the palate is completely incomparable to merely filling one's stomach with takeout. Maybe I should just cook at home from now on? Anyway, with his physical fitness and knife skills, it wouldn't take much time to prepare a meal. Your cooking is so good, it's hard not to want to come over to your place for dinner every day. Having finished the meal with a satisfied expression, Xiao Ruoyan joked with a smile. Su Chen thought for a moment. Actually, that's not a bad idea. If you want to come over for a meal, just let me know. It's no trouble to make an extra portion, but I might not be home every day due to work, so it's not feasible to do it daily. Hey, really? Seeing that Su Chen didn't refuse, Xiao Ruoyan was slightly surprised. A sly smile crept onto her lips. This wouldn't just be polite talk, would it? I might take it seriously. Su Chen shrugged. It's true, but only when I have time to cook, so don't get your hopes up too high. That's still great. Even if it's just occasionally, being able to enjoy such delicious meals is already very delightful. Xiao Ruoyan giggled. Su Chen, do you really enjoy cooking? You seem to have an amazing talent for it. With your skills today, I wouldn't be surprised if you apply to be a head chef at a 5-star hotel. I wouldn't say I love it that much, I just occasionally make a few home-cooked dishes. Suchen scratched his head. He didn't want to elaborate on this topic, as explaining how his cooking skills had dramatically improved over the past few days would be troublesome. He changed the subject. Speaking of which, aren't you changing jobs? How's the resignation process going? Well, it's going relatively smoothly. Xiao Ruoyan took a sip of her cold drink and nodded, saying, originally, this morning the leader sent a message saying my resignation application would be postponed, but then at noon, for some reason, they suddenly notified me to hand over my remaining tasks and I could terminate my labor relationship and resign. I should be able to wrap it up in the next couple of days. Suchen smiled slightly. Was the process smooth? That's good. It wasn't in vain that he deliberately pretended to scare Manager Phone. With today's psychological shadow, that guy probably won't dare to make a move on female employees again for the rest of his life. Before letting his urges take over, he should first weigh whether his life is tough enough. The topic was smoothly shifted, but Xiao Ruoyan blinked and stared at Su Chen, looking at him with a hint of doubt and curiosity for several seconds, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Speaking of which, something strange happened in our company today. It said that the elevator is haunted and it put Manager Feng in the hospital. He even fell down the stairs on his way to the hospital, tumbling from the 7th floor to the 1st, almost giving himself a concussion. The latter was witnessed by some employees in the office. Ha! Is it really that spooky? Suchen deliberately put on a surprised expression. I believe in ghosts, but I didn't know they could hit people too. By the way, what kind of operation is it to roll from the 7th floor to the 1st? Does he roll with cornering skills? Xiao Ruoyan chuckled. She blinked and whispered quietly, Su Chen, tell me the truth, did you hit Manager Feng? Hearing Su Chen's teasing double question, Xiao Ruoyan burst into laughter. Su Chen, tell me the truth, did you hit Manager Feng? Su Chen continued to play dumb. No way, I've been at home playing games all day. This afternoon, a lunatic who appeared out of nowhere blew my door off. That's the police's cover story. How could I have time to go to your company to beat someone, although I do plan to give him a beating in a few days? Xiao Ruoyan looked puzzled. Wasn't it you? Of course it wasn't me. Suchen shrugged nonchalantly. Didn't Manager Feng say he got hit by a ghost in the elevator? Doesn't your company have surveillance in the elevator? Just check it, and the truth will come out. Xiao Ruoyan said. The surveillance showed that there was indeed only Manager Feng in the elevator. As soon as the doors closed, he suddenly fell to the ground and started shouting as if possessed. It scared everyone in the company so much that they didn't dare to use the elevator. Then that settled, it wasn't me who hit him. Suchen shrugged. That company really doesn't seem like a good place. It seems like leaving isn't such a bad thing for you, right? Maybe. Xiao Ruoyan pondered. Do ghosts really exist in this world? I don't know, I've never seen one. Suchen spread his hands and said, besides, don't blame everything on ghosts, they're quite innocent. Maybe he just had an epileptic seizure? Xiao Ruoyan couldn't help but laugh, her willow leaf eyes squinting slightly as if filled with autumn water, making others feel refreshed. Suchen suddenly realized they were alone in the living room and he began to feel a bit embarrassed. He took a sip of his cold drink and asked, what do you plan to do for work after leaving? Xiao Ruoyan fell into deep thought, seeming to hesitate about something. I haven't figured it out yet, I probably need some time to think it over. Upon hearing this, Suchen didn't ask anything further. Seriously, how did you do it? Xiao Ruoyan blinked her curious eyes. Do what? Hit Manager Feng. Suchen was puzzled. Didn't I say it wasn't me who did it? Stop pretending, I know it was you. Xiao Ruoyan's lips curled into a sly smile. How exactly did you do that? Can you give me a hint? In exchange, I can tell you one of my secrets too. Suchen questioned. Hey? Why are you so sure it was me? Xiao Ruoyan's eyes darted around. Well, you have to say first, then I'll tell. Suchen looked at Xiao Ruoyan with a skeptical gaze, curious about the secret she mentioned, and a guess began to form in his mind. Investigation. Xiao Ruoyan, female primate, height 165 centimeters, weight 98 kilograms, in good health, ability unknown. Target attribute information acquired. Physique 11 points, strength 10 points, agility 12 points, spirit 25 points. Ability? And it's a mental type? Suchen's expression flashed with a hint of surprise. It was evident from the attribute panel that Xiao Ruoyan's ability was inclined towards the mental category, as ordinary ability users rarely have mental attributes exceeding double. Since I know that Xiao Ruoyan has awakened her ability, things will be much easier. Alright, I admit it, that guy really did get beaten up by me. Suchen no longer concealed anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his invisibility, and his figure vanished in a twist. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyan was taken aback, unable to help but call out Suchen's name, looking around the room for his presence. Don't be excited, I just turned invisible. Look, I'm right behind you. Behind Xiao Ruoyan, Suchen smiled as he revealed himself. I used this invisibility ability to beat up Manager Feng in the elevator. At that time, he was still messaging your boss on WeChat, trying to delay your resignation, and his words were too filthy, so I couldn't help but hit him harder. Invisibility? Xiao Ruoyan's eyes widened. Suchen, you... She was so surprised that she was almost at a loss for words, unsure of what to say, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of I knew it anticipation. Suchen smiled faintly. Alright, I've told you my method, shouldn't you share your secret as well?
Well, Xiao Ruoyan slightly calmed her emotions, her jade-like fingers lightly curling around her shoulder-length hair. Actually, I've recently discovered that I can somewhat hear the thoughts of others, kind of like mind reading. For instance, when you just said, "It's not you who hit," I heard you quietly say, "I'm Lei Feng" beneath your words. Ahem. Su Chen awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Mind reading? I didn't expect your awakened ability to be so powerful. Awakened? Ability? Xiao Ruoyan asked curiously. Su Chen, do you know some insider information? Could it be that your invisibility ability also appeared just in the past few days like mine? Pretty much. Su Chen succinctly explained, our special abilities are collectively referred to as superpowers by the country, and there are dedicated agencies that manage those with superpowers. I'll explain that to you later. Can you tell me more about how that mind-reading ability works? As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Xiao Ruoyan, a hint of unease hidden in his eyes. Mind-reading. A textbook-level superpower. Many fantasy books feature mind-reading abilities where a person's heart feels as if it has been stripped bare, exposing all inner thoughts without any concealment to the eyes of others. This feeling of having no privacy is uncomfortable for anyone. For others, it might just be uncomfortable or embarrassing, but for Su Chen, the threat is almost as severe as a life-and-death crisis. The reason is simple, he harbors a secret that no one can know, the system. What if Qi Ruoyan notices the system? Just thinking about this makes Su Chen somewhat anxious. He should have considered this earlier. Since there are so many special ability users in this world, even without Qi Ruoyan, he might encounter someone with mind-reading abilities in the future. Hey, what are you worried about? Qi Ruoyan glanced at him curiously, seeming to sense Su Chen's chaotic nervousness, and chuckled. Don't be so nervous, I can only slightly sense a part of others' thoughts. It's like someone is whispering in my ear, appearing and disappearing. And for some reason, when I'm facing you, Su Chen, my mind-reading ability barely works, especially now. Even if I concentrate, I can only slightly feel that you're quite worried and anxious. You can't read what's on my mind? Su Chen showed a hint of surprise, but soon he relaxed. Mind-reading abilities are mostly reliant on a strong mental power to intercept the brainwave information of others. With Xiao Ruoyan's mental attribute being over 20, it's naturally easy for her to read the minds of ordinary people with weaker mental power. However, when facing someone with a similar level of mental power, it becomes more challenging to read their brainwaves, especially when the other party is in a tense and alert state. Phew, what a false alarm. Upon realizing that Xiao Ruoyan actually cannot read people's specific thoughts at will, especially that she cannot read his mind, Su Chen felt as if he had walked a tightrope and let out a heavy sigh. It seems that mental attributes are more important than imagined. The higher the mental power, the stronger the defense against mental abilities. Xiao Ruoyan covered her mouth and chuckled. Su Chen, do you really need to be that nervous? Were you thinking of something just now that you don't dare to let me know? Her eyes sparkled like a crescent moon as she looked at Su Chen, with a hint of teasing. No. Su Chen awkwardly smiled. His sudden nervousness was indeed hard to avoid misunderstanding. However, Xiao Ruoyan wasn't wrong about him. Being alone together, it's natural for thoughts that are not suitable for children to arise occasionally. Almost every few minutes, such thoughts would unintentionally pop up, but most of them were quickly dismissed. There's nothing strange about that. According to scientific statistics, a normal man subconsciously has thousands of such thoughts every day. Cough cough, you know how men are. The two chatted for a while longer, and Su Chen introduced Xiao Ruoyan to information about the ability group, learning more about telepathy from her. As for telepathy, Xiao Ruoyan only became aware of it a few days ago. That day, she was busy writing copy at the company when she unexpectedly ran into Manager Foam, who approached her to flirt. While she was pondering how to escape, she unexpectedly heard his vile thoughts about how to trick her into bed. From that day on, Xiao Ruoyan discovered that she had the ability to perceive others' thoughts. When talking to many people, she tried to use this ability and found that mind reading doesn't always work. Most of the time, she could only randomly capture a few snippets of information from the other person's mind. This information was neither sound nor images, but a form of brainwave directly understandable by the mind. Isn't it a complete mind-reading ability? Su Chen pondered. I think it might be due to your insufficient control over your powers. If you could use your mental energy more precisely, perhaps you could read every thought of the other person completely, just like the mind readers in movies. Maybe. Xiao Ruoyan was distracted. Compared to her mind-reading ability, she was more curious about Su Chen's invisibility that he had just displayed. After learning about the ability group from Su Chen, her interest grew even more. Su Chen, can you show me your invisibility ability again? What's there to see? You can't see it anyway. Su Chen was speechless. He activated his ability to manipulate the vortex in his lower abdomen, and in an instant, his figure vanished into thin air. With his extraordinary agility and footwork, when he reappeared, he had already placed his hand on Xiao Ruoyan's shoulder from behind. This scene left Xiao Ruoyan even more astonished and curious. She blinked and asked, Su Chen, is your ability invisibility? How long can you stay invisible? I can stay invisible for about 2 minutes, he replied. Su Chen pondered and said, actually, my main ability isn't invisibility, but this. As he spoke, a deep blue lightning appeared in his palm, with arcs of electricity flickering like fine threads, gathering in the center of his palm to form a blue sphere resembling a ball of lightning. With his precise control over his ability, he was already able to shape the thunder into its most basic form.
Unfortunately, this lightning sphere could only coalesce in his palm and could not be thrown like in games, just like the Rasengan.
In early Naruto, it wasn't easy to throw unless Suchen could upgrade it to the wind release Shuriken Rasengan through research.
What is this? Shouroyan asked, both surprised and curious.
My ability is the control of the lightning element. My body can release high-voltage electricity and manipulate these currents with precision. With a flick of his hand, Suchen brought his fingers together and the lightning sphere vanished like an illusory bubble, silently dissipating without a trace. What an impressive ability. Shouroyan was lost in thought. Suchen, you have 2 abilities? Do the other ability users you mentioned also have multiple powers?
No, I'm just a rare exception.
Suchen shook his head and with a serious expression said to Shouroyan, I only tell others that I have lightning abilities, but I haven't revealed my invisibility power to anyone.
I hope you can keep it a secret, okay?
The invisibility ability lasts only a short time and can only be used as a surprise tactic in critical moments of battle. Although it wouldn't be a big deal if it got leaked, keeping it confidential would naturally be better. Having a trump card that no one knows about always makes it easier to achieve unexpected victories.
Shouroyan nodded earnestly. Okay, you can rest assured, I will definitely not tell anyone.
Perhaps because they shared a secret known only to the 2 of them, the sense of closeness in her eyes slightly increased, and her gaze toward Suchen carried a hint of gentle warmth.
Okay, I believe you.
Suchen smiled slightly. In fact, he only mentioned the confidentiality casually and wasn't too concerned about it.
As a man with an ability tree diagram, how could he have just 1 or 2 powers?
Not to mention the future, just the number of abilities he currently has activated is no less than 5, and it will only increase in the future.
After a moment of thought, Suchen asked, haven't you not decided on your job after leaving? How about considering joining the ability group? Is that the national organization controlling ability users that you just mentioned? Shouroyan displayed a thoughtful expression. Can you tell me more about it? What exactly does that organization do?
Actually, with your abilities, it doesn't matter whether you join the ability group or not.
Suchen changed the subject. As long as you pay a little attention, mind-reading abilities are actually hard to detect. In this society, having this ability means you can thrive anywhere. If you want better development, I suggest it's better not to join the ability group. I'll pretend I don't know anything. Mind reading. This ability is well known for its impressive nature.
I still remember back in university when playing on my phone, there were often posts on forums like if you could choose to have one ability, among which mind reading was one of the most popular options.
As for invisibility, compared to mind reading, it's like a rare and obscure ability. In this society made up of people, what can you do with mind reading? Isn't it basically being able to do whatever you want?
If you go to the casino, you'd be the undisputed gambling god. In business and sales, you could hit the nail on the head every time. In negotiations or criminal investigations, you'd be the ace of aces, and in social interactions, you'd hold various dominant positions. It's like a standard protagonist ability in urban novels. Thinking of this, Suchen couldn't help but feel a bit envious, deciding to check later how many ability points it takes to unlock mind reading on the ability tree. Some might think that having mind-reading abilities isn't a good thing. For instance, it makes it easier to feel others' malice, leading to disappointment in the world and a lack of truly trustworthy close people. However, Suchen felt that was a total oversimplification, right? Just like some people shout, once a person has money, they will turn bad. Money is the root of all evil. In the end, isn't it just the real fragrance principle? Nothing can be perfect, there will always be some drawbacks, but to give up because of a minor flaw is just foolish.
Back to the point. Suchen does not recommend Shouroyan joining the Special Abilities Group, considering that not exposing her abilities might lead
to better development prospects. If the government learns about her powers, they might impose certain restrictions and controls. On this point, he is still considering Shouroyan's well-being and does not intend to report her development. Shouroyan is not foolish, as the person involved. Her speculation and outlook on the mind-reading ability are not much less than Suchen's. At this moment, she naturally understands the implied meaning of his words. She suddenly smiled and said, I've decided, I will join the Special Abilities Group.
Suchen looked confused. Shouroyan said, Suchen, aren't you also working in the Special Abilities Group?
Yes, that's correct.
Suchen scratched his head, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. It seems like a similar conversation happened before. Shouroyan smiled and said, that's great. We can be colleagues in the future.
To be honest, I'm quite interested in the Special Abilities Group you mentioned. Just thinking about interacting with various special ability users is exciting. Although Suchen does not really recommend this path, Shouroyan still chose to join the Special Abilities Group. In fact, joining the Special Abilities team isn't entirely a disadvantage for her, it has its pros and cons. After all, her abilities are quite unique, non-offensive, but valuable in other ways. It's unlikely that she will be sent out on missions. More often than not, she will become a protected support member. Perhaps her opportunities will be limited, but under the national system, safety, platform, and salary benefits are definitely guaranteed.
The subsequent process is much simpler.
Suchen called team leader Shing and took Shouroyan to the Special Abilities team to sign the contract before it got dark. As for her resignation issue with her original company, the Special Abilities team, being a unique national institution, boldly notified them of her automatic termination, requesting that her files be transferred within 3 days. Due to the uniqueness of Chiu Ruoyan's abilities, she did not undergo training at the military district like others. Instead, she was assigned to be guided by another mental-type ability user and took on a support role within the team, temporarily positioned in criminal investigation and interrogation. Team leader Xing was also very interested in mind reading and conducted some small tests, asking Chiu Ruoyan to quickly and accurately read his thoughts. In the end, her abilities were roughly assessed to be above level C, which is considered excellent qualifications, a comprehensive score based on ability type and strength. According to team leader Xing, there aren't many psychics with abilities similar to telepathy in the country, and they are not much more common than elemental ability users. Although they don't often go on field missions, their salary and benefits are definitely not low. The person responsible for guiding you is named Rin Huiman. Her ability is spiritual possession. She has been in the ability group for 5 years, and her authority level is almost on par with mine, making her quite a senior figure. After organizing the contract, team leader Xing handed over a Square employee business card. Last month, she was sent to another province to handle a supernatural incident and is still on a business trip. However, based on the progress, she should be back in the next couple of days. You can add her on WeChat to chat first. As for the interrogation position, come in tomorrow morning for on-the-job training. Spiritual possession? Su Chen asked, what kind of ability is that? It's an ability that allows one to project their spirit into another person's body. Team leader Xing explained, as long as she is within her line of sight, she can instantly invade the target's mind with her will. Once she successfully suppresses the other person's spirit, she can manipulate their body as if it were her own and can also move freely herself. That ability sounds pretty amazing. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Isn't this the legendary mind control? If that senior's mental attribute isn't high, it would be fine, but if her mental strength is around 20 or even over 30 points, she could almost subdue any non-psychic enemy in a one-on-one situation. Most people generally have low mental attributes, which would be terrifying. For example, in a one-on-one situation, that senior Rin could probably easily subdue the petrifying ability user who left Su Chen nearly helpless. Team leader Xing glanced at Su Chen and said, speaking of which, Xiao Su, you haven't met most of the members in the organization yet. Next Wednesday, the first batch of ability users from the military district training will be joining the team, so let's have a small welcome party to help you all get to know each other. Next Wednesday? Sounds good, that will be right around when my vacation ends. Su Chen responded happily. The ability group has 9 veteran members, and he has only interacted with 3 of them, Miao Yueying, Ji Changmin, and another ability user he only met once at the banquet, seemingly named Fu Chuan. Team leader Xing pondered, Su Chen, are you sure you don't want to stay away from the group for a bit? That hypnotist could be very tricky if he attacks without regard for the consequences. After all, his ability is too dangerous. Haven't we found any trace of those 2 guys yet? Su Chen was puzzled. With the manpower and resources the ability group could mobilize, even a citywide sweep would be no problem. Since it was confirmed that they hadn't left the city and their abilities weren't particularly suited for hiding, how could it be that after nearly 4 or 5 days, not even a single clue had been found? This was unusual. Team leader Xing coughed twice. We do have a lead. This morning, a citizen reported seeing those 2 near Xiqing Lake. The people we sent to investigate did indeed find them on the lake's surveillance footage, but the lead ends there. The street cameras around the lake didn't capture their figures. They might have slipped away from a blind spot. Xiqing Lake, huh? Su Chen frowned. This attraction wasn't far from his home, just about 5 or 6 stops away. It seemed those 2 were really fixated on him. This hypnotist must be captured soon, otherwise he might find it hard to sleep soundly, fearing that someone might sneak into his home at night and drug him to sell him. As the saying goes, it's not the thief stealing that worries you, but the thief's fixation. Not to mention at night, even during the day, Su Chen has to be cautious of every stranger who approaches him. What if someone under hypnosis suddenly injects him with a sedative? I'll also take a stroll around Xiqing Lake later to see if I can find any new clues. The reconnaissance team I dispatched has already searched that area repeatedly. Those 2 ability-based criminals are very cunning and left no traces. Team leader Xing shook his head. Besides, it's almost midnight, there's no need. That makes sense, then forget it. I'll go tomorrow when I have time. Upon reflection, Su Chen realized he didn't have tracking abilities, and he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could find clues more easily than professional investigators, so going to Xiqing Lake didn't hold much significance. Moreover, the system is still upgrading, and he didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble during this downtime. Let's just let today pass like this. After exchanging a few pleasantries with team leader Xing and bidding farewell, he left the ability department with Chiu Ruoyan. On the way, Chiu Ruoyan curiously asked Su Chen, what were you guys talking about just now? Were you looking for someone? Yes, the ability department has been hunting 2 ability-based criminals recently. Su Chen pointed out, you may have seen the news on TV about the bounty on them, those 2 robbery fugitives with a reward of nearly $1 million for clues. Superpowered criminals often present themselves to the public under various other charges such as armed robbery, murder, drug trafficking, or kidnapping, which not only warns the public of their danger but also makes it difficult to expose their supernatural abilities.
Take a taxi home. After sending Chiu Royan back to the 18th floor, Suchen took the elevator back to his own home. Lying flat on the bed, he reached out to summon the system panel, which still showed over 8 hours left on the upgrade countdown. Suchen didn't think much of it and switched to the interface of the superpower tree diagram. Is there any ability that can keep me alert at all times? For example, a sixth sense, danger awareness, or barrier perception. Ideally, something that can wake me instantly even if I'm sleeping when an enemy approaches. After experiencing the attack this morning, Suchen realized that his enemy detection abilities were severely lacking. If he had been aware when the enemy quietly approached the door this morning and had taken the initiative, the security door and the television at home wouldn't have suffered, and he wouldn't have felt so passive. Perhaps unknown attacks are considered acts of God for ordinary people. Even with heightened vigilance, many things are unpredictable. But Suchen is different. He has numerous abilities like stars waiting for him to choose and illuminate. As long as he finds a suitable passive ability, anticipating danger is not impossible. After searching for a moment on the ability tree diagram, he indeed found a passive ability that met his needs. Crisis awareness, an instinctive branch derived from the sixth sense, capable of passively sensing murderous intent or imminent natural disasters and man-made calamities, with a slight precognitive feature that allows for detecting sources of danger. Unlock requirement: 2 ability points. A branch ability of the sixth sense? Suchen carefully reviewed the description of this ability. Passive crisis awareness, although not as good as a true sixth sense, can be unlocked with just 2 ability points, which is quite cost-effective. There is also a sixth sense ability on the ability tree, which requires a whopping 7 ability points to unlock. It's too expensive for him. He probably won't be able to save enough in a short time. The sixth sense, also known as extrasensory perception, when mastered to the extreme, can even actively deduce possible future events. It is only slightly weaker than the precognition ability valued at 10 ability points, making it quite extraordinary. If I calculate carefully, the system should be able to absorb another ability point from the ability crystal tomorrow, right? Then, leveling up again would unlock crisis awareness with just 2 more ability points needed. Suchen thought for a moment and glanced at the experience points required to reach level 10, 4,930 points. At least 10 ordinary tasks would need to be completed to gather enough. Forget it, I'll deal with tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Time to sleep. Who knows what new surprises the system will bring after the upgrade. He placed the gun under his pillow, casually closed the system interface, and lay down to sleep. The next morning. System upgrade complete. A clear mechanical girl's voice echoed in his ears, waking Suchen from his slumber. New feature: ability absorption added to the system. New feature: lucky spin added to the system. New feature: compulsory investigation added to the system. New features. The remaining features will be unlocked after reaching level 10. A series of system notification sounds woke Suchen from his sleep, still a bit dazed. He hurriedly opened the system interface and found that a lottery-like interface had indeed appeared in the upper right corner of the main screen. Strangely, he also discovered that his attribute panel had gained an unknown ability point from who knows where. Ding! 5 days ago, you killed an agile ability user and the system has absorbed 1 ability point. Please check. Ha! Absorbing ability points by killing ability users? After some research, Suchen suddenly realized ability absorption can be achieved by killing to plunder ability points from other ability users. This new ability added by the system is so domineering, I like it. Now, besides leveling up and ability crystals, there's another source of ability points. The system's introduction to the new feature ability absorption. The stronger the ability user you kill, the more ability points you can absorb, with a minimum of 1 point and no upper limit. On the day of the banquet, Suchen killed the agile ability user in black, and this extra ability point was absorbed from her. Only 1 ability point? Was it because her ability was too weak? Suchen didn't think so. The agile ability was clearly very difficult to deal with. If he hadn't triggered the desperate state and pretended to be weak to catch her off guard with a punch, under normal circumstances, he probably wouldn't have even been able to touch the hem of her clothes. Pure agility abilities are truly terrifying, especially when the agility attribute exceeds 30 points. Their reaction speed can even surpass firearms. If that night the woman in black hadn't cared about Molishwan's life and had used 2 submachine guns instead of a silenced pistol, he might have been in real trouble. The system's assessment of the strength of abilities is probably not general but follows another standard. After pausing for a moment on the ability absorption, Suchen turned his gaze to the newly added interface, the lucky wheel. Clicking the small wheel icon in the upper right corner, a large wheel slowly spinning covered his entire field of vision, with a light purple pointer made of what looked like gems in the center, radiating a faint silvery glow. Written on the wheel are "Thank you for your patronage," double area, item area, equipment area, ability area, and rare treasure. Each area corresponds to a different color, and the sizes of the 6 areas vary. The "Thank you for your patronage" area is the largest, almost occupying half of the wheel, followed by the double area and item area, which together take up about the remaining half. The smallest areas are the ability zone and the unparalleled treasure. The former occupies about 1% of the area, while the latter's indicated area is almost as thin as a hair, so fine that it could easily be overlooked if not observed closely. Below the roulette, there are 3 buttons labeled Consume 1000 experience points, Consume 1 ability point, Multiplier. Is this roulette for a lottery using experience points or ability points? Damn, it costs 1,000 experience points just for one draw. That's so expensive. Su Chen's lips twitched. He didn't even have enough experience points for a single draw. Putting experience points aside, ability points are even more precious to him. When he gets them, he prioritizes unlocking abilities. How could he possibly use them for a lottery? Moreover, nearly half of this roulette is thank you for your patronage. The odds are dismal. This new lottery interface seems a bit useless. Ding dong. Just as Su Chen was about to casually close the lottery interface, a prompt box appeared in front of him. Thank you for your patronage. No reward. Automatically accumulates luck points. Double zone consumes to double the return. Item zone randomly receive a special item, e.g. healing potion, mana potion, lucky 4-leaf clover, attribute elixir, respect potion, hypnotic pendulum, great recovery pill, etc. Equipment zone randomly receive an extraordinary piece of equipment, e.g. lightsaber, pulse gun, storage ring, spirit storage necklace, etc. Power zone choose one power from 3 randomly drawn powers to obtain. Legendary treasure choose one item from 3 randomly drawn legendary treasures, e.g. resurrection coin, fairy elixir, sword of extermination, nuclear annihilation cannon, legendary elemental sprite, goddess of luck stockings, Medusa's eye, etc. Note: consume power points to enter the lottery. The hit area for the power zone and legendary treasure will randomly increase by 2 to 5 times. After reading the description box, Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. Attribute elixir, storage ring, resurrection coin, goddess of luck stockings? Wow! Let me take back what I said earlier. This new lottery feature is definitely not useless. It's simply a divine benefit. Wait a minute, is there something strange mixed in here? Forget it, let's not worry about the details for now. Su Chen looked at the roulette with eyes full of eager anticipation, unable to resist the urge to immediately try his luck, yet he didn't have enough experience points to use. Using ability points for a lottery is still too extravagant for me right now. I should save up enough experience points first and then give it a try. Reluctantly, he turned off the lucky roulette. There was one last system update item left: forced investigation. Isn't investigation the ability I unlocked? Why did the system upgrade also update this ability? What does forced mean? Su Chen was also a bit confused. He casually picked up a small desk lamp from the bedside and threw an investigation at it. LED energy-saving desk lamp, bedroom lamp, 60% new, adjustable bulb brightness, owner Su Chen, bulb voltage, power consumption. The information that popped up was the same as usual, just some trivial item descriptions, with no changes. This left Su Chen even more perplexed. Could it be that forced investigation has no relation to the investigation ability? Or is it that the investigation on the lamp isn't enough to trigger this new ability? He tried to check the TV, computer, phone, and even the bed and pillow, but found nothing unusual, only a pile of trivial and boring item details. Su Chen didn't waste any more time. He could always come back to it later when he had the chance. After casually having some breakfast, just when he felt a bit bored watching TV alone, his phone rang. Hello? Is this Mr. Su? The model of the car you ordered 2 days ago has arrived. Would you like to pick it up at the store, or should we send someone to deliver it to you? A clear female voice came from the other end of the line. It was someone from the forest dealership. His bulletproof car had finally arrived. Su Chen immediately felt energized. I'll pick it up. I'll go over to complete the paperwork shortly, so please have the car ready for me. After hanging up, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, and got dressed in one go, then took a taxi straight to the forest dealership. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the store. The female attendant recognized Su Chen at a glance and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Su, you're here. The car you wanted has been set up, you just need to complete a few remaining procedures to take it home. Su Chen replied with an and followed the attendant to the warehouse. The pure black, steady bulletproof vehicle quietly stood in the center of the warehouse. Ordinary people might not discern the difference between its shell and that of a regular model, but in Su Chen's eyes, he could instantly distinguish the thickness and hardness of the two bodies. This indestructible, imposing vehicle resembled a slumbering steel beast standing proudly before him. Reconnaissance. BMW 5X bulletproof model, mid to large SUV, new, equipped with bulletproof steel plates, glass, and other materials capable of withstanding small caliber bullets from handguns and submachine guns. 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in 5.8 seconds. Top speed. No wonder it's a luxury car worth over 5 million. It's truly different from regular cars that cost hundreds of thousands. Gently caressing the streamlined body, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Is there a man in this world who doesn't love luxury cars? He once thought that in his lifetime, he would be lucky to afford a loan for a car costing around 100,000, never imagining he could one day own a luxury vehicle like this. To be honest, he could hardly resist the urge to jump into the car and speed off for several kilometers. Controlling his impulse, Su Chen quickly completed the car pickup procedures and, without worrying about the cost, purchased all the insurance recommended by the dealership, while also adding a few high-end accessories to the car's interior to enhance its class. After taking care of various trivial matters, Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and accelerated onto the road.
Since obtaining his driver's license after university, he had rarely driven, but with the boosts from agility and mental attributes, his driving skills weren't too rusty. He still remembered the basics of the handbrake, gear shifting, and clutch. However, once on the road, he unfortunately encountered the rush hour, navigating through the crowded traffic. As a new driver who didn't often drive, he felt a bit clumsy. Lacking proficient driving experience, he struggled not only with speeding and drifting but even with normal driving felt somewhat unnatural.
Right, the specialization module.
Su-chen focused his mind and brought up the system interface. His driving skill was still at a pitiful beginner level.
Do you want to consume 3 training points to upgrade driving to beginner level? Do you want to consume 10 training points to upgrade driving to intermediate level? Do you want to consume 30 training points to upgrade driving to elite level? TSK, the driving experience points required aren't much. If it weren't for saving points to draw a lottery, I would have leveled up to master level in one go. He took a deep breath and leveled up his driving specialization to elite level in quick succession. A stream of knowledge and skills emerged from his mind, integrating driving experience into his instincts. In the next second, Su-chen snapped back to reality. Without a word, he floored the accelerator, controlling the power to just not exceed the road speed limit, speeding along, expertly steering as the black BMW moved through traffic like a nimble beast. This is exhilarating. Now this is what racing is about.
After overtaking several cars in a row, Su-chen excitedly gripped the steering wheel. If it weren't for the fact that beginners weren't allowed to drive on the highway alone, he would have wanted to push the speed up to 120 miles per hour. In reality, this car could easily reach 200 miles per hour if given the chance, but unfortunately, there was no space.
While enjoying the thrill of driving, his phone rang again. He pulled over to the side of the road and glanced at the caller ID. It was Yang Hongwu calling.
Hello? What's up?
Yang Hongwu said, Su, do you have some free time these days? My master returned to the dojo this morning. He heard about how you helped drive away the challengers and wants to meet you in person to thank you. Yang Hongwu's master is back? It's definitely time to pay a visit. Su-chen is quite interested in ancient martial arts.
Although he finds Yang Hongwu's skills not particularly exceptional for an ordinary person, as long as there is enough space to display their skills, taking on 10 opponents might not be a problem. According to Yang Hongwu, his martial arts skills are only about 20 to 30% of his father's.
I wonder if that's an exaggeration.
If what he says is true, then his master's martial arts might have already touched upon the threshold of a master level, or even reached that level. As long as his physical condition is not too poor, he might be able to suppress ordinary ability users. Su-chen said, I just picked up a new car from the dealership and I'm currently testing it on the street.
If it's convenient for you, I can come over anytime. It's always convenient for us here, Su. Just come over.
Yang Hongwu laughed and said, to be honest, brother Su, your talent in martial arts is the most impressive I've ever seen.
The last time I taught you the King Kong 8 forms, you picked it up after just one. Look and executed it even more fiercely than I do. It's really discouraging. I actually want my old man to feel a bit of that pressure too. He has already agreed to teach you some advanced techniques later.
Oh.
Su-chen appeared very calm, with no emotional fluctuations at all.
He had already unlocked the specialization in 8 Extremes Fist from Yang Hongwu, and for the subsequent techniques, he just needed to use his practice points to level up, making it completely unnecessary to keep asking his master for guidance.
Ding!
Friendly reminder, gaining knowledge from external sources and honing skills can reduce the practice points required for leveling up specializations.
The system notification popped up unexpectedly. There's such a feature?
Su-chen was taken aback for a moment, then his mindset shifted instantly. He said seriously into the phone, please thank your respected father for me, and I look forward to more guidance later. After hanging up, he pressed the accelerator and sped straight to the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School. With his elite-level driving specialization, he was almost speeding on the highway, and in less than 10 minutes, he arrived at his destination. At the entrance of the martial arts school, Yang Hongwu stood waiting at the gate. He was puzzled when he saw a shiny BMW drive in, and his expression showed slight surprise when he saw Su-chen get out of the car.
Upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon, Su brother, did you really get such a nice one?
Yang Hongwu reached out to touch the sturdy body of the car. As a martial artist, his vision was sharp, and he immediately recognized that Su-chen's BMW X5 was not an ordinary model, but a bulletproof version that cost more than 10 times the price. In his impression, Su-chen wasn't well off. He thought that buying a new car meant getting a regular private car worth a few $100,000, but he never expected it to be such an extravagant model.
Su-chen smiled and said, I've made a bit of money recently. Yang Hongwu exclaimed, more than 5 million is considered a bit of money? Where has Su brother been making a fortune these days? His own Land Rover was only worth a little over $1 million, and the two couldn't be compared at all. The source of the money is a bit inconvenient to disclose, but it's from legitimate channels, a reward from my unit. Su-chen shook his head.
The Special Abilities team had confidentiality agreements that prohibited revealing task details, but being so secretive still felt a bit awkward, like a criminal using stolen money. Fortunately, Yang Hongwu was not a gossipy person and didn't ask too many questions, warmly inviting Su-chen into the martial arts school. Arriving in front of a room with an ancient style, Yang Hongwu gently knocked on the wooden door. A deep voice from inside said come in, and then he pushed the door open. Inside the room was a tea room of about 20 square meters, furnished with an old-looking 80 mortals table. A middle-aged man dressed in tang attire was seated at the table, holding a purple clay teapot, carefully brewing a pot of tea.
Master, this is Mr. Su Chen.
Yang Hongwu appeared somewhat reserved in front of the middle-aged man.
This man is Yang Hongwu's master and father? He looks too young.
As Su Chen observed the tea-brewing middle-aged man, he was slightly surprised. The man's appearance seemed to be around 34 or 35, but based on Yang Hongwu's age, his father should be nearly 50 by now, even if he had children early.
Mr. Su, please have a seat.
The middle-aged man in tang attire smiled slightly, gesturing for Su Chen to sit on the wooden chair opposite the 80 mortals table.
Master Yang.
After taking a seat, Su Chen nodded slightly as a greeting, while Yang Hongwu stood beside him without sitting down. Master Yang remained silent, continuing to brew tea, but his movements became increasingly swift. A pair of calloused hands moved nimbly like butterflies, the purple clay teapot spinning and shifting in his palms, rolling up and down.
Somewhat resembling a bartender's technique, but the difficulty was even higher, as this was a teapot, not those sturdy cocktail shakers. Su Chen caught a glimpse of the traces of Bajiquan in his movements with the teapot. It was vigorous and robust, yet still handled with ease. As the teapot shook, the tea inside quickly began to brew.
In less than 10 seconds, Master Yang stopped his movements, pinching the handle with 2 fingers, the tea flowing out in long strands, the first wash cascading onto the nearby teapot, sliding into the tea tray. Water. Just as Master Yang reached out, Yang Hongwu understood and picked up the nearby water kettle to refill the teapot. The second brewing was much gentler, but it also took relatively longer, taking a full minute or so to finish. Master Yang lightly flicked the 3 small teacups in front of him, and they landed perfectly in front of Su Chen and Yang Hongwu. Then, with a shake of the teapot, the tea gracefully arced through the air like a spring, precisely filling the cups to 7/10 full.
Su Chen was left stunned watching him brew the tea.
Not to mention anything else, just that final technique of flicking the tea water he definitely couldn't replicate. The control of strength was simply astonishing. Seeing Master Yang gesture for him to taste the tea, Su Chen picked up the cup and took a careful sip, only to find that the originally boiling water was not particularly hot in his cup, but rather a pleasantly warm tea.
Su Chen sincerely praised, Master Yang, your skills are impressive. Did you understand, Mr. Su?
Master Yang smiled slightly. I have a slight understanding, Su Chen humbly replied. The way Master Yang shook the teapot earlier was not random, each movement maximized the release of heat, and with that final flick, the tea flowed like a spring through the air, landing in the cool teacup, resulting in the warm tea inside. The taste of the tea is something he, as an outsider, can't appreciate, but just this skill in controlling the temperature is enough to leave one speechless. The so-called Kung Fu tea from outside is nothing compared to this. This is what real Kung Fu tea is. Master Yang poured himself a cup of tea and set the teapot aside. I heard Mr. Su was very interested in the Bajiquan of our martial arts school. Master Yang, please don't call me Mr. That's too formal, just call me by my name. Su Chen put down the teacup and replied politely, I used to practice some Sanda fighting techniques by myself, and it was only recently that I witnessed the subtlety of ancient boxing from your son. It's indeed many times stronger than the so-called fighting techniques out there, so I want to learn a thing or two. No matter how the conversation progresses, it's always safe to flatter a bit first. You're too kind, Su Xiaoyu. Master Yang said this verbally, but a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he changed the subject. Hongwu mentioned that you have a high level of skill in boxing. He demonstrated the Jingang 8 forms just once, and you were able to master it within 15 minutes. How about we exchange a few moves? Ha? Su Chen was confused. What was going on? They were just chatting happily, and suddenly it turned into a sparring match? He turned to look at Yang Hongwu and found the guy scratching his head and grinning at him. Well, these two really are father and son, both eager to fight as soon as they meet. Ding! Side quest triggered, Master of Martial Arts. Quest requirement, defeat Master Yang using Bagwazang. Quest reward 800 experience points, 200 practice points. The familiar system notification sound rang out, making Su Chen both happy and frustrated. He was happy that a long-lost side quest had appeared, but frustrated because wasn't it a bit inappropriate to defeat Master Yang using Bagwazang? He came to ask someone to teach him Bagwazang, but ended up knocking the person down with it during the spar. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like a sincere request for guidance, it felt more like a deliberate slap in the face. Master Yang, why don't you teach me a couple of moves first? After you teach me, we can spar later? Su Chen tried to divert the topic of the match for now, planning to teach first and then fight. At that point, he could just say he learned the boxing technique all at once, otherwise it would be hard to explain how he achieved his elite-level Bajiquan. Let's exchange a few moves first. Master Yang said calmly, before teaching, I need to see your foundation. Fine. With no way to refuse, Su Chen could only brace himself and proceed. After leaving the tea room, the two arrived at the second-floor match area. Upon hearing the news, disciples from the martial arts school rushed over to watch. Over 20 muscular men stood by, eagerly anticipating the scene, which was quite peculiar, at least in Su Chen's eyes. Please. Master Yang cupped his hands and assumed the Bajiquan starting stance, signaling Su Chen to attack. Su Chen was not polite, he slightly cupped his hands in greeting and also assumed the Bajiquan starting position, launching an attack using the King Kong 8 style. Master Yang slightly bent his body, lowered his center of gravity, and raised his hand to grip Su Chen's wrist, skillfully intercepting the punch aimed at him while attempting to strike at his elbow. Su Chen's reaction speed was also quick. He immediately exerted force to retract his wrist, pivoting and moving his steps, trying to hook towards Master Yang's knee to break through his defense from below. Unexpectedly, Master Yang ignored his attack and threw a punch at his chest.
Exchange injury for injury? Su Chen frowned but did not change his move. Alright, come on, I don't believe your physique can be better than mine.
He braced himself and took Master Yang's punch head-on, feeling a heaviness in his chest as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, causing him discomfort and shortness of breath. His hook also landed on Master Yang's knee. Master Yang let out a deep shout, pressing his body down. His lower body was as stable as a mountain, with his feet firmly planted like a horse stance.
Su Chen's hook did not even shake him one bit. Impressive.
Su Chen stepped back a few paces. He knew how much power was in that kick. Although he didn't use all his strength, he still put in about 70%, which could probably send an ordinary person flying.
Are you alright, Su?
Master Yang let out a breath. His leg, which had taken the hit, trembled slightly.
It's nothing, I'm tough-skinned and strong, he said.
Su Chen patted his chest. Although it still felt a bit heavy, it was bearable. Besides, he still had the blood of Titanos, so this minor injury would heal quickly.
Seeing this, Master Yang was somewhat taken aback.
He had thought that Su Chen would be in discomfort after taking that punch and that their
sparring would end there.
To his surprise, Su Chen seemed completely fine and just rubbed his chest a couple of times before moving on. Su, my young friend, your foundation is very solid, Master Yang remarked.
I'm just a bit tougher than most, Su Chen curiously asked. Was that move the 1000 gene drop?
Master Yang shook his head, saying, not quite, it's just a power technique from the 8 Extremes fist.
Oh, then, shall we continue?
Su Chen took up the starting stance for the 8 Extremes fist again, remembering that he still needed to complete the system task and had to find a way to make Master Yang concede. He reminded, although I don't know much about boxing techniques, I have a natural strength and a physique that can take a hit. Since fists and feet have no eyes, if I offend you during our sparring, I hope Master Yang can be forgiving. Master Yang nodded slightly and, this time, he didn't hold back, throwing the first punch. The two exchanged blows back and forth for several rounds.
Master Yang's Baji Quan is indeed exquisite, not only in the advantage of techniques but also in the many tips for generating power. He often manages to neutralize 2 to 3 parts of Su Chen's full strength while delivering 7 to 8 parts of his own. However, skill is skill, just like no matter how clever a lever is, it still needs strength to lift. Su Chen's physical strength and agility are more than double that of an average person, especially his physique, which reaches 25 points. Coupled with the residual blood of Titanos, he is unafraid of ordinary flesh wounds, giving his boxing a momentum of being shattered like jade rather than remaining whole like tiles, almost entirely abandoning defense for offense. Baji Quan is inherently a hard style with wide-open movements, an unstoppable punch can best showcase its power. Of course, he didn't use his full strength while sparring with Master Yang, probably only using about 70%, otherwise, the situation would have likely turned into a one-sided crush. Even though not using full strength, agility and endurance cannot be faked. If one pretends to be slow or tired, it's not called holding back but rather letting go. At first, Master Yang could keep up with Su Chen's movements, but after a dozen exchanges, he began to struggle. Most ancient martial arts rely on the full force of the body, demanding high explosive power. Each move expends the body's strength. Combining both finesse and brute force, whether maintaining a solid stance or breaking an opponent's attack, it's like a taut bowstring. Just as a bowstring cannot be held taut indefinitely, almost no martial arts master would engage in hundreds of rounds like in movies. The outcome is usually determined within 10 moves. After exchanging a dozen moves, although neither could gain the upper hand, the situation had clearly revealed who was stronger. Master Yang was nearly exhausted, his breath becoming erratic, while Su Chen still appeared relaxed, looking as if he could continue for several hundred more rounds. Let's call it a day. Master Yang could no longer hold on. Stepping back a few paces, he gasped and said, "What a long-lasting strength. You won this match. Truly the younger generation is formidable."
Seeing Master Yang voluntarily admit defeat, the surrounding disciples of the martial arts school gasped in amazement, their gazes towards Su Chen filled with increasing wonder and respect. They had trained in the martial arts for many years and were well aware of Master Yang's prowess.
Side quest completed.
Quest rewards: 800 experience points, 200 training points.
Thank you for your guidance.
Having completed the system task, Su Chen stood in place, humbly cupping his hands. In terms of boxing skill, I am still far from your match. I merely relied on my youth to achieve a small victory.
I hope Master Yang can teach me a move or two. You are too modest, Su Xiaoyu.
Master Yang said, "You have only practiced the 8 styles of boxing for a few days, yet you have already reached an impressive level. It is truly remarkable. Moreover, it seems that during our sparring just now, you also used other techniques from the 8 Extremes boxing. I wonder where you learned them." Su Chen replied, "I was just trying to imitate your boxing style, Master Yang." He had not only used the 8 Extremes boxing's golden 8 forms but also carefully observed the boxing techniques Master Yang employed, combining that knowledge with his understanding of boxing to attempt to demonstrate them. While the effectiveness may not be as refined as the original techniques in Bajiquan, these are skills he learned himself. The more he learns, the less experience points he needs to upgrade his specialization to the master level.
Master Yang was even more surprised upon hearing this. This young man actually mastered more techniques during their match, and how long has he been practicing Bajikwan? What incredible talent for martial arts does he possess? In response to Master Yang's praise, Su Chun chuckled helplessly. He really didn't want to explain more. The system couldn't be exposed, so he had to attribute these troubles to talent. Otherwise, what could he say? Should he tell them he has a cheat item? After this sparring session, the entire martial arts school became friendlier towards Su Chen. As the onlooking disciples dispersed, young Hanwoo approached, both shocked and delighted. Brother Su, you're incredible. Even my master isn't your opponent. This is truly unbelievable. Su Chen didn't feel particularly happy. He didn't think defeating an ordinary person was something to be proud of, especially since he had a clear advantage in attributes. After the sparring session, Master Yang agreed to teach him a portion of the boxing techniques. After several hours of practice, his boxing skills showed significant improvement. The requirement to reach master level in Baji Quan was originally nearly 3,000 experience points, but now it has dropped to just below 2,500. Master Yang tentatively asked, Su, my son mentioned that you seem to have developed a hidden strength? Hidden strength? Su Chen was taken aback. Previously, when Yang Hangwu mentioned his battle with a power-based esper in a short video, he had indeed casually admitted to using hidden strength to knock out his opponent. TSK, had he known, he wouldn't have gone along with it. Now this was troublesome. He didn't possess any hidden strength. His control over the lightning element could at most be considered an electrical attack. Faced with Master Yang's probing, he had two choices. Option A, simply say I don't have it. Option B, lie through his teeth and tell him that the lightning element is hidden strength. Well, Su Chen hesitated. I'm not really sure if that counts as hidden strength. This power of mine seems to only affect living beings. I can't do anything like splitting gold or shattering rocks. Master Yang, would it be convenient for you to demonstrate it on the spot so I can confirm? It could be possible. Su Chen asked, Master Yang, do you know any masters who have cultivated dark energy? I suppose I know a few. Master Yang's eyes revealed a hint of memory. There are several top masters in the National Martial Arts Association, each having perfected their respective martial arts to the peak, all possessing incredible internal strength. The association's president can even shatter a rock the size of a basin with a single punch. National Martial Arts Masters? Shattering rocks? Su Chen felt this topic sounded a bit familiar. After a moment of thought, he took out his phone, opened a news video from a small website. Is that the president of the National Martial Arts Association? In the phone video, it was indeed the Master Hong who could shatter rocks with a punch. That's right, it's Master Hong. Seeing the video on Su Chen's phone, Master Yang was also a bit surprised. What website is this? How come there's a video of Master Hong demonstrating dark energy? Such things in the martial arts world are rarely leaked. Su Chen twitched his lips. Just an unknown little news website. I happened to come across it before. The bizarre little news online is truly a mix of truth and nonsense. There are even videos of real martial arts masters demonstrating their skills. Perhaps it's because the website is so small that few people would take it seriously, which is why this video has been preserved. Maybe I could use Master Yang's connections to visit the Martial Arts Association. To be honest, he really wants to see what this so-called dark energy is all about. After all, it's extraordinary power cultivated by ordinary people through their own strength. Master Yang, who should I demonstrate the dark energy on? Su Chen's gaze flickered over to young Hangwu not far away. This guy is tough-skinned and strong, so getting stunned a bit shouldn't be a problem. Master Yang understood. Hangwu, you'll be Su's sparring partner. Hearing this, young Hangwu hurried over. When he found out that Su Chen wanted to use him to demonstrate dark energy, his expression changed. He looked at Su Chen with a mix of anticipation and fear. Quite complicated. Su brother, please go easy on me, young Hangwu said with a bitter smile. I'll try my best. There won't be any after effects, Su Chen replied ambiguously, slapping his hand against the side of young Hongwu's neck. Su Chen spoke vaguely as he placed his hand on the side of young Hongwu's neck. Ha? Will there be after effects? Young Hongwu looked shocked. Just as he was about to say something, a jolt of electricity surged into his body from his neck, causing him to stiffen and freeze in place. Almost instantly, he fainted. The principle of electric shock is quite simple. High voltage stimulates the nerves, causing the brain to crash. The closer the electric shock area is to the head, the less current is consumed. As long as the voltage remains high, it's fine. Su Chen, a recent graduate, was relieved that he hadn't forgotten all his middle school knowledge. Otherwise, he would need to brush up on this kind of knowledge to better utilize his lightning element abilities. Indeed, mastering physics and chemistry means you can fearlessly travel the world. What just happened? Master Yang nearby was nearly wide-eyed. He hadn't seen Su Chen make a move at all. He merely patted his hand on his son's neck, and young Hangwu collapsed straight away. Anyone who didn't know would think it was staged. Just a bit of internal strength. Su Chen remained calm and composed. Master Yang wore a face full of skepticism. Is this really internal strength? Is it that he has seen too little, or has the world gone crazy? Master Yang couldn't help but ask, but you didn't build up any momentum or exert much force just now. How did you use the hidden strength? And the place you struck doesn't seem to be an acupoint. Why did my son faint? Well, I'm not sure about that either. Su Chen simply played dumb, claiming he knew nothing. Anyway, I showed you the hidden strength you wanted. As for the specific principles, what does that have to do with me?
After a long discussion that went nowhere, Master Yang had to accept that perhaps his knowledge was too limited and there might
really be a hidden strength that could easily knock someone out?
He decided to wake his son up to ask him about his experience.
Yang Hongwu was groggily awakened and was also quite confused about the sudden fainting.
He had clearly been about to ask Su about any after effects, so how did he suddenly lose consciousness?
This hidden strength worked way too quickly, didn't it? Not even giving him a moment to prepare?
He hurriedly checked his body, finding no injuries. Apart from feeling a bit groggy, the only discomfort was a slight soreness in his neck muscles.
Brother Su is amazing, Yang Hongwu exclaimed.
Su Chen only touched him lightly and instantly knocked him down, and he didn't even know how he lost consciousness. If this were in a fight, even a few lives wouldn't be enough for Su Chen to kill him. The young father and son were startled, while Su Chen remained very calm. Electric shock, it's a simple principle, but these two didn't think along those lines and instead delved deeper into the misconceptions of dark energy.
Right, how did I forget to use my reconnaissance ability on Master Yang?
This is a perfect opportunity to attempt forced reconnaissance.
Only then did Su Chen remember the reconnaissance ability he had forgotten about. Let me see Master Yang's attributes. His basic stats. Reconnaissance.
Young woman, human, height 181 centimeters, weight 146 kilograms, health status, healthy, no special abilities.
Target attribute information acquired.
Constitution 12 points, strength 14 points, agility 15 points, spirit 11 points.
The basic stats are surprisingly not low,
especially agility, which is as high as 15 points, nearly surpassing that of an average person by half. No wonder Master Yang, as an ordinary person, could compete so evenly with him. Although he held back a bit, his basic attributes are nearly top tier among ordinary people. The most surprising thing for Su Chen was that the system displayed a different racial information, no longer just upright primates. Wow, it seems the system upgrade was worth it. The term human looks much better now.
Ding, do you want to pay 20 training points to perform a forced investigation? Didn't the investigation data already come out? Why is there still a forced investigation?
A prompt sound suddenly popped up in his ear, and Su Chen was taken aback but curiously chose to pay the training points. After all, 20 training points isn't much, and even if it goes down the drain, it won't hurt too much.
Forced investigation. To obtain deeper information about the target.
Yang Mingwei, human, age 48, family relations, son Yang Hongwu, daughter Yang Xiyun, social status, third-tier member of the National Martial Arts Association, third-generation leader of the Baji Martial Arts School, aspiring martial arts master, total assets over 7 million yuan.
Specializations: aspiring master-level Baji Quan, proficient-level driving, elite-level martial arts instruction, elite-level business management, proficient-level eloquence. So detailed.
The pop-up investigation panel was filled with dense information, covering almost everything from age to total assets, even detailing all the specialties presented before Su Chen.
Over 7 million in assets?
To be honest, Su Chen was quite curious about what exactly the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School was doing to accumulate such a large fortune. This didn't seem like money that an ordinary martial arts school could earn, and there was even an elite-level specialty in business management.
Oh, wait, does Master Yang have a daughter?
Don't think too much, he had no other intentions. He was just curious why, after visiting the martial arts school so many times, he had never heard Yang Hongwu mention her. He didn't know if she was his sister or younger sister. After this attempt, Su Chen roughly understood the role of forced investigation. The usage is very simple. Spend some practice points to let the system directly strip away all the information from the target, straightforward and crude. After testing the forced investigation, Su Chen chatted with Master Yang about the National Martial Arts Association. From what he said, the National Martial Arts Association is a nationwide non-governmental organization that was initially formed during the reform period by various ancient martial arts schools and families for self-protection, such as Wudong, Shaolin, and Hongjia Martial Arts Hall. Almost all renowned martial artists gathered together. Having survived the tumultuous times, by the 1990s, the National Martial Arts Association had almost absorbed all the capable martial arts schools across the country, becoming one of the most influential forces domestically, with its influence spreading far and wide, encompassing both the underworld and legitimate circles. The National Martial Arts Association spans the entire country, but there are only a handful of martial arts masters at its core, with Liang Dizhu mainly representing the majority of martial arts masters' influence, as well as ordinary martial arts schools scattered around the globe. Yang Hongwu and his Bajiquan school were among the earlier members to join the National Martial Arts Association and even held a core position within the association at one time. Yang family Bajiquan has been passed down from Yang Hongwu's grandfather, who was nearly a master martial artist. Unfortunately, he passed away 10 years ago due to the effects of an old injury. Without a martial arts master to support them, their school's status within the National Martial Arts Association has declined, and they have now become almost marginalized. If we talk about the path to mastery, external martial arts can never compare to internal martial arts.
Master Yang sighed quietly. 8 Extremes boxing is one of the most powerful external martial arts. It may indeed be very effective, but ultimately relies on youth. Once one reaches their 40s and their body starts to decline, practitioners of external martial arts cannot compare to those of internal martial arts. Moreover, external martial arts are more prone to accumulating hidden injuries. By the time one reaches old age, the injuries accumulated in youth may all surface, and if left untreated for long, one might end up having a shorter life than an ordinary person. Internal martial arts? Suchen pondered and became interested in internal martial arts. The source of myriad methods in his dantian is quite similar to what ancient people referred to as qi. Internal martial arts emphasize internal cultivation and adjustment, subtly releasing power. Perhaps practicing internal martial arts would be like a fish in water or a tiger with wings for him? Could it even help him develop more uses for the source of myriad methods? Suchen asked, what styles of internal martial arts are there? Furthermore, internal martial arts are quite unique, divided into two main schools. One is Wudong internal martial arts and Siming internal martial arts, which focus on alchemy and health preservation, emphasizing qi, and do not pursue martial skills much. Nowadays, very few people practice them. Master Yang paused and continued. The second school includes Taijiquan, Xingyiquan, and Baguazhang, which emphasize weapon techniques and practical combat, focusing on power, and are more commonly practiced internal martial arts today. Taiji, Xingyi, Bagua. Indeed, these three major martial arts are well known across the country. Hardly anyone doesn't know about them. Even if someone doesn't know what Xingyi Quan is, they must have heard of Bagua Quan, right? And there's no way a Chinese person could be unaware of Taiji Quan, which has been sensationalized in various films and shows. Every morning, the elderly folks in the neighborhood are out exercising, and many of them practice Taiji Quan. Of course, the popularized version of Taiji Quan available in the market is mostly for fitness and has little to do with the actual martial art. However, Suchen is pondering whether learning the fitness version of Taiji Quan could unlock a genuine specialization in Bajiquan. Even if he starts as a beginner, he could just invest more practice points to level up gradually. It's worth a try when he has the time. He chatted casually with Master Yang and his son for a while longer. Master Yang mentioned that if Suchen is interested in the National Martial Arts Association, he could help introduce him. The association would likely be very interested in a young genius who has already developed internal strength at such a young age. Are they interested in my internal strength? After hearing the second half of Master Yang's words, Suchen suddenly felt a bit guilty and temporarily dismissed the idea of visiting the Martial Arts Association, making excuses that he had things to attend to recently and couldn't go. The task was completed, and the martial arts were learned. After having a meal near the martial arts gym, Suchen drove his low-profile bulletproof BMW X5 back to the community. He had arranged for a parking space in advance within the community. Since his car looked no different from an ordinary BMW X5, it smoothly entered the parking lot after driving into the community, attracting no one's attention. This was also one of the reasons Suchen chose this car. It was low-profile enough. If he had driven another luxury car worth over 5 million, it would have drawn a crowd in no time. After all, the place he lived in wasn't a high-end community, and there were basically no residents with cars worth over $1 million. Even a few $100,000 for a Mercedes was considered top-tier. Low-profile yet practical, Suchen was increasingly satisfied with his choice. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, he closed the door and was about to head home when suddenly, an urgent system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Emergency mission triggered, escape the parking lot. Mission requirement, stay fully alert and fight to break free from this meticulously prepared trap. Mission reward, 2,000 experience points, 400 training points. What the hell? Another mission with over 2,000 experience points? Suchen immediately tensed up, scanning the dimly lit parking lot, while his right hand quietly reached for the rescue radio given to him by the ability team in his pocket. As for what the mission referred to as a trapping ambush, he couldn't be clearer. It was definitely those two ability criminals finally making a move. The only thing he didn't know was what conspiracy they had been planning these past few days. Whoosh! The sound of air braking echoed in the empty parking lot. Having been on high alert, Suchen reacted almost instantly, shifting his feet, turning his body, and looking towards the source of the sound. A strange black shadow shot past him? What the hell is that? The shadow twisted in the darkness, moving like a 2D paper figure standing upright at an incredibly fast speed. Taking advantage of Suchen's momentary daze, the shadow's left arm swiftly slashed towards his legs, the whooshing sound cutting through the air again, sharper than a katana, making it easy to guess the dire consequences if he were hit. Suchen hurriedly leaped up, just managing to evade the shadow's dangerous strike aimed at his legs. At the same time, he drew the gun from his waist and fired several shots at the shadow. The bullets pierced through the shadow as if striking a formless illusion, ultimately hitting the ground and creating several craters. Physical attacks have no effect? Suchen frowned slightly, his expression becoming much more serious. This shadow should be a manifestation of a special ability user. It seems the enemies he faces this time are not just the hypnotist and the petrification user, but they've also brought in reinforcements. Despite the disadvantage, Suchen did not hesitate. He knew what he needed to do at that moment. Once his feet touched the ground, he pushed off hard and ran towards the parking lot exit. Unexpectedly, the iron gate of the parking lot was brought down by the guard, blocking the only exit. Although this iron gate might not necessarily stop Suchen, breaking through it would certainly require considerable effort. Damn it, it must be the hypnotist again. Suchen cursed inwardly, knowing that the community security guard was most likely hypnotized.
It was unlikely anyone would enter this parking lot in the short term, and support from ability users could also be hindered for various reasons. After the events of the last banquet, he was all too clear about the hypnotist's ability to control and clear the area. The most troublesome part was that he had to stay vigilant against the hypnotist's hypnotic attacks. If he lost focus for even a few seconds during a fierce battle, it would basically mean his doom. Heh, don't be in such a hurry to leave, the real show is just beginning. A tall and robust figure blocked Su Chen's path, and with a low shout, his body surged again. The sound of stone cracking and colliding echoed continuously. Immediately after, a giant stone hand reached out to grab him. It's that stone man again. Su Chen knew this guy's ability was troublesome, so he didn't confront him head-on and quickly turned to avoid him. This guy hadn't taken that hormone serum, and his agility wasn't even higher than an average person's. As long as he stayed out of his attack range, it would be fine. This kind of clearly flawed but troublesome ability was hard to say whether it was easy or difficult to deal with. Just avoiding the petrifying ability user, that 2D shadow approached again, its twisted arms continuously slashing towards Su Chen's limbs under the dim light, almost leaving afterimages with each swing. Su Chen couldn't dodge in time, his wrist was cut deep enough to see the bone, blood dripping down, and the pain ignited his inner rage. Do you really think I'm a pushover just because I don't act like a tiger? With lightning flashing in his palm, he suddenly brought his hands together, a vortex swirling in his abdomen, releasing a high-voltage current capable of piercing through the air. Crackling! A bolt of lightning, as thick as his wrist, shot from his palm towards the shadow. In almost an instant, a flash of blue light appeared. Although the shadow wasn't shattered on the spot, it became much dimmer, and its movement slowed significantly, no longer posing a threat to Su Chen. Phew, this consumes more energy than I expected. Su Chen felt the vortex in his abdomen reduce by a third. It was his first time using this move on a living being, if that shadow could be considered a living being. The dim shadow, struck by lightning, no longer entangled Su Chen but instead, startled, burrowed into the ground and quickly transformed into a black shape, darting towards a car next to the parking lot. The power of elemental abilities is indeed terrifying. It actually sent my shadow back with just one strike. After the shadow slipped into the car, a tall, thin figure pushed the door open and stepped out. Upon closer inspection, this guy was holding a small caliber submachine gun equipped with a suppressor. He aimed the gun at Su Chen. What the heck? Can't we play fair? Why pull out a gun in the middle of a fight? Faced with the muzzle of the submachine gun, cold sweat broke out on Su Chen's forehead, and he stood frozen, afraid to make any sudden moves. He could still predict the trajectory of a handgun bullet to dodge it, but a submachine gun fires in a rapid spray over a wide area. How could he evade that? He wasn't one of those protagonists in movies who could hop around amidst a rain of bullets. The moment he moved, he would likely turn into a sieve. Even if he had the remnants of Titano's blood to keep him alive, taking a dozen bullets would still mean certain death. With no other choice, he could only symbolically raise his small handgun and aim it at the tall, thin figure from a distance. This was his last act of defiance. Kid, do you think you can still escape? If you surrender obediently, you might suffer less. As the guns were aimed at each other, a chilling voice echoed from the shadows. Upon hearing this voice, Su Chen felt a buzzing in his head, as if something had pierced deep into his brain. Another mental attack. This time, Su Chen was clearly more alert than before and subtly inclined to resist this hypnosis. However, his mental attributes were still not as high as a hypnotist, and even if he couldn't be fully hypnotized, a daze was inevitable. Taking advantage of Su Chen's daze, the man in black raised his submachine gun and fired several shots at Su Chen's limbs. At the same time, the petrification ability user charged forward, attempting to trap Su Chen in his embrace. Desperate situation. Although Su Chen was unable to concentrate due to the mental attack, he could still vaguely sense the approaching danger. Gritting his teeth, he rolled forward to evade the bear hug of the petrification ability user, but his right leg and left shoulder were hit by bullets. The wound throbbed painfully, his bones trembled all over, and he could even feel a bullet lodged in his calf bone. If it were someone else, this scene would truly be a dead end. But for Su Chen, everything was within expectation. The battle had only just begun. After showing weakness for so long, he finally waited for the mastermind to reveal themselves. Invisibility. Su Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes twisted in pain, glaring at the hypnotist like a beast ready to pounce. In the next moment, his figure vanished amidst the distortion. Where is he? The man in black, holding a gun, looked around in shock. Wasn't it said that this kid has lightning elemental abilities? How does he have other powers? Seeing Su Chen's figure disappear, the hypnotist and the petrification ability user were both stunned, especially the hypnotist, whose face turned so pale it seemed like black water would seep out. He hurriedly pulled out his handgun, alert to his surroundings. They had no idea where Su Chen was, nor did they know what abilities he had actually used. He might have escaped, or he might still be nearby. That kid hasn't run away. I can feel his mental fluctuations nearby. The hypnotist squinted his eyes. His psychic ability, in addition to hypnosis, amplified his perception, allowing him to sense living beings with thoughts within a radius of about 10 meters. I can try to locate his position, but it will take some time. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the man in black holding the submachine gun collapsed to the ground, dizzy, and the submachine gun he dropped was lifted by something before hitting the ground, aiming its muzzle at the hypnotist. Pull the trigger. The gun's muzzle flashed with fire as a burst of bullets was unleashed. Before the hypnotist could react, he was turned into a sieve by a barrage of unavoidable bullets. Su Chen's control over firearms was no joke. Although he was a bit unaccustomed to using a submachine gun for the first time, the accuracy of the bullets remained terrifyingly high thanks to his agility attribute adjustment. Boss! The petrification ability user saw his leader being swept by the submachine gun and rushed over to help, trying to shield him with his stone body. Could he move faster than a bullet? The answer was obvious. By the time the petrifying ability user rushed over, his boss was already lying in a pool of blood full of holes like a sieve, unsure if he was dead or alive. After firing a magazine of bullets, Su Chen threw away the submachine gun in his arms, quickly ran to hide behind a car at the edge of the parking lot while the cyclone hadn't dissipated yet, deactivated his invisibility, and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I didn't use my invisibility ability right from the start. Leaning against the car door, Su Chen felt a surge of fear. He initially planned to lure out the hypnotist and then counterattack to prevent being interrupted by hypnosis while invisible, but unexpectedly, the psychic ability user's perception could even locate him after he became invisible. The gunshot wounds in his legs and shoulders ached subtly. Su Chen used the cyclone to stimulate the fragmented titanous blood, accelerating the healing of the wounds. The bullet wound in his left shoulder was a penetrating injury, and under the accelerated healing, it stopped bleeding in just a few seconds. However, the bullet lodged in his calf bone couldn't come out on its own, obstructing the healing of the wound. Troublesome. Su Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and reached his trembling hand toward the wound on his calf, forcefully digging his fingers into the injury to pull out the bullet lodged in the bone. The pain was simply unbearable. He nearly cried out in pain, cold sweat soaking his back. After discarding the bloodied bullet, he used the remaining energy to activate the blood of Titanos, finally healing the wound on his calf. Although the bone injury would take longer to heal, as long as he could endure the pain, he could still move reasonably well. It's a pity the desperate struggle cooldown hasn't finished, otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Su Chen mumbled to himself. The passive state desperate struggle that comes with the source of all laws essentially overdraws the body, which is why it has a cooldown period, and it's not a short one. Each use requires a full month to recharge. Kid, if you have the guts, come out. I want you dead. In the vast parking lot, the petrified ability user angrily smashed cars, using his stone hands to flip over vehicles, trying to locate Su Chen's hiding spot. Only a fool would come out and confront you head-on. Su Chen glanced disdainfully at the petrified ability user. This guy is invulnerable during his petrification, and unless it's heavy firepower, ordinary firearms can't harm him at all. To be honest, Su Chen really has no means to deal with the petrified ability user. He can only wait it out until the effect of his ability wears off. The petrified ability user wasn't very lucky. He smashed several cars without locating Su Chen. As time passed, his anger gradually gave way to reason. He stopped smashing cars, hesitated for a moment, picked up a fallen submachine gun from the ground, and ran towards the parking lot's iron fence. Ha! This guy isn't completely foolish, he knows to run. Su Chen frowned. With the situation reversed, he had no intention of letting the petrified ability user escape. He crawled out from behind the car he was hiding in and fired several shots at the massive body of the petrified ability user, creating several bullet craters on the rocky surface. The petrified ability user didn't even glance at Su Chen. He rushed to the iron fence, smashed a large opening in it, and ran out of the parking lot without looking back. This is troublesome. This guy has escaped outside. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he hurriedly chased after him, but by the time he squeezed through the iron fence, he could no longer see the petrified ability user's figure. This guy voluntarily lifted his petrification state. I wonder where he's hiding now. He wanted to pursue the petrifying ability user, but considering this guy is armed with a submachine gun, a shootout in the neighborhood could cause chaos. Moreover, the man in black in the parking lot is still unconscious and could wake up at any moment. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give up the pursuit and turned back to the parking lot. The man in black was still unconscious. To prevent him from waking up suddenly, Su Chen took out a tranquilizer from his pocket and injected it into his vein. Almost every member of the ability group carries tranquilizing tools. Done. After completely tranquilizing the man in black, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief, wiped the blood smudges from his cheek, and turned his gaze to the hypnotist lying a short distance away. His eyes narrowed. I don't know where this guy found his help, a shadow that can ignore physical attacks, with agility and strength almost double that of an ordinary person. If it were any other regular ability user, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Lightning element control, invisibility, firearms control, mental attributes, incomplete Titan blood. For Su Chen to achieve a counterattack, all 5 factors are almost indispensable, otherwise, a single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. But it's still not enough. It would be great if there was a bulletproof ability as well. He is still too passive in the face of firearms. None of his current abilities can withstand gunfire directly. Even double agility can only help him dodge slow-firing handguns, and he still has to predict the bullet trajectory. If he wants to dodge the barrage from a submachine gun, he probably needs at least 40 or 50 points in agility. Su Chen thought to himself that he should accumulate some experience points to unlock a powerful defensive ability. After all, no matter how flashy an ability is, surviving is the most important. Walking up to the hypnotist, abilities are generally tougher than ordinary people, so to be safe, he gave this guy another hit on the head. Ding!
A psychic ability user has been killed. Absorbing abilities. Ability absorption complete. Gained 1 ability point. Another ability point? Suchen felt a bit frustrated. He had expected this guy's ability to be stronger and that he would gain more ability points, but it turned out to be just 1 point, like that agile girl. His gaze turned to the comatose man in black not far away. Should I kill this guy too to absorb his ability points? This thought flashed through Suchen's mind. He hesitated for a moment, shook his head. He couldn't just kill for ability points. It's better to capture this guy alive. He might still be useful. Ding! Emergency mission exceeded completion. Additional reward for the mission: 3,000 experience points, 500 training points. Oh, there are additional rewards for exceeding the mission? Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Suchen's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of something, opened the system interface, and sure enough, his training points had finally reached over 1,000, allowing him to draw once on the lucky wheel. Just as Suchen was eagerly about to press the spin button, a team of fully armed special police suddenly burst in from outside the parking lot, guns drawn and on high alert. Leading the way was a young man in casual clothes. Suchen? The young man was holding a standard rifle. Upon seeing Suchen sitting next to the man in black, he cautiously asked, "It's me." Although Suchen didn't know this young man, he could guess they were the support from the Special Abilities team. He said helplessly, "You guys came a bit late, didn't you? I've already dealt with the attacker. By the way, a guy who can petrify escaped. I was too exhausted to stop him." The cyclone's energy was completely depleted, leaving him weak and powerless. Although his physical injuries were healed by Titanos, the lost blood couldn't be replenished. He was still a bit anemic and dizzy, making it hard to hold on and fight. "You drove the attacker away all by yourself?" The young man was slightly taken aback. When he saw the body lying in a pool of blood not far away, his astonishment deepened. "Hypnotist? Yeah, this guy even tried to hypnotize me. Luckily, my mind is strong enough. I snatched a submachine gun from another guy and shot this one to pieces." Suchen added, "By the way, is that 3 million bounty they said on TV still valid? Is this really the time to talk about that?" The young man found it somewhat amusing and instructed the SWAT officers beside him, "You all go and seal off the entire neighborhood for a search. Try not to let any suspicious individuals escape, and investigate all the surveillance footage." After saying that, the young man tapped his communicator by his ear. "Hello, this is the protection team. The danger has been resolved." After finishing these tasks, he walked over to Suchen and extended his hand. "Are you seriously injured? Should we call an ambulance?" Suchen shook his head. "I'm not injured, just a bit drained." The young man admired. "Impressive, buddy. You took down 3 dangerous ability criminals all by yourself and didn't even get hurt. Is your ability really just the control of lightning elements? It seems even more life-saving than mine." "I haven't asked yet. Who are you?" Suchen looked at the young man in confusion. This young man was only a few years older than him, looking about 25 or 26. He had an ordinary face and a mediocre build, slightly chubby, wearing casual clothes, and he carried nothing but a standard rifle. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself." The young man smiled. "My name is Xiao Mingcheng, and my ability is telekinetic barrier." Xiao Mingcheng? Suchen found the name somewhat familiar, feeling like he had heard it somewhere before. By the way, when assigning him to protect Miss Mo, team leader Xing mentioned the name Xiao Mingcheng, who seemed to be the best candidate for the protection task, but he was temporarily away on a business trip. "I've heard a lot about you. Team leader Xing mentioned you before. I'm Su Chun, and my ability is lightning element." Xiao Mingcheng scratched his head. "Not at all. I should be the one saying I've heard a lot about you. You're the first elemental ability user in our ability team." The two exchanged a few compliments. Xiao Mingcheng glanced at the unconscious man in black. "Speaking of which, what's the background of this guy you're holding down?" "Oh, this guy is probably a helper brought in by the hypnotist. His ability seems to be controlling shadows that can ignore physical attacks, which is quite tricky." Suchen kicked the man's head. "Fortunately, my lightning element can deal significant damage to shadows. Otherwise, just this guy's shadow alone might be able to take me out." "Shadow ability?" Xiao Mingcheng frowned. "Could it be the shadow killer that's wanted in the capital?" "Wanted?" Suchen was surprised. "Is there a bounty?" "There's no helping it. He's just a straightforward person," and his first reaction to hearing about a bounty was to think about the reward. "Of course there is, and the bounty is even higher than that for the hypnotist, a full 5 million, funded by various government agencies." With a serious expression, Xiao Mingcheng said, "It is said that the shadow killer has been roaming around committing crimes. His shadow can extend over 100 meters to move, often using it to break into homes at night to steal or even murder, leaving a trail of blood. At least a dozen lives on his hands. This guy is that twisted?" Suchen was slightly startled and glanced at the man in black, feeling a bit regretful. "If I had known this guy was such a scum, I should have just shot him directly. Why bother capturing him alive? Is it too late to have second thoughts now? Is there a stipulation for the shadow killer's bounty that he must be captured alive?" Suchen asked tentatively, "If I capture a dead one, will the bounty be deducted or something?" "That shouldn't be the case." Xiao Mingcheng looked at Suchen oddly and asked, "Why do you want to know that?" "Just asking casually." Suchen inquired further, "What does the ability team plan to do with him after capturing him alive?" "They will probably send him to the research institute for experiments." Xiao Mingcheng smiled and said, "Most special ability users have significant research value. However, for humanitarian reasons, some experiments can only
be conducted on ability criminals involved in serious crimes. This shadow assassin's ability is quite good, the research institute should like it.
Oh, I see. Suchen seemed to ponder, lightly tapping his finger on the black-clad man's body, precisely where the heart was located.
A surge of electricity silently entered, causing the unconscious black-clad man to suddenly convulse.
What's going on?
Xiao Mingcheng became alert, a faint white glow appearing on his body as he aimed his gun at the black-clad man. It might be that I didn't give him enough anesthetic, this guy is about to wake up. Suchen casually made up an excuse, swinging his fist and striking the black-clad man on the back of the head. With a crisp crack, the guy immediately went limp and fell still. Alright, it's fine now, I've knocked him out.
Are you sure you knocked him out?
Xiao Mingcheng's mouth twitched as he glanced at the black-clad man's motionless chest. Why do I feel like this guy isn't breathing?
Really? Suchen pretended to be confused. Did I not control my strength well? Next time you knock someone out, don't hit them in the back of the neck. That spot can not only knock someone out but could also be fatal.
Xiao Mingcheng put down the gun in his hand and said helplessly, forget it, this guy isn't any good anyway. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything and report to the higher-ups that he was killed in action.
Thanks.
Suchen smiled and thanked him. It seemed this colleague was not bad.
Ding. One special type of ability user killed.
Absorbing abilities. Ability absorption complete.
Gained 1 ability point. Another ability point TSK. Do all ability users only have 1 ability point? What exactly qualifies as 2 ability points? Is it based on the number of abilities one possesses? Suchen pondered. This possibility was quite likely.
So far, he had only killed ability criminals with single abilities, but most ability users in the world also had single abilities. Composite abilities are extremely rare, and someone like him with at least 5 abilities probably doesn't exist in the whole world. Having dealt with the shadow killer and absorbed an ability point, Suchen was in a great mood. He chatted with Xiao Mingcheng in the parking lot for a while, and soon after, a SWAT officer quickly approached to report that the neighborhood had been sealed off and no
suspicious individuals had been found.
Surveillance showed that the escaped ability criminal drove away in a silver-gray Xiaoli car, leaving the neighborhood 10 minutes ago.
He drove away? That's really stupid.
Xiao Mingcheng smiled, took out his communicator, and called Team Leader Xing. Hello, Team Leader. The 3 ability users who attacked Suchen have had 2 of them killed by him.
One of the
criminals with petrification abilities has escaped by car. Please help contact the Criminal Investigation Department to track that guy's location using satellite positioning and road monitoring.
Okay, I'll have the Criminal Investigation Department contact you right away. Team Leader Xing said in surprise. Su killed 2 ability criminals? Weren't there only 2 criminals who escaped during the banquet? Could there be hidden members in their gang?
Xiao Mingcheng replied, it shouldn't be hidden members. One of the ability criminals is the notorious Shadow Killer.
Shadow Killer?
Team Leader Xing's voice turned serious. How could this guy be in collusion with the hypnotist?
Xiao Mingcheng glanced at Suchen. How would I know? Don't look at me, I don't know either.
Suchen shrugged. I barely said 2 words to them before we started fighting. I'll report this to the higher-ups first. Team Leader Xing said before hanging up the phone. The parking lot was empty, with only 2 bodies in Suchen and Xiao Mingcheng remaining. By the way, are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital for a checkup? I can send someone to take you. Xiao Mingcheng glanced at the bloodstains and tears on Suchen's sleeves and pants, feeling a bit confused but didn't ask further.
No need, I'm just a bit exhausted. Other than that, I'm fine. I just need to go home and get a good sleep. Suchen waved his hand, declining Xiao Mingcheng's kindness. Alright then, you should go home and rest well. I still need to catch that escaped ability criminal, so I'll take my leave. See you in the ability team.
Xiao Mingcheng waved at Suchen, picked up his standard rifle, and walked out of the parking lot, saying before leaving, you don't have to worry about the rest.
These 2 bodies and the follow-up cleanup will be handled by specific personnel. Okay. Suchen nodded and headed straight home from the parking lot.
Once home, the first thing he did was take off his blood-stained, torn clothes, and take a good shower. The effect of the blood of Titanos is quite good. My shoulder and leg have no scars left at all. It's clearly just a power unlocked by an ability point, yet the healing effect is surprisingly effective. The only drawback is that it consumes too much mana. He only used a lightning-ranged attack once, a stunning electric shock once, and went invisible for less than 5 seconds. The rest of his mana was mostly consumed by the blood of Titanos. Injury and blood loss are also issues. While accelerated healing can restore wounds, it cannot replenish lost blood, and there's also a subtle feeling of fatigue. This was his first time applying the blood of Titanos in actual combat, carefully pondering his limits. Ultimately, the residual blood of Titanos is just the most basic ability. It's effective for healing superficial wounds, but for muscle and bone injuries or larger wounds, mana is needed to stimulate the healing process. This time, with bullets hitting just his left shoulder and calf, Suchen nearly couldn't handle it. Keep in mind, these aren't vital areas, and he was only hit by small caliber bullets from a submachine gun. It's necessary to upgrade the blood of Titanos as soon as possible. Suchen opened the ability tree diagram. After killing 2 ability criminals, he now has 3 ability points to use. Tainted Titanus blood, originating from Zeus's curse. This tainted blood, coveted by the goddess of dawn, grants the possessor a slightly weaker physical regeneration.
The recovery process can be accelerated using mana and physical strength.
As long as the head and heart remain undamaged, blood is not completely drained, and mana is not exhausted, you are an immortal being.
Costs 2 ability points. Upgrading to tainted blood finally gives me a hint of immortality. Suchen smiled slightly. Are the only weaknesses of the tainted titanous blood these three? Head, heart, blood. Since the description doesn't mention anything else, it means even internal organs and severed limbs can regenerate, right?
The initial flawed titanous blood had many defects, such as the inability to regenerate severed limbs, dying from excessive wounds, being cut in half, severe damage to internal organs leading to death, and severely injured bones being very difficult to heal. Su Chen's shin bone still had a lingering pain.
The tainted titanous blood displayed a stronger form of immortality.
2 ability points, quite worthwhile.
I originally planned to unlock crisis awareness first, but considering the cost effectiveness, I'll upgrade the blood of Tithanus first. The finger lightly taps on the panel of the ability tree diagram. A flash of white light passes, illuminating the murky blood mark on the tree diagram. A warm current flows throughout the body.
This warm current feels a bit strange, as it carries a hint of an elusive chill, not from temperature but from a sense of malice that emanates from the soul, causing Su Chen to shiver involuntarily and furrow his brow. According to ancient Greek mythology, the immortality of this blood is a product of Zeus's wicked sense of humor. Although its effects are not bad, just thinking that my immortality ability is actually a curse makes me feel a bit uneasy.
Upon further thought, since the immortality of the blood of Tithanus was granted by Zeus, does that mean that the legendary gods could also break his immortality ability? Everything is relative. Immortality is only relative.
Just like in ancient Greek mythology, there are many monsters that boast of their immortality, but the gods always find a way to completely obliterate them, such as cutting them off at the source. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen suddenly laughed to himself. I really have too much free time. Why am I thinking about such things?
Could it be that one day I might actually fight gods? Whether gods exist in this world is still uncertain.
No matter what, the immortality from the blood of Titanos is enough for him. As long as firearms can't kill him, that's all that matters. Alright, next comes the highly anticipated lottery segment. Su Chen smiled as he opened the system interface's lucky wheel. With the system above, may it bless me with something good. I don't ask for any rare treasures, just an ability or some equipment would satisfy me. Muttering to himself, he pressed the button on the wheel. The silver-white wheel before him began to spin slowly. The wheel spun faster and faster, rotating for about 3 to 4 seconds before gradually slowing down. The pointer moved little by little, passing through the large area of thank you for your patronage, then the doubling area, and finally landing in the item area. A tool? It's not bad, as long as it didn't fall into the thank you zone, that's good enough. Su Chen's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. The items drawn from this wheel are also random. However, judging by the examples given in the previous system prompt, the rewards seem decent. I wonder what treasure he'll draw for the first time. Ding! Congratulations, you've received a lucky 4-leaf clover. Please use it wisely. The system prompt popped up, and at the same time, an unremarkable 4-leaf clover appeared out of nowhere, glowing faintly and hovering in front of Su Chen. Lucky 4-leaf clover? With a slightly puzzled expression, Su Chen took the 4-leaf clover and examined it in his palm. It looks just like an ordinary 4-leaf clover, nothing special about it. How do I use this thing? The system didn't respond. There were no introduction prompts or anything like that popping up. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen suddenly remembered that he had the means to inspect items. He used his inspection skill on the 4-leaf clover in his palm. Lucky 4-leaf clover, an item infused with the power of luck. Eating it will grant you a brief favor of luck, bringing you good fortune and helping you avoid disasters. All matters will develop in a direction favorable to you, provided that the event has a probability of occurring, no matter how small. Duration, 1 minute. A minute of lucky favor? Su Chen was slightly surprised. The introduction looks quite impressive. I wonder how strong this luck really is. If I take it, in a nearly fatal situation, could it create a miracle and help me survive? If that's the case, this thing is a life-saving ace. Winning a useful item on the first draw made him feel good. He carefully tucked the 4-leaf clover into his pocket. Items issued by the system generally don't break, so he didn't worry about damaging the clover by keeping it in his pocket. The phone rang. Su Chen picked up the phone and saw that it was Team Leader Xing calling. Xiao Su, is everything okay on your side? You really aren't injured? The team leader asked with concern. I'm not injured, just a bit fatigued from overusing my powers. I just need to rest for a bit. Su Chen shifted the topic. Have they caught that escaped petrification ability user? Team Leader Xing replied, not yet, but he won't get away. The Criminal Investigation Department has traced his driving route, and the armed police team will soon surround that vehicle. Members from our team are also on their way. Even if he transforms, we are 100% confident we can suppress him. Oh, that's good then. Su Chen felt much more at ease upon hearing this. He certainly didn't want a superpowered criminal who was after his life to escape. Especially since this guy's ability countered his lightning element, making him nearly invincible when transformed into a stone man. It seemed that Team Leader Xing wasn't too busy either. While calling to check on Su Chen, he also talked about the details of the attack. This was going to be a headache. The battle revealed the effects of invisibility in Titanus' blood if he spoke carelessly. Once they captured the petrifying superpowered individual and slightly verified the testimonies, those abilities would be exposed. I'm a bit tired, I'll go into more detail when I have some time. Su Chen chose to delay for now. He could take some time to think of a strategy. Besides, perhaps the petrifying superpowered individual couldn't be captured alive? He could just make up the details. Alright, you rest for now. Just remember to return to the superpower team in a couple of days to file a report. Team leader Xing was quite lenient with the members of the organization. He laughed and said, surviving a great disaster surely brings good fortune. You struck it rich this time, kid. The bounties for the 2 wanted criminals combined are nearly 10 million, right? You've gone from a poor kid to a millionaire in one go. Su Chen was also quite excited. Leader, when will the bounty be issued? This reward is not a small amount. As a hypnotist, I can help push for it, and maybe it will be approved this week. However, the reward for the Shadow Killer will likely take longer, probably about a month. Team leader Xing pondered. The Shadow Killer has been committing crimes across various provinces, and his reward is jointly funded and issued by the police departments of those provinces, so it will take quite some time to process this reward. Alright, then I'll leave it to you, team leader. Su Chen felt pleased. Before he knew it, he had become a millionaire, and the sources of income were all completely legal. Having the reward earned from eliminating harm for the public in hand felt reassuring. Just as he was about to hang up, a sudden noise came from team leader Xing's side. What? That guy drove into the lake? Hurry, send people to search. What? Both the car and the person have disappeared? How is that possible? Team leader Xing's anxious and urgent voice came through the phone, and Su Chen felt a bit confused, his heart sinking. Could it be that the petrifying ability user escaped? What happened? Su Chen quickly asked. On the other end of the phone, there was a commotion for a while. Footsteps, door slams. Then team leader Xing replied after a moment, the situation has changed. That guy drove into the lake, and both the car and the person have disappeared into Shichen Lake. Damn it, how could such a big car just vanish? I need to go to the scene and take a look. I'll hang up for now. As he said this, the call was disconnected. Both the person and the car have disappeared? Su Chen also looked bewildered. What a fantastical turn of events. Could that stone man have some other trick up his sleeve? Something like cloaking his whereabouts or shifting positions? It's making me want to check out Shicheng Lake myself. Su Chen frowned. By the way, Shicheng Lake? Isn't that the place team leader Xing mentioned yesterday where someone spotted their trail? Is there any connection here? After racking his brains, he could guess many possibilities, but none seemed reliable. There are too many unknowns in this world, and many things can easily exceed one's expectations, not to mention the various supernatural abilities that are bizarre and the legendary supernatural phenomena, as well as the pile of high-tech stuff from the research institute. Forget it, I'll leave it to team leader Xing and the others. If anything comes up, I'll deal with it after I recover. Lying in bed, Su Chen yawned. The battle took a heavy toll. Even though the wounds were healed with Titanus's blood, the fatigue still lingered, and the emptiness in his abdomen was quite uncomfortable. He took a few bags of bread from the fridge and made do with it. Su Chen lay in bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. He slept soundly, hardly dreaming at all, and when he opened his eyes again, it was around 6 in the morning the next day. Feeling refreshed, all fatigue swept away, and his energy was restored. Su Chen glanced at the clock, his eyes widening slightly. Hey, is this for real? Did I really sleep for nearly 20 hours? He picked up his phone from the bedside and saw a pile of mixed message notifications, including missed calls from the ability group and several unread messages from WeChat, among which Miao Yueying had called him 7 or 8 times. Why is Miao Yueying calling me? Su Chen was puzzled and first checked the WeChat messages. The first message was from Yang Hangu, sent more than 10 hours ago. He didn't know where he got the scoop, but he heard that Su Chen's neighborhood had been attacked by terrorists, so he messaged to check if Su Chen was affected and needed help. Su Chen quietly typed a reply. It's nothing serious. I just almost died, that's all. Of course, that last sentence was just a thought in my mind. As for other messages, they were greetings from some former colleagues and college classmates who saw the related reports on TV and came to check on him. Oh, you're awake? A familiar voice entered his ears. Su Chen, who was scrolling through WeChat messages, tensed up when he saw the woman at the bedroom door, completely stunned. Hey, Miao Yueying? What are you doing at my house? Wait, how did you get in? He remembered locking the door before going to sleep to prevent any attackers and had even set up some noise-making traps at the windows and doors, like tying strings to fragile cups and plates so that if there was any movement they would all crash to the ground. You still have the nerve to say that? Miao Yueying glared at him. Team leader Xing sent me to provide protection while you rest, but when I arrived at your doorstep and called you so many times without an answer, I had no choice but to use my police credentials to get a locksmith to break in. Su Chen scratched his head. Sorry, I was sleeping pretty soundly. Not just a little soundly. Miao Yueying smiled faintly and said, what's the use of so many porcelain bowls in front of your door? If you open the door, they'll shatter all over the place, and I almost pulled out my gun. And yet, you were sleeping like a dead pig in the bedroom. Ha ha. Su Chen awkwardly chuckled. After joking around a bit, Miao Yueying glanced at Su Chen and said, are you really not hurt? I heard the ability users who attacked you this time are quite strong. Not only are there dangerous hypnotists and shadow assassins, but another guy with petrification abilities is a natural counter to yours.
I only got a little hurt, but I'm already healed. Suchin shrugged and said, I have a strong fate, those guys can't do anything to me. Enough about that, I heard from the team leader yesterday that the guy who fled jumped into the lake and disappeared. Have they found him yet? No, Miao Yueying shook her head.
But the team has a new discovery.
What new discovery?
Suchen felt a bit hungry and walked into the living room, casually grabbing a bag of chips from the cupboard and opening it to eat. As a guy living alone, he usually didn't bother going out, so he stocked up on quite a bit of food at home. The spatial fluctuation values at the bottom of Shiqing Lake are trending towards a peak, and the fluctuations are very chaotic.
Miao Yueying's expression was serious, so there is a high possibility that a secret realm passage is hidden beneath Shiqing Lake. Secret realm passage? Su Chen's expression was strange. What do you mean? Don't tell me it's the kind of secret realm from a fantasy novel. Is it really that magical? Instant transformation into a cultivation story? Come on. Fantasy novel? Miao Yueying looked at Su Chen in confusion. I haven't read the fantasy novels you're talking about. The secret realms mentioned in the ability group generally refer to
special small spaces that exist on the surface of the real world, similar to the space fractures mentioned in scientific theories, which are essentially unstable wormholes.
Wormholes? Suchen felt like his brain wasn't keeping up. Wait, let me sort this out. You mean the ability group discovered a wormhole beneath Shiqing Lake? So that's the secret realm passage? Yes, that's what I mean.
She continued, where the secret realm passage leads is currently unknown. We suspect that the ability criminal who jumped into the lake may have escaped into the secret realm passage, which is why they disappeared at the bottom of the lake.
Escaped into the secret realm. Su Chen was very interested in this. What are secret realms generally like? Are they as big as a small world? Are there many exotic beasts that have long been extinct inside, just like ancient primeval forests? You must be talking about the Kunlun secret realm, right?
Miao Yueying said, the size of secret realms can vary. Some may be as big as a city, while others may only be the size of a room.
It's said that the Kunlun secret realm is over 3,000 square
kilometers, which is considered quite large because in ancient times some people and animals accidentally entered, and there are indeed some animals inside that have long been extinct in the real world.
Su Chen asked, for example, dinosaurs? That's a bit exaggerated.
If there were really dinosaurs, the country would have captured them for experiments long ago.
Miao Yueying was amused. You've derailed the topic, but fine, I'll just chat with the patient then. Is there anything else you want to ask? Su Chen asked, since there's a secret realm passage under the lake, who does our team plan to send to explore? They should probably use Lao Chen and their abilities.
Miao Yueying glanced at Su Chen and said, oh, by the way, you haven't met Old Chen and the others yet. In our team, there's a pair of twin brothers whose ability allows them to teleport to each other's side in the blink of an eye, ignoring space and distance. It's a rare spatial ability, but it's a bit uncontrollable because that blink is hard to define. Sometimes, just thinking of the other person can trigger the teleportation. Wow, that ability is indeed quite convenient, but it seems a bit. Su Chen suddenly imagined some not-so-great scenarios. Have they gotten married? Their kids are almost in high school. What do you think? Miao Yueying said with a mischievous smile, we're all colleagues. It's best to keep some embarrassing stories to ourselves and not mention them, otherwise it would be so awkward.
Su Chen and Miao Yueying exchanged glances, both understanding what the other meant and couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Miao Yueying said seriously, when you meet Old Chen and the others, make sure not to bring this up in front of them, and if you do, don't say I told you.
Don't worry, I'm not that clueless. Su Chen stopped laughing and glanced at the ingredients in the fridge. Have you eaten? Want to try my cooking? Not yet. Miao Yueying asked curiously, you can cook? Su Chen tossed a potato in his hand and boasted, I'm not bragging, our skills are extraordinary. I can't say we're food gods, but at least we're at the level of a star chef. Miao Yueying teased, I remember in college, the cafeteria lady often bragged that her cooking was star chef quality. Su Chen didn't refute, smiled slightly, and took the ingredients out of the fridge before turning to the kitchen. Half an hour later, he came out with several plates of visually appealing and fragrant dishes, leaving Miao Yueying in shock. Her jaw dropped. She sat at the dining table, constantly grabbing food to eat, and most of the dishes ended up in her stomach. This girl, although not bad-looking, always behaved like a tomboy. Finally unable to eat anymore, Miao Yueying burped and said, Su Chen, to be honest, you didn't graduate from culinary school, did you? This is probably the best home-cooked meal I've ever had. Just a hobby. Su Chen calmly wiped his mouth and said, alright, we've finished eating. How about we take a stroll around Shichun Lake? Miao Yueying frowned. The exploration of the secret realm is not our responsibility. You'd better not get involved. It's best for you to stay at home and focus on your recovery these days. Besides, this week is your vacation.
I'm in great shape, there's no need for recovery.
Su Chen didn't want to stay idle. Moreover, he had just woken up and was full of energy. Staying at home is so boring.
I just want to take a walk by Shiching Lake, not that I have to enter the secret realm.
Miao Yueying was speechless. I've never seen someone like you. Other members can't wait to distance themselves from tasks during
their vacation, but you, on the other hand, are always eager to get into trouble. Even new members shouldn't be this diligent.
I'm just a bit more curious than others. Su Chen smiled faintly. But it's a secret realm. How can I not go and take a look? Besides, the system might release new tasks related to the secret realm. Just as he was thinking this, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Main mission released Essence of the Secret Realm. Mission requirements: enter the secret realm of Xiqing Lake and absorb its core essence. Mission reward: a personal storage space of 10 square feet. Ding! Level 3 member objective achieved. Main quest completed. Quest reward issued. All attributes increased by 2 points. Suchen had not yet reacted to what had happened when he felt as if he were soaking in a warm spring. A sense of comfort radiated from every cell, permanently increasing all attributes by 2 points. Main quest: I almost forgot about this matter. It seems that team leader Xing submitted my promotion to level 3 member to the higher-ups, which is why the quest is now deemed completed. Su Chen glanced at his attributes. Physique 27, Strength 22, Agility 22, Spirit 21. While an increase of 2 points in all attributes may seem minor, when broken down, it actually amounts to an increase of 8 attribute points. My physique is almost tripled now. With such an extraordinary physique supporting me, the blood of Titanos should also yield better results. Attributes and abilities are often interconnected. Just as a stronger spirit allows for finer control of lightning elements, a stronger physique can further enhance the immortality granted by the blood of Titanos. Putting that aside, this main quest actually requires entering a secret realm to obtain some core essence? I don't even know what that is. Su Chen pondered. As for the reward, is it like a portable storage space from a fantasy novel? That sounds quite appealing. 10 feet. Should be over 3 meters, which means about 36 cubic meters of storage space. Oh wow, that's even larger than my bedroom? Just thinking about carrying such a large storage space feels convenient. If I want to travel the world in the future, I wouldn't even need to carry a bag. I could just store everything in a room's worth of belongings in my portable space. Unfortunately, with a length of 3.3 meters, I probably couldn't fit a car in there. Otherwise, it would be even more convenient. What are you so happy about? You're about to burst into laughter. Miao Yueying looked at Su Chen, who was grinning foolishly. It's nothing. Su Chen cleared his throat and tidied up the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Let's go to Xiqing Lake. Miao Yueying patted her full belly and sighed. Sigh. I thought that taking on the task of protecting you would let me slack off a bit, but who would have thought you'd only behave for a little over 10 hours before wanting to run around? Ha? The protection task isn't over yet? Su Chen wondered. I've already woken up. Is there really a need to keep someone watching over me? It's not that simple. The higher-ups value elemental ability users very much. Miao Yueying said. Before we capture that escaped ability criminal, I have to stay by your side to ensure your safety. Originally, I was supposed to bring Xiao Mingqing along, but it seems he still needs to help at Xiqing Lake, so he couldn't come. To have a fellow ability user from the same team protect him, it seems that being an elemental ability user is indeed very precious. After all, it's worth several hundred million. As Su Chen thought about his absurdly high worth, he couldn't help but smile wryly. The two of them went out, and Su Chen took Miao Yueying to the parking lot to drive. Wow, you bought a car? Miao Yueying's eyes lit up when she saw Su Chen's new car. She sat in the passenger seat and reached out to touch the car door. Such a thick shell. Isn't this bulletproof tempered glass? Hey, could it be that you bought a bulletproof car? She looked astonished. After all, no matter what model it is, once it involves the term bulletproof, there isn't one that costs less than several million. Su Chen hummed a little tune with his hand on the steering wheel, smiling. Yeah, I bought the bulletproof version. After all, there could be all sorts of things happening during missions, so I got a more secure car for safety. What do you think? Cool, right? That's just too extravagant. Miao Yueying murmured softly. Driving towards Xiqing Lake. Xiqing Lake is located on the west side of Lianhu Park, which is famous for its abundance of willow trees. It usually attracts many visitors, but today it seems quite deserted. The police have sealed off the entire park to ensure no one approaches Xiqing Lake. There were warning tapes at the park entrance, along with patrolling personnel. Seeing a vehicle entering the park, the patrolling personnel stepped forward to stop them. Su Chen rolled down the window and showed his special abilities team credentials to gain passage, but the car couldn't go in, so he had to park at the entrance. Arriving by the edge of Xiqing Lake, this large lake was nearly drained of water. Looking far down at the lakebed, many people could be seen busy below, including workers responsible for cleaning silt and draining water, as well as researchers in protective suits carrying instruments to conduct surveys. It seems we might not see Xiqing Lake again in the future. If there really is a secret passage here, it would definitely be strictly protected by national agencies. Not just this lake, but the entire park might be rebuilt and sealed off. Is team leader Xing here? Su Chen asked Miao Yueying. How would I know? Miao Yueying replied. Why don't you call and ask? As Su Chen was about to make a call, he spotted a familiar face by the lake. Isn't that Xiao Mingcheng? Su Chen put his phone back in his pocket and quickly walked towards Xiao Mingcheng. Xiao Mingcheng was talking to a staff member dressed in white. After handing a document to Xiao Mingcheng, the staff member turned and left Xiqing Lake, heading towards the park exit. Xiao Mingcheng carefully examined the contents of the document. Just then, Su Chen and Miao Yueying approached to greet him. Su Chen? Xiao Miao? What brings you to Xiqing Lake? Xiao Mingcheng looked a bit surprised to see Su Chen and Miao Yueying. I thought you two weren't part of this mission? Did they send more personnel from above? We're not here on a mission, Su Chen smiled. We just wanted to take a look around and see the rumored secret passage. I don't think there's much to see.
Xiao Mingqing pointed to the drained lake bed and said, "There's nothing here but mud.
Although tests indicate there is a secret realm passage, we haven't found any special opportunity to enter it yet. The Research Institute has sent a few researchers to investigate, but it seems they won't come up with any conclusions anytime soon. Do we need a special opportunity to enter the secret realm passage?" Su Chen wasn't very knowledgeable about this and asked, "What kind of opportunity? Most spatial rifts are unstable, like a half-open door. Ordinary people might not notice anything unusual even if they pass through
a secret realm passage. Generally, one needs to carry some special items or perform certain actions to trigger a spatial shift." Xiao Mingqing explained, for example, to enter the Kunlun secret realm, you must light a special purple incense to trigger the opportunity, while for the Yingzhou secret realm, you need to shout "Ran" 3 times and crush a shell. The research report explains that these specific actions can cause a chain reaction in the unstable spatial rift. I feel like this is more like a special password to open a door? Su Chen instinctively recalled a fable he heard as a child. Wasn't this just like the open sesame from Alibaba and the 40 Thieves? Why ask so many questions? Miao Yueying interjected, "We're not professional researchers, let them say whatever they want. These matters can be left to the Research Institute, we just need to execute the tasks assigned to us." Su Chen asked in confusion, "Aren't you even a little curious? You've done too few tasks." Xiao Mingqing patted Su Chen's shoulder. "Once you've experienced a few supernatural events, you'll realize that curiosity isn't always a good thing. Many things are hard to get the answers you want." Su Chen pondered as he walked to the lake's edge, gazing at the drained lake bed. "How long will it take to find the opportunity to enter?" Miao Yueying replied, "It might take a few days or even a few weeks. Although the Research Institute has a method to detect the peculiarities of the mystical passage, it still requires time to interpret the spatial state. A few days, a few weeks, that's quite a long time." Su Chen clicked his tongue and squinted at the lakebed, feeling a spark of inspiration. Investigation. Xiqing Lake, a lake formed due to geological changes originating in the Ming Dynasty, with a minimum depth of 6 meters and a total area of about 3 square kilometers. Currently, the lake is drained. Hint, the western bottom of the lake connects to an unknown alternate space. Investigation abilities are indeed effective. As soon as the system prompt appeared, the cyclone in Su Chan's abdomen suddenly consumed 10%. Unlike investigating people or objects, exploring such a vast area for scenic spots requires significantly more magical power. The west side? Su Chen murmured to himself, looking towards the western bottom of the lake, where some of the silt had already been cleared. Although I have a rough direction now, it's still too vague. Ding, would you like to pay 100 experience points to perform a forced investigation? Su Chen frowned. 100 experience points? That's still within acceptable range, I'll spend it. Forced investigation. Deep information about the target has been acquired. Xiqing Lake, a lake formed due to geological changes originating in the Ming Dynasty, originally named Yueming Lake, which once sealed a malevolent spirit. It was renamed Xiqing Lake after the reform and opening up. Hint, the western bottom of the lake connects to an unknown alternate space, with the coordinate point located beneath a stone marked with a crescent, and the password is Yueminging Mingyue. Yueminging Mingyue? A palindrome? Su Chen carefully read these 5 characters and found that reading them backward forms the same phrase. This command is quite sophisticated. After spending 100 experience points to uncover the secret realm command, Su Chen approached Xiao Mingcheng and asked, "Can I go down to the lake and take a look?" "You want to go down to the lake?" Xiao Mingcheng responded in surprise. "The mud underneath hasn't been cleaned up yet." "Are you sure you want to go down? Can't you see what's below just by standing on the shore? The lake isn't that deep." Su Chen said, cough, "I just want to see if I can find the opportunity to access the secret realm passage myself." "Oh, then suit yourself, just be careful not to get too close to those measuring machines," Xiao Mingcheng replied casually. Xiao Mingcheng was unconcerned. In his view, the probability of triggering the secret realm opportunity by a random person going down was almost zero, so he allowed Su Chen to go into the lake. "Thanks." With team leader Xing not present, Xiao Mingcheng was practically the highest-ranking member here. Despite being only 27 or 28, he had been in the ability group for nearly 3 to 4 years and had completed dozens of missions, making him one of the few level 5 members in their ability division. "Do you want to come along?" Su Chen turned to ask Miao Yueying. "I'll pass, thanks." Miao Yueying shook her head. Although she usually acted carefree, she was still a girl and didn't want to casually go to a muddy, stinky lake bottom, especially since she didn't seem very interested in the secret passage. "Well, I'll go down and take a look first." Su Chen smiled slightly. It was better that Miao Yueying didn't follow him, as he planned to jump around the secret realm alone. The ground was about 5 to 6 meters deep from the lake bottom. Su Chen didn't even glance at the ladder and jumped down, landing steadily in a cleared area free of mud. Although the mud had been cleared, the lake bottom was still mostly composed of silt, making it a bit muddy underfoot. Su Chen's shoes were covered in dirt, and he frowned as he patted the surface of his shoes, quickly walking toward the west side of the lake bottom. Most of the mud on the west side had been cleared, with only a small portion still being worked on. The coordinates displayed by the reconnaissance indicated a muddy area that hadn't been cleared, and in the distance he could vaguely see the outline of a boulder about 2 meters high, though it was hard to notice due to the mud clinging to it. "Can you help clear that stone first?" Suchin patted the shoulder of the cleaning staff, showing his special abilities team badge. I feel something unusual about that stone. The staff glanced at the badge, nodded, and began to gather personnel to prioritize clearing the area around the stone. With the efforts of 7 or 8 cleaning personnel, within a few minutes, the mud attached to the boulder was roughly cleaned off.
It seems like there's something engraved underneath.
One staff member was using a shovel to clear the mud beneath the stone when he accidentally poked a stone slab. After shoveling away the mud and looking closely, he discovered a scarlet pattern engraved on the slab. Brushing aside the mud with his hand, the slab was engraved with a crimson crescent moon. Seeing this, Suchin took 2 steps forward in one stride. Upon seeing the scarlet crescent moon on the slab, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes, and he murmured in a barely audible voice, "The bright moon reflects the bright moon." Hiss! A sound of indescribable tearing came from his ears, and Suchin felt darkness envelop him. When his vision returned, he found himself in a gloomy forest filled with dead trees. So cold, so dark.
Suchin took a deep breath and looked around at the completely different scenery. Is this the secret realm within Shiching Lake? Have I entered?
He showed no reaction at all. After reciting that phrase, he was instantly transported. He had expected something like a teleportation portal to appear, but instead, it was instantaneous movement.
That's fine. As the only member of the special abilities team to enter the secret realm, it will be easier for him to find the core essence of the realm.
After all, if he entered the secret realm with other colleagues, it would be difficult to hoard the core essence for himself. He would probably have to turn it over to the government. I wonder what this secret realm is really like. I should explore the surroundings first. Suchin didn't act rashly. He stood still and scanned the area. Apart from the withered trees, there was nothing else nearby. As for the type of these dead trees and how long they had been withered, he couldn't tell, nor was it necessary to get caught up in those details. They looked no different from ordinary trees in the mountains. The air was filled with a decaying odor. He couldn't quite describe the smell, but it was definitely unpleasant.
This secret realm is not a good place. Suchin clicked his tongue and looked up at the sky.
The sky was shrouded in a thick mist resembling clouds, a gray haze enveloping everything, with only faint dim light filtering through, barely maintaining the moonlit night state of the entire deadwood forest. Fortunately, agility points also enhanced the 5 senses, allowing Suchin to see clearly in such an environment. If it were an ordinary person in this situation, without a flashlight, they would probably be completely blind. The only similarity between this dead forest and the bottom of Shiching Lake is the large stone right in front of Suchin. That's right, the boulder at Shiching Lake is about 2 meters high, and there is an identical one here in the dead forest.
It's as if it spans 2 spaces.
However, the boulder in the dead forest was devoid of any silt, perfectly clean, not even a speck of dust, as if someone had just swept it recently.
Swept by someone? Could it be the natives of the secret realm, or that petrified ability user?
Suchin didn't forget that the first discoverers of this secret realm were not the ability group but a gang of hypnotists, meaning the petrified ability user must have known how to enter and exit the secret realm long ago. Previously, these two disappeared by the West City Lake. It's highly likely they sneaked into the secret realm. I heard from Miao Yueying that secret realms usually have only one entrance and exit. The petrifying ability user should still be somewhere in this secret realm.
Suchin frowned. The danger level of this secret realm had increased by 10%.
Although he wasn't afraid of the petrifying ability user, who knows if there are traps or resources set up by ability criminals in this secret
realm.
If the petrifying ability user is hiding in the shadows with a submachine gun or rifle, his situation could become very dangerous.
The enemy is hidden while I am exposed. This is the biggest disadvantage.
The second major disadvantage is that the petrifying ability user is much more familiar with this secret realm than he is. This place is essentially the enemy's home turf. If he can't deal with them quickly, it will surely cause him significant trouble.
Ding! Side quest triggered. Secret realm hunt. Quest requirement: find the hidden petrifying ability user in the withered forest. Kill them. Quest reward: 1,500 experience points, 250 training points. As expected, the system triggered a side quest.
We'll talk about finding the core of the secret realm later. For safety's sake, it's best to deal with that ability criminal first. Suchin touched the gun at his waist, feeling a flicker of murderous intent, and another ability point was about to be added. He wouldn't go easy on the enemy. If they had to be killed, then so be it. Moreover, that petrifying ability user had almost killed
him multiple times.
As the saying goes, a killer must be merciful to those who kill. He was merely returning harm with harm.
Before leaving here, let's first ensure how to get back. Reconnaissance.
Suchin activated his ability on the crescent stone slab beneath the boulder. Crescent moonstone slab, a medium connecting the Moonbright secret realm and the real world. Material unknown, extremely difficult to destroy. The entrance password is moonlight reflects the bright moon.
Moonbright secret realm?
So this secret realm is actually called Moonbright, just like the name of this lake in ancient times. After confirming he could leave the secret realm through this stone slab at any time, Suchin's tense mind relaxed slightly. He took out his handgun from the holster, hesitated for a moment, and randomly chose a direction to move forward.
When in an unfamiliar location, the first priority is to determine your position and direction.
In the secret realm, the phone's navigation would definitely not work, but the built-in compass app on the phone was still usable, which barely solved the directional issue.
I wonder how big this secret realm is. It's so gloomy, there wouldn't be any monsters, would there?
Walking through the deadwood forest for 5 or 6 minutes, he hadn't seen a single bug, as if he were the only living thing in the entire desolate forest. The silence was terrifying, only broken by the occasional crunch of dry branches underfoot.
There's a pit here?
Suchen keenly noticed a pit about a meter away at his feet, roughly a foot wide.
Though it was said to be a foot wide, it was actually about the size of a forearm. The environment was too dark to see what was inside, not even how deep it was. Looks a bit familiar? Suchen's first thought was of the little creature in Qingfeng Park. That thing could also dig holes and would hide beneath the pit, dragging anyone who got too close into the hole to eat them. He took a few steps back. No matter what was in the pit, it was best to keep a distance. Avoiding the strange pit, Suchen continued walking in the same direction out of the dead forest. Strangely, he noticed that there were more and more pits of varying sizes on the ground, and he could vaguely see something like tentacles flashing at the entrance of the holes. What on earth is that? To be honest, Suchen felt a bit uneasy inside.
Being in an eerie and unknown place and then encountering so many strange pits, it's really hard to stay calm.
The sound of crunching echoed. A dark, creepy bug crawled out of a pit not far from Suchen's feet.
It looked somewhat like an ant, but it was as large as a palm, with a pair of large pincers resembling those of a lobster. Quite unsettling.
This ant is even bigger than the largest bull ant on Earth.
If it bites, it might rip off a big chunk of flesh.
Suchen took 2 steps back, planning to take a detour.
Ants are social creatures. If one is seen, there are definitely hundreds or thousands hiding underground. The densely packed pits nearby are proof of that, so it's better not to provoke them and avoid rash actions. The tree desires calm, but the wind does not cease. Suchen had no intention of provoking this ant, but the ant had no intention of letting him go. The black ant's antennae twitched a few times and quickly crawled towards Suchen. Although the ant was large, it moved with incredible speed, almost matching that of a normal person running at full speed. Knowing he was being targeted, Suchen cursed softly, crushed the ant that pounced at him, and turned to run. As the first black ant emerged, the nearby pits erupted like a spring, continuously producing more palm-sized black ants, forming a sea of insects that chased closely behind Suchen.
With so many insects, could there be nearly 1,000 of them?
Suchen dared not stop. If the swarm caught up, he could be torn to shreds in an instant. Since those ants have built their nest in that area, they shouldn't stray too far from it.
As long as I escape their territory, I should be fine.
Most creatures have a sense of territory, especially social insects like ants, which generally do not venture far from their nests. Even when foraging, they usually only send out 1 or 2 scouts.
The only thing that puzzled Suchen was, what exactly were these ants?
There are definitely no ants this large on Earth, unless during the dinosaur era when oxygen levels were extremely high, which could allow for such large insects, but a secret realm couldn't possibly exist that long.
So, are they mutated creatures?
Suchen frowned, contemplating whether to catch a few black ants to bring back for the ability group to study once he escaped.
He escaped several miles in just a few minutes.
The black ants were fast, but not as fast as him with double agility. By nearly halfway through his escape, Suchen had already lost sight of the black ants, so he ran another mile for safety. During this time, he took the risk of catching a black ant, pinching its mandibles to prevent it from biting him. The black ant had considerable biting force, and its struggle was nearly as strong as that of an adult's grip.
Its exoskeleton was also very tough. If an ordinary person stepped on it, they would likely have a hard time killing it. Moreover, its vitality was strong enough that it could still move even if its body was severed in 2. In addition, the black ant could spray a transparent acidic liquid from its mouth.
Suchen was caught off guard and got sprayed on his hand, causing his skin to rapidly corrode, leaving it bloody and mangled. With a burning pain in his arm, Suchen didn't hold back and stomped down, killing the struggling black ant.
Shaking his hand, Suchen frowned and said, "Is it antacid?
It's even more corrosive than regular formic acid. With my triple physique, my hand has been corroded like this. If an ordinary person gets sprayed, their bones might be exposed."
It's confirmed, it really is a mutated creature. This secret realm is truly dangerous. I wonder if there are any other mutated creatures besides that group of ants?
Wiping his arm with his clothes, the healing ability of Titano's blood took effect, and the wound healed rapidly, returning to normal in just a few minutes.
We've been walking for so long, and I still don't know how big the withered forest is.
Suchen leaned against a withered tree, looked up at the gray sky, and suddenly had an idea to climb up the withered tree. Although these trees are withered, their canopies are still quite high, at least 7 or 8 meters tall. Climbing up high might give him a glimpse of the entire withered forest. He hadn't climbed trees much, but given his physical foundation, climbing to the canopy wasn't too difficult.
Reaching the top, Suchen carefully held onto the withered trunk and looked around.
Under the dim clouds, the view stretches endlessly, with nothing but dead trees in sight. The edge of the dead forest is shrouded in a thick black mist, as if it were the world's end, about 10 miles away from him. According to Suchen's estimation, this secret realm has a diameter of over 20 miles, which is quite large, almost the size of a town. The entire secret realm is a dead forest, with no other terrain or landforms, not even rivers or ponds.
No wonder all the trees have withered. By the way, how does this secret realm maintain its ecological cycle?
Filled with doubts, Suchen didn't dwell too much on this matter. His primary task is to deal with the petrified ability user and to find the essence of the secret realm's core. Speaking of which, I don't even know what the essence of the secret realm's core is. How am I supposed to find it in this vast dead forest?
The main quest issued by the system seems a bit abrupt this time. Sitting at the top of the tree canopy, Su-chen was feeling frustrated when he suddenly heard a series of rapid gunshots coming from the east, sounding like submachine gun fire. The dead forest was eerily silent, and the gunfire seemed incredibly abrupt, audible from any corner. Is it that petrified ability user? Su-chen's gaze sharpened as he leaped down from the treetop and quickly ran towards the source of the gunfire. After running for a few miles, he indeed spotted the figure of the petrified ability user. This guy had transformed into a stone giant and was engaged in a brawl with an insect monster over 2 meters tall. The insect monster resembled a mantis with knife-like forearms, but its body was thick like a beetle, completely black, and it occasionally emitted a hissing sound from its mouth. The insect monster's shell was riddled with a dense array of bullet holes, likely from a submachine gun's fire. However, it seemed indifferent to these holes, showing no signs of bloodshed. Indeed, insects are inherently resilient. What might be a fatal wound to humans is nothing to this species. After the mutated black ants, now we have mutated giant insects? Could it be that this secret realm is filled with mutated bugs? Su-chen hid in the shadows, quietly observing the battle between the petrified ability user and the insect monster. Only a fool would rush in to fight a 2-on-1 battle. The petrified Esper probably didn't intend to waste their powers, thinking they could kill the insect monster with just a submachine gun. However, after realizing that firearms alone wouldn't do the job, they resorted to using their abilities to fight. Although the insect monster has strong vitality, the stone giant has a size advantage. The stone giant grabbed the insect monster by the head, relentlessly hammering its rocky fists against its skull. No matter how the insect monster struggled, whether slashing with its blade-like arms or biting with its massive jaws, it could not break through the stone giant's rocky body, only scraping off a layer of stone debris. The petrified Esper's ability is incredibly overpowered, especially in close combat, making them almost invincible. In less than 10 seconds, the petrified Esper smashed the insect monster's head to pieces, and after a few convulsions, the insect monster's body lay completely still. The petrified Esper also seemed to have expended a lot of energy, sitting down on the ground, panting heavily, and their form quickly shrank back to their normal size. This guy looks really weak? Seemed to have lost a lot of weight compared to before? While secretly observing the enemy, Su-chen discovered that the petrified ability user had lost a lot of weight since yesterday. Not only was his face gaunt, but he also bore numerous torn scars, and his hair was a mess, resembling a scruffy homeless person. Damn it, those cursed bugs have destroyed the stronghold we built. The petrified ability user fiercely slammed his fist into the corpse of the insect monster. Seemingly still unsatisfied, he stepped forward and snapped off one of the insect monster's antennae, which was roughly as thick as an arm. He put it in his mouth and chewed it vigorously, then, looking pale, he vomited it out. So it really can't be eaten? The petrified ability user said with a dark expression. Hiding in the shadows, Su-chen understood that this group of ability criminals had their stronghold in this secret realm destroyed by the bugs. After the petrified ability user fled into the realm in panic, he realized he had no food source to replenish his energy, and he didn't dare to leave the realm, which had led to his miserable state. Just as the petrified ability user was contemplating how to turn the insect monster in front of him into a meal, Su-chen made his move. He silently concealed his figure, careful not to make a sound as he approached the unsuspecting petrified ability user step by step, placing his palm on their neck and unleashing the surging thunder he had long prepared. The cyclone in his abdomen consumed energy wildly. Under a lethal voltage, the petrified ability user became rigid and stiff, and within seconds, their heart stopped, completely losing all vital signs. Ding! One mutated ability user killed. Absorbing abilities. Ability absorption complete. Gained 1 ability point. Side mission completed. Mission rewards 1,500 experience points, 250 training points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 10, gained 4 attribute points to allocate. 1 ability point. That was easier than I expected. I thought there would be a fierce battle. Su-chen revealed himself from invisibility, glanced at the petrified ability user who was unable to close their eyes, and after searching their body for a submachine gun magazine and some cash, he discarded the corpse along with the insect monster. Finally reached level 10. Another 2 ability points in hand. I can unlock danger perception now. Calling up the ability tree diagram, Su-chen decisively activated the danger perception. A slight pain pierced his mind, as if something had appeared just behind his brow. A strange and indescribable sensation emerged in his consciousness, allowing him to sense the surroundings within a few meters even without using his eyes. How can I describe this feeling? It's neither sight nor sound, but a subtle, vague sensation, somewhat like the legendary third eye, although the effect is quite weak. Danger perception actually comes with a third eye effect? No wonder it's related to the sixth sense ability. Su-chen instinctively raised his palm and gently brushed against the bark of the dead tree, feeling the texture of the tree even with his eyes closed. Unfortunately, now is not the time to study abilities. He opened his eyes and casually scanned the system interface. Unsurprisingly, the experience points required to level up to level 11 had increased, needing a full 10,000 experience points to upgrade. As for the 4 attribute points to allocate, Su-chen pondered for a moment and decided to put them all into agility. Compared to strength and physique, agility undoubtedly plays a greater role. After all, dodging is better than taking a hit, and agility also involves aspects like nerve reflexes. The higher the agility, the better one can respond to sudden life-threatening dangers. With the blood of Tithonus, the most important thing for him in battle is to protect his vital areas from harm, making agility particularly important. With his body further enhanced, his steps became lighter, and for a moment, it felt as if he was as light as a swallow. Suchin satisfiedly closed the system interface and suddenly remembered, by the way, why hasn't the absorption feedback for the ability crystal come out yet? According to the absorption of one ability point every 3 days, it should have been credited yesterday, right? Could it be due to the system upgrade? It's not impossible. During the system upgrade, even the tasks have been halted, so it's not unlikely that the absorption of ability crystals has also stopped. I estimate that the feedback will be delayed by 2 days, right? Ding! Level 10 reached, system unlocks storage space. Oh, a new feature has been unlocked? Suchin was slightly surprised, recalling that a few days ago, when the system upgrade had just finished, it was indeed mentioned that some functions would be unlocked after reaching level 10. Storage space? Isn't this a reward that can only be obtained after completing the main quest? An early experience? Opening the system panel again, a new 3D icon shaped like a treasure chest appeared in the lower left corner. With a thought from Su Chen, the chest instantly enlarged, transforming into a square plane about a foot wide, recessed into space. This square plane looked like a hole had been dug in the void, with no visible thickness from the side. The back of the storage space was completely transparent, resembling a completely independent one-way entrance. What amazing spatial technology! I fear that with Earth's current technological level, it will take hundreds of years to create such a marvelous spatial layer. In fact, even saying hundreds of years is flattering. Earth's current scientific level rarely delves into the field of space, still in a state of theoretical discussion, with even the most basic understanding being quite vague. How can there be in-depth research, let alone starting to develop spatial layers? Currently, this storage space is only a foot large, which is a bit too small. It can't even fit a submachine gun, at most just a handgun and some bullets. Suchin casually closed the storage space. After completing the main quest, I'll be able to upgrade to something much better. A storage space of 10 feet could even hold a small part of an armory. From now on, please call me Su Mobile Cannon How. Of course, the premise is that he can get so many firearms. I wonder what level of member privileges are needed to request heavy weaponry like rocket launchers? Just thinking about the possibility of playing in unlimited firepower mode makes me a bit excited. Casually tossing the handgun into the storage space, since it doesn't work against bugs in the secret realm anyway, it's better to stick with this submachine gun. Next, I should look for the core essence of the secret realm. Suchen swapped out the magazine of the submachine gun, glanced at the bug corpses and the petrified ability user's body beside him, grabbed the petrified ability user's body, and walked towards the boulder at the entrance of the secret realm. The petrified ability user should have a bounty too, right? Even if it's not as much as the hypnotist and shadow killer, there should still be a few 100,000. Such a large bounty can't just be left here to feed the bugs. After throwing the petrified ability user's body under the boulder, Suchen turned back to search for the core essence of the secret realm. Although the system hasn't explicitly stated it, there should be something unique about the location of a secret realm core, right? Otherwise, in such a vast secret realm, I can't possibly search every inch of land. Suchen pondered that when he climbed trees to get a better view, he had indeed seen a patch of land on the east side that was free of deadwood, and it was quite a sizable area. Instead of wandering around like a headless fly, it would be better to take a look at that open space first. What if the essence of the secret realm is hidden there? He picked up his gun and headed straight for the open area. On the way, Suchen noticed the scenery looked somewhat familiar, and pits gradually appeared in his field of vision. Wait a minute? Isn't this the direction of the mutated black ant nest? Could that open space be the black ant's lair? Suchen widened his eyes and looked towards the open space, realizing that the closer he got to the edge of the open area, the denser the pits dug by the black ants became. Well, I've headed in the wrong direction. That open space is clearly not the core of the secret realm, it is obviously the location of the black ant's nest. Ding! You have reached the 100-meter range of the secret realm's core. System detecting core location. Ding! According to system detection, the core is located underground 89 meters ahead. Just as Suchen was about to turn around and leave, the system prompt suddenly popped up, with a 3D arrow pointing towards the open space of the black ant's nest. Hey, are you kidding? Suchen twitched the corner of his mouth. The core of the secret realm is actually in this nest of mutated black ants. Does that mean I have to fight them to the end? But the problem is, the power balance is completely unequal. Previously, he had accidentally attracted a couple of hundred black ants. Who knows how many are in their nest? At least there must be thousands. And these aren't ordinary ants. Each black ant is about the size of a palm, and their strength and agility are at least around 8 or 9 points. Facing them is not like confronting a swarm of insects but an army of thousands. I wonder if fire attacks will be effective. Suchen frowned as he glanced around at the withered forest and shook his head. No, it's not feasible. If I use fire attacks, given how dry this forest is, it won't be long before it spreads. By then, the entire secret realm will likely be engulfed in flames. Not to mention the destruction of the secret realm itself. If it really turns into such a scene, whether I can escape from the sea of fire is a problem. By the time the black ants are burned to death, the sea of fire would have almost spread throughout the entire secret realm. By then, Su Chen would still have to rush into the fire to find the core of the secret realm, and considering the black ant nest is about a few miles from the entrance of the rock, the thick smoke along this route could suffocate him. Apart from using fire, invisibility abilities are also an option. However, Su Chen quickly dismissed the idea of sneaking into the insect nest invisibly, since insects do not rely on sight, they hunt by sensing breath. What good is invisibility in terms of vision? Unless it's top-tier invisibility that can completely conceal one's breath. Forget it, let's lure a batch of black ants out first and see if we can wear them down. Su Chen gave up on thinking, picked up his submachine gun, and fired a burst into the pit before quickly turning to run away. Fire and run, so thrilling. Anyway, this group of ants can't run faster than him, as long as he is careful, he won't be caught. As expected, countless black ants were disturbed behind him, crawling out of the pit in pursuit of the fleeing Su Chen, forming a spectacular sea of black insects, at least 300 to 500 of them. This time, Su Chen was no longer just focused on escaping, he occasionally turned around to fire a burst of bullets at the sea of insects. This group of ants is densely clustered, bullets can hit without aiming. 10 shots fired into the sea of insects could probably kill over a dozen ants. The phenomenon of cannibalism has emerged. Every time Su Chen shoots a batch of ants, a dark mass of ants gathers in the area where the dead ants are, and within seconds, they devour the dead black ants completely. Cannibalism among kind? Su Chen frowned. It was clear that this group of mutated ants had been hungry for a long time, otherwise they wouldn't be so frantically eating the corpses of their kind. Ants are social insects and typically do not eat the bodies of their dead companions. At most, they might mistakenly take the corpse back to the nest after detecting its pheromones, but they won't actually eat it. Once the pheromones dissipate, they will carry the body back outside the nest. However, this group of mutated ants is quite extreme, actually devouring their companions' bodies clean on the spot, leaving not even a shell behind. This forest shows no signs of other life, perhaps it has all been consumed by this group of mutated ants? The ecological cycle of a small secret realm has been destroyed by a single group of mutated insects, it's truly pitifully fragile. With the submachine gun fire, the swarm of insects decreased significantly, and by the time the ammunition ran out, at least half of them were gone. There are about 200 left, TSK, if only there were more bullets. Su Chen casually tossed aside the submachine gun, his palm claw-like, channeling most of the cyclone within him to conjure a high-pressure electric arc aimed at the approaching swarm. This electric arc was as thick as an arm, twisting through the air like a blue lightning snake, sweeping across the dense mass of over 100 black ants, charring them to a smoky black. In less than 2 seconds, the arc disappeared. With a single gesture, more than 100 black ants vanished into thin air. Although this powerful move was impressive, it also took a heavy toll, consuming at least 2/3 of the cyclone in Su Chen's abdomen. The remaining dozens of black ants on the field did not attack Su Chen. Instead, they rushed towards the charred bodies of their companions, eagerly feasting and making chilling crunching sounds. Su Chen raised his hand and pulled out a handgun from his storage space, standing still and taking precise shots at the remaining black ants that were feeding. Before long, the spare bullets for the pistol were also exhausted. With only about 10 black ants left, Su Chen simply took matters into his own hands, stepping on each one to kill them. 500 ants taken care of. After crushing the last black ant, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against a dead tree to take a break. Actually, if he had enough ammunition, it wouldn't be a problem to wipe out these black ants. Should he step out of the secret realm first? Get more ammunition from the ability team and come back to settle this with the black ants? But once he goes out, he would have to tell the organization the entrance password to the secret realm, and the next time he comes in, he might not be able to act alone, drastically reducing his chances of monopolizing the core of the secret realm. Just as Su Chen was in a dilemma, he suddenly shivered, a sense of crisis prickling at his back, causing his scalp to tingle. The danger awareness has been triggered. Instinctively sensing the impending danger, Su Chen hurriedly dodged to the left, disregarding his image, rolling away several meters. Boom! Without any time to react, a huge shadow fell from the sky, crashing down at the spot where he had been standing. What the hell is that? Su Chen was splashed all over with the dirt that was kicked up. He threw away his submachine gun, wiped his eyes, and looked at the thing that had fallen. A colorful giant bug. This giant bug was over 2 meters long, taller than Su Chen, with a body that had a strong metallic sheen. Its head and the front edge of its thorax were green, while the middle of its back was golden red or gold green. Its large, protruding compound eyes and long, thread-like antennae. Why does it look a bit familiar? Su Chen snapped back to reality from his surprise, realizing that this bug looked somewhat familiar. After thinking it over, he suddenly recognized that this giant bug was actually a tiger beetle. The tiger beetle, also known as the roadblock tiger or guide bug, is a medium-sized beetle commonly found in rural fields. Su Chen had caught a few when he was a child to play with. It is said that this creature has one of the fastest speeds in the world, capable of jumping 171 times its body length in just 1 second. Who would have thought that even a giant tiger beetle would exist in this secret realm? Are you kidding me? Given the speed at which it fell, this giant tiger beetle likely jumped from a distance. With its large size and terrifying jumping ability, just its weight falling from the sky could turn a person into mush. Fortunately, this tiger beetle isn't focused on Su Chen. It seems to be attracted by the corpses of the black ants, happily feasting on the scattered black ant bodies on the ground. Recon.
Giant tiger beetle Insecta Coleoptera family Cicindelity status giant mutation no special abilities.
Please engage the target to obtain more information. Ding, would you like to pay 20 experience points to initiate forced reconnaissance?
Pay. To understand the specific attributes of this giant insect, 20 experience points is nothing.
Forced reconnaissance. To obtain in-depth information about the target.
Giant tiger beetle Insecta Coleoptera family Cicindelity long-term mutation from ants mutated due to special radiation. Status giant mutation no special abilities overall evaluation extremely dangerous recommended to escape. Attributes Constitution 47 points Strength 41 points Agility 22 points Spirit 7 points. Special abilities Jumping leap Long jaw bite.
Such terrifying attribute data.
Its physique and strength are nearly double that of Su-Chen, and while its agility seems low, its jumping power is comparable to a bullet, lacking in mobility not at all. Without any firearms or weapons, Su-Chen dared not confront the giant insect head-on. He took a few steps back, staying alert to the tiger-armored giant insect preparing to flee. Hiss. The sound of movement caught the attention of the tiger-armored giant insect, which stopped eating and turned its head to look at Su-Chen. Perhaps carnivorous insects are more aggressive towards moving creatures. The tiger-armored giant insect abandoned the corpses of the black ants on the ground, turned its head towards Su-Chen, and slightly flapped its wings, issuing an attack warning.
Oh no, I've been spotted.
Su-Chen hurriedly activated his invisibility ability, his figure flickering before disappearing, and he sprinted towards the black ant nest. The main diet of the tiger beetle includes ants. If he is not mistaken, in this secret realm, the giant tiger beetle usually feeds
on black ants.
If he can lure it to the black ant's nest and provoke it a bit, perhaps he can incite a battle between the two sides. After creating a distance of more than 10 meters, Su-Chen deactivated his invisibility and revealed himself once again. The reason was twofold: first, to allow the tiger beetle to catch up, and second, to conserve the remaining energy in his abdomen for emergencies. Upon spotting its previously vanished prey, the giant tiger beetle was puzzled but could not afford to think for long due to its limited brain capacity.
It pushed off with its hind legs and shot towards Su-Chen like a cannonball. The cerebral cortex trembled. His sense of crisis activated again, and Su-Chen quickly rolled to dodge, narrowly avoiding the cannonball-like giant tiger beetle. The leaping giant tiger beetle missed its target, crashing through several dead trees along the way, creating a shallow pit in the ground. What terrifying jumping power! Its speed is almost as fast as ancient cannonballs.
Su-Chen clicked his tongue, realizing that although the jumping ability of the giant tiger beetle wasn't as exaggerated as when it was smaller, it was still incredibly fast. Its heavy body seemed to bounce like it had springs in its hind legs. Fortunately, the giant tiger beetle couldn't jump continuously. After each leap, it would crawl for about 10 seconds, though it was unclear whether it was gathering strength or just regaining its senses.
While this insect's crawling speed was also very fast, this brief pause of over 10 seconds provided Su-Chen with valuable breathing space.
He had been running for his life, nearly getting hit by the giant tiger beetle at least 6 or 7 times along the way. Su-Chen was thankful that he had unlocked his crisis awareness, otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to dodge the giant tiger beetle with such precision.
Every time.
If he failed to evade just once, he would be crushed on the spot, and even with the murky blood of Titanosaurus by his side, there would be no saving him. Finally, he led the giant tiger beetle to the vicinity of the black ant nest. Upon discovering the holes around, the giant tiger beetle seemed a bit hesitant, as if it realized where it was. This time, it didn't charge straight at Su-Chen but instead wandered nearby.
Oh, this guy knows fear too? Su-Chen found it somewhat amusing.
If he guessed correctly, after the ecological balance of this secret realm went out of control, the entire forest was left with only the black ant colony.
And some mutated insects.
These creatures drained the water sources and gnawed at the roots of the trees, ultimately creating the scene before him. While the tiger-armored giant insect can certainly feed on ants, the black ant colony is not to be underestimated. Dozens of black ants may be slaughtered by the tiger-armored giant insect, but what about hundreds? Once the numbers reach the thousands, the roles of prey and predator will reverse. Both sides are incredibly vicious predators, so it's normal for them to be wary of each other. How should I provoke a conflict between the two sides? Forget it, let's try the simplest and most straightforward method first. Su-Chen quickly thought of a strategy in his mind. He broke off a few branches from a dead tree and hurled them at the tiger-armored giant insect, while also taking out the handgun from his holster and throwing that at the giant insect as well. In short, he threw whatever he had on hand. The tiger beetle was hit several times by branches, making a hissing sound in a display of defiance. After being struck hard on the head by a handgun, it could no longer hold back and launched itself towards Su-Chen like a cannonball. Su-Chen, already forewarned, rolled away again to dodge and continued to sprint deeper into the black ant nest. After passing the cave where he had previously eliminated a batch of black ants, new black ants were finally stirred up by him and the tiger beetle, crawling out of the cave to gather their companions and form a sea of insects. Compared to Su-Chen, who was small and incredibly fast, the large and noisy tiger beetle, being a natural enemy, was obviously more warmly welcomed by the black ants. Groups of black ants surged forward one after another, frantically biting at the tiger beetle. Meanwhile, only a small number of them attacked Su-Chen, all of which he dodged with his exquisite footwork, quickly climbing to the crown of a dead tree to quietly watch the battle between the tiger beetle and the ants. A wave of black ants surged out of the pits, surrounding the giant tiger beetle like a black tide, climbing all over its body from all directions, fiercely biting at its shell and legs. However, the shell of the giant tiger beetle is extremely hard, and the black ants couldn't bite through it with just a few attempts. The besieged giant tiger beetle couldn't just sit still, it shook its body madly, flapping its wings to shake off the black ants, and used its large jaws to bite frantically, often splitting several black ants in half with a single bite. As the battle intensified, both sides became bloodthirsty, almost completely ignoring Su Chen in the treetop. To deal with the dense sea of insects, relying solely on biting had limited effectiveness. The giant tiger beetle leaped up, shaking off all the black ants, and then its body came crashing down from a height, instantly crushing dozens of black ants into pulp. The black ants were not to be outdone, summoning more of their kind, once again covering the giant tiger beetle and fiercely biting at the weaker spots of its shell. The battlefield was unimaginably brutal. In no time, the ground was covered with the broken corpses of black ants. The tiger beetle had one leg and an antenna bitten off, its shell in tatters, with dark red blood oozing from its wounds. About 1,000 black ants have probably died. This tiger beetle is quite fierce. I hope it can take down a few more before it dies. Even if it can't die together with them, it would be best to reduce the number of the insect tie to around 100. Su Chen glanced at the battlefield. The number of black ants had obviously decreased significantly, but there were still about half left, around 1,000. His previous guess was not wrong. There were thousands of ants in this ant nest. Including the 500 black ants he had killed earlier, there were originally about 3,000 black ants in the nest. Hiss! The tiger beetle vigorously flapped its remaining wing, trying to break free from the encirclement of the black ants. Unfortunately, since the moment one of its hind legs was bitten off, it had basically lost any chance of escape. It struggled a few times. This giant worm seems to know its end is near. It no longer tries to escape but fights fiercely against the remaining black ants, displaying a tragic spirit of preferring to die gloriously than to live in shame, dragging a few down with it even in death. Under the desperate counterattack of the tiger armor giant worm, countless black ants perish beneath its jaws, while others are crushed to death by its massive body. It is well known that insects possess extremely strong vitality. This fierce battle lasted for over 10 minutes. Until its head was gnawed off by the black ants, the tiger armor giant worm fought desperately, ultimately taking down over 2,000 black ants. Finally, it's over. Su Chen squinted his eyes and surveyed the battlefield. There were about 200 black ants left. Most of them were crawling on the tiger armor giant worm, gnawing at its corpse, trying to dismember the massive carcass, while some were lifting their fallen comrades' bodies to transport them back to their nest. 200? Ha! Although it's a bit more than expected, if I really want to give it a try, I should still be able to manage. A relatively straight long branch was broken off from the dead wood, the useless twigs were pulled off, and a simple stick was completed like this. Su Chen jumped down from the 6 or 7 meter high treetop, accurately stepping on 2 fist-sized black ants, bending down with the stick almost touching the ground, and with a sweeping motion, sent the nearby black ants flying. Though it's called a sweeping motion, it was really just swinging the stick in a full circle. Anyone could do it. The surrounding black ants noticed the enemy, dropped what they were eating, and rushed to attack. Su Chen swung the stick around, accurately smashing the nearby black ants. The sensation was like hitting whack-a-mole, and the stick even created afterimages as he swung it. As for accuracy, about 7 out of 10 swings hit their target. I should have learned some stick techniques first. My accuracy would have improved a lot. Don't underestimate those 3 misses. The swarm of attacking insects put a lot of pressure on Su Chen, forcing him to stomp on the ants that were almost crawling up to him. Ding! New basic stick technique specialization added. When drowsiness comes, a pillow is readily offered. Perhaps it's because Su Chen extensively used sticks to kill enemies, his proficiency in stick techniques quickly emerged. Su Chen silently thought, level up. No matter how much experience it costs, just get me to the proficiency level first. Ding! Consumed 40 experience points to upgrade basic stick technique from beginner to proficiency level. The system notification flashed by his ear. A wealth of experiences and techniques regarding stick techniques surged into his mind in an instant. Lift, shave, sweep, stab, chop, flick, touch, strike, hit. The most basic moves were executed by Su Chen as if he had practiced for decades. Instead of killing black ants one by one, he used a sweeping motion, and with a flick of the stick, several black ants were struck dead. His efficiency instantly more than doubled. Within the range of his stick, no black ant could approach him again. Wielding the stick with great vigor, it took him almost no time to wipe out nearly 200 ants. The only cost he paid was a few bites on his ankle. Though it hurt, with Titano's blood, it quickly healed as before, hardly affecting his combat power. Ha! Su Chen tossed aside the tattered wooden stick, looking at the battlefield littered with insect corpses, and took a deep breath. Even with his stamina at 27 points, he nearly couldn't hold on. After all, those were over 200 mutated ants the size of rats. Even 200 ordinary rats could kill a person, let alone these large insects that were stronger and more agile than rats. If he handed the stick to an ordinary person, even if these mutated ants were lined up for him to kill, 200 of them could make his hands go numb. I must remember to bring more bullets in the future. I can't let this situation of running out of ammo happen again. Su Chen silently vowed that when he returned, he would fill half of his storage space with various ammunition and firearms. The next time he encountered an enemy, there would be no negotiation. Let them experience the despair of full firepower suppression. He leaned against a dead tree and took a short rest. Once his strength was nearly restored, Suchen broke off a thick wooden stick about 3 fingers wide from the dead tree and cautiously walked towards the empty area at the center of the ant nest.
I wonder if there are any remaining black ants. The batch that just surrounded the giant tiger beetle should be all of them, right? Forget it, let's test it out first. If there are still some inside, I'll just have to lure them out and kill them one batch at a time. Clenching the wooden stick, Suchen looked at the clearing outside the edge of the withered forest, held his breath, and walked in. The clearing was about 40 to 50 meters in diameter, roughly the size of 2 basketball courts. In the center was a deep pit with a diameter of about 5 to 6 meters, and at a glance, there were numerous cave-like passages inside. No way? Do I really have to crawl into the ant nest to find the core of the secret realm? Suchen wore a troubled expression, and he couldn't help but feel like retreating. After all, it's an ant nest. What would it look like for a human to crawl inside? What if he accidentally gets stuck or encounters remaining black ants? Wouldn't that just make him a little snack delivered to their door? This kind of death is simply too ridiculous. Standing at the entrance of the ant nest, Suchen hesitated for a few minutes. He poked at the pits near the ant nest with a wooden stick, deliberately making noise to test if there were any remaining black ants inside the nest. As expected, over 30 guard ants were drawn out, and it took him quite some effort to kill them all. It's just climbing an ant nest, let's do this. Suchen gritted his teeth and leaped into the deep pit of the ant nest, bending down to crawl into one of the tunnel passages. The tunnels constructed by these black ants were not too small, about a meter high, roughly the average height of a primary school student. Although Suchen had to bend down to squeeze through, it was still better than what he had anticipated. These ant nest tunnels are surprisingly large compared to the size of the black ants, which are only about an inch long. They certainly don't need such big passages. Could it be that they expanded the tunnels to transport larger prey? Feeling the uneven walls of the tunnel, Suchen was somewhat puzzled. Walking along the tunnel for several dozen meters, he was occasionally attacked by a few stray black ants, all of which he easily crushed with his wooden stick. Finally reaching the end of the tunnel, Suchen carefully stepped out, looking up to find that the underground of this ant nest held a hidden world. A vast underground cavern, about the size of a football field, was littered with animal bones and the remnants of insect exoskeletons, while an indescribable strange odor filled the air. Small holes in the cave's dome let in beams of light, preventing the nest from being completely shrouded in darkness. His gaze swept across the entire nest. Suchen frowned. In the center of the nest, atop a thick pile of bones, lay a massive creature. Its head and forelimbs were no different from those of a regular black ant, but behind its head grew a thick, enormous black body, over 2 meters wide and more than 7 meters long. It was even twice the size of a tiger beetle. The queen ant? Suchen mumbled. He was not afraid that this gigantic queen ant would pose a threat to him. After all, it was well known that queen ants could not fight. Their role was as the central brain and reproductive unit, and they were fully protected by the colony. Moreover, this queen ant in front of me is even larger than a normal queen ant. It would be difficult for her to turn over, let alone attack anyone. There aren't even a few worker ants serving the queen. It seems that the black ants in this anthill have indeed been exterminated by me. Suchen walked a few steps to the front of the queen ant, who lifted her head to stare at him. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he seemed to sense a complex mix of emotions from her. There was suspicion, fear, and a hint of bewilderment. Don't kill me. A strange message echoed in his mind, stuttering. This message wasn't a sound, it was a series of information transmitted directly to the depths of his brain, allowing him to understand its meaning immediately. Suchen's eyes widened in shock as he took a few steps back from the queen ant. Mental communication? He immediately used his detection ability on the queen ant. Mutated black queen ant, order Insecta, family Formicidae, core reproductive machine of the mutated black ant species, gained intelligence after accidentally ingesting the essence of a secret realm core, possesses strong mental power, contains undigested essence of the secret realm core. Status, enlarged mutation, special ability, mental shock. Target's attribute information has been acquired. Attributes, Constitution 60 points, Strength 35 points, Agility 1 point, Spirit 43 points. Ding, would you like to pay 100 training points to use forced investigation? 100 training points? Forget it. Suchen had no intention of using forced investigation. Basic attribute investigation was already sufficient. As for Constitution and Strength, let's not discuss them for now. It's normal for the queen ant's massive size to have such high attributes. As for Agility being only 1 point, that's not surprising either, considering its heavy body struggles to even turn over. But that spirit value is a bit exaggerated. Over 40 points of mental power? Are you kidding me? 4 times that of an average person's mental strength? To put it into perspective, even the ability criminal hypnotist probably doesn't exceed 30 points, while Suchen's mental strength is only around 21 points. No wonder this guy can communicate with me mentally. With such high mental strength, he might even be able to project his spirit. Suchen's gaze towards the queen ant grew increasingly wary. If the opponent can easily transmit information into his mind, can they also launch a mental attack? With double his mental strength, Suchen certainly didn't think he could withstand it. However, the ant queen looks quite weak. Perhaps that's why it didn't attack Suchen immediately? Can you communicate? Suchen asked. Yes, the ant queen simply replied. I beg you, don't kill me. Su Chen hesitated and did not respond immediately as he couldn't grasp the Ant Queen's true nature. Without firearms or proper weapons, and with not enough remaining energy in his abdomen to unleash strong lightning elements, it would be difficult to quickly kill such a large Ant Queen with just a broken stick. If he couldn't kill the opponent instantly, with the Ant Queen's terrifying mental power, even in a weakened state from hunger, the desperate struggle before death should not be underestimated. In other words, it might exhaust its last bit of strength and use its immense mental power to stun Su Chen, taking them both down together. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen said, "I can spare your life, but you must hand over the core essence of this secret realm. You know what I mean, right? It's in your belly." "I know." The Ant Queen replied briefly, her body writhing. "What you want is behind me." Su Chen, half convinced, circled around the Ant Queen's backside and indeed saw a translucent round jade stone on the ground, faintly glowing white, with some slime hanging off it. Could it be freshly extracted? It's still steaming. With a face, Su Chen reached out to pick up the translucent jade stone. Ding! Core essence of the secret realm detected. System integration in progress. Estimated completion in about 10 days. As the system prompt echoed, the translucent jade stone in his palm disappeared into thin air. Main quest completed. Quest reward, a 10-foot square personal storage space. Upon hearing about the main quest reward, Su Chen eagerly opened the storage space. A massive cubic space over 3 meters high appeared before him. Compared to the previous tiny 1-foot wide space, it was absurdly large. It looks like 11 feet. The 10-foot reward is added on top of the original 1-foot storage space. The system is really generous. Su Chen happily closed the cubic space, having finally achieved his goal in this secret realm, and he could finally leave this eerie place. The only unclear thing is what changes will occur after the system integrates the core essence of the secret realm. This 10-foot storage space as a reward is clearly just a prepayment to sweeten the deal. After all, the core hasn't been fully integrated yet. What new tricks the system can come up with after absorbing that jade stone will likely have to wait 10 days to find out. Confirming the task completion, Su Chen took a few steps back, preparing to leave this gloomy and damp ant nest. He could even feel the gaze of the Ant Queen watching him, and it seemed that there were also some worker ants hiding under the Queen's massive body, about 30 or 40 of them, which would be hard to notice without careful observation. This Ant Queen has strong mental power and is quite intelligent. Logically, it should be able to command the entire ant nest with ease. Unfortunately, it is too weak. Its mental power can probably only cover a radius of 7 or 8 meters, and beyond that, it can't command the actions of other ants. This is precisely why the black ants on the surface only instinctively fight desperately against the tiger beetles. If commanded by the Queen, the ant nest wouldn't be nearly wiped out by a single tiger beetle. Instead, they could consume this free meal at a minimal cost. This Ant Queen is no longer just a mutated creature. With such powerful psychic abilities, it can even communicate with humans. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a monster. Retreating to the edge of the underground nest passage, Su Chen glanced back at the Ant Queen standing silently in place. I wonder how the ability group and the research institute will deal with this evolved Ant Queen. Will they use it for various experiments, or try to subdue it for their own purposes? Upon careful consideration, he felt something was amiss. The Ant Queen knows that the core of the secret realm has been taken by him. What if she leaks this information to others? How would he explain it? Must I silence her? Su Chen tightened his grip on the wooden stick, feeling hesitant and conflicted. He hadn't considered everything before, but now he had already promised the Ant Queen not to kill her after taking the core of the secret realm. If he were to go back on his word, he would feel guilty, which was not his style. Ding! An intelligent alien creature detected. Beast control template unlocked. The system notification sound appropriately rang out. Beast control template? Su Chen was momentarily stunned, opened the system interface, and found that a parchment scroll icon had indeed appeared at the bottom, vividly illustrated, covered with incomprehensible runes. Beast Tamer Template. Establish a master-servant contract with intelligent species individuals, and you can control life and death through the system. The body of your beast companion will be partially digitized, and will have access to some system upgrade benefits. For specific information, please check after obtaining your first beast companion. Beast companions can usually be stored in the Beast Tamer space. Current contract slots 1. Contract slots. Each increase of 20 points in mental attributes will grant 1 slot. Contract Beast Companion? Su Chen was slightly surprised and glanced at the large Ant Queen not far away. That could be a solution, but is it really okay to make this Ant Queen a beast companion? It feels like I won't be able to afford to raise it, and what's the use of having such a beast companion? It doesn't seem very impressive. The Ant Queen itself has little combat power, only strong mental energy. Its greatest value lies in its ability to produce countless black ants for battle. This is far from Su Chen's impression of beast companions. Looking at the pets of protagonists in films and novels, they are either dragons or phoenixes, all either majestic or adorable rare beasts. It seems that if they don't have some extraordinary bloodline, they wouldn't even dare to show them off. Their abilities are all impressive, and most importantly, they are small and easy to carry. And the Ant Queen? Not to mention anything else, just its size, almost that of a house, is quite daunting. Although it can be stored in the beast-controlling space of the system, how will it be taken out for battle in the future? To be honest, if there were any other way, Su Chen would really be reluctant to take the Ant Queen as a pet.
However, compared to the despicable act of breaking a promise and killing the Ant Queen, he thinks that accepting such a pet is not entirely unacceptable.
Ahem. Suchen cleared his throat and walked back in front of the Ant Queen, considering his words. I know you are intelligent and I have a proposal. Have you ever thought about leaving this space? The Ant Queen fell silent. Leave? Yes. Suchen gently coaxed. I don't know if you are aware, but the world you are in is just a small secret realm. The real world outside is thousands of times larger than here. Mountains, rivers, oceans, and grasslands, all of these are absent here. He knew it would be hard for the Ant Queen to understand his words, so he tried to imagine the scenes of mountains, grasslands, rivers, and oceans in his mind for her to perceive through her mental power. Can you take me outside? The Ant Queen seemed a bit longing. Of course, but there are conditions. Suchen said solemnly, submit to me and sign a master-servant contract, and I will take you away from here. Submit, huh? The Ant Queen fell into a long silence, deep in thought. Taking advantage of the moment, Suchen continued, you should also understand that the environment here is no longer suitable for survival. There is almost no water source, no food, and no light. If your colony continues to stay here, it's only a matter of time before they perish. Based on Suchen's speculation, the secret realm might not have originally looked like this. After all, trees need photosynthesis to grow. However, since he entered the secret realm, he found that a thick fog covered the sky, with only faint light filtering through, and there were hardly any traces of water sources. All signs indicate that the environmental imbalance in this secret realm may not solely be caused by the mutated ants, but also by other natural factors. Suchen did not exaggerate the severity of the situation. Staying in this secret realm indeed led to a dead end. The only way to survive was to leave with him. Of course, he concealed the fact that the ability group would soon enter the secret realm. Besides, this might not necessarily be a good thing for the Ant Queen. How the research institute would treat her remained uncertain. Even if they didn't dissect her, various experiments were certainly unavoidable. Under Suchen's rational and well-founded advice, it didn't take long for the Ant Queen to agree to submit. A very wise choice. After all, for wild animals, submitting to the strong is perfectly normal. There's nothing about dignity or lack thereof. Survival is the only creed. Ding! Black Ant Queen's submission detected. Please both parties sign the master-servant contract. Infuse a trace of soul power. After the system notification sound ended, a parchment scroll appeared out of nowhere in the depths of his mind, very tangible, slowly unfolding. It was still inscribed with incomprehensible runes, but Suchen found he could understand its meaning, which essentially stated that signing this contract would bind a trace of the soul. What is this? The Ant Queen's voice echoed with a hint of suspicion. Clearly, the same parchment scroll had appeared in her mind. Infuse a trace of your soul into it, and the contract will be established. Suchen said calmly, feigning indifference, and silently sent a trace of his spirit into the parchment scroll. Indeed, spirit is equivalent to soul. After being infused with soul, the sheepskin scroll emitted a faint glow, and the lines of runes on it seemed to come alive, disappearing into the depths of his mind. He had a strange sensation that allowed him to vaguely perceive the status and location of the Ant Queen. Congratulations, you have obtained your first beast pet, mutated Black Ant Queen. After signing the contract, Suchen immediately opened the beast taming template on the system interface. As expected, the beast taming template was no longer a blank sheet. A new section for the Black Ant Queen's name icon had been added. Clicking on the information section for the Black Ant Queen, a simple interface popped up. Mutated Black Ant Queen, current status weak, please feed it as soon as possible. Attributes: Constitution 33, 60, Strength 18, 35, Agility 1, Spirit 21, 43. Special abilities: produce black ants, requires a large amount of carbohydrates, control ant swarm, mental shock, mental communication. Overall evaluation: C level, growth potential, B level. Under your command, 25 soldier ants. Mutated black ant attributes: Constitution 7, Strength 6, Agility 10, Spirit 1. At the bottom of the information section, there was a button for entering the beast taming space and feeding. Is the impact of hunger on attributes really that significant? Suchen glanced at the attributes of the Ant Queen and found that in a hungry state, her attributes were reduced by about half compared to her peak state. I wonder what these mutated ants eat. Raising such an Ant Queen in the future will likely be quite an expense, especially if she doesn't breed more ant colonies. Speaking of which, what exactly is the beast control space of the system? Is it similar to a storage space? He said to the Ant Queen, please wait a moment, I need to put you and your ant colony into another small space, otherwise, I can't take you out with your large size. The Ant Queen responded, and after signing the contract, a mysterious connection formed between her and Suchen's fingers. Although their relationship couldn't be considered very close, there was still a basic level of trust, and she wasn't worried about Suchen being harmful to her. Suchen clicked the button to enter the beast control space. Ding! Do you want to pay 100 training points to bring the mutated Black Ant Queen into the beast control space? Each entry and exit of the beast requires this fee? Another cost in training points? Suchen's expression turned slightly pale. What is going on? Why does so much require training points after the system upgrade? It's bad enough that the Lucky Wheel and Mandatory Investigation require training points, but why do I have to spend training points just to toggle the beast control space? Don't underestimate this 100 training points. Every little thing requires training points, and over time, it will definitely add up to a significant amount. He was still thinking about when he could spin the lucky wheel again and find a chance to upgrade his 8 Extremes fist to master level, but it seems that's going to be a long wait. Pay. Su Chen painfully confirmed the prompt box information. He didn't have many training points to begin with, and after deducting this 100, his training points dropped to double digits. A hazy white light enveloped the huge body of the Ant Queen, and in an instant, the giant bug vanished. Meanwhile, a video box appeared in Su Chen's beast control template, showing the Ant Queen in a grassy area of about 100 square meters, which seemed a bit cramped. There were several options beside the video box. Sleep, stop eating, expand space, 1000 training points to expand 100 square meters, release, consume 100 training points. TSK, another project that requires training points, expanding the beast control space? Forget it, I probably won't need it for now. Su Chen's gaze swept over. This hibernation feature is quite good, at least I don't have to worry about being bankrupted by the ant swarm in the future. If I want to produce a large number of ants, I just need to invest the minimum cost and then revive the ants when needed to fight. Why do I suddenly feel like a ruthless slave owner exploiting labor? He clicked on hibernation and immediately the screen dimmed, leaving the panicked and confused queen ant to fall into a deep sleep. After dealing with the queen ant, Su Chen did not linger and returned to the surface. Back at the coordinates of the stone at the entrance of the secret realm, Su Chen didn't rush to return to the real world. He first organized his words in his mind before reciting the phrase moonlight reflecting the bright moon. He didn't bring the corpse of the petrified ability user but planned to wait until he finished explaining before bringing the ability team in. The view changed without warning. Bright sunlight flooded his eyes, and Su Chen, who had been in the dim secret realm for a long time, instinctively closed his eyes. Before he could rub his eyes, he felt as if he was standing on something soft beneath his feet, making it hard for him to maintain his balance. Ah! A piercing scream from a woman startled him. Su Chen quickly opened his eyes to check the situation, realizing he was standing on top of a girl in a white robe, with his foot on her slender waist. No wonder I feel unsteady. Sorry. Su Chen hurriedly stepped off the girl. The girl in the white robe pushed herself up from the ground, holding a camera-like device, and glared angrily at Su Chen. What are you doing? Don't you know I'm studying this stone slab? By the way, who are you? How did the staff let you in? This girl hadn't noticed her surroundings before and thought Su Chen had intentionally stepped on her. Studying the stone slab? Was she lying down to study it? Su Chen glanced at the Big Dipper emblem on the back of the girl's white robe and the device she was holding, and immediately guessed her identity. She must be a researcher from the Beidou Research Institute. He had seen similar dressed staff at the meteorite crater in his neighborhood. Carefully observed the surroundings. Aside from the girl in the white robe, there was also a middle-aged man next to her, intently observing something behind the rock while holding several precision instruments. Even after hearing the girl's scream, he only glanced over to confirm nothing was wrong before returning to his focus. Additionally, a security line extending over 10 meters had been set up near the rock, with several staff members patrolling the area. It seems that after his sudden disappearance, the staff reported the anomaly of this rock to the higher-ups, which is why additional personnel were dispatched for surveillance and 2 researchers were assigned to investigate. After a moment of thought, seeing the girl in the white robe still looking indignant, Su Chen explained, I didn't mean to step on you, I just came out of a secret realm, and there might have been some issues with the teleportation. You just came out of a secret realm? The girl in the white robe was slightly taken aback, then looked at him with suspicion and caution, clearly not believing Su Chen's words. She secretly pressed the alarm button in her pocket, saying, Who are you? Don't joke around. Seeing that he was being doubted, Su Chen revealed his ability group ID. I am a member of the ability group. A few hours ago, while investigating this rock, I accidentally got sucked into the secret realm and it took a lot of effort for me to get out. Member of the ability group? The girl in the white robe widened her eyes. Wait, you can't be the missing Su Chen, right? It's me. Su Chen remained calm. I found the command for free entry and exit in the secret realm. Anyway, let's not talk about that for now. I need to report to the team leader first. The ability criminal who escaped into the secret realm has already been killed by me. Wait, what did you say? You found the command for entering and exiting the secret realm? Oh my god. Dr. Liu, there's been an incident. Something big has happened here. The girl in the white robe ran excitedly and urgently to the middle-aged man who was studying the boulder, pulling him over forcefully. Stop staring at the stone. Someone has found a way to enter and exit the secret realm. What? The middle-aged man, referred to as Dr. Liu, also stared wide-eyed, his displeasure instantly vanishing. He put down his research equipment and looked at Su Chen. Who are you? I am a member of the ability group who got caught up in the secret realm. Su Chen didn't beat around the bush, pointing at the boulder and saying, I found the method for free entry and exit within this secret realm, but I can only reveal the command when our team leader arrives. I didn't expect you to come out of the secret realm using your own strength. That's truly incredible. Dr. Liu said with intense excitement. Alright, I'll go get your team leader. You and Xiao Guan wait here for a moment. After saying that, Dr. Liu hurriedly ran towards the lakeshore. Due to the spatial anomalies of the secret realm passage, the electromagnetic signals at the lake bottom were severely disrupted, making communication devices like phones or walkie-talkies unusable. Sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. The girl in the white robe apologized to Su Chen. Suchin awkwardly replied, after all, I did step on you, so I should be the one apologizing. But I really didn't expect the secret realm to teleport me onto someone else. The girl in the white robe chuckled. The teleportation coordinates in secret realms are generally quite unstable, so it's understandable. Actually, we were quite lucky this time. There have been cases before where unstable spatial rifts caused parts of two people's bodies to get squeezed together during teleportation. Just imagining that scene made Suchun feel a chill run down his spine, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This girl is indeed a science girl from the research institute. She looks delicate and charming, seemingly a bit naturally dazed, yet she can casually mention such a chilling and dangerous event in a joking tone. At least Suchen thinks this is not funny at all. After communicating with the girl in the white coat, Suchen learned that her name is Guan Wanxin, a student and assistant of Dr. Liu from the research institute, studying at a 985 university. She is currently preparing for her graduate entrance exams and was exceptionally granted the assistant position due to her involvement in a supernatural incident. Guan Wanxin curiously asked, what is it like inside the secret realm? Is it a small world like the Kunlun secret realm? This is my first time encountering a secret realm. I've only seen it in the materials before. You might be disappointed. Suchen recalled, this secret realm is not large, with a diameter of about 15 to 14 kilometers, and its ecological environment has been completely destroyed. There aren't many living creatures, just dead wood and some massive mutated insects. Mutated insects? Guan Wanxin wrinkled her nose slightly. Suchen couldn't help but chuckle. It seems this researcher girl is still a girl at heart, naturally having a resistance to insects. Well, although it's unfortunate to shatter her beautiful fantasy about the secret realm, that particular realm is indeed quite uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Guan Wanxin looked dejected and said, last time our team handled a supernatural event, we dissected a mutated giant bug, and now it's mutated insects again? It feels a bit boring. I'm already tired of dissection. Su Chen wore a confused expression. What happened to the supposed restraint? This girl is hopeless. At that moment, Dr. Liu, team leader Xing, Xiao Mingchun, Miao Yueying, and others hurried to the scene. As long as you're alive, that's good. Just being alive is enough. Seeing Su Chen safe and sound, team leader Xing's eyes showed a hint of joy as he stepped forward to pat Su Chen on the shoulder. Su Chen was speechless. Why does it sound like I was dead? No kidding, the survival probability of someone caught in a spatial rift is almost the same as being dead. Miao Yueying came over and gave Su Chen's back a hard slap, both happy and slightly resentful. It's a miracle you made it out alive. Why did you insist on going into the lake? You got me scolded by the team leader for an entire afternoon. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you to Xiqing Lake no matter what. Sorry. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly. Miao Yueying pouted, this is a one-time exception. Xiao Su, when you go back this time, write me a report of at least 3,000 words. Team leader Xing had a stern face and said harshly, who allowed you to interfere with this task? This task is assigned to Lao Chen and the others. Xiao Miao, I'm not criticizing you, but how could you just bring him to someone else's task site? I was wrong. Miao Yueying helplessly admitted her mistake, glancing innocently at Su Chen as if to say, see, the team leader has been lecturing me all afternoon. In contrast, Xiao Mingcheng, who had no ties with Su Chen, was much calmer and asked curiously, Su Chen, were you really caught up in the secret realm? What happened? As soon as the question was asked, everyone's gaze in the room focused on Su Chen. It's a long story. Su Chen selectively recounted the events that took place in the secret realm. He blurred the reason for entering the secret realm. After all, the entry command was obtained through forced investigation, which he couldn't explain. He only mentioned that he was sucked into the secret realm after coming into contact with the boulder and only learned about the exit command after exploring for a long time. He briefly mentioned things like killing petrified ability users and exterminating black ants. As for the ant queen, he simply lied, claiming he didn't see any sign of the queen in the nest since he had already stored her in the beast taming space, leaving no trace for others to investigate. Team leader Xing pondered, although you, Xiao Su, acted recklessly this time, you indeed achieved great merit. Our team has clear rewards and punishments, and I will report truthfully. Thank you, team leader. Su Chen pointed to the stone slab under the boulder and said, the way to enter the secret realm is to touch the crescent mark on this slab and recite the moon shines bright upon the moon. The moon shines bright upon the moon? Dr. Liu, who was nearby, pondered, I remember from the literature that this lake was not called Xiqing Lake before the reform and opening up, but rather Moonlight Lake, which was artificially excavated during the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty. It is said that there was a shrine honoring some deity during the Qing dynasty. Honoring a deity? Su Chen questioned, I don't feel like the secret realm is related to any deity. On the contrary, the information from forced investigations indicates that this secret realm once sealed evil spirits and monsters. Dr. Liu waved his hand, it's just a folk tale, not everything can be verified. Putting that aside, Su Chen continued, the body of the petrified ability user is still in the secret realm. In addition, there are 2 massive mutated insect corpses and over 1,000 corpses of mutated ants. I don't know if there are any other living creatures inside, but I estimate there aren't many left. Let Old Chan and Xiao Mingcheng go in with you. First, retrieve the body of the ability criminal. Team leader Xing considered, after eliminating the dangers near the secret realm passage, the higher-ups should have decided how to develop the secret realm by then. Can I also go in and take a look?
Dr. Lu, standing nearby, looked eager, clearly very interested in the secret realm. Team leader Xing tactfully replied, "There are still many uncertainties in the secret realm, Dr. Lu.
It's better not to take risks. If something happens, everyone present might have to take responsibility."
Dr. Lu tried to persuade him, but team leader Xing firmly refused to allow logistics personnel to enter. He had no choice but to reluctantly give up and decided to apply to the higher-ups for a spot in the first research team to enter the secret realm. Before long, team leader Xing made a phone call to bring in 2 other members of the ability team, Old Chen.
2 middle-aged men who looked almost identical hurried over.
Apart from one wearing black and the other wearing white, there were almost no differences in their physique or appearance. Even their movements and expressions seemed eerily similar.
"Sorry, we're late, we were just having a meal." Both Old Chen smiled and scratched their heads. Their movements and speech were even synchronized, which was quite remarkable. Su Chen figured out why everyone in the ability group referred to these 2 as Old Chen. They didn't seem like a pair of twins at all. They were practically indistinguishable from one person, which made him suspect that their thought processes might be similar as well. What puzzled Su Chen even more was how the 2 of them managed to marry their wives separately. Old Chen looked at Su Chen and extended their hands with a smile. "You must be the new member, little Su. Just call us Old Chen." "Hello."
Su Chen looked at the 2 hands reaching out at the same time, feeling a bit awkward and not knowing which one to shake, so he ended up shaking both hands.
Miao Yueying smiled and said, "The telepathy between Old Chen and his twin is hundreds of times stronger than that of ordinary twins.
When they are within 10 meters of each other,
their brainwaves easily synchronize, which is why their movements seem to repeat. However, once they are separated by a certain distance, this won't happen anymore." Su Chen suddenly realized, "Oh, I see, that's quite amazing."
Xiao Mingcheng added, "The one in white is De Chen, and the one in black is Xiao Chen.
Just distinguish them by their clothes in the future. You can just call me Old Chen normally.
Anyway, when we're together, our brainwaves are almost in sync.
When we're apart, it doesn't matter who you call Old Chen."
Old Chen laughed and said, "Later, when Xiao Chen joins you in the secret realm, please take good care of him." The 3 chatted for a bit and then gathered around the stone slab engraved with a crescent moon, reciting the incantation to enter the secret realm. Just as Su Chen was about to enter the secret realm, Guan Wanqing tugged at the corner of his shirt and whispered, "Can you help me sneak out a corpse of a mutated black ant?"
Su Chen was puzzled. "What do you want the ant corpse for?"
"Of course, for research." Guan Wanqing said matter-of-factly, "My responsibility is to study the relationship between the rock and the secret realm passage, and it might be difficult for me to participate
in the research of secret realm creatures, so I want a mutated ant corpse to study privately. Can you help me out? Consider it a way to offset that time you stepped on me." Su Chen was speechless. "Didn't you say you wouldn't hold that against me?" Guan Wanqing blinked and said, "Can you help me out?" All right.
Moving a dead ant isn't a difficult task. There are plenty of them in the secret realm, and they aren't valuable. Besides, Guan Wanqing is a member of the Research Institute, so helping her shouldn't cause any trouble." After agreeing to the request, Su Chen also recited the command and entered the secret realm. The 3 of them first moved out the body of the petrified ability user, then under Su Chen's guidance, they exerted great effort to transport the huge insect corpse and the tiger beetle corpse. After that, they began to assess the dangers of the entire secret realm. The danger level of the Moonlight secret realm can only be considered average, with the biggest threat being a bunch of mutated insects. The most troublesome ant nest had already been wiped out by Su Chen, leaving only some wandering giant mutated insects, which should number no more than 10. Su Chen and the others did not exterminate all the giant mutated insects, they simply confirmed the numbers and quietly left the secret realm to report the information to the outside world. After all the commotion, it was already dark. "Thank you for your hard work," Team Leader Xing said to Su Chen and the others. "Today's task will end here for now. In a while, the higher-ups will send people from the provincial ability group to assist us in building the secret realm base. Our ability group only needs to take turns stationed inside the secret realm." Old Chen and the others scratched their heads. "It feels like we didn't do anything for this task. We thought it would last a long time, but it ended so quickly. This is all thanks to Xiao Su." Team Leader Xing chuckled, turning misfortune into fortune. "Xiao Su, your contribution this time is truly remarkable. The higher-ups might even promote you to level 4 authority." Su Chen laughed awkwardly in response. Compared to level 4 authority, he was more interested in whether there was a bounty for the petrification ability user. But since everyone was so happy, it was better not to ask such irrelevant questions. "You guys chat first, I'm a bit drained and need to go eat something." Without chatting with everyone for too long, Su Chen left first. He hadn't eaten since noon and was indeed quite hungry. Seeing Su Chen leave, Guan Wanqing hurriedly approached, stammering, that." Su Chen took out a fist-sized dark object from his pocket and tossed it to her from a distance. "Here, the thing you wanted." The object thrown over was indeed the corpse of a mutated black ant. He specifically chose one that was relatively intact, having been electrocuted. Most of the other black ants met a tragic end, either smashed to bits by sticks or bitten in half by giant armored beetles. Guan Wanqing wasn't afraid. She caught the large ant with her small hands and smiled at Su Chen, saying, "Thank you." "It's nothing," Su Chen waved his hand. "Just don't cause any trouble." Guan Wanqing smiled shyly, "Don't worry, I won't."
It's just dissection, after all. I've had systematic training at the research institute. Once the dissection study is done, I'll incinerate it so it won't cause any impact. Su-chen nodded. I'm leaving now. Wan Wanqin thanked him again and carefully placed the black ant into a storage box, then hurried back to the rock near the secret passage to continue studying the structure and composition of the stone tablet. As he drove away from Shiqing Lake, Su-chen felt he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The feeling of keeping a secret was quite uncomfortable, especially when hiding the situation in the secret realm from so many people. The pressure was immense. I hope that if the investigation finds the core missing from the secret realm, I won't be suspected. Well, I probably won't be. After all, I'm not the first person to enter the Moonlight secret realm. There were at least a group of ability criminals ahead of me. If anyone is to be suspected, it should be them. With this thought, Su-chen felt much less pressure. He casually found a restaurant and had a big meal, feeling his abdominal vortex recovering quickly. He leisurely drove his new car around the streets, gazing at the colorful lights outside the window, feeling as if he were in a different world. Speaking of which, it really does feel like being in a different world, especially since he just returned from another dimension. I wonder what the ant queen eats. Su-chen took out his phone and decided to search it on Baidu. After searching for a while, he found out that ants have different diets. Some eat seeds, harvester ants, some are omnivorous, like sugar water and honey, and some only eat insects. Most aggressive ants are like this. If he had to say what they like most, all ants prefer protein. Mutant ants should be carnivorous, right? Protein. I wonder if regular meat would work. Never mind, I'll ask the ant queen later. The main issue is still the source of food. The food he wants to buy is definitely not just for 1 or 2 meals. Considering the queen ant's size, she needs to consume tons of food at once to feel full. Plus, he has to reserve enough food for her to produce new soldier ants, which means a ton of food is required. Such a large-scale purchase is bound to attract attention. Moreover, with his sensitive identity as a member of the Special Abilities Group, if someone notices that he bought so much food and then disappears, it would easily raise suspicions. I need to find a discreet channel to buy food. If it's meat, I'll need at least a few cows and pigs to feed the queen ant. It's best to rent a truck and go to another city where no one knows me to make the purchase. Fortunately, the beast taming space has a dormant option, so he doesn't have to feed the ant colony constantly. He only needs to provide food when necessary, using fresh supplies to get them to work as laborers. Remembering that the refrigerator at home seemed to be out of ingredients, Su-chen took the opportunity to drive to the supermarket to buy some supplies. He bought 5 large bags of rice, 20 pounds of pork, and some snacks and drinks all at once, leaving others in the supermarket stunned. Clearly, they had never seen someone like Su-chen shopping as if he were stockpiling supplies. Just the shopping carts were filled to the brim, making for a spectacular sight. After checking out, it took him 4 trips to load everything into the car. The onlookers were amazed, praising the young man for his impressive strength. Once in the car, Su-chen helplessly muttered, "Finally, I have storage space, but I can't use it freely. It's so troublesome. Plus, I can't show too much strength in front of ordinary people. Otherwise, why would it take me 4 trips to move these things? 2 would be enough." He opened the storage space and tossed the bags of rice from the back seat into it one by one. The trunk couldn't fit them all, finally clearing the cramped space inside the car. These items are still not enough. I doubt the queen ant can even get half full. Recalling the queen ant's size, which was nearly as big as a room, Su-chen felt frustrated. The mutated black ants were clearly the size of a fist. How could their queen be so large? The difference must be even greater than that of ordinary ants in nature. Speaking of which, how many times larger is an ordinary queen ant compared to regular ants? Is it dozens or 100 times? Lost in thought, he drove back to the community. The unrest from a few days ago still lingers. The area around the community feels a bit deserted. Normally, there are elderly people strolling and exercising by the street, but today it's completely empty. The residents are all huddled at home, afraid to wander outside, worried about encountering a terrorist attack. Wasn't the last lockdown of the community due to a declared terrorist attack? Su-chen couldn't remember the details clearly. He tossed the items from the trunk into the storage space, locked the car door, and leisurely headed home. He first took a can of cold drink from the fridge, took a sip, and lay back on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. I'm so tired. What happened to the promised vacation week? I've barely had 5 days off, and so much has happened during this time. Why does it feel busier than usual? Feeling frustrated, Su-chen downed the cold drink in one go, crumpled the can, and made a perfect 3-point shot into the trash can 3 meters away. I'm tired, but I have indeed gained a lot. Not only did I level up to 10, but I also earned nearly 10 million in bounty rewards, and the system unlocked 2 awesome perks: storage space and beast taming space. Having dealt with the psychic criminal who was watching him, things should be more stable now, right? I wonder if I can reapply for a day off from the team. I don't care about the other days, but I did put in effort today, so it shouldn't count as a day off. Opening the system interface, Su-chen cancelled the sleep mode of the beast control space. The gray-black video frame regained its color, and the queen ant and worker ants regained consciousness, waking up from their slumber. "Can you hear me?" Su-chen muttered to himself. The queen ant on the screen shook her antennae. "Where is this? Where are you? As long as we can communicate through the screen, that's fine." Su-chen nodded in satisfaction. "This is a space I specially prepared for you. Since you are willing to serve me, I will naturally provide you with living space and food. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Suchin clicked the feeding button beside him. A box similar to a storage space appeared, seemingly for him to throw food into. He took out 20 pounds of meat bought from the supermarket and tossed it into the box. In the next second, a piece of the same meat fell in front of the queen ant in the video frame. 20 pounds of pork is quite a lot for an ordinary person, but in front of the massive queen ant, it's as insignificant as a bite-sized piece of braised meat. The moment the piece of meat fell, dozens of worker ants rushed up, quickly cutting the meat with their mandibles and delivering it to the queen ant's mouth. In less than 10 seconds, the queen had finished the piece. Is there more? The queen ant, not being polite, eagerly asked Suchin after finishing. That's the only piece of meat for now. I'll get more soon, Suchin said. I forgot to ask, what do you all eat? Do you only eat meat? We eat everything, the queen ant added. Preferably protein-rich. As she spoke, the queen transmitted some images mentally showing giant insects, wild animals, honey, and various fruits. It seemed they were indeed omnivores, accepting anything that came their way. Without hesitation, Suchin opened a bag of rice and poured it into the feeding box. 10 pounds of rice fell like rain in front of the queen ant, and the worker ants surged forward again, but this time they weren't in a hurry to feed the queen. Instead, they ate it themselves. Over 20 fist-sized black ants quickly finished the rice. Yes, it really works. Suchin poured the remaining 4 bags of rice into the container, quietly watching the group of ants feed. After they finished, he addressed the queen ant. I usually need to put you into a state of hibernation without food. You shouldn't mind, right? Convey the general idea on a mental level. The queen ant replied, I don't mind. We usually rely on hibernation to reduce consumption when food is scarce. Well then, good night. Suchin nodded and pressed the hibernation button. In the next second, the queen ant on the screen quickly fell into a deep sleep, and the video frame dimmed. For now, he had no use for the queen ant. To be honest, he found it hard to imagine a situation where he would need the queen ant. Although she could communicate with him through the screen, it was unlikely she could extend her mental power to help him fight, right? That would be too overpowered, like carrying around a top-tier psychic. As for the soldier ants, it seemed even less likely he would need them. After all, he was a member of the ability group and couldn't afford to make any flashy moves. Forget it, just feed these guys well and stock up some food in the storage space. Since there's a hibernation function, let's leave it at that for now. After feeding the queen ant, Suchin probably had some snacks and then turned off the lights to sleep. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of the day, he almost fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow, quickly sinking into a drowsy dream. He had a strange dream. A bright moon hung in the dark night sky, and beneath the moon was a calm lake reflecting the moonlight. The moonlight felt so warm on him, but the lake water exuded a chilling, eerie atmosphere as darkness surged like a tide, gradually swallowing the moonlight. This was a suffocating nightmare. As if drowning, unable to breathe, Suchin struggled desperately and suddenly woke up from the dream. He sat at the edge of the bed in a daze for a moment, rubbing his forehead with a look of confusion. Could this dream be about Manhwa Lake? The moon and lake in the dream felt so familiar, with only slight differences from his memories. Without a doubt, it was the Xiqing Lake, which now had its water drained. Is it true that what we think about during the day affects our dreams at night? Suchin felt that things might not be that simple. He had just been messing around in the Moonlight Secret Realm during the day, and now he was having nightmares about Moonlight Lake at night. It was indeed a bit strange. But he couldn't interpret dreams. Could it be related to taking away the core essence of the Moonlight Secret Realm? Countless guesses popped into his mind, but in the end, Suchin scratched his head and decided to make himself some breakfast first. Whatever about dreams, when soldiers come, I'll block them. When water comes, I'll cover it with dirt. I'll wait until tonight to see. If I continue to have these kinds of nightmares, then I need to pay more attention. Just as he was preparing to eat breakfast, the phone rang. It was team leader Xing calling. He notified Suchin to return to the team, as it seemed the research team needed him to investigate some situations in the secret realm, such as the matter of the mutated black ants. Although Suchin and the others had gone back to rest last night, the exploration of the secret realm had not stopped. There was another exploration team that continued to investigate the situation in the secret realm, probably because they discovered that the ant queen in the ant nest was missing, so they came to ask Suchin. For this, Suchin had long been prepared. I'll just play dumb. No matter the east, west, south, or north wind, I'll just say I don't know. After finishing breakfast, I drove to the special abilities team and easily arrived at Team Leader Xing's office. Team Leader, isn't this supposed to be my time off? It's too busy. Suchin was about to complain a bit, but upon entering the door, he saw Dr. Lu, who had researched the Panshur yesterday. Ahem. Team Leader Xing cleared his throat and said, This is Dr. Lu, whom you met yesterday. He is the representative sent by the Research Institute to conduct your investigation. You two can talk first, and if there's anything, come find me after you're done. Dr. Lu stood up and smiled, extending his hand to Suchin. Hello, Inspector Su. Inspector, it's the first time I've heard someone call me that. Suchin murmured softly. Of course, he wouldn't actually say that out loud. After shaking hands with Dr. Lu, he entered a separate tea room to talk. The questions asked were mainly about what he did after entering the secret realm, as well as some unique discoveries or opinions he had. Of course, the main focus was still on describing the behaviors of the giant worm and the mutated ants while they were alive.
Su-Chen wiped out the mutated ants in the secret realm. They either died or were stored in his beast controlling space.
There wasn't even a single insect egg left in the ant nest. In times of food scarcity, the high-protein insect eggs are definitely prioritized for the queen.
It can be said that the research institute will never know what living mutated ants are like.
Of course, unless one day Su-Chen takes the mutated ants out of the beast controlling space. As for the queen ant, Dr. Lu did not mention it.
It's unclear whether they hadn't explored the ant nest yet or simply had no intention of asking Su-Chen this question.
It's better not to ask, it saves trouble.
The conversation was coming to an end. Dr. Lu showed a hint of hesitation. Director Su, I have a personal request.
I wonder if you could help. What is it? Su-Chen replied, you don't have to call me director. I really can't get used to that title.
Just call me Su-Chen, or you can call me Xiao Su like the team leader does.
Dr. Lu's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Could you show me your lightning element ability? It's a small matter.
Su-Chen was speechless. He couldn't even remember how many times he had been asked this.
It felt like performing a magic trick.
As he spread his palms, lightning danced between his fingers, crackling like lively sprites, occasionally gathering to form spherical and other peculiar shapes.
This was Su-Chen altering the effects of electromagnetism.
His enhancement in physique and mental strength seemed to indirectly impact the intensity of the source of all law's magical power.
There is no doubt that the lightning element ability has become stronger and more precise. It's truly amazing.
Dr. Lu's glasses glimmered with a blue lightning glow as he marveled. Abilities are indeed the most fascinating thing in this world. Clearly, the biological structure hasn't changed, yet one can control elemental power with a human body, something modern science cannot reach.
Dr. Lu then asked, do you know when you plan to come to the research institute? Perhaps we will meet again.
Su-Chen suddenly remembered that he had heard team leader Xing mention before that after the holiday he would need to go to the research institute to assist with some research projects.
Perhaps to study himself? Maybe next week. To be honest, I'm a bit reluctant to go. Su-Chen asked with a wry smile. Besides blood tests, what other projects are there?
Don't worry, most members of the Special Abilities team have been to the research institute. There's nothing to fear.
We're not like the crazy scientists in movies.
Dr. Lu smiled and said, besides taking some blood samples, the rest are similar to a full body checkup and will also record some data on your lightning abilities, like how strong a current you can release, how many times you can do it, and where the energy consumption occurs when you release the current.
That's quite comprehensive. Su-Chen clicked his tongue. Blood test? What if the blood of the Titanos on him is exposed? And a full body checkup, how should he explain the source of all powers in his abdomen? I wonder how other elemental ability users drive their powers. It can't all rely on physical strength, right?
Otherwise, they'd hardly be able to unleash their abilities more than a few times.
This is really giving me a headache. Oh, by the way, let's add each other on WeChat.
Dr. Lu smiled knowingly and took out his phone. Speaking of which, Xiao Guan also asked me for your WeChat ID.
Yes, the female student who was with me yesterday. You two should know each other. Guan Wanxin? Su-Chen had a strange expression. Why does this girl want his WeChat? Could she have a crush on me? When did I become so charming?
He's not that narcissistic, even though he is a bit handsome, but it's not like a girl who has only met him once would be unable
to forget him, right? Maybe she has something important to discuss with him. Ahem, feeling good about oneself can be a problem.
After giving his WeChat ID to Dr. Lu, it wasn't long before a new research institute group appeared in his WeChat friends list. After seeing Dr. Lu off, Su-Chen went to Team Leader Xing's office. He got straight to the point. Team Leader, can I reapply for my vacation? Team Leader Xing was drinking tea and looking at his phone at his desk. Hearing Su-Chen's words, he was taken aback and stammered, well, it depends on the situation.
I can't guarantee that you'll get another 7-day vacation. Why? Su-Chen said, feeling frustrated.
They said it was a vacation, but I haven't had a moment to spare these past few days.
Why can't I reapply for my vacation?
Team Leader Xing shrugged and said, Xiao Su, you have to understand, because of the issues with the secret realm, our team is short-staffed these days. But it should ease up in a week or two. The new batch of ability group members at the training base will officially start in about 10 days.
Oh?
Su-Chen's heart stirred slightly as he recalled the 3 ability users who had undergone assessments with him, as well as the yellow-haired thief Shen Sishui and female colleague Wen Qinglu.
Soon, they would be working together.
By then, it seems this quiet ability team will become a bit livelier. Team Leader Xing changed the subject. The higher-ups have greatly appreciated your contributions during this period and decided to elevate your rank to level 4, which means 300 points. Little Su, you are definitely the fastest promoted member of the ability team I've ever seen.
So it's level 4 already?
Su-Chen was slightly surprised. A contribution of 300 points is not a small amount. If calculated by capturing minor criminals, it would take one person 15 captures to reach that. However, considering what he had done in the past couple of days, it's not surprising for his rank to rise to level 4, as he had almost
single-handedly taken down a gang of ability criminals.
Among them were even heinous cross-province criminals like hypnotists and shadow assassins.
Su-Chen asked, is there no bonus besides the points? Team Leader Xing looked at him in surprise. You're already a millionaire, and you're still concerned about a few tens of thousands in bonuses from the team? No way? I was the first to discover the secret realm password yesterday, and the reward is only a few tens of thousands? Suchin shrugged, why not care? Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, let alone its tens of thousands. I could buy ribs with that. Group leader Xing was speechless and waved his hand. You should first check what permissions come with level 4. The reward is just a small part, the points are what really matters. Alright. In fact, Suchin was just casually mentioning it. With a bounty of millions in hand, he didn't place much importance on money. He browsed through the regulations of the abilities group, looking at the privileges of level 4 members. His police rank hadn't increased, he was still a level 1 police supervisor, but the permissions he could mobilize had greatly expanded, even allowing him to request assistance from local police departments, and he could lead level 3 members or independently carry out some special tasks. The scope of operations for weapon logistics was even broader. He could apply for weapons and special research items from the Research Institute. For example, those mentioned by Miao Yueying. Or some special potions that temporarily enhance physical attributes, similar to the agility potion previously taken by petrified ability users. In comparison, the increase in base salary seems somewhat unnecessary, similar to other state-owned positions, with very little increase. Just 2,000. Well, the monthly base salary is 16,000, but to be honest, this is much higher than other positions. The actual base salary for local police chiefs is only around 5 to 6,000. The Research Institute is currently studying how to further enhance the abilities of superhumans and has developed a batch of experimental potions, but they are still in the internal testing phase. Once you upgrade your permissions to level 5, you can apply for them. Team leader Xing had a faint smile on his lips, seemingly encouraging as he said this. Potions that enhance ability strength? Suchen's pupils constricted in surprise. He speculated that perhaps the Research Institute intercepted a superhuman crystal during the meteor shower night, which led to the initiation of a similar research project. If he took the potion to enhance ability strength, would it increase his ability points? Team leader, have you tried it? He remembered that team leader Xing had level 6 permissions and held the rank of police inspector. Aside from the usual busyness, he was actually quite a big shot. Of course I have. Team leader Xing smiled and said, the effect is quite good, it really enhances the abilities. I feel my power has increased by at least 20 to 30% since then. This kind of potion will likely become the biggest benefit for our ability group in the future. Suchin curiously asked, by the way, I've always wanted to know what kind of ability you have, team leader? That's a secret. Team leader Xing mysteriously shook his head. I can't just tell anyone about my ability. If I do, it won't work anymore. Only a few people in the upper management know my ability type. Oh? The more team leader Xing said this, the more curious Suchin became, unable to resist wanting to investigate a little. However, out of respect for the team leader, he ultimately suppressed his curiosity and did not investigate. Since he said it's a secret, it should remain a secret. He wouldn't use his investigative ability to pry into someone else's privacy. He is a principled person. Suchen, look at this. Miao Yueying hummed a cheerful tune, proudly sticking out her chest at a 90 degrees angle, patting the 2 stripes and 3 starflowers on her shoulders. I finally advanced to level 2 authority. Suchin sincerely smiled and said, well, congratulations. Why are you carrying so many guns? Going abroad to fight? Miao Yueying noticed a large pile of things in Suchen's arms, first surprised, then puzzled. I've passed level 4. Suchen said calmly. Even with the calmest tone, he couldn't hide that air of arrogance. Nothing you want to say? I do. Miao Yueying silently raised an internationally recognized gesture. Get lost. After chatting and joking with Miao Yueying for a while, she left for something, and Suchen hummed a tune as he drove home. Next time I encounter an ability criminal, I'll teach him a lesson with heavy firepower. Let's see what a mobile artillery platform looks like. I'm a man who carries several boxes of ammunition with him. What happened up ahead? An accident? It's been almost 10 minutes and the traffic ahead hasn't cleared. Suchen noticed a serious traffic jam and frowned slightly. He poked his head out of the window to see what was happening ahead, but found himself at the back of the traffic flow, unable to see what was happening at the front, and he couldn't just get out of the car on the road. Rolling down the car window, Suchen asked the driver of a nearby taxi, "Hey man, what's going on up ahead? The traffic is really bad. It's been almost 10 minutes and it still isn't moving?" The taxi driver was a slightly overweight man in his 30s, grumbling as he replied, "Yeah, it's been quite a jam. I heard from a few colleagues that there's been a multi-car pileup up ahead, and it seems like someone died. The police said they need to secure the scene and won't let the cars move." Someone died? Suchen raised an eyebrow. Car accidents sound common, but in reality, one might only encounter a few in a lifetime, especially fatal ones. This was the first time he happened to witness one, definitely not a stroke of good luck. Securing the scene is one thing, but the road still needs to remain open. Before long, the police opened up another lane for traffic. Although narrow, it was enough to relieve some of the congestion. As the vehicles ahead decreased, Suchen caught a glimpse of the accident scene from a distance. A large truck transporting goods, a severely damaged Volkswagen, and a minivan with damage to its rear. Among the 3 vehicles, the smallest one, the Volkswagen, was the most severely damaged, wedged between the 2 larger vehicles. Its body was twisted from the impact, and both the front and rear were nearly crumpled into scrap metal, indicating the violence of the collision.
The front of the large truck is slightly damaged, while the rear of the van is severely damaged. Seeing this scene, Su Chen could roughly deduce the sequence of events leading to the accident. The Volkswagen first rear-ended the van, and then the large truck, unable to avoid it, collided with the Volkswagen, crushing it in between. Of course, it's also possible that the large truck hit the Volkswagen first, forcing the Volkswagen to crash into the van. With Su Chen's keen eyesight, he could even see bloodstains in the driver's seat of the Volkswagen. The people in the truck and the van are probably fine. The ones who died must be the passengers in the Volkswagen. It's unclear how many died, but judging by the bloodstains, it seems there are at least 2 or 3. After taking a quick glance, Su Chen didn't pay much attention to it. Traffic accidents are not under the jurisdiction of the supernatural team, unless there are supernatural events involved. Hiss. Uncertain if it was just his imagination, he faintly heard strange noises coming from under the chassis, and the sounds were quite loud. No way? A new car bought just 2 or 3 days ago is already having problems? Su Chen widened his eyes, deciding to find a place to stop and take a closer look. If there really was an issue with the internal parts, he would definitely have a serious talk with the dealership about the quality of the new car. Before he could think much, he suddenly realized the brakes had failed. No matter how hard he pressed the brake pedal, there was no response. This is the dealership committing murder? It's actually a brake issue? Slamming the clutch, Su Chen tried to use the handbrake to slow down, but he was shocked to find that even the handbrake had failed. He could only watch helplessly as the speed wouldn't decrease, crashing hard into the rear of a Honda car, even causing its trunk to open. What the hell? How are you driving? The driver of the Honda rushed out to check the situation. Great, just a few days after getting the car, and now it's in an accident. I wonder if the dealership will cover the damages. Su Chen also looked helpless. Before he could get out to explain, the Honda driver suddenly changed his expression, running towards the roadside while shouting, "Brake quickly," to him. At the same time, a faint sense of crisis slightly alerted Su Chen, prompting him to instinctively turn his head to look. With a loud bang, a Beijing Hyundai crashed directly into the rear of his recently parked car with considerable force, causing Su Chen's car to slide forward a few meters before making intimate contact with the Honda in front. Another chain reaction rear-end collision. This time, however, Su Chen found himself sandwiched in the middle. The only difference is that although Su Chen's car was hit several times, it suffered no significant damage, just some scratches, and there weren't even any major dents. Instead, the Hyundai that hit him had a twisted bumper and a popped hood. What could he do? After all, it was a bulletproof car. Fortunately, Su Chen, sitting in the car, was completely uninjured. Another chain reaction rear-end collision? Su Chen felt something was off and frowned. What are the odds of 2 chain reaction accidents happening at the same time and place? And for both the brake and handbrake to fail simultaneously is 2. Just as he was about to think deeper, another car drove erratically and crashed into a tree on the roadside with a loud bang. This isn't over yet. Another car came up behind and crashed into the rear of another vehicle. Fortunately, due to the earlier accident, the cars behind were going slow, so the rear-end collision wasn't severe. The entire stretch of road was once again paralyzed. The Honda driver beside them was stunned. What the heck is going on today? Is everyone having a car accident party? The owner of the Beijing Hyundai got out of the driver's seat, looking a bit dazed, and apologetically glanced at Su Chen. "Sorry, my brakes just failed. I didn't have time to react." Did he also experience brake failure? Su Chen had suspected it, but hearing it confirmed still sent a chill down his spine, a strange feeling creeping into his mind. Could it be that these accidents were truly caused by some supernatural event? But what kind of supernatural event could cause so many vehicles to lose their brakes consecutively? The Honda owner leaned over and looked at the Beijing Hyundai driver and Su Chen. "You two wrecked my trunk, now tell me how you're going to compensate. Why don't you discuss it among yourselves? Let's wait for the traffic police to arrive before we talk about compensation." The owner of the Beijing Hyundai feels quite helpless. He inexplicably crashed into a BMW. Although he's not fully at fault, who knows how much he might have to pay for such a severe collision. Thinking of this, the Beijing Hyundai owner walked over to check the damage on both cars, but was surprised to find that while the front of his car was dented, the BMW had no visible damage at all, at most, just a little scratch on the paint. "Both our cars are damaged like this, and yours has no issues at all?" The Honda owner also noticed this and looked at Su Chen in surprise. "Dude, what model is your BMW? The body is so tough?" "Oh, this is a bulletproof car. Excuse me for a moment, I need to make a call." Su Chen replied absent-mindedly, leaving the two drivers in shock, looking at each other. He pulled out his phone and called Team Leader Xing. "Xiao Su, have you discovered a new superpowered individual again? Xiao Su, have you discovered a new superpowered individual again?" As soon as the call connected, Team Leader Xing blurted this out, clearly used to Su Chen's habit of calling him with such news. "No," Su Chen said, "I got into a car accident on Donghua Road." "Car accident?" Team Leader Xing exclaimed in surprise. "There's no need to push yourself so hard. It's just that your leave extension wasn't approved, right? You don't have to." "What are you talking about, Team Leader? I'm not injured." Su Chen was taken aback and couldn't immediately grasp the meaning of the leader's words. He thought, does he think I'm pretending to be injured in a car accident just to extend my leave? That's ridiculous. Who would do such a thing? Besides, how lazy do you have to be to prefer to harm yourself rather than go to work? "I was just joking," Team Leader Xing replied with a smile.
You seem energetic, so it looks like you're not injured. I remember the car you bought was a bulletproof one, right? Even if it got hit by a truck, you probably wouldn't be seriously hurt? What I want to talk about isn't about the car accident.
Suchin said seriously. There were several chain reaction accidents happening simultaneously on Donghua Road, mostly due to brake failures. I suspect it might be related to a supernatural event, although I don't know what caused it.
A supernatural event causing accidents?
Team Leader Xing's tone became much more serious. Alright, I'll send someone over to investigate.
I'll notify the traffic bureau to simplify the processing of your accident.
If it really is an accident caused by a supernatural event, the team will cover the compensation.
Just relax and finish your remaining 2 days of leave. Okay.
With Team Leader Xing's words, Su Chen felt relieved and hung up the phone. Since it involved supernatural events, he no longer needed to go to the forest shop for an explanation, saving him a lot of trouble, and he didn't have to worry about compensation anymore. Next, several traffic police arrived to maintain order and quickly received orders from above to seal off the road section.
The process of handling the car accident involving Su Chen was very swift. After a few questions about the incident, they roughly determined
the primary and secondary responsibilities and quickly negotiated a suitable compensation amount based on the intentions of the three parties. The compensation requested by the Honda driver was not exaggerated, since it would be reimbursed by the team. Su Chen didn't bother to negotiate and directly transferred the money to him. As for the Beijing Hyundai driver, his expression was somewhat grim. He had initially thought Su Chen's car was just an ordinary BMW worth a few $100,000, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a bulletproof vehicle worth over $5 million. Even if it was just a minor scrape, the compensation would still be a significant amount. What made him feel worse was that his own car was more severely damaged than Su Chen's, and the repair costs would probably be close to $10,000. Just as the Beijing Hyundai driver cautiously tried to discuss the compensation with Su Chen, he had already seated himself in the driver's position, preparing to drive away, seemingly oblivious to him. Seeing the driver approach, Su Chen suddenly remembered, "Oh, it's you. You don't need to compensate for this, it's just a little scrape anyway. This matter involves supernatural events, and in the end, the government will provide corresponding subsidies to every unfortunate driver involved, usually compensating for the losses incurred. So, he has no need to go around asking this driver for compensation, he can just claim it from the organization directly."
The fact that Su Chen couldn't even be bothered to ask for compensation left the Beijing Hyundai driver, the Honda driver, and even the nearby traffic police stunned. What the heck? Did we just encounter a big shot who treats money like dirt?
No wonder, driving a multi-million bulletproof car at such a young age, his family's assets must be no less than 8 figures.
It's
no surprise he looks down on a mere few tens of thousands in compensation.
Having money really makes one so carefree and generous.
With the Beijing Hyundai driver's repeated thanks, Su Chen elegantly stepped on the gas and left the scene, brushing off the matter while keeping his achievements and name hidden.
Fortunately, this is a bulletproof car, it's sturdy enough.
Otherwise, if the trunk got damaged in an accident, that would be a real hassle.
Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle.
He hasn't forgotten that there's a pile of newly acquired firearms in his trunk. Although they are all legally obtained, if seen by the public, it would likely scare the traffic police half to death.
It's safer to keep them in the storage space.
Upon returning to the community, taking advantage of the empty parking lot, Su Chen parked the car in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras and threw all the firearms from the trunk into the storage space.
He leisurely went home and lay on the sofa playing games.
Su Chen held the controller and played games, but couldn't help thinking about the car accident earlier.
What supernatural event could have caused so many vehicles to suddenly lose their brakes? It's really puzzling. Could it be like in ghost stories caused by vengeful spirits? But it's noon. Who would be harmed by ghosts in broad daylight and causing such a commotion? I'll call the team leader later to ask about it. Su Chen has always been highly curious about supernatural events. Ding! Side quest triggered. The true culprit of the accident. Quest requirement: find the true culprit behind the car accident. Quest reward: 800 experience points, 100 practice points. As expected, there's a side quest. Su Chen wasn't surprised by this. Usually, encountering a small issue triggers side quests, so how could the system remain silent when faced with a supernatural event? Really can't sit still, and I'm still on vacation. Su Chen rubbed his temples. Although these side quests aren't mandatory and don't even carry penalties, they can be completely ignored. But, as a gaming enthusiast, a player, and a perfectionist, how could Su Chen allow side quests to be in front of him without doing them? Moreover, as a single guy at home, he was just playing games anyway. Since it's all about gaming, the systems game is definitely more appealing. Fine, I'll go check it out on site, even though this task isn't my responsibility. Grumbling a bit, Su Chen saved his PS4 game files and went out again. This time he didn't drive to the scene. After all, he had experienced it once and knew that area could have brake failure in other accidents. He wisely chose to take the subway to Donghua Road and walk to the accident area. As expected, the entire street was blocked off, prohibiting vehicle access. Especially on the stretch of road where accidents frequently occur, even pedestrians are not allowed to approach. Su Chen was only able to pass after showing his police supervisor credentials. Miao Yueying?
As soon as he arrived at the scene, he spotted an acquaintance.
Miao Yueying was chatting with a traffic police officer. Upon seeing Su Chen, she was somewhat surprised. Hey, Su Chen, aren't you on leave? Why are you here again? Su Chen smiled and said, I'm just curious, I want to know what caused my accident. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Why do you always like to meddle in other people's tasks? Miao Yueying was speechless. You might as well just apply to cancel your leave. I can see you have no intention of taking it easy. You might as well take on a few more tasks to earn some points. Let me tell you, we're really short-staffed lately. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly. There are just a little over 2 days left of my holiday. I might as well save it. Forget it, do as you wish. Having someone help out for free makes it easier for me too. Miao Yueying pointed to a woman in a blue police uniform beside her. This task is being handled by me and Xing Fian. Oh, right, you probably don't know her yet. Let me introduce you. Fian, come over here. A woman named Xing Fian is inspecting the scene when she hears Miao Yueying calling her name. Confused, she turns around and walks over. This woman is tall, but her appearance is rather ordinary. She looks to be about the same age as Miao Yueying, with a neat and tidy ponytail, giving off a serious female police officer vibe, at least more reliable than the carefree Miao Yueying. Who is this? Xing Fian's gaze scans Su Chen. He's the new recruit who joined last week. Su Chen. Miao Yueying casually patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Little Su, this is your senior, Xing. She joined the ability team 3 months ago, just like me. If you have any questions about work, feel free to ask us. As seniors, we won't refuse you. Hearing Miao Yueying teasing him, Su Chen smirked and retorted, Senior with 2 stripes, I have 2 more stripes than you. Miao Yueying's expression immediately soured. She swung her fist to hit Su Chen's back, but he had already anticipated it and dodged with a smile, leaving her to hit nothing but air. Hello. Xing Fian smiled and reached out to shake hands with Su Chen. I've heard about you. From now on, we are colleagues, so let's help each other. Please take care of me. Su Chen politely asked, how do you plan to investigate the supernatural events here? I'm also one of the parties involved, but I haven't felt anything unusual except for the odd failure of the brake and handbrake. I suspect it was a binding spirit. Xing Fian did not hesitate at all and said directly, the most common cause of such large-scale incidents happening unnoticed is the mischief of a binding spirit. Of course, it could also be other supernatural factors, but personally, I deduce it to be the work of a binding spirit. Su Chen did not interrupt and quietly listened as Xing Fian continued to speak. Although he had experienced a lot since joining the supernatural abilities team, he had very few tasks related to supernatural events, especially paranormal incidents. The only time he thought he encountered such an event, he later found out it was actually the special abilities of the haunted house owner disguised as such. I wonder how Fang Xiangyu trains in the military district. That guy's abilities are actually quite strong, but the user is a bit useless. You must have heard of binding spirits, right? Xing Fian looked at Su Chen. Yes, I've heard of them. Su Chen nodded. He had some understanding of paranormal knowledge as it was described in the ghost stories he usually read. A binding spirit literally means a soul bound to the earth. Such restless spirits often harbor grievances and thus become malevolent spirits. Generally speaking, those who had injustices in life, unresolved emotional ties, or unavenged grudges will not ascend after death but will linger on earth waiting to fulfill their wishes. For example, those who are worried about their family will remain in their homes. The earthbound spirits of suicides will continuously experience death, while those who died suddenly will wander aimlessly in the same spot. However, if they are spirits, why can they cause trouble even during the day? This is unscientific. This isn't metaphysical. Things like ghosts and spirits shouldn't be running around causing chaos until late at night, right? I've never heard of hauntings during the day, especially not in an outdoor scene under such bright sunlight. Noticing Su Chen's doubts, Xing Fian said, although we haven't yet figured out why earthbound spirits have the ability to cause trouble during the day, I can indeed sense the presence of a spirit nearby. Sensing? Su Chen curiously asked, what is your special ability? Fian's special ability is soul sensing. Miao Yueying suddenly interjected, she can sense the presence of souls within a 30-meter radius and can directly harm them with her mind. She can almost be considered the core combat power of our supernatural team responsible for paranormal events. A mental-type supernatural ability? Su Chen looked at Xing Fian in surprise. This was the third mental-type supernatural being he had encountered. The first was a hypnotist, and the second was Qiu Miaohan. As for whether the ability of the haunted house owner, Fang Xiangyu, counted as mental-type, he wasn't sure. He instinctively activated his reconnaissance. Xing Fian, female human, height 171 centimeters, weight 115 pounds, healthy status, mental type supernatural being. Target attribute information acquired. Physique 12 points, strength 12 points, agility 14 points, spirit 30 points. Would you like to spend 30 experience points for forced reconnaissance? No. Su Chen quickly cancelled the forced reconnaissance. Although 30 experience points wasn't much, he would have plenty of uses for experience points in the future, so it was better not to waste his valuable experience points on something trivial. Xing Fian's mental power is quite high, huh? It's 3 or 4 points higher than Qiu Ruoyan and Fang Xiangyu's mental power, probably just slightly lower than the hypnotist. Thanks to Miao Yueying's introduction, Xing Fian's psychic ability, soul sensing, is mainly used for locating spiritual entities. Of course, she can also perceive the souls of living beings, functioning like a living radar, and her mental attacks can target any soul.
With a spirit 3 times that of an ordinary person, her soul attacks are unimaginably terrifying. In a single thought, she could crush an ordinary person's will, and even those with around 20 points of mental strength would face severe mental interference unless their mental strength is close to hers, which might grant them immunity to her soul attacks. No wonder team leader Xing only sent 2 people to handle this not-so-small chain car accident. In fact, one Xing Fian would be enough, while Miao Yueying seems more like a support addition.
Su Chen looked compassionately at the carefree Miao Yueying and silently lit a candle for her. This silly girl joined the abilities team just 3 months ago, so how did the gap become so large? One has become a top ace, while the other has just barely made it to a secondary member. This guy is done for. While there is indeed a difference in abilities, 3 times the agility is not weak. If she diligently practiced marksmanship, she could definitely become a nightmare for enemies, weaving through gunfire and taking on 100 foes. Since it's confirmed to be the work of a spirit-binding entity, how do you plan to deal with it? Su Chen paused for a moment and said, "Do you need my help?"
My mental strength isn't weak, and my abilities are quite effective against ghostly beings. One of the common exorcism spells used in ghost stories is the Palm Thunder.
Su Chen indicated that he could easily conjure up a dozen palm thunders and could even unleash a powerful lightning chain. Xing Fian nodded. "Thank you. Once we locate the spirit-binding entity's anchor point, we can attack it together. Until then, please help protect us, as we still don't know if the spirit-binding entity here has direct attack capabilities." After saying that, the tall female police officer walked towards the shaded area of the landscaping where the car accident occurred, seemingly searching aimlessly on the ground among the trees and bushes. "Are you looking for the anchor point?" Su Chen secretly heightened his vigilance and followed Xing Fian's pace. "Clearly, I can protect too."
Miao Yueying muttered in dissatisfaction, playing with a new handgun in her slender fingers.
The magazine was loaded not with ordinary bullets but with specially developed ammunition from the Research Institute that could cause tearing damage to spiritual entities. However, she had to admit that when it comes to dealing with spiritual entities, Su Chen's lightning elemental ability is definitely more effective than ammunition.
The ability group has simply categorized the commonly occurring supernatural events into 3 main types: low-level spirits, high-level spirits, and malevolent entities. According to Xing Fian, brake failure and handbrake failure fall within the realm of low-level spirits, but the large-scale occurrence of car accidents, especially in broad daylight, suggests a greater likelihood of high-level spirits.
As for malevolent entities? If a malevolent entity appears, then all drivers involved in the accident would be unlikely to survive, and the incident would escalate to an A-level alert danger task, requiring intervention from multiple city or even provincial ability groups. Under the police blockade, the entire street became desolate, with iron protective barriers resembling construction sites quickly erected on both sides of the street, standing about 3 meters high. To set up such a long blockade wall in just a few hours shows that the police are quite efficient when they take it seriously. The blockade line on Donghua Road is about 100 meters long, and besides Su Chen and the other 2, only a few armed special police officers are on guard at the entrances and exits. Supernatural events are different from other paranormal incidents. No matter how many ordinary people come, it will only lead to greater
casualties, like delivering vegetables. Even holding special bullets that can deal with ghosts is useless, their reaction time can't keep up. Of the 3 people present, except for Miao Yueying, both Su Chen and Xing Fian have the means to deal with soul entities. Miao Yueying can use special bullets to assist her thanks to her speed and reaction time, which are 3 times that of an ordinary person. Ordinary people and ability users have an insurmountable gap at their core. Even a regular ability user with a 3-fold attribute difference can create a crushing effect. Not to mention, just Miao Yueying, as an agile ability user with a gun in hand, could easily take down a special police team. In complex terrain with enough cover, it wouldn't even be a problem for her to stealthily kill nearly 100 people.
"Have you found anything?" Su Chen asked Xing Fian, who was squatting in front of a tree that had been knocked over.
The side quest rewards given by the system are not high. Generally speaking, the task difficulty won't be too high either.
Of course, once they find the spirit binding, it may trigger an advanced task.
Xing Fian did not answer. She raised her hand slightly to signal Su Chen not to disturb her, closed her eyes, and frowned slightly. After about 7 or 8 seconds, she opened her eyes and looked towards the most noticeable pool of blood in the middle of the road. It was the spot where the Volkswagen had been crushed between the large truck and the van. This pool of blood should have been left by the body when the police transported it. There's something wrong over there, but it doesn't feel like a spirit-binding aura. Xing Fian looked somewhat puzzled, pointing above the pool of blood.
Su Chen and Miao Yueying looked over but saw nothing. "I can't see anything," Su Chen said helplessly. "Has the Research Institute not developed any equipment that can make spirits visible?"
Miao Yueying replied, "You wouldn't believe it, but the Research Institute has been studying this topic for over 10 years. They say they've created a kind of glasses with similar functions using
certain special items, but they can't be mass-produced.
Our city's Research Institute has only 1 pair, and it can't be easily applied for unless a Class B or higher dangerous event occurs."
"So it's that rare?" Su Chen was surprised.
"In novels, they just use any random thing to see spirits.
Why don't you mention that in stories? It's usually monks or Taoists who catch ghosts." Miao Yueying scoffed.
"If it were that simple, supernatural events wouldn't be the most dangerous tasks with the highest casualty rates."
No chatting during the mission.
Xing Fian frowned and glanced at Su Chen and Miao Yueying, causing both to fall silent.
Cough, this female police officer is indeed very imposing.
Su Chen looked up at the sun hanging overhead. It was early August and the summer heat had not yet dissipated. The city, under the scorching sun, was at least 30 degrees.
It's hard to imagine that such an environment could hide malevolent spirits. Xing Fian walked towards the pool of blood.
Although her ability allows her to sense souls within 30 meters, if the spirit chooses to hide, she can only vaguely perceive its presence and cannot pinpoint its exact location.
Miao Yueying was a bit reluctant to approach the pool of blood.
How about I fire a few shots over there first? Xing Fian stopped and, without refusing, nodded.
If there is indeed a spirit she cannot locate lingering above the pool of blood, special bullets should be able to force it out. Without any hesitation, Miao Yueying raised her hand and fired 2 shots.
One shot passed 2 feet above the pool of blood, hitting a tree, while the other shot struck the center of the blood pool, creating a significant dent in the ground. As expected, a distorted translucent object emerged from the bloodstain, resembling a vague human figure but lacking a head and feet, appearing in a pale, transparent state with no visible details.
Side quest completed. Quest rewards: 800 experience points, 100 practice points. That's it. Attack!
Xing Fian shouted, rushing towards the bloodstain, attempting to restrain the movements of the translucent ghost with a soul attack. Almost simultaneously, Miao Yueying fired several shots, flames spitting from the gun, blocking all escape routes for the translucent ghost, while Su Chen conjured lightning elements between his arms and shot out like an arrow to protect Xing Fian's side. Under the seamless cooperation of the three, the ghost was forced into a corner with no way to escape. Just as they were about to finish the task, unexpectedly, the translucent ghost above the bloodstain suddenly became even more ethereal and vague, and in less than a second, it completely vanished into thin air. The bullets passed through the void where the ghost had been, leaving no trace behind.
Gone?
Xing Fian also looked shocked. I can no longer feel the presence of the spirit. It has at least escaped 30 meters away.
Su Chen's palm, charged with lightning elements, quickly dissipated. He wondered, could it be that ghosts escaped this fast? It's like teleportation.
No, I've never encountered this situation before either. Xing Fian shook her head. I've never even heard of a spirit being able to move under the sun.
Oh, I thought it was just my ignorance. I didn't expect even someone like you, a professional, to be completely baffled. Su Chen scratched his head. The clue is broken. Should we search nearby?
The side quest to find the culprit was completed so easily, but since he said he would help, he felt it necessary to see it through. After all, he wasn't busy. Spending a few hours searching for ghosts with the two of them was no trouble.
Ding! Side quest triggered. The madman hidden in the dark. Quest requirements: some love death, some are born to create chaos, and some can draw power from it.
Find the dangerous ability user who manipulates vengeful spirits.
Quest rewards: 1,500 experience points, 300 training points. As expected, there is a follow-up quest. After hearing the prompt sound, Su Chen's face showed an undeniable look of astonishment. The true culprit behind the large-scale car accident is not entirely the spirit binding? That ghost just now was actually instructed by an ability user? Seeing Xing Fian still moving around, trying to find traces of the ghost, Su Chen couldn't help but remind her, do you think that this spirit binding is actually being manipulated by someone? For example, being controlled by a certain ability user? Miao Yueying asked in confusion, why do you think that? Think about it, even if a spirit has the ability to manifest in sunlight, it wouldn't choose to cause trouble during the day for no reason. Normally, they would lurk until nightfall to create chaos. Su Chen tried to explain based on the existing information. Most ghosts don't have subjective intentions, they only act on the obsessions they had before. Death. So I suspect that someone is behind this manipulation, which is why this spirit binding is behaving unusually by causing accidents during the day. Hey, that actually makes some sense. Miao Yueying nodded thoughtfully, looking towards Xing Fian. She is the expert when it comes to paranormal events. Xing Fian pondered, if there are supernatural factors at play, why would they do this? What benefit would a chain car accident bring them? How would I know? Su Chen shrugged and subtly reminded, maybe it's an antisocial maniac? Perhaps they want to use the accident as a cover to kill someone? Or, could their ability strengthen by creating accidents? The system task prompt subtly indicated that the mission target is a madman who can strengthen their powers through this method. Kill to absorb power? This was the first time Su Chen had heard of such a dangerous ability. Although he could also extract power points from killed supernatural beings through the system, that was limited to killing supernatural beings, not ordinary people. Your speculation is not without merit. Xing Fian's eyes brightened as if she had a new idea. Xiao Miao, go have the police department investigate the social connections of the deceased. For instance, check if there are any recent enemies and list them as suspects. She was primarily suspecting the second possibility. Indeed, in such situations, a normal person's first reaction would be to consider revenge. After all, antisocial maniacs are quite rare. It's hard to imagine that the murderer would act without a purpose given the huge commotion they caused. Even Su Chen suspects that the deceased in the car accident might indeed have some connection to the target. In the entire series of rear-end collisions, only a few people in the Volkswagen died. Although the fact that there were no casualties in other vehicles is largely related to the traffic jam, the speed was too slow to cause fatalities. The subsequent appearance of the ghostly entity from that pool of blood raises some suspicion. Su Chen's speculation is merely a guess and lacks sufficient evidence to reach a definitive conclusion. The three of them spent several hours at the scene with Xing Fian, searching every corner, but they did not find any trace of that ghostly entity. They borrowed a police car from the authorities and drove around the roads, yet no supernatural phenomena reappeared. It seems that the ghostly entity really has left, and the possibility of it lurking in the shadows of this street is very low. From a certain perspective, it can also be proven that the ghostly entity is not a bound spirit but another type of spirit, otherwise it wouldn't be able to leave so casually. The possibility of an ability user manipulating events behind the scenes is becoming increasingly evident. Su Chen got out of the police car. Is the street clear now? Can we lift the blockade? No, let's keep it blocked for a few more days, just in case. We can claim it's for road repairs. Xing Fian glanced at the potholes on the asphalt road and the scuff marks on the greenbelt. It's about time to renovate this street. We can ask the city government for some funds to cover the repairs and extend the work period for a few days. Su Chen wasn't familiar with these processes and wasn't particularly interested. He was only focused on the subsequent investigation. However, considering that collecting clues and identifying suspects took a lot of time, and that the crazed ability user behind all this might not even be connected to the deceased in the accident, Su Chen lost interest in continuing to involve himself in their efforts, thinking it might all be in vain. Then I'll head back. If you need help, feel free to call me. Su Chen exchanged contact information with Xing Fian and then said goodbye before leaving. There was no time limit on side quests. It was fine to leave them hanging. After all, one could work on multiple side quests simultaneously. Ugh, why does this sound more and more like a game? If life were truly a game, then my system would probably be considered a cheat, at least compared to others. Taking the subway home, nothing else happened along the way. He drove to the supermarket and bought a small batch of ingredients to feed the queen ant, then returned home and spent a leisurely afternoon playing games. Lying in bed, Su Chen thought, constantly going to the supermarket isn't a solution. It's costly, and more importantly, it's too noticeable. Besides, it's not enough for the queen ant and her colony. I need to find a wholesale grain supplier to solve the animal feed problem. Finding a supplier isn't difficult, the challenge lies in transportation. If I rent a truck for transportation, it might attract the attention of the ability group, and I can't explain where the food is going. This is the downside of joining an official organization. Every move might be under scrutiny. Su Chen helplessly rubbed his temples and muttered, maybe I can sneak into the grain and oil factory's warehouse and quietly take their supplies, while leaving an equivalent amount of cash? If I've paid, it wouldn't count as stealing. Yes, if I've paid, it wouldn't count as stealing. The more he thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. The long night stretched on and he couldn't sleep. Su Chen decided to take action tonight, leaving the community under the cover of darkness. He planned to first scout the nearby grain and oil warehouse. If the patrols weren't strict, he could act directly. First, I withdrew 20,000 from the ATM. Su Chen suddenly thought that the money taken from the machine was all sequentially numbered, and if he left the cash, it might be easy to trace. Isn't this cutting off people's livelihoods? Su Chen became even more frustrated. In this era of tight surveillance and advanced information, making a batch of grain disappear out of thin air is certainly not a simple task, especially for someone like him, an ability user under close government scrutiny. By the way, Yang Hongwu might have cash. Su Chen suddenly thought of that rich guy, Yang Hongwu. His martial arts school business is worth millions, so it's not impossible for him to keep tens of thousands in cash at home for emergencies. Ahem, he might not be qualified to call Yang Hongwu a rich guy anymore. Once the national bounty comes down, his bank savings will return to 7 figures. Not to mention the expenses for this car. Otherwise, it would easily exceed 10 million. Having learned from today's lesson, I should always withdraw some cash in the future, clean it outside, and keep it at home for emergencies. A thought crossed his mind, and Su Chen felt a bit like he was secretly engaging in illegal transactions. He called Yang Hongwu. Hey, it's me, Su Chen. Su, what's going on? Yang Hongwu sounded a bit out of breath, not sure what he was doing. Su Chen had a strange expression. Are you busy? Then I won't disturb you. Just remember to call me back when you're done. I'm just running. Seeing that Su Chen seemed to misunderstand something, Yang Hongwu quickly explained, I have to practice my basics every night before bed. Recently, to train my endurance, my master added a task for me to run 5 kilometers. Su Chen was relatively familiar with Yang Hongwu, so he didn't engage in pleasantries and directly expressed that he needed a clean cash sum, approximately around 100,000. Although Yang Hongwu was puzzled about why Su Chen needed cash, he didn't ask too much. Their martial arts school was usually involved in some underground activities, and they often kept some cash at home for emergencies, so 100,000 wasn't difficult to come by. Are you available now? Should I just come over to pick it up? Su Chen glanced at the clock. It was just before 11. Driving to the martial arts school or Yang Hongwu's house wouldn't take too long. I'm at Qingfeng Park. Yang Hongwu, panting, said, Brother Su, where are you? If you're not far, why don't we meet at the martial arts gym? I still have 2 kilometers left to train, and running over should wrap it up. The martial arts gym is not far from Qingfeng Park. Yang Hongwu could either run over or take a taxi with Su Chen, and the time would be about the same. After hanging up the phone, he took a taxi there. When he arrived at the martial arts gym, Su Chen had just gotten out of the car when Yang Hongwu suddenly appeared, panting and drenched in
sweat, looking like a muscle man straight out of a philosophical film, which startled passers-by into instinctively stepping back a few meters.
Yang Hongwu wiped his face with the towel hanging around his neck and asked, "Brother Su, are you in a hurry for money?"
Not really, I still have quite a bit of money in my bank account, but there's something I need to do that can't be made public, and I need a clean cash sum for it. Suchen said vaguely. He wasn't short on money, just needed some cash that wouldn't leave a trace of him.
Oh, I understand. Yang Hongwu smiled, though he didn't really know what he understood. The two walked side by side into the martial arts school.
Along the way, the disciples of the school showed surprise and respect upon seeing Su Chen, greeting him enthusiastically. Occasionally, they would ask him when he would come back to teach again, while Yang Hongwu ended up being almost a mere backdrop, with no one paying attention to him. Yang Hongwu awkwardly said, "These little brats have forgotten about their senior brother now that they have a coach." If it weren't for the disciples of the martial arts school bringing it up, Su Chen would have almost forgotten he was a temporary coach there. Speaking of which, he had only taught a class at the Bajiquan school once in the past half-month. The title of coach felt a bit misleading, and he wasn't even sure if that counted as a class. It was just that during his initial training of the King Kong 8 forms of Bajiquan, he had single-handedly dominated the entire school. Su Chen thought, since I'm here at the martial arts school, aside from exchanging cash, I might as well give a training session to the apprentices staying here.
A training session? Yang Hongwu pondered. Are you going to challenge all of us again like last time? Su Chen nodded. Yes, it's easiest to correct mistakes in actual combat.
In addition, he also planned to use this opportunity to refine his boxing and staff techniques while getting accustomed to the attributes he had recently upgraded. His strength now exceeds 22 points, and his physique is even at 27 points.
Describing him as a humanoid bull is an understatement.
Especially since he also has 26 points in agility, boasting a reaction speed more than 2.5 times that of an average person.
Good.
Yang Hongwu's expression was mixed with surprise. The guys at the dojo have been nagging me lately about when Coach Su will come back
for training.
Wait a moment, I'll message the students who aren't at the dojo, and I guarantee they'll all rush over in half an hour. As he spoke, Yang Hongwu hurriedly took out his phone and began calling people one by one.
Su Chen glanced at Yang Hongwu and noticed a hint of expectation and glee in the kid's eyes. TSK, poor kid, is he that eager to get beaten up? I'll silently give you a thumbs up.
It's likely that Yang Hongwu still thinks his strength is where it was last week, believing that as long as there are enough people and he's in good condition, he might have a chance to pin him down and take revenge during training. In fact, the gap in strength between the two sides is even greater this time. As Yang Hongwu arrived at an office on the third floor of the dojo, the other party took out a large stack of red Mao Zedong bills from a hidden safe, handing over 100,000 yuan in cash to Su Chen without a second thought, then hurriedly picked up his phone to message the dojo apprentices. Su Chen was too lazy to count the stack of money, casually stuffed it into his pocket, and transferred 100,000 to Yang Hongwu's account via online banking. Since he had hundreds of millions, he became increasingly indifferent to money, feeling it was just a string of numbers.
Is this the perspective of the wealthy?
By the way, my old man is going to the headquarters of the National Martial Arts Association in Nanjing in the next few days to handle something.
Do you want to go with him?
Yang Hongwu suddenly remembered something, raised his head, and said, with your martial arts skills and talent, Brother Su, even if you haven't reached the level of a martial arts master, you should be close enough to qualify as a member of the National Martial Arts Association headquarters, and you might even receive guidance from a martial arts grandmaster.
I'll think about it.
Although Su Chen was interested in visiting the National Martial Arts Association, he had never considered joining.
After all, he was a
member of the Special Abilities Group and wasn't sure if the organization would allow him to join other institutions simultaneously. After spending about 10 minutes in the office, the two finally arrived at the second-floor competition hall to gather the martial arts school disciples. Even though it was late at night, under Yang Hongwu's strong call, the number of martial arts school disciples gathered this time
was even greater than last time.
There were nearly 30 people. It felt a bit crowded in the 200-square-meter competition hall.
Isn't there a bit too many people? Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly.
If there were people all around, he wasn't a three-headed, six-armed being, so it was inevitable that he would be attacked from blind spots. Of course, if he unleashed his full power without holding back, it wouldn't be difficult to take down this group in an instant.
But the problem was, he couldn't use excessive force. Haikao has already made a boast, so there's no choice but to give it a try first. Brothers, you should know why I've gathered you here today, right?
Stealing a glance at Su Chen's frown, Yang Hongwu revealed a smile of impending victory and addressed the martial arts disciples present. This group of martial arts disciples varied in age, from teenagers to nearly 30, and without exception, they were all big men,
with not a single female disciple among them.
When Yang Hongwu asked this question, the disciples erupted into a noisy commotion.
We know. We must come for Coach Su's training. My fists are itching for action. This time, I must land a punch on Coach Su. Take down Coach Su. Take him down. Take him down. Take him down. Why does the atmosphere feel a bit off?
A bunch of big men are passionately shouting to take him down.
Is this a philosophical scene? Su Chen was filled with frustration and decided to settle things quickly.
Without waiting for Yang Hongwu to further incite the martial hall disciples' fighting spirit, he quickly walked to the center of the competition arena and assumed the initial stance of the Baji Quan.
Stop the nonsense and everyone come at me at once. No holding back this time with so many people.
Of course, he still had to hold back, he wouldn't use most of his abilities. Upon hearing this, the martial hall disciples quickly formed a circle around him, adopting offensive stances of Baji Quan, but each of them timidly kept at least 2 to 3 meters away from Su Chen, none daring to be the first to step forward. Most of the disciples turned their gaze towards Yang Hongwu, seemingly hoping he would take the lead. This time, Yang Hongwu had learned his lesson and didn't intend to be the first one up. He originally planned to blend into the crowd and find a flaw in Su Chen before making his move, but at this moment he felt uncomfortable under the watchful eyes of the disciples. Reluctantly, he had to step up again as the first one.
Ding! Side quest triggered. Tornado. Quest requirement: knock down everyone in front of you within 1 minute. Quest reward: 1000 experience points, 300 training points. A countdown voice of 60 seconds echoed in Su Chen's ears, ticking away. It was expected that side missions would appear, but he didn't anticipate that this time the side mission would have a time limit, and it was surprisingly short. Take down 30 martial artists in 1 minute? Su Chen helplessly muttered, well, it seems I really can't hold back. Seeing Yang Hongwu rushing over with a defensive stance, Su Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened and he threw a punch at an awkward angle, skillfully breaking through the defense and, with incredible speed, struck the back of his neck, activating the lightning element. No way, not again. At the moment his palm lightly rested on the neck, Yang Hongwu vaguely realized something, let out a cry of despair, and twitched before fainting. The others were stunned. Even their martial arts school's senior brother had focused all his efforts on defense, yet he still didn't last a moment against Coach Su. From the start to fainting, it took less than half a breath. Before the other martial arts students could react, Su Chen swept through the arena like a tornado, effortlessly taking down the apprentices. A tiger entering a flock of sheep, it was even more one-sided than last time's slaughter. Almost every second, a disciple from the martial arts school is knocked out, yet they can't even touch Su Chen's clothes. The numerical advantage seems like a joke. 43 seconds. Done. Once again, only Su Chen remained standing in the entire competition area. He shook his wrist and silently bowed to the disciples who were crawling or lying on the ground. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 100 experience points, 300 practice points. The disciples who were still conscious and hadn't fainted were so shocked they couldn't speak. If it weren't for the pain from the beatings reminding them of what just happened, they might have thought they were dreaming. With a mastery level in Baji Quan as his foundation, Su Chen was very measured in his actions. His attacks only briefly incapacitated his opponents without causing lasting pain or serious injuries. After waking up the unconscious apprentices in Yang Hongwu, more than 30 bewildered men sat lined up against the wall, looking at Su Chen as if he were a monster. Has Coach Su gone cheat mode? Is this really within the realm of martial arts? It's almost like he's a superhero. Yeah, even action movies wouldn't dare to shoot like this. I thought it was already exaggerated when Ip Man fought 10 people in the movie, but I didn't expect. But it seems like every move Coach Su makes has a pattern to it, targeting the weaknesses we usually overlook. Is he correcting our flaws in an unconventional way? Coach Su is amazing. Who do you think is stronger, Coach Su or Master? Isn't it obvious? Of course, it's Su, cough cough. Master has a higher level of martial arts, but Coach Su has better physical fitness. The talkative disciple was halfway through his sentence when he spotted Master Yang coming out of the elevator, quickly changing his words, showing his strong survival instinct. Good evening, Master Yang, still awake? Su Chen greeted Master Yang. Master Yang smiled and said, I heard that young friend Su is training disciples, and I wanted to come and observe. Has it not started yet? Don't mind me. The training has already ended, Su Chen said somewhat sheepishly. Ended? Master Yang couldn't help but look confused. His son had only called the disciples to train on social media about 10 minutes ago. How could it suddenly be over? What kind of training is this? My training is to have them all go at once and target their weaknesses, taking them all down. You take on 30 of them? Master Yang's face was filled with disbelief. He looked at young Hongwu and found his son staring blankly at the ceiling, questioning life. But even if it's 1 against 30, it shouldn't end this quickly, right? Under normal circumstances, even a one-on-one match would take more than 5 minutes to determine a winner. After all, the main focus of the match is to practice techniques, not to pursue victory or defeat. Ahem, I finish quite quickly. Su Chen awkwardly scratched his head, feeling that his training time was indeed a bit short, having lasted less than a minute. He then turned to the 30 disciples and said, Have you rested enough? Get ready for another round. Most of the disciples were still in a state of questioning life, and upon hearing Su Chen's words, they immediately erupted in a chorus of wails, pleading not to. They gathered here excitedly because they believed that with their numbers, they had a chance to take down Coach Su. At the very least, they wouldn't lose too badly, and who knows, maybe they could even land a few punches on him. But when the gap in strength is so wide that victory seems impossible, it's no longer a competition, it's just being bullied. No one enjoys being bullied. Am I being a bit too much? Su Chen awkwardly scratched his head, suddenly inspired, and smiled at everyone. Don't worry, this time I'll try to hold back. During the match, I might even deliberately leave some openings for you. If any of you can seize the chance, who knows, you might land a few punches on me. With a big stick and a sweet date, it's important to leave the apprentices with some hope to motivate them.
As expected, upon hearing the latter part of Su Chen's words, all the disciples' eyes lit up. Their backs no longer ached, and their legs no longer hurt. They eagerly rubbed their fists and shouted for another round. Among them, Yang Hongwu was the most excited. Master Yang sat in the spectator area, quietly observing the match of 1 against 3. The second round of the competition began. This time, Yang Hongwu said he wouldn't take the lead, sneaking around in the crowd, waiting for the opportunity to exploit the flaws that Su Chen mentioned would be deliberately revealed, and then he could rush in and punch Su Chen. Wouldn't that be satisfying? However, he can't have it his way. Su Chen's primary target was locked onto Yang Hongwu, the biggest threat. He avoided or blocked the attacks from other martial arts students, forcing Yang Hongwu to defend himself, leaving him no chance to hide in the crowd. However, Su Chen kept his promise and held back a bit, not taking Yang Hongwu down with one move, but rather using 2 moves. "Su brother, you're going too far." Before Yang Hongwu was knocked out, his eyes were filled with frustration and resentment, and soon, the senior brother became the first casualty. With Yang Hongwu out of the way, Su Chen started to go easy on the remaining martial arts students, occasionally showing a flaw, allowing the more perceptive students to punch him in the chest or back, which also boosted their enthusiasm for training. With his nearly 30-point physique, the punches from the martial arts students felt like mere tickles, unable to break through his defenses at all. In the midst of the water release, 30 disciples of the martial arts school fiercely resisted for over 2 minutes, but ultimately were all taken down to the ground. Master Yang and the audience watched in astonishment, even doubting if Su Chen had already reached the level of a national martial arts master. After all, even the strongest masters of the National Martial Arts Association could not achieve such a feat of 1 against 30 like Su Chen did. Master Yang asked himself if it were him in this not-so-spacious arena, he could at most engage in combat with 12 apprentices at the same time, and even then, winning would be quite difficult, leaving him injured. If 30 apprentices rushed at him, he wouldn't last even 10 seconds. At least in Master Yang's memory, he had only seen a few national martial arts masters possess the ability to take on dozens of opponents. But Su Chen displayed incredible reflexes and explosive power, as if he could predict his enemy's attacks, each move perfectly embodying the essence of dodging and parrying, often evading other attacks around him while countering one. In Su Chen's hands, Baji Quan seemed like an art form, flowing like water, with each move appearing deeply meaningful. Even those who didn't understand martial arts found it visually pleasing. All the disciples from various martial arts schools were taken down in the competition arena. Su Chen assumed the most basic stance of boxing, placing his hands together in front of his chest, slowly pressing down and exhaling. When he was a child, he watched some martial arts films on TV, where the protagonists would strike this pose after a fight, cough cough, after a martial duel, but he didn't understand the significance of this stance and thought it was just a flashy move designed for the screen. In reality, this action is a form of breath regulation. It helps to expel stale air and gradually relax the nerves that have tensed up from fighting, using this action to return to a normal state as quickly as possible. Clap clap clap. Master Yang stood up and applauded vigorously, saying, "Su, you truly are a rare martial arts genius. Just a few days ago, I taught you some moves of the 8 Extremes Fist, and you've already reached an almost extraordinary level of proficiency in such a short time. It's truly unbelievable." Su Chen humbly replied, "Master Yang, you flatter me." Master Yang smiled and said, "I wonder if you would be interested in joining the National Martial Arts Association? I happen to be heading to the headquarters soon. If you're interested, we can go together." Su Chen hesitated. "Because of work, I probably won't have time for a trip recently. The Special Abilities team has been quite busy lately, with many members taking turns on duty in the Moonlit Secret Realm. Moreover, according to Miao Yueying, supernatural events have significantly increased after the meteor shower, which is evident since Captain Xing won't even grant him extra leave." Additionally, Su Chen wanted to ask Captain Xing if, as a member of the Special Abilities team, he could still join the National Martial Arts Association, an official organization. Since learning that martial arts masters can cultivate powers similar to special abilities, Su Chen speculated that there must be some overlap between the National Martial Arts Association and the Special Abilities team. "That's really too bad," Master Yang lamented. "If Su Xiaoyu has some free time, I can help introduce you. I'm sure the masters in the association would welcome your joining." Su Chen politely replied, "Yes, I look forward to that as well." After exchanging pleasantries with Master Yang, Su Chen turned to the disciples of the martial arts school who were either lying down or resting in the competition area and asked again, "How long do you plan to rest? I have to leave in half an hour at the latest, so how many matches you can train during this time depends on you." He planned to take action tonight. Even if he couldn't empty a grain warehouse, he at least wanted to clear out a few grain shops. This time, the injured disciples of the martial arts school unexpectedly did not complain or wail. Instead, they were full of energy, gathered around, and after discussing for a while, requested a 10-minute break before continuing the fight. 3 matches? That's not too troublesome. After Su Chen nodded in agreement, more than 30 disciples of the martial arts school sat down on the ground, forming a circle. A few of them excitedly boasted to others about how they had found a flaw in Coach Su during the previous match and successfully hit him once. Meanwhile, most of the disciples either admired and envied them or reluctantly declared that they could do the same in the remaining matches. It seems this training method is effective in motivating the students. Su Chen's keen senses easily picked up on the whispers of each student. He nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he might not be entirely lacking in potential as a coach, especially in terms of fostering the students' enthusiasm. Almost all the martial arts students were excited about the upcoming training, except for Yang Hongwu, who looked dejected and approached Su Chen to complain. "Brother Su, do you have to always take me out first? It's so hard for me. Can't I get a chance to hit you once?" His eyes were filled with deep resentment and gloom. Su Chen felt uneasy under that gaze and chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just taking you seriously. After all, you're the biggest threat to me. If I don't deal with you first, I can't afford to show any openings while dealing with other students. I don't feel happy at all about this kind of attention." Yang Hongwu sighed. "I feel like my participation in this competition is meaningless, except for learning how to feint in various poses." Su Chen also felt a bit awkward. Alright, I promise I won't take you out right at the start of the next round. After you attack me, then I'll prioritize targeting you. Deal. It's a promise." Yang Hongwu's eyes suddenly lit up. This meant he could finally hide in the shadows, looking for Su Chen's weaknesses, and perhaps even have a chance to land a hit. After finishing his conversation with Yang Hongwu, Su Chen took out his phone to check the time. With nothing to do, he simply sat on a chair, closed his eyes to rest, and eavesdropped on the apprentices discussing the so-called tactics against Coach Su with serious expressions. During this time, a few students secretly discussed whether they could take advantage of Coach Su showing any openings to pin him down, trying to turn the tables for a victory. To this, Su Chen just smiled and didn't take it to heart. Even if he intentionally exposes a flaw to let them strike, the difference in reaction time and physical ability between an ordinary person and him means that there is absolutely no chance they could truly pose a threat to him in a bare-knuckle fight. He even consciously decides where their punches will land. During this time, he overheard a few trainees jokingly discussing whether they could find a flaw to hit Coach Su in the face. In response, Su Chen silently noted the appearances of these trainees. "Well, I'm not someone who holds grudges, so I'll just give each of them a punch in the face later, which would satisfy their wish in a reverse way." The remaining half-hour quickly passed as he brutally trained these dozens of trainees. Unfortunately, aside from the first match triggering a side quest, there were no new quests triggered from beating this group of apprentices afterwards. Although there were no experience or training points gained, Su Chen still learned a lot from the practical combat, feeling that he had a deeper understanding of his newly enhanced physical abilities and was more skilled in mastering Baji Quan. This training was not only for the martial arts school trainees but also for himself. After bidding farewell to everyone in the martial arts school, Su Chen strolled leisurely down the street shrouded in night, opened a map app, and searched for nearby grain and oil shops or wholesale markets. Before long, he pinpointed a wholesale grain and oil market and, taking advantage of the darkness, stealthily slipped in thanks to his extraordinary physical abilities. Although Su Chen didn't know how to pick locks, he could certainly learn. He casually found a piece of wire and poked it into the keyhole. Unsurprisingly, he unlocked a lockpicking skill. He then spent 30 experience points to upgrade this not-so-difficult skill to elite level, instantly becoming an excellent locksmith. With ordinary locks like those found in most grain and oil shops, he could even open them with just a few twigs picked up from the ground. He effortlessly cleared out the stock of several grain and oil shops, leaving behind an appropriate amount of cash and perhaps even a little extra. Su Chen hurriedly left the scene with a storage space nearly filled with food supplies, waving his sleeves without leaving a trace. "In just one night, I've spent 100,000. Raising pets really is expensive." Returning home, Su Chen glanced at his pocket, which not long ago was stuffed full of cash, but now, there wasn't even a single bill left. He didn't count how many tons of food he had stored in the space, but he had scavenged everything edible: rice, millet, black rice, corn, flour, white sugar. Basically, he filled the nearly 4 cubic meters of storage space to the brim. A purchasing power of 100,000 is still considerable. If used solely for food, it could sustain an ordinary person for nearly 10 years. After awakening the Ant Queen in the beast taming space, Su Chen fed it a bit of every food item from his storage, and after several bags of rice and white sugar, he finally managed to satiate the enormous Ant Queen. "I will provide you and your colony with shelter and food, and perhaps even a larger territory to live in later. Until then, do not breed new ant colonies without my command. You should know the constraints of our signed contract. It's best not to make me resort to punishment." Su Chen calmly spoke to the Ant Queen, knowing that both carrots and sticks are necessary to better control this highly intelligent creature. Understood. The Ant Queen conveyed her willingness to obey. The contract provided by the system had already informed the Ant Queen at the time of signing that her life would be under Su Chen's control once the contract was signed. The Ant Queen is not foolish. After witnessing the power of the beast control space and the food Su Chen provided, she naturally knows how to choose. Su Chen nodded. "Great, you can breed a batch of soldier ants. Let me know how much food you need, and estimate how many to breed based on the size of this space. Prepare a batch of black ants in advance. They may come in handy if an irresistible danger appears. From now on, please call me the Mobile Ant Army." Su Chen could even envision a scene where hundreds of giant ants surrounded him to block the enemy, while behind him was a pile of various firearms and ammunition, ready to unleash tons of energy at any moment. TSK, at that time, I alone would be enough to rival nearly a battalion's worth of troops. "No problem," the Ant Queen replied. "Currently, this area can only support me in breeding 300 subjects. The more food, the better." 300, huh? Su Chen glanced at the beast controlling space, which was about 100 square meters. Indeed, just the massive size of the ant queen occupied a small part of the area. A single black ant was the size of a fist, and with 300 of them, it was really the limit. Any more would be too crowded. Well, 300 isn't a small number. It only takes less than 10 mutated black ants to subdue an ordinary person. With 300, even a supernatural being would be devoured without a trace if caught off guard. Even Su Chen didn't think he could handle 300 black ants up close. Using a simple combat power assessment, 300 black ants could easily take down a fully armed squad, which consists of about 30 to 40 people, in a close-range ambush. After tossing a few bags of food to the ant queen to replenish their consumption, Su Chen did not initiate hibernation this time. He silently closed the system interface and waited for the ant queen and her brood to cultivate the first batch of black ant troops. According to the ant queen's description, the time for black ants to grow from eggs to adulthood is not short. It takes a month and a half just for hatching, and another month and a half for the larvae to mature into adults, totaling 3 months. 3 months? That's way too long. Su Chen mumbled to himself, cultivating 300 mutated ants as consumables in 3 months is a bit extravagant. I wonder if there's a way to shorten this cycle in the Beastmaster space. Opening the system, Su Chen searched and indeed found an option behind the ant queen's panel. Cycle acceleration increased the rate by 10 times, consuming 100 experience points per day. The experience points consumed will increase with the size of the Beastmaster space, the number of creatures, and their life strength. Cycle acceleration? Sounds good. It basically means speeding out the time flow in the Beastmaster space by 10 times. Besides accelerating the ant queen's reproduction time, if my pets get injured, I can also use cycle acceleration to shorten their recovery time. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He felt that 100 experience points was not too expensive. If one day counts as 10 days, then the 3-month cycle could be shortened to just over 9 days. Wait a minute, just over 9 days? At 100 experience points per day, that would cost 900 experience points. It's one thing to not know, but once you calculate it, it's shocking. Su Chen silently glanced at his mere 300 experience points, looked up, and sighed to the sky. Being poor is original sin. I must find tasks to do quickly. There are too many places that require experience points in the future. So far, he has only won once on the lucky wheel. He wants to level up his specialization and expand his beast taming space a bit, and all of this requires experience points. Forget it, there's no rush to accelerate this. I'm not sure if I'll need the queen ant during this time. Su Chen silently closed the system interface again, deciding not to dwell on the experience points issue, and turned off the lights to sleep. A deep sleep ensued. Because he went to bed late, Su Chen slept all the way until noon the next day. After ordering takeout for himself, he sat on the sofa, sipping a drink while turning on the TV, tuning into the local station that broadcasts news every noon, feeling a bit nervous yet excited as he awaited news about the grain and oil shop. As expected, multiple grain and oil shops being robbed, with cash left at the scene, made the news. Since there was no economic loss, the shop owners did not intend to report it to the police. They merely regarded it as a bizarre incident and contacted media reporters. Watching the media reporters and shop owners chatting animatedly and speculating about who had the time to secretly empty the grain and oil shops while leaving cash behind, Su Chen smiled slightly, knowing that this incident shouldn't cause too much of a stir. As a young man influenced by Conan since childhood, he left no fingerprints and was not captured by any surveillance cameras, managing to sneak through many areas where traces could easily be left. Some may wonder what kind of thief can move tons of grain in complete silence overnight. But as long as no one reports it, no one suffers property damage, and no one investigates deeply, it won't be treated as a supernatural event that draws the attention of the Special Abilities team. It's Saturday, and Su Chen plans to stay home and relax for the whole day. He has been too busy lately, with tasks piling up one after another, and he has faced life and death crises no less than 3 times. It's hard to believe that just over half a month ago, he was still a struggling office worker typing reports in a skyscraper. Su Chen lazily leaned back on the sofa. If it weren't for the system tasks, I wouldn't dare believe I could be so active. TSK, as long as I can see actual rewards, anyone could become proactive, right? If there were no system tasks, he would probably instinctively try to avoid many of the tasks he faced. Ding dong. The phone notification sound rang out. Su Chen swiped the screen and found that it was a WeChat message from Miss Mo, asking what he has been busy with these days. Due to the high-level secrecy involving the secret realm, Su Chen confidently replied with 8 words, military secret, no comment. Miss Mo, military secret? Aren't you on vacation? Su Chen typed back, is it not acceptable to accidentally get involved? Trouble fell from the sky while I was at home. Is your luck really that bad? Miss Mo sent a smirking emoji. Su Chen replied boldly, no, the one with bad luck is my enemy. He thought to himself, if it weren't for taking on the task of protecting you, I wouldn't have exposed my lightning element abilities, and attracted the attention of these ability criminals. Upon reflection, Su Chen felt that his luck was indeed a bit unfortunate. Miss Mo, alright, your luck isn't that bad. Miss Mo, what exactly is the secret? Can you share a bit? Su Chen sent a shrugging emoji. Didn't I already say it's a secret? No comment. Miss Mo, just a little hint would be fine. How about I offer $1 million for this information?
Su-chen was taken aback and hesitated before typing. Am I the kind of person who was greedy for money? Miss Mo sent another smirking emoji and didn't respond. Su-chen sent a farewell emoji. Go ask the ability team yourself. I don't want to face a military tribunal. We signed a confidentiality agreement regarding that matter. The value of the Moonlight Secret Realm is still unclear, but the government has always placed great importance on its emergence. Everyone present, including Su-chen, signed a temporary confidentiality agreement which prohibits disclosing information about the secret realm to others for periods ranging from a few months to over 10 years. Miss Mo didn't press further. Alright, I'll check it out myself. After closing WeChat, Su-chen tossed his phone aside and sighed. It's really hard to deal with. If it weren't for his accumulated bounties making him a millionaire, he might have been overwhelmed by Miss Mo's financial pressure. She casually throws out millions, and her pocket money is just too terrifying. Indeed, for someone with a fortune of billions, $1 million is like $10 for an average person. It's negligible, probably just the cost of 1 or 2 meals. After finishing his takeout, Su-chen lay on the sofa like a sloth, continuing to grind through the game to relax from the accumulated fatigue of the past few days. Ding! Successfully digested 30% of the ability crystal, gained 1 ability point. Not bad, the ability points from the ability crystal have finally arrived. Su-chen didn't rush to open the ability tree diagram. 1 ability point can't do much. He wasn't planning to unlock the other abilities that only required 1 ability point. He decided to save them for now and unlock them later when needed. He spent the entire day in the game. This was the most enjoyable day Su-chen had experienced in half a month. Indeed, after going through extraordinary events, he realized that ordinary days are the most relaxing and beautiful. He relaxed his grip on the controller, moved his body, and heard the satisfying cracking sounds of his joints, instantly restoring his condition. WeChat notified him of a message from Miss Mo. Secret Realm? Seeing these 2 words, Su-chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Mo Lishuan to actually ask about it. What happened to the military secret? Is it really that insignificant in the information channels of business moguls? Mo Lishuan sent a confused expression sticker. I heard my grandfather mention that a secret realm passage was discovered in the city. Su-chen, can you explain what that means? Can't you just search for it on Baidu yourself? Su-chen clicked his tongue. This rich young lady really didn't read much fiction, or how could she not know such a common term as secret realm? A secret realm is a hidden place beyond the mundane. Mo Lishuan sent a meme of a girl frowning, not willing to reveal anything at all. Su-chen replied with a shrug meme. My dear young lady, I already said I don't want to go to a military court. Why make it difficult for me? Mo Lishuan was silent for a few minutes. Forget it, your vacation is about to end anyway. See you the day after tomorrow. After this, she sent a mischievous cartoon cat with a sly smile. Su-chen was speechless. This rich young lady was really too clingy, wasn't she? Did she really develop feelings for him because of a hero saving the beauty, just like in a cliché script? Although it's not unacceptable, it still feels a bit unsettling, this kind of unreal development. Wait, that's not the point. Am I really going to be assigned as that young lady's personal bodyguard the day after tomorrow? The possibility is quite high. If that rich young lady really uses her family's influence, it wouldn't be difficult at all to move a government worker like me, right? Besides, her reason is quite legitimate. Su-chen pinched his nose bridge. If I get assigned to be a bodyguard, I'll probably have fewer opportunities for side missions, and if something really happens, it could be life-threatening. I wonder how long this bodyguard job will last. Forget it, whatever will be, will be. Throwing his phone aside, Su-chen continued to grind through the game, playing until the early hours before going to sleep. Knock knock. Early in the morning, the knocking at the entrance startled Su-chen awake. Almost forgot, Xiaoyi is coming over on Sunday. While yawning, Su-chen said not to rush as he walked to the entrance to open the door. Brother Su-chen. Xiaoyi, as always, rushed over with a cheerful smile to hug him. Su-chen caught the little girl and spun her around before putting her down. I heard that someone blew up your door a few days ago? Xiaoyi curiously looked at the newly installed security door at Su-chen's entrance. I just heard about it from Grandma Lu downstairs yesterday. She said she saw someone blow up your door with her own eyes. Such a big incident, why hasn't the property management posted any notices? The police have kept this matter under wraps, so the property management certainly wouldn't post any notices to publicize it. Su-chen shrugged and said, I heard it was a mental patient who escaped from the hospital. Luckily, I was at home when he blew the door open. I subdued him in no time. And there wasn't much damage. Later, the property security said they were also responsible and settled with me privately, compensating me a few tens of thousands. Oh, so there really was a mental patient who escaped? I thought that only happened in TV dramas. Xiaoyi was incredibly surprised and didn't doubt that Su-chen could easily subdue the other person, as she had witnessed Su-chen's skills during the one-on-one match with Yang Hanggu at the Bajiquan martial arts school. Let's not talk about that. Su-chen turned around proudly and picked up a car key from the coffee table, spinning it between his fingers. Guess what this is? Xiaoyi looked unconvinced. The car has arrived? He. Su-chen caught the car key in his palm. Do you want to go for a ride? Not really. Xiaoyi seemed uninterested in Su-chen buying a car. Instead of going for a ride, you should hurry and make breakfast. I didn't have dinner last night and I'm looking forward to your cooking. Is it really that exaggerated? Suchin said this but couldn't help smiling as he patted Xiaoyi's head. You can eat less for dinner, but you can't skip it. As the saying goes, man is iron and rice is steel. If you skip a meal, you'll feel anxious. Xiaoyi clicked her tongue and said, Suchen, you talk just like my grandpa. After teasing each other, Suchen took ingredients from the refrigerator and went to the kitchen to make breakfast, considering that Xiaoyi didn't eat last night, so he made a little extra. After clearing out the grain and oil store, he wouldn't need to go out to buy groceries for a long time. The storage space was stocked with grains, oil, vegetables, MSG, and seasonings, everything one could need. Moreover, the items in the storage wouldn't mold or spoil, staying fresher than vacuum-sealed. Carrying out 2 servings of breakfast, Xiaoyi couldn't wait any longer, her eyes shining as she stared at the egg rolls and 2 servings of snacks in Suchen's hands. Wow! Today's breakfast is even better than last week's? Suchen, your cooking skills have improved again. After finishing her portion, Xiaoyi, not caring about her ladylike image, licked her lips and stared intently at the portion Chen hadn't finished yet, stealthily reaching for her chopsticks. Can you make another serving? I feel like I'm still not full. No, I can't. I went hungry yesterday, so I can't binge this morning. Suchen calmly moved the chopsticks that Xiaoyi had extended, saying, well, you can eat a bit more at noon, as long as you're not afraid of gaining weight. Xiaoyi made a pitiful expression and secretly pinched her little belly. After finishing breakfast, Suchen checked his WeChat messages and found that Xing Fian had added him through Miao Yueying's introduction. Miao Yueying also sent a message stating that there was new progress in the chain rear-end collision case, seemingly identifying 3 suspects, one of whom was missing. According to the typical script development, it's highly likely that this missing person is the supernatural criminal. Need any help? Suchen asked Miao Yueying. No need, we haven't found any leads on the suspects yet. We're still better at tracking in this area. Miao Yueying sent a smug cat emoji. I'll consider notifying you when we lock in on the suspects. Okay. It seems this side quest will require some more waiting. After replying to the messages, Suchen pondered for a moment. This time, most of the side quests relied on external help, which reminded him that he wasn't playing a single-player game. For tasks he couldn't complete alone, he could try to get others to assist him. He was not fighting alone. Brother Suchen, what are you thinking about? Little Lee came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes and found Suchen deep in thought on the sofa. She sneakily approached him and, with her still damp little hand, gave him a cold surprise. Hee. You were careless. Take this. Suchen countered without hesitation, scratching her armpit, which made the little girl burst into laughter. After playing a few rounds of a 2-player game in the living room, as per usual, Suchen took Little Lee out to play. Unlike before, this time they could drive wherever they wanted without needing to take the bus or a taxi. Parking lot. Little Lee sat in the back seat, curiously exploring. This seat is quite comfortable. It really feels different from my dad's Audi. Of course. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It looks just like an ordinary BMW, but the interior decoration is quite different. Suchen was in a good mood, stepping on the gas as he left the neighborhood. Where do you want to go? Today is my last day of vacation. I might not be home next weekend. Little Lee was puzzled. Don't you guys get weekends off? Of course we take vacations, but it doesn't necessarily have to be on the weekend, Suchen replied vaguely. My job is quite special. When things get busy, I might even have to work on national holidays. Little Lee understood. She knew that Suchen's work was classified under national law enforcement. The two discussed it a bit. They decided to skip the amusement park since they had been there last week, and Suchen had some reservations about Qingfeng Park, so they compromised and drove to a large shopping mall instead. Suchen knew that Little Lee was mainly interested in the arcade next to the mall, which was filled with claw machines, VR experiences, simulated shooting, racing games, and other gaming machines, often adjacent to the mall. It just so happened that Suchen also planned to buy a few formal outfits, so he had no objections. After all, he was considered a millionaire. His lightning element ability could even be sold for billions on the black market, yet his entire outfit cost less than 300 yuan, which felt a bit off. First, he spent 2 hours playing with Little E at the arcade. In the motion sensing game segment, the little girl was having a blast, but to Suchen, it all seemed childish. He had seen little sprites, giant mutated insects, and ghosts in reality. What fun could there be in VR games that only made people dizzy? Compared to that, games operated with controllers or keyboard and mouse are much more enjoyable. It will take at least another decade for motion sensing games to truly become mainstream. During this time, Xiaoyi became obsessed with claw machines. The girl spent over 10 tokens just to grab the smallest toy. Suchen couldn't stand it, so he bought a few tokens and, using the claw machine techniques he found online, successfully grabbed all the largest toys inside and tossed them to her to hold. With a bunch of toys in her arms, Xiaoyi finally couldn't run around to play the arcade machines anymore and followed Suchen to the nearby mall to buy clothes. After wandering around the brand name store, the prices for clothing and shoes hovered in the 4-digit range. At first, Suchen had trouble adjusting his mindset and quietly sent a WeChat message to team leader Xing, asking how much longer it would take for the reward to be deposited into his bank account. He received a reply that it would be within a week at the latest. He then glanced at the 7-digit balance left in his online banking and finally took a deep breath to start shopping. 5 pairs of sports shoes, 2 suits, 6 brand name outfits for changing, and some regular t-shirts. I also bought 2 dresses for Xiaoyi that she had been eyeing. Suchen couldn't bear to look at how much he spent when he swiped his card. In any case, it was at least a 5-digit sum. He had no idea what the first digit was. Perhaps it might even be a 6-digit sum? Today is really great. In the backseat of the car, Xiaoyi was happily hugging a bunch of dolls and dresses. Brother Su-chen, you've really struck it rich, huh? Buying so many clothes in one go, it felt like the salespeople in the mall thought you were sponsoring me. Su-chen rubbed his forehead. Ahem, it's not like I buy clothes every day. I just wanted to buy enough at once. With these clothes, I might not need to go to the mall for a few years. He usually spent no more than a few hundred yuan on clothing, so buying these brand name items that cost thousands or even tens of thousands was truly uncomfortable for him. He thought he had treated money like dirt, but after buying a few slightly higher-end items today, he realized that his money really wasn't much. Just these 10 or so pieces of clothing were worth more than the mountain of grains and oils in his storage space. But to be honest, it's true that a person looks good in fancy clothes. After Su-chen changed into an expensive designer outfit, he actually looked quite handsome. The moment he walked out of the changing room, both Xiaoyi and the salesgirls in the mall noticeably brightened up. This shows that clothing really boosts one's hidden charm. In the future, I still need to buy a house, a car, and support my queen aunt. TSK, when I calculated carefully, nearly 10 million in rewards might not even be enough. Su-chen muttered to himself. Relying solely on the national bounty to get rich is a bit difficult. Can't I use my abilities to make some money? Using my X-ray vision at a casino is one thing, but he didn't really like gambling, which is a selfish activity. Maybe gambling on jade is a good idea? This kind of plot often appears in novels, where a guy with X-ray vision goes to gamble on stones and can see at a glance whether there's jade inside. However, for gambling on stones, he actually didn't need to unlock X-ray vision. A simple investigation would suffice, and he wouldn't even have to think to know whether there was jade inside and its value. Su-chen slapped his thigh. It doesn't have to be gambling on stones. Using investigation to deal in antiques would be even more profitable. He suddenly discovered a way to make money, scouring the antique market for bargains. As long as he can find a valuable antique, it could be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, right? It's easy, safe, and the money comes in fast. Brother Su-chen, what are you grinning about? Little E peeked through the rearview mirror to look at Su-chen. Ahem, it's nothing, just suddenly remembered a corny joke. Su-chen cleared his throat and said, do you want to check out the antique street near the bell tower? Little E was puzzled. Antique street? What are we going there for? Su-chen stroked his chin and said with a smug smile, I observed the stars last night, and today my luck must be extraordinary. Speak plainly. Little E rolled her eyes at him. Su-chen straightforwardly said, I think I can find some good treasures. You want to go to the antique street to hunt for antiques? Little E hesitated, uncertain, but I've heard from my family that the things sold on the antique street are all scams for outsiders, not a single real item in sight. Su-chen laughed and said, it's fine, even if there's only one real item among 100, it will definitely end up in my hands. So confident? Xiaoyi questioned. Brother Su-chen, you're not thinking that just because you've read a few books on antique appraisal, you can tell the real from the fake, right? Modern counterfeiting techniques are not that easy to spot. Hee, you don't need to say more, just sit tight and watch. Su-chen pressed the accelerator and turned the steering wheel towards Antique Street. The most famous antique street in the city is the ancient and modern street within the ancient city wall. The plaque of this street dates back to the Ming dynasty and is one of the most famous tourist attractions inside the ancient city wall. The sides of the street are nearly filled with vendors selling various antique items, including many who claim to be selling family heirlooms. Most of these vendors are scammers, but there are also some genuine items mixed in. After all, many antiques have changed hands countless times, making it hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. Sometimes, even the scammers themselves can't tell if what they bought is genuine or fake, they just sell everything at a half-authentic price. There have been many instances where buyers thought they had bought a fake, only to find out upon appraisal that it was actually genuine. Parking the car in a nearby timed parking space, Su-chen and Xiaoyi strolled along the bustling antique street, where the entire street was steeped in ancient charm, filled with crowds, including many foreign tourists taking photos. After buying 2 servings of mirror cakes, they ate while gazing at the stalls on both sides of the street. Su-chen constantly used his keen observation skills on the antiques that looked promising, trying to find a genuine antique among them. However, in fact, the vast majority are of the following types. Jade Rui, modern replica, made of Xiuyan jade, industrially aged, imitating the scratching spoon from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty. Jadeite ring, modern replica, made from beer bottle bottoms, industrially aged, imitating crafts from the late Republic of China. Qinghe shrimp play painting, modern replica, painted by Jia Min, industrially aged, imitating paintings by Qi Baisher from the late Republic of China. Ceramic night pot, early Republic of China, used for holding human waste. What the hell? Who brought out a night pot to sell? Su-chen was momentarily stunned, surprised to see a big brother dressed like a migrant worker not far away. Although this is a genuine item, we can't bring ourselves to buy it. It's just a urinal. Even if it's from the Qing dynasty, it would only be worth a few thousand at most. How much could it be worth from the Republic era? Forget it, let's just pretend we didn't see it. Wasn't there someone just now using a beer bottle bottom as a jade ring? That's too much, they can't even bear to use jade. At least the scratching spoon above used the cheapest Xiuyan jade. With a playful attitude, Suchen asked the vendor how much the jade ring cost, but the old man didn't even lift his eyelids and immediately asked for 3,000. TSK, someone who doesn't know better might actually be intimidated by this act. In a big forest, there really are all kinds of birds. As Suchen walked along, he was amazed. He was truly seeing all kinds of fake goods. Little Lee ran up to a vendor, her big eyes fixated on a string of purple jade beads, seemingly very fond of this high-quality decoration. However, she didn't say anything, blinked her eyes, and turned to leave. Suchen noticed the little girl's reluctant gaze and glanced at the purple jade bead bracelet. Purple jade bracelet, Nanyang ice-type purple chalcedony, a piece of jewelry worn by a socialite in the early Republic era, consecrated by a wealthy merchant who invited a high monk, possesses a slight spiritual essence that can protect the wearer from evil disturbances. Is it genuine? Suchen's eyes brightened slightly as he approached nonchalantly. Do you like this string of jade beads? I'm just looking around. Xiaoyi shook her head, not intending to let Suchen spend any more money. After all, she wasn't his girlfriend, and buying 2 dresses today was already pushing it. If you want it, just say so. This isn't worth much anyway. Suchen pretended to be clueless as he picked up the bracelet and asked the vendor, how much for this? The elderly vendor was examining a book with a magnifying glass when he glanced at the purple jade bracelet in Suchen's hand. 100,000. 100,000? Xiaoyi exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she tugged at Suchen's sleeve and whispered, that's way too expensive, should we leave? Suchen also feigned shock, but instead of turning to leave, he asked, may I ask why it's 100,000? You aren't suggesting this string of jade beads was worn by Empress Dowager Cixi, are you? The old vendor shot a glance at Suchen and said, if Empress Cixi had worn it, it wouldn't just be 100,000. Then please tell me, why is this bracelet worth 100,000? Suchen touched the purple jade bracelet and replied, in my opinion, this bracelet is worth at most 20. The old vendor, without saying a word, exclaimed with a flower-like tongue, get lost. Suchen, thick-skinned, coughed twice and said, cough cough, don't be so angry. If we can't buy it, let's keep things civil. Old man, just give me a fair price. How much do you want if it's under 100? The old vendor raised his hand and extended 5 fingers, at least this amount, otherwise I won't sell. 50,000? Suchen pondered for a moment and was already swayed. If this string of jade beads truly possesses a slight spiritual essence that wards off evil, let alone 100,000, in the eyes of someone in need, it might even be worth hundreds of thousands. He was merely used to pressing the price down a bit. After all, in the antique trade, if you don't negotiate from the start, the other party will raise the price instead. Alright, 50. Just as Suchen was about to agree, Xiaoyi spoke up, the string of jade beads isn't worth 500, at most 200. We'll take it. Deal. The old vendor's expression changed instantly, and with a smile, he pulled out a QR code from his pocket and said, here, scan to pay. The old man's change of expression was as quick as the weather changing from cloudy to clear, leaving Suchen stunned, thinking that the 5 fingers he had just shown meant 500, not 50,000. Damn, almost got fooled. Looking at the old man's expression that seemed to say he couldn't back out now, Suchen felt a bit dazed. If it weren't for the system scan showing that this bracelet had a faint spiritual essence, he would have almost doubted whether he was being tricked as a fool. Could this bracelet really only be worth a few dozen yuan? After re-evaluating it once again, there were no issues. It was indeed a faintly spiritual purple chalcedony bracelet. Suchen took out his phone and paid 200 yuan, gesturing for Xiaoyi to stretch out her hand so he could put the purple chalcedony bracelet on her. Since Xiaoyi was quite petite, the female-sized bracelet was a bit loose, sliding up and down her wrist as she moved her arm. So beautiful. Xiaoyi smiled and said, thank you, brother Suchen. The old stall owner pulled out a smoking pipe from beside his chair and took a puff. Young man, besides this string of jade beads, I have plenty of other good stuff. Look at that jade Buddha necklace next to it, it's beautiful. Since you're so good to your sister, I'll sell it to you for a cheaper price. How about 500? Sister? Xiaoyi shot the old man a glance without leaving a trace. Suchen didn't pay much attention to Xiaoyi, his gaze swept across the old man's stall, using his skills to investigate. However, he found that none of the other items were genuine, and the jade Buddha necklace recommended by the old stall owner was made of cheap synthetic materials, not even real jade. Let's go. After patting Xiaoyi on the head, Suchen waved to the old stall owner and turned to leave. Once Suchen and Xiaoyi had left, the old stall owner's mouth curled into a smile. He tapped the smoking pipe on the edge of the table and pulled out another string of jade beads that looked quite similar to the previous one, placing it back on the stall, except this time it was light green jade beads. Clouds are not clouds, mist is not mist, part the clouds and mist to see the sunrise. The old stall owner smacked his lips around the smoking pipe, shaking his head and swaying, blowing smoke and mumbling something only he could hear. Walking on the bustling ancient and modern streets. From a distance, Suchen turned to look at the old man's stall over 10 meters away and quietly said to Xiaoyi, who was happily playing with a purple jade bracelet on her wrist, this string of jade beads is genuine. Ha! Xiaoyi was taken aback. Suchen stroked his chin and smiled. From my observation, this bracelet is made of Nanyang ice-type purple chalcedony. Just the material alone should be worth more than 200 yuan, and the edges of the beads are engraved with several traditional characters from the Republic of China. I suspect it dates back to the late Qing dynasty or early Ming dynasty. Xiaoyi, half believing, held the bracelet up to her eyes.
Upon closer inspection, she indeed saw several tiny characters engraved on the top bead, Year 6 of the Republic, given to a beloved one. Could it just be a deliberate imitation? Xiaoyi still had some doubts. She simply thought the beads were beautiful, and it seemed too coincidental to stumble upon a genuine piece. Don't believe me? Suchen said mysteriously with a smile. If you don't believe it, we can go to a specialized appraisal shop and have an expert take a look. It's not that I don't believe it, it's just, it feels a bit unbelievable. Xiaoyi touched the bead and lightly exclaimed, strange, why is this bead not cold at all? Instead, it feels a bit warm? Suchen smiled without speaking. This should be one of the manifestations of the weak spirituality of this string of jade beads. He had heard others say before that truly spiritual jade could nurture its wearer, and this time he had seen it for himself. He took Xiaoyi to a nearby appraisal shop to have the beads evaluated. The shop owner said he couldn't tell if the beads were from the Republic of China, but this jade was indeed good quality. Even if it was modern, it was worth at least 1,000. The owner even tentatively asked Xiaoyi if she was willing to sell the bead bracelet, offering $2,000 for it. Xiaoyi looked to Suchen for advice. Suchen certainly couldn't agree to sell it. Come on, not to mention 2,000, even if you offered 200,000, you might not be able to buy it. Outside the appraisal shop, Xiaoyi hesitantly held the jade bead bracelet and said, Brother Suchen, why don't you keep this bracelet? It might be an antique. This bracelet is for women, what would I do with it? Suchen laughed and said, besides, if you hadn't set your eyes on this bracelet first, I wouldn't have bought it. Alright, wear it well. It's best not to take it off too often. I've heard that aged jade can have spirituality and can protect its owner. He conveyed the most important information to Xiaoyi in a joking tone. This bracelet may not be of much use to him, but for Xiaoyi, it might save her life one day. Having encountered so many supernatural events in the special abilities group, Suchen sometimes worries that the people around him might face such dangers. Creatures like little spirits and mutated beings are somewhat manageable. Hiding in the house might help avoid them. However, if they encounter evil spirits or ghosts, there would be nowhere to hide. Thank you, Brother Suchen. You're so nice. Xiaoyi gleefully rushed over to hug Suchen and planted a kiss on his cheek. You hand out kindness cards at the slightest disagreement. Suchen shook his head with a smile. Come on, let's continue to find good stuff. After wandering around ancient Boundary Street for another hour, as expected, he found several genuine items among the sands of the vast sea. Unfortunately, the stalls selling genuine antiques either knew the value of their treasures and refused to lower their prices, or the items weren't worth much, like that Republic-era chamber pot, which was genuine but not presentable. In the end, the only treasures that Suchen truly acquired, besides the purple jade bracelet, were a copper coin, a Taoist Bagua copper coin from the Ming dynasty, which he bought for just over $30. This copper coin is a Taoist talisman, different from ordinary coins. It has no inscriptions on either side, but instead features symbols of the Bagua, Chen, Kun, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Jin, Li, and Kansas, only symbols, no words, with 4 symbols on each side. The cultural value of such Taoist talismans is not high. Even as a Ming dynasty antique, it would not be worth more than $1,000. The real reason he bought it was that this copper coin also had a faint spiritual essence. This kind of spiritual essence doesn't necessarily ward off evil when worn, it can also attract it. Investigation showed that this coin belongs to the latter category. Bagua copper coin, a Taoist altar talisman used for summoning spirits. After hundreds of years of being submerged in the world, it has developed a hint of spiritual essence, which has a special attraction to evil spirits. Carrying this coin increases the likelihood of being haunted by malevolent entities, and its spiritual essence can enhance the success rate of summoning spirits and divination. For the sake of the vendor's safety, Suchen resolutely bought it for $30. He isn't afraid that this copper coin will attract evil spirits. After all, he can usually toss it into his storage space. If this item can still be effective through a spatial barrier, then it must be quite remarkable. As for its usefulness, it's a good idea to buy such a sentient treasure regardless. Brother Suchen, shouldn't we be heading back soon? Little E squatted down and rubbed her fair ankle. She thought she was quite confident about shopping, but after following Suchen for so long, she was feeling a bit exhausted. Yeah, let's go back. During this time, he wasn't sure how many times he had used his reconnaissance ability, and Suchen felt that the energy in his dantian was almost depleted. Although the reconnaissance ability consumes very little mana, it adds up after hundreds or thousands of uses. If it weren't for the fact that some of his mana could automatically recover during this time, he probably wouldn't have made it this far. Fortunately, this trip wasn't entirely fruitless. They returned to the timed parking lot and drove back home. As they moved the clothes and dolls upstairs, residents taking the elevator saw them carrying a full load and were left in shock, thinking they had raided a toy store. Back at home, Little E said she wanted to try on the new clothes and ran back to change into 2 pink dresses. Taking advantage of the break, Suchen took out the Bagua coin from his pocket and played with it, flipping it on his fingertips, occasionally flicking it into the air and catching it with his hand. The purpose of this Bagua coin is to summon gods and spirits and to divine fate. It really has a Taoist flair. Suchen clicked his tongue, pondering, I probably won't be able to use it for summoning gods and spirits, but as for divination? Hey, I think I saw some divination-related abilities in the ability tree before? Maybe it will come in handy. He summoned the system interface and switched to the complex ability tree. Beginner Fate Insight to glimpse the traces of the Great Path, receiving a warning thread from the past, present, or future in various forms.
The success rate of Fate Insight depends on the magnitude of the event.
Requires 2 ability points. This ability must be used in conjunction with divination, fortune-telling, luck measurement, deduction, etc.
Fate Insight?
From the description, it sounds a bit like an ancient fortune-teller. Suchin smiled, wondering if he would end up developing into someone who calculates and predicts disasters for the day. But to be honest, if I could truly predict some processes or outcomes in advance, from a macro perspective, this ability is quite powerful. This Fate Insight belongs to the precognitive abilities, and there are even more outrageous ones beyond this. There is a powerful ability near the bottom of the ability tree called Instant Precognition, which allows one to foresee events in a way that ordinary people cannot comprehend and change the future. It's almost invincible. This kind of extraordinary ability requires an astonishing number of ability points to unlock 20, and it seems some special conditions must also be met.
Special conditions?
Speaking of which, I must mention that the Blood of Titanos unlocked by Suchen also seems to have some special conditions that must be met
to reach its complete state.
As for what those conditions are, we'll have to wait until the pure Blood of Titanos is unlocked to find out. Once I level up again and gather 2 ability points, I'll see if I should unlock the ability to peek into fate. First, I need to unlock the divination specialization, Suchen mumbled to himself, casually tossing the Bagua coin in his fingers into the corner of his storage space. Suchen muttered to himself as he casually threw the Bagua coin in his fingers into the corner of his storage space.
Brother Suchen, look, isn't it beautiful?
Lily giggled and bounced out from behind the entrance door, her delicate white fingers pinching her skirt as her petite figure spun around gracefully.
Suchen nodded. Yeah, it's very cute. After this little girl put on a pink dress, why does she remind me a bit of a legal loli from some anime?
She's almost an adult, yet looks just like a girl in her early teens, with her height, figure, and chubby baby face.
When asked if you're pretty, why answer with cute?
Lily puffed her cheeks and mumbled something, seemingly dissatisfied with Suchen's answer.
How sensitive is Suchen's hearing? Even if Little E mumbled very softly, he could still hear her and quickly changed his response. The dress looks really beautiful on you, Little E.
Little E's smile grew wider as she hopped over to Suchen's side. Brother Suchen, next Friday is my good friend's birthday, and we're having a birthday party at KTV. I usually don't go to places like that and feel a bit out of place.
Can you come with me? KTV? Suchen indicated that he doesn't often go to such places either.
Aside from a few times in high school and college when friends dragged him there, he rarely visits such places.
It's not that he
can't sing, he just isn't used to the atmosphere where friends would drag him to drink, and he has no interest in beer at all. However, it's not very appropriate to let Xiaoi go to KTV alone with her friends.
Alright, I'll try to find time to accompany you in the afternoon.
Yes, at 6 o'clock.
We don't have evening self-study on Friday afternoons.
Xiaoi beamed. It's settled then, come pick me up from school.
Don't stand me up.
Ahem, unless something unexpected comes up at work, I will be there on time.
Suchen felt a bit guilty and could only respond vaguely.
The two played PS4 in the living room for a while, and after dinner, Xiaoi went back to do her homework.
Later in the evening, she came back to play multiplayer games with him until after 11 before going to bed.
A message from team leader Xing came through on WeChat. Xiaosu, you need to come to work tomorrow.
Come to my office at 8 in the morning, I have a task to assign to you.
Our team is short-staffed lately due to the development side, so everyone is a bit busy.
No problem.
After replying, Suchen glanced at the Ant Queen's egg-laying progress in the beast taming space. 300 eggs had already started to hatch. Fortunately, he left dozens of worker ants for the Ant Queen, otherwise, after the eggs hatched, there would be no one to care for the larvae.
He couldn't possibly
enter the beast taming space himself to be a caregiver, so he could only consume a large amount of experience points to accelerate the larvae's growth cycle.
He went to bed and slept through the night.
The next day, Suchen got up early, had breakfast, and drove to the ability group. Arriving 10 minutes early at team leader Xing's office, he pushed the door open and found quite a few people inside. Besides Miao Yueying and Xing Fian, there were a few familiar faces, Zhang Chenghui and the others, who had participated in the assessment with him 2 weeks ago.
Hey, have you finished your training? Suchen looked surprised at the three of them and asked the buzzcut Zhang Chenghui, aren't you supposed to train for 3 weeks before officially taking on tasks? Did you finish early?
Before Zhang Chenghui could answer, team leader Xing said, Xiaosu, these few are still provisional members for now. This time, you, along with Xiao Miao and Fian, are responsible for taking them on the task.
Oh, so I'm taking them on the task?
Suchen understood. Last weekend at the amusement park's haunted house, Zhang Chenghui and the others had also executed a task with Ji Changmin, but it ended rather hastily without any serious confrontation with wild ability users. Buzzcut Zhang Chenghui chuckled. Brother Hao, please take care of me for the upcoming tasks.
Suchen nodded and curiously asked, what do you train for at the military base?
Zhang Chenghui replied, it's mainly some basic knowledge for executing tasks in simulated combat, like firearms and close combat. The training methods vary for different abilities.
For example, Lu Yuan's training program is quite different from ours.
Lu Yuan is the older girl next to them, around 30 years old, with enhanced senses as her ability. Her sense of smell is over 10 times more sensitive than that of a police dog, her hearing is more accurate than a bat's echolocation, her vision is clearer than what a telescope can provide, her taste can distinguish many special materials, and her touch can adjust sensitivity, for example, turning off pain perception or enhancing sensation. This older girl is a support member, usually responsible for early warning of danger or logistics. Many might have forgotten that both Zhang Chenghui and another guy with glasses, Gao Sibo, have ordinary type abilities. Zhang Chenghui has 3 times the strength of an average person, while Gao Sibo has double the speed and strength of an average person.
Glancing at the 3 interns, Suchen didn't forget the main point and asked team leader Xing, "What is the mission?"
In fact, when he saw Miao Yueying and Xing Fian, he guessed what this mission was about.
Capture an ability criminal.
Team leader Xing picked up a stack of documents from the table and handed it over. This guy is very dangerous. It is suspected that he awakened his abilities within the past week. Based on current intelligence, he can manipulate multiple spiritual entities to attack others. The exact strength and number of entities he can control are still uncertain.
Was that series of rear-end collisions really caused by an ability user?
Su Chen had anticipated this and did not show any signs of surprise as he took the documents and glanced through them. The first page of the document had a 3-inch ID photo showing a sullen man aged between 20 to 30.
He was wearing a blue sweatshirt, appeared
slightly hunched, had a purplish birthmark on the left side of his forehead, and looked expressionless, somewhat resembling a person with autism.
Yu Ming Chang? He quickly scanned through the detailed text on the document.
This sullen man was actually only 20 years old, much younger than Su Chen had expected. He came from a poor family, his parents were divorced, and he was currently studying at a third-tier college, usually living on campus.
3 days ago, shortly after the chain reaction car accident, he disappeared.
The school reported it to the police, who have listed him as a missing person. The reason he was identified as a suspect by the Special Abilities team, aside from the coincidental disappearance, is that he was a roommate of one of the accident victims, had a very poor relationship with him, and had been beaten up by the victim the day before the accident, giving him a motive.
Su Chen handed the information to the 3 interns behind him and asked Miao Yueying, "Have you tracked his whereabouts?"
"Yes,"
Miao Yueying replied. "He is staying at a small hotel in Weiqing District, Xian City."
The police monitored his ID registration through their network.
Weiqing District, Xian City? Isn't that where Zhou Chuliang and the others' martial arts school is located?
Su Chen recalled the man in black who had come to their door last week, claiming to be the 4th disciple of Tong Bei Quan, looking for trouble, but was knocked out by Su Chen in an instant and ended up in the Special Abilities team. After that, he hadn't paid much attention to that guy. Team leader Xing said, "I've already informed Xiao Zhou to keep an eye on the suspect and wait for reinforcements to arrive before taking action."
The danger level of this supernatural criminal who manipulates spirits is very high. Ordinary people without means to deal with spirits will basically have no chance. Even if Zhou Chuliang's martial arts are not weak, can his fists hit a ghost? Catch them alive or dead? Su Chen instinctively blurted out.
Team leader Xing was taken aback. "Try to catch them alive. If it endangers the lives of our team members or poses a threat to public safety, you have the right to eliminate the criminal on the spot." Team leader Xing added, "If possible, try to capture them alive."
"Okay." Su Chen nodded awkwardly and, along with the others, left the office to retrieve the equipment specifically designed to deal with ghosts from the warehouse.
There are mainly 3 types of specialized equipment for supernatural events: special material bullets, plasma-triggered metals, and a powerful ultraviolet flashlight. There's not much to introduce about the first and last items, mainly the plasma-triggered metal.
Su Chen held the round metal in his hand.
It was somewhat thick, about 1 centimeter in thickness and 5 centimeters in diameter, with a circular protruding probe in the
center.
It is said that it will automatically trigger if a ghost approaches within half a meter.
Plasma causes little harm to the human body but is very damaging to spirits.
This device is a new piece of equipment developed this year and is still in the testing phase. With limited supply, each person can only be equipped with one.
There are also restrictions on special material bullets.
As a level 4 member, Su Chen can receive 50 rounds of ammunition, while others can only get 20 or 30 rounds. This stuff is quite scarce.
How are we getting to the neighboring city? Su Chen glanced at the abilities group's garage. We aren't still taking those broken cars, are we? Although Xian Weicheng is not far from the suburban area where the abilities group is located, it still takes about an hour by car, and it could take longer if there's traffic. What else? Do you want to take a helicopter? Miao Yueying rolled her eyes at him and then blinked, saying, "By the way, Su Chen, didn't you buy a spacious new car? Why not just drive your car for the mission? It would be faster getting there."
Su Chen had no objections to using his car for the mission. His original intention for buying a bulletproof car was to make it safer and more convenient for mission execution. Anyway, if it gets scratched or dented, the group can reimburse him, right? The 6 of them arrived at the parking lot in grand style.
Zhang Qinghui's eyes lit up. "How good, your car is nice. A BMW? It must be worth hundreds of thousands, right?" "About that."
Su Chen didn't intend to show off in front of his colleagues. He kept it low-key and said a few words, glancing at the 5 people around him. "So, it's 6 of us in one car? The 4 in the back seat are going to be a bit cramped." The implication was that the 5 people should choose someone to sit in the front passenger seat.
Su-chen, this drive is probably going to take almost an hour, so I won't bother you. Let me drive, okay?
Miao Yueying glanced at Xing Fian, not fighting for the passenger seat but aiming for the driver's seat instead.
It's not a bother, I'll drive myself. Su-chen firmly declined, joking? Trying to take the driver's seat in my car?
It was finally decided that Xing Fian would sit in the front passenger seat while the other 4 would sit in the back. Fortunately, his car was spacious enough so 4 people sitting side by side wasn't too cramped.
Miao Yueying was still not resigned, stubbornly saying, Su-chen, you just bought the car, can you even drive fast on the road? How about I drive instead? But Su-chen suddenly asked, if we speed while on a mission, will the traffic department deduct points?
No, they won't deduct points, the record will be cleared afterward.
Miao Yueying instinctively replied, then quickly became alert. What are you planning?
Let me say this in advance, if there's an accident, you'll still be legally responsible.
So you don't believe in my driving skills? Su-chen's lips curled into a wicked smile. Ha, today I'll show you what a speed demon really is.
With that, he slammed the accelerator for a 100-meter burst.
The car shot out like an arrow, racing through the gate.
The Special Abilities team is based in the suburbs, where the roads are wide and rarely have any vehicles, let alone surveillance cameras. With no surveillance and no other obstacles, the wide and flat road can be considered the best racing spot. A black BMW raced down the center of the road, its speed almost exceeding 200 miles per hour. It was like the wind, drifting around corners without slowing down, leaving a trail of tire marks on the ground, almost like a flash of lightning with sparks. The 5 people in the car stared wide-eyed in shock. If it were ordinary people, they would have screamed by now.
Miao Yueying exclaimed excitedly, Su-chen, are you crazy? Slow down. Aren't you afraid the car will flip? Trust my skills. Su-chen clicked his tongue and slammed the accelerator to the floor. With the level of a professional racer, as long as there's no traffic, we'll reach our destination in half an hour.
The BMW sped off, showcasing a thrilling display of speed and passion. In less than half an hour, the car finally arrived at the destination, parking in a spot at the Century Building. A group of people hurriedly opened the car doors and rushed out, their expressions resembling those who were about to be sick, and Zhang Chenghui even vomited all over the ground. Among the 6 people in the car, only Su-chen and Lu Yuan were in better shape.
Su-chen relied purely on his physical constitution
to be immune to dizziness, while Lu Yuan used her enhanced senses to block out the inner ear balance and avoid motion sickness.
How's my driving skill?
Su-chen flashed a smug smile at the pale-faced Miao Yueying. Miao Yueying huffed, I swear I will never drive for you again.
How good, your driving skill is impressive, but can you please drive slower next time?
Zhang Chenghui wiped his mouth and said with a wry smile, it felt more thrilling than a half-hour roller coaster ride. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Drifting at 200 miles per hour was truly unbearable, feeling like the car could take off at any moment. Alright, I'll try to drive more steadily next time, Su-chen said reluctantly, you guys just can't handle it. Honestly, I felt it was quite exhilarating. No one responded to Su-chen's remark. Xing Fian picked up her phone to contact Zhou Chuliang, inquiring about the surveillance situation on their end. After the call, Xing Fian said to everyone, the suspect is still sleeping in the hotel. Zhou Chuliang is on standby in the adjacent room, ready to act at any moment. Let's hurry over and aim for a quick resolution to minimize the impact.
Alright, I'll follow your lead, Captain.
This mission is led by Xing Fian, with the main combat members being Su-chen and Miao Yueying, while the remaining 3 intern teams are responsible for support tasks. The hotel where the suspect is staying is less than 100 meters in front of the Century Building. Zhang Chenghui, Gao Sibo, and Miao Yueying are stationed downstairs at the hotel to handle any emergencies, while Su-chen, Xing Fian, and Lu Yuan are responsible for the assault upstairs, with Su-chen as the primary force for subduing the criminal, supported by the other 2.
Room 511.
Xing Fian placed her hand on the gun pocket at her waist. The 3 did not take the elevator but carefully climbed the stairs to the 5th floor step by step. As soon as they reached the floor, Su-chen spotted Zhou Chuliang crouching quietly in front of a door, peeking inside through the crack like a peeping Tom. If a hotel staff member caught him, they would definitely call the police. Zhou Chuliang hurriedly ran up to the 3 and said, this guy hasn't come out since he entered the room last night, he should still be asleep in there. Let's just break the door down and catch him. Xing Fian whispered, use your police badge to get the staff to give you the key to room 511.
Try not to make any noise, and remember to take the stairs. Zhou Chuliang replied and quickly walked down the stairs.
As for why they didn't take the elevator, the reason was simple, spiritual entities have a significant effect on precision machinery.
Since they can cause the brakes to fail, they can easily cause the elevator to malfunction.
Moreover, dealing with spiritual entities in the confined space of an elevator is the most difficult.
Su-chen asked, is there anyone in 511?
Yes,
Xing Fian nodded. There are at least 3 souls in that room.
One has a strong presence, while the other 2 are somewhat weak. As for whether they are ghosts, I'm not sure.
However, Lu Yuan expressed doubt, is there really someone in there? I can't hear any breathing or heartbeat. No heartbeat or breathing? Are you sure?
Su-chen and Xing Feiyan were both somewhat taken aback, they both knew Lu Yuan's abilities. Even from 100 meters away, she could hear the whispers of ordinary people, so there was no way she couldn't hear a heartbeat and breathing through a door. At that moment, Zhou Chuliang came up with a master key. The four no longer hesitated. Su Chen and Xing Fei Yan exchanged glances, drew their guns from their waists, opened the door, and rushed into the room, aiming their guns directly at the bed. To their surprise, what came into view was a corpse. A male corpse lying in a pool of blood, head severed from the body. While Su Chen was astonished, he didn't forget to stay alert. He noticed a dark shadow floating in the open bathroom mirror nearby and quickly swung his gun to shoot. The special material bullet shattered the mirror, and a plume of black smoke dissipated from the broken shards. Another gunshot rang out. Xing Fei Yan unhesitatingly fired several shots at the headless corpse. Bang bang bang. The bullets struck the back of the corpse, causing blood to spatter and forcing out a twisted, grim black face. The gray-black face formed from black mist seemed to grow out of the flesh of a corpse. As it lifted its head, its features gradually becoming clear, and lunged towards Su Chen, who was closest to it. Get lost. Su Chen didn't tolerate this thing. With his fist charged with crackling arcs of electricity, he threw a punch straight at the gray-black face. Have you ever been hit by a fist charged with high-voltage electricity? The gray-black face barely struggled before it was smashed to pieces amidst the crackling arcs of electricity, dissipating into a vague black smoke, with a faint wailing sound echoing in the air. What the hell is that? As the gray-black face emerged, Zhou Chuliang was so frightened that he shrank behind the door, only showing his head after the black smoke cleared. In comparison, Lu Yuan was much calmer. What else could it be but a ghost? Su Chen glanced at him. You're a martial artist. Why are you as timid as a rabbit? Zhou Chuliang's face turned red with embarrassment, wanting to retort but unable to find the words. Xing Feiyan seemed accustomed to such scenes and was not frightened by the gray-black face. She quickly approached the corpse, turned its head over, and said seriously to the three people behind her, the deceased is the suspect. Su Chen was taken aback, leaned in to take a look, and saw that the bloodstained face was indeed the same as in the files. It was that gloomy man. What happened? The suspect we were supposed to capture is dead? Not having time to be surprised by this, Su Chen suddenly realized an issue and frowned, saying, Didn't you say there were 3 souls in the room? We only dealt with 2 just now. Where's the other one? It's on the bed. Xing Feiyan's expression was serious as she pointed to the slightly bulging bedding not far away, adding, The soul is clearer than the other 2 just now. I'm not sure if it's a living person or a ghost, so don't shoot yet. Let's lift the blanket. Be careful. I don't think it's a living person. Lu Yuan whispered. There's no sound of breathing or heartbeat. Look, even though the blanket is bulging in the shape of a person, there's no rise and fall in the chest area. When we shot earlier, there was no reaction at all. Yes, you're right, Su Chen nodded. But out of caution, let me go check first. This dangerous task should naturally be left to the strongest person on site. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Chen held a gun in one hand and prepared a thunderbolt in the other, cautiously approaching the bedside, tentatively lifting the corner of the blanket. As expected, it was another corpse. It was a female, beautiful in appearance, with exposed skin, her face frozen in a look of terror, no breath, and some slight livor mortis on her skin. Based on Su Chen's limited experience in corpse examination, she had likely died within the last day. A corpse, shoot it. After confirming there were no physiological features, Su Chen stepped back and said to Xing Feiyan, There is likely a soul still within the corpse, and it's highly probable that, like before, an evil spirit is lurking inside. A series of gunshots rang out, with the corpse being shot multiple times. A translucent spirit emerged from the corpse just before the bullets pierced through, and for a moment, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop several degrees, filled with a chilling aura. It was like the entrance of a boss. Shoot! Xing Feiyan whispered, raising her hand and firing several shots at the spirit. Su Chen followed closely behind, firing 5 or 6 shots in the blink of an eye, locking onto the ghost's potential escape routes. The translucent spirit, however, made no attempt to evade, and just like last time during the day, its body became distorted and transparent, about to disappear. At this moment, Lu Yuan, in a panic, happened to pull out a powerful ultraviolet lamp and shone it at the translucent spirit, illuminating the entire room. The translucent spirit seemed to be unfazed by the powerful ultraviolet lamp, but the intense UV light left it somewhat dazed, and it didn't become elusive again, getting hit by 2 bullets in place. A faint, haunting wail echoed. The translucent spirit was shot in the left shoulder and abdomen, leaving 2 holes, and its soul became very unstable. A second later, it burst into a shower of white light and vanished. Is it dead? Su Chen asked Xing Feiyan. Xing Feiyan nodded. It should be. Besides us, there are no other souls in the room. Su Chen put down his gun, glanced at the gloomy man in the pool of blood and the woman on the bed, and frowned at Zhou Chuliang, saying, What's going on with the woman on the bed? Didn't you say there was only one suspect in the room? How did you monitor it? I'm not sure how a woman suddenly appeared. Zhou Chuliang looked confused. He really hasn't gone out since last night. I've been secretly watching from the staircase, and aside from going to the bathroom, he hasn't even had time to eat. Xing Feiyan said, Let's not discuss that for now. We'll check the identity of the deceased later. The main issue is who killed the suspect and the deceased. Something seems off. Su Chen nodded, but he already had an answer in his mind. The gloomy man was not the real murderer controlling the ghost, otherwise his death wouldn't leave the side quest completely inactive. Perhaps this guy is just a decoy set up by the real murderer? The group fired so many shots on the 5th floor that the other guests couldn't possibly have not heard. Niao Yueying and Zhang Chunhui stationed downstairs were responsible for securing the scene, informing the store and guests that the police were conducting a raid to capture a murderer.
Call the local police station to handle the body.
The identity of the female corpse on the bed has been confirmed. She was a prostitute, the kind whose cards are slipped under the door in hotels. She was probably called by the gloomy man at some point, just as Zhou Chuliang went to the bathroom. The preliminary autopsy by the forensic expert indicates that the suspect died from a blunt force to the back of the head. A single blow was fatal, while the female victim died from extreme shock and had sexual intercourse post-mortem. The fluid found in her body belongs to the suspect.
This busy schedule has been going on since early morning until after 1 in the afternoon.
In the driver's seat in front of the police station, Su Chen rubbed his forehead, saying, "I really don't want to hear this messy autopsy report.
It makes me nauseous. Good grief, how promiscuous must this guy be? Cough cough, let's light a candle for the poor unfortunate hotel lady. I was just eating, so let's not talk about it for now."
Miao Yueying, who was slacking off in the passenger seat, shot Su Chen a glance and silently ate her jianbingwazi. "So what now?
Is the case closed?"
"Close what case?"
Su Chen replied, speechless.
"The suspect is clearly not the real murderer. The one who killed him is the actual culprit." At that moment, Xing Fian walked out of the police station, got into the back seat, and closed the car door. The autopsy on the suspect's wounds is complete. There are no livor mortis on the body, and the estimated time of death is within 2 hours. Based on the items at the scene, he was killed by an ashtray, which has no fingerprints and was found in the trash can in the room's bathroom. Xing Fian paused for a moment and said, "The police retrieved the hotel footage and checked everyone who entered the 5th floor. There are no suspects among them, and these people do not know the suspect, plus most of them do not have an alibi."
Died within 2 hours? Su Chen's expression was serious. What a coincidence.
There are no third-party fingerprints or traces in the room, and none of the people who entered the floor fit the profile of a suspect.
This is simply baffling.
Su Chen didn't know much about criminal investigation, but he realized that this case was more complicated than he imagined. He couldn't help but look at Xing Fian, finding she also seemed puzzled, so he swallowed the words he was about to say. Before long, several people responsible for handling other aspects of the case returned one after another, including Zhou Chuliang.
Su Chen suggested, "Shall we go eat first? It's on me."
Since there was no progress in the case, waiting idly was not a solution. Moreover, they had all rushed over without eating breakfast to carry out their tasks, and they were already starving. Although seeing that scene made it hard to feel hungry in the short term, Su Chen proposed treating everyone to try to shift their focus.
Of course, some people were the exception. Treating? Why didn't you say so earlier?
Miao Weiying stopped eating her pancake roll, her eyes wide like a hamster, and without caring about her ladylike image, she spat the mouthful of pancake roll into the bag and hurriedly got off the car to throw it away. "Let's go eat hot pot, the most upscale kind. Everyone come eat with me."
Su Chen rolled his eyes at Miao Yueying, speechless. "You're really not being polite, are you?" "Not at all."
Miao Yueying grinned shyly. "You're already worth millions. As a colleague, shouldn't I treat you to a good meal?"
"Worth millions?"
Zhou Chuliang, Zhang Chenghui, and the others looked at Su Chen in shock upon hearing this. Su Chen helplessly said, "I got lucky a while ago and took down 2 or 3 high-reward ability criminals in the country. The combined reward is probably close to 10 million, but the money hasn't been issued yet." Except for Miao Yueying and Xing Fian, everyone else was stunned. Their first reaction was disbelief that Su Chen could be so wealthy.
Their second reaction was wondering if working in the ability team was that lucrative.
"The reward this time hasn't come through yet, but the last 600,000 is still quite a bit," Miao Yueying added with a sly smile. "In any case, this time we must have a meal of high quality."
"Sure."
Su Chen suddenly regretted offering to treat, almost forgetting that there was this shameless, tough girl in the team. His little savings would have to suffer again.
After some discussion, everyone finally decided on a well-rated Hei de Leo hotpot restaurant based on the suggestion of the local Zhou Chuliang.
Fortunately, Zhou Chuliang had a car, otherwise 7 people wouldn't fit into one vehicle. It was an old SUV.
Under Miao Yueying's subtle push, Zhang Chenghui and Gao Sibo were sent to Zhou Chuliang's old car. Su Chen was surprised to find that all the
passengers were girls. Unfortunately, this time, it was the tough girl Miao Yueying sitting in the passenger seat, and Su Chen had no interest at all.
"Your car doesn't look much like a BMW X5, does it?"
Zhou Chuliang looked at the 3 girls in Su Chen's car with envy and jealousy, then suddenly his gaze fixed on the car body, looking serious and confused. "Oh, it's the upgraded version," Su Chen casually replied.
"There's an upgraded version of the BMW X5? You didn't buy a fake car, did you?"
Zhou Chuliang was skeptical, leaning closer to the car and taking a couple of glances. He then attempted to peek into the passenger seat to check the interior, but was met with a displeased punch from Miao Yueying, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "Bought it from a 4S store. It shouldn't be a fake, right?" Su Chen tapped on the car window. "For the safety of the mission, I specifically bought a bulletproof version."
"What? A bulletproof car?"
Zhou Chuliang was taken aback, reaching out to touch the car door and indeed finding that the metal and glass were unusually thick. The entire car was much sturdier than the standard model, and the materials were slightly different. It was truly bulletproof. The others also gathered around to take a look. They had seen military bulletproof vehicles in the military district, but it was mostly their first time seeing a civilian bulletproof car. "A bulletproof car?" Zhou Chuliang exclaimed, his eyes wide. "No way. I remember the bulletproof version of the X5 costs at least 4 million. Yeah, after all the procedures, it costs over 5 million to get it.
At this point, Suchin couldn't help but feel a bit pained, though he didn't show it. It was fine, this over 5 million was just a different form of companionship for him. This car costs over 5 million? Zhang Chenghui was stunned, looking at Suchen with admiration. Bro, you're just too extravagant. It's not that bad, a good car can ensure safety, right? Suchen calmly waved his hand. Let's be friends, rich guy. Miao Yueying in the passenger seat leaned over and hugged Suchen's arm. Do you need any accessories for your thigh? After knowing Miao Yueying for a while, Suchen realized that this girl was not a tomboy at all, but a pure goofball. After a brief interlude, the group set off for the hot pot restaurant. 7 people spent nearly 1,000 yuan on a meal, with Miao Yueying continuously ordering lamb rolls, while Zhou Chuliang, Zhang Chenghui, and Gao Sibo were also very unreserved, devouring meat dishes and indulging, looking like they were feasting like the rich. Only Lu Yuan and Xing Fian were somewhat restrained, at least they ate a few vegetarian dishes. After eating and drinking to their fill, the group didn't rush to leave but began to chat about what happened today. The ghost this morning was really terrifying. Although we had shock training during our training at the base, seeing a real ghost was a first for me, and it felt completely different from the training. Feeling a lingering fear, Lu Yuanqing curiously asked Xing Fian, with all the leads gone, what should we investigate next? Her question was exactly what most others wanted to ask. Xing Fian replied, for now, we can't continue the investigation. We can only study the scene and check the surroundings to see if we can find any clues. The hardest part of supernatural cases is not the resolution, but finding the source. Sometimes solving a matter takes only a short time, but finding the source requires a lot of effort and groundwork. Suchen remained silent, he had no clue about the case either. The hints from the side quest were too vague, only indicating that the culprit who manipulated the ghost was a madman who loved death and could draw power from it, with no further leads. Sigh, with the great changes in the world and the rising tide of supernatural powers, who knows how many more superpowered criminals will emerge. In a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds, 100 types of rice can feed 1,000 people. As long as there are a few antisocial personalities awakening dangerous supernatural powers, this world will not be peaceful. Perhaps the entire world will become like the traditionally simple Gotham City? Ahem, I think there might still be a chance with this case. Perhaps he was spooked by the ghost he saw in the morning. After drinking a few bottles of beer, Zhou Chuliang slurred, I've been monitoring the suspect. That guy doesn't seem like the type who can communicate well. Logically, someone like him wouldn't call for a service girl, so I deduced that the one who made the call must be the murderer. Oh, and then? Everyone found this guy's line of thinking quite interesting and turned their gazes toward him. Also, the murderer killed the suspect in the morning, but the service girl died last night. There was more than a 10-hour gap between the two events. It's possible the suspect and the murderer were in the room together during that time. They might even be acquaintances? Should we investigate the suspect's relationships again? Zhou Chuliang's thoughts became a bit unclear, and he trailed off mid-sentence. Your assumption has some issues. Miao Yueying interrupted him. The forensic examination showed that the girl was actually assaulted by the suspect after her death. How could it not be the suspect who made the call? By that logic, the suspect must have killed the girl. The main point is that there are no traces of a third party at the scene, not even footprints. If the murderer stayed inside for 10 hours, there should be some evidence left behind. Zhou Chuliang was speechless and said reluctantly, forget I said anything. Wait a minute. Suchen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Do you think it's possible that the killer is not human? Ha! The others widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at him in astonishment at this nonsensical guess. There are no traces in the room, the surveillance didn't record anything, and the suspect has been acting alone since revealing their tracks. Is it possible that it's not him controlling the ghost, but rather, the ghost is controlling him? After Su Chen proposed this hypothesis, he suddenly felt that many things started to make sense. What you said is indeed a possibility. There have been cases in the country before where someone was possessed by a malevolent spirit, leading to numerous murders. In the end, the person was shot on the spot, but the spirit escaped and continued to commit evil acts. It took a special mental ability user sent by the headquarters to capture it. Xing Fian frowned and said, but given the current progress of the case, there is not a single clue to support your hypothesis. Let me think carefully. Su Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly changed the subject, asking, why does the evil spirit in that case possess others to commit murder? Can't it do it itself? And what benefit does committing murder bring to it? Although the evil spirit is strong, it is essentially just a spiritual entity, which from a scientific perspective is merely a mass of mixed spiritual energy. It is very difficult for it to directly interfere with reality. In comparison, occupying an ordinary person's body to act is much easier. Xing Fian hesitated for a moment as for what benefits it has. At this point, Xing Fian glanced at the other 5 people present. This falls under classified information with a level of authority above level 3. Only Su Chen and I here have that authority. Could everyone step out for 2 or 3 minutes? This is a rule set by the team, otherwise, if it spreads around, it could lead to trouble. The crowd, who were fully engaged in gaining knowledge, felt disappointed upon hearing this, but they said nothing and all got up to leave for the restroom.
Only Su Chen and Xing Fian remained at the dining table.
Is this information really that important? Su Chen asked, puzzled.
Of course, classified information is meant to be kept from ordinary people. Xing Fian said solemnly, the reason why the malevolent spirits keep creating murder cases is that they can draw power from the resentment and fear of the deceased, strengthen themselves, and control the souls of the dead.
Some evil spirits can even devour ordinary souls? This matter should not be casually discussed as it could cause panic. Drawing power from death?
Su Chen was astonished, his gaze revealing a hint of realization. Having reached this point, he quickly understood the key. It turned out that the system's side quest had already provided the clearest hint, but he knew very little about supernatural cases and had simply failed to notice it. It could basically be confirmed that the deceased suspect was merely a tool, and the real mastermind was the malevolent spirit possessing him.
The question is, how to prove this to others? He couldn't possibly tell them that the system had already given a hint, right?
Even if he wanted to find a direction for the investigation, he needed to rely on clues. Su Chen was silent for a moment. You mentioned that malevolent spirits can control the souls of the deceased.
Could those two gray ghost faces in the hotel be created by the malevolent spirit using the souls of the two dead?
With the topic heading in this direction, Xing Fian also shifted her thoughts accordingly. It's possible.
Let's make an assumption. Su Chen opened his mind. If the true culprit is an evil spirit, the sequence of events might be like this.
The evil spirit possessed the suspect, first fulfilling their wishes to create a rear-end collision, killing a classmate who had a grudge against the suspect, and then urging the suspect
to escape to a neighboring city.
At the hotel, it incited him to call for a prostitute and kill her. When they noticed someone was watching them, it killed the suspect to escape. As long as there is a general direction, it's easy to deduce the thought process.
Xing Fian pondered Su Chen's hypothesis. Your guess is worth studying.
The two weak spirits in the hotel room happened to match the two deceased.
The other semi-transparent powerful spirit might just be the evil spirit.
But if that's the case, doesn't that mean we've already solved the case? The semi-transparent spirit was hit by 2 shots during the gunfire from the crowd and dissipated on the spot.
The evil spirit has not been resolved, Su Chen asserted.
If the evil spirit were resolved, his side quest should have been completed by now, but the system hasn't reacted at all.
Xing Fian questioned, why do you say that? The bullets did hit, and that spirit also dissipated right there. Did you forget what happened a few days ago at the accident scene? Su Chen hinted that semi-transparent spirit suddenly vanished just before the bullet was fired. If I'm not mistaken, the spirit at the accident scene and the one at the hotel are the same.
I suspect that cunning malevolent entity might have intentionally appeared to feign death.
Before Xing Fian could speak, Su Chen continued, if the accident was caused by the suspect's supernatural ability, then he wouldn't
have fled in fear of being caught, because someone who has just awakened their powers wouldn't even know about the existence of the ability group.
If we rule out the ability group, there's no way this accident could lead back to him.
Therefore, the suspect must have someone behind him who knows about the ability group, and it's highly likely that it's the malevolent entity possessing him. You're right, the actions of the malevolent entity are completely avoiding our ability group. Xing Fian was already convinced of Su Chen's speculation to a large extent. She frowned and said, if the killer is such a cunning malevolent entity, relying on our small group alone might not be enough to resolve this.
Yes, it is indeed very challenging. Su Chen nodded in agreement.
Whether we can defeat the malevolent entity is one thing, but the main issue right now is that we can't even find the ghost.
If we can't find the ghost, how can we fight it?
Xing Fian said, in that case, let's investigate the area for another afternoon.
If we still have no leads by 10 o'clock tonight, we'll head back. I'll report your speculation to my superiors and see if the research institute can send over a high-tech detection device for capturing evil spirits. High-tech detection device?
Yes, its full name is the Spirit Detection Device. It's said that the radar signal can cover a range of 3 kilometers.
It's quite large and requires a truck to transport it.
1 unit costs several hundred million, and it's not something that can be mass-produced. There are only a few in the entire country. Xing Fian continued, the Kyoto Research Institute has been working on launching this spirit detection device into space as a satellite to cover the whole country, making it much easier to deal with supernatural events. Unfortunately, it seems unlikely that we can reach that level in the short term.
A single unit costs several hundred million. Su Chen didn't know what to say. Is this thing really as expensive as a Shenzhou spacecraft? What high-tech materials is it made of? Is it really that exaggerated just to detect a spirit? He couldn't help but ask, what if we accidentally damage the device we applied for while capturing the evil spirit? What do we do then?
Xing Fian was speechless. The protective measures of that device are very strong. It shouldn't break easily.
Don't avoid my question. Are you saying that breaking it would land you in jail? Su Chen's lips twitched, not wanting to discuss this issue further. Let's wait until the application comes through before talking about it.
A few minutes quickly passed, and everyone who had gone to the restroom returned to their seats. Xing Fian and Su Chen informed the other 5 about their suspicion that the culprit was a malevolent spirit, and they determined the search direction for the afternoon, splitting into 2 groups to take action. Su Chen, Xing Fian, Miao Yueying, and Lu Yuan were responsible for conducting a thorough search around the hotel, looking for suspicious individuals and checking areas where malevolent spirits might be hiding. Zhang Chenghui, Gao Sibo, and Zhou Chulian were assigned to assist at the police station, waiting for the coroner's examination and further conclusions from the police investigation. They were to notify Xing Fian and Su Chen promptly if any clues emerged. These two groups were arranged very scientifically. Xing Fian and Lu Yuan's abilities were best suited for the search, while Su Chen and Miao Yueying served as the main combat force. Zhou Chuliang and the others couldn't help with the search. Their abilities were ineffective against ghosts, and their marksmanship was not exceptional, so they were sent to handle logistics first for safety and efficiency reasons. After settling the bill, the two groups drove off in different directions, while Su Chen and the others began searching the hotel area. Su Chen parked the car by the roadside and glanced at the closed hotel. The hotel owner is really unfortunate. Business was good, but suddenly 2 lives were lost. That room 511 probably won't be rented out for a long time. Miao Yueying complained, of course. That room not only had people die in it, but also ghosts. Ghosts, that saying isn't wrong. Miao Yueying's joke was a bit cold. The others didn't laugh, except for Xing Fian, who was amused. Su Chen couldn't help but take another look at this police girl. In the few days he had known Xing Fian, she had always been serious and unsmiling. He thought she was a stern and aloof ice queen, but maybe he just hadn't hit her funny bone? The search mainly depends on you too. If anything comes up, remember to call me. Good luck. Su Chen gave Lu Yuan and Xing Fian a thumbs up, secretly opened his phone, and prepared to take a short break. There was no other choice. Su Chen and Miao Yueying didn't have any investigative tools. Besides ensuring the safety of the two detectives, they couldn't do much else. At most, they could act as scouts while searching the residence. He opened his phone and found several messages on WeChat. Yang Hongwu's message: how go? There's a private gathering at a few martial arts schools in the province this weekend. Do you want to come? My master will be there, and I heard a grandmaster of national martial arts will also attend. Xiaoyi's message: Brother Su Chen, that purple jade bracelet I bought last time is so amazing. Sometimes the beads feel warm, and they even glow at night. Is there some kind of radioactive material in it? Miss Mo's message: huh? Why are you already assigned a task right after your break? I was planning to ask you to be my bodyguard, but I heard a couple of days ago that the ability user who attempted to kidnap me has been dealt with. Did you do that? How did you handle it? Mo Lishuan got the news a bit late. Su Chen was slightly surprised. He thought the ability team would inform Old Master Mo immediately after the death of the petrified ability user, but it turned out they delayed informing them from Thursday night to Saturday. Is it because they were busy developing the secret realm? It's possible. Su Chen didn't think too much about it. He replied to Miss Mo, we'll talk later, I'm on a mission right now, and then responded to Xiaoyi, it's not radioactive material, it's beneficial and harmless to the body. Just wear it well. Before replying to Yang Hongwu's message, Su Chen thought for a while. Is there a national martial arts master involved? He didn't know much about the private gatherings at martial arts schools and wasn't sure if he had time this weekend, so he replied that he would visit the martial arts school in the next few days and discuss it in person. After replying to a few important acquaintances, there was basically nothing left to see on WeChat. Su Chen, it seems that someone's soul state at the construction site over there is a bit off. Xing Fian and the others seemed to have made a discovery, suddenly calling out to Su Chen and Miao Yueying, pointing upwards. The area they were currently searching was an unfinished construction site. It was the height of summer, with the sun blazing down. In such weather, modern construction sites typically wouldn't operate, as it would lead to workers suffering from heatstroke, resulting in greater losses. Only a few workers were hiding inside the half-finished building, chatting and playing cards. Following the direction pointed by Xing Fian, at the edge of the scaffolding about 40 to 50 meters high, sat a middle-aged worker in his 30s or 40s. His sitting posture is very dangerous, neither his hands nor feet are on the scaffolding's bars, only his buttocks are perched on a single bar, swaying precariously, ready to fall at any moment. Yet he seems completely oblivious, staring blankly into the distance. Is this person trying to commit suicide? Su Chen frowned. Fear of heights is a natural instinct, and even he wouldn't dare sit on a single bar over 10 stories high without holding onto anything, let alone an ordinary person. If he loses his balance, he will undoubtedly die. It's not suicide. Xing Fian said, I sense that there are 2 souls where he is sitting. 2 souls, yet there is only 1 person on the scaffolding. Is an evil spirit attached to this laborer? Lu Yuan also said gravely, I can see his lips moving, as if he is talking to someone. The floor is too high, and the wind isn't blowing downwards, so I can't hear what he's saying. I didn't expect this evil spirit to be so bold. It just killed a suspect in the morning and dares to act again in the afternoon? Su Chen stared intently at the construction worker teetering on the scaffolding. This height is quite troublesome. You all call for fire rescue from the ground, and I'll go up to see if I can save this worker. It's important to catch the evil spirit, but saving lives is even more important. First, we must rescue this person in front of us. Although the 4 of them are all superpowered individuals, they are not gods who can transcend heaven and earth. There are times when they are powerless. At least their abilities can handle this situation, so calling for fire rescue is more reliable. He rushed into the unfinished building, running up the still raw staircase. Su Chen unleashed his speed, nearly 3 times that of an ordinary person, and could leap up a level of the platform in just a couple of steps, turning with the swiftness of the wind, reaching the corresponding floor of the scaffolding in less than half a minute.
Before he even stepped out of the stairwell, he caught a faint metallic smell in the air. It was the smell of blood, and quite a lot of it. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Stepping out of the stairway, the first thing that catches the eye is several bloodied corpses, dressed in what appears to be the attire of migrant workers. The cause of death is immediately apparent. They were struck fatally by sharp weapons. One has a stab wound in the neck, another has been struck in the back of the head, and one has a puncture wound through the eye socket into the brain. There are 3 corpses right in front of me. This evil spirit has quite an appetite. Such a bloody scene is rare, and Suchen can't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, his mental fortitude quickly overcomes the psychological barrier. With his finger on the trigger, he cautiously approaches the scaffold where the migrant workers are sitting. Evil spirits usually cause death through fright, not this level of bloodshed. These corpses were likely killed by migrant workers possessed by the evil spirit. This migrant worker is not only a target that needs saving but is also extremely dangerous. Upon closer inspection, it's easy to see that the worn-out white short-sleeve shirt the migrant worker is wearing is soaked with blood. He is holding a bloody weapon, which is a steel rebar with a very sharp end. As Lu Yuan mentioned, the migrant worker is still mumbling to himself, as if he is conversing with someone. The wind on the scaffolding is too strong, and Suchen can't hear what he's saying very clearly. In any case, it seems to be a conversation with some evil spirit. If I get too close, it might provoke him to jump off the building. If I rush in to save him, what if he injures me with the rebar or drags me down with him? That would be too dangerous. Suchen's mind raced, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration, an idea. He quietly retreated into the stairwell, summoned his storage space, and took out an unremarkable ancient bronze coin, holding it tightly in his palm. That's right, it's the Bagua bronze coin he found at a street stall on Ancient and Modern Street yesterday. Success or failure depends on you. Fortunately, while pondering the use of the coin yesterday, he had not only researched divination but also looked into some folk methods for summoning gods and spirits. Suchen followed the information he had found online a few days ago, took out his tactical dagger strapped to his leg, cut his thumb, and squeezed out a drop of blood onto the coin, then threw the coin high into the air and caught it with the back of his hand. The coin on the back of his hand emitted a faint chill, a kind of eerie aura spreading out. It worked! Suchen's eyes brightened slightly. Maintaining this position, he prepared his other hand with lightning elemental abilities, staying alert for any evil spirits that might be attracted. More than 10 seconds passed, and the stairway was eerily silent, with no movement at all. Could it be that the copper coin trick didn't work? Suchen frowned. He wasn't entirely sure that the copper coin could really attract the evil spirit to attack him. He simply stuffed the coin into his pocket, readied his gun again, and prepared to think of another way to deal with the evil spirit. If all else failed, he would have to sacrifice the hostage. Just as he placed his hand on the gun pocket, a sudden sharp sensation pierced his mind. A sense of crisis? Without a moment's hesitation, Suchen instinctively lowered himself to the ground, his movements swift and decisive. A cold wind howled overhead. With a clang, a bloodied rebar struck the wall, creating a medium-sized dent in the concrete, falling to the ground, with a few drops of blood splattering onto Suchen's clothes. If Suchen hadn't lowered his head just now, this heavy rebar would have likely pierced through his skull. This steel bar must have been thrown by a worker possessed by an evil spirit. The evil spirit actually attacks actively. Could it be that the copper coins are having an effect? Countless thoughts flashed through Suchen's mind as he got up from the ground, turned around, and drew his gun, aiming at the worker who had somehow returned to the building platform from the edge of the scaffolding. The worker was in a very agitated state, with bloodshot and vacant eyes, a flushed face, and he was staring intently at Suchen. He bent down and picked up a few more thick steel bars used for construction, hurling them at Suchen like an athlete throwing a javelin. The speed was far beyond what an ordinary person could muster. Suchen hurriedly dodged the thrown steel bars, aimed at the worker's calf, fired a shot, and shouted, "Stop! I'm a police officer!" The worker's calf was hit by the bullet, and he stumbled, but showed no reaction as if he felt no pain. Instead, upon hearing the word police, his expression revealed a hint of anxiety and panic, and he crazily threw more steel bars at Suchen. Damn! I'm the one who's lost it. This guy just killed a few people, and hearing the word police will only make him more agitated. Suchen cursed inwardly, dodging the steel bars being thrown at him while aiming his gun at the migrant worker's shoulder, firing twice. With his basic marksmanship specialization, he could hit exactly where he aimed at close range, and Suchen easily disabled the migrant worker's arms, preventing him from using the steel bars to resist, then rushed forward to pin him down. "Let go of me. Ah, let go of me." The migrant worker struggled like he was possessed, exhibiting surprisingly great strength, at least about 20 points. It would take 5 or 6 ordinary people to subdue him. Is the possession really that powerful? Does it come with attribute bonuses? No matter how strong the migrant worker was, he couldn't surpass Suchen, especially since Suchen also knew some joint locks and grappling techniques, making it impossible to escape solely through brute force. With his palm pressed against the migrant worker's skull, a flash of lightning surged through, instantly stunning him with high voltage. Just as Suchen was about to call Xingfian to bring them up, a wisp of pale white smoke appeared around the migrant worker's mouth and nose, gradually forming a flickering, translucent figure as if a soul was leaving its body. Evil spirit! Without hesitation, Suchen concentrated an electric arc in his palm and struck at the translucent figure.
The figure dispersed like smoke, causing his strike to miss, and then surged from all directions, attempting to invade Su Chen's orifices, while a sense of crisis blared alarm bells in his mind.
Damn it! This thing is a bit too troublesome, isn't it?
Su Chen realized he had no way to escape, and in a moment of desperation, he frantically activated the cyclone in his abdomen, covering his entire
body with lightning elements without regard for the cost.
He was enveloped in thunder, with every inch of his skin crackling with electric arcs.
The encroaching smoke was impeded by the electric arcs, hastily retreating.
Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen raised his gun and fired several shots at the smoky entity, regardless of whether he could inflict damage. After shooting, he made a break for it, sprinting down the staircase. Covering his body with lightning elements consumed a lot of energy, and he couldn't maintain it for long. The cyclone in his dantian was
rapidly depleting every second.
He couldn't let that evil spirit find an opportunity to invade his orifices, or he would likely be possessed. I thought I could handle the evil spirit alone, but I underestimated it. This thing is impossible to fight. Su Chen sighed inwardly and dared to turn back only after escaping several floors, confirming whether the evil spirit was pursuing him. Just as he turned back, he caught sight of a pale white spirit seeping down from the ceiling, its blurry face staring intently at Su Chen, evoking a sense of horror from a scary movie. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately guessed that the copper coin was attracting the evil spirit. He hurriedly took the coin out of his pocket and tossed it into his storage space, then ran down to the ground floor. This time, the evil spirit indeed did not chase after him.
Su Chen, why are you running? What happened to the person upstairs?
He happened to run into Miao Yueying and others who were preparing to go upstairs to help. Don't go up yet, there's an evil spirit up there. Su Chen pulled the others away from the construction site without further explanation. That thing is too powerful, we definitely can't handle it.
We need to hurry back and report this so the team can send reinforcements. This matter cannot be delayed. Ha? Miao Yueying looked surprised. Is there really an evil spirit? Is it that powerful?
This girl had never encountered an evil spirit and had no idea of its power, instead showing a hint of excitement and eagerness. Seeing her eager expression, Su Chen couldn't help but want to give her a slap on the head.
What happened up there?
Xingfian, who was on the phone contacting fire rescue, walked over quickly. Her expression was serious as she looked up at the upper floors of the building. Just now, I felt a very strong soul fluctuation, several times stronger than what I felt at the hotel.
But it only lasted less than 10 seconds and has already disappeared.
That migrant worker was indeed possessed by a malevolent spirit, and he killed several people. Su Chen took a deep breath. After I subdued the migrant worker, the malevolent spirit attempted to possess me. The handgun had little effect on it. If I hadn't generated electric arcs all over my body, I might have really been possessed.
It really is a malevolent spirit, and it's becoming stronger.
Xingfian's expression grew even more serious. The situation is dire. We can't let it continue to wreak havoc. I'll apply for support from the team right away, aiming to completely eliminate the malevolent spirit today.
Okay. Su Chen agreed.
As the number of victims increases, the evil spirits grow stronger with each passing day. There are already no less than 7 casualties.
On the surface.
Not to mention that the evil spirits will only get stronger. Every day we delay in capturing them means more lives lost. Su Chen does not consider himself a person of noble character, but he does have a basic sense of social responsibility. This mission must be resolved quickly. Determining that the true culprit behind the incident is the evil spirit, Xingfian called the team to request support, while Su Chen and the others were responsible for contacting the local police to handle the scene. 3 more people have died, and the migrant worker who was manipulated by the evil spirit, who knows what kind of sentence he will receive. After hurriedly handing over to the local police, Su Chen drove the 3 of them to meet up with Zhou Chuliang and the others.
Did you really encounter an evil spirit?
Upon hearing about Su Chen's experiences, Zhou Chuliang and the others were all astonished. Xingfian said, actually, only Su Chen has seen the evil spirit directly. Fortunately, it was him. Otherwise, based on the description, any other person would probably not have been able to escape easily from the spirit's attack.
Su Chen asked, did the police find any new clues?
Yes, there is. Zhang Chenghui said, the police received reports of 2 more homicides in the city this afternoon, with an estimated time of death being yesterday. We suspect it may have been caused by the deceased suspect. Su Chen was not surprised. The malevolent spirits have indeed been active these past few days. This incident has had a serious impact, and the death toll is approaching double digits. Having killed so many people, it's no wonder the malevolent spirits have become so difficult to deal with.
Shooting with specially made bullets has no
effect. Only lightning element abilities can barely repel them, but that's about it.
Su Chen alone cannot contend with the elusive malevolent spirits.
The police have cordoned off the construction site, and Su Chen and others are waiting outside the site for the ability team to send reinforcements. The organization takes the malevolent spirit incidents very seriously and has stated that they will immediately dispatch professionals from the province to assist.
The research institute will also send the spirit detection equipment as soon as possible. 1 hour later, a black sedan drove into the police cordon, and a man and a woman got out of the car.
The man was about 30 years old, dressed in a white tang suit, walking with a commanding presence. The woman was very young, looking like she was under 20, with a delicate and fair doll-like face, somewhat shyly following behind the man in the tang suit, looking around.
Xiaoxing, long time no see. The man in the tang suit looked at Xing Fian and it seemed that they knew each other. "Hello, Mr. Ouyang." Xing Fian greeted respectfully. "I'm relieved that the provincial team sent you here." The man in the tang suit shook his head and said, "From your descriptions, that evil spirit seems difficult to deal with. I can't guarantee a high success rate on my own. Well, this is our new team member, Xiaoyan, who, like you, is also a spiritual type ability user with a focus on the supernatural. You two should get to know each other." Hello, I'm Yan Xiaoxiao." The girl with a baby face shyly waved to Xing Fian and Su Chen, seeming a bit shy, her delicate voice slightly stuttering. The man in the tang suit smiled and said, "Don't be fooled by her appearance, her abilities are quite formidable. With just a wave of her hand, she can imprison any soul in her grasp, much more powerful than me. She will likely be our province's first choice for dealing with supernatural events from now on." "Not at all," Yan Xiaoxiao shyly replied. "I can only maintain this ability for about a minute. If I encounter someone with stronger mental power, I won't be able to imprison them and can only slightly hinder their movements. Don't underestimate yourself." The man in the tang suit said, "The chance for mental abilities to grow is the highest. Once the researchers completely develop the spiritual energy potion, the organization will definitely prioritize you for it." Spiritual energy potion? Ability growth? Su Chen listened quietly, gathering a lot of information from the two provincial team members. Indeed, abilities can be enhanced again. Otherwise, skills like invisibility for a minute and rudimentary mind reading are too weak. They clearly need to grow stronger, like being invisible for a few hours or fully reading someone's thoughts. As for the spiritual energy potion, it should be something developed by the Research Institute from ability crystals? I wonder how much it enhances abilities. If converted into system ability points, how many ability points would one bottle of potion equal? Lost in thought, he didn't notice when the man in the tang suit walked in front of him. This must be the little brother who awakened elemental abilities, right? Quite strong, no wonder he's a dual awakener. The man in the tang suit smiled and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Generally, elemental ability users need to undergo physical training first to have enough stamina to use their abilities, but you can skip that step. Perhaps we'll have the chance to work together in the future, so take care of each other. Not at all, please give me your guidance. Su Chen humbly replied, extending his hand to shake with the man in tang suit. "My name is Su Chen, may I ask your esteemed surname?" "My surname is Ouyang, with the given name Xing." The man in tang suit said cheerfully, "I can't be considered a supernatural being. I don't have any special abilities, just a pair of innate yin-yang eyes and some ghost-catching techniques inherited from my master. Currently, I serve as the team leader and consultant for the paranormal department in Shanxi province." Wow, innate yin-yang eyes? Su Chen was momentarily speechless. "You don't consider this a special ability? Calling you an innate supernatural being wouldn't be an exaggeration. Ghost-catching techniques? Are there really capable Taoists? Why does it feel like the supernatural group is getting more and more off track, not only recruiting supernatural beings but also gathering various capable individuals from the community? This time, I'll be counting on you, Taoist Ouyang." Su Chen blurted out his thoughts unintentionally. "Ha, this young brother really knows how to talk." Ouyang Xing laughed heartily. "This task mainly relies on everyone's strength. Don't worry, with our manpower, capturing a malevolent spirit is more than enough." "Ha, he seems very happy to be called Taoist?" Su Chen was taken aback for a moment when Xing Fian walked over and quietly said to him, "Mr. Ouyang really likes to be called Daozhang or Master. If it weren't for his inconvenient yellow robe, he would even want to wear a full set of traditional Taoist attire for his tasks." Su Chen was speechless. This Ouyang Daozhang had a rather eccentric style, giving off an unreliable vibe. Regardless of everything, the provincial team did indeed send 2 strong reinforcements. He explained the situation in detail to the 2 reinforcements, and a group of people waited at the construction site for the spirit detection device to arrive. About an hour later, the truck carrying the device finally arrived in the city. A heavy truck, larger than usual, drove down the street, clearly reinforced for special purposes, with 2 military armored vehicles escorting it, making for a grand scene. No wonder, the truck was carrying precious machinery worth hundreds of millions of yuan, so it was only natural for the Research Institute to send people for protection. Zhang Chenghui, Gao Sibao, and Zhou Chuliang stayed at the construction site to assist the police, while the other 6 boarded the truck. Through the back door, revealing a narrow space of less than 10 square meters, surrounded by precision instruments, full of a high-tech feel. There are 3 researchers responsible for operating the instruments, 2 women and 1 man, and surprisingly, there's even a familiar face among them. "Hello, nice to see you again." The girl in white, Guan Wanxin, approached Su Chen to greet him. Su Chen was slightly surprised. "Oh, you're here for this mission too? Weren't you over there in charge of research?" "The research progress over there has advanced to a point where I can't participate anymore." Guan Wanxin's expression showed a hint of disappointment. "Today just happens to be my turn on duty, so I was sent by the Institute to operate the spiritual entity detection device. What a pity, my personal research was just at a crucial moment." "Personal research? Could it be the dead aunt I gave her before?" Before Su Chen could think too much, the topic was already shifting. 2 staff members were adjusting the equipment, opening a small box from the top of the truck, and a 1-meter diameter antenna dish rose high, beginning to emit special radar to search for spiritual entities within a 3-mile radius.
The truck slowly moved forward along the street, and everyone inside focused intently on the LCD display screen of the instrument. This LCD screen is over a meter wide, displaying a 3D panoramic street map, with a radar box encompassing a 3-kilometer radius around the truck, densely showing tens of thousands of light points. These light points vary in intensity and size, some are moving while others are stationary. Su-chen knew that these light points represented souls. This instrument had detected all the souls within a 3-kilometer range. It was also monitoring their exact locations. In real time, an amount of computation that was truly hard to estimate. It was likely that the so-called galaxy computer from a few years ago was nothing compared to this. No wonder a single device costs hundreds of millions of RMB. First, they filtered out the strongest souls from the over 100,000 light points, then classified them based on their movement trajectories. After a dazzling series of operations by the staff, they finally locked onto the target. Found it. Guan Wanqing pressed the last key, causing one light point on the screen to magnify several times and be marked in red. The evil spirit is at number 34, Xinhua Street. With the location confirmed, everyone quickly took action. The target was over a kilometer away. The truck was too slow, so Su-chen decided to drive his car and take everyone to the destination first. The crowd once again experienced Su-chen's lightning-fast driving skills, speeding up to nearly 200 miles per hour on the streets of the city center, weaving effortlessly through the traffic. After getting out of the car, even Ouyang Xing looked somewhat apprehensive at Su-chen. This guy drives recklessly, making those watching feel terrified. Yeah, I definitely won't ride with him again. Number 34 Xinhua Street? Is this the courtyard? Most of the houses on both sides of Xinhua Street are low, old residences. The spot where the truck had parked was an old courtyard, with no lights on inside, giving off a very desolate vibe, as if no one was home. It's the room on the left. After entering the courtyard, Xing Fian pointed to the room on the left and said to the group, there are 5 souls inside, one of which is very powerful, with a somewhat grayish color. It should be an evil spirit. Lu Yuan, do you have any findings? Lu Yuan hesitated and said, I can hear sobbing inside, as if someone is struggling. From the breathing sounds, there should only be 2 people. There are 5 souls, but only 2 people breathing? Su-chen furrowed his brow. Aside from the evil spirit, it seems 2 more victims have appeared. Damn it, this guy is too quick to act. Everyone exchanged glances and drew their handguns. Lu Yuan, who had no combat capability, retreated to a safe position in the back, while Miao Weiying covered from the flank, and Su-chen kicked open the door and rushed in first, protecting Ouyang Xing and the others. Don't move at all. Su-chen held a gun in one hand and prepared a thunderous strike with the other, his gaze quickly sweeping across the room. As expected, there were a man and a woman on the floor, both around 40 years old, dead from blunt force trauma to the back of their heads. Nearby, there was a chair with a girl about 15 or 16 years old tied to it, her mouth stuffed with a rag, struggling to break free from her bindings. Upon closer inspection, the girl was pale, with a gash on her neck, blood continuously oozing out. Ding! Side quest triggered, save the person. Quest requirements, use emergency medical methods to treat the girl in front of you and keep her stable until the ambulance arrives. Quest reward, 600 experience points, 100 training points. Quick, call an ambulance. Seeing the scene before him, Su-chen almost ignored the sound prompts in his ears. He shouted to the few people behind him and dashed forward like an arrow, checking the girl's neck wound. As expected, the artery had a small cut. Damn it, the evil spirit intends to drain the girl's blood bit by bit. What a twisted sense of humor. Su-chen felt increasingly disgusted by the evil spirit, but his hands did not stop. He recalled the first aid techniques he had learned and located the bleeding site and the injured blood vessel. He found the pulse of the artery and pressed down firmly with his thumb about 1 to 2 centimeters from the broken artery towards the heart to stop the bleeding. The bleeding was barely stopped, and the girl's anxious expression eased a little. She looked at Su-chen with eyes full of gratitude, plea, and a hint of complex sorrow, and the next moment, she fainted from excessive blood loss. If Su-chen guessed correctly, the couple who died at the door were the girl's parents. Witnessing her parents being killed, it's hard to imagine the immense pain she must be feeling. Sigh. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 600 experience points, 100 training points. The evil spirit has fled. Xing Fian said, I just received a call. The detector shows that the evil spirit is quickly fleeing north. You all go ahead and chase it. Su-chen used one hand to stop the girl's bleeding and the other to untie her. Lu Yuan and I will drive this girl to the hospital and be back in 10 minutes. The others did not object. Capturing the evil spirit was important, but a human life was equally important. Actually, it's not necessary for you to go in person. Miao Yueying suggested, why don't we shout for a bit on the street to find a passerby with medical knowledge, show them our police badge, and have them take a taxi to the hospital. If it really doesn't work, Lu Yuan can follow. Yeah, that works. As soon as Su-chen finished speaking, he noticed that the wound on the girl's neck was visibly healing by itself. Under his astonished gaze, within a few seconds, the wound fully healed. If it weren't for the warm blood still flowing, it would be hard to believe there had been a deep arterial cut here just moments ago. What is this? Ouyang Xing leaned in, surprised. Has this little girl awakened? Awakened? Su-chen's expression flashed with surprise, and then he quickly understood. It's not surprising that she awakened under these circumstances. According to the internal data of the ability group, many ability users awaken their powers during emotional turmoil. It's entirely possible that this little girl awakened after witnessing her parents' murder, which was a huge shock for her. Is the awakened ability related to restoration? In any case, things have become much simpler. Lu Yuan will stay here to take care of the unconscious girl while Su Chen and the others continue to hunt down the evil spirit. I don't know if it's because they know they're being targeted by the ability group, but the frequency of the evil spirit's crimes has increased. Today, they committed several crimes in one day, causing at least 5 deaths. Guan Wanxin sent the real-time data from the spirit detection device to Su Chen via video call. The group caught up with the fleeing evil spirit again within minutes of driving. As expected, the evil spirit possessed another person, looking disheveled and dirty, like a mentally unstable homeless person. He was crouched in an alley, holding a steel pipe in one hand and stuffing roasted chicken wings into his mouth with the other. When he looked up and saw Su Chen and the others surrounding him, he panicked and picked up the iron pipe. Are you going to snatch the grilled chicken wings too? Get lost, or I'll kill all of you. Even with a hint of menace in his stuttering words, he sounded quite foolish. No one could have guessed that this guy had just killed a couple with that steel pipe a short while ago. Others might have tried to negotiate with the homeless man, looking for a way to subdue him. Su Chen didn't indulge him. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and fired 2 shots. The bullets accurately pierced through the homeless man's forearm, causing the steel pipe to drop from his hand. Another shot hit his calf, and the man collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. A pale white spirit with a hint of crimson burst out from behind the homeless man, gradually transforming into specks of light and attempting to escape. Xiao Yan! Yang Xing shouted. Yeah! Yan Xiaoxiao hurried forward, her gaze fixed on the evil spirit trying to flee. In the next moment, the evil spirit seemed to be forcefully pulled by something, uncontrollably inching closer to Su Chen and the others, and its dissipation halted, indicating that it had been successfully restrained by Yan Xiaoxiao. Yan Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said with difficulty, I can only hold on for 5 seconds. Yang Xing took out a yellow talisman from his pocket, bit his tongue, and sprayed it upwards before slapping the talisman towards the evil spirit. Bang bang bang! Miao Yueying aimed at the evil spirit's head and fired several shots, while Xing Fian launched an invisible mental attack to disrupt the spirit. Everyone launched their attack. Su Chen simply flanked from the side, crossing a distance of 5 or 6 meters in the blink of an eye, and charged forward with hands sparking with electric arcs, swinging his fists at the evil spirit's body. The evil spirit, which had originally had a blurred face, suddenly became clear, revealing a twisted and hideous face before everyone's eyes. The evil spirit opened its mouth wide and let out a shriek that was indescribable in words, forcefully shaking off the talisman that Yang Xing had sent, breaking free from Yan Xiaoxiao's confinement slightly and moving its body to dodge Miao Weiying's bullets. It could only avoid Xing Fian's mental attack and Su Chen's fists. The arc of lightning flashed as the fist pierced through the evil entity's face. In that instant, Su Chen increased his output and his fist erupted with astonishing thunder, enveloping the entire head of the evil entity. Yang Xing was also ready with a second talisman, seizing the opportunity to strike at the evil entity. As the talisman made contact with the entity's spiritual form, it ignited spontaneously without fire, and a white light rose up, covering the entire evil entity. With everyone's combined effort, there was almost no suspense. The caught-off-guard evil entity struggled for a moment but was completely beaten down, its soul dimming and on the verge of scattering. Yang Xing stepped forward, pulled out a small light purple porcelain bottle from his pocket, about 2 fingers in size. Aiming at the evil entity, he lifted a sealing talisman from the bottle's opening and lightly tapped the bottom of the bottle, causing the weak evil entity to be drawn into the bottle by an invisible force. Side quest completed. Mission reward, 1,500 experience points, 300 training points. Is this thing really that powerful? Is it a magical artifact? Su Chen looked in surprise at the light purple porcelain bottle in Yang Xing's hand, and his first thought was of the jade bottle from Journey to the West. If I call you grandson, would you dare to respond? Cough, the topic has strayed. In short, the evil entity that escaped capture has been sealed in this bottle, imprisoned, and everyone can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Xing resealed the bottle's mouth with a talisman, shook the bottle, and smiled. This is the demon sealing jade bottle passed down from our sect. It needs to be nurtured with incense and fire, giving it a spirit. It's considered a magical tool. I see, Su Chen nodded. In a world where supernatural events and abilities exist, it's not too hard to accept the existence of magical tools. Speaking of which, his lucky draw also has a chance to pull out magical tools, including legendary innate treasures like the Sword of Extermination. However, the chances of drawing them are extremely slim, and trying to draw one with practice points is nearly impossible. As the confinement ended, Yan Xiaoxiao nearly fainted from exhaustion. Fortunately, Xing Fian was there to support her. It seemed that although her ability was powerful, the consumption was indeed considerable. Just 5 seconds of confinement had nearly drained her mental energy. Of course, this was also due to the strength of the evil entity's soul. If it were an ordinary person, confining a soul for a minute would probably be no problem at all. This time, our team completed the paranormal mission without any casualties, so the completion rate is considered quite good. Xing Fian also let out a sigh of relief and smiled slightly, thanking Yang Xing and Yan Xiaoxiao. Thank you both for your help. Su Chen, you worked hard this time. No casualties, huh? Su Chen, however, couldn't feel happy about it. The evil spirits had caused so many tragedies, and just the ones he knew of accounted for at least 10 lives.
Not long ago, a little girl witnessed her parents' brutal deaths. Can such an outcome really be considered good? Sigh, forget it.
Speaking of which, the system task prompt was quite misleading. The mission target was clearly the evil spirit, yet it deliberately misled with a mention of an ability.
User who manipulates vengeful spirits? It seems evil spirits also have the ability to manipulate vengeful spirits, but can this really be considered an ability, user? We're just following orders, no need to thank us.
Yang Xing waved his hand with a smile, his gaze shifting to the unconscious Yen Xiaoxiao. This girl fainted again.
It seems her training isn't enough.
We need to increase her training when we go back. You can just pinch her philtrum to wake her up. She's actually fine. Xingfian felt awkward about taking action and looked to Miao Yueying for help, so this tough girl stepped up to pinch the philtrum. Yen Xiaoxiao has indeed woken up. She was dazed for a moment, and after realizing what happened, her face turned red as she shyly apologized to everyone and timidly hid behind Yang Xing.
Mission accomplished. After calling the local police to clear the scene, Yang Xing and Yen Xiaoxiao bid farewell to everyone and left first, seemingly in a hurry to return and hand over the evil entity to the Special Spiritual Research Department of the National Research Institute.
Before the truck carrying the spirit detection device left, Huan Wanqin also said goodbye to Su Chen and quietly asked if he was interested in research on black ants. If so, she could send him a copy of the research materials. Su Chen naturally agreed with pleasure. His beast taming space was nurturing so many black ants, and it might come in handy in the future. It would be good to learn more about black ants beforehand. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy allows you to win 100 battles. System reconnaissance is not infallible. Research materials will definitely provide a more detailed analysis of black ants. How good, did you guys catch the evil entity so quickly? After reuniting with the other three, Zhang Chenghui exclaimed, it hasn't even been an hour. Is the support sent by the provincial team really that powerful? Su Chen nodded and said, those two are professionals in handling supernatural cases, so their efficiency is naturally high. Actually, the main credit goes to the spirit detection device, otherwise, that evil spirit, sly as a fox, would be difficult to track. Ha! Gao Sibo glanced at the others and asked, where's Lu Yuan? Miao Yueying said, she is taking care of the injured, let's go pick her up now. After finishing the handover with the local police, Su Chen and his group drove to 34 Xinhua Street to pick up Lu Yuan and the little girl. The comatose little girl, suspected of awakening her powers, had to be taken to the ability team for registration. Before that, Su Chen and the others took her to a nearby hospital for a physical examination to prevent excessive blood loss. Surprisingly, the medical report showed that the little girl was very healthy and did not need a blood transfusion. They had clearly seen her major artery gushing out so much blood. This awakened ability of hers is quite impressive. Not only can it heal fatal wounds, but it also seems to be resistant to blood loss, perhaps even stronger than Su Chen's half-baked Titanos blood. What should we do about this little girl? After coming out of the hospital and glancing at the unconscious girl in the back seat, Su Chen cast a questioning look at Xingfian and Miao Yueying. According to regulations, we should hand her over to the local police and the foundation for arrangements and compensation. However, since she has awakened her abilities, our abilities group also needs to take some responsibility. Xingfian pondered, this girl seems to be underage. It's unlikely she can join the abilities group. Normally, an underage person who awakens abilities should have their guardian take care of them, but her parents. Never mind, let's have the police investigate if she has any other immediate relatives. She made a phone call. 15 minutes later, the police sent the investigation information to Xingfian's phone. This girl has no other immediate relatives? After reading the information, Xingfian looked slightly surprised and said to Su Chen and the others, the population registry at the police station shows that she has no close relatives within 3 generations. Her grandparents seem to have already passed away, and both her parents are only children. Su Chen instantly felt that this girl had a rather tragic fate. Her only parents had died in a supernatural incident. Xingfian said, let's take her back to the ability group first. I see from her records that she is already 16 years old and currently attending a vocational school. After we test her abilities, there might still be a chance for her to join the ability group. Although 16 is still considered a minor, one can join a corporate unit. Mission accomplished, time to head home. Except for Zhou Chulian, the local who doesn't need to report back to the ability group, everyone else needs to take a ride back for over 10 kilometers. Originally, 6 people could squeeze in, but now with an unconscious little girl added, 7 people definitely can't fit in one car. Under Miao Yueying's coaxing and scaring, poor Zhang Chenghui and Gao Sibo were once again kicked off the car and had to take a taxi back to the ability group. Of course, the fare would be reimbursed. I'm really tired today. Looking at the time, it was already past 9 in the evening, and Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Having witnessed the tragic deaths of so many innocent people, he lost the urge to speed and simply handed over the driver's seat to the long-desired Miao Yueying, while he sat in the passenger seat quietly playing on his phone. According to the subsequent police interrogation, the reason the possessed migrant worker killed 3 of his colleagues was not due to any special motive. It was purely because they had long-standing conflicts and grievances, which the evil spirit merely provoked and amplified. The homeless man, on the other hand, was a mentally unstable patient. When he passed by the small courtyard and smelled the aroma of meat, he was stirred by the evil spirit and, driven by hunger, developed malicious thoughts.
The chicken wings he had eaten earlier were stolen from the victim's home. To kill someone for a meal, Su-chen thought such a plot only existed in stories, but this time he witnessed it firsthand. Today's fatigue is not only physical but also stems from the heart. MMM. In the back seat of the car, the little girl who had been unconscious for nearly an hour slowly began to wake up. "You're awake?" Xing Fian and Lu Yuan asked with concern. "Are you thirsty? Do you need some water?" The little girl was first dazed for a moment, as if she didn't understand where she was or why there were two strangers beside her. Then she remembered what had happened earlier, and tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks as she buried her face in her legs, trembling and sobbing. Xing Fian and Lu Yuan were a bit flustered, not knowing how to comfort the little girl. Su-chen turned around, said nothing, and took out a yellow talisman from his pocket, placing it on the little girl's head. Before long, her trembling body gradually calmed down, and her sobs lessened significantly. "Mr. Ouyang gave me a few talismans before he left. This soul-soothing talisman should help her feel more at ease." Su-chen explained to the others that he had 3 of these soul-soothing talismans, so using one wasn't a big deal. "I must say that Mr. Ouyang is quite generous. He gave him 3 soul-soothing talismans and 3 black killing curse talismans. The former can calm the soul, while the latter can deal with ghosts and evil spirits, with a shelf life of 1 month. It's a bit surprising that talismans have an expiration date. However, it is understandable. After all, the special effects of talismans are not solely derived from the power of the written characters, but more from the spirituality infused by the talisman maker, which diminishes over time." Even though Su-chen didn't know the exact value of the talismans, he could guess they were definitely worth a lot, at least priceless in the market. It seemed that Mr. Ouyang wanted to befriend him by giving such a generous gift. The little girl gradually calmed down, and Xing Fian took this opportunity to soothe her with words, explaining the events that had occurred and the possibility of her awakening special abilities. The little girl's name is Meng Hanliang. She is 16 years old and attends a vocational school. Meng is a very rare surname. Her family is of Dai descent. Both her parents are freelancers, and their financial situation isn't great. They usually make a living by doing odd jobs. Today, it seems they got a lucrative job, so they specially prepared a sumptuous dinner. But who would have thought? Su-chen doesn't really know how to comfort people. At least at this moment, he is at a loss for words. It takes an hour to drive there. Xing Fian and Lu Yuan are responsible for comforting the little girl Meng Hanliang, while Miao Yueying, who is driving, occasionally chimes in. Su-chen pretends to be in a daze looking out the window, but in reality, he is checking the system interface. The ant eggs in the beast control space are still hatching, and the ant queen indicates that the food has been digested, so please replenish it as soon as possible. Wait a minute, how did I forget about this when dealing with the evil spirit earlier? With the ant queen's extraordinarily powerful mental strength, it should be enough to counterbalance the evil spirit. After all, it has over 50 points of mental strength, and no matter how high the evil spirit's mental strength is, it shouldn't exceed 40 points, right? Damn! Su-chen slammed his thigh hard. If he could have harnessed the Ant Queen's power immediately to take down the evil spirit at the construction site, at least that little girl's parents wouldn't have died. Although it wasn't his fault, a sense of guilt and responsibility inexplicably rose in his heart. He became increasingly silent, feeling too guilty to look directly at Meng Hanliang in the back seat. Meng Hanliang timidly thanked Su-chen. Thank you for saving me, big brother." "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." Su-chen rubbed his nose. "My condolences, we will try our best to take care of you." Meng Hanliang's eyes were somewhat dim. Returning to the abilities team, he recounted the events to the team leader. "Thank you for your hard work this time." Team leader Xing sighed. "Every time there's a supernatural incident, it comes with significant casualties. Sigh, I hope the research institute can implement the Heavenly Eye project soon." "Heavenly Eye project?" Su-chen asked in confusion. Xing Fian explained, "It's the plan I mentioned before to launch a spirit detection device into space." "Oh, I see." Su-chen understood. However, this plan is likely very difficult to implement. He has seen the spirit detection device, and the computational load for real-time monitoring of all spirits is beyond imagination. If we want to use satellite technology to cover the entire country, not to mention the technical challenges of radar wavelength, the required computation would probably be too much for even 10 galaxy computers to handle. Team leader Xing directed his gaze towards the young girl Meng Hanliang, who was following behind Xing Fian and the others. After some comforting words and confirming that the young girl didn't need to rest alone, the conversation shifted to the main topic, recounting the matters concerning ability users and the ability group to her, and then arranged for someone to take her to test the type of awakened abilities. The testing in the group is quite simple, mainly following the experience of previous awakenings to conduct a screening method. In the end, it was confirmed that Meng Hanliang's awakened ability belongs to the restorative special category. Her regenerative ability is extremely strong, allowing most wounds to heal within seconds. It is still uncertain whether critical injuries to the heart or brain can recover, and after too many healing instances, the subject will experience hunger and weakness. In addition, this young girl can heal others' wounds through touch, with an effect only slightly slower than her own healing speed. A standard caretaker ability. After the test, team leader Xing's eyes were shining. Without further ado, this young girl, even though she is still a minor, must be brought into the team, even if it's just to stay back and not participate in any dangerous tasks. Gently proposed to Meng Hanliang that she join the special abilities group and give her some time to consider. Normally, after losing her parents, the girl should have gone to see her parents' bodies as soon as she woke up from her coma. Su Chen and the others did not consider this. When bringing her back to the special abilities group and sending her back late at night is also inappropriate, so they can only arrange for her to stay here for the night. It's not suitable for her to stay overnight at the special abilities group. In the end, it was the single woman Miao Yueying who took Meng Hanliang home to stay for the night. Although this tough girl is somewhat unreliable, there's no other choice, as the others are not very suitable. The internship trio still needs to return to the military district for further training, while Xing Fian lives under the same roof as her parents, and although Su Chen lives alone, he is a single young man, which is not appropriate for a young girl to stay over. Thus, the task finally comes to an end. Before heading home, Su Chen invited everyone to a roadside stall for some barbecue, as they had been busy all afternoon and hadn't had a chance to eat dinner. Out of concern and a bit of guilt, Su Chen left his phone number and WeChat ID for the young girl Meng Hanliang, stating that she could reach out to him if she needed help. After bidding farewell to everyone, Su Chen first drove Miao Yueying and Meng Hanliang home, then returned home alone. The daily life of the supernatural team is really exhausting. As he lay in bed, Su Chen reflected on the day's experiences, feeling that the twists and turns were somewhat unbelievable. How do such dangerous things like malevolent spirits come into existence? It feels like the experience points from this side mission are a bit too low. At this rate, future upgrades might become increasingly slow. He fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Su Chen didn't rush to the supernatural team. As per usual, members who have completed a mission are entitled to at least 1 day of rest unless there's something important that must be addressed, in which case they would be notified in advance. After making breakfast, Su Chen ate while scrolling through WeChat on his phone to see if anyone had contacted him. The young girl Meng Hanliang had already added him as a friend. Su Chen clicked to accept a friend request, thought for a moment, and transferred 500 yuan. After some persuasion, the other party finally accepted it. Although I'm not clear on how the government will specifically arrange her parents' affairs, the little girl will need money on her own from now on. A few hundred or thousand is nothing to him now, it's just a small effort. Ding! Successfully digested 40% of the ability crystal, gained 1 ability point. The system notification sound rang in his ears. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed since last Saturday. I don't have any good ideas for now. Forget it, I'll just unlock the ability to glimpse fate. If used well, this mysterious thing might yield surprising effects. Su Chen opened the ability tree diagram and activated the already planned basic fate glimpse ability. A mystical and enigmatic feeling emerged in his heart. He slightly closed his eyes, feeling as if he could vaguely sense many things deep in his mind, but it was like seeing through several layers of gauze, making it difficult to discern what those things were. In simple terms, it was a sense of foreboding. Ding! The crisis sensing ability is connected to the basic fate glimpse ability, producing an amplification effect. Crisis sensing ability's premonition of danger is enhanced. Basic fate glimpse ability's success probability for divination is enhanced. Ha! Hearing the continuous beeping sounds in his ear, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. I didn't expect that abilities could amplify each other. What good luck! However, this also rang an alarm bell for him, since abilities can amplify each other. Conversely, 2 conflicting abilities being activated at the same time might weaken each other and could even endanger his body. For example, what if 2 energies collide violently, causing meridians to rupture or even an explosion? It seems I need to be careful when unlocking abilities in the future. Su Chen couldn't help but shiver. It seems that having more abilities isn't entirely a good thing. After all, these powers reside within his body. As long as everything is stable, it's fine, but if something goes wrong, it could be a big problem. Self-detonation is not something to be taken lightly. Yes, it's best not to unlock conflicting abilities like water and fire elements at the same time. He certainly didn't think he could balance 2 elements like the protagonist in a cultivation novel. A normal person encountering a clash between water and fire elements would be lucky to escape without exploding, much less not being severely harmed. By the way, how many abilities do I have now? Su Chen came to his senses and thought he needed to list out his abilities, carefully considering which abilities might conflict with each other and which could complement one another. Basic control of thunder elements, source of magic power, reconnaissance, murky Titanos blood, basic invisibility, crisis awareness, and basic luck observation. Wow, when I count them carefully, there are actually quite a few, 7 in total. Which abilities conflict with thunder elements? I'm not quite sure, but I could unlock water element control when the opportunity arises. Water, being a conductive medium, should enhance the power of thunder abilities and offer more attack options. Aside from the thunder element being an active attack ability, the others are almost all supportive skills. After some deliberation, Su Chen didn't gain any further insights. He selected a few abilities that absolutely could not be unlocked due to conflict and then closed the ability tree diagram. He took out some food from his storage space to feed the queen ant in the beast taming space. Just as he was feeding, the phone rang. Su Chen picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from Emolish One. What was this young lady calling him for so early in the morning?
I originally wanted to ignore the call and pretend I wasn't available, but then I thought about it. I mentioned in my WeChat message yesterday that I would explain the previous matters to her later. Although I said it casually, a promise made is like spilled water, as a reliable new century youth. Ugh, no need to overthink it, just answer the call. Speaking of which, Mo Lishwan used to call him through WeChat. This is the first time she's using her actual phone number. Su-chen instinctively wanted to joke. Hello? This is Jukan Roast Duck Restaurant, how can I help you with your meal? Ha? As expected, Mo Lishwan's confused voice came from the other end. Sorry, I dialed the wrong number. The call was instantly hung up, but soon she realized and dialed again. You almost had me fooled, Mo Lishwan said irritably. When did you switch careers to sell roast duck? Give me the address, and I'll buy out your restaurant. Tisk, are you blaming me for my voice? Su-chen said, no joking, you called to ask me about those ability criminals, right? But Mo Lishwan interrupted, I've already asked your team leader about that. Why are you not following the usual script? Su-chen asked in silence, then why did you call? It's early in the morning, aren't you going to school? Mo Lishwan replied, school? It's the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday these days. Don't you even remember what holiday it is today? I really forgot about that. Su-chen glanced at the calendar on the wall. Tomorrow really is the Mid-Autumn Festival. He usually doesn't pay much attention to these holidays. Especially after resigning, he has become even less interested in celebrating since the ability team doesn't take official holidays off anyway. Mo Lishwan asked curiously, did your mission end? Yeah, it ended. What mission was it? I told you I was catching ghosts, do you believe me? Mo Lishwan was momentarily speechless, unable to respond for a while. Su-chen poured the last bag of rice into the beast taming space with a clatter, finishing the feeding. Alright, hurry up and tell me what's going on, I'm busy here. He had just unlocked the divination skill and hadn't had the chance to test this ability yet. Mo Lishwan chuckled, there's a celebration in the city for the Mid-Autumn Festival and they invited me and the old man to attend. The bodyguard selection for the venue has already been decided to be you, so I called to give you a heads up, haha. Su-chen was puzzled, haven't all the ability criminals been dealt with? Why do we still need bodyguards? The recent situation hasn't been very good, so we need ability users for protection at public events, Mo Lishwan casually explained. Anyway, your name is definitely on the bodyguard list for this celebration. See you tomorrow, hee. Su-chen didn't know what to say, and the other party hung up the phone on their own. What is going on here? I just finished a life and death mission yesterday, and now I have to go act as a bodyguard the very next day? Isn't this workload a bit too much? Speaking of which, I haven't used the hundreds of points I've accumulated. Should I take a few days off first? I heard from Miaoying that you can take a day off for just 1 point. TSK, I've already reached level 4 permissions and I've saved up at least 400 points, right? If I use them all for time off, wouldn't that mean I could take over a year of paid leave? Just thinking about it makes me feel giddy. Ding! Main quest released, All Things in Nature. Quest requirement, protect Old Master Mo and Mo Lishwan for 30 minutes without injury during the Mid-Autumn Festival in the province. Quest reward, 2,000 5,000 experience points, 500 1,200 training points, rewards based on the severity of injuries to the protected targets. What does this task mean? Is there going to be a terrorist attack at the Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow? The highest reward is 5,000 experience points? What the heck? With such a high reward, doesn't that mean the task difficulty is off the charts? Hearing the system notification sound, Su-chen was stunned on the spot. All-encompassing? What does this task name imply? Previous side quest names were always closely related to the task content, but he really couldn't think of any sudden situation that could be described as all-encompassing. For the first time, Su-chen felt his imagination was insufficient. Silently opening his phone, he searched for the meaning of the idiom all-encompassing, sin, numerous, eluo, to array, wanxiang, all things and phenomena in the universe. All-encompassing refers to the various scenes arrayed between heaven and earth, describing something that contains an extremely rich variety of content. But what does this have to do with the task? Could it be that the dangers and attacks that might occur at tomorrow's celebration are extremely diverse? The kind that's hard to guard against? It's a bit vague but definitely sounds very dangerous, right? Can I not go? Su-chen helplessly covered his forehead. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is human instinct, but to gain experience and training, one must specifically address these troublesome matters. Not to mention, even without any reward, he simply cannot bear to watch Mo Lishwan go to her death. I wonder where the source of this celebration crisis is. Can it be resolved in advance, or can we notify the team to increase manpower and enhance the inspection efforts without exposing ourselves to appropriately reduce its danger? A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. Su-chen slapped his thigh. Wasn't this the perfect time to use his divination ability? He could calculate the source of danger and how to avoid it, right? Taking out the Bagua coin from his storage space, he followed the divination method he found online. Well, it's not much of a method, just simply flipping the coin, silently thinking about the question he wanted to divine, and waiting for the coin to land. The method of divination itself is not important. What matters is the ethereal and elusive spirituality that influences the divination ability. The first thing Su-chen wanted to divine was whether this disaster could be avoided through his efforts. Although his first reaction upon receiving the mission was the possibility of terrorists coming to kidnap Old Master Mo and Emolishwan, other possibilities cannot be ruled out. Besides, who can say for sure that it is definitely a man-made disaster rather than a natural one? Man-made disasters can be prevented in advance, while natural disasters are unavoidable. Xian, Kun, Sun, and Dui represent the positive side. Zhen, Li, and can represent the negative side. The positive side can be resolved, but the negative side cannot. The coin flipped in mid-air, eventually landing on the table, bouncing and spinning, as if an invisible and weak force were intervening in the spinning coin. In the end, the reverse side of the coin faced up. One divination doesn't prove much after all. Divination has a certain probability of failure. He stubbornly performed the divination 9 times in a row, tossing the coin 9 times, and the result was ultimately the reverse side each time. Now that is true and conclusive evidence. Is it not possible to avoid it? Suchen sighed, realizing that there was no need to consider any shortcuts. It was best to prepare thoroughly to confront this task head-on. Unfortunately, the ability to glimpse fate cannot provide more detailed predictions. Otherwise, knowing the danger in advance would allow for some targeted preparations. But then again, such an ability to predict to this extent probably can't be unlocked with just 2 points, right? Actually, the ability to glimpse fate isn't limited to just flipping a coin. It's just that using the simplest method of divination maintains the highest success rate. Obtaining a vague yes or no answer can provide clearer guidance. Once he confirmed that this crisis was unavoidable, Suchen began to think about how to respond to this task in the best possible state. First, there's the level. If he could level up just once more, not only would his attribute values increase, but he also wanted to use the extra ability points to unlock control over the water element. He now believes he has thoroughly grasped the ability to control the lightning element. Although this ability doesn't output as explosively as one might imagine, reality isn't a game. It's not possible to casually conjure up things like lightning chains or lightning balls. While Suchen figured out a way to increase the voltage output and directly launch lightning outward, when it comes down to it, this method of attack, aside from the advantage of increased range, consumes a lot and its power isn't particularly strong. He only used it twice in actual combat and hasn't used it since. There's no way around it. The process of electric current breaking through the air as a resistive medium is very costly, far less convenient than direct contact or using a conductor to reach the target. Putting the power aside for now, the biggest issue is consumption. Suchen's cyclone can at most support releasing the lightning chain twice. If water element control is added, it would be different. Hey, I just need to control a water column to create a medium, and I can zap anyone I want. Jumping off the sofa, Suchen leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery. So where should I look for tasks? He still needs more than 5,000 experience points to reach level 11. If calculated as tasks worth 1,000 experience points each, he needs at least 5 more to level up. 5 tasks in one day? Suchen rubbed his temples. Imagination is rich, while reality is stark. Leveling up can only be done to the best of one's ability. One shouldn't have too much hope. Yes, there's still a stash of military supplies moved from the ability group's warehouse in the storage space, so there's no need to worry about firepower. No matter how powerful the ability criminals are, I don't believe they can survive under endless fire suppression. He took out his phone and called Team Leader Xing. Hey, Team Leader, who will be going with me to the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration as security tomorrow? Ha, you already know? Team Leader Xing was slightly surprised. I was just about to inform you. Tomorrow night, there will be a Mid-Autumn Festival gala hosted by the provincial local station, attended by many big names from the business and military political sectors. For security, we need to allocate more than half of the personnel from the special abilities teams of each city, and some members from military district training will also be present to cover certain areas. Oh, it's that important? Suchen furrowed his brow in surprise. Could it be that the higher-ups anticipate something happening at the Mid-Autumn Festival gala? If they were just providing protection as usual, 3 or 4 members from the special abilities team would suffice, and the remaining security order would be managed by other departments. After all, the soldiers with guns are not just sitting idle. But this time, they actually need to allocate more than half? And that includes those from military district training? The main point is that Team Leader Xing mentioned that each city needs to allocate more than half of their personnel. Suchen remembered that. Besides their provincial capital city, there was another city in Shaanxi with a special abilities team, although their numbers were slightly fewer. Adding them all together, there might be close to 20 members from the special abilities teams gathering for the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. With so many people being mobilized, could it be that there's intelligence about a superhuman criminal planning a terrorist attack? Suchen subtly raised a guess to probe Team Leader Xing to see if there was any information about a brewing crisis for tomorrow's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Team Leader Xing paused for a moment before replying, I don't know much either, they just said to keep everyone ready for combat at all times. Also, here's some news, starting today. The entire country has entered a level 2 combat readiness status. If you go outside now, you'll see a lot of military patrols on the streets under the guise of military exercises. The entire country. Level 2 combat readiness status. This news is quite shocking. Suchen was astonished, pondering what could possibly prompt a major world power to enter a level 2 combat readiness status, and not just in a strategic area, but the whole country.
Could a third world war be on the horizon? From my speculation, there might be some supernatural events occurring nationwide tomorrow, and there will definitely be dangers involved. However, it shouldn't be as severe as imagined, otherwise, the government would evacuate the public to safety immediately rather than just simply entering a level 2 combat readiness. Team leader Xing reassured him, "Don't think too much, get a good rest today, and be in good shape to come to the gala site at 7 tomorrow morning for task assignments." Okay, sure. After hearing such significant news, Su Chen groggily hung up the phone. A nationwide supernatural event? An alien invasion? After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what kind of supernatural event could cover the entire country and pose a considerable danger. A nationwide state of readiness yet still holding a Mid-Autumn Festival gala? And they want to deploy most of the superpowered individuals to protect the military, political, and business elites attending the gala. Isn't that an abuse of power? Putting all the information together, it's not hard to guess how many high-ranking individuals will attend the Mid-Autumn Festival gala tomorrow. Are they really just there for the TV event? More likely, it's an excuse to receive protection from the superpowered group. Su Chen clicked his tongue and shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to the little schemes the higher-ups were plotting in secret. I need to find a way to notify my parents and Xiaoyi's family, telling them to stay indoors tomorrow. I wonder if staying at home will help them avoid danger. If not, then I'll have to come up with another plan. His mind raced with thoughts. And just like that, his foresight ability came into play again. Su Chen tossed a coin, silently hoping that Xiaoyi's family and his parents could avoid tomorrow's danger by staying at home. The divination result was heads, indicating they could escape. To avoid misjudgment, he tossed the coin 10 times in a row, and when 8 of them were heads, he felt a bit more at ease. Phew, I just need to come up with a reason for my parents and Xiaoyi's family to stay home and not go out tomorrow. Wait a minute? It's the Mid-Autumn Festival for the past 3 days. Why hasn't that girl Xiaoyi come to find me? Is she still sleeping at home? Oh right, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, her parents should also be at home, so they won't have to come over early in the morning to get a meal from me. Su Chen casually played with the coin, carefully choosing his words to call his parents back home. He first shared good news with his parents, saying he had achieved success at work and earned a bonus of several million, then used work-related information to inform them about potential natural disasters that might occur tomorrow, pointing out the military conducting drills on the streets as the best evidence, advising them to stock up on supplies today and absolutely not to go out tomorrow. After the call, he transferred 500,000 directly to his parents through online banking. He originally wanted to transfer 1 million to make it a round number, but unfortunately, the new bonus hasn't come through yet. After spending on a car and clothes, during this time, he only has about 600,000 left in his bank account. After transferring 500,000, he has just over 100,000 left. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking comes from the entrance. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Xiaoyi holding a mooncake gift box, accompanied by a pair of kind-looking middle-aged couples behind her. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiaoyi giggled and proudly held the gift box up in front of Su Chen. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Chen knew very well who these two were. He greeted them with a smile, saying, "Uncle, Auntie, please come in and sit. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Just as he was thinking about visiting Xiaoyi's house, they arrived at his doorstep first. Su Chen took a few cups from the kitchen, brewed some tea, and turned on the TV. The four of them sat on the living room sofa chatting casually. Xiaoyi's mother took out a red envelope from her bag and handed it over with a smile, saying, "Our daughter has troubled you often. This is a small token of our appreciation, and we hope you can take care of her more in the future. Auntie, you're being too formal. You've helped me a lot in the past. Since I'm free this weekend, accompanying Xiaoyi to go out is just a nice way to relax. It's no trouble at all." Su Chen didn't intend to accept the red envelope, but after some persuasion, Xiaoyi's parents still managed to stuff it into his hands. Holding the red envelope, it was thick and had some weight. Isn't this amount a bit off? It seems to be over 5 or 6,000. This envelope is a bit too big, isn't it? Xiaosu, do you have anything else to do these days? Xiaoyi's father smiled and said, "We're planning to go to Guilin to enjoy the moon tomorrow. If you don't have other plans, why don't we go together? My daughter has been eagerly wanting to celebrate the festival with you." "Dad." Xiaoyi playfully glared at her father, and he immediately smiled awkwardly and looked towards her mother. "It's just right that we want to enjoy some couple time as well. Once we arrive at the scenic spot, I'll leave Xiaoming-jun in your care. We probably won't be around for the next 3 days. Little Yi's mother had a knowing smile and eagerly chimed in, "We heard that the Shueiyue Cave in Guilin is a great place to enjoy the moon. Little Su, if you haven't been there yet, this Mid-Autumn Festival, Little Mengjun can be your tour guide." After a few seconds of confusion, Su Chen realized that Little Yi's parents were practically seeing him as their son-in-law. Su Chen couldn't help but look at Little Yi. The little girl blinked at him twice, pretending not to know anything, but her slightly flushed ears betrayed her true feelings. Although Su Chen had long known that Little Yi had feelings for him, he always regarded her as a younger sister. After all, Little Yi hadn't even graduated high school yet, and he had been working for almost a year. How could he have any thoughts about it? At least wait 3 to 5 years before considering it? "I'm afraid this Mid-Autumn Festival won't work." Su Chen shook his head and said, "We have a task at our work tomorrow. We need to help maintain security at the provincial Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Provincial Mid-Autumn Festival Gala? Little Yi's father asked curiously. Is that the one broadcast by the local TV station? Yes, that's right. Suchin said seriously. Uncle and aunt, I suggest you don't travel this Mid-Autumn Festival. It's best to stay at home. You must have heard from Xiaoyi what my new job is. According to what I've learned, there may be some dangerous events happening outside tomorrow. Dangerous events? Xiaoyi's family was puzzled. What events? It's no wonder they were pressing for more information. Suchen's statement was too vague, making them want to clarify. I don't know much about it either. Suchen shook his head and said, I only heard a little rumor from my boss. Recently, there have been military patrols and drills on the streets, supposedly to prepare for tomorrow's dangers. The whole country has already entered a level 2 combat readiness. Please believe me, stay at home tomorrow and don't go out. Xiaoyi's parents exchanged glances, and Xiaoyi's father stroked his chin, saying, Xiaosu, we definitely trust you, but I still want to ask, will this danger occur in our city? The implication being that if it were happening in their city, staying at home would be less effective than traveling to another province. No, it could be nationwide, that's all I know for now. Suchen shook his head and said seriously, I hope uncle and aunt won't make this public or tell anyone about it, otherwise I might get into trouble. Nationwide? Little Yi's parents were astonished by his words, wanting to say something but hesitating, and did not continue to ask further. Little Yi's father was silent for a moment, then patted Suchen on the shoulder. Don't worry, Xiaosu, I won't tell anyone about this. We won't go on the trip, we'll stay at home tomorrow. They also sensed from Suchen's words that this matter was likely a military secret that shouldn't be casually shared. Suchen had already taken considerable risk by telling them, so they naturally wouldn't want to add to his troubles. Suchen continued, not only should we not travel, but it's best if you don't go out at all today. Uncle and aunt, you should buy some ingredients today, and let's have all our meals at home tomorrow. Okay. Little Yi's parents felt somewhat heavy-hearted, exchanged a few more pleasantries with Suchen, and then hurriedly said their goodbyes. No smoke without fire. Although it was still unclear what would happen, there were already too many issues worth considering. The national level 2 preparations mean that life is likely to undergo significant changes, and Xiaoyi's parents cannot be unaware of this. They surely have many things to consider. Although Xiaoyi's parents have left, she is still sitting on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds. Xiaoyi? After her parents' push, Suchen felt a bit awkward and wasn't sure what to say. Have you had breakfast? I already ate. Xiaoyi blinked her eyes at Suchen. Brother Suchen, do you need a girlfriend? This little girl is so straightforward. Suchen was stunned for a few seconds, cleared his throat twice. You're still too young. Focus on your college entrance exam first, and think about relationships after you get into university. Xiaoyi looked a bit disappointed. Brother Suchen, why are you saying the same thing as my parents? Did you all discuss this beforehand? This is called great minds think alike. Suchen stroked his chin, casually chatted for a bit, and the awkward atmosphere eased a lot. You heard what I just said. Definitely stay home tomorrow and behave yourself. Xiaoyi blinked. Can I go to the Mid-Autumn Festival party with you? No. Suchen firmly refused. My job is to handle police matters, unlike other staff who can bring their family members. He had yet to say that staying by his side might be more dangerous than elsewhere. Tomorrow's task, which has a maximum reward of 5,000 experience points, would definitely be more perilous than the previous attacks by ability criminals. After playing PS4 with Xiaoyi for a while in the living room, he personally cooked for lunch and invited Xiaoyi's parents to taste his culinary skills. By the afternoon, Suchen found an excuse to let Xiaoyi go home to do homework, then sat alone in his room, opened the system template, and began making adjustments. Character, Suchen, level 10. Physique, 27 points. Strength, 22 points. Agility, 26 points. Spirit, 21 points. Distributable attributes, 0 points. Experience value, 730. Experience required for next level, 5,900 points. Abilities, basic control of lightning element, mana source, desperate fight, detection, murky titano's blood, basic invisibility, crisis awareness, basic luck insight. Unknowingly, my basic attributes have already surpassed those of other comprehensive ability users. Suchen carefully scanned his attribute panel. Aside from his mental and physical strength being just slightly over twice that of an average person, his constitution and agility were nearing 3 times that of an ordinary person. The vast majority of ordinary-type supernatural beings either have only one attribute reaching 3 times that of an average person, with the other 3 at standard levels, or 2 attributes exceeding 20 points, while the other 2 remain at ordinary levels. There are almost no quadrilateral warriors like Su Chun whose 4 attributes all exceed 20 points. If I rely solely on close combat without using supernatural abilities, I can at least take on 4 ordinary-type supernatural beings. After making a rough assessment of his combat power, Su Chun certainly did not forget to account for his specialized combat skills. After all, the gap between a brute with sheer strength and a master well-versed in martial arts is like heaven and earth. His 8 Extremes fist is at the elite level, while his basic combat skills are at the master level. To put it bluntly, even if the physical qualities are the same, most Special Forces soldiers who undergo rigorous combat training are no match for him. Attributes and supernatural abilities can't be improved for now. I still have over 700 points of experience value. I originally planned to save up for another draw, but forget it, let's upgrade my specialization first.
Su Chen hesitated briefly, then spent 300 points of experience value to upgrade his firearm mastery to the Grandmaster level. To be honest, guns lack the depth compared to martial arts, there aren't many techniques involved. A sharpshooter only needs two things: years of shooting experience and extraordinary agility. Steady aim, stable hands, and a ruthless heart.
Even with a sniper rifle, the required skills boil down to calculating wind and adjusting the firearm based on knowledge and experience.
Therefore, upgrading firearm mastery to the master level only costs 300 experience points, which is quite low compared to the 8 Extremes Fist.
Do you want to consume 300 experience points to upgrade firearm mastery to master level? Ding!
Firearm mastery has reached max level, unlocking advanced specialization, Gunfu.
What the heck? Gunfu? Su Chen was taken aback. When it comes to Gunfu, his first thought was of a ridiculous domestic anti-Japanese drama.
That anti-Japanese drama gave a serious yet absurd explanation of Gunfu. The shooter rapidly shakes their wrist at the moment the bullet leaves the chamber, allowing the bullet to curve.
Newton would be applauding the writer's imagination from beyond the grave. Quick, quick! Newton's coffin lid can't hold him down anymore. Who can lend a hand to help me push him back in? Cough, no jokes. Actually, the origin of Gunfu comes from a foreign movie. It's not entirely the screenwriter's fault.
Online, there's even a nickname for the physical laws of Gunfu: Newton's brother, the awesome law.
Could it be that this system specialization also intends to use the awesome law? Su Chen swallowed hard.
If it's really the Gunfu from the movies, then this specialization is equivalent to a superpower. It's absolutely fantastic against agile superpowered individuals. Even if they predict the bullet's trajectory, it won't help.
Are you scared if my bullets curve outside?
Are you scared if I hit your face with your butt? Are you scared if I let the bullets fly for a while?
Cough, got off track. Let's first take a look at this specialization introduction.
Gunfu, a fusion of body techniques, marksmanship, and swordsmanship. The shooting methods are diverse and no longer confined to shooting, utilizing precise movements to maximize the lethality of firearms.
Not yet learned. If telekinesis is mastered, the ability to make bullets curve can be obtained. So it's not the Gunfu from the movies? It requires telekinesis to make the bullets curve?
Su Chen felt inexplicably a bit lost. Without psychic power, this gunfighting technique should simply enhance the mastery of firearms.
I wonder how effective it is and how much experience is needed. Click on this specialization. Do you want to spend 20 experience points to upgrade gunfighting technique to beginner level?
The experience points required for the beginner level are quite a lot compared to other specializations, but it's still acceptable.
Let's give it a try. After clicking confirm, a strange and peculiar knowledge flooded into his mind.
In an instant, Su Chen comprehended the essence of the system's gunfighting technique. The gunfighting specialization encompasses a broader range than firearm mastery, not limited to shooting accuracy, but rather developing the lethality of firearms from various angles. In addition to techniques on how to exert force with body muscles to shoot quickly at various angles, there is also knowledge about self-modifying firearms.
Note, it's not about disassembling guns but modifying them. Moreover, there is experience regarding ballistic calculations.
The point below mainly focuses on the technique of using psychic power to make bullets curve. Centered around his own body, the prototype geometric figure serves as a flat reference, calculating all possible attack positions around
him.
Every potential attacking direction surrounding his body can be targeted, functioning simultaneously as both offense and defense.
In addition, there are many special skills and experiential knowledge that are not covered by firearm mastery. If firearm mastery allows him to shoot more accurately,
then gunfighting techniques are what truly transform him into a genuine master of firearms. This specialization is good, it should come in handy tomorrow. Without hesitation, Su Chen used the remaining few hundred experience points to push his gunfighting technique to elite level.
Do you want to spend 50 experience points to upgrade gunfighting technique to mastery level? Do you want to spend 200 experience points to upgrade gunfighting technique to elite level?
Master level gunfighting techniques require 500 experience points, which he cannot afford to upgrade. This specialization is much harder to level up compared to firearm mastery, but it is still less complex than Baji Quan.
With 180 experience points left, Su Chen decided not to use them, keeping them for future needs. A night passed in the blink of an eye.
That night, Su Chen didn't sleep very soundly. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to deal with the various sudden dangers that might arise the next day. In the end, he managed to sleep for less than 5 hours. Fortunately, he had high mental attributes, so even with a few hours less sleep, it didn't affect him.
As dawn broke, Su Chen drove to the ability team.
Hey, Su Chen, you're here quite early. As soon as he entered the ability team, Miao Yueying happened to come out of the parking lot and waved at Su Chen.
After parking the car, Su Chen approached Miao Yueying. Are you on this mission too? What do you mean by that? Why can't I be on it?
Miao Yueying rolled her eyes at him. Not to brag, but my shooting skills in the team are among the best. Since not many people had arrived at the ability team yet, Su Chen curiously asked, aside from you and me, who else is on this mission?
Is there anyone I don't know? Someone you don't know?
Miao Yueying thought for a moment, counting on her fingers. Let me think, you know Xing Fian, Xiao Mingcheng, Old Ji, and the two brothers, Old Chen. Oh right, you probably
don't know Sister Rin, right?
Sister Rin just returned from a mission a few days ago and has been training new recruits at the military district.
You two haven't met yet. Sister Ran? Ran Huiman?
Su Chen's mind raced, suddenly recalling that team leader Xing had mentioned a senior with the surname Ren who seemed to have the ability
of spiritual possession and was quite experienced.
He had even added him on WeChat, but unfortunately they hadn't chatted much in the end.
She is training new recruits at the military district. Could she be training Chiu Miaohan in mind-reading abilities? You know Sister Ren? Miao Yueying exclaimed in surprise. Do you two know each other?
Su Chen shook his head. I don't know her, I've just heard team leader Xing mention her. Miao Yueying smiled cheerfully. Sister Rin may seem difficult to get along with at first, but she's actually a great senior.
When you
meet her, I'll introduce you two properly, but be careful not to mention her height or you'll be in trouble and I can't save you.
Height? Su Chen was puzzled.
Miao Yueying suddenly leaned in with a gossiping expression and whispered, let me tell you, Sister Rin is really sensitive about her height. She drinks milk for all her meals and usually wears shoes with really thick soles to add height.
What's wrong with height-increasing shoes?
A cold voice suddenly came from behind Miao Yueying.
Oh, Sister Ran?
Caught talking behind someone's back, Miao Yueying was as startled as a cat with its fur bristle, quickly hiding behind Su Chen. It was the first time Su Chen had seen her in such a weak and timid posture. Standing in front of him was a petite woman wearing a blue shirt with smooth shoulder-length hair. She had a delicate and cool appearance but was under 1.6 meters tall, looking even younger than Miao Yueying at first glance. In front of the 1.8 meter tall Su Chen, the woman even looked a bit like a child from behind.
Are you the new addition, Su Chen?
The petite woman looked Su Chen up and down. Despite her small stature, her tone and demeanor carried a sense of seniority.
You've done well these past 2 weeks, you're a good prospect.
As she spoke, she reached out to pat Su Chen on the shoulder, only to realize she had to raise her arm to reach him.
For some reason, Su Chen couldn't help but want to chuckle, feeling that this senior had a wonderfully charming contrast.
Tis. After patting his shoulder, the senior glanced at Su Chen's long legs, turned her head away, and let out a barely audible sound of disdain.
Hey, senior, you just cut it, right? You definitely cut it, right?
Su Chen tried his best to hold back a laugh, a faint smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he extended his hand. Hello, Senior Ren. I'll leave Chiu Miaohan in your care. Ren Huiman clearly heard about Su Chen from Chiu Miaohan, her expression unchanged. She's making good progress with her abilities. You'll get to meet her once you arrive at the venue.
You guys chat first, I'll go to the restroom. Miao Yueying, hiding behind Su Chen, was preparing to sneak away. Did I let you go?
Ren Huiman shot a glare at Miao Yueying, her tone mixed with annoyance. Xiao Miao, can you repeat what you just said for me? However, to Su Chen, she didn't seem intimidating at all. After all, she was quite small and looked barely taller than Xiaoyi.
When she got angry, it felt more like she was being cute.
Miao Yueying, however, trembled all over and hurriedly tried to run away. She had barely taken a few steps when her body suddenly froze, as if something had forcibly restrained her movements. Her stiff joints made her legs walk one step at a time like a marionette until she stood in front of Ren Huiman.
Mental possession?
Seeing this scene, Su Chen immediately recalled team leader Xing's introduction of the senior Ren's supernatural ability. As long as the target is within sight, if the mental power is strong enough to overwhelm the opponent, one can manipulate their body like a marionette.
It's a very strong and domineering mental ability.
Miao Yueying, whose body was being controlled, stood in front of the two and managed to force out a sheepish smile. Senior, I was wrong.
I won't speak carelessly anymore.
Ren Huiman said lightly, it's not a good habit to speak ill of others behind their backs.
Go outside and shout for 3 minutes, I'm a bad kid. Ah? Miao Yueying immediately panicked. No, please don't. It's too embarrassing. Senior Ren, spare me.
Although she usually acted recklessly and did many shameless things, being shameless and being embarrassed are completely different matters.
By now,
her colleagues in the group were probably arriving, and if she shouted that at the entrance, she would definitely be teased about it for several days. While begging for mercy from Ren Huiman, Miao Yueying kept giving Su Chen pleading looks, hoping he would help her escape from the clutches.
Su Chen wore an expression of indifference, silently shifting his gaze away and whistling to himself.
If he weren't worried about getting caught up in it, he might have laughed out loud. As her body moved uncontrollably towards the door, Miao Yueying had a sorrowful expression, and before leaving, she shot a fierce glare at Su Chen.
Outside the building, the faint sound of I'm a bad kid echoed, with a rhythm of one shout every 3 seconds.
After 3 minutes, Miao Yueying, looking dazed and lost, walked in through the main entrance with a few others. Xing Fian, Xiao Mingqiang, and Ji Chengmin happened to arrive at the same time, all wearing expressions that were half smiles, yet they said nothing, clearly accustomed to seeing Miao Yueying being reprimanded by Ren Huiman.
Good morning, you all made it too. Su Chen greeted the group, scanning around and noting there were a total of 6 people present. Are all 6 of us going on this mission? There's one person who hasn't arrived yet.
Ji Chengmin glanced at the time on his phone. This kid is late again. It's already this late and he still hasn't arrived. Wait, I'll call him to hurry him up. With that, he put the phone to his ear.
Is there another person? Su Chen curiously asked Miao Yueying. Who is it? It shouldn't be Old Chen and his brother, right?
The two brothers Old Chen have the ability to teleport to each other's side, which lacks practical combat power and is not suitable for this type of mission.
Ungrateful wretch. I kindly introduced Rin to you and you didn't help me just now.
Miao Yueying was still brooding over what had just happened and simply turned her head away, ignoring Su Chen.
Su Chen awkwardly scratched his head. Don't you know Fu Chuan? Xingfian asked in confusion. You should have met him before, right? This time, it was Su Chen's turn to be puzzled. Met him? I have no impression of that. Where did we meet?
Xingfian said, during the mission to protect Mo Lishuan last week, I remember Chen Jiala and Miao Yueying were also involved. I heard that in the end, they were the ones who took you to the hospital. Su Chen looked bewildered, trying hard to recall his memories from that day before he lost consciousness, and indeed remembered that another young man had treated her that day. At that time he was almost unconscious, completely unaware, and when he woke up, he naturally overlooked the presence of that guy. There's no helping it, that fellow appeared only once, and it was after he fell into a coma.
Ji Changmin patted Su Chen's shoulder and said, Chen Jiala is a rare medical type ability user. He is often dispatched to other ability teams for missions.
Besides returning last week, he usually runs around in other places, so it's normal that you don't remember him.
Medical type ability user? Su Chen said, slightly surprised.
Xingfian nodded and said, his blood can help other people's wounds heal quickly, and his hematopoietic function is very powerful.
Even if an artery is cut and blood keeps flowing, it's hard to die from excessive blood loss.
Of course, before too much blood is lost, his wounds will heal themselves first.
Self-healing? Su Chen stroked his chin and said, oh, that sounds a bit like the ability of that young girl from yesterday.
It is somewhat similar, but the main and secondary aspects are different. Xingfian said that little girl's ability mainly focuses on healing her own injuries, while her secondary ability is to heal others' wounds through contact. Chen Jiala, on the other hand, only possesses a special healing ability contained in fresh blood. For example, if his bones are broken but he doesn't bleed, then the injury won't heal. His body's self-healing ability isn't as strong as that little girl's.
As she spoke, Xingfian added, of course, if we're talking about medical capabilities, Chen Jiala's ability is more effective. I see. Su Chen understood and wasn't too concerned about it. With the blood of Titanos by his side, he basically wouldn't need this colleague's healing.
If he sustained injuries that even the blood of Titanos couldn't withstand, he figured he would already be beyond saving. As Ji Changmin urged over the phone, a young man in a white shirt, around 25 or 26 years old, sauntered in through the door.
Hey, everyone, good morning.
The young man greeted the others while yawning.
Hello, my name is Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward to introduce himself. I hope to get along well with you.
Fu Chuan looked up at Su Chen and said, oh, I remember you, the newcomer who was almost dead from injuries last time.
I heard you were in a coma for 2 days in the hospital, and when you woke up, all your injuries were healed. Is that true? Su Chen was taken aback. Oh, I didn't really understand that either. Ever since my last hospitalization, I've noticed my self-healing ability has improved a lot. It might be related to the enhancement of my physique. Oh, your self-healing ability has improved? Fu Chuan looked at Su Chen suspiciously but didn't delve deeper. He extended his hand and shook hands with Su Chen. My name is Fu Chuan, nice to meet you. They went to Team Leader Xing's office on the second floor with the 5 people present. As they pushed the door open, Team Leader Xing was already seated at his desk, holding a teacup in one hand and eating a pancake in the other. When he saw everyone enter, he was momentarily taken aback, coughed twice, and put the pancake away. Remember to knock next time you come in.
As he spoke, he pointed to the documents on the desk. These documents record the individuals you need to protect. Well, except for Xiao Su. Everyone is responsible for a specific area. Make sure to prioritize the protection efforts and memorize all the key targets by this afternoon. Su Chen didn't need to think to know why he was the exception. I'm responsible for protecting Old Master Mo and Mo Lishuan? Team Leader Xing nodded. Yes, that's right. They've repeatedly requested you to be the bodyguard, and we can't refuse. What exactly are we preparing for this mission? Team Leader, can you tell us what you know? Ren Huiman walked over, picked up a few documents, and glanced through them. Oh, these are all prominent figures in business and politics? It's just a mid-autumn festival gala. How can we get so many big names to attend? There must be something complicated going on here? I've only heard that there might be a nationwide supernatural event, but the specifics are unclear. Team Leader Xing seemed a bit helpless. This security job isn't just for our ability group. The military and armed police have also mobilized a lot of people. For this protective task, we just need to do our part. Miao Yueying showed an exaggerated expression of surprise. A nationwide supernatural event? Is the apocalypse coming? That's not so exaggerated. Fu Chuan yawned. If the apocalypse were coming, those big shots wouldn't be attending any gala. They'd probably hide away at the first opportunity. What Fu Chuan said. Ji Changmin chuckled lightly. However, the dangerous nature of this matter is definitely not as great as imagined. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a national level too. Readiness. The government hasn't even informed the public. Everything is being carried out in secret, which shows that the situation should still be under control. Why think so much? Let's go to the warehouse to get our weapons. Miao Yueying remained as carefree as ever, not thinking much about it. Seeing that Team Leader Xing had no intention of continuing, she turned and left. Everyone made their way to the warehouse to collect their gear. This time, since it was an official occasion, everyone was equipped with the latest tactical bulletproof suits. Even members with insufficient clearance were issued. guard rifles along with a few stun grenades and plasma-triggered badges, and each person receives 20 rounds of special ammunition for spiritual entities. Fully armed, the group gathered together to review the key protected targets listed in those documents. Governor, Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Vice Governor, Chairman of a major corporation. The majority are prominent figures in the political arena, and some are big business owners closely related to the government. The audience lineup for this Mid-Autumn Festival Gala is extremely luxurious. Although Su Chen only needed to provide close protection for Old Master Mo and Mo Lishuan, he still needed to remember the people on the list. Fortunately, after his mental abilities improved, his memory became quite good. After watching it twice, he remembered the appearances of all these people. Similarly, Xingfian and Ren Huimin, with their strong mental power, managed to do it easily, while the others could only. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. 2 military armored vehicles arrived at the entrance of the abilities team to take them to the venue. Upon arrival, they met with 4 members from the neighboring city's abilities team backstage at the venue. A platoon leader from the military district came to report the security details and troop numbers at the venue. They were shocked to learn that there was actually half a battalion stationed at the entire venue, with nearly 100 soldiers armed and positioned around the venue, 200 soldiers patrolling outside, and over 100 other law enforcement personnel present. Before long, the more than 20 abilities users being trained by the military district also arrived at the scene. Familiar faces clustered together. Big Brother Su Chen, Brother Hao, Brother Su. Almost half of the people from the training side knew Su Chen and crowded over. Xiao Miaohan, Wen Qinglu, the thief Shin Sishue with the yellow hair, Zhang Chenghui, Gao Sibo, Lu Yuan, the owner of the haunted house Fang Xiangyu, and that couple with the shockwave ability from the restaurant also followed along. Wow! That's quite a number of people, even more than those sent by their abilities group. Xiao Miaohan smiled and said, Su Chen, long time no see, have you missed me? Ha! When Qinglu widened her eyes and looked at Xiao Miaohan, you two know each other? Who is Su Chen? It seems these two weren't trained in the same area? They actually don't know each other? Zhang Chenghui leaned in and interjected, Brother Hao, there are so many people for this mission. What's the specific task? Big brother, please take me along. The yellow-haired Shin Sishue was shaved bald, and Su Chen almost didn't recognize him. Thank you for saving my life before. The unnamed boyfriend scratched his head and expressed his gratitude. What the heck? Why are so many people gathered around? Fang Xiangyu looked around in surprise. Dude, you have quite a popularity, so many people know you? Surrounded, Su Chen heard the noisy voices around him and helplessly said, Everyone, can we talk one at a time? Wow, little brother knows a lot of people, impressive. Ji Changmin saw that the crowd gathered around was all targeting Su Chen and was surprised, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. Of course, these people were all sent in by him. Why does that sound so strange? Su Chen glanced at Miao Yueying in silence. Although the meaning wasn't wrong, it just felt off to use the phrase sent in. Before he could chat much with this group of familiar faces, the time for assigning task areas arrived. The internship team was taken to be equipped with security gear. It seemed that each formal member of the ability group needed to lead 3 to 4 interns. Of course, that excluded Su Chen. He was solely responsible for protecting Old Master Mo and Mo Lishuan. Su Chen wondered, why am I the only one assigned to Old Master Mo? No kidding, everyone else is responsible for 3 or 4 protection targets, while you only need to take care of 1. Due to this morning's incident, Miao Yueying still didn't give Su Chen a good look. Besides, they have their own bodyguards, and the venue isn't only secured by our ability group. Oh, fine. Time passed second by second during the arrangement and mobilization. Finally, it's afternoon, and the venue starts rehearsals. Su Chen takes the opportunity to be lazy, sitting in the guest area, eating sunflower seeds while watching the performance. Oh, slacking off, are you? A voice came from behind Su Chen, startling him so much that he almost hid the bag of sunflower seeds in his pocket. Senior Run? Su Chen turned around and saw the petite Ren Huimin. You're here to watch the performance too? Yeah. Ren Huimin sat down in the adjacent seat, extended her hand, and asked Su Chen for some sunflower seeds. I left the preparation work to those interns, so I might as well take a break now. We'll be busy later tonight. Su Chen poured some sunflower seeds into Ren Huimin's small hand and curiously asked, Senior Ren, do you know the reason behind this task? I know a little. Ren Huimin replied, but it's useless for you to ask me. I can't disclose anything. Su Chen was speechless. Since you don't know, why say anything? Just teasing. Ren Huimin continued, however, your ability is quite suitable for this task. I hope you can help those little guys in our team later. Well, you would do that without me telling you, right? The interns under her were, unsurprisingly, acquaintances of Su Chen, especially Qiao Miaohan. Well, I will do my best. Su Chen's eyes flashed with seriousness. He had a system task warning and knew how dangerous today's mission was. He hoped that no acquaintances would be injured or killed in this task. Time passed second by second. Each team returned to their positions, and guests began to arrive one after another. Su Chen also saw Mo Lishuan again, as well as the old man Mo, whom he had only heard of but never met. This old man Mo was dressed in a black tang suit with a white shirt, holding a dragonwood cane. He walked with a commanding presence. His face was kind, yet he exuded an inexplicable aura, looking nothing like a man in his 70s. Nice to see you again. Mo Lishuan followed the old man. Mo smiled slightly at Su Chen and elegantly waved to greet him. This guy, the moment she steps into a public space, she transforms into a refined young lady, completely different from that willful and playful girl I know. How should I put it? Exceptional acting skills? You must be Su Chen, quite a spirited young man. Old Master Mo smiled slightly at Su Chen. Last time, thanks to you, my dear granddaughter was saved. This favor cannot be repaid with just a few million. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me for help. Thank you. Su Chen didn't hold back. After all, this was a favor from a billionaire, and why not take it? Old Master Mo smiled. It is I and Lixian who should be thanking you. After some casual chat, Old Master Mo and Mo Lixian took their seats, while Su Chen stood behind the two, along with 8 black-clad bodyguards, quietly waiting for the task to officially begin. In the guest area of the evening party, the guests clearly weren't there to enjoy the performance. More than half seemed restless, as if on high alert. Even Mo Lixian looked a bit tense, while Old Master Mo seemed to be enjoying the performance leisurely. I need to go to the restroom. In the middle, Mo Lixian got up and left her seat. She didn't signal the bodyguards to follow but instead gestured for Su Chen to come along. Do I really need someone to escort me just to go to the restroom? Forget it, Su Chen mumbled. Walking to an empty corridor, Mo Lishuan finally didn't have to maintain her rich young lady demeanor and said to Su Chen, I heard from my grandpa that something big is going to happen tonight. What is it? Why are there so many security personnel at the venue? You don't know? This time it was Su Chen's turn to be surprised. In his impression, this girl's curiosity and information-gathering skills were always top-notch, yet she hadn't investigated the inside story of this matter thoroughly? Mo Lishuan sighed. I only know that there's danger tonight, which is why my grandpa brought me here. Su Chen shrugged. Since you don't even know, do you think I might know the inside story? But you're not just a staff member. Mo Lishuan blinked. There are many messages that only your ability group can access. However, I'm just a low-level level 4 member. What could I possibly know? Su Chen spread his hands. You might as well ask our team leader. Maybe you can get some information from him. Forget it, if you don't know, then you don't know. No matter what happens later, please make sure to protect me and my grandpa well. Mo Lishuan's beautiful eyes shimmered, and there was an indescribable trust in her gaze. Su Chen felt a bit shy under her gaze and scratched his head. I'll do my best. Most of his abilities are offensive or supportive. Protecting someone is quite challenging. However, the blood of Titanos does allow him to be considered a half-shield. As long as the vital parts are not hit, he can serve as a human shield to block bullets without any problem. Just do your best, I believe in you. Mo Lishuan smiled slyly, suddenly stopped, turned around to block Su Chen. What are you doing? Want to go into the women's restroom with me? Wait outside for a bit. Unknowingly, they had already walked to the entrance of the women's restroom, and Su Chen was lost in thought and didn't notice. Ahem, be careful, don't do like last time. What are you talking about? Humph. Mo Lishuan suddenly blushed, recalling the last time in the restroom when Su Chen saved her. She kicked Su Chen's calf in anger and turned to rush into the restroom. Leaning against the threshold outside the restroom, Su Chen was playing with a bagua copper coin between his fingers, tossing it in the air as it spun continuously. That's right, during this interval, he was divining. He was divining how much time was left before danger would arrive. Although the divination cannot provide detailed information, he has his own way to cope. If quality is lacking, then rely on quantity. Within 3 hours? Yes. Within 1 hour? Yes. Within half an hour? Still yes. Within 15 minutes? Still yes. The action of flipping the coin became a bit stiff. Su Chen took a deep breath and asked directly, will danger arrive within 3 minutes? With a slight flick of his thumb, the bagua coin was tossed high, spinning in the air, and landed steadily in his palm. Heads. What terrible luck. Su Chen cursed inwardly, hurriedly putting the coin into his storage space, raising the military rifle in his hands, and adjusting his breathing to prepare for battle, with a heightened sense of crisis, alert to any danger that might come at any moment. Fortunately, no one came to the restroom at this time. Otherwise, seeing this scene, they would probably think he was about to storm into the women's restroom with a gun. Miss Mo, are you done yet? I'll give you 2 minutes to hurry up. There's an emergency. He shouted towards the restroom but received no response. Su Chen frowned and shouted again. Did something happen? I'm coming in. Don't come in. What are you doing? I just went in not even 2 minutes ago. Hearing this, Mo Lishuan, who didn't want to respond, had no choice but to reply. I can't even have peace when going to the bathroom. This is so embarrassing for me. It's an emergency, Su Chen said helplessly. You have 1.5 minutes to finish up, or I'll come in and carry you out. 1.5 minutes? Didn't you just say 2 minutes? Why is the time getting shorter? Mo Lishuan said angrily. At least give me 3 minutes. 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54. Su Chen didn't respond and started counting down at the door, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. Counting to 60 went by quickly. Su Chen anxiously gripped the handle of his gun, suppressing the urge to rush in and carry her out. Are you done yet? Finally, Mo Lishuan emerged, looking embarrassed and annoyed as she glared at Su Chen. Anyone would feel unhappy being rushed like that. Before she could say anything, Su Chen grabbed her hand and ran towards the guest area. Hurry! Ha! Mo Lishuan was taken aback but quickly picked up her pace to follow. What's going on? Why the rush? Su Chen stated bluntly. I have a bad feeling. You're rushing me just because of a bad feeling?
Men's instincts are usually off.
Lishwan had just mumbled a couple of words when a loud bang shook the entire building violently, making it hard to keep balance.
While running, Lishwan nearly fell, but fortunately, Su Chen reacted quickly, turning around to catch her. An earthquake? Su Chen frowned. Could the danger indicated by the mission be an earthquake? A nationwide major earthquake? No, if it were just a simple earthquake, how could the government send so many troops to patrol and prepare for battle?
With a rifle slung over his back, Su Chen quickly picked up Lishwan and ran toward the guest area.
He hadn't forgotten what his mission was, to protect not only Lishwan but also Old Master Mo. The shaking sensation of the building lasted only a few seconds before disappearing completely.
Although there were obvious cracks in the load-bearing walls, fortunately, there were no signs of collapse.
The venue was already in chaos, with actors, photographers, and backstage staff desperately fleeing the building. The fire exit was somewhat crowded. In contrast, the big shots in the audience looked panicked but remained seated, not moving at all.
The voice of team leader Xing came through the radio in my ear. Don't panic, await instructions.
Stay in place to protect the target. Stay in place to protect the target. What happened? Lishwan, confused, shrank into Su Chen's arms, forgetting her shyness. Why isn't anyone running during the earthquake? Su Chen shook his head. It's not that simple. You can ask your grandfather if he knows anything. After carrying Lishwan back to the front row of the audience, he set her down. Old Master Mo nodded at Su Chen as a gesture of thanks. Thank you. Su Chen nodded, fulfilling his duty without asking too many questions. He raised his gun and stood guard alongside several bodyguards, staying alert to the nearby passages and above. For some reason, the crowd that had rushed out of the venue earlier suddenly surged back in, shouting phrases like help and oh my god, there's a monster. Despite the venue's excellent soundproofing, with his keen hearing, he could still make out the sounds of intense gunfire, explosions, and screams from outside. It seemed like half a battalion was fighting something. What on earth is happening outside? What monster? Where did it come from?
Su Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he felt a bit tempted to go out and investigate.
He glanced at the tense Lishwan and the calm Old Master, shook his head slightly, realizing that executing the mission was more important.
Moreover, compared to the outside, the hall with concentrated protection was obviously the safest. The voice of team leader Xing came through the radio again. Everyone, prepare for battle.
Shoot any small humanoid creature that is crimson on sight. Do not let any monsters enter the hall. In less than 3 minutes.
Finally, the calm in the hall was shattered. A small crimson monster burst in from the fire escape, triggering everyone's tense nerves. Almost instantly, dozens of guns around the area were aimed and fired, turning that creature into a sieve. With the gunfire and the appearance of the monster, some people in the hall couldn't help but scream, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The fire escape through which the monster entered was quite far from Su Chen. When he looked over, he could only see that the small creature was humanoid. In shape, with crimson skin, about the height of an average person's waist, and judging by its general appearance, it resembled a little sprite. On the outside, it looks like a little sprite. I wonder how strong it is. The speed it charged out with just now seemed quite fast. It was too far away to use reconnaissance abilities, and the battle ended too quickly. Who could withstand dozens of bullets firing? Su Chen couldn't gauge its overall strength either. As the saying goes, where there is one, there are two, where there are two, there are three. Ever since the first monster appeared, these creatures have been pouring in from various passages and even the skylights of the venue. At first, they appeared every 10 seconds or so, but soon it escalated to several monsters appearing every few seconds. Fortunately, every area in the venue is equipped with sufficient firepower. Besides the 30 members of the Special Abilities team and the venue's security forces, most of the prominent figures also have bodyguards armed with pistols, so manpower is not a problem. With so many monsters infiltrating even the protected venue, it's hard to imagine how many are outside. Almost everyone is wondering where these monsters are coming from. During this time, Su Chen also shot and killed a few of these small monsters and obtained their information through body reconnaissance. #% Red Demon Clan, height 131 centimeters, weight 37 kilograms, status, deceased, no special abilities. Target attribute information acquired. Physique, 12 points, strength, 13 points, agility, 23 points, spirit, 7 points. Forced investigation requires 300 experience points. Crimson Demon Clan? Su Chen was momentarily stunned. This investigation information was very concise. Also, what did that string of garbled characters mean? A name? Forced investigation requires 300 experience points. Forget it, he has less than 2 experience points left in his account. Moreover, considering how scarce experience points have been for him recently, even if he had enough, he wouldn't easily waste them. This so-called Crimson Demon Clan has a physique and strength slightly stronger than an ordinary person, but their agility is quite high. In comparison, their spiritual power is their weakest point. Su Chen glanced at the direction where Ren Huiman and Xing Fian were responsible. As expected, their abilities were very effective against these small monsters. A single mental shock from Xing Fian could take down several, while Ren Huiman could easily manipulate the Crimson Demons to fight among themselves. Unfortunately, the investigation did not reveal where these Crimson Demons came from. It's likely that the reason a forced investigation requires such a high cost of 300 experience points is related to the origins of these crimson demons. Boom! A dull thud echoed from the building's dome as a heavy object fell, causing the entire structure to shake violently, with dust and debris continuously falling from above.
What heavy thing just hit the building? Oh no! The ceiling is about to collapse. Everyone, run!
Someone shouted, causing those protected in their seats to panic and demand to leave the area.
At first, everyone hesitated, as the noises outside clearly seemed more dangerous.
With another loud crash, finally, a hole was smashed into the ceiling of the event venue, concrete chunks fell down, and only then did the crowd hurriedly begin to evacuate, quickly avoiding the area where the dome had broken. Falling from the ceiling was not just concrete debris, but also a spherical creature over 2 meters tall, covered in light yellow scales, curled up like a pangolin, but somehow looking even more, how should I put it?
More ferocious? What the hell is this thing? The ordinary security guard on site couldn't help but curse. With all these red demons and giant monsters, is this really the apocalypse?
Most people hurriedly opened fire at the creature, but the bullets only managed to chip away at its scales, causing little damage to the monster, which only served to anger the coiled spherical being. The scaled monster unfurled its body, measuring over 3 to 4 meters long, even larger than the giant worm Su-chen encountered in the Moonlight Secret Realm. You all quickly take them to evacuate with the others.
I'll hold this thing off.
Since the scaled monster fell very close to Old Master Mo, Su-chen rushed over immediately and turned to urge the other bodyguards to hurry and take Old Master Mo and Mo Lishwan away.
Su-chen. Mo Lishwan was somewhat worried and wanted Su-chen to evacuate with them, but she couldn't bring herself to say it.
Taking advantage of the scaled monster's attempt to attack those nearby, Su-chen charged forward with his gun, firing a burst from his assault rifle at the monster's head, successfully drawing its attention and stabilizing its hatred. The reason he rushed to confront the monster so eagerly was not only because of his duty but also because the system had issued him a new mission.
Ding! Side quest triggered, Dragon Slayer. Mission objective, hunt the scaled armored dragon,
and obtain the crystal core from its skull.
Mission reward, 1000 experience points, 200 training points. Scaled armored dragon? This thing doesn't look anything like a dragon. It resembles a giant, demonized pangolin instead. What is a crystal core? The storyline is getting more and more fantastical.
Su-chen mumbled to himself, but his hands did not stop moving. With a sense of crisis, he rolled to avoid the giant monster's claws, quickly reloaded his assault rifle, and the muzzle spewed flames as he fired another burst of bullets aimed at the scaled armored dragon's eyes, mouth, and other vital spots. I have to say, the precision boost from gunfighting skills is impressive. Even with this high-recoil automatic rifle in his hands, he managed to achieve pinpoint accuracy. Almost all the bullets hit vital areas. Over 10 shots blinded the scaled armored dragon, while another 10 struck its nose, creating a massive dent, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Seeing someone step forward to block the monster, the others hurried to support, aiming their guns and firing, the deafening gunfire ringing continuously. The bullets gradually shattered the massive scales covering the armored dragon's body. Although the caliber of the assault rifle's bullets couldn't cause significant damage to the armored dragon, as the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant, even hundreds or thousands of toothpicks can pierce flesh and lead to death.
TSK.
I originally thought it would be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect the power of firearms to be so formidable. At least for now, no flesh and blood creature can ignore the lethality of bullets.
Enduring the rain of bullets, the armored dragon let out a furious roar, becoming increasingly agitated. With eyes ablaze, it locked onto a direction and
charged forward, its massive body as heavy as a small tank, causing the ground to tremble. One can only imagine what would happen if it collided with a person. As the saying goes, a cornered beast will still fight. The heavy injuries did not reduce this monster's threat. In fact, it became even more dangerous.
Su-chen, cover me. I'm coming to help you.
Seizing the opportunity while the armored dragon focused on a direction, Ji Changmin swiftly charged from behind, leaping over a distance of 5 to 6 meters and forcefully grabbing its tail. In an instant, the armored dragon's limbs went limp and it crashed to the ground.
Well done.
Su-chen gave Ji Changmin a thumbs up, said nothing more, and rushed to the dragon's head. He hadn't forgotten that old Ji's ability could instantly incapacitate any creature, but the effect lasted only a short time. It
might control an ordinary person for about 10 seconds, but the higher the creature's physique, the quicker it could break free.
Although he hadn't scouted this armored dragon, just by looking at its massive body, its physique was definitely above 30 or 40 points. That means old Ji's ability could control this creature for at most 2 or 3 seconds.
It must be a quick battle.
He shoved the muzzle of the assault rifle into the gaping wound on the dragon's nose and fired. With a magazine of 30 to 40 rounds fired at close range, it immediately pierced the dragon's skull, ending the life of this massive creature.
Let's retreat. This guy is already dead.
Su-chen shouted to everyone and kicked the dragon's head twice to ensure them that it was dead. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning to continue protecting their targets, while the members of the ability team familiar with Su-chen gave a thumbs up to him and old Ji. As a large hole was smashed in the ceiling, several red demons somehow slipped in from above, and with the building about to collapse, no one was willing to stay here any longer. Taking advantage of everyone's retreat to safety, Su-chen certainly didn't forget what the main objective of the side quest was. He punched hard into the head of the armored dragon, enduring the nauseating, sticky sensation of blood and flesh as he groped inside, and within 5 seconds, he finally found a hard, round crystal. This crystal was about 3 centimeters in size, crystal clear, and a purplish-red color, with no bloodstains left on it. Before Su Chen could carefully examine the object, the hard crystal melted into his palm like a puddle of water, followed by the sound of the quest completion notification in his ear. Side quest completed. Quest rewards: 1,000 experience points, 200 training points. Absorbing the armored dragon's crystal core, absorption complete, gained 800 training points. Hearing the prompt sound, Su Chen was both surprised and delighted. The crystal in this monster's brain can actually be converted into experience points? That's awesome. I've been short on experience points lately. Looks like I need to find opportunities to kill a few more. With the experience points from the side quest plus the experience points from the scale armor dragon crystal, his balance instantly jumped back up to 1,000 points. Unfortunately, the situation was urgent, leaving no time for him to daze, otherwise Su Chen would definitely have taken a spin on the lucky wheel right then and there. Su Chen, hurry up and protect the target. What are you dazing over there for? Seeing Su Chen not moving, Ji Changmin urged loudly. Oh, I'm coming right now. Shaking the blood off his hands, Su Chen quickly caught up with Old Master Mo and the others, protecting them by his side. Old Master Mo, with limited mobility, was being carried by the bodyguard, while Mo Lishuan followed beside them. Su Chen, you're okay. That's great. Seeing Su Chen return, Mo Lishuan's joy was unhidden. If she weren't afraid of hindering him, she might have rushed over to hug him. Su Chen waved his hand. It's just killing a monster. No need to act like it's a life and death situation. That monster isn't strong at all. Compared to the strange evil entity they encountered not long ago, the seemingly overwhelmingly terrifying giant armored dragon is actually not very dangerous. It may have great strength and vitality, but a flesh and blood body is destined to be unable to withstand firearms. With Su Chen's words hitting her hard, Mo Lishuan felt as if her heartfelt emotions were doused with cold water. You humph, good intentions treated as donkey liver and lungs. She turned her head in anger, muttering softly. Su Chen raised his gun and shot, taking down a few red demons that had slipped in from outside. Before long, they also rushed out into the corridor of the venue. The scene outside startled everyone. High above, a twisted, eerie black-red void with a diameter of over 30 meters appeared in the dome about 20 to 30 meters high, from which monsters continuously fell like raindrops. As soon as these monsters appeared, they spread out in all directions, including not only red demons but also many monsters of various sizes. Surrounding them were bullets flying everywhere, troops in formation, even heavy firepower like howitzers and machine guns were set up for suppression. Most of the monsters falling from the black-red void were instantly killed by bullets, leaving no trace and a bloody mess. But due to their overwhelming numbers, some managed to break through the defenses, closing in to slaughter soldiers, their claws tearing at throats. The air was filled with a foul, bloody stench. Damn! Is this really the end of the world? Seeing this scene, Su Chen was almost stunned. No matter how much he overestimated the danger of the main quest, he never expected to witness such a sight. It's not just him and those he needed to protect who are in danger. The whole world is about to be destroyed. Can this script still go on? Just a short while ago, life was fine, and suddenly it crumbled into an apocalyptic mess? The venue is about to collapse. Quickly evacuate the crowd to the underground parking lot for shelter. Team leader Xing's urgent voice came through the radio headset. The signal was poor, occasionally interrupted by static. With the emergency order issued, everyone hurriedly guided the crowd towards the underground parking lot. Su Chen, what on earth is happening? How did these monsters emerge from that big hole in the sky? What is that big hole? Could it be an alien invasion of Earth? Mo Lishuan was a bit stunned by the scene before her and kept asking Su Chen questions. How would I know? Su Chen was at a loss for words. Seeing the girl's legs trembling, he simply picked Mo Lishuan up. You're moving too slowly. Don't cause trouble for everyone. Hurry to the underground parking lot to take shelter. I still want to see if I can help on the battlefield. Who's causing trouble? Suddenly being picked up like a princess, Mo Lishuan gasped and blushed, wanting to retort. But hearing Su Chen's latter words, she couldn't help but exclaim, Huh? You're going to the battlefield? Isn't your mission to protect me and Grandpa? What will we do if you leave? That's indeed the mission. Su Chen said awkwardly, but I want to see the battlefield. The underground parking lot is very safe, and the other colleagues will take care of everyone. It shouldn't matter if I'm missing, right? To be honest, he really couldn't resist the temptation of the crystal core from the scale armor dragon. Just a glance showed there were at least a dozen large monsters similar to the scale armor dragon on the battlefield. If he could get his hands on more than half of their cores, wouldn't his experience points skyrocket? Mo Lishuan said, but you won't be able to help much on the battlefield alone. With so many guns and artillery, your presence doesn't make a difference. Su Chen was speechless. To be honest, while the individual combat power of the ability group may be strong, they really can't make a significant impact in such a large-scale war scenario. After all, there are only about 30 of them, and most of their abilities may not be as powerful as guns and artillery. Members of the ability group are like special agents with unique skills. They might excel in individual operations, but aside from movie scenes, where in reality would there be orders for agents to go to the battlefield wielding guns against the enemy?
Thinking calmly, those monsters' crystal cores are indeed valuable, but can he really rush to the front lines of the battlefield and snatch a few under everyone's watchful eyes amidst the chaos? Alright, if I don't go to the front lines, miss, I'll just stay back here and protect you well, okay? After a moment of thought, Su Chen replied in a tone of resignation, as if defeated by her. Mo Lishuan revealed a proud and sly smile, twisting her body in Su Chen's arms. Of course you have to protect us well, that's your job. And if you complete this mission well, I'll consider asking Grandpa to reward you. Reward? Su Chen couldn't help but think of the old Mo's last appreciation event, immediately transferring 5 million to him, while the ability group received an investment of several hundred million. Ahem, money is just a material thing, he's not greedy, just another 5 million would be fine. During the time they were covering ordinary people into the underground parking lot, many monsters broke through the defenses and sneaked in, inevitably resulting in numerous casualties. Su Chen raised the alert to the highest level. Besides protecting Mo Lishuan and the old Mo, his gaze occasionally swept towards his acquaintances, especially Qiu Miaohan and Wen Qinglu. He certainly didn't want anyone he knew to die. Most of the official members of the ability group were seasoned individuals who had weathered many storms, so he didn't need to worry about them. The only ones he was concerned about were Qiu Miaohan and Wen Qinglu, who were not strong fighters and had only been in training for a short time. Qiu Miaohan's psychic abilities seemed to lack lethality, while it's uncertain if Wen Qingliu's low-temperature abilities had any killing power. After all, no one could go unarmed to confront monsters. Up close, many abilities that required contact were often less convenient than firearms. Of course, the exception was the armored dragon incident, where Ji Chengmin's support was perfectly timed. In contrast, the specialization in firearms shines even brighter. The spatial three-dimensionality of gunfighting combined with extraordinary agility allows Su Chen to almost instantly assess multiple monster attacks. He manages to wield the assault rifle with the feel of a sniper rifle, taking down several red demons with almost every burst of bullets. Even holding Mo Lishuan in his arms doesn't affect his shooting accuracy in the slightest. With one hand on the assault rifle, his physique allows him to easily control the recoil. With his superb marksmanship, he continuously supports others. As bullets eliminate monsters, they also save many lives. Su Chen quickly earns the admiration and gratitude of numerous people, some of whom enthusiastically shout praises for Hao Gu. Yes, that's right, those two kids, the blonde Shen Xixue and the buzzcut Zheng Chengui. I originally thought that the abilities were the most valuable templates in the system, but unexpectedly, the value of specialization is not much less. Having tasted the benefits of using firearms, Su Chen has greatly refreshed his view on the value of specialization. His incredible marksmanship has almost made him the brightest star in the crowd. If this were a shooting game, he would undoubtedly be the MVP, accounting for at least 20% of the total output among dozens of people. Suddenly, a quote from Xuanzi popped into his mind: "A gentleman is not different from others, he is good at making use of things." Dogsy is truly not deceiving me. Mo Lishuan, who was nestled in Su Chen's arms, watched the scene most clearly, her big eyes wide open in disbelief as she looked at him. Su Chen, your shooting skills are so amazing. You can shoot so accurately even while holding an assault rifle with one hand. It's a piece of cake. Su Chen smiled modestly, thinking to himself that if he told her his marksmanship had reached master level and he could even calculate bullet trajectories to collide one bullet with another to change its path, she would probably be so shocked that she wouldn't be able to speak. To be honest, when he first saw the introduction to marksmanship, he also thought it was impossible to achieve. Even though a handgun bullet exits the barrel at a speed faster than sound, hitting a previous bullet with a subsequent one? What a joke! Not to mention the reaction speed required, the bullet also takes time to exit the barrel, and the gun's position would need to change as well. In short, Su Chen couldn't figure out how this manipulation could be achieved. It's important to note that bullets are not like arrows. Perhaps some historical sharpshooters could make two arrows collide to change their trajectories, but that was based on the initial speeds being different. Cough, I got off topic. Never mind, when I get the chance to upgrade my gunplay to master level, I'll naturally know. The system won't lie, this isn't the time to get caught up in details. By the way, how many minutes have passed now? Su Chen frowned slightly, he suddenly remembered the main quest's content. Protect Mo Lishuan and Old Man Mo from harm for 30 minutes. Does this mean that the disaster will end after 30 minutes? Everyone, hold on. There's something strange ahead. Ji Chengmin, who was scouting ahead, shouted back, but the people rushing to evacuate to the underground parking lot barely heard him due to the noise and continued to surge forward. Su Chen, Mo Lishuan, and others at the front couldn't stop even if they wanted to, almost being pushed forward by the crowd behind them. Something strange? Su Chen was a bit curious about what Ji Chengmin had seen. It didn't take long for him to find out. It was a bizarre and eerie spatial rift. About 5 meters wide and 3 meters high, resembling the large hole in the dome above, not three-dimensional but eerily defined in length and width, with a gray-black color. Before everyone could react, a sudden crisp crack sounded, and this thing spread rapidly like shattered glass, expanding several meters vertically every second. Quick, retreat, retreat! Members of the ability group shouted anxiously, even firing their guns into the sky to stop the people behind from continuing to surge forward. However, many unfortunate ones who were closer to the front were swallowed by the rapidly spreading spatial rift. First and foremost,
were the elderly Mo and his bodyguards, along with several prominent officials and their protectors, Ji Changmin and Wen Qinglu.
Damn! What kind of joke is this? Seeing this scene, Su Chen panicked, putting down Mo Lishuan and rushing towards the spatial rift. What are you doing? Don't go over there.
Seeing Su Chen rushing towards the spreading spatial rift, Mo Lishuan hurriedly reached out to grab the corner of his clothes.
Although she
felt great sorrow seeing her grandfather caught in the rift, her rationality told her not to approach that unknown spatial rift easily. The unknown is the source of fear. No one knows whether being sucked into that spatial rift means death or survival, or what might be on the other side of that rift.
Stay here and be good. I'll go in and bring them out. Su Chen pushed Mo Lishuan's hand away and declared firmly, they are not dead.
He firmly believed that the few people swallowed by the spatial rift were not dead, and his conviction was not unfounded. First, the main quest had not failed. Second, a new side quest had appeared.
Ding! Side quest triggered, Otherworld Rescue. Quest content, rescue the 9 people caught in another space due to time-space turbulence.
Help them climb out of the other world's passage. Quest reward 32700 experience points, 100-900 practice points depending on the number of people rescued.
As everyone escaped from the spreading gray-black spatial rift, Su Chen swam against the current and leaped into the rift.
This action left many people dumbfounded, especially Mo Lishuan and the members of the ability team, who were shocked, angry, sad, and helpless. They could only continue to evacuate the crowd in search for a new safe area.
As for Su Chen, who rushed into the spatial rift,
his first reaction was that the spatial crossing made him a bit dizzy, and his second reaction was that he acted a bit recklessly. He should have shouted to everyone, "I'm going to save people and will be back soon," before jumping in, to avoid the main group moving too far away. The traversal of the spatial rift is somewhat similar to the Moonlight Secret Realm, where the perspective shifts suddenly, leaving little time for contemplation. What came into view was a clearing resembling a tropical rainforest. Not far away were the elderly Mr. Mo and Wen Qinglu, who had been pulled in earlier, surrounded by more than a dozen red demons. Several officials had already been gutted, and the situation was quite grim.
It's my turn to perform.
Su Chen raised his assault rifle and, without hesitation, fired a burst at the red demon charging towards Wen Qinglu.